a mysterious online game descended upon Earth, forcing all 8 billion people on the planet to become players, and this game happened to be identical to the one my company had developed. Thanks to this, I quickly rose to become one of the top players. But just as I was conquering a dungeon, my beloved betrayed me, teaming up with rival forces to trap and kill me inside the dungeon. All my legendary equipment became nothing more than a gift for others. Filled with regret and resentment, I slowly lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I had actually been reborn. Startled awake at my computer desk, the sudden movement jolted my junior colleague sitting beside me. "Lin, did you have a nightmare?" The man, who looked to be in his early 20s, yawned as he sat next to me. He glanced at me before noticing the others in the office starting to leave one after another. Grumbling, he said, "Lucky them, already clocking out. Unlike us, stuck here fixing bugs. So annoying. The game's launching tomorrow morning, and we still have 3 major bugs left to fix. Ugh, this is so frustrating." No matter how much he vented, I remained motionless beside him. Like a statue, I took in the familiar yet surreal scene and glanced at the date in the bottom right corner of my computer screen, August 2nd, 2074. I had been reborn. Back before the game's arrival, I abruptly switched to my desktop and frantically opened an unfinished, still in development game called Realm of the Divine Hunt. At the same time, I launched the programming software and began rapidly typing code. Tang Yu, sitting beside me, turned his head and asked, "Bro, why the sudden burst of energy?" As I opened various software tools, I asked, "Xiao Tang, how many bugs do we have left to fix?" Tang Yu paused. 3? Which 3? Bro, you're the team lead in the architecture group. How could you forget the bugs just from taking a nap? Hurry, I shouted urgently. Tang Yu was startled by me. At this time, most of the colleagues in the company had already left, with only a few scattered individuals packing up while glancing in this direction. Tang Yu immediately lowered his head and whispered, "In the beginner's gift pack given when you first enter the game, there's an accessory called the Lucky Ring. One of its attributes wasn't properly adjusted in time. Originally, the attribute stated, for every monster killed that is no lower than 3 levels below the wearer, there's a 1% chance to permanently increase attack power by 1 point. But during testing, it was discovered that as long as the wearer kills a monster with a critical hit, they will permanently gain 1 point of attack power with a 100% chance." As I listened, I recalled the code for these bugs in my head. With Tang Yu's reminder, I gradually started to remember. There's also a mechanic-related bug. If you open a loot box like the pocket jar, which can be purchased from NPCs when your backpack is full, the box won't give the player any equipment but instead will grant a large amount of gold coins. Keep in mind that a pocket jar only costs a few copper coins, but sometimes it can yield hundreds of gold coins. The last one seems to be an achievement-related bug. The first player to die in the entire server will receive a reward. These kinds of achievement rewards are usually gift packs or similar items. But after completing this achievement, a skill book will inexplicably appear in the backpack, allowing the player to choose any skill from level 1 to max level for any class. I don't know what the programming team was thinking. The mess they created ends up with us in the architecture team having to work overtime to fix it. Tang Yu was about to start rambling again, but at that moment, I suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder. "Xiao Tang, go home. I'll handle this alone." Tang Yu was stunned. "Really, bro? You can manage it alone? Don't worry, if you don't leave now, I might change my mind." "Damn, bro, you're like a godfather to me. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to chicken wings." With that, Tang Yu quickly packed up his desk, shut down his computer, grabbed his phone, and dashed off in a flash. In the end, I was the only one left in the entire company. On my computer screen, the code for the 3 bugs was already listed, but I had no intention of fixing them. On the contrary, I needed to refine these bugs within the next 2 hours, more precisely, to make them secrets known only to me. My fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard as lines of code appeared one after another on the screen. Accessory equipment, Lucky Ring equipment type, ring accessory level requirement, 1 class requirement, none special effect. After equipping, there is a 1% chance to permanently increase attack power by 1 point for every monster killed that is no more than 3 levels below the wearer. At first glance, this seems like a rather underwhelming piece of gear. In God Hunter's realm, probability effects are tied to a stat called fortune. If this stat is low, equipment like this is practically useless. Everyone starts with 0 fortune, and some players never increase it, even by the time they die. Few would waste precious attribute points on fortune, especially since God Hunter's realm is no longer just an ordinary game, it's a matter of life and death. A true death here means permanent demise. Even in my past life, my fortune stat never exceeded 5. Wearing this ring, you'd be lucky to gain even 1 or 2 points of attack power after killing 100 monsters. That's why almost no one uses it. Plus, it's a level 1 item with no other bonuses besides this one effect. Beyond the beginner village, players don't even bother keeping it in their inventory. But now, things are different. I know that if it crits, the effect triggers 100% of the time. Without hesitation, I immediately started coding. I planned to create a new bug, Rusty Iron Sword level requirement, 1 class requirement, none effect, none, hidden effect, each attack has a 50% chance to crit. After confirming the code ran smoothly, I let out a sigh of relief. I originally wanted to set it to 100%, but the moment I input the code, the game began showing signs of crashing. I had no idea what would happen if the game crashed due to a bug I created. Would it affect God Hunter's realm after midnight? Time is running out for me. I must create some usable bugs within this limited time frame, while also carefully controlling their severity. After all, one wrong move could potentially crash the entire game. Looking at this rusty longsword in the game, a weapon almost no one would use, its description still appears blank. But I know the newly added hidden attributes have already taken effect. With these 2 pieces of equipment in the early game, I can accomplish many things that were impossible in my previous life. If the bugs truly function as intended in the hunting grounds of gods, wouldn't that make me invincible? Next, I proceeded to test and tweak the effects of the other 2 bugs. After finishing, I exhaled wearily and glanced at the time, 11:55 p.m. Just 5 minutes left. It had started raining outside, exactly as it had in my past life. Back then, I had been fixing bugs with Xiao Tang, and by this point, both of us would have been exhausted and fallen asleep. I stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open. A cold wind rushed in as the rain outside grew heavier. Suddenly, I felt something strange. Raising my head to the night sky, I saw the pitch-black curtain of darkness turn as bright as daylight, and the falling rain transformed at that very moment. Each raindrop became a string of tiny code. The game was descending upon us. Soon, my vision was filled with endless lines of code, and in the next moment, everything in sight, the sky, the ground, buildings, streets, and cars vanished. After some time, in the endless white void, only the computer remained floating in the emptiness. On the computer screen, the code ran smoothly, displaying, program running. You have activated a special event. Welcome to the hunting grounds of the gods. Please create your character. The next moment, I found myself in the character creation hall. This world was a perfect replica of the game, featuring 13 classes in total, 8 basic classes and 5 hidden classes. The basic classes were warrior, hunter, archer, assassin, mage, healer, knight, beastmaster, and brawler, while the hidden classes were exceptionally rare, and I had only encountered a few of them. Each class had 2 distinct advancement paths, first and second promotions. For example, a warrior could first promote to a berserker and then to a warlord, or first to a swordsman and then to a sword saint. Similarly, a hunter, archer, could first promote to a windchaser and then to an arrow god, or first to a ranger and then to a demon hunter. Lin Chen looked at these professions in front of him and hesitated. In his last life, he had chosen the warrior, a profession with medium offense and medium defense, with average mobility, falling into the category of being average in all directions, but the warrior's skills and growth attributes were still outstanding, and it was considered to be a profession that could be found everywhere in the land of the hunting god. But Lin Chen, who had lived again, quickly took his eyes off the warrior, and one by one, he surveyed the rest of the professions. Finally, just as he was about to choose, a voice suddenly sounded in his own mind. Detected that you are a second week player, and are in the process of selecting a random occupation for you, please wait. Hearing this voice, Lin Chen visibly froze. Wait a minute, he had actively chosen it in his last life. A second week player? Choosing a random occupation? Could it be that I'll be given a rare hidden profession? Lin Chen looked ahead excitedly. Without much time to think about it, a beam of light moved back and forth over the shadows of these professions, and as it bounced around for 5 seconds, the beam finally shone on one of the shadows. Seeing this occupation, Lin Chen's eyelids immediately jumped. Healer. Of the 8 professions, warriors were already everywhere, but this profession was even more rotten than warriors, healers, also known as nurse or nurse. Although it is said that the nurse and tank is the most indispensable existence in every team, but in the land of the hunting god, the nurse at the same time is also the main choice of most women. In his last life, Lin Chen has seen the nurse more than enough to a copy of the doorway standing in the team. In addition to the nurse, there is no other occupation of the spectacular situation. Healers have 2 very different transfer direction. There is the main healing, 1 turn is, sage, 2 turns, universalist. There is also the main violent output, 1 turn, sacristan, 2 turns, judgment envoy. Zhao Macheng, who had schemed Lin Chen to death in his last life, was a healer. Profession, healer, selected successfully, please enter your nickname. Lin Chen sighed, since there was no way to choose a profession on his own. Wouldn't the lucky ring, a bug that permanently gained attack power from killing monsters, be nullified? You couldn't have a nurse character, holding a scepter and going over to knock people out. And so on. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Why not? Yeah, who said that a nursemaid had to add blood? Ding dong, occupation created successfully, nickname, programmer. You're about to enter Novice Village 9527, enjoy your game. The tone faded, and Lin Chen's vision was suddenly filled with a blinding light, and by the time he reacted, he was already standing in a novice village. There were already quite a few people around him standing in place with a bewildered look on their faces. Where is this place? How did I suddenly get to this place? I'll go, am I dreaming? What a real dream. We shouldn't have crossed over, right? There are so many people here. People were talking a lot, and there were quite a few miscellaneous professions filling the area as far as the eye could see. Lin Chen took a closer look. Most of the occupational divisions in this novice village 9527 were warrior and healer. Among them, warriors were basically all male, and healers were almost all women. These people were different from Lin Chen in that each of them chose their professions on their own. Most people hadn't returned to their senses for the time being, but Lin Chen was different, as he almost quickly shouted, "A tribute panel." With that, a panel appeared out of thin air in his own line of sight. Nickname, Programmer. Occupation, Healer. Life value, 200-200. Magic value, 60-60. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 8. Physical strength, 20. Ki, 0. Attack power, 10. Spell attack, 30. Physical defense, 5. Magic defense, 7. The detail attribute panel was presented in front of his eyes. It was the first time Lin Chen had ever seen a healer's panel, and he looked at the strength and attack power with some surprise. 1 point of strength only adds 1 point of attack power? He sighed. I remember that a point of strength for a warrior adds 3 points of attack power. However, each profession specializes in different attributes. Healer was frankly an intelligence-type profession. At least his spell attack power was not bad. A point of intelligence could add 3 points of spell attack. After carefully scrutinizing it a few times, Lin Chen continued to call out. Backpack. Soon, the item backpack bar appeared. A total of 20 space positions were available, and Lin Chen glanced at the only item in the backpack. Newbie gift pack. If it was exactly the same as his last life, if he opened the package, there would be a level 1 weapon and equipment, a bottle of life potion that could add 100 points of blood, and a resurrection coin inside. Yes, in the game, it was possible to have 5 minutes to wait for a resurrection after a character died, but there were only 2 ways to do it. One was the level 10 skill of the healer, or nurse, Heaven's Cloister, which could resurrect people who died within 5 minutes of their death, but the initial skill cooldown was too long, and could only be used almost once a day. Second, is the use of resurrection coins. This thing is not tradable, the way to obtain extremely harsh, everyone will be given one at birth. Other than that, the entire land of the hunting god no longer had a third way of resurrection, and if you couldn't get a resurrection request after 5 minutes, you would die completely. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and immediately opened the newbie pack. With a crisp voice ringing in his ears, the gift pack disappeared, and in its place was the same thing as expected. Newbie hand staff. Inferior life potion. Resurrection coins. Looking at these 3 items, he then glanced at the currency balance in the lower right corner of the pack. 10 copper coins. Without the slightest pause, Lin Chen turned around and arrived in front of an NPC in the novice village, and while others were still mingling and confused, Lin Chen had already climbed into a conversation with that NPC. Blacksmith Boops, welcome, may I ask what I can do for you? Lin Chen said coldly, don't get close, I want to buy something. The blacksmith held his hammer, he smiled heatedly, the pupils in his eyes gurgled, you can pick whatever you want from my stuff here. Lin Chen spoke, I want to buy a weapon, a rusty iron sword. Chapter 3 Blitz, Attack Power. The blacksmith raised an eyebrow, a rusted iron sword? This chosen one, isn't your profession a healer? I have scepter-type weapons here that you can use, would you like to consider them? Lin Chen's brows furrowed, I don't want to repeat myself a second time. In his last life, Lin Chen had been pitted by these harmless-looking NPCs. These people weren't just machines that acted according to the settings, they were flesh and blood, very resourceful, more like the natives that came with the god of hunting. If it wasn't for the fact that NPCs couldn't be harmed by players, Lin Chen wouldn't mind beating them up. The blacksmith hemmed and hawed, it's fine if you have to buy a sword, but basically no one will buy this equipment. The quality of the novice long sword, opened in the novice gift packs in your hands are all higher than this one, why don't I change it for you? How about this one, unopened iron sword, plus 5 attack power. Priced at only 5 copper coins. Despite saying this, the blacksmith still handed over a tattered iron sword. Lin Chen had no desire to continue chatting with him, taking the rusty iron sword and turning around. Noble chosen one, come again next time, I'm a fair weatherman here. The blacksmith's voice sounded behind him. The blacksmith was right, even the equipment in the newbie pack was of a higher quality than this thing. The rusty iron sword piece of equipment didn't have half a word and only had alone +2 attack power. However, Lin Chen knew that this crappy thing that basically wouldn't be used by anyone had a hidden attribute that he himself had personally added. That was that every attack would have a 50% chance of bludgeoning. And with the finger ring bugs, Lin Chen couldn't wait to try out if these bugs were useful or not. As time passed, more people began to pour into this novice village 9527, and at a cursory glance there were close to 10,000 people, who appeared out of thin air one after another, with expressions of doubt and horror on their faces that were almost always filled with doubt and horror. Among them, a man squeezed out from the crowd, scratching his head, his pupils almost filled with incredulity. Holy, isn't this the land of god hunting? The man was no one else, he was Tang Yu, Lin Chen's junior. However, at this time, Tang Yu suddenly saw a familiar figure walking past not far from him. Tang Yu sized up the man with the rusty iron sword and was visibly stunned. Brother Lin? He was just about to chase after him, but in the next moment, a low sound came from within the brains of everyone present at the same time, like infrasound amplified countless times. Then, an image that obscured the entirety of their vision appeared in front of all of their eyes, while in their ears, a mechanical system tone rang out. All chosen ones who have descended here, welcome to. However, Lin Chen did directly read out, close. Immediately, the system tone that was ringing in everyone's ears, as well as the video that was playing in their line of sight, the only thing that disappeared was here in Lin Chen's place. Lin Chen did not have time to waste time on these things. Land of the hunting god, inside all the information can choose to ignore the closure. People descended to see and hear these prompts after a full 10 minutes of time. The last life of Lin Chen, and all the people stayed at the same place to listen to all the information. For the current Lin Chen there was no need for this. The information was nothing more than an introduction to the situation at hand, as well as the world of this so-called land of the hunting god. Lin Chen, who had long been familiar with the second weekly program, didn't say a word as he walked straight towards the outside of the novice village, holding his rusty iron sword and wearing his lucky ring. From the rest of the world, Lin Chen looked like a sheep that had strayed from the herd, standing out. Lin Chen stood where he was, the neutral zone was ahead of him, and he had even seen a large number of low-level monsters walking back and forth in front of him. Level 0 monster, fluorescent bug. This was a bug that crawled on the ground, about the size of a house cat, but these monsters were in the neutral stage and close to the novice village. These types of novice monsters didn't have a sense of territory. If you didn't attack it, it wouldn't attack you either. Lin Chen glanced back at the crowd of people in the novice village who were standing still as if they were looking at some information, and without much hesitation, he carried his iron sword and walked over to the fluorescent bug. Lin Chen put on the lucky ring in his backpack, then took the rusty iron sword in his hand and slashed hard at a crawling fluorescent bug. 7. The slash managed to make this glow bug notice Lin Chen, and it was just about to turn around and attack when Lin Chen swung another slash. 8. 2 slashes down, the glow bug collapsed in response, and finally disappeared as a speck of light. The glowworm's life value was only 10 points, and it had no armor, so it was the monster with the lowest danger level in the entire game. A line of small words floated in front of Lin Chen's eyes, experience value +3. 2 slashes killed one, and there were no blows. Lin Chen was a bit flustered. Could it be that the bug he had worked so hard to set up hadn't taken effect? Thinking of this, Lin Chen walked behind another glow bug whose but was facing him, raised his iron sword and slashed down. 7. Still no blitz. Another slash. 6. Holy? Lin Chen had a black line. Didn't he say 50%? He had already killed 2 glowworms in a row, for slashes, and not a single blast was triggered? He was a bit disbelieving, and walked to the side again, aiming in front of the new glow bug. The bug walked to Lin Chen's feet and rubbed against them affectionately like a pet, but the next moment, the blade fell. Miso. 12. Strike. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. According to the description of the word bug, as long as one killed a monster with a bludgeon after wearing the lucky ring, 100% of the time, 1 point of attack power would be permanently increased. A tribute panel. Lin Chen shouted excitedly. The next moment, the panel was revealed. Lin Chen didn't look at any of the other values, and he stared at the line that was supposed to say 10 attack power, and at this moment, it was ghostly changing. Attack power, 11 + 1. Lin Chen's hand holding the rusty iron sword was trembling uncontrollably, and he only felt his mouth drying up. He had originally come here to verify the bug, and now, he had basically taken a step forward. In order to prove that it wasn't a mistake, he was going to keep trying. Thinking of this, Lin Chen did not do anything, rolled up his sleeves and raised his butcher's knife at the glowbug. 8. 9. 10. 16. Strike! Lin Chen mentally counted the number of blitzes, but he didn't stop with his hands. 8. 16. 18. 20. 3 consecutive blitzes. Lin Chen continued to open the attribute panel in excitement. It added up to a total of 4 blitzes, if that's correct. He looked at the attack power, and it clearly read. Attack power, 15. Plus 4. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen stood in the pile of glowworms and began to laugh uncontrollably. His body was constantly shaking, because of his excitement and agitation. He laughed as if he sounded like a wild wolf that hadn't eaten in days dry howling in the wilderness. He laughed out loud for a full 10 seconds or so before Lin Chen gradually calmed down, his eyes gradually turning cold. Very well, since the bug is working properly, then this time, I'm going to take back what I lost in my last life, one by one, all by virtue of this bug that only I know about. Lin Chen swung his rusty iron sword. Basically every 5 or 6 swings, he had a 2 or 3 times chance of getting a blitz attack, and his attack power, little by little, rose. After he killed the 30th glow bug, Lin Chen suddenly felt a stream of heat pouring into his body from the top of his head. He was familiar with this feeling, upgrading. Ding, you have upgraded and gained 1 free attribute point. Life value, 252.50 plus 50. Magic value, 70.70 plus 10. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 11. Agility, 9. Physical strength, 21. Ki, 0. Attack power, 21 plus 6. Spell attack, 33. Plus 3. Physical defense, 7, plus 2. Magic defense, 10. Plus 3. Free attribute points, 1. The beep came out, but then the beep sounded again. Congratulations, you are the first among all chosen to successfully reach level 2. The achievement has been activated, temporarily leading. The achievement rewards will be issued in your backpack. Please pay attention to checking. Note that your level is not enough to open the channel function yet. The achievement can't be displayed in the world channel. Lin Chen froze. Achievement reward? Chapter 4, Death Wish. After all, in his last life, although he was a bug fixer for the land of the hunting god, he basically didn't dabble much in the game's achievement gameplay. He only knew that the achievement system in this game was very complete, with tons and tons of achievements being accompanied by rewards being given out, and of the 3 bugs that were fixed yesterday, one of them was related to achievements. Since he had already determined that the bugs would work properly, there was nothing to hesitate about. Of the 3 bugs, there was one about achievements. It was the fact that when completing that achievement one would receive a gift pack, which would contain a skill book, which allowed one to choose a skill of any occupation at any level, and had no occupational limitations. In other words, even if Lin Chen was just a level 1 milkman, he could choose a full level skill that only warriors could use. The trigger condition for this bug was death. Lin Chen muttered. The first player to die would receive an achievement, and when that achievement was completed, they would receive this gift pack. Lin Chen turned his head to look at the novice village in the distance, and at this moment, a large number of people in the novice village had already started to walk outside one after another. It looked like they had already finished watching the video as well as the system prompts. Gotta hurry up. It's impossible to die within a novice village, no matter how many novice villages there are within the land of the hunting god. At this time, they should all have just finished watching the system video, and the fastest ones haven't even stepped out of the novice village yet, so if I want to reach the achievement of being the first to die, I'm going to need to pick up the pace. Although Lin Chen should be the only one within the current god hunting land who knew about these things, he still needed to be on guard just in case. If he didn't hurry up and some panicked rookie accidentally got himself killed, it would be troublesome. Lin Chen smiled slightly. In the next moment, he took the iron sword in his hand and began to run further away. The monsters that gathered in this place were all non-threatening glowworms. Their desire to attack was extremely low. Even if you angered a group of glowworms at the same time, they wouldn't attack you to death. If Lin Chen wanted to die quickly, he needed to provoke monsters that were a bit more advanced. Here it is, level 2 monster, scorpion-tailed rat. Ahead was a small hill. A group of rat-like monsters were gathered underneath the short hillside. They gathered around in 2s and 3s, and if you looked closely, they had a long scorpion tail growing behind their hips. Scorpion tail rat. Level 2. Life 35. Attack power 12. Lin Chen looked at these scorpion tail rats and immediately began his plan. His current attack power was 15 points, even if he hit a maximum damage blast, it would only deal 30 points of damage. Level 1 wasn't enough to kill the scorpion tail rats, so he only needed to gain the hatred of one of the scorpion tail rats. Thinking of this, without hesitation, Lin Chen took his iron sword and stabbed the scorpion-tailed rat closest to him. The monster was enraged and immediately turned back to attack. Bear! The scorpion tail stabbed at Lin Chen's body. 4. Lin Chen frowned. It had only lost 4 points of blood? Right, almost forgot about his armor. He was now level 2 and had 7 points of armor, but his blood was 250, so if the scorpion tail rat did this kind of attack damage, he'd need to wait for at least several minutes before he could be bloodied. No, I need to attract more hate. Lin Chen began to move slowly, pulling the original scorpion tail rat's hatred while stabbing other scorpion tail rats that were in a neutral state with his iron sword. After a full minute, there were already 8 scorpion tail rats that had attacked Lin Chen together. 4. 5. 4. 3. Watching the blood bar start to decrease, Lin Chen still felt slow. He simply took off the newbie clothes he was wearing. His original 7 points of armor suddenly became 2 points. 10. 9. 8. 10. The amount of blood began to diminish at a faster rate. Lin Chen could feel a burst of pain coming from his body. The pain felt by players in the land of the hunting god was becoming more and more real as the amount of blood became less and less. Lin Chen glanced at his own blood. There were still 30 points left. Almost. Lin Chen was a little nervous, and as the pain sensation grew stronger, he stared at his blood bar dead on. But at this time, some of the people walking out of the novice village discovered Lin Chen. Immediately, a woman screamed, "Quick! Someone here is being attacked by monsters. Quickly, someone come and save him." Hearing this voice, Lin Chen's face changed, and he immediately shouted, "Don't come over." However, with that woman's shout just now, 7 or 8 people gathered in the distance, and when they saw that Lin Chen was being surrounded by 7 or 8 scorpion-tailed rats, it instantly caused the crowd to let out an alarmed cry. "Quick, he's dying, look at his blood bar, there's only 20 drops of blood left. Who among us here is a healer? Quickly heal him!" A man enthusiastically shouted out. Immediately, 3 women raised their hands, "I am, me too, and me." However, they were a little less clear on how to release their skills. The healer's initial skills had 2, one was called Light Talisman, a single attack skill that consumed magic value to release and threw energy charms at the target to cause magic damage. The other is called Healing Hands, as the name suggests, adding blood. The 3 healer nurses looked at me and I looked at you. One of them did release it, but it was at herself. A soft white light fell from the sky and landed on the woman's own body. "No, release it on the one in front of you. Quickly! He's dying!" People shouted anxiously. Lin Chen's blood bar above his head, 15,250. But soon, amongst the 3 women, a milkmaid who had been fumbling for half a day suddenly stood out. She made a set of somewhat rusty hand gestures and mumbled something under her breath, and soon, a burst of light converged from the center of her palm. Lin Chen saw the bright light in the distance and felt bad. Don't mess up like this, because now they are all in the novice state. Everyone's blood level is almost about 200 points. The healer's initial healing hand can instantly heal the target of 100 points of blood, and the CD cooldown is very short. On average, it can be released for the second time in 2 seconds. If you ate the woman's healing, you wouldn't be able to die yourself. At this time Lin Chen suddenly shouted loudly into the distance. "Get the hell out of here!" Lin Chen even spat out a mouthful of blood. This voice caused the woman releasing the skill to freeze, and the healing hand was interrupted. The skill ended up not being released, and Lin Chen looked up at the top of his head. 8,250. At this time, the last scorpion tail rat's attack stung over. Hiss. 9. The blood bar emptied. Lin Chen instantly felt a wave of weakness in his body. He collapsed on the ground powerlessly, his vision gradually blurred. This feeling was familiar to him. It wasn't the first time. At the end of his last life, he died in this situation. After 5 minutes, if there was no healers, heaven's cloister, skill or resurrection coins, Lin Chen would die directly. Holy! People were stunned at this time. When would they have thought that just after leaving the novice village, they would see a person who had been killed by a monster? It was also the one who begged for his own death. What should we do? I remember the system video just now said that within 5 minutes after death, the healed person needs to release some kind of resurrection spell in order to save him, right? One of you quickly revive him. The man in the lead turned his head and continued to look at the 3 women. However, the woman who had just almost succeeded in releasing healing hands rolled her eyes. Heaven's Cloister can only be learned at level 12, and we're only at level 1 now. Speaking of this, the woman coldly glanced at Lin Chen, who had collapsed on the ground in front of her as if he had lost consciousness. It's hard for Yama to persuade the damned ghost, it's him who doesn't want to live. However, very quickly, someone suddenly thought of something. No, shouldn't each of us have a resurrection coin in our possession? Speaking of this, a beep suddenly sounded in the head of Lin Chen in front of him. You have died, please ask if you want to use the resurrection coin. Number of resurrection coins, 1, note that if you don't use it, you will die after 5 minutes. You have died, please ask if you want to use the resurrection coins. The system tone started ringing again one after another, and Lin Chen said indifferently. Use. You have successfully used the resurrection coin. 2 seconds later, Lin Chen's body suddenly began to blur, and a yellow coin floated up from his body before directly exploding. And Lin Chen's body, too, directly disappeared. The few people around him had a jolt. What happened? Where are the others? People looked left and right, completely confused. Chapter 5, Skill Books. On the resurrection altar in the Novice village. A beam of light descended from the sky, and in the next moment, Lin Chen's body appeared from the light. The strong light disappeared, and he stood alone on the altar, carrying a tattered longsword abruptly in his hand. At this time, a voice suddenly came from Lin Chen's head. Congratulations, you are the first of all the chosen to successfully reach your first death, and have activated the achievement. Is this death? The reward pack is sent to your backpack. Note that your level is not enough to open the channel function yet. The achievement cannot be displayed in the world channel. Hearing this beep, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth had begun to suppress. Within a short period of time, he had successively completed 2 achievements, which was simply unthinkable in his previous life. Thinking back to his previous life, Lin Chen was as completely baffled as these people in front of him with shocked faces, when he was still anxiously searching for his fiancée, Jia Yuting, which resulted in his upgrades and growth behind him being pulled down by others by a large margin. But now, it was different. There were a large number of people around who hadn't come back to their senses from what had happened to them at the moment, and they had extreme fear and unease on their faces, and at the moment when Lin Chen appeared at the altar, the people's faces turned even whiter. It's true, what the system said is true. People let out murmurs, many people even sat on their asses on the ground. How could they not expect that they who were supposed to be sleeping in their beds, when their eyes opened again, they appeared in this hellish place? Where the hell was this place? Can they still go back? These questions lingered back and forth in people's minds, and there were some people with weaker mental capacity who hadn't accepted this fact so far, and quite a few of them started to cry. Looking around, Lin Chen realized that the number of people in this novice village was really too much. Novice village number 9527, different from the one he was born into in his last life. He remembered that in his last life, the novice village he was in was number 10086, and the players participating in God of Hunting were also referred to as chosen ones by the NPCs, although he didn't know what the 3 words actually meant. But Lin Chen didn't know what they meant. Although he didn't know what the 3 words actually meant, Lin Chen knew that the number of the so-called chosen. The number of the so-called chosen is too many. In the newbie village alone, there are hundreds of millions of them. Yes, hundreds of millions. Within such a large number of novice villages, at least 10,000 people existed in each one of them. Even the Lin Chen of his previous life couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when he learned of this matter. The chosen were not just the people of Earth where they lived. There were creatures from other worlds that had also been chosen in God Hunter's world, and the game, it had only just begun. As time passed, the chosen within the novice village 9527 gradually accepted reality, and more people had already begun to slowly walk out into the wilderness with the novice equipment that had been opened in the novice gift packs. In the system video they were watching, there was a quest prompt. Main quest, ascend to level 5. As for how to upgrade, this kind of thing was obvious. It was to go out and kill monsters, but there was a restriction in the land of the hunting god. Killing monsters 3 levels below one's level would no longer gain experience. So it forces people to find more dangerous monsters as they level up, and the farther away from the novice village, the higher the level of the monsters, but also more dangerous. By the time they had risen to level 5, they would all get a hint of the next quest. Lin Chen wasn't in too much of a hurry as he came to a sparsely populated corner and squatted down. Backpack. Lin Chen called out, and the next moment the backpack bar was opened in his sight. Lin Chen looked at the 2 new gift packs that appeared in the backpack. One of them was obtained after completing the ascension to level 2, and Lin Chen was the first to open this achievement gift pack. You have obtained Amulet of Luck X1. Lowest level life potion X10. Lowest level magic potion x10. Lowest level stamina potion 10. Level 5 profession equipment x1. The rewards were moderate. After all, this achievement was the easiest achievement to obtain, and the things given naturally wouldn't be too exaggerated. Still, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow when he saw the Amulet of Qi Luck. Amulet of Qi Fortune. Equipment level requirement, none. Effect, +5 to the Qi Luck value. In addition to the weapons, equipment, trinkets, and title bar, the Chosen had the category of amulets for their character's equipment, and different types of amulets had different effects. While the Amulet of Qi Luck was a common piece of equipment at around level 30 of the God of Hunting, within 10 levels, this piece of equipment was obviously of little use. However, the luck value in the God of Hunting is still quite important. It determines your luck in this world, and sometimes the most important values are related to luck, such as the blitz rate, dodge rate, hit rate. These originally add the agility attribute can also be increased, can be stacked through the luck of the air. The most important thing was that there were a large number of copies and wild bosses in the God Hunting world, so if you wanted to pop out good equipment and items on the monsters' bodies, the value of your Qi Luck was especially important. Lin Chen didn't think much about it and directly equipped the Amulet of Luck. As for the professional weapon, it was a healer's specialized, sandalwood scepter, which could be used at level 5, and was of no use to Lin Chen, so he left it alone for the time being. Better let me take a look at the most important thing. Lin Chen opened the second gift pack with some excitement. Bug gift pack. Ding, you have obtained the following items. Lowest level life potion x20. Lowest level magic potion x20. Lowest level stamina potion x20. Agility necklace 1. Skill book x1. It still looked like the usual low-level achievement gift pack, but Lin Chen almost locked his eyes all over that last item. Skill book. This is it. Lin Chen didn't even think about it and immediately chose to open this skill book. The next moment, Lin Chen's vision suddenly changed, and a huge curtain that filled his entire vision appeared, requiring Lin Chen to shake his head from side to side in order to place the black curtain into his field of vision. Holy! Lin Chen swallowed his saliva. On this huge curtain were countless skill icons one after another. From a level 1 warrior to a level 1 healer, 8 regular professions, 5 hidden professions, counting the fact that each of them had 2 transfers, a total of 52 professions, and over 1,000 skills were all here. Among them, Lin Chen had seen and never seen everything. Lin Chen only felt his mouth drying up as he stared at the curtain for a while, his back starting to sweat. I'm going to even pick the warrior second turn, God of War, yes, full level move, Burning Skyfall? This icon is the hunter second turn, Demon Hunter, essential divine skill, Demon Moment? Beast Tamer turn 2, All Beasts Commander, brush map necessary 85 skills, Wild Roar. Damn! Isn't this icon the group invincibility skill of that knight turn 2, Judge? I've never seen these skills before. Could it be from those hidden professions? Lin Chen only felt dazzled when he saw the end, but soon, his eyes began to focus and converge, staring dead on a black skill icon. This skill belonged to one of the 5 hidden professions, the Necromancer of the second turn, Death Monarch. This skill was the awakening skill of the Death Monarch. Undead Resurrection. Lin Chen's eyes picked up. In his last life, before he died, Lin Chen's strength ranking should have been able to squeeze into more than 1,000 places on the ladder list, but he vaguely remembered that the first profession on the ladder list at that time was the Death Monarch. He had also fought with this type of profession. The Death Monarch could easily summon an overwhelming army of undead and zombies. Fighting with this type of profession was like fighting with an army. And this, Undead Resurrection, skill was the key to all of this. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly clicked on the Undead Resurrection icon. In the next moment, the skill book began to disappear, and at the same time, a black icon that should never appear was suddenly added to his skill bar. Undead Resurrection, skill description. The souls of units killed by your own hands will have nowhere to go. You can awaken their restless souls from hell to become your fans and soldiers. Depending on the user's level, the limit of the maximum number of souls that can be stored at the same time varies. The souls you can store now, 1. Chapter 6, Rookie Copy. Lin Chen slowly stood up, he weighed the rusty iron sword in his hand, and immediately stopped hesitating and walked out of the novice village. The nearest monster gathering point to the novice village was basically the world of fluorescent worms. Compared to the level 1 monsters scorpion-tailed rats, these level 0 monsters were not a threat. Lin Chen roughly looked at the distribution of fluorescent worms near the monsters. Most of them were support professions, and a large portion of them were women who had chosen to be healers. Their guts were a bit smaller than men's, and they could only dare to hunt fluorescent bugs to gain experience. Lin Chen raised his head and glanced at the hill a kilometer or two away, where the scorpion-tailed rats were distributed, but with the passage of time there were also quite a few people who had begun to pay attention to the scorpion-tailed rats. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen still chose to come to the vicinity of the level 0 monster fluorescent worm. He picked up his iron sword and stabbed down. 30. The fluorescent worm had a total of just 10 drops of blood, and a single slash under a bludgeoning attack killed it instantly. Attack power +1. Lin Chen was happy to do this, as long as he could generate a bludgeon with his attacks, then until he rose to level 5, he could continuously increase his attack power just by killing the fluorescent worms. 32. 17. 18. 34. 36. With almost every 2 or 3 attacks, Lin Chen's attack power was silently rising a little. 5 minutes passed, and Lin Chen had risen to level 3, and the attack power, too, stacked up to 60 points. Not to mention a level 3 healer, even the usual power bonus of the highest assassins and warriors. After taking the newbie equipment again, their attack power was only about 25 points. Lin Chen, a healer, commonly known as a nurse. Oh no, it was a nurse, but he had already reached the damage that a high-burst assassin could only achieve with his sneak skill on after level 5 and fully armed. Lin Chen swung slash after slash at the fluorescent bugs that had just died and refreshed around him, and this kind of action still attracted the suspicion of some people. Look at this man, he's already level 3, how come he's still robbing level 0 monsters with us? His profession, it seems like he's a healer like us, eh? A man choosing healer feels a bit weird. That's alright, just can someone explain why a milkman is killing monsters with an iron sword? The surrounding nursemaids who were holding their scepters to release the skill, light talisman, looked at Lin Chen with some confusion, and the murmurs naturally fell on Lin Chen's ears without reservation. However, he turned a deaf ear and continued to tirelessly swing his iron sword. Time passed by, the people near the fluorescent worms began to slowly become fewer, a large number of people had already risen to level 2 and 3, there were even some people with strong adaptability who had already reached level 4, these people had already begun to form a team and began to move towards more dangerous places. Near the fluorescent insects, Lin Chen was still wielding his iron sword. Only no one bothered to take a closer look at the numbers emerging under Lin Chen's iron sword. Tier 108. 110. 220. 222. At this point, Lin Chen's panel had 115 points of attack power. After another period of time, Lin Chen swung his iron sword here and realized that his attack power had stopped rising. Lin Chen glanced at his level. 3rd level. Opening his own panel, Lin Chen's current attack power column read. Attack power, 152. A level 3 milkman possessing 152 points of attack power, this kind of thing was absolutely impossible for anyone to believe. This was already the stats of a physical profession with a weapon, almost level 7 or 8. Right now, even if Lin Chen punched someone with his bare hands, if he bludgeoned, it was 300 damage. Like to kill glowworms on the rise of 3 levels up, Lin Chen stopped his hand. The ring on the description is very clear, you must kill not less than 3 levels below their own level to increase the attack power. Now 0 level monsters no longer increase their own attack power. Lin Chen is ready to change the monster to hunt. Lin Chen raised his head, but found that at this time the people around him started to become more numerous, and all sorts of people finally came out of their unacceptable state. They left the novice village looking left and right, and finally the crowd surged into the vicinity of the glowworms area. What are we going to do? A person with a blank face asked. Killing them should be enough. The bugs are so cute, why should we kill them? The discussion around him gradually grew louder. Lin Chen sighed, just like in his last life, Novice Village 10,086 or 9,527, no matter which Novice Village it was, there were still a large number of people who couldn't accept this almost bizarre reality for a moment. He just indifferently glanced at these bewildered crowds, turned to put away the rusty iron sword in his hand, and slowly moved away from the crowd, walking in a reverse direction that ran counter to the larger group. This was an alleyway located in the northwest of the Novice Village, covered by a tall patch of reeds. Lin Chen plucked away the reeds, and a path appeared ahead of him. However, there were quite a few people on this path who had been waiting here for a long time. Most of these people were in level 5 status, belonging to the category of people who had already completed their first quest and had gotten a hint of a new round of quests. Lin Chen was the 100th person from Novice Village 9527 to step onto this path. Here comes another person. Ahead was a dark cave, and people were currently standing at the entrance of the cave as if they were waiting for something. He seems to be a healer. Someone's eyes instantly lit up after seeing Lin Chen appear. Great, after waiting for so long, a healer has finally come. Now we can finally get down to the copy. No, how come this guy is only level 3? Waiting for Lin Chen to get closer, people realized that Lin Chen's level was a bit off. The location of this rodent cave should have been informed by the system after they reached level 5, level 3. How could they know this place? Level 3. Level 3 doesn't seem to have learned any new skills yet, right? If he goes in, he'll probably be too busy to take care of himself and won't have a chance to add blood to us at all. Alas, forget it. Let's wait a little while longer. It's not possible to say that a new milkmaid will come over right away. People quickly lost interest in Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen didn't care. He walked to the front of the cave under the gaze of the crowd. Looking up, a special body of energy lingered back and forth at the cave's opening, and in the dark, it was a portal to enter the duplicate. Novice Village Copy. According to the quest process of the God Hunting Ground, the first copy that people encountered was this second mainline quest, Leave, that they received after level 5. After everyone reached level 5, the system would release a quest within their brain, and if they completed the quest, they would walk out of the Novice Village. And that mission was to clear this first copy in front of them. Spider Cave. But Lin Chen didn't even need to wait for level 5, he had already known this place like the back of his hand. What happened to level 3? If it wasn't for the fact that chopping glowworms upgraded too quickly, Lin Chen estimated that level 1 would have come over. But want to enter the replica, a person cannot do, at least not now belongs to the newbie protection period. The system will be mandatory to require the number of people full to enter it. And the surrounding more than 100 people, in addition to Lin Chen, other people are basically warriors and mages, an auxiliary profession is not. Lin Chen turned his head to look behind him, thought it was true, the people who chose healer were almost all women, they were slower to upgrade, which led to the attacking professions present not daring to rush into the copy. They were not Lin Chen who had been relived, all of them didn't dare to joke about their own lives. Lin Chen sighed, he stretched out his hand and said, "Everyone, I'm in a hurry, is there anyone to enter the copy with me?" People looked over, only to find that Lin Chen had already created a team on his own, and the position of captain was him. A level 3 milkman as a captain? Many people even rolled their eyes. Chapter 7. More than 100 people present basically chose to ignore Lin Chen's actions, although the first time to come, these people and those who are still upgrading the army is different. Standing here are at least some of the elite, their previous life have played similar computer games, familiar with the operation of the online game, know how to quickly upgrade, but also know that to enter the copy of the reasonable occupation configuration. They knew how to level up quickly, and they also knew that entering a copy required a reasonable occupation configuration. Copies are different from wild monsters, and if they are not careful, it is possible for them to account for their lives in them. Rarely had they heard of a team playing this game with a milkmaid as the captain. Not to mention a level 3 milk. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen continued. "After we go in, you guys don't need to do anything, just leave the monsters to me to kill, we'll split the experience equally, and we'll cast the dice to decide on the dropped items." Hearing this, the people around him began to laugh out loud. "Dude, are you confident in your maneuvers? This is a copy, just now the system said that it's extremely dangerous inside, we need to form a reasonably configured team in order to have a chance of clearing it, neat shield output milkmaid aid is indispensable, you a level 3 milkmaid. Forget it, it's better to go and practice first, don't come here to add to the chaos." A level 5 warrior walked to Lin Chen's front and said, "This warrior is tall, inch head, yellow teeth, before the game descended should be a bad to mess with the main." As he said that, the inch-headed warrior didn't forget to look Lin Chen up and down. Good guy, even if a man chooses to be a healer, why is the thing this guy is holding in his hand unorthodox, a rusty iron sword? Is a milkmaid a profession that kills monsters with a sword? Seemingly realizing this, the people around him burst into laughter. Lin Chen sighed. It looked like it wasn't a good thing to be surrounded by elites. However, just at this time, a person suddenly raised his hand, "I'm in." People suddenly turned their heads to look, only to see a young male mage walk out from the crowd, and then stand beside Lin Chen without a word. Upon seeing this mage come out, the surrounding laughter came to a screeching halt. People knew him. No, I should say that before Lin Chen appeared, the point of their discussion pretty much centered around this mage. Because this mage was the first person to come to the entrance of the cave, he had risen to level 5 faster than anyone else present, and by all rights, should be an expert. With such a person, everyone present wanted to form a team with him, and quite a few people had already sent out team invitations to him in advance, but they were all ignored by this mage. How was it that at this time he took the initiative to ask to enter the team of a level 3 milkman? No way, has this mage taken the wrong medication? Someone whispered. Under the puzzled gazes of others, the mage flashed a smile at Lin Chen while whispering in his ear. Brother Lin, why are you only at level 3? This mage was no other than Tang Yu, that Lin Chen's junior. Lin Chen also looked at Tang Yu with some surprise. He didn't expect to be able to see him in Novice Village 9527. In his last life, Lin Chen had only seen Tang Yu's name on the leaderboard, 8th on the ladder list, title, Immortal Phoenix, nickname seemed to be called. Lin Chen raised his head to look at Tang Yu's head, and was instantly helpless. Sure enough, Tang Yu's nickname was called, Shallow Smile. In his last life, as a game programmer in the land of the hunting god, Lin Chen should have been able to appear in the top 10 of the ladder list as well, but because he had to take care of and protect his fiancée Xia Yuting, Lin Chen gave up a large amount of resources, and in the end, he just barely squeezed into the top 1000. He died without even having the chance to meet Tang Yu. Unexpectedly, this time when he entered the game, because of this so-called second weekly player, he actually saw him directly in the 9527 Novice Village. Brat, you found me a long time ago? Lin Chen let out a low curse. Almost, I saw you walk out with a rusty iron sword, would have liked to go and find you, nay there are too many people, I can't squeeze out, thinking that anyway, Lin will definitely come here, I'll wait for you here, who knows that I waited for almost 20 minutes for you to come, Tang Yu whispered said, and why did you only 3rd level brother? There was something delayed. Lin Chen explained. However, Tang Yu didn't pursue this, but instead got a little excited and said at Lin Chen's side. Brother Lin, speaking of which, this is too cool. We actually came inside the god of hunting, it's just like reading a novel. Lin Chen looked at the excited Tang Yu as he said in a low voice, yeah, it's incredible. Tang Yu continued, unfortunately, if only we had known about the game's bugs, I remember when the game had 3 bugs that hadn't been fixed, if we had known the bug details, we would have taken off in place. Lin Chen froze as he turned his head once more to look at Tang Yu. Only to see a hint of regret and remorse on Tang Yu's face, it didn't look like he was faking it. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled as he tentatively asked, you don't know which 3 the bugs are? I don't know, brother you know? Tang Yu blurted out almost without thinking, tell me. Lin Chen licked his lips, strange. If there are any people who don't know the bugs are normal, only Tang Yu can't possibly not know. As a member of the architecture team, Tang Yu's job is to test the bugs. How could he not know which 3 bugs, and before descending into the game, when debugging the bugs is when Tang Yu told himself, how did he enter the game and forget instead? Brother? Oh it's fine, of course I don't know either. Lin Chen deliberately sighed at this time, revealing a look of disappointment. As Lin Chen spoke, he carefully sized up Tang Yu, wanting to see if this brat was intentionally hiding something. Hearing this, Tang Yu also sighed, ugh, but it's okay, we understand this game, and sooner or later we'll be able to take off. Lin Chen stared at Tang Yu, then said quietly, I hope so. Tang Yu should not have lied, this kid has no heart, in the entire company is the most honest person, usually a big grin, emotional intelligence is not high, often being made to work overtime the most is also him. If he didn't lie. Could it be that the bug thing, only Lin Chen knows it alone? Where did it go wrong? The 2 people were talking happily, and the people around them had obviously discovered something. It looked like these 2 should have known each other before entering the god hunting ground, which was why the mage had chosen to enter this milkman's team. If that was the case it would make sense, after all, when one first arrives, having someone they knew before the game descended on them was better than going it alone. Then I'll join as well. The inch-headed warrior who had made fun of Lin Chen earlier raised his hand and said. The rest of the people looked at each other, and in the end, there were a few people who extended their hands, since there was that level 5 mage sitting there, raiding the copy should be easier. Lin Chen looked at these people and shrugged indifferently. In the next moment, a low chirp suddenly resounded in the heads of the few people who raised their hands, followed by the usual system sound. Programmer has launched a team invitation to you, do you accept? These few people were slightly stunned, not realizing that this milkman was really prepared to be the captain. A few people hesitated for a while, but also sort of gritted their teeth, since they had already decided to join the team, they couldn't say anything if they went back on their decision. By the time a few people had accepted the team invitation, Lin Chen's team had also rounded up to the team requirement of 6 people. Lin Chen glanced at the team's staffing. Putting aside himself and Tang Yu, who were both healers and mages, the remaining 4 people had 2 warriors, 1 hunter, and 1 knight. As a matter of fact, this kind of occupational configuration was considered good, it was just that the point that people cared about was basically Lin Chen, the level 3 milkman. But Lin Chen didn't care about that, and immediately prepared to enter the cave. And not. Captain, you haven't reached level 5, it seems like you haven't learned the new healing skills, right, if there are casualties? The inch-headed warrior obviously had some backtracking intentions. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at him, I said, you guys don't have to do it. After saying this, the person who spoke clearly glanced at the mage whose head was named Shallow Smile, and seeing that person's face was wearing a smirk, he also stopped speaking. The group of people approached the black energy body in front of the cave. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they directly disappeared in place. Chapter 8: The Spider's Cave. When sight was restored, Lin Chen and his team were in a gloomy and unusual place. The walls of the cave were pitch black, and the surroundings were extremely claustrophobic, and apart from being able to hear the sound of one's own breathing, the subtle sound of water dripping from time to time came from their ears, like the size of the underworld, causing the nerves of the group to tighten up completely. What smells so bad? The inch-headed warrior's nickname was called Scourge Redhead, and at this moment, he covered his nose, his face full of disgust. They looked down at the ground, only to see that the damp and gloomy ground was strewn with Mori's white bones. Some of the skeletons had been touched by something and grunted and rolled to the feet of the group, with a few spiders burrowing out from inside their empty eye sockets and mangled teeth. At this moment, everyone in the group subconsciously gripped the weapons in their hands. Although these weapons were only equipment opened from the novice packs, they were undoubtedly much more powerful compared to the rusty iron sword in Lin Chen's hand. "Captain, aren't you going to change your equipment?" The team member holding a bow in both hands looked towards Lin Chen with a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. Lin Chen was still holding the rusty iron sword and had no intention of changing it. Lin Chen didn't reply, only slightly glancing at Tang Yu on his side. In the next moment, the two of them took the lead to walk forward, and the four people at the back hesitated for a moment before following suit. As they moved forward, the crowd felt a chilly aura from all directions, as if something was secretly spying on them. "I seem to remember that the system said that if you enter a copy, even if you use the resurrection coins, you will only be resurrected in the copy, right?" Scourge Rouge said. "Well, the only way to get out of the copy is to kill the copy boss, there's no other way. I always feel like it's a bit abrupt to enter the copy just like this. If we wait for a few minutes, we'll probably have a level 5 nurse come over." People whispered. They were all newbies and were all entering the copy for the first time. No one knew what type and level of monsters were in the copy. But there was no way back. Since they had already entered the copy, they had no other way out but to face it bravely. Just as the crowd was carefully penetrating deeper into this gloomy land, suddenly, a group of large-sized spiders emerged from the cave walls around them. Hiss. These spiders were comparable to the size of a teddy dog. Their 8 eyes flashed with scarlet light, and their sharp claws made a scratch on the walls and the ground, emitting ear-piercing sounds. "Watch out!" The knight in the group shouted. As a tank, it was necessary for him to take the damage for the group. The wooden shield in his hand was tightly gripped by him, ready to deal with this sudden attack. The spiders were exceptionally sensitive to the scent of the six, and at this time, they flocked towards Lin Chen and the others. They spat out sticky spider silk from their mouthparts in an attempt to bind the crowd. The four people standing behind Lin Chen and Tang Yu quickly retreated, and the two warriors simultaneously brandished the weapons in their hands in an attempt to cut through these spider silks. Dodge! The hunter quickly drew his bow and strung an arrow. A ball of flame suddenly emerged from the tip of his arrow. The hunter's level 5 skill, Streaming Rocket, was unleashed, and the feathered arrow burned up to turn into a flame as it rushed towards the group of spiders. The flames came into contact with the spider silks, instantly burning them to the point where they sizzled. "Back off! Don't let them get close!" The hunter continued to draw his bow and arrow and shouted. "Let me do it!" That knight broke off. "Milkmaid! No, milkman! Remember to add blood to me, I'll resist them, you guys output." With that, he opened his hands, and the knight's level 5 skill, Perseverance Unyielding, was unleashed, his body emitting a transparent luster from the inside out, the surface of his skin seeming to be covered by some sort of sticky shroud. At this time, a spider quickly crawled over, and just as he was about to swing his limbs to attack, a sword strangely poked out and stabbed the abdomen of this grayish-white spider with a single slash. 151. This spider instantly died. The knight froze, and immediately his pupils dilated. "That's it. I'll attract their attention, you guys continue." But before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that the sword was not the warrior's novice broadsword, but a rusty iron sword. Not waiting for him to react, two more slightly larger spiders crawled over from the side. The rusty iron sword that was originally hanging in front of him was instantly held back by Lin Chen, and the spiders just jumped over, and Lin Chen swung down with a blade. 300. The damage blitzed and was severely overflowing. Another spider was just about to circle around to Lin Chen's back to launch a sneak attack when one of the warriors violently raised the broadsword in his hand and slashed down hard. Warrior level 1 initial skill, Powerful Slash. However, 1/ only dealt 75 points of damage. The spiders around him were level 5 monsters. They didn't have armor, but their life value was as high as 120, and one hit didn't kill them completely. However, just as he was about to replenish his blade with a normal attack, Lin Chen suddenly glared at him viciously. "I said that you guys don't have to make a move." That warrior was startled, and in the next moment, Lin Chen continued to charge out with his sword. This image was extremely incongruous. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched a level 3 milk daddy, instead of holding a healing scepter in his hand, carry a rusty iron sword to go after and slash level 5 monsters. Unheard of. In less than 2 minutes, the dozen or so monsters that had just come up were all hacked up by Lin Chen alone. The people around them stopped talking as they swallowed their saliva and were astonished. "Are you sure he's a healer?" "I don't believe it," Bane Redhead replied. "Are you sure he's only level 3? "I don't believe it either." Bane Redface replied again. It was fine for this person to kill monsters over level. Why was a milkman able to hold an iron sword and deal damage that could instantly second the blood of a level 5 monster with a single slash? At this time, Lin Chen wiped the blood from his body while turning his head to look at the crowd at the back. Aside from Tang Yu, everyone subconsciously shrank back. Even Tang Yu looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. He had never heard of a milkman being able to deal such an exaggerated attack. However, Tang Yu was just about to go and ask Lin Chen about it when Bane Redhead, who was previously making fun of Lin Chen, suddenly pointed at Lin Chen and said excitedly, He couldn't be a hidden profession." Everyone's eyes widened at these words. Hidden occupation. Yes, they had all seen the virtual shadows of the various professions when choosing a profession, and naturally, they had also seen the 5 black silhouettes that could not be chosen. If their guesses were correct, Lin Chen definitely wasn't a healer of any kind. He only had one possibility, a hidden profession. Hearing these words, even Tang Yu also seems to believe, although the land of the hunting god in their modified game is highly consistent, but in terms of occupation, they do not know too much. They are only responsible for fixing the bugs and combing the plot. Testing the game with the occupation is basically a warrior, and also do not know the so-called hidden occupation at all. Seeing that the crowd had begun to explain themselves, Lin Chen was also too lazy to explain. "Keep going," Lin Chen said indifferently. Chapter 9, Boss, Giant Spider. As they continued to go deeper, the 4 people walking at the very back slowly became accustomed to it. They could always suddenly see several spider monsters suddenly rushing over, but before they could react, the iron sword in Lin Chen's hand would directly split them in 2, blades flashing, dead beyond repair. It lasted for a full 5 or 6 minutes of traveling, and they had been watching Lin Chen kill monsters like this. How many monsters have been killed already? Almost 40 or so. All of them are one-hit kills. He's already risen to level 4 just by killing monsters. What kind of hidden profession is he? It feels like level 4 is stronger than level 10, so cool? The reason why a hidden profession is called a hidden profession, isn't it because it's powerful that it's hidden? If we know about it, how can it still be called hidden? The 4 people had already put away their respective weapons at this time, and they walked behind Lin Chen, occasionally using their hands to click the dice that appeared in their line of sight in the void. This was the way to pick up equipment. If a team member killed a monster and popped out the equipment, everyone in the team could cast the dice to obtain the equipment. Lin Chen had killed 45 level 5 spider monsters, and had popped out equipment a total of 7 times. And all of them were level 5 equipment. Although the quality was mediocre, it was much better than the level 1 novice outfit they were currently wearing. Ouch, bursting green equipment, it's a jewelry class ring. The hunter said with some excitement, a level 5 green ring. In the land of the hunting god, there were 7 major categories of equipment quality. They were distinguished by color, from inferior to top quality, and were white, green, blue, pink, red, purple, and divine equipment. Compared to in the wild, the monsters within the copies had a much higher chance of dropping equipment of the corresponding level, and they were also equipment with colors, so everyone subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen, who was walking at the front. He was the captain, and the monsters had been killed by him from the beginning to the end. This finger ring should be personally owned by Lin Chen. Everyone was ready to give up on casting their points. However, Lin Chen waved his hand. You guys vote, I'll give up. As he said that, a small beep suddenly sounded in everyone's heads. Programmer gives up casting points. People froze, and immediately, without hesitation, quickly cast the dice. After a while of distribution, the knight finally won the green ring with the largest 6 points. Ha, I'll be polite then. Almost without any hesitation, he directly threw the grade 1, lucky ring, he was wearing on his hand onto the ground. Including Tang Yu, people didn't even glance at the lucky finger ring and immediately continued walking. Even Lin Chen's junior, Tang Yu, waited until another suitable ring appeared, and Tang Yu would replace it. Miso. 180. Lin Chen retrieved his iron sword, and the last small spider monster was stabbed to death by him. They had arrived at a huge open space at the moment, surrounded by strange rocks. The deepest part of this cave actually had such a huge sight. The cramped and suffocating feeling from before gradually disappeared, but the cobwebs and spider eggs that could be seen everywhere around them made everyone's scalp numb. Looking overhead, everyone subconsciously let out a low cry. Directly above them, a giant spider was hanging in mid-air. Copy boss, giant spider. Lin Chen's eyes instantly became sharp. This novice copy boss was extremely difficult to deal with. In his last life, 2 members of the team they were in even died outright, and if it wasn't for the tank in the team popping out a shield while killing normal spiders, their survival rate would probably be even lower. At this moment was the second time he faced this novice boss. He lowered his head and glanced at the rusty iron sword he was holding tightly in his hand. Rusty iron sword. Attack power, 2. Durability 16-100. Every piece of equipment had its durability, and the durability of beginner equipment lost even faster, and there was no telling when the iron sword would simply become obsolete. The giant spider hung in mid-air. Its 8 long legs were like steel-like pillars supporting its massive body. Its body was covered with thick armor, which shimmered with light. Its eyes were like 2 rubies, showing a cunning and cold light. Roar! The giant spider let out a deafening hiss as it suddenly fell down from the top of its head and smashed onto the ground with a loud thud, splattering the sky with dust. The 8 long legs of the giant spider trampled violently on the ground, and immediately, the entire open space trembled. Immediately afterward, its body violently shrunk as if it were a spring, and it just fiercely lunged over in Lin Chen's and their direction. Holy, a direct fight? People exclaimed in shock. That knight hesitated for less than a moment and immediately rushed over with his shield on his shoulder. Now, unlike just now, this thing was a bottom of the level boss. Its attack and defense were not comparable to that of an ordinary spider. If he was hit by this thing without any reservation, Lin Chen, who was only a level 4, would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Although his attack was extremely exaggerated, his level 4 blood and defense would never be able to block this blow. Dodge! The knight suddenly flashed right in front of Lin Chen as he put up his shield, and the knight level 5 skill, Perseverance Unyielding, activated once again. Soon enough, the spider hit the knight's shield directly, and the huge impact caused him to fly backwards directly. Ah! The knight only felt as if his body was falling apart, and the blood bar above his head fluctuated at that moment. Life value, 300-400. A single strike had knocked out 100 drops of blood from the Medius Knight, leaving aside the armor and shields blocking. He had also turned on his own skills, and in the Perseverance Unyielding state, his own double resistance would be increased by 50% of, although their double resistance was very low right now. If this stuttering hit on a brittle skin profession, it was definitely not a joke. Seeing this, Tang Yu at the back hurriedly reminded the crowd to disperse, and he took out the staff in his hand at this moment, walking straight towards Lin Chen's side, ready to meet the giant spider that came at him. However, the next moment, sword light flashed, but Lin Chen reached out to stop Tang Yu. Brother Lin? Tang Yu gave a start. Lin Chen turned his head, but signaled with his eyes that he didn't need to intervene. At this moment, just as Tang Yu was a little lost in thought, the giant spider had already rushed over. Lin Chen let out a breath. He wasn't like anyone else. He was a second week player who knew most of the rules and career playstyles within the land of the hunting god. He had the combat literacy and experience belonging to a level 80 warrior in his previous life. Even if he was a milkman now, he wasn't the least bit afraid in the face of this kind of low-level boss. It was just a spider. The spider's sharp forelimbs had already stabbed over, and Lin Chen violently lowered his body while the iron sword in his hand violently stabbed upwards. Miso. 182. Chapter 10, Killing the Boss. Giant Spider. Rank, 8. Life value, 800. Attack power, 125. Skills, Spitting Spider Silk, can summon small spiders. Lin Chen's current attack power had stacked up to more than 180 points, and the damage caused by slashing at the spider was real, but even so, the feel of it made Lin Chen feel like he had just stabbed at an iron wall. The spider's raised leg also fell, but Lin Chen violently rolled to the left, and the huge force slammed into the ground causing trample damage. Lin Chen was within the range of the attack, so naturally he was also affected. 70. Even if Lin Chen hadn't been hit head-on by the giant spider, he had directly dropped 70 drops of blood, and if he had taken a solid hit, he might not have been able to do anything. However, Lin Chen didn't have the time to care about this. He violently held his sword and stabbed upwards. 256. Strike. But the damage of the strike didn't hit full. The giant spider instantly retreated a few meters away, its head blood bar went down by half in just a few moments. Lin Shen's 2 slashes added up to more than 400 blood, which made it look a little agitated. It had just met up with the player, and in less than a few moments, it had come to stage 2. Roar! The spider raised its voice to the sky, sound waves spread out, and those spider eggs and spider cocoons around it instantly ruptured, and one after another small spiders crawled out from it, and they were just like those spiders just now, and they were madly surging towards Lin Shen at the moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Shen glanced down at his iron sword. There were only 3 points of durability left. Lin Shen sighed as he took his iron sword back into his backpack, and then took out his novice equipment, Novice Scepter. Afterwards, Lin Shen crouched down, and he held the scepter backwards, as if he was holding the iron sword. The few people behind him were stunned when they saw the scepter. Is the captain going to whip spiders with the scepter? A person asked with some confusion. Looking at this stance, it's a bit like that. Just when the crowd didn't know what Lin Shen was preparing to do, Lin Shen moved. The spiders around him roughly saw more than 20 of them, densely swarming over. Lin Shen held the novice scepter and fiercely smacked on the body of one of the spiders that was closest to him. 184. The huge power directly made that spider turn into flying dust. Lin Shen took a step back, another spider came over and was just about to bite. Lin Shen's second strike came as promised. Like hitting a golf ball. 360. Striking violently, that spider instantly disappeared, and descriptions of +10 experience popped up above Lin Shen's head as well as the heads of the surrounding players. People had looked dumbfounded. Lin Shen really took the scepter used by intelligence class professions and used it as a sword blade, and just like just now, with just one hit, the little spiders were instantly killed. This person is open. However, with the passage of time, Lin Shen was still attacked by many spiders. The scepter in his hand was different from the iron sword. The scepter belonged to a two-handed weapon. Compared to the rusty iron sword's attack speed of 1.0 per second, the scepter's attack speed was only able to reach 0.7 per second, and the interval between the attacks was too large, resulting in the spiders being able to take advantage of this opportunity to tear into Lin Shen. 30. 28. 33. Seeing that Lin Shen's blood level was about to diminish, the people behind him were ready to take over for Lin Shen. However, at this time, a white light fell from above Lin Shen's head. Plus 150. The level 4 healer's healing hands instantly restored Lin Shen's own blood quantity by 150. The few players behind him who were preparing to rush forward were once again confused. What exactly is his profession? Didn't you guys say he was a hidden profession? Healing hands, ah. Just now that was healing hands, ah. Then it's not still a milkmaid. A person felt like his CPU was about to burn. Not to mention him, everyone was silent, especially Tang Yu. This mage was breathing heavily at the moment. He simply didn't expect Lin Shen to be able to have such an exaggerated ability. After the blood was up, Lin Shen once again swung his scepter. The huge kinetic energy raised a puff of smoke. Underneath the smoke, at the same time, 2 small spiders were killed by Lin Shen with a single strike. Experience plus 20. After a minute or so, all the small spiders summoned by the giant spider were killed by Lin Shen. However, he didn't take a rusty iron sword, and even though he had 5 points of chi luck value, he wasn't able to inflict a single bludgeon. Lin Shen's attack power now remained at 185 points. However, Lin Shen was also a bit tired. On the god-hunting ground, when the level was lower, because of the existence of stamina value, novices were easily fatigued and exhausted, and if they wanted to replenish their stamina, in addition to automatically recovering it, there was another way to do it, which was to drink a stamina potion. Thus, under the gaze of the people, Lin Shen took out a bottle of yellow potion from his backpack and drank it in one go. The stamina value began to rapidly fill up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Shen continued to unleash the healing hands on himself once more. Aside from the fact that his magic power value had been reduced by half, Lin Shen's life value and stamina value were all full. He was in the peak of his condition. The giant spider in front of him seemed to be enraged by Lin Shen's actions. The spider's movement speed and desire to attack were at an all-time high. The wild roar it let out was even more furious, and in the next moment, it pounced once again. Only this time, the giant spider's power had risen by a step, and every attack managed to make Lin Shen feel the pressure multiply. However, Lin Shen didn't retreat as he dodged the giant spider's attacks time and time again with his exceptionally bizarre pace. If he really couldn't dodge, Lin Shen would just stand still and let the spiders attack. Dang! The sharp claws pierced Lin Shen's body, and the damage instantly blazed out. 200. Lin Chen is now level 4, the blood limit is a total of 350 drops of blood. The spider hit the dry 200 down, and then ate a little. Lin Chen will die. But it was time for Lin Chen to strike. The scepter in his hand swung violently at the moment, ruthlessly smashing into the spider's forelimbs. Splat. Damage, 350. A bludgeon that dealt a sizable amount of damage. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He wasn't holding a rusty iron sword at the moment. He didn't think that he would be able to deal a bludgeoning blow with a mere 5 points of chi. The spider began to retreat sharply. Its blood level had already bottomed out. According to Lin Chen's kind of attack, one more hit and it would die. But at this time, Lin Chen was close to it. Where are you going? The spider's 8 eyes stared at Lin Chen in death, only to find that the scepter in the man's hand had changed, and the rusty iron sword was back in its hand. The spider let out a roar as it quickly stabbed at Lin Chen, but Lin Chen didn't dodge. Hey! Captain! You're out of blood! The crowd behind him shouted excitedly, and 2 warriors even rushed forward with their swords. But only the hunter saw Lin Chen's movements. Life potion? Yes, Lin Chen drank a bottle of lowest level life potion in the nick of time. The life value was instantly replenished. The spider's sharp claws swung down, and Lin Chen ate the blow hard, followed by a slash. 360. Storm strike. At this time, the rusty iron sword in Lin Chen's hand suddenly let out a crisp cracking sound and directly exploded into a field of fragments. Endurance, 0. The giant spider suddenly stopped attacking, and its body began to tremble as if it was suffering great pain. Accompanied by a deafening scream, the giant spider's body trembled even more exaggeratedly, and then, its body began to shrink rapidly, and finally turned into a ray of light that disappeared into the air. The light dissipated, and all was silent. What is the situation now? Someone looked around, wondering what they should next do something. Soon, though, a special glow lit up on the bodies of everyone present. Once, twice, 3 times. A full 3 flashes of light, and at the same time, system beeps came from within people's brains one after another. The entire team survived, gaining experience bonus. Team score S, gain experience bonus. Passing time is less than 20 minutes, gaining experience bonus. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. Consecutive beeps sounded in their heads, and after this, everyone present except Lin Chen jumped from level 5 to level 8 in a single bound. The consecutive 3-level upgrades caused everyone to be staggered in place as they looked at each other, all revealing a hint of incredulity. Lin Chen, on the other hand, came to level 7. He was already 2 levels behind the others, and it was only natural for him to rise to level 7. Soon, movement began to appear within the surrounding secluded copy. Buzz buzz buzz. People at this moment suddenly realized that a door had actually appeared in the originally dark cave. The crowd was somewhat stunned as they looked at this door that was flickering with white light. This was the portal, and it was also the sign that they had passed the level. Along with the portal, a treasure chest suddenly appeared from the ground. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth floated up. The reward for killing the boss. Chapter 11, Exploding Equipment. Lin Chen slowly walked towards the mysterious treasure chest, and the moment he was about to touch it, he turned back and swept an expressionless glance at the team members behind him. Seeing this, the team members instantly understood what he meant, and raised their hands to signal, showing an unprecedented tacit understanding. Captain, please rest assured, no matter what items are opened in the treasure chest, I will automatically give up my caste and will never compete with you. That's right, Captain, you deserve all of these, and I will never cast my points either. Me too. Lin Chen didn't say anything as he turned back around, stretched out his hand, and gently touched it on the treasure chest's cold surface. Just then, as if the treasure chest had triggered some sort of organ, it suddenly exploded, and along with a dazzling burst of light, item after item clattered to the ground like a gushing spring. Although the team members swore that they would give up casting, their gazes still couldn't help but lock onto those items that fell from the treasure chest. Holy, Hunter first broke the silence, and his gulping sound was exceptionally clear in the silence. Immediately after, the other team members also let out sounds of amazement. Only to see that among those dropped items, besides a large amount of copper coins, there were also 3 pieces of equipment that shone with green light. Exploding green equipment. 3 pieces of green equipment, one of which was a weapon named Wolf Tooth Knife. The blade was sharp and flashed with cold light. The eyes of the 2 warriors behind them lit up slightly. There was also a jacket called Mitsubishi Armor. Its surface was inlaid with triangular metal pieces, beautiful and sturdy, while at the same time storing armor and magic resistance. The last one was a gauntlet named Red Copper Gauntlet. The gauntlet was partially made of red copper, sturdy and durable, and the numerical values mainly enhanced strength and agility. These 3 pieces of equipment were all level 7 green equipment, and since they were within level 10, there were no occupational restrictions, so basically everyone present could use them. Of course, if one used a weapon that didn't belong to their profession, they wouldn't be able to use the corresponding weapon skill is all. Lin Chen swept a glance at the equipment. He didn't say anything but continued to wait. Soon, a new piece of equipment continued to pop out of the treasure chest. A flash of blue light flashed, and people's eyes widened at once. Blue equipment. What good stuff popped out? People stepped forward. Lin Chen also looked at this equipment with interest. Blue belt, auger girdle. Effect, maximum life value plus 10%. Maximum physical strength value plus 10%. Opens 3 additional backpack bars. Seeing this kind of word description, Lin Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. Nowadays he didn't need to care about the means of attack, but rather his own life value was a bit low. If there could be equipment that could make up for this shortcoming, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't reject it. After the blue light flickered, several pieces of white equipment appeared on the ground one after another. Most of them were sparse armor and weapons. Lin Chen didn't bother to look at them, and directly ignored them. Only after all the treasure chests spat out all the items did Lin Chen turn his head in a ghostly manner. He held the blue equipment in his hand and shook it at the crowd. "I'll take this blue belt, the rest of you guys feel free." Hearing these words, everyone present stared blankly, not thinking that they had done almost nothing, but actually had green equipment to take as well. Immediately, the players present began to cast their orders for the rest of the equipment one after another. While the crowd was distributing the supplies, Lin Chen silently opened his attribute panel. Nickname, Programmer. Level, 7. Life value, 500 plus 150. Magic value, 120 plus 30. Strength, 15. Plus 3. Intelligence, 17. Plus 3. Agility, 13. Plus 3. Physical strength, 35. Plus 9. Chi luck, 5. Attack power, 185 plus 5. Spell attack, 42. Physical defense, 17. Plus 6. Magical defense, 25. Plus 9. Free attribute points, 10. Lin Chen took the belt out of his backpack and equipped it directly on his body, and in the next moment, the life value began to increase, 500 plus 50. Lin Chen picked up another white blouse that had fallen to the ground. A level 6 white suit, a blouse-type armor, and after putting it on, it increased his armor by another 10 points and magic resistance by 13 points. Compared to just now, it was a bit of a boost, but the bonuses of low-level equipment were still rather stretched, so Lin Chen could only make do with what he had. Lin Chen closed the attribute panel and turned his head to find that the rest of the people had also primped themselves up a bit. They had more or less had quite a few boosts, and at this moment, smiles were on their faces. Captain. The warrior called Scourge Rouge Hamden Hod, and asked Lin Chen, "What are we doing next?" Lin Chen said indifferently, "Go back to the city." "Oh yeah, go back to the city." Before the rest of them could react, they received a message. "You have been removed from the team by the captain." People first gave a start, then they all broke out into smiles and walked into the teleportation portal with a smile on their faces. "Captain, it's fate to team up together next time, huh? See you later, Captain." After saying that, everyone in the team except Tang Yu walked out. In the huge copy, only Lin Chen and Tang Yu were left. "Brother Lin, you're..." Tang Yu looked at Lin Chen with some confusion. He couldn't explain so far why Lin Chen was able to deal such exaggerated damage as a milkman, not to mention the warriors. Even if the rest of the people were together, they probably wouldn't be able to solve the boss quickly for a while Lin Chen did it alone. Lin Chen once again looked at Tang Yu with a scrutinizing gaze at this time. However, there were no other unwanted fluctuations in this junior's eyes other than astonishment and doubt. After an interval of a few seconds, Lin Chen finally spoke, "Little Tang, you should also go out first, I'll look for you later." Tang Yu came back to his senses. He glanced at Lin Chen and nodded, "Brother, then I'll wait for you there in the newbie village's quest hall." "Good." After saying that, Tang Yu also walked into the teleportation portal and immediately disappeared. Only after everyone had left, did Lin Chen slowly walk to the place where the giant spider had just been killed, and there, a pitch-black light source swayed back and forth on the ground, like a plastic bag fluttering in the wind. However, from just now until now, other than Lin Chen, not a single person had seen this thing, including Tang Yu. Lin Chen crouched on the ground and looked at the black mass, when suddenly, a prompt crumbled out of his sight. Whether or not to awaken this soul. Lin Chen froze. He suddenly remembered that he had another skill. In the skill bar, that, Undead Monarch, level 60 awakening skill, Undead Resurrection, was in effect. Meaning that I can extract and save the souls of the monsters I kill to become units like my combat pets? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen extended his hand towards the black mass of light. Yes. In the next moment, the black mass of light suddenly grew larger, then revealed its outline, and in less than 2 seconds, a giant spider with a pitch-black body and a bizarre gas flowing around its body appeared beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen let out a gasp of surprise, and realized that above the head of this spider he had summoned, its blood level and attack power were written in detail. Unit, Programmer Summoned Object. Life Value, 275. Attack Power, 92. Ability, Summon Spider Familiars. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The summoned unit not only retained its previous skills, but also inherited 50% of its own attributes. I'll go, if my attack power gets higher, will it follow suit? Lin Chen thought of something and muttered. Chapter 12:20 Rusty Iron Swords. Lin Chen waved his hand, and in the next moment, the giant spider suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke that flowed into his body. This feeling was wonderful. Lin Chen could clearly feel something drilling into his body from outside his body, like a warm current. And on his skill bar, at the top of the icon called Undead Resurrection, a 1 appeared, signaling the maximum number of souls that Lin Chen could summon at the same time. I'm at level 7 now, I can only summon 1 undead at a time, I don't know when I'll summon more. Using this skill for the first time, Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe heavily. This skill was, after all, an awakening skill after the second turn of the hidden profession Necromancer, and it needed to be at least level 60 before it could be acquired. Now that he had only just reached level 7, he had already begun to obtain such an ability. Along with his level getting higher and stronger, the terror of that ability would also be revealed. It's a bit intentional. However, before Lin Chen could make his exclamation, the next instant, his brain suddenly resounded with a sound. The system voice sounded, ding, detecting that you've risen to level 5, suggesting that you head to a new quest location, quest description, enter a copy, note that it is recommended to form a team with a reasonable career configuration. Close. Lin Chen said indifferently, and then the system tone within his head disappeared. Every player within the land of the hunting god would be subjected to such a message when they reach level 5, if not, there wouldn't have been so many people gathered around the entrance to the copy of the spider cavern, but Lin Chen had come here and cleared the copy at level 3, causing the system to not even react. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked up at the portal formed by the white ball of light, and at the moment, a countdown was showing above the portal. 10, 9, 8, 7. If they hadn't stepped out of the portal after the countdown ended, the system would automatically kick them out. Lin Chen looked around for a while, and then without hesitation, he stepped inside the teleportation portal. 2 seconds later, Lin Chen's vision gradually returned. He was standing at the entrance to the cave again, and the surrounding area was crowded with people. The number of people was much higher compared to just a moment ago. It roughly looked like there were at least 4,000 people, and the open space in front of the cave was no longer even able to move properly. When Lin Chen stepped out of the portal, the crowd that had been clamoring a moment before instantly quieted down. Many people subconsciously made a path available for Lin Chen to walk on. The people gathered at the entrance of the copy looked at Lin Chen with a touch of admiration on their faces. The main reason they hadn't entered the copy until now was fear. No one knew what kind of scene was inside the copy, and they didn't know whether or not they would be killed in the copy, so they were waiting. These thousands of people were waiting for a team to come out of the replica peacefully. Lin Chen's team was what they were waiting for. Out. Everyone within this team has come out. Not one less. Great, it only took a total of 20 minutes or so. It looks like this copy isn't particularly dangerous. Everyone, let's start teaming up as well. Powerful output team 4 equal 2, come nurse come tank. Level 5 output begs for a group. There are milk and tanks in the team, come output come output. For a time, the surroundings were once again bustling with activity. They were like vendors yelling within a food market, message after message of team invitations and acceptances flashing back and forth at the entrance to the cavern. Lin Chen walked amongst the crowd, the shouts rising and falling around him as he squeezed out without a word, moving expressionlessly towards the interior of the novice village. At this time, a milkmaid suddenly called out to Lin Chen in a low voice. This gentleman. Lin Chen's footsteps paused slightly, and he turned his head to faintly glance at the girl with her hands clasped around a scepter. A level 5 healer, commonly known as a nurse. Is that copy really safe inside? The little girl appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old, looking childish. She had also joined a team of only 4 people at this time, and the captain of this team was at this time yelling like his life depended on it. There's milk, there's milk. Feel free to come, feel free to come. Lin Chen glanced at this young girl's team configuration. Apart from her as a milkmaid, the captain was a hunter, and the remaining 2 were an assassin and a beast master respectively. Lin Chen took his sight back as he shook his head at this young girl. I advise you to find a team with a more reasonable profession. All brittle skins, you're dead going in. After saying that, Lin Chen walked away, and the young girl stood in place a little lost in thought. The young girl wanted to ask a few more questions, but when she came back to her senses, she had already lost sight of Lin Chen. Afterwards, Lin Chen made his way back to the interior of the novice village, and the system tone rang out from his head. You have entered the safe zone. Lin Chen didn't go looking for Tang Yu first, but instead came straight to the NPC blacksmith. The hammer raised in the blacksmith's hand paused for a moment, and he looked at Lin Chen with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, familiar customer, this dear chosen one, this time you've come. Are you here to shop for something? Or do you need me to help you repair the durability of your equipment? Lin Chen went straight to the point. Bring me 10 more rusty iron swords. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen continued to add, no, come 20. The blacksmith froze, he blinked his eyes and confirmed incredulously, 20. Rusty iron swords? Yes. You're not joking? Lin Chen stared straight at the blacksmith without saying a word. This blacksmith NPC hesitated for a moment, then drummed for a while from the storehouse behind him, holding out a bundle of rusty sword blades and placing a brain on the table. Here, 20 rusty iron swords, no more no less. Guest, please count them. The blacksmith clapped his hands, rust flying about. Lin Chen didn't say much. He opened his backpack. The iron swords on the table were put into his backpack by a brain, and all of a sudden, Lin Chen's backpack was almost full. At the same time, the tens of copper coins obtained in the copy just now were almost consumed. The blacksmith smiled and said, come back next time, a guest. Lin Chen didn't leave, he said, I want to sell something. The blacksmith was instantly interested. Oh? What kind of treasure? Bring it to me. Lin Chen didn't hide anything. He sold all of the equipment he had picked up inside the cave that he couldn't use in his head. 5 pieces of white level 5 equipment, not worth much. How about giving you 1 silver coin? The blacksmith hesitated for a moment and said, fine. Lin Chen was also too lazy to bargain with these NPCs and said immediately, all right. The blacksmith clapped his hands. In the next moment, all those equipment in Lin Chen's backpack disappeared, and instead, on his account balance, there was a change. 0 gold, 1 silver, and 5 copper. In the land of the hunting god, 1 copper coin was equivalent to $1, 100 copper coins were equal to 1 silver coin, and by the same token, 100 silver coins were equal to 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin was as good as $10,000. Only after doing this did Lin Chen leave from the blacksmith store. Come back next time. The sound of a blacksmith yelling came from behind him. Lin Chen walked straight to the front of the novice village's quest hall, and found that within the simple hall, his junior Tang Yu was already waiting in place. Seeing Lin Chen come over, Tang Yu immediately greeted him. Brother. Lin Chen nodded at Tang Yu. The duo then looked inside the hall, which was basically devoid of people at this time, as only those who had completed the Spider Cave copy would receive a prompt to enter this quest hall, where they would next pick up new quests, thus ascending to level 10. Only after level 10 could players leave the novice village. Tang Yu looked at the NPCs in the hall and said, brother, let's go pick up the quests. I remember that the quests in the back are basically collecting some quest items. It's tedious. If the 2 of us team up, we can still collect them a bit faster. However, Lin Chen smiled faintly. I have a way to rise to level 10 even faster. Tang Yu froze. What way? Go with me to swipe another copy. Lin Chen said. At the same time, on the outskirts of Novice Village 89757, at the exit of the Spider Cave replica, a ray of light flashed one after another, and the members of the team walked out of the portal one after another. The crowd gathered around the entrance of the cave gradually made way, and everyone present basically covered their mouths as they looked at the bruised and battered personnel. The personnel configuration of this 6-member team was quite perfect, with a knight acting as a tank, a warrior acting as a physical output, a mage responsible for spell output, a beast master acting as a support, and 2 nurses responsible for adding blood. But even so, although this team was not attrition, but everyone's body is still more or less with injuries, their head of blood basically each person saw red. Among them, that knight had even lost a resurrection coin. At the very back of the group, a woman with a dusty face was carrying a warrior out of the portal. "Yu Ting, I'm almost better, don't worry too much." The warrior's breathing was short, his injuries were the worst and his blood bar was at the bottom. The woman was a nurse, her complexion was obviously a bit complicated at this time. "Brother Tian, now I'm getting more and more suspicious that this particular world is that game called Land of the Hunting God. Do you remember me telling you that Lin Chen is a programmer?" Upon hearing the name Lin Chen, the warrior visibly raised his eyebrows and seemed to come to some spirit. "You mean that guy who only knows how to work overtime all day long and doesn't even know that there's a grassland above his head?" Saying that, he didn't forget to sneer, "It's just a pity that he doesn't know that his fiancée is with me even now, right?" The woman at his side glared at him in an unfavorable manner, then said in a serious tone, "Brother Tian, if this world is that Land of the Hunting God game, we have to find Lin Chen as soon as possible. He's the Land of the Hunting God's bug fixer, he must know the rules of the game." "Well, you're right, but what are you going to do to find him?" "Don't worry Tian, Lin Chen is obedient to me. As long as we find him, with his knowledge of the game, we'll surely level the playing field. When the time is right, we'll just kick him out. My Yu Ting can be really ruthless nah." The warrior pinched the woman's buttocks slightly on purpose. The woman deliberately pouted, "Deadbeat, do you like it?" "Like it a lot." Chapter 13, Hard Mode Copies. "Brush again?" Tang Yu looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. "Well, brush it again," Lin Chen said and headed out. Tang Yu hurriedly caught up with him, "But the novice copy is different from other copies. As long as you complete it once, you can't continue to enter it. It was originally used for players to familiarize themselves with the copy. It's impossible to go in a second time." Lin Chen didn't retort, he just wore a smirk, "Just follow me." Soon, the duo arrived at the entrance to the spider cave once more. However, this time they came over, there were a large portion less people here, thousands of people were left with only a few hundred surrounding the entrance of the cave. It looked like all sorts of teams had already entered it. Lin Chen glanced at his quest bar, the level 5 quest, "Enter the copy," quest was still hanging within his quest bar, indicating that Lin Chen was able to continue entering. This was equivalent to Lin Chen being stuck with a new bug within the game. Everyone's level to enter the replica was level 5, after all, they came to this places when they reached level 5 after the system informed them. Except for people like Lin Chen and Tang Yu who already knew the location of the cave, none of them would come over early. But Lin Chen was different, even if he was only level 3, his attack power had been stacked to the point where he could kill ordinary small monsters in one hit, so getting to less than level 5 wouldn't hurt at all. This led to the fact that Lin Chen had already cleared the copy without receiving the Enter the Copy quest, and when the quest appeared, Lin Chen could enter a second time. He wanted to see what was so different about being a so-called second cycle player. Lin Chen walked to the center of the crowd and raised his hand once more. "Is there anyone who would like to enter a copy with me? There's no restriction on occupation, feel free to come." Unlike the first time, when people turned their heads to look at Lin Chen, there were quite a few people who instantly sent out applications to enter the team. This was because the crowd noticed Lin Chen and Tang Yu's levels. Level 7 and level 8. All of the people present were level 5, how could these two have such high levels? They didn't realize that Lin Chen and his duo were players who had cleared a copy once, and they certainly didn't quite understand why their levels were so high. However, when Lin Chen said those words, someone immediately leaned over. "Hello?" The voice was soft, as thin as a mosquito fly, and one couldn't even discern the orientation without listening carefully. Lin Chen and Tang Yu turned their heads at the same time, only to see a young teenage girl looking at herself somewhat less favorably. "Excuse me, can I come in?" This young girl was the milkmaid who had just asked Lin Chen if there was any danger inside the copy. At that time, the configuration of the team she was on was all brittle, going in there would only lead to death. Thanks to Lin Chen's blessing, she didn't enter the copy with that team. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently, "It's fine." After saying that, he issued a team invitation to the young girl. "Green Silk Becomes Snow has accepted your group invitation." After another half a minute, the remaining 3 people also entered the team in turn. The 6-member team, aside from Tang Yu, including Lin Chen, were all healers. "Good lord, I've entered the nurse's nest," Tang Yu held his forehead. Lin Chen walked to the entrance of the cave at this moment, he took a deep breath, then stretched out his hand to touch the black mass of teleportation once more. In a flash, a special ripple spread out from in front of him, then completely enveloped the 6 people in Lin Chen's team. Dang! A dull flood bell sound spread, and the crowd subconsciously took a few steps back, but at this time, they realized that no matter how they retreated, their bodies were unable to move the slightest bit, and the place where they were was completely cut off from the outside world, as if they were deep in a quagmire. "What's going on?" Everyone in the team shouted in low voices in panic. Lin Chen was the only one who stared wide-eyed, because he was very familiar with this scene, and there was only one situation in which this kind of ritual-like situation could occur. At this moment, in Lin Chen's head, there was a prompt. You have cleared your copy, please ask if you want to open the hard difficulty. After hearing these words, Lin Chen's pupils widened almost instantly. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what he had guessed. Even if it was a novice copy, even if it was a copy that could only be entered once, it was actually possible to use Lin Chen's method to turn on the difficulty mode and enter again. Lin Chen's breath caught in his throat, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately chose yes. You have opened the difficult mode, and are entering the copy. In the next moment, the silhouettes of the 6 people directly disappeared in place. Opening their eyes again, the 6 people realized that they were already in the depths of a cave, and a faint light filtered in from an unknown place, illuminating a gloomy and mysterious space. Clatter, clatter. The movement of something crawling was heard in his ears, making one feel nothing but creepy. Team? Captain? The young girl called out in a low voice. What responded to her was a ball of fire. Boom! As the only mage profession in the team, releasing a fireball was the most basic ability now, and at this moment, Tang Yu controlled the flame in his hands, finally completely illuminating the surrounding scene. The top and walls of the cave were covered with all sorts of strange stalactites and stalagmites, which flickered with a deep luster under the firelight, and the air was filled with a moist and slightly earthy odor that was oppressive to the extreme. However, Tang Yu was frowning. Because this place was completely different from the previous spider cave. Brother Lin, is this a novice copy? How come it doesn't feel a bit right? Tang Yu didn't realize that Lin Chen had entered a difficult copy, he only felt as if the game had made a mistake. Lin Chen took out a rusty iron sword from his backpack. He first nodded his head in response to Tang Yu's question, then turned his head and made a stop gesture to the 4 young girls at the back. The 4 of you stay here and don't move, don't go anywhere if you don't want to die. Lin Chen said seriously. The 4 girls who were already incredibly nervous directly shook at this time, their heads nodding non-stop. Without Lin Chen having to elaborate too much, they would never run around. After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen added, don't cast any equipment. Yes, Captain. The 4 women spoke in unison. Only after doing so did Lin Chen and Tang Yu glance at each other before moving forward. There were many strange plants growing inside the cave, and they had different forms, with some showing bright colors while others were dull. These plants grew tenaciously in the lack of sunlight, their root systems penetrating deep into the soil, their branches and leaves twisting and stretching as they struggled to find room to stretch. As they delved deeper, occasional crystal droplets of water could be seen hanging from the tips of the leaves in the corners of the cavern, but after a few moments, the droplets were shaken by some kind of movement and fell, smashing into the ground and forming splashes of water. There were some huge insect-like monsters rampaging through the cave, either flying in the air or crawling on the ground. Their size was huge and hideous. Brother! Pay attention to the top of your head. Tang Yu's voice came. Lin Chen looked up sharply, the wings of the insects made a buzzing sound, and there was some sort of murderous aura descending above his head. However, Lin Chen didn't hide, the dark figure slammed down, and the rusty iron sword in Lin Chen's hand pierced right into the monster. 340. With a bludgeoning blow, that monster was killed on the spot. Even in the copies under hard mode, there was no unusual monster that could easily take a slash from Lin Chen. As Tang Yu cupped the firelight and approached, Lin Chen looked down at the corpse that died under the sword. What the hell is this? This monster had the torso of a human, but the lower body was the appearance of a spider, the upper body was more like a centipede, and the 8 eyes on that face flowed in unison with dark green blood. At this moment, above the monster's corpse, its name was ghostly revealed. Cursed Spider. Level, 10. Life value, 260. Attack power, 100. Seeing this information, Lin Chen and Tang Yu both sucked in a breath of cool air. Good lord, in the normal copies, although the blood volume of the final boss giant spider was as high as 800 points, its attack power was only 120, and now this place had 100 points of attack power from just a small monster? It was worthy of being a difficult copy. Lin Chen smiled faintly, that's only right. After saying that, in the midst of Tang Yu's cry of surprise, a black smoke suddenly filled Lin Chen's side, and a giant spider appeared on Lin Chen's side. Special skill, Undead Resurrection, activated. Chapter 14, Spider-Woman. Brother! You, what kind of ability is this? Tang Yu exclaimed, as he moved back and forth around the undead spider monster, his pupils gradually tightening. I'll go, isn't this a normal copy of the boss? In Tang Yu's eyes, the current Lin Chen was mysterious to the extreme. His body was like a shroud of unreadable smoke. As a milkman, a knife can instantly kill monsters is already exaggerated enough. Now he even summoned a summon similar to the Beast Tamer out, which made Tang Yu not to be surprised. Lin Chen opened his mouth to explain something, but when the words reached his mouth, he didn't know how to say it. Solely, he just didn't say anything. Sometimes, silence was instead more effective than over-explaining. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't say anything, Tang Yu didn't pursue the matter even though he was very concerned. He just kept letting out exclamations of admiration and poked the undead spider monster's body with his finger again. "Ooh, it's cold," Tang Yu said with slight excitement. "Let's go." Lin Chen waved his hand. In the next moment, the undead spider monster moved its huge black body to follow behind Lin Chen, a mist lingering back and forth behind it as it moved. "I'll go, that's cool." Tang Yu still published his admiration. The undead spider monster followed behind Lin Chen, one person and one bug slowly moving forward. Tang Yu was also carefully walking at the back at this time, while releasing a fireball spell to act as a lighting. Just a few steps into the walk, a purple-colored cursed spider scurried out from the shadows. Gah! It let out an extremely strange screech as it rushed, but before it could reach Lin Chen, the undead spider monster took the lead and raised its sharp claws, viciously stabbing the cursed spider's body. 90. The undead favored spider's size was even larger than the opposite monster, and the attack even caused the opposite party to develop a hardening. At this time, Lin Chen silently came over from behind, and his rusty iron sword stabbed over without any flourish. 370. Strike, attack power +1. One person and one monster worked very silently together. As long as there were cursed spiders appearing, Lin Chen and the undead spider monster would work together in this way, first letting the undead spiders deal some damage first, and then Lin Chen would make up for it in case he couldn't kill them in a single blow. With that, he slowly moved deeper. The scene inside this difficult copy was even more massive than the normal one, while there were more forks in the road, and as time passed, they had arrived at a fork in the road. There were 3 cave entrances in front of them that had no idea where they were going, and the interior of each of them exuded an eerie aura. "Brother, there's still plenty of time, let's pick one at random. If we're lucky we might encounter a boss straight away," Tang Yu suggested. However, Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. How meaningless that would be. I'm going to kill all the monsters within the copy, not leaving a single one behind. After saying that, Lin Chen took the lead and entered the cave entrance to the left. Not a single one left behind? Tang Yu clearly didn't react to Lin Chen's meaning. However, at this time, Lin Chen had already taken the lead into the cave, and Tang Yu hurriedly chased after him. 376. 380. 420. 444. Sometime later, Lin Chen had already killed all the monsters within the other 2 cave entrances, and at this moment, he and Tang Yu were back at the fork in the road. The double-side cave had been completely cleared out by Lin Chen, and his current attack power came to 222 points even without wearing any weapons and using just his rusty iron sword. And in the process, he also popped out some equipment, except for the weapon in his hand, which was still a rusty iron sword. Lin Chen and Tang Yu behind him were already considered to be fully armed. Helmet, level 7, white, cloth helmet. Handguards, level 6, white, rough cloth handguards. Tops, level 7, green, cotton silk robe. Lower garment class, level 7, green, leather and satin leg guards. Belt class, level 5, blue, rune belt. Boots, level 7, green, boots of hasten cloth. Jewelry, level 1, white, lucky ring. Amulet, level 5, white, amulet of luck. Weapon, level 1, rusty iron sword. The equipment on Lin Chen's body was unorthodox, but it was considered luxurious compared to his peers, and he glanced at his main attributes. Attack power came to 222 points. His life value was 600 points with the help of his other equipment. Armor and magic resistance were 30 and 35 respectively. These values would be nothing short of heavenly if they fell into the eyes of other physical professions. After all, a warrior who was also level 7 would only have an estimated attack power of 80 to 100 under the level 7 equipment they were holding nowadays. If they were to hold a rusty iron sword like Lin Chen, it was estimated that they would only have 45 points of attack power. Lin Chen looked down at the undead dependent he had summoned. As Lin Chen's numerical values increased, this spider's abilities also grew bit by bit. Nowadays, an ordinary strike from an undead spider monster was also able to deal 100 points of damage. Everything was ready. Lin Chen breathed slightly as he stepped into the cave entrance directly in front of him. Just as he stepped into it, a gust of wind came to his ears, and in the wind, mixed with the shrill timbre of a woman's song, his eyes gradually opened up. The duo's footsteps slightly lurched, and a hint of vigilance appeared in their gazes. They looked up and saw that the cave entrance was bright, with light pouring down from above, illuminating the entire cave. As their sight peered forward, they only saw that at the end of the cave, on a huge stone platform, a figure was letting out a song. The figure seemed to be a woman, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and the dress on her body fluttering in the wind. Her singing voice was high and stirring, full of endless passion and power, as if it could penetrate one's soul. However, when Lin Chen looked downward, he was struck with a wave of nausea. Because the lower half of this woman's body, below her belly, was the torso of a spider, and on both sides of the torso, there were sharp 8 legs distributed. Seemingly noticing Lin Chen and Tang Yu, the woman's high-pitched song came to an abrupt halt. She carefully scrutinized the duo entering the cave, and suddenly spoke. "Who are you guys? Talking monsters?" Tang Yu was still emotionally stable, but Lin Chen was a little less calm. He who possessed the memories of his previous life could be 100% certain that whether it was a field monster or a copy monster, even if it was an assortment of bosses, at least before level 10, that is, within the Novice village, they wouldn't come across monsters that could spit out human words. But why were there monsters in this Novice copy that could speak? Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be related to himself, the so-called second weekly player? But without waiting for him to speak, Tang Yu behind him came over, and he said to the monster in front of him, "We're here to kill you." Hearing such words from Tang Yu, the spider woman clearly froze for a moment, and then, her huge spider body began to move, her 8 legs lifting up her body in unison, and then after that, she moved slowly sideways on the platform. Like a wary cat. Why? Chapter 15 Crusade Against the Boss. Spider-Woman's words seemed to have some puzzlement in them. Why did you guys come to kill me? Tang Yu gave a start. What kind of words were these? A copy boss would actually ask players why they wanted to kill her? He was just about to continue answering, but Lin Chen reached out to stop him. As the words reached his mouth, Tang Yu had no choice but to swallow them back. Lin Chen raised his head at this time and looked ahead. He could feel a different feeling from this monster's body. It wasn't quite the same as many of the monsters he had encountered before. This spider-bodied woman clearly had a way of thinking that belonged to her. She was no longer one of those monsters that would only carry out the attack orders. Compared to that, she was more like a people. But Lin Chen could feel a strong sense of dissonance from it. He didn't know how to express it. This monster in front of him was more like a prisoner trapped in this place. The way she spoke and her gaze was filled with a strong sadness. Lin Chen spoke, "If we don't kill you, how do we get out?" The spider-woman seemed to be thinking after hearing this. After a few seconds, she suddenly let out a laugh. "Then don't go out. How nice to stay here with me. I'll put makeup on you guys to make you look better." Spider-Woman's slender arms slowly lifted up. The nails of her hands grew insanely long, like a sharp blade. It was also at this time that a line of words emerged from the top of Spider-Woman's head. Boss, Cursed Spider Queen. Life value, 1500. Attack power, 300. Ability Cursed Aura, immunity to bludgeoning damage, immunity to frost damage, +2 to flame damage, chance of attaching cursed damage to attacks. Lin Chen frowned, immune to bludgeoning damage? That meant that the rusty iron sword in his hand would be equivalent to not being able to deal bludgeoning blows? At this moment, the expression on the spider-woman's face was unusually strange. It looked like she was smiling, but the aura of sadness in her eyes felt like she was crying. It was like a collection of contradictions. Saying so much results in a fight? Tang Yu sighed helplessly. Spider-Woman's speed was staggeringly fast. Almost in an instant, her huge body appeared directly beside Lin Chen and Tang Yu, after which, she violently swung her arms. Hiss la! The huge kinetic energy emitted an air-breaking sound. The sharp claws even tore through the air, and Lin Chen subconsciously retreated a step back. However, he wasn't harmed. His own undead spider monster appeared in front of him to block the attack for him. A large portion of the undead dependent's blood level instantly disappeared. What high damage! Lin Chen's pupils shrank. The spider-woman looked at this undead spider monster that had suddenly appeared, and she sighed as if in a ghostly manner. Have even you betrayed me? However, it was during this brief gap that the rusty iron sword in Lin Chen's hand instantly disappeared, and in its place was a level 7 green weapon, sharp broadsword. This was the equipment that had just popped out when he killed the monsters. Although it was said that there was no occupational restriction on weapons within level 10, this equipment was obviously used by warriors, and it looked out of place in the hands of Lin Chen, a milkman. But Lin Chen couldn't care less. Sharp broadsword. Attack power +50. Attacks have a chance to cause a bleeding condition. Combined with his 220 points of own attack power, Lin Chen had 270 points in one slash. What a pity, I wouldn't have chosen to use this weapon if I could blitz. Lin Chen let out a low gulp. He then took a step forward to cross over the undead spider and viciously stabbed the spider woman in her front abdomen. 250. The damage hadn't been dealt, so it was assumed that this spider woman still had armor boosts, and it hadn't triggered the bleeding effect of the sharp broadsword. The feel of Lin Chen's sword stab was extremely strange, as if he had stabbed a quagmire. The spider woman screamed, she drew her hand away and swung violently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen retreated violently, he didn't want to be injured by the spider woman, this thing had a curse buff attached to every attack, that kind of status could weaken his attack power. However, although Lin Chen dodged the first strike, he couldn't quickly dodge the second strike that followed. The spider woman's attack was too fast, and Lin Chen could only take it hard. Miso. Lin Chen's blood level was immediately reduced by 270 points. Spider Woman's third attack came again. Lin Chen cursed as he quickly added Healing Hands to himself while releasing the healer attack skill, Light Talisman. The white talisman suddenly floated to the center of the Spider Woman's brow and it exploded violently, which caused the Spider Woman's swinging arms to pause slightly. Xiao Tang. Lin Chen found a gap and shouted, Set fire. It was clearly written on the Spider Woman's status bar that she was immune to bludgeoning and freezing damage, but was afraid of fire, and there were a total of 2 skills that were fire attribute damage before a mage was level 10. Behind him, Tang Yu returned to his senses as he recited an incantation, and a ball of fire was thrown over by it. Boom! The fireball hit the Spider Woman squarely in the face. 50. Even if the Spider Woman was afraid of fire, Tang Yu only dealt 50 points of damage. How is it only 50 points of damage? Tang Yu was confused, he watched Lin Chen slash out several hundred every time, to him putting out a skill that only hit 50? Brother, I still have a level 5 skill, the casting time is 5 seconds, help me get 5 seconds. Tang Yu shouted from behind. But Lin Chen didn't need it anymore, that ball of fire just now had already caused Spider Woman to retreat back and forth, and the value of the flame-sustained damage had already started to emerge from her body. 5. 5. 5. Even though the damage wasn't high, the Spider Woman still let out a piercing wail. Why? Why are you doing this to me? The Spider Woman hissed, attacking indiscriminately in place, and taking this opportunity, Lin Chen hastily drank a bottle of lowest level life potion, after which, he continued to step forward. Following Lin Chen as he rushed up, there were also his own undead familiars. Miso. Miso miso miso. In just 5 seconds, Lin Chen had already dealt over 1,000 points of damage consecutively with the undead spider monster. At this moment, the Spider Woman's blood had already bottomed out, and the flames on her body had finally gone out. Roll away. The Spider Woman violently swung the 8 sharp limbs on her side as she quickly retreated and finally climbed above the wall at her back, hanging upside down on the ceiling of the cave. It was as if Spider Woman was bleeding back. However, the bleeding effect of the sharp broadsword had already taken effect, and for every bit Spider Woman got back some, the bleeding effect made her lose some. At the same time, a large number of small spiders poured out from all directions. Lin Chen suddenly smiled heartily when he saw these little spiders. Waiting for you guys. With that, the broadsword in his hand switched, and the rusty iron sword reappeared in his hand. 520. 272. 522. 520. 524. Continuously slashing multiple times, Lin Chen happily hacked away at the small spiders that rushed over. These small spiders didn't have high attacks, and seemed to be acting as a distraction in order to restore the Spider Woman's blood, and until the Spider Woman had returned to full blood, these spiders seemed to be endless. Brother, my skills are ready, I'll burn all these little spiders to death. Tang Yu shouted. However, Lin Chen turned around violently, how dare you? A low shout from a friendly army even interrupted Tang Yu's skill casting. No one is going to steal the little spiders from me. Tang Yu let these little spiders hit his body, but the damage they dealt wasn't as much as what Lin Chen's healing hands returned. After a full 3 minutes, Lin Chen had killed over 60 small spiders with his rusty iron sword. During this time one of the iron swords even had its durability cleared and shattered. With 60 attacks, 45 blitzes had been triggered. Lin Chen's attack power came to 265. Switching to the sharp broadsword, the attack power came to 315. At this moment, the Spider Woman finally fell from above. Her blood wasn't completely back to full, and the bleeding effect made her only return 2/3 of her blood. It was only a matter of a few slashes. Chapter 16 Brush the Small Spider. However, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to kill the boss. He looked at the small spider corpses under his feet, and had other plans in mind. At this moment, the Spider-Woman re-attacked. Lin Chen did the same thing, and the Spider-Woman and the Spider-Woman killed each other a few times. Lin Chen quickly once again beat the Spider-Woman with only a sliver of blood left. Ah 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 ah. The Spider-Woman screamed, causing waves of sound to spread like ripples, forcing Lin Chen to retreat quickly at the same time, and the 8 legs underneath the Spider-Woman's belly moved quickly, taking her to climb to the ceiling above the distant stone platform once again. She hung from the ceiling, her blood recovering for the second time. +30. +30. +30. Seeing this situation, not to mention Lin Chen, Tang Yu behind him was obviously a bit agitated. He immediately let out a low shout, "Brother, it's not good. She's starting to bleed back again. I'll do it, I'll knock her down." Flames pulsed. Tang Yu's fireball spell had already been cast, and he was just about to throw it out. However, what made Tang Yu very puzzled was that Lin Chen had once again reached out to stop him. Don't move first, just wait for me to inform." After Lin Chen said these words, a large wave of small spiders appeared from unknown places in all directions. In order to prevent Lin Chen and the others from disturbing the Spider-Woman's recovery, the small spiders quickly surged forward. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose. The sharp broadsword in his hand was hidden, and in its place, the rusty iron sword was redrawn. A small spider was the first to pounce, and Lin Chen did not hesitate to slash down. 702. 700. 353. Lin Chen happily swung the rusty iron sword in his hand, and his body was continuously covered in the healing hand skill state, so the continuous damage from the small spiders didn't threaten him. Instead, with every slash, the small spiders that gnawed on his body died instantly. Attack power +1. Attack power +1. Attack power +1. 10 minutes later. Another wave of small spider monsters surging over. Each wave of small spiders in the number of 60 to 70 ranging from their size is not large, but densely packed. Moving to attack, the sound will be issued rattling sounds enough to make a person's scalp numb. However, for Lin Chen, these things were as beautiful as a flower waiting to bloom, and the sound they made was like a crisp silver bell. In the time that had just passed, Lin Chen repeated the process as he had done for a full 3 times. Every time the boss Spider-Woman was beaten to near death, the Spider-Woman would climb to the far ceiling to regain blood, during which time the Spider-Woman would summon a large number of small spiders to interfere with the player in order to regain her own blood. Lin Chen was waiting for this scene. One after another, the little spiders died under Lin Chen's rusty iron sword, and he had already hacked up 3 iron swords, and now the durability of the rusty iron sword in his hand had also reached the end. His own attack power stacked up to 370 points. 720. As a slash blast went down, Lin Chen realized that the attack power was no longer increasing at this time. Ha! Lin Chen opened his status page, and it was at this time that he realized that he had already risen to level 8 just from killing the little spiders. The little spiders belonged to the summon monsters and were only level 5, so Lin Chen couldn't continue to get an attack power increase by killing monsters of level 3 and below. But it was already enough. He had stacked himself from 270 points of attack all the way up to 370 points, going up 100 points of attack power up. Lin Chen was already very satisfied. When the last small spider was cleared by Lin Chen finally turned back to Tang Yu and shouted, "Xiao Tang." Behind him, Tang Yu looked a bit idle because of Lin Chen's strange behavior. He had several chances to use his fireball spell to knock down the Spider-Woman while she was lying on the ceiling and regaining blood, but all of them were rejected by Lin Chen. If Lin Chen hadn't had to kill these small monsters, the copy would have actually ended 10 minutes ago. Brother? What? Tang Yu wiped the harumph from his mouth and hurriedly agreed. Lin Chen pointed at the Spider-Woman on the ceiling above his head and said to Tang Yu, "Now you can knock her down." Tang Yu also finally came into the spirit after hearing these words. He had been waiting for this moment for 10 minutes. Alright. After saying that, a ball of flame converged on his own hands. Tang Yu took a little aim and ruthlessly threw the fireball at the Spider-Woman. The boss's blood level had only returned less than a third, and at this time, it just happened to be hit by Tang Yu's fireball spell, and immediately fell from the top of her head. No! The Spider-Woman let out a hissing cry as she charged over like a madwoman, intent on crushing the Lin Chen duo into pieces. However, Lin Chen had replaced the iron sword in his hand with a sharp broadsword. Attack power, 420. Before the Spider-Woman could charge over, Lin Chen had already charged in reverse. Miso. Cold light flashed, and the broadsword in Lin Chen's hand slashed onto the Spider-Woman's body without any flourish. 412. Naturally, there was no bludgeoning, but with 412 points of damage from one slash, the Spider-Woman's blood directly disappeared. The Spider-Woman's impacting figure suddenly stopped. She made a lunge but was never able to advance the slightest bit. At this moment, her body gradually stiffened, and a kind of low murmur between pain and relief came out of her throat. Ga ga ga. Strange black blood was vomited out from the Spider-Woman's mouth. The huge spider body was powerless and limp on the ground, and the upper half of the Spider-Woman's human body was currently emitting a thick gray-black fog. Under the fog, this boss put away its sharp claws. Thank you. In the fog, Lin Chen seemed to hear the Spider-Woman smiling and speaking to herself. Lin Chen glanced around, the fog obscuring a huge portion of his vision, and Tang Yu, who had been standing by his side, was also blocked out by the strange fog. Lin Chen and Spider-Woman were currently looking at each other face to face, like two old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. You are thanking me? Lin Chen froze. Even if he had risen to level 80 in his last life, even if he had ranked within 1,000 of the ladder ranking before his death, he had never encountered this kind of situation. It was as if he wasn't facing a copy boss, but a living, breathing person, a woman. However, at this time, the black smoke on the Spider-Woman's body was getting thicker and thicker, and the body of this bottom of the guard's boss was rapidly dissipating. Seemingly seeing that she didn't have much time left, Spider-Woman hurriedly said to Lin Chen, "It's useless, chosen one, no matter how hard you try, the entire world will eventually be destroyed, no one can stop it, give up." Lin Chen was a bit clouded. He wanted to go after her, but the Spider-Woman's body had already become transparent. She was more like a wisp of mist that gradually dissipated with a wind that blew from somewhere inside the cave. "Thank you, chosen one." In her ears, only Spider-Woman's last murmur could be heard. Chapter 17 Pink Dress, Moon Bao. The fog gradually dissipated. Lin Chen finally heard Tang Yu's voice at his side. "Brother, brother, brother?" The voice grew clearer and louder, and Lin Chen turned back to find Tang Yu anxiously looking at himself. "Brother, what's wrong with you? After that boss died you just stood still. I thought something had happened to you." Tang Yu patted his chest at this time and said with a sigh of relief. Lin Chen looked down at the place where the Spider-Woman's body had dissipated, and there, the same black shadow was slowly swaying. Soon, a line of small words appeared above the shadowy figure. Whether or not to awaken this soul. Skill, Resurrection of the Undead, effect. Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately chose yes. However, unlike the previous situation of storing Undead, after selecting yes, nothing happened in front of him. Instead, after 2 seconds, a new line of words appeared in the line of sight. "Sorry, you are unable to awaken and store cursed souls." Lin Chen gave a start. What did that mean? Unable to awaken a cursed soul? What kind of argument is this, and what the hell is a cursed soul? Even if he were to relive his life once more, Lin Chen had never heard of these strange words. Could it be that it had something to do with himself, the so-called second weekly player? Cursed souls. He recited back and forth in his mouth a few times, still confused. Just as Lin Chen was getting a little annoyed, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky in the space in front of him, and then a huge treasure chest appeared in front of Lin Chen and Tang Yu the moment the beam of light disappeared. The clearing rewards had begun to be distributed. The clearance treasure chest as a whole appeared black and was extremely large. Compared to the previous clearance treasure chest of the ordinary copy, this chest was at least more than twice as large. And a little closer, even able to feel a special sense of heaviness. "Brother, it's the passing treasure chest." Tang Yu was a bit excited. He rubbed his fists together, but he didn't rush forward. After all, Lin Chen was the key to clearing the copy. He was waiting for Lin Chen to take the lead and move the chopsticks. Lin Chen is still entangled in the so-called cursed soul. At this time, after Tang Yu's reminder, he is also back to God. After walking in front of the treasure chest, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before carefully placing his hand on the black treasure chest. The next moment, the treasure chest suddenly exploded and countless rays of light popped out from within. Ding 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 ding. A full 7 or 8 special clear tones rang out, and both Lin Chen and Tang Yu's pupils dilated slightly at this moment. 2 green lights, 4 blue lights. And 2 pink beams. Holy! Tang Yu practically screamed, "Brother, it's pink, we've exploded pink." It was inevitable that he was so excited. After all, if you wanted to burst out a pink suit in the land of the hunting god, you would at least have to get out of the Novice village to do so, and the usual wild monsters and bosses would rarely drop them. Pink clothing can be too luxurious compared to blue and green equipment in terms of both values and words, and before the game descended, Tang Yu, as the game's tester, had a better understanding of this kind of explosion rate. Lin Chen first ignored the 2 green outfits and instead glanced at the blue ones. Among the 4 blue outfits, there were 2 level 10 defense outfits, as well as 2 level 10 weapons. Of the defensive outfits, a pair of pants called Bisha pants, and a pair of shoes called Blast boots. The 2 pieces of weaponry, on the other hand, were the Panman red tasseled blade, used by warriors, and a royal spirit staff, used by mages. Lin Chen took a moment to look around. He threw all of these blue equipment, including the red tasseled knife and staff, directly to Tang Yu, and then glanced at the pink equipment on the ground. 2 pieces of pink equipment, a top and a weapon. The blouse was called, for Spirit's soft armor, and when worn, it was enough to add an additional 300 points of blood, as well as 50 points of armor and 40 points of magic resistance. Lin Chen had a total of a dozen points of double defense right now, and with this, his defense would go up a notch. Brother, you can have all the pink suits, I don't want them. Tang Yu had already quickly put on the blue outfit, although he showed a look of interest in the pink outfit, but these were Lin Chen's loot, he wouldn't get his hands on them. Lin Chen nodded, and then set his sights on another pink suit. The other piece was the level 10 pink attire, Moon Bao. Moon Bao. Equipment type, Bao 2-handed. Level requirement, level 10. Occupation requirement, none. Physical attack power, plus 150. Fire attribute attack damage, plus 5%. Attached ability, 15% chance to blind a unit when hitting it, unable to attack while blinded. Seeing these 2 pieces of equipment, Lin Chen didn't hesitate for half a second and directly clicked on the small dice at the very front of the 2 pink pieces of equipment. Programmers cast, 4. Programmers cast, 2. The others in the team gave up once they saw that Lin Chen had cast his point. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Chen obtained the 4 Spirit soft armor and the Moon Bao pink equipment. Brother, the other. Tang Yu asked tentatively. I don't need the others. Lin Chen said indifferently. Understood. Tang Yu let out a low cry. But as time passed, the treasure chest continued to spit out rewards in a steady stream, the amount of which made Lin Chen somewhat unpredictable as well. A large amount of copper coins, white equipment, and the occasional green and blue outfits that popped up fell out one after another, making one crisp sound after another. At the same time, a burst of system beeps rang out in Lin Chen's head. You have cleared the hidden copy, and gained an experience bonus. Your entire team has survived, gaining an experience bonus. You are the first player to pass the hidden copy, earning the achievement. Hidden can be really deep. The achievement reward will be distributed to your backpack after you leave the copy. Detected that you are the second weekly player, have unlocked special rewards for you. Rewards will be distributed to your backpack after you leave the copy. You have been upgraded. You have been upgraded. You have been upgraded. The system prompts came one after another, and before Lin Chen could react, except for the other 4 nurses in the team, like Tang Yu, his own level came to level 10. But what Lin Chen cared about wasn't his level, but the special rewards that the system was talking about. In addition to the achievement rewards, there was also a special reward set up specifically for second weekend players? What would it be? Attribute panel. Level 10. Life value wearing 4 Spirit soft armor, 1300. Magic value, 250. Strength, 17, plus 3. Intelligence, 20. Plus 3. Agility, 16. Plus 3. Physical strength, 44. Plus 9. Ki, 5. Attack power wielding rusty iron sword, 370 plus 185. Wielding a moon bow, 520. Spell attack, 60. Physical defense wearing 4 Spirit soft armor, 73. Plus 50. Magic defense, 74. Plus 40. Free attribute points, 20. Chapter 18 Word Conversion Potion. The moment Lin Chen stepped out of his copy, his brain was suddenly buzzing with activity. Yes, beep after beep sounded in his head at almost the same time. Even though he had experienced it once, Lin Chen still subconsciously covered his head. Congratulations, you have reached level 10, you can go to the Novice Village Quest Hall to pick up the quest to leave the Novice Village. You have activated the mall, you can open the mall to purchase items. You have activated the equipment forging function, you can go to the main city to forge equipment. You have activated the world channel function. You can spend currency to speak in the world channel. You have activated the add friend function. You have activated the function of switching your status. After entering the neutral zone, you can switch your status. Note that you may be attacked by other players. You have enabled the exchange. You can buy and sell items in the exchange at any time. You have enabled the ladder ranking. You have activated the guild function. From now on you can establish and join a guild. These system tones were like a rotating broadcast, and before one could be fully read out, new messages came one after the other. Lin Chen stood frozen in place for a full 2 minutes before the broadcasting tones within his mind faded away, and even then, Lin Chen felt a buzzing within his brain. It wasn't just him, the same was true for Tang Yu behind him. The two of them shook their heads, only to realize that there were people everywhere around them, who were looking at them with a slight sense of horror. The words rank 10 on Lin Chen's head looked incomparably eye-catching, and the crowd around him leaning together at the entrance to the cave were all rank 5. They were basically newbies who hadn't yet entered the replica, or had they ever seen a rank 10 before. Why is this person level 10? He's not the only one. Look at the mage behind him, it seems like he's also level 10. Those 4 milkmaids behind him, their levels are all up to level 9 as well. But I just saw some of the people who came out of the duplicates, they were only level 8. Is there anything to say about that? I don't know. The surrounding chatter grew louder and louder, but chatter to chatter, when Lin Chen and Tang Yu were ready to leave this place, the huge crowd around them still very silently made a path. Lin Chen didn't rush to leave quickly, instead, he hurriedly opened his backpack. He couldn't help but catch his breath when he saw 2 gift bag type items suddenly appear inside his backpack. An achievement reward. A special reward. Achievement rewards aside, he had never heard of this so-called second weekend special reward regarding this so-called second weekend special reward. But without waiting for him to open the gift bag, Tang Yu behind him came over. Brother, are we going to accept the quest to leave the novice village? Lin Chen gave a slight lurch as he nodded. You go ahead, little Tang, I'll take a break first. After saying that, Lin Chen patted Tang Yu's shoulder and walked straight into the distance. Tang Yu froze in place, and in the next moment, a prompt came from his mind. Captain has disbanded the team. Lin Chen squatted on a rock, surrounded by a quiet hillside. There was a group of level 0 monsters glowworms in the vicinity of the hillside. Nowadays the vast majority of people have already adapted to the current environment, basically have risen to level 5. There are basically not many people in the vicinity of the glowworms. Lin Chen opened his backpack and clicked on the achievement reward. This gift pack was the reward he had received for being the first to clear the hidden copy. In his previous life he had never reached a similar achievement, so naturally he didn't know what goodies were inside. After a moment of waiting, the gift pack disappeared, and in its place were 2 small pill bottles. Huh? Lin Chen froze, just dryly giving 2 pill bottles? Still, he carefully scrutinized the 2 potions. Marrow Cleansing Liquid Non-Tradable, X1. Marrow Cleansing Liquid, can reset one's attribute points. Point Washing Potion? Lin Chen blinked, it was actually a wash point potion. This thing could reset all of one's attribute points assigned to different attributes, allowing them to be restored to new free attribute points. The higher the level, the higher the value of this thing would be. However, now Lin Chen was only level 10, and he still had a full 20 free attribute points that he hadn't added, so he didn't need to use it for the time being. Word Conversion Potion Non-Tradable, X1. Lexicon Conversion Potion. All the lexicon and attributes of one piece of equipment can be transferred and added to another piece of equipment of the same type. The original lexicon of the equipment being added will not disappear, and the level between the 2 pieces of equipment must not be more than level 10. Lin Chen stood up violently. He had continuously read the description of this lexical transformation potion a dozen times. It was even read aloud in a low voice twice. Transferring all the words and attributes of one piece of equipment to another piece of equipment of the same type? Lin Chen breathed in sharply. Wouldn't that mean that I could take the bug lexicon of the rusty iron sword and add it to other equipment? For example, the moon bow? Nope. Lin Chen quickly forced himself to calm down. The rusty iron sword's special phrase was a bug added by himself and was in a hidden state, so even he couldn't see it. This wasn't a word that came with the game. Was it possible that this kind of bug word could be transferred? But really, according to the description of this potion, Lin Chen could indeed move the bug phrase of the rusty iron sword to the moon bow. Lin Chen paced back and forth. What if it failed? However, Lin Chen quickly made a decision. Failing was nothing. It was just a waste of a bottle of conversion potion. He had rusty iron swords in his backpack. Failing was fine, but if he succeeded, he could not only continue to use rusty iron swords to inflict a 50% blitz attack, but the moon bow could also do the same. Thinking of this, Lin Chen didn't hesitate, he immediately took out a rusty iron sword in the moon bow. Then he opened the word conversion potion. In the next moment, the surfaces of the two pieces of equipment suddenly emitted a special glow. In less than 2 seconds, a line of words appeared in sight. Is it possible to add all the word conversions of the rusty iron sword to the moon bow? Lin Chen cautiously chose yes. Subsequently, the two pieces of equipment floated up at the same time, and the light suddenly became so great that Lin Chen even needed to block his eyes with his hands. Ding dong, sorry, operation failed, there are no words on the converted equipment, rusty iron sword, that can be converted, you have lost, word conversion potion, X1. The light disappeared, and the rusty iron sword and moon bow fell to the ground. Lin Chen froze in place. What the hell? He was lost in thought for half a minute. Failed? Stealing a chicken and failing? Lin Chen burst out, "Are you up?" He covered his forehead with an expression of having eaten something indescribable. After a while of silence, Lin Chen's line of sight looked at the moon by moon bow through his fingertips, but he kind of felt something was wrong, because there seemed to be something wrong with the last line of the moon bow's phrase. Ha! Lin Chen picked up the moon bow, and he carefully scrutinized the description of the moon bow. Moonlight bow. Equipment type, bow two-handed. Level requirement, level 10. Occupation requirement, none. Physical attack power, plus 150. Fire attribute attack damage, plus 5%. Attachment ability, 15% chance to blind a unit when hitting it, unable to attack while blinded. Something seemed to have been blurred out in the last line of the phrase. Could it be that? Succeeded? Lin Chen jerked his body upright as he stroked the moon bow in his hand, and in order to verify his guess, he barely hesitated as he aimed it at a glowbug that was moving back and forth in the distance. After drawing the bow, an energy arrow automatically appeared at the bowstring. Shoo! Lin Chen let go of his hand, and the arrow whistled out, hitting the glowbug squarely. 520. Not bludgeoned. Lin Chen already had 370 points of attack power without holding a weapon now, and the moon bow directly added 150 points of attack power, so an arrow could deal more than 500 damage even if it didn't bludgeon. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and continued to draw his bow. Swoosh! 520. Still no bludgeoning. Shoo! Shoo! 2 more arrows, both dealing 520 points of damage. Lin Chen sighed, it looked like the transfer really hadn't succeeded, and he casually shot an arrow. 1040. A line of blood-red numbers immediately appeared above the glowworm's head. Lin Chen froze, huh? He suspected that he had misread it and continued to try shooting. 1040. Blasted. Shoo. 1040. If one blitz was a coincidence of 5 points of chi value on himself, what about 3 blitzes? Lin Chen swallowed his saliva, damn, absolute. Afterwards, Lin Chen looked at the second gift pack in his backpack. Second weekly program special reward. He subconsciously clicked. Sorry, your level is not enough, please reach level 20. Chapter 19, Hunting the Gods. A few minutes later. Lin Chen appeared in the quest hall in the center section of the Novice village. Tang Yu was the only one in the large hall now. He stood in place boredly looking around. The surrounding walls were similar murals and rune-like patterns, but they were obscure and hard to understand. Tang Yu couldn't make out a single thing. In the center of the hall, an old man stood faintly in place, a yellow question mark floating above his head. The old man was the village chief of the Novice village. After reaching a specific level, players would receive and deliver quests from him. After completing the quest and rising to level 10, they could leave the Novice village and officially step into the land of the hunting god. At this time, footsteps sounded, and a second person walked inside the hall. Tang Yu first froze for a moment, turning his head and seeing that it was Lin Chen walking over, he hurriedly greeted him. Brother, how are you doing? Lin Chen said, nothing much, how about you, did you collect your quest? Tang Yu glanced at the NPC and shook his head, nope, I'm going to wait for you to join me. Saying that, the two arrived in front of the old man. Seeing someone approaching, the Novice village chief immediately piled a smile on his face. Greetings honorable chosen one, I have a commission here. If you can help me go to the back of the mountain and pick 30 portions of Phoenix butterfly flower pollen, I'll give you a generous reward, which will help you to successfully ascend to level 10. However, after he finished saying this, Lin Chen Tang Yu looked at him without saying a word. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. The old man blinked, and this NPC's line of sight shifted upwards at this point, and only then did he realize that the two men's levels had already come to level 10. This. He took a step back somewhat incredulously. According to the rules set up by the land of the hunting god, the chosen one who appeared here at this time should have just come out of the spider cave copy, and his level should only be level 8, and if he wanted to reach level 10, he would need to receive 2 more quests from him. One quest was to kill 30 monsters called Phoenix Butterfly Bee, and collect 30 copies of Phoenix Butterfly pollen on their bodies. The other task was to help the village headman find his lost dentures. This task was to run through the entire Novice village, to talk to a total of 12 NPCs within the village, and finally follow the prompts to find the yellow dentures within a certain stinky gutter. 2 quests that would take at least a bell to complete. But the 2 people in front of them, why did they go straight to level 10? After hesitating for a few seconds, the question mark that existed above their heads disappeared. In its place, there was an exclamation mark. This NPC's face began to gradually turn somber as he spoke in a grave tone. Since the Honorable Chosen One has reached level 10, I will stop talking nonsense. Chosen One, please look at the wall behind me. With that, this old man moved himself away. On the wall with murals behind him, those strange patterns actually moved at this moment, just like a projection screen, on which some magnificent images were playing. Lin Chen is not the first time to experience this scene, but compared to his last life, at this moment Lin Chen is staring intently at the wall. He knew that the old man was recounting the plot about the land of god hunting. In his last life, Lin Chen had never taken the so-called game plot seriously, so he hadn't listened to the plot very carefully at all. Like everyone else, when he first entered God of Hunting, everyone treated his situation as a weird dream, and many thought that once they passed certain quests or left the Novice village, they would wake up and return to the real world. But he was wrong. Everyone was wrong. The moment they stepped out of the Novice village, this game of the so-called land of the hunting god had only just begun. After the world was born for countless years, the gods seemed to be tired of their creations, so they abandoned us. As the old man narrated, the patterns on the mural gradually shifted with his words, and a dozen or 2 dozen figures of various shapes floated high above the brow of the wall, and below them were countless mortals and living beings who fell to their knees. But with a sigh from the old man, the so-called gods suddenly sent down endless divine punishment. The gods descended their wrath, and the endless lives in the heavens and earth gradually disappeared, and the entire world was devastated by life and death. The old man's tone grew more and more grave, and as time passed, he finally looked at Lin Chen and said word by word. Therefore, Chosen One, please save this world under the wrath of the gods. Hearing this, Lin Chen however only felt a little ridiculous. The players, the people they called the Chosen Ones, actually had to survive and grow stronger in this exaggerated game setting on the god hunting ground. As they leveled up, they would eventually face the gods. The gods that the old man spoke of were the enemies that they would surely hunt. Lin Chen suddenly laughed at this moment. Bull Chosen One. This plot sounds so grandiose, hunting gods. It was really cool when you looked into it in detail. It was as if he really was a savior who could save the living at the hands of the gods, and the arcane title of Chosen One made the mouths of the others who had heard this background for the first time in the first place go dry. However, Lin Chen, a second weak player, knew that this was simply a dog-blooded plot designed by the game's designers for the sake of plausibility. He didn't care about how the so-called game's plot would actually develop, and he didn't want to know what the gods he was going to hunt were. He only knew that there must be an even more terrifying crisis behind the scenes of this game. All of this. As if it was done in response to some kind of disaster. Training ground. Coming to the so-called Chosen Ones above the land of the hunting god was actually the game designer's fear that when the crisis came, these fleshly mortals simply couldn't withstand it, so this way was used to strengthen and train them. A few minutes later, the plot was finished, and the village chief in front of Lin Chen's eyes reared back right in front of the wall. A trace of awkward atmosphere briefly appeared in the surroundings. Tang Yu, who had also finished watching the plot, turned his head at the moment to look at Lin Chen, who was somewhat puzzled. Brother, what did this old man say? We're going to save the living at the hands of some god? Lin Chen had walked to a corner and sat down at this moment. He nodded. What's the matter? You're a tester and you forgot the plot. Tang Yu shook his head. I only remember some of the general plot, but no matter what, this is too outrageous. What ability do we have to fight the so-called gods? Saying that, Tang Yu also walked over to Lin Chen's side, and while he was talking to him, he opened his backpack and put on his equipment one by one. Looking at the words and pitiful values of these low-level equipment, he had absolutely no idea what level he had to ascend to and grow to before he could go on a crusade against the so-called gods. Lin Chen said quietly, then in your memory, do you remember the first world boss we fought at level 30? I remember, at the time of the test, our entire structure group opened GM privileges to go over and fight it. Do you still remember what the name of that boss was? Hearing Lin Chen say this, Tang Yu gave a start. Afterward, his eyes gradually grew wide. Goddess of the moon, Anna. Before Tang Yu could fully digest it, Lin Chen continued, what about the level 40 world boss? What about level 50? Level 60? Lin Chen said one sentence at a time, and the Tang Yu at his side was already sweating coldly. Lin Chen let out a laugh. The title of a level 40 world boss is called God of Blazing Fire. The level 50 world boss is called God of Gale, and the level 60 world boss, Earth Guardian. Lin Chen spoke in an even tone, as if he was talking about his friends as easily as if he was talking about his friends. It wasn't until after he finished talking about the title of the level 80 world boss that Lin Chen turned back to look at Tang Yu. Remember? Within the land of god hunting, the so-called gods have always been the enemies of players. Chapter 20, Portal, Game On. Tang Yu froze for several minutes before slowly coming back to his senses. He swallowed his saliva, unable to find the right words to describe his feelings for a while. He hesitated for a while and whispered, are all the gods on this god-hunting land evil? There's no need to bother about whether they're evil or not, doing your best to become stronger in this haunted place is the main thing. Lin Chen said quietly. That's also right, Tang Yu nodded his head continuously. Afterwards, the two of them began to quietly look around. There was still no one in the hall, and to pass the time, Tang Yu idly stood up again and wandered back and forth throughout the hall. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was half lying on the ground with his eyes closed at this time. They were waiting for someone. There was a requirement for a limit on the number of people who wanted to get out of the novice village. There were 10,000 people in every novice village, and with 10,000 people, 500 people needed to appear in the mission hall at the same time before the portal to leave the novice village would open. If the number of people did not meet the requirement, the portal would automatically open after 10 hours from the start of the game. Their upgrading speed was too fast, and even though 20 minutes had passed since they appeared within the hall, no one had still risen to level 10. After waiting for a few more minutes, people finally came inside the hall. The first to walk in was a warrior. Woeful redhead, it looks like our upgrade speed isn't bad. Besides these two gods, we are the first to rise to level 10. As he spoke, a group of 6 people walked through the door. The leader of the warriors was an inch-headed man. He walked in with his nickname called Bane Redhead. After seeing Lin Chen, Tang Yu and the two of them, he hurriedly jogged over. Two great gods, still remember me? Lin Chen didn't respond, still with his eyes closed. Tang Yu symbolically smiled at the warrior. Scourge Rouge glanced at Tang Yu at this moment, and then looked at Lin Chen on one side. He was a bit puzzled. Great God, what should I do now? They were new to the city, and obviously didn't know what they should do next. Tang Yu remembered something. He pointed at the novice village chief in the center of the hall. Oh, first go to the NPC to watch the plot. Plot? The crowd turned their heads to look at the old man. Another period of time passed. The number of people in the hall began to grow, and all sorts of professions had risen to level 10 one after another. The bustling crowd stood inside the hall. Most of them had already finished watching the NPC storyline, and these people basically didn't look too good. No one would be able to accept such an exaggerated thing as hunting deities. Bull. Laughing my ass off, fighting a god? I choose to die directly, not to mention the gods. Those small spiders in the copy almost killed me. Don't say it, I'm still freaking out to this day. As the voices of people's discussion grew louder and louder, the number of people walking into the hall, too, was gradually increasing. After waiting for almost 10 more minutes, the number of people inside the hall was approaching 500. The surrounding atmosphere became more and more mysterious and solemn. The players were talking in twos and threes, and from time to time, they would cast their eyes on the NPC village chief in the center. The village chief, on the other hand, kept his solemn posture, as if he was waiting for some important moment to arrive. After the 500th player had successfully watched the episode. At that moment, the village elders suddenly moved. The old man slightly half-kneeled, his hands raised above his head as if he was paying homage to some unseen power. His lips opened and closed slightly as he began to recite a strange and ancient incantation. At hashtag %. The incantation sounded low and mysterious, as if it carried an irresistible magic power. The cacophony in the hall gradually disappeared, replaced by the silence of players holding their breath. They consciously formed a circle, leaving enough space for the village chief. Not only the village chief, but the other NPCs around the hall also synchronized themselves and started this strange movement. It was as if they were performing a mysterious dance, each movement filled with a sense of ceremony. Subsequently, a burst of light of different colors emanated from the walls inside this hall, and these glows made their figures appear bright and dark under the irradiation, making the atmosphere even more grotesque. Ding, ding, ding. A crisp bell rang, which echoed through the air and touched people's deepest souls. Immediately afterward, the system's voice rang in everyone's head. Attention, portal opening in progress. People began to subconsciously back away, knowing that this moment had finally arrived and that they were about to embark on a brand new adventure. Lin Chen also suddenly opened his eyes. On the wall in front of them, those huge curtains engraved with patterns were changing, endless beams of light shone in unison on top of the wall, and in less than 5 seconds, a huge vortex made of converging light appeared. Pass. The portal. An unknown person in the crowd shouted, causing those present to shiver in fear. The ceremony finally ended, and the village chief slowly stood up straight as he bowed slightly to the players present. Chosen ones, by entering this door, you will officially be embarking on your journey. I wish you a safe journey. After saying that, he stepped back to the side. However, there wasn't a scene of many people scrambling to rush into the teleportation door appearing. Instead, quite a few people looked left and right. You looked at me and I looked at you. Obviously none of them wanted to be the first one to eat crabs. Tang Yu turned his head to look at Lin Chen at this moment. Brother, what do you think will happen if you choose not to enter the portal? It wasn't just Tang Yu, many people present were thinking the same. No one knew what kind of scene was on the other side of the portal. They didn't know how many monsters there were in the land of the hunting god, how many players there were, and they also didn't know if there was any chance of going back to the Novice village after walking out of the portal. In the event that they had just gone out and been killed by some kind of monsters, it wasn't something to play around with. People naturally did not dare to take the risk of walking directly into it. Among the people present, female players were the most ostracized. They cowered, and many of them even began to exit the hall. Lin Chen replied indifferently, not going in is equivalent to seeking death. Tang Yu froze, huh? What does that mean? The Novice village will automatically close within the 5th day after the game starts. If you don't enter the portal after 5 days, the system will determine that the people inside are not qualified to play the game, and everyone will die. Really? Brother, how did you know that? Lin Chen didn't answer. He was ready at this time. He took the lead and walked forward. Tang Yu stood in place and froze for a while, then quickly followed suit as well. During the walk, Lin Chen spoke softly to Tang Yu. Little Tang, this portal is randomized, every person appears in a different place, so you have to remember the following points I said. First, don't rush to find the main city according to the prompts within your brain. As soon as possible, first level up to level 20, after leveling up to level 20, then go and find the main city. There are countless main cities within the land of the hunting god, but remember, the most preferable is to look for the Greenwood City. Second, don't care about anything after arriving at Greenwood City. The first thing to do is to go find a transfer NPC to transfer. Third. Saying this, Lin Chen turned his head to look at Tang Yu, whose face was netted with bewilderment. Third, try to survive. Subsequently, under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Chen had arrived right in front of the teleportation portal. He let out a deep breath, took a step forward, and then, his body completely disappeared into it. It disappeared into thin air. Game on. Chapter 21, The Lost Coast. The beam of light fell, and Lin Chen's figure appeared within a certain region. The white light eventually faded in sight, and as a system beep sounded, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. Ding, you have entered the landing point, Lost Coast. The main quest has been updated. Quest requirement, find the main city. Ding, you have obtained the quest prop, Tattered Sheepskin Map. The map contains the routes to the various main cities. Lin Chen ignored the system prompts that resounded within his brain. He rubbed his eyes and adapted to the light in front of him, and when his vision was restored, in his eyes, the word chaos came straight out. At this moment, the border between reality and fantasy was blurred, and in the boundless vision, it seemed as if several worlds had been forcefully overlapped together by a mysterious force. The sky above his head was no longer a single blue color, but was intertwined with countless suns of different colors, which emitted their own unique light, and the beams of these suns were intertwined, as if they were fighting for the right to rule the sky. Lin Chen turned his head to look behind him. Meanwhile, more moons hung at the other end of the sky, their sizes, shapes, and brightness varying. As white as jade and as dark red as blood, the stars moved slowly across the sky, their trajectories intricate and dancing in a generally silent manner. The land of god hunting. I'm back again. Lin Chen said indifferently. He recognized the sky above his head and was familiar with the absurd and disgusting smell in the air. He had lived in this world for 3 long years with his fiancée, Xiao Yuding. The Lost Coast? I remember that the landing point of the last descent was called Ghost Desert Road. Hundreds of millions of novice villages existed on the land of the god of hunting, and the players within these novice villages would all randomly descend into level-matching areas, and unlike his last life, the landing point that Lin Chen was standing on at the moment was called the Lost Coast, and quite a number of monsters around level 10 existed in the surrounding area. Before Lin Chen could move, a beam of light descended from the sky. Swoosh swoosh. Player after player was teleported over. All of these people were level 10, and they carried some numbers in front of the IDs on their heads. For example, 10,000, 131, 4520, 520, 1314, Lin Chen glanced at the top of his head, and in front of his nickname, Programmer, it said 9527. This was the code name of the novice village they were in, and everyone would move with this code name before entering the main city. Holy! What is this place? The beams of light were increasing, and these players who had randomly teleported from the various novice villages were clearly stunned by what was in front of them. Under this chaotic sky, the entire world looked weird and mysterious. Not to mention the sky above their heads, the scene on the ground was even more dazzling, with all kinds of buildings, trees, and the ground blending together in a strange way. The smell around is so strange. A milkmaid covered her nose and shook her arms continuously in the crowd, trying to drive away the smell in the air. Indeed, an indescribable odor was permeating the surroundings all the time, both a fresh grassy scent and the smell of decay. This chaotic scent was both exhilarating and frightening. As there were more and more people, their perceptions seemed to be distorted, they could no longer clearly distinguish what was real and what was illusory, and wherever their eyes looked, apart from more and more saved heads, it was as if everything was kneaded together by a mysterious power, forming an unprecedented visual feast. Within a short span of 5 minutes, thousands of people had appeared on this coastline. These people were the same as Lin Chen, the players who were the first to enter the teleportation portal in each of the novice villages, and their abilities in psychology far exceeded those of normal people by too much, and even though the surroundings were so harsh, many of them still calmed down very quickly. Everyone, is there anyone who wants to form a team? Immediately, someone raised their hand and shouted. The mission said for us to search for the main city, but no one knows how far the main city is from here, nor do we know the level of danger of the monsters along the way. Fighting alone definitely won't work, so let's form a team, and we'll still be able to take care of each other. With this person's proposal, the people around him immediately responded, and soon, these players who didn't know each other began to randomly form teams on the coast. Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to them. This person was right. If you wanted to find the main city by virtue of the route on the map, it would take a week at the earliest, and along the way, you would encounter monsters that were within level 10 to 20 from time to time, and you would even inadvertently bump into a hidden copy, and being alone was tantamount to looking for death. In his last life, this kind of scene also appeared. In order to facilitate more quickly find Zhao Yuting, as a warrior Lin Chen, naturally also joined a team. But that was before. Right now Lin Chen didn't have these thoughts at all. Teaming up with these people would instead waste his experience. When he thought of this, Lin Chen took the lead and took out the sheepskin map in his backpack, and he looked through it carefully. His brows began to knit together. There's no record of Greenwood City? Lin Chen sighed. It looked like this so-called Lost Coast was too far away from Greenwood City, and there weren't even coordinates for Greenwood City on the map. There were a total of 6 main cities that were closest to this place. Lin Chen moved his finger across the map and finally placed his fingertip on an icon called White Moon City. White Moon City? I remember in my last life, the main camp of the guild ranked 5th on the Heavens Ladder, Float Guild, was White Moon City. Lin Chen muttered. However, just as he was somewhat hesitant, an inquiry came from his side. Hello, may I ask if you're interested in forming a team? Lin Chen raised his head and saw 5 people standing on his side. The one who spoke was a woman, a level 10 hunter, followed by 2 warriors, a knight, and a mage. The tandem output was all there, and if a nurse was added to the mix, it would be a very clear choice indeed. Don't get me wrong, I rarely see men choosing healers. I think it must be a very reliable milkmaid. Make a team. Quite a few of us in the team have green equipment on us. This female hunter had a superior face, a tall figure, and possessed white slender legs with elegant and smooth leg lines that many people around would subconsciously glance at. An invitation from a beauty of this stature would hardly be refused. It was natural for her to send Lin Chen a group invitation after she said this. Tomato has sent you a group invitation. However, Lin Chen directly ignored the opposite side. Then, under the stunned expression of this long-legged woman, Lin Chen crossed over this group and walked alone in a certain direction. The female hunter named Tomato was obviously a bit unresponsive, and it wasn't until Lin Chen brushed past her that the woman gave an incredulous dry laugh. And the faces of the team members behind her also visibly sank. A healer, actually so arrogant? Forget it, Captain, there are healers everywhere here, there's no need to waste time with this kind of death seeker. Laughing to death, look at the expression on this milkman's face just now, playing dead, he doesn't think he's cool, does he? Rude guy, going forward there are level 10 plus monsters everywhere, even if we form a team we could be in danger, he's just intentionally seeking death all by himself, leave him alone. The team members looked at Lin Shen's departing back with cold eyes and discussed playfully. The long-legged woman turned to look at Lin Shen at this moment, and the nickname on top of Lin Shen's head came into view. It seemed to be a case of pride, this long-legged beauty's face was gloomy, programmer? Let's go, let's follow him and see how he died. Chapter 22, Bandits. Lin Shen was walking in the middle of a ruin, from this time onwards quite a few monsters could already be seen roaming around, these monsters were different from those within the Novice village, the names above their heads were red in color. This meant that even if you didn't provoke them, as long as you entered the range, they would attack. He twisted his head to look behind him, beams of light were still falling from the sky one by one, more and more players were appearing on the coastline, hundreds of thousands or even more would eventually be logged in this place alone. The majority of the crowd was still in the midst of repairing and gathering their ranks in place, there were basically no stragglers like him who had left the group. However, Lin Shen had noticed the group that had just extended an invitation to him 100 meters behind him, and was actually slowly following him. Come to see me laugh? Lin Shen smiled helplessly, and he didn't bother with them, walking even faster. Soon, Lin Shen's movements had been discovered by a group of monsters wandering in the distance. Attention, bandit, has discovered you. The tone inside his head swept past, and a group of humanoid monsters with red names on their heads let out a roar and quickly rushed over. Stop! This road was opened by me, this tree was planted by me, if you want to. At once, roaring the set lines, 20 bandits rushed over with the weapons in their hands, each of their units was level 10, and when they looked closer, the bandits' blood bars lit up one after another. Bandits, level 10. Life value, 600. Attack power, 150. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense, 1. When this information popped up, the 5 people following Lin Shen stopped at once, and the long-legged woman in the lead's face changed. Don't go over there. Holy, these monsters are in human form? Look at their attribute panel, 150 attack points. The blood quantity is also high, a full 600. There are 20 of them at once, it's impossible to fight them. Yes, the 5-member team almost instantly determined one thing, even the warrior in the middle of them, holding the weapon in his hand, had an attack power of only about 120 points, and with the use of their skills, they were only able to deal less than 200 damage at the highest. One-on-one, although they obviously have the advantage, but the bandits in front of 20 people, a swarm, the 5 of them will die. Unless they find a nurse and replace one of the physical outputs in the team with a mage, and cooperate with the pulling, so that the mage can release as many skills as possible, after all, the magic resistance of these bandits is only 1 point. If they were broken down one by one, there was still a fight to be had. At this instant, the 5 looked at Lin Shen, and a look of gloating had surfaced in their eyes. I'd like to see how you die. Lin Shen stopped in his tracks, his hand that was empty a moment ago suddenly flashed with a pink light, and in the next moment, there was a bow in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shen pulled open the pink suit moonlight bow, and an energy arrow instantly formed. Swoosh! The arrow hit the bandit charging at the very front squarely in the head without any frills. 1040. That bandit instantly fell straight to the ground. At this instant, the team of 5 who were hiding in the distance and watching the battle shook violently. The warrior among them even needed to rub his eyes vigorously, what the hell? It wasn't just him, everyone within the team had their mouths grow wide, they weren't in the same team as Lin Shen and couldn't see the 1040 points of blast damage emerging from the bandit's head, but they knew how much blood and how much armor the bandit had. With 600 points of blood and 10 points of armor, Lin Shen would have to deal at least more than 610 points of damage to kill the bandit in seconds. But wasn't he a healer? No, the problem wasn't his profession. What could hit over 600 damage in one hit nowadays? It was still a casual hit. But Lin Shen didn't pause, he took a step back and continued to shoot an arrow. Shoo! 500. An arrow hit the second bandit's shoulder blade, and his blood level instantly saw a large portion of it, but it didn't kill him, instead, it caused him to quickly close in. Lin Shen was still retreating quickly, still a little distance away from the monster, and his attack speed was still available for him to shoot 2 arrows. 501. The second monster fell. Shoo! 1042. Although it didn't hit the head, it struck again, and the third bandit fell to the ground in response. The team of 5 could no longer speak properly, and they began to doubt the reasonableness of this game. This guy is open? Isn't he a milkman? This attack power is so high that 3 or 2 arrows could kill me. He can't be some hidden profession. A hidden profession is this strong? It's too heaven-defying. During the players' discussion, the long-legged woman, Tomato, suddenly realized something as she stared at the bow and arrow in Lin Shen's hand. That bow, it should be a blue suit. Or even, it could be a pink suit. She was a hunter, a profession that specialized in using bows and arrows, and immediately noticed some hints. It must be the bow in his hand. In fact, when she said this, Tomato was still a bit unsure. Even if it was a powdered outfit, it was only a level 10 equipment, and it was never possible for a monster that could make a milkman's arrow blast off 600 blood in a second. But no matter what, from this instant onwards, the eyes of the beautiful legged woman, West Red Tomato, began to reveal a hint of salivation. At this moment, the bandit had already rushed in front of him. Lin Shen had lost the need to continue holding the bow. The bandit bullied his way in. The bow's attack speed was 0.48 per second. He wasn't a hunter, holding a bow that didn't belong to his own use. He couldn't utilize the maximum attack speed. Lin Shen quickly put away his moon bow, and the rusty iron sword appeared in his hand. Rusty iron sword, attack speed, 1.0 per second. Lin Shen held the rusty iron sword in his hand and met the charging bandit with a stab. 360. There was no bludgeon, and the bandit had already swung over. Lin Shen didn't dodge and took a hard slash. Miso. 77. Damage floated out, and Lin Shen looked up at his blood bar. He had 1,300 points of blood, and was wearing the 4-spirit soft armor, which had more than 70 points of armor, and a knife attack that should have cut 150 points of damage only caused Lin Shen to lose more than 70 points of blood, as if he had rubbed a layer of skin. Lin Shen backhanded a knife stab. There was no violent attack, but the bandit fell to the ground on the spot. In the next moment, the bandits had surrounded Lin Shen. Brush, brush, brush. They slashed at Lin Shen's body, and Lin Shen's blood bar was rapidly decreasing. 77. 75. 77. 76. 15 bandits surrounded Lin Shen, and only 7 of them were able to strike out and deal damage, and even so, almost 500 plus damage was dealt directly, and Lin Shen's blood bar immediately dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye. The 5 people who were watching onlookers were happy again at this time. I'll see if you're still dead. Strange thing, just now 7 or 8 bandits slashed him together. How come they haven't dispersed? Didn't hack to death? Impossible, right? How much blood does he have enough to chop? One person a knife 150 blood, he 10 level hold up 900 blood. The woman, Tomato, was also staring tightly ahead, her mouth muttering, hurry up and die. Hurry up and die. As long as Lin Shen died, the equipment in his hands would have a high chance of dropping. However, the next moment, a beam of light suddenly lit up from the center of the bandits. That's healers, healing hands? Holy, is he really a milkman? People were completely confused at this time. Chapter 23, Undead Unit, Bandits. Healing Hands. Grade, 2. Instantly restores 400 points of blood to the target unit. Intelligence X 20-inch. Lin Shen's blood had just decreased by more than 500 one moment, but the next moment it instantly returned to 400. Not only that, as a light timbre sounded, dots of green starlight began to emerge around Lin Shen's body. The healer level 10 skill, Wind of Recovery, was unleashed. Wind of Recovery. Grade, 10. Cumulatively restores 50% of the target's maximum life value within 10 seconds. After the 2 recovery skills were used, Lin Shen didn't pause as the rusty iron sword in his hand quickly stabbed at the surrounding bandits. 375. 752. 754. These bandits wouldn't dodge, and Lin Shen he likewise didn't dodge. He and the bandits just stood in place and used the weapons in their hands to fight with each other. The damage values were like rising water vapor constantly floating above their heads. This absurd scene went on for more than a minute. Lin Shen had even drunk a bottle of the lowest level life potion in the process. After a minute had passed, the bandits around them collapsed. Miso. As the last bandit stumbled back and finally fell to the ground with a muffled sound, Lin Shen's body suddenly lit up with a light. At the same time, his blood, magic, and stamina were almost instantly restored as before. You have upgraded. Lin Chen was stunned, killing bandits, actually upgrading from killing. But next, a system beep came from within his brain. You have activated the heavenly ladder ranking, congratulations, you have made it to the list. Then, a leaderboard-like list appeared in Lin Chen's line of sight. However, there was only a lone name on the list now. Ranking 1, Programmer. Novice Village Code Name, 9527. Occupation, Healer. Rank, 11. Lin Chen let out a faint smile. I didn't realize I was the first to level up to 11. At the same time, not only Lin Chen, but all the players on the entire God Hunting Ground received a prompt at this instant. Someone has ascended this ladder list? I've always thought that this so-called ladder ranking was just for show, but I didn't realize that someone had actually gone up. Another landing point on the God Hunting Ground, the Blood Moon Wasteland. A woman holding a blue-suited scepter in her hand apparently froze for a moment. She obviously hadn't expected that the occupation that made it to the number 1 spot on the ladder list was actually a milkmaid just like herself. Programmer? That name is a bit interesting. On the woman's side, a warrior smoothly wrapped his arms around her slender waist as he sneered, "Don't worry, Yu Ting, even if I don't go to Lin Chen, with you healing me, sooner or later, I'll be able to ascend to this ladder ranking one day." Zhao Yuting looked up at the man at her side and she nodded. "Brother Tian, I believe in you." Only when she looked at the name called Programmer, she was clearly in a bit of a trance, and for a moment, she didn't know what she was thinking. On the Lost Coast. Lin Chen was squatting on the ground at this time and started touching corpses. The wilderness wasn't the same as a copy, you needed to pick up your own equipment on the corpse after killing the monster. After drumming for a while, he had acquired a total of 2 silver coins, a green shield, an earring-type jewelry and a level 10 warrior broadsword on the bandit's body. Other than these, there wasn't much else that was good. There are 2 more skill books. After touching them for a while longer, a book of warriors level 12 skill, Shield Breaking Slam, appeared in Lin Chen's backpack. A book of Beast Masters, Forest Wolf Summoning. After level 10, the only way for players to learn new skills, other than buying them in specific malls and exchanges, was to drop them on monsters. However, what Lin Chen cared about wasn't the equipment or skill books, but instead the black souls floating on these corpses. Whether or not to awaken this soul. Maximum number of undead you can store right now, 2. Seeing this description, Lin Chen visibly raised his eyebrows. As his level increased, the number of undead he could store began to increase as well. Above the corpses of the 20 bandits that had fallen to the ground floated this black soul. However, before making his choice, Lin Chen raised his head slightly to look into the distance. Near a rock, the 5-man squad led by the long-legged beauty of a tomato suddenly had a jolt. Under Lin Chen's icy gaze, the 5 of them hastily backed away. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Damn, how did he find us?" Where did the long-legged beauty have any other thoughts at this time? Unlike the Novice Village, they were able to switch their statuses at this time. If they angered Lin Chen, the latter could switch his red name, also known as the killing status, and in the red name status, it was possible to strike out at players. 20 level 10 monsters hadn't even killed Lin Chen in a group fight, so they weren't confident that they could survive in Lin Chen's hands. In a few seconds though, they slipped away. By now, only Lin Chen was left in this place. Lin Chen turned back and continued to look at the souls on the corpses. After thinking about it, he walked over to one of the largest corpses. The weapon this bandit was holding was a hammer, as well as the one with the thickest amount of blood. Lin Chen had just slashed him 3 times before he killed him. Lin Chen waved at the corpse and chose yes. A black silhouette then began to crawl up from the ground. Undead unit, bandit. Life value, 750. Attack power, 190. Physical defense, 36. Magic defense, 37. Seeing these values, Lin Chen gave an obvious laugh. Now with the addition of his own spider monster, he was still able to summon a warrior undead whose attack power was equivalent to a warrior undead with a level 10 green weapon. The battle power had risen greatly. Afterwards, Lin Chen continued to release the Undead Resurrection skill, and that undead spider was also summoned by him. Instantly, there were 2 undead monsters standing on his side. Let's go, find the monsters. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to find the so-called main city. His main priority right now was to increase his attack power and upgrade along the way. The 2 undead units followed behind him as they moved deeper into the area. The monsters in this area were basically level 10 monsters, bandits, although the wild monsters that had been killed in each small area would be refreshed after half an hour. Lin Chen didn't need to wait in place. As time went by, the players on the coastline in the back would slowly form a team and come to brush the monsters. He didn't want to be disturbed. The deeper Lin Chen walked, the more the number of monsters began to gradually grow. Stop! This mountain was opened by me. Another wave of bandits was attracted by Lin Chen, and they came running with vigor. However, in the next moment, an energy arrow whistled, hitting the bandit running at the very front squarely on the head. That bandit was instantly killed, but the other bandits behind him were not affected in the slightest and continued to pounce. Lin Chen stood still and drew his bow, and the two undead behind him instantly greeted him. Chapter 24: Murdering and Crossing the Line, Naming the Families. Sometime later, the long-legged beauty Tomato shot an arrow with the bow in her hand and hit a bloodied bandit. The damage floated out, 105. The blood bar above that bandit's head disappeared, then collapsed powerlessly. The 6 people in the party instantly looked like deflated balls as they collapsed to the ground on all fours, and the knight in charge of resisting damage continuously greeted the new nurse in the party to add blood to herself. Save Dafu. The new nursemaid was a timid young girl. Her nickname was Green Silk Becomes Snow, and the ID number topped in front of her nickname was 9527. She moved back and forth around the team's 5 people, fighting to add healing hands to each of them. Sorry, not enough blue, recovering. Nanny's face turned red as she anxiously returned. During this time, one of the team members came over to Tomato's side, a wave of incredulity on his face. Captain, it took the 6 of us 10 minutes to exhaust this team of monsters. How did that milkmaid just manage to do it with just one person? He said here and ended abruptly. Everyone was pondering this question in their hearts, so naturally they didn't need to say too much. Tomato at this moment also paralyzed on the ground, her slender legs together, their hands of level 8 green equipment, fine vinewood bow, is in the Novice Village spider copy burst out. This bow can give themselves 40 points of attack power, and also comes with 5 points of armor breaking effect. Among hunters of the same level, one's attributes were considered good, and the free attribute points were mainly added to strength and agility, ensuring that while hitting and attacking speed were guaranteed, one would also focus on the increase in attack power. However, he needed to shoot 6 or 7 arrows in a row to kill a bandit. During this period he also needed to make sure that he wasn't attacked by the bandit. It would be disastrous if he was attacked by the bandit a few times. That guy called programmer was clearly an intelligence-type profession, so why was he able to directly kill a bandit with a single arrow? Stop it, the equipment in that guy's hand must be a pink suit, Captain. Should we try to kill and get rid of it? In the team, a warrior came over and said quietly. The knight, who was just screaming for the nurse to raise his blood, hurriedly changed his face after hearing these words. Killing people? You're crazy. Crazy? This world is already so crazy anyway, so why not be crazy for good? The warrior whispered, this world isn't just a game, we need to be strong against all odds. People are not for themselves. But, that milkman can destroy a team of bandits by himself. How can we have any chance of winning against him? That knight was still not very supportive. But the warrior immediately continued, that's the problem, you guys pin. The fact that 7 or 8 bandits were unable to kill him even when they fought him together means that he has more than just one piece of pink equipment on him. What do you mean? Pig brain, we are all level 10, even if you, the knight, by the bandits continuously cut a few knives will have to be near death, even if the goods can add blood, but the hard top of the 7 or 8 robbers are nothing. You guys say, he was wearing clothes pants, is it possible that is also a powdered suit? Hearing this, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cool air. Was it possible for a level 10 person to have 2 powder suits at the same time? But if it wasn't the case, then there was no way to explain the kind of situation they had just seen. But the knight was still a bit stumped. Slaughter that man, give the pink bow to the captain, and the pink armor on into you. The warrior raised an eyebrow at the knight. I agree. The knight, who had just hesitated, suddenly changed his words at this moment and slapped his chest, get him killed. The warrior turned his head to look at the tomato sinisterly and said, he just had a hard battle, he must be hiding somewhere to recuperate right now, find him and then. With that, he gestured with the palm of his own hand at his neck. The crowd felt that this warrior had a point, and all of them turned their heads to look at their captain, the long-legged beauty called Tomato. West Red Tomato nodded as well after hearing this. Let's go find him. Lin Chen dodged one of the bandit's swings as he quickly got up, the rusty iron sword in his hand drew an arc before ruthlessly slashing at the bandit's chest. 399. The bandit's blood bar was reduced by more than half. He paused for a moment and continued to raise his sword to slash. However, his knife suddenly stopped when it was still a few centimeters away from Lin Chen's body, and a black hammer smashed directly into the top of his head and abdomen from above, and the spider's sharp claws penetrated his body. 190. 192. The bandit's body trembled for a moment, then collapsed like mud. Lin Chen stood up straight as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He discarded the iron sword in his hand that had already reached 0 durability, then drank a bottle of the lowest level magic potion. The amount of blue was instantly replenished. Lin Chen moved his shins. This was the third wave of bandits he had killed, but his luck wasn't too good during this period. Under the bear armor, his attack power was only increased to 410 points. It would be nice if every time I killed a monster I would definitely add a point of attack. He was still a little less than satisfied with the speed at which his attack power increased, but he turned his head to look at the two undead familiars behind him. As their own attack power rose, their attributes were also leaping higher along with it. Truly worthy of being a necromancer's divine skill. However, just as Lin Chen was sizing up the two undead, a burst of prompts suddenly appeared above their heads. Please name your favor. Please name your dependents. Lin Chen gave a start. He could still name them? In his own impression, it seemed that necromancers had never had the precedent of naming the undead they summoned. Could it be that there was another bug because the skill itself was a bug? After thinking about it, Lin Chen still stretched out his hand and falsely wrote a few words on top of the spider's head. You'll be called, Little Strong. As for the bandit, Lin Chen glanced at the hammer he was holding in his hand. Well, you're called, Yellow Sledgehammer. After doing so, Lin Chen clicked, okay. Afterwards, Lin Chen suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Because after naming the two undead, it seemed like the two undead had suddenly acquired something. Affection. Yes, the undead dependents that shouldn't have the slightest emotion. At this moment, they even humanized themselves and performed a kneeling salute to Lin Chen. Xiao Chang was fine, but Huang de Hammer, because he was a humanoid monster, his physique appeared to be very standard, only to see that he was kneeling down on one knee, with both hands of the hammer in his hands vertically, and the other hand across his chest. It was like the atmosphere of an ancient Western Knight authorization. Lin Chen stood in front of the two undead, somewhat confused. This will do? He hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand at Xiao Chang and Huang de Hammer. Get up and stand up. Subsequently, the two undead immediately got up, and within Huang de Hammer's originally black eyes, it seemed like there was something more at the moment. Chapter 25 Talking Sledgehammer, Delivered Bait. Lin Chen didn't care about what was happening to the undead for the time being. He patted the dust on himself and prepared to continue onward. Not far ahead was a place that resembled an abandoned village, and more than 100 meters away from him, Lin Chen could already see broken walls and rising ashes. You have entered the sacked village. Lin Chen held the moon bow in his hand as he carefully walked inside this abandoned village, as each descent point was different, and it was Lin Chen's first time coming to such a place. The village was surrounded by a dead atmosphere, as if it was a forgotten graveyard. After stepping into this area, a burst of the setting sun's afterglow suddenly appeared in his sight, the weak light spilling onto the dilapidated houses, the mottled walls stained with black and red bloodstains. Walking deeper, Lin Chen could see the figures of some bandits. It looks like this is the bandits' base camp. Lin Chen whispered to himself, I don't think I'll be able to meet the bandit leader. Not far in front of Lin Chen was a bandit with his back turned to him who was dozing off. The bow in Lin Chen's hand was drawn to full strength. Shoo! The arrow whizzed past, hitting the bandit squarely in the back of his head. 1110. Throwing away the bandit's own 10 points of armor, this arrow had really filled up the bludgeoning damage, and the bandit who had been hit with the arrow fell straight to the ground without uttering a single sound. In addition to the copies, the wild monsters on the god's hunting ground have a very humane setting. As long as you perform an assassination operation, in the absence of other monsters to observe the situation, will not alert the other monsters. Lin Chen's bare panel attack power has been stacked to 410 points, with the moon bow, the damage of the unblasted is 560 points, and then stack some attacks, there is no need to blitz, Lin Chen can be an arrow. Lin Chen carefully moved forward, he is not an assassin, there is no concealment skill, so he needs to be very careful. As he continued to move within the dilapidated village, Lin Chen also used his moon bow in conjunction with his undead familiars to assassinate 5 bandits in passing. When an arrow didn't kill, Huang's sledgehammer and Xiao Chang would quickly make up for it, and the bandits wouldn't even be able to make a sound before they directly died. At this moment, he stuck to the wall and could hear the noisy voices of the bandits coming from not far away. If he listened carefully, most of them were let's drink, let's fight, and other conversations, which were basically lines set by the system. Lin Chen could tell from these voices that there were at least 40 to 50 bandits gathered, and if he risked his head in a hard fight, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to withstand it. After hesitating for a moment, he looked back at Huang de Hammer beside him. This undead dependent unexpectedly followed Lin Chen's example and clung to the wall. It looks like I'll have to commit you to distracting the bandits, Lin Chen muttered. However, in the next moment, Sledgehammer Huang suddenly nodded, as you command. With that, this undead was ready to walk forward. However, as he moved, his wrist was grabbed by Lin Chen, and Sledgehammer Huang faced Lin Chen, only to realize that the expression on Lin Chen's face was anything but wonderful. You. Lin Chen was worried that he would disturb the nearby bandits who didn't dare to speak out loud. He tried his best to lower his voice. You can talk? It was impossible for him not to be surprised. How could an undead dependent, a unit summoned by a skill, have the ability to talk to its master? Lin Chen had already felt that something wasn't quite right since he had just named them, and now that Yellow Sledgehammer was spitting out human words, it even made Lin Chen somewhat unresponsive. Upon hearing the questioning, the Yellow Sledgehammer first froze for a moment, then kneeled down on one knee and replied in a small voice as well, Yes, Monarch, the Sledgehammer can speak. Lin Chen was completely confused. Not only could this guy talk, he even called himself Sledgehammer. Not to mention necromancers, even one of the Beast Master's professions, the second turn, Beast Soul High Priestess, which possessed the most powerful single summon in the land of the hunting god, had never heard of them being able to talk to their summons. However, right now in front of Lin Chen, an undead favored one, was blinking its eyes and waiting for its following. The genius made Lin Chen unable to stop swallowing his saliva. Lin Chen had organized his words for a full half a minute, and he was just about to say something. However, at this moment, Huang de Hammer suddenly looked gravely in another direction. Monarch, someone is coming. Lin Chen gave a start. He gathered his thoughts and followed the line of sight of Huang's sledgehammer to look over carefully. Sure enough, 12 people had appeared on the outskirts of the looted village. There were 2 teams of players with full matches that were slowly approaching, and in one of the teams, Lin Chen instantly saw the female hunter called Tomato, who had a pair of very recognizable long legs. Lin Chen sneered, it's possible that she's running towards me. Good thing too, was worried about the lack of bait. A few hundred meters away, the 2 teams began to slowly decelerate as they stood at the edge of the ransacked village, a group of 12 people making looking gestures towards the village. Beauty, we haven't seen the milkman you spoke of even after searching the neighborhood, but according to you, he couldn't have gone too far, so he could only be hiding in this place. In front of the other team walking side by side with the long-legged beauty, there stood a level 10 assassin, who was the captain of this team, and also the helper who came here to kill people and get rid of goods. This place is a bit weird, I can't say we'll encounter more bandits. The assassin glanced at the long-legged beauty. Captain Tomato, if it's really as you said, that kid has 2 pink outfits on him. After this is accomplished, the pink bow and arrows in his hand will belong to you, but for the other things, we'll have to rely on each other's strengths. Tomato nodded indifferently. Don't worry, if you can kill him as promised, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. The assassin captain suddenly hemmed and hawed. Hey, it's a bit of an out-of-the-way thing to say. After it's over, how about we add a friend? The long-legged beauty didn't bother with him, but instead greeted her own team members behind her, and then stepped within the village area. A hint of a smile flashed across the assassin's face, before he also stepped forward. You have entered the sacked village. This prompt resounded in the heads of everyone present. Holy scared me. A milkmaid was startled. However, the assassin captain wasn't as nervous. What are you afraid of? If our 2 teams join forces, we can still let a tiny milkmaid get away. As he spoke, the people present suddenly heard a rustling movement. The assassin captain assassin, who originally still had a hint of disdain on his face, suddenly took the lead and stopped in his tracks, as he held out his hand to stop the intentions of the team members behind him from advancing. Captain, what's wrong? The team member behind him asked with some confusion. The assassin's double pupils glanced left and right before whispering, something's not right, I always have an ominous premonition. At the same time, directly in front of them, a figure suddenly walked out. The 12 people were startled at the same time. It was a bandit with a hammer in his hand, but unlike the other monsters, there was a black mist lingering around this bandit's body, as if he had just crawled out of hell. Grandma, scared me. A mage in the assassin captain's group had a fireball emerge from his hand, and he threw it directly at the bandit. However, that bandit suddenly made a sideways move the moment the fireball hit him. The fireball hit right on top of the wine altar piled up behind the bandit. Clatter. A huge commotion then resounded through this silent village. A few seconds later, the entire village was boiling. Chapter 26, The Wolf in Front and the Tiger in Back. Tomato and the assassin captain's faces changed. They didn't realize that there were so many bandits in this village, and because of the noise made by the broken wine altar, dozens of bandits rushed out from all sides with their weapons, emerging from the streets, screaming who? Brothers, take up arms. They shouted, "Who, brothers, grab a weapon, this tree was planted by me," and so on. At a cursory glance, there were at least nearly 50 bandits swarming around. People froze, and then came back to their senses and ran. However, they had just turned around not more than a few steps, when they suddenly stopped once again. Their back way was blocked. So many spiders. Yes, they didn't know when, but many small spiders had appeared on the road behind them, the same as the ones they had encountered within the spider cave in the Novice village. These small spiders were pitch black, and much larger than the ones within the spider cave. With a wolf in front of them and a tiger behind them, they were in a dilemma. Why are there spiders in this place? It's over and done with, Captain, what should we do? Don't cry, I'll retreat behind me. As the crowd panicked, 2 knights from each of the 2 teams stood directly in front of their teams, and they tacitly pulled out their shields and slammed them hard on the ground. Knight level 10 skill, bronze holy shield. Only to see 2 cyan-colored luster emanating from the 2 knights' bodies and shields at the same time. Both of their bodies became several centimeters taller in this instant. Seeing that the knights took the initiative to take a good defensive stance, the captains of the 2 teams also came back to their senses at this moment, and the long-legged beauty Tomato immediately drew her bow and set up an arrow, while at the same time chirping out, "Milkmaid, always keep an eye on the knight's blood strip." Good. Good. Although the 2 milkmaids did not look too good, they both agreed at the same time. Among them, the young girl named Green Silk Becomes Snow was even more nervous as she held the scepter in her hand. At this time, the bandits had already rushed over. Kill. The leader of the bandits was holding a pitchfork in his hand, and was about to raise his pitchfork to stab at one of them. But at this time, the knight yelled, "Bastard, look at me." The knight's initial skill, Provoke. Provocation was unleashed, and without the slightest hesitation, the bandit holding the pitchfork turned around and rolled over at the knight with the guy in his hand. Output. Tomato shouted. In the next moment, within the 2 teams, various professions unleashed their skills. Warrior level 5 skill, Ghost Slash. Hunter level 10 skill, Continuous Shooting. Beastmaster initial skills, Summon Goblin Stone Thrower. Fighter level 5 skill, Strong Hand Cracking Skull. Assassin level 5 skill, Backstab. Various kinds of skills were almost at the same time outwardly wielded, running in front of those bandits at once. The first round of skills, they have fallen after enduring for a while, but there were still a few bandits who crossed the knight's defense circle, and the knives, forks and clubs in their hands hacked into the bodies of the other professions. 140. 135. 132. 141. Nurse, add blood. Add blood. A burst of chaotic screams resounded around them. However, a dozen meters away behind a hidden broken wall, Lin Chen coldly watched the scene in front of him, observing without saying a word and not making too many movements. Only Lin Chen's line of sight would intentionally or unintentionally glance at the healer called Qing Si Chung Shui. Lin Chen remembered her. When he and Tang Yu entered the second weekly special copy, this little girl was one of the team members, did not expect that she also went to the Lost Coast landing point. On Lin Chen's side, Huang's sledgehammer was prostrate with a hammer in his hand, and after a few seconds, he turned his head to look at Lin Chen and asked in a low voice, "Monarch, are you going to make a move?" Lin Chen was still a bit uncomfortable with the summon talking to him. He hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "There's no rush, the leader of the bandits hasn't appeared yet, so wait a little longer." The chaos lasted for a full 5 minutes long. When the last of the small spiders and robbers fell, the 2 teams, totaling 12 people, had fallen 4 people. Among the 4 unlucky guys, besides the 3 brittle skin professions, there was also a knight. This knight resisted too much damage. Although there was a nurse in each of the 2 teams, the speed at which he was losing blood was just too fast for the nurse's skill CDs to keep up. The surroundings were a mess, and the equipment on the 4 corpses fell around them. But no one picked them up. The faces of everyone who was alive were extremely gloomy. They were covered in injuries, and even the milkmaids of the 2 teams didn't have enough blue to return blood to the rest of them. The assassin captain was currently sitting paralyzed on the ground as he spat, "Damn, tomatoes. You guys shady old me?" On the ground more than 2 meters away from the assassin captain, the long-legged beauty was similarly breathless and half kneeling on the ground, and there were still bloody holes on her long thighs that were pierced by the spider's sharp claws, and blood was still flowing outwards from it. The woman's face was pale. Unlike the Novice village, although she wouldn't feel excessive pain if she was injured in this place, the injuries seemed to be retained, and as the blood kept draining out, the blood bar on top of her own head kept dropping blood. If the nurse didn't add blood to herself, her blood bar would soon reach the bottom. At this moment, she really realized that dying on the god hunting ground could be a real death. It was you who wanted to follow me, I didn't force you. That damn milkman, it's all because of him. When I meet him, I'll kill him myself. Tomato glanced at her backpack. The potion opened from the newbie pack inside had already been drank up by herself, and she only had a third of her blood bar left. Without waiting for the assassin to answer her, the woman immediately pointed viciously at the team's milkmaid. Have you recovered your blue bar yet? Quickly come over and add blood to me. However, the young girl called Green Silk into Snow was currently casting healing hands on another warrior in the group, and when she was yelled at by the tomato, she immediately shivered. But if we don't save him, he will die. I said, come over here and blood me. West Red Tomato repeated word for word, hurry. Tomato instantly aimed her bow and arrow at the young girl. If you don't blood me, I'll kick you out of the team right now and kill you. This woman was incredibly sinister at this moment, and she was almost hysterical as she yelled down. Green Silk becomes Snow's face turned pale. How could she dare to think otherwise as she hurriedly ran to the tomato's side before releasing healing hands? The amount of blood no longer flowed, instead, it recovered. West Red Tomato revealed the expression of a survivor after the calamity as she dropped the bow and arrow in her own hand and breathed heavily. But soon, the 8 people present suddenly felt something approaching. The crowd turned around violently. A huge burly man carrying a machete and standing at a height of 2.5 meters slowly walked over from the ruins directly in front of them. Who's disturbing my lunch break? Looking for death. After this jarring voice fell, the top of the burly man's head suddenly revealed a blood bar. Boss, Bandit Chief. Life value, 5,000. Attack power, 300. Physical defense, 20. Spell defense, 20. Skills, Aura of Durability, effect, increases the speed of lifesteal recovery for units within range. Hull of Anger, effect, emits a roar, causing a shocking effect on surrounding enemies, dealing 200 points of magic damage while adding a 1.5 second stun effect. Chapter 27 Boss, Bandit Leader. The boss is here. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows as he scrutinized the attributes of this bandit leader. Well, the blood bar is pretty thick, it's 5,000 drops of blood. Let's see, the armor and magic resistance aren't that great, but these 2 skills are good. Amongst the level 10 field bosses, they're pretty much middle of the road. Lin Chen glanced at the only 8 players left. They could now be described as defeated, not to mention such a high attack and high blood boss. Even if there were a few more ordinary bandits, they wouldn't be able to handle it. There is only one way for them to end up. Death. And the players, they have not completely from the atmosphere of the aftermath of the disaster completely back to God. At this time the boss' huge body just like this stood in front of the crowd, their ice-dilated pupils dilated. In addition to tomatoes, inside the only remaining 2 female nanny has even forgotten to breathe. Grass. The assassin captain didn't hesitate in the slightest, as he hurriedly climbed up from the ground, as he urged his last ounce of blue and unleashed the assassin's level 10 skill, Shadow Escape. His figure instantly disappeared. Shadow Escape, a stealth skill unique to assassins. This assassin where there is half a point of other ideas. Now the most important thing is to live. This kind of monster is not something he can touch now, not to mention them, even if it is a full state of the 2 teams at the same time in this boss fight, are not necessarily able to win. Staying alive is not a worry. Screw the milkman, I won't play with you guys anymore. The assassin wiped his feet and exited the party almost instantly. Seeing the assassin turn and flee, the bandit leader didn't go after him, but instead flashed his butcher's knife at the few people directly in front of him. Don't kill me. Don't. With the boss slowly approaching, close to the boss nearest the beast master has been scared silly, he flopped on the ground, to the boss robber leader is kneeling down. You're crazy, get up and run. Do you think these things will sympathize with you? At this time, the rest of the people had already climbed up from the ground. They were ready to quickly leave this place. As long as they left the boss's lock, they could pull away the hate value, and they still had a chance to live. The long-legged beauty, Tomato, coldly looked at the beast master who was already delirious. She said in a low voice, leave him alone, let's go. Boss had already walked right in front of him. And the beast harnesser was still kowtowing to boss. He knocked on the ground one by one, making a thumping sound. But what the beast harnesser didn't realize was that beside him stood his own summon, the goblin. To be precise, it was the beast master's level 5 skill, Goblin Archer. The kobold was short, and its skin seemed to have been soaked in sewage for many years, showing an unhealthy dark green color, but in the face of the boss, it was completely undaunted, and its pair of spectral black eyes were like 2 points of cold stars staring straight at the boss. The next moment, under the crowd's astonished gazes, the kobold pulled a bow and arrow made of tree branches at the boss. Shoo! 35. The tree branch arrow hit the boss's body and a damage value of 35 bubbled out. Everyone present froze, even Lin Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but pause. Good lord, originally they would have had a chance to run. Lin Chen said with tears in his eyes as he held his forehead. Sure enough, after being attacked, the boss bandit leader instantly moved, and the blood bar on the top of this huge monster's head violently turned red, while at the same time, he let out a howl. Kill! A huge oppressive force swept over, and those present felt dizzy almost instantly. Vomit! Someone even vomited on the spot. 200. 200. 200. The boss's skill, Howl of Rage, was unleashed. At the same time, a beep suddenly appeared in the heads of everyone present. Your team has taken the initiative to attack the field boss. Boss hatred has been updated. Subsequently, the boss raised a one-person tall machete and slashed down fiercely. Boom! A huge tremor caused the dizzy crowd to instantly fall before they could react, and when they opened their eyes and looked ahead, they realized that the Beast Master's blood bar above his head had instantly cleared. This Beast Master had no resurrection coins, he was lying on the ground, and a message popped up above his corpse. Attention, you are near death, please use. The highest level of the nurse present was only 10, and the nurse's resurrection skill, Heavenly Cloister, was a level 12 skill, so there was nothing they could do. As for the boss, after resolving the Beast Master, he quickly turned his head and then his gaze locked onto the others. It's over, boss, he's coming over. Quickly run! The people present who had any other thoughts, turned their heads and ran, as fast as a darting wildebeest. But boss's speed was even faster. Miso! Blade-like flashed, the machete slashed on the ground making a commotion like a dragon's roar. A frantically running warrior only felt a coldness in his back, and in the next moment, his vision went black. The beeping voice rang out abruptly. Attention, you are on the verge of death, please use resurrection coins, or wait for, healer, to heal you, or else you will die in 5 minutes. These people of theirs didn't have much blood in the first place, coupled with the fact that this boss had an attack power of 300, a single slash was equivalent to a death sentence. And the boss's figure was like a ghost, his huge body was faster than everyone else in terms of distance traveled. After killing the warrior, he turned around violently and turned back to take a swing at another panicked fighter. No! Before the hoarse voice could fully fall, the fighter lost his life on the spot. For the next half a minute, boss was like an eerie ghost as he rolled around, and with each swing of the machete in his hand, the team members fell like ears of wheat. These people did not have much life value. At this moment, they even lost their will to fight, and had no other idea but to run. Hiss! The machete ended up splitting on the mage's body, and the mage collapsed in response. In the end, with a total of 12 people in the two teams, there were only tomatoes left, as well as the milkmaid called Green Silk into Snow. At this moment, the boss had already arrived in front of the long-legged beauty, and he looked down on the pale-faced woman from above, the knife in his hand raised high. Phew! The blade fell, and the tomato jerked back. As a hunter, she had notable agility, and in the nick of time she dodged backward with her stance, and the machete landed on the ground and did not cut her. Tomato tumbled a bit after instantly stabilized her body. She pulled open the bow and arrow ruthlessly shot an arrow. Hunter level 5 skill, Scorpion Tail. The dark green arrow hit the boss's head squarely and caused 100 points of damage on the spot. The hunter's Scorpion Tail belonged to the Toxicity skill, and would continue to make the boss suffer from toxic damage for 30 seconds afterwards. The boss's magic resistance was also relatively high, and it only dropped 5 drops of blood per second. At this moment, the boss once again raised the huge machete. Tomato cursed, she once again turned around to escape. However, at this moment, when Tomato had just turned around, she suddenly saw a figure standing behind her. A man, a healer who was opening his bow and arrow with a moon-by-moon bow. It's you? Tomato froze. In the next moment, an energy arrow whistled and flew against Tomato's cheek. It hit the boss's body squarely. 1120. Strike. Chapter 28 First Kill of a Field Boss. The long-legged beauty called Tomato only felt a strange sound coming from her back. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the boss, only to find that the bandit leader, who had originally raised his sword to slash, had actually taken 2 steps back at this moment, and the blood bar on top of his head, which had more than 5,000 drops of blood, had actually disappeared by 1/5 in this instant. That strange movement was from the boss. This boss's huge body was slightly shaking, the machete in his hand was swinging haphazardly, obviously enraged. I'm going to kill you. After saying that, this big guy slashed over once again with his giant blade. Tomato's face suddenly changed once more, and she couldn't think much about anything else as she turned around and ran. In her panic, she brushed past Lin Chen. However, she didn't see that the name above Lin Chen's head was red. A player's name above his head being red meant that he could attack players. The tomato had already run nearly 10 meters away, and the boss behind her had already had her attention drawn away by the milksop called the programmer, and it seemed as if she had made sure that she had finally saved her life at this moment. This woman desperately gasped for breath, not daring to hesitate in the slightest, fearing that if she stopped she would be caught up by the boss. That milk daddy must die, I'll leave this. First, in addition to that assassin, only I know the whereabouts of the pink bow. After a while, when the boss's hate value is cleared, I'll come back again. The pink bow that fell must still be mine. Thinking of this, the tomato gradually accelerated its speed. Roar! Boss bandit leader's skill, Angry Howl, was unleashed. The loud sound was deafening. Even though she had already left the range of the skill, the running west red tomato was still being affected by the sound wave. She only felt that the tips of her hair were being blown by the shockwave. What's going on? According to her own expectations, that milkman with the pink bow should have already died in the hands of the boss. How come the boss is still unleashing the skill until now? Somehow, the woman suddenly stopped in her tracks, and she looked back with some confusion. But when he turned back, he found that the milkman who should have died was still active in the vicinity of the boss. Instead, it was the boss, whose blood bar at the top of his head was only 2/5 of the way down. 25,000. Tomato froze at once. How was this possible? The line of sight moved down. She was surprised to find that the milkman seemed to understand the boss's attack method very well. His figure was like a ghost, and every attack of the boss was dodged by him just right. Not only that, this one holding a bow and arrow is not right, it's a rusty iron sword. The healer with the iron sword was able to see the right time to stab out with his sword in between the boss's attacks. As soon as the sword went down, the boss's blood bar was once again reduced by about 800 blood. Tomato covered his mouth, his pupils filled with disbelief and horror. How? How is it possible? She had already forgotten to run away. Even if on her side, an undead with a dark body and a hammer appeared, she was oblivious to it. More let her cold sweat is still in the back. The milk daddy attack. His side there is a body black giant spider will rush forward to assist in the attack. Boss attack was milk daddy to avoid the past can only retreat to use the machete to chop the spider. With one slash, the spider's blood level was reduced by half. But then, the milk daddy raised his hand, the light flashed. The spider's blood bar seems to be full again. One person, one spider, just like that, they played in tandem, draining the monster boss's blood bar little by little as the tomatoes watched. Miso. The rusty iron sword stabbed out one last time, and the boss suddenly looked up to the sky. Afterwards, he began to retreat step by step. The huge machete in his hand ruthlessly plunged into the ground. The boss knelt on one knee and propped up the hilt of the blade with his hand. The other hand covered his chest, and a large amount of blood seemed to be spat out from his mouth. No. No. The bandit leader hissed and collapsed with it. Level 10 field boss, Robber Chief, dead. At the same time, a beam of light fell from the sky right onto Lin Chen's body. You have upgraded. Lin Chen had risen from level 11 to level 12 at this moment. Tomato stared blankly at the man called the programmer who was standing on the side of the boss's corpse. His face was calm at the moment, and a cold chill emanated from the eye that was revealed on the side of his face. Lin Chen raised his hand in the direction of the tomato, then slowly descended. The long-legged woman froze. She finally felt something standing at her side this instant. She turned her head violently, and was shocked to realize that beside her, a black undead with a hammer was holding a weapon aloft at her head. Tomato knew by this time what Lin Chen's reaching down and swinging meant. It was for this undead to kill her. No sooner had this thought appeared than the lines of the hammer were reflected in her vision. Splat! The woman's vision directly blurred, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground, and in her ears, the system's beeps were heard. Attention, you are on the verge of death. Please use resurrection coins, or wait for healer to treat you, otherwise in 5 minutes, you will die. But then, a voice continued to come from the tomato's head. You have died. Please ask if you want to use resurrection coins. Number of resurrection coins, 1. Note that if you don't use them, you will die after 5 minutes. Tomato viciously tapped OK to use, and then a yellow coin floated up from her body before directly exploding. In the next moment, the body of this long-legged woman directly disappeared. Lin Chen indifferently looked at the scene on the side of the yellow sledgehammer in the distance, and only with the disappearance of the female hunter called Tomato's body did he place his line of sight in front of his own. After killing a field boss, it would also drop loot chests. At this time, the boss's body had already disappeared, and in front of him was a chest that was not the same shape as the duplicate treasure chest. Lin Chen placed his hands on the surface of the chest, and in the next moment, the treasure chest was suddenly opened. 4 flickering beams of light descended from the sky. 1 pink, 2 green, and 1 blue. After seeing the 4 pieces of equipment, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Popped pink again? Pink shield, wall of storm. Grade, 12th level. Occupation requirement, knight. Physical defense, plus 50. Magic defense, plus 45. Plus 10.0% 15% block rate. Extra attribute, damage taken from melee attacks is reduced by 25%. Special ability, 35% increase in the effect of the knight skill, perseverance unyielding. Lin Chen looked at the shield, the words and the basic panel were not bad, except that it was a level 12 equipment that he could not equip. Unlike equipment up to level 10, from level 11 onwards, all equipment began to have special profession requirements, and this shield could only be used by the single profession of knight. Lin Chen hesitated for a while, then put it into his backpack. Lin Chen also took a closer look at the remaining 3 pieces of equipment. The others aren't much use. Lin Chen put them into his backpack while chanting, "Wait until the safe zone," and put them all up for auction in the exchange. Once all of the equipment was picked up, a beep began to ring in Lin Chen's ears. You are the first player to kill a field boss. You have obtained the achievement, the first person to kill a field boss. The achievement reward will be issued to your backpack. You have completed the first kill of a field boss. The first kill reward will be issued to your backpack. Ding, you have activated the world channel function. Do you want to open the world announcement? Putting aside the achievement rewards and first kill rewards, Lin Chen focused on the world announcement. In his last life, he would often hear all sorts of world announcements within his brain: who was the first to level up to 20, who was the first to complete a transfer quest, who was the first to clear a hidden copy, and so on. But none of the announcements were related to himself. But this time was different. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose. Okay. Chapter 29 Achievements, First Kill Reward. At this time, the brains of all players who had reached level 10 on the entire god hunting ground resounded with a beeping sound. Congratulations to Programmer for being the first chosen one to kill a field boss. The first kill reward has been issued. I wish all the chosen to keep up the good work. At this instant, the people who had risen to level 10 on the various landing points were all at a loss. Most of them had just been torn between whether or not to fight the level 10 monsters in the distance, and then they heard that someone had killed the field boss? So fast? Old me still hasn't figured out how to play. Have you guys noticed, this programmer, isn't he the number 1 on the ladder list? I seem to have remembered when you said that. It's really him. Holy. Isn't this guy a healer, Violent Milk? Not right. I am the Milkmaid. Milkmaid level 10, a total of 4 skills, of which only a light charm can hit a little damage. This person cannot throw light charm to throw the boss to death. People were talking, and in their hearts, they all cared a little more about this healer called Programmer. Lin Chen didn't mind making himself more famous. What he cared more about was just the various rewards. As for the rest, it didn't have much of an impact on him. After collecting all the rewards and picking up all the equipment and coins, Lin Chen sat down on a rock on the ground as he opened his backpack and took a look. Within the backpack, after some miscellaneous equipment, there were 3 gift packs. One was the second weekly reward obtained from clearing the spider special copy, but the opening level needed to be at level 20. One was the achievement reward obtained from just killing the field boss. The last one was the first kill gift pack. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and opened the achievement reward first. Ding! The gift pack opened, and a few more items appeared in the backpack. Lin Chen froze as he carefully looked at these compact items, but when Lin Chen looked closely, his eyes suddenly lit up. I'm going to actually be gems. These items were clearly 2 gems that could be set on weapons and hole opener. Inferior Ruby, X2. Category, Gemstone. Item use level, 10. Effect, can be set into equipment with holes. If inlaid into armor equipment, life value plus 200, life value recovery speed plus 5%. Effect, increase weapon attack power by 10%, 50% chance to make target enter burning state plus 30 extra burning damage. Effect if inlaid into other equipment, plus 5 points of strength. And the second item. On the other hand, it was a hole opener. Hole opener, X2. Category, consumable item. Item level, none. Can open an inset hole in an equipment type item. Holy, an achievement reward that attractive? It's only level 12 and you have gems? Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. It was no wonder that it surprised Lin Chen. After all, having started over once, he could understand the exaggeration and irrationality of obtaining gems at low levels better than anyone else. Who would have thought that he could have obtained this kind of thing at level 12, knowing that every player would not come into contact with gems and hole openers for the first time until at least level 25, and that amongst gems, only the ruby and purple gemstones were the most difficult to obtain, with the ruby being the main enhancement, and the purple gemstones the most difficult to obtain. Rubies mainly increase strength and attack power, while purple gems increase intelligence and spell attacks. A ruby, even if it was of poor quality, was worth a lot of money in the exchange. Thinking of this, Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a second as he quickly took out the rusty iron sword and the moon bow from his hands before punching a hole in each of them. Originally, he intended to open a hole in the four spirits' armor, but thought better of it. After all, the early stages still need the rusty iron sword and the moon bow to increase the chances of blitz attacks to give themselves stacked attack power. These two pieces of equipment are indispensable. As for the armor, he will often change. 10 seconds later, on both the iron sword and the bow, a hole appeared. Clang! The inferior red gems were set into the holes, emitting two dull sounds. The rusty iron sword could not be seen to have changed much since its attack power was only 2 points. But the moon bow was different. This bow, which itself had 150 points of attack power, at this moment rose 15 points of attack up and came with a 50% chance of burning the target's status, as well as an additional 30 points of burning damage. Burning damage that was real damage. This thing completely ignored armor and magic resistance, and was the most realistic damage in the entire god hunting ground. After doing this, Lin Chen looked at the two pieces of equipment in his hands with great satisfaction. I'm currently level 12, with 21 strength points, 24 intelligence, 20 agility, 1600 life value, and a full 24 free attribute points unadded. Lin Chen looked at his attribute panel, and after thinking about it, he still added most of his attribute points to intelligence and agility. Now his attack power could be stacked indefinitely, but his survivability was not guaranteed too well, and if he encountered some high-attacking enemies, his own situation would be dangerous. 8 points were added to intelligence, 8 points were added to agility, and the remaining 6 points, after hesitating for a while, were added to luck. At this moment's panel, Lin Chen's bare attack power reached 425. After taking the holes in the moon bow, Lin Chen's attack power rose to 590. Plus 50% of the chance of a blitz, Lin Chen can hit a maximum of nearly 1,200 points of damage. In the same level, except for some bosses, no monster could hold up to one of Lin Chen's arrows. Let me see what this first kill reward is again. Lin Chen put away his weapon and turned to look at the second gift bag. Ding! As this gift pack disappeared, another item popped up. Only one item? Lin Chen gave a start, not expecting the first kill reward to be so stingy. However, when he took a closer look, his eyes lit up once again as he said softly, "Alright, I apologize." In Lin Chen's backpack, there was an additional item at that moment. Title: He who weeds the strong and helps the weak. Type: Title class. Wearing effect: attacks and skills will deal 10% more damage to human units. Lin Chen looked at this title and couldn't help but gulp. He had the memories of 2 lives, so naturally, he had seen this title in his last life. This so-called human unit included players. Yes, that meant that as long as one wore this title, fighting with a player would also trigger this effect of supporting the strong and the weak. Lin Chen immediately put on the title. He was in a good mood at the moment. The rewards of the 2 gift packs were relatively generous, which made him care even more about what kind of rewards would be in the second weekly gold gift pack that could only be opened at level 20. Chapter 30 Brother Rant. Just as Lin Chen was still immersed in these rewards, a timid young girl's voice suddenly fell into his ears. That? Please ask. You are. Lin Chen froze. He turned his head as he put away his backpack and closed the attribute panel. He could find a somewhat familiar face looking at himself in horror, and after bumping into his gaze, the young girl took several steps back. This was a young teenage healer with a nickname called Green Silk Becomes Snow on her head, and in front of the nickname, the same number as Lin Chen was written, 9527. Lin Chen recognized her, and she naturally recognized Lin Chen as well. That? Great God! The young girl stammered, her volume still the same as before, as tiny as a mosquito fly. But Lin Chen hesitated for a while, then also did not take care of her. The last life he would have wasted too much time in the body of the woman, and in exchange for a life and death of the soul to destroy the end, and now to come back to the world, he is simply lazy and these dragons to deal with. However, although the words, "But this girl is after all the same novice village out," when Lin Chen also took her together under the copy, Lin Chen sighed, to the green silk and to the snow pointed around the corpses, said, There's still a few minutes left, these guys without resurrection coins will just die, by then the equipment on them will fall off, and it'll all go to you. Saying this, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. He opened his backpack and looked inside. There were some equipment inside that he couldn't use himself. Among them was naturally the scepter of the same healer, which Lin Chen obediently threw to the ground. You have discarded this item by discarding it. The item has become ownerless and can be picked up by other players. Level 10 blue scepter, much better than that white outfit you're holding. Lin Chen said indifferently. Then, he left the young girl alone. Green Silk into Snow stood frozen in place for a moment, then carefully walked over and held the blue scepter on the ground in her hands. Thank you. After saying thank you, this young girl immediately ran away. But before she could run far, Lin Chen's voice came from behind her. Change the road, there are more monsters on the road you're traveling on, head to the right-hand side of that road, the monsters on that road shouldn't have been refreshed at this time. The young girl braked sharply, then immediately followed Lin Chen's tip and ran to the path on the right. Thank you, great God. After saying these words, her figure faded away. Lin Chen watched her leave, his line of sight moving and finally looking ahead to where the boss was after his death. Unsurprisingly to him, a black soul emerged from the place where the boss died. Does it awaken that soul? Lin Chen smiled. Although it was said that every awakened undead inherited 50% of their basic attributes, their previous skills and passive auras could be retained. Since this was the case, this boss could be too much more powerful than an ordinary undead. Attention, the maximum number of undead you can store at the same time is 2. Detecting that you already have the maximum limit of undead, do you want to discard your existing undead? Please choose the soul to discard, Little Strong. Please select the discarded soul, Yellow Sledgehammer. These two panels popped up, which caused Lin Chen to give a slight lurch, and after hesitating for a while, he turned his head to look at Yellow Sledgehammer and Xiao Chang on his side, and fell into deep thought. However, Yellow Sledgehammer seemed to have seen something, and he placed the hammer in his hand on the ground before making a gesture of kneeling on one knee. Monarch, there is no need to choose, Sledgehammer is willing to give up his precious seat. This human form undead was self-aware, he was just an elite monster and didn't have many abilities or special skills. Compared to Xiao Chang's ability to summon small spiders, he could almost be said to know nothing. If a new undead joined in, don't even think about it, he was the only one who had no use for it. Lin Chen looked down at this prostrate undead dependent, and after a moment of silence, he made his choice. You have discarded, Xiao Chang. The kneeling Huang De hammer froze, and as Xiao Chang's body gradually dissipated around him, he looked at Lin Chen incredulously. Monarch! You this! Lin Chen didn't answer him, but instead directly beckoned to the location of the boss's corpse. Get up! However, this move fell in the eyes of Huang De hammer, and this undead violently lowered his head, his attitude even more pious than just now. In the next moment, a black aura accompanied by smoke suddenly flickered for a moment, and the smudge of black soul began to sway and start to change, and a huge body crawled out from the ground. Undead favorite, Robber Chief. Life value, 800. Attack power, 213. Physical defense, 41. Spell defense, 43. Skills, Aura of Durability, Effect, increased the speed of lifesteal recovery for units within range. Hull of Anger, Effect, emits a roar that causes a shock effect on surrounding enemies, dealing 50 points of magic damage while adding a 1.5-second stun effect. When the bandit leader appeared and fell to his knees, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth were about to float up to the sky. Good guy, this skill is really a real divine skill, worthy of being the awakening skill of the Necromancer's second turn, Undead Monarch. Paired with Lin Chen's infinite stacking attack power bug, it's really against the heavens. Please name your undead favorite. Lin Chen looked at this huge bandit leader with a size of around 2.5 meters, and combined it with this guy's skills. Lin Chen already had his idea. You have named this unit, Brother Roar. Upon giving Brother Roar his name, just like Huang's sledgehammer, this undead's body suddenly and inexplicably experienced a wave of emotional fluctuations, and in the next moment, Brother Roar, who had been silent and bowed his head, suddenly let out a jarring voice. See the monarch! The yellow sledgehammer at his side also followed suit at this moment and echoed. See the monarch! Lin Chen didn't know why after naming his undead dependents, these undead would gain life as if he couldn't explain it for the time being, nor did he need to. Get up! After doing so, Lin Chen slowly stood up. He coldly looked at the 8 corpses on the ground. At this moment, the near-death deadline was almost up. These poor fellows were unlucky ones without resurrection coins, they had no second choice but to die. Lin Chen didn't care about them, picked up the pieces and turned around to leave. Let's go, let's continue forward, it's time to stack attack power. Less than half a minute after Lin Chen left, the 8 players present were completely dead. Only Lin Chen didn't know that after he left, a smudge of souls had sprung up in the same place as the monsters after their deaths where the bodies of these 8 players had been, only the color of these souls was white. There was the same line of small words written on it. Whether or not to awaken this soul. Chapter 31 Luxurious to the core. Time passed little by little. According to the records of the sheepskin map in their hands, all sorts of players began to approach the nearest main city, and a large number of players formed a team that fended off the monsters along the way while moving towards the main city's record point. 7 or 8 hours had passed since the players left the Novice village and landed in the god hunting ground. During this time, there were already people who had successfully leveled up to 17. It wouldn't be long before people would start successfully entering the main city one after another. And at the same time, there were more and more names on the ladder list. However, what people cared about was that the rankings on the ladder list had changed. The daddy programmer who was the first to ascend the ladder list had long since disappeared, and now the rank number 1 was a level 17 warrior. Nicknamed, Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus God. But with the passage of time, this so-called ladder list, more a list. Yes, in addition to the level ranking, a new list appeared on the list. Battle Power Ranking. Before people could figure out how this list was arranged, a name appeared alone on the Battle Power list. Battle Power Ranking 1, Programmer. Novice Village Code Name, 9527. Occupation, Healer. This time people froze again. This healer was pushed down from the ranking list, yet he was on the first place of the Battle Power ranking? But the question was a support profession that was responsible for adding blood. How was he able to make it to the top of the Battle Power? There's something wrong with this list. Funny, isn't it? A milkmaid is number 1 in Battle Power? Then wouldn't I, the super invincible Tyrannosaurus God who worked so hard to rise to level 17, become a joke? What kind of person is this? If I can meet her one day, I'll have to go hug her thighs. Hopefully it's a big beauty. Milkmaid, basically a woman, can't say it's really a royal lady. Who says we women can't carry the banner? At this time the canopy is gradually becoming dark. This strange world also has an extremely complex day and night alternation system. This time if you raise your head, you can also see gradually clear stars in the sky. At the same time, within a region where level 15 monsters were roaming, there was a ball of light floating faintly in a hidden place. Looking closer, at the other end of the ball of light was a ruins entrance. There were all sorts of ruins and caves in the wilderness of the god hunting ground. These places were different from replicas, although there were monsters inside. Most of them were used for solving puzzles and hunting for treasures, so there were no bosses present. Inside this abandoned shrine, an ancient and mysterious atmosphere filled the air. Dim light spilled onto the stone walls through the window panes, mottled shadows were imprinted on the mottled walls, and moss had even grown on them. Inside the temple, a mummy stood at the side of a sarcophagus. Its body was wrapped in bandages, only revealing its dry arms and face. Its eyes flickered with eerie light, but underneath the light, a huge hammer was reflected. AD. Huang's sledgehammer slammed down the hammer, and the words 350 appeared on this mummy's head. But without waiting for this mummy to attack, an arrow suddenly shot from the side of Huang's sledgehammer, instantly hitting the mummy's chest. 1730. Under the violent attack, the mummy died on the spot. Monarch, this is the last monster. Huang's sledgehammer moved his hammer away from the mummy's body and turned to Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen was standing behind Yellow Sledgehammer, with Brother Roar protecting his side. Did anything pop out yet? Lin Chen asked. Yellow Sledgehammer felt around on this mummy's body, 20 copper coins, and a warrior's level 15 skill book called Penetrating Burst. Keep it. Lin Chen returned. He walked slowly to Huang de Hammer's side and took the skill book from the latter's hand. At the moment, he was holding the moon bow in his hand, and the equipment on his body could be described as luxurious to the extreme. Lin Chen's helmet equipment is blue, Illusionist's Crown. This equipment mainly increases the magic defense, and will increase the wearer's maximum life value by 10%. His gloves were the blue suit, Wasteland Protector, providing an 8% chance of critical hits, plus the moon bow and rusty iron sword gained a 50% chance of critical hits per attack. Stacked together, Lin Chen already had about a 60% chance of hitting a critical hit. The top was still a powder suit. For Spirit's armor, although it was a level 10 outfit, it was after all a powder suit, and its basic attributes were much better than a level 15 blue suit. Belt, then replaced with a level 15 blue suit, Guardian's Binding, increased the amount of blood more. Lin Chen now under the full armor, the blood bar has reached 2,500 points. To know some of the same level of knights, in the case of good equipment is estimated to be 1,800 points of blood. The pants were inferior, they were level 15 green, snake spirit leg armor, providing armor and magic resistance. But his boots were different, on the other hand, they were a powder suit. Level 15 powder suit, sentinel shin guard. Plus 50 physical defense. Plus 60 magic defense. Plus 10 points of agility. Plus 10 points of physical strength. Has a 12% chance to automatically dodge upcoming physical damage. Lin Chen put away his bow and arrows. He had been brushing monsters for the past 7 hours. After brushing the level 10 bandits, he brushed the level 12 Storm Wolf, and then after that it was level 14 and 15, and just now he had spent more than half an hour killing all of the monsters within this relic without leaving a single one behind, and at this moment he opened his attribute panel. He opened his attribute panel at this time. He was at level 15, and his bare attack power had stacked up to 700. At this time, holding the moon bow, the attack power came to 865. If an arrow strikes, it will directly hit more than 1,700 damage, and if it is attached to the burning effect of the ruby on the moon bow, Lin Chen can already kill a knight of the same level with a single arrow. However, Lin Chen was still not particularly satisfied. This was because he was no longer able to continue killing monsters. With 0 stamina, I won't be able to grow my experience value if I continue to kill monsters, and the moon bow's durability is almost empty, so I'll have to save it before I enter the main city. Lin Chen drank all the stamina potions in his backpack, and at this point, he only had 1 point of stamina left, and without the stamina potion, he was equivalent to entering a fatigue state. Lin Chen looked at his backpack, the wear and tear value of the moon bow, 23,500, and there were still 2 rusty iron swords left. After all, it was a level 1 equipment. Killing such high-level monsters, the wear and tear value rose especially fast. Let's go, it's time to go out. With that, Lin Chen took the moon bow back into his backpack, and in its place, he replaced it with a blue equipment. Level 10 broadsword, Blackwood broadsword, exploded when he killed the bandit leader boss. Wearing it would add 100 attack. Although it wasn't as good as the moon bow, it was at least more painful than a rusty iron sword punching someone. Lin Chen turned around and prepared to leave this relic. However, at this time, a few beeps suddenly rang in his head. Ding, congratulations to the Chosen One, Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus God, for being the first to enter Greenwood City. Ding, congratulations to Chosen One, I want to become immortal, S-Team for being the first to enter Frost City. Ding, congratulations to the Chosen Ones, Solo Sky, and Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion, for entering White Moon City. Ding. Lin Chen's footsteps lurched at this moment. Doppelganger Heaven? Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion? The color of his eyes suddenly clouded over. He had a deep memory of these 2 names. His fiancée Zhao Yuting's game nickname was called Smoke Rain Cold Pavilion. And the person who cuckolded himself in his last life was this Dopu Tian, who was also his best brother. Li Tianhua. I didn't expect to learn about you guys so quickly, and coincidentally, you're actually going to White Moon City as well? Lin Chen's gaze gradually grew gloomy. Chapter 32 Obelisk, Special Event. After walking out of the ruins, a large group of players appeared in Lin Chen's line of sight. With the passage of time, all sorts of players finally stepped into the land of the hunting god from the Novice village. After all, on the first day alone of the ghostly deserted path that he had landed on in his last life, millions of people landed one after another. Lin Chen raised his head and glanced at the sky. 7 or 8 hours had already passed, but this time period was also when the foot traffic was at its highest. Lin Chen looked at the players everywhere. Most of these people were between level 13 and 16, and they were basically forming teams or looking around for monsters in 2s and 3s. More people, on the other hand, were walking directly in a certain direction, traveling in a hurry, with expressions of anxiety and panic visible on their faces, while they were looking for the main city. Lin Chen still had no intention of traveling with them, as he clapped his hands behind him. In the next moment, Huang Sledgehammer and Brother Roaring, who were standing on Lin Chen's side, directly turned into 2 strands of black smoke and surged into his body. Lin Chen held the black wooden broadsword in his hand and indifferently walked forward. This dude, how about adding a team? I'm missing a milk on this team, how about it? Because there were simply too many people around, it was inevitable that some people would launch team invitations at Lin Chen while walking. However, Lin Chen rejected them one by one. Of course, there were also some people who recognized Lin Chen. Holy! Isn't he the programmer who ranked number 1 in battle power on the heavenly ladder ranking? What? Programmer God? Great God! Take me with you. God, can you bring me a girl? People will be calling. As Lin Chen was recognized, more and more people leaned over, they surrounded Lin Chen, and in the end, Lin Chen directly couldn't move an inch. Programmer God is a guy, I thought it was a pretty big sister. Is it okay for Big God to add a friend? I have a sister now, do not know where to land, add a friend after I introduce to you to know how, watery little girl, can be beautiful. Big God, Big God. Consider Xiao Nan Yang? These people said one thing to each other, and Lin Chen was completely confused. Where had he experienced this kind of thing before, standing in place completely unsure of what to do? The crowd around him was enthusiastic, spittle flying from one sentence to the next, and as the commotion gradually increased, there were more and more people around him, like a star's meet and greet. But just as Lin Chen was about to say something, a commotion suddenly resounded in the distance. The people present turned their heads over at almost the same time. Less than 100 meters away from them was originally the gathering place of the level 15 monsters, ghouls, but after a group of ghouls had been eliminated by the players, 3 obelisk-like style monoliths suddenly appeared. The 3 monoliths presented a triangular pattern, and in the center of the triangle, there was a treasure chest. Treasure chest? There's no boss here, where did the treasure chest come from? I heard that the treasure chest is dark and has chains wrapped around it. There's still this? Quickly go over and take a look. As the crowd gradually left, Lin Chen also came over. When he saw the bizarre stone monument and the black treasure chest with chains on it in the center of the monument, Lin Chen couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Almost offhandedly, he blurted out, "A special event?" To his side, a player who had been yelling for Lin Chen to add his friends gave a start as he asked with some confusion, "What does the special event mean?" Lin Chen said in a low voice, "The special event will randomly appear in the wilderness of the land of the hunting god, it will release a quest, and if you complete the quest, you will be able to open the treasure chest." Quest? The man continued to ask, "Never heard of it before." That said, what good things are in the treasure chest? It also requires a special event. I've opened worthless trash in such treasure chests, yet I've also obtained a relic level item. Its appearance is completely random, so its reward is also random. Lin Chen said and walked forward. The man stood still, listening a bit clouded. Relic? What the hell is that? Have you ever opened this kind of treasure chest? Noah, shouldn't this thing come out for the first time? Great God? Great God? As he spoke, Lin Chen had already squeezed his way to the front. At this moment, the neighborhood of the obelisk was full of people, and there were even 1 or 2 teams with a full complement of personnel standing around the treasure chest at this moment. Under the encouragement of the surrounding onlookers, these people were studying how to open the treasure chest. Hey! Do you guys see any doors yet? The onlookers shouted at the men. Can't figure out the special texture of the chains on this treasure chest, and it's a bit freezing to touch on it, it can't be cut or pulled, it seems like it can't be opened at all. A warrior was trying to pry open the treasure chest with the broadsword in his hand. But no matter how hard they tried, the thing was completely unmoved, not even a single crack appeared. Motherer, no more research, what a piece of... The warrior spat and cursed as he walked away. However, at this time, Lin Chen stepped forward and took the place where that warrior was standing. The crowd of onlookers present quieted down as soon as they saw Lin Chen. It's that programmer god. Could he have a way to open the treasure chest? Under the gaze of the people, Lin Chen silently walked to the front of the treasure chest, then he glanced at the surrounding crowd of onlookers. There were over 1,000 people here, and they were gathered nearby, bustling with people. Lin Chen shouted to the surroundings at this moment. Anyone want to leave? With that, he took out a copper coin from his backpack. The people around him looked at me and I looked at you, completely unaware of what Lin Chen was preparing to do. There were even some people who didn't recognize Lin Chen's identity who let out a laugh. Godly, I think you're preparing to take the treasure all by yourself. That's right, if you have a way to open the treasure chest, open it is, what do you care if we leave or not? There was a burst of chatter in the surroundings. However, not a single person left. Lin Chen sneered, and then without further ado, he threw the copper coin over like he was throwing a wishing coin into a wishing pool. After the copper coin touched the treasure chest, the 3 obelisks around it suddenly lit up with a luster. Buzz buzz buzz. This movement instantly startled many people around them, and some of them even began to take a step or 2 back. Holy holy, what the hell? Under the people's astonishment, from the place of the obelisk, a circle of light suddenly spread out to the surroundings, and this circle grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a diameter that was comparable to the size of a small soccer field. Within the circle of light at this moment, there were almost 1,000 people standing in it, looking at each other in disbelief, not knowing what would happen next. Then, a dull bell sounded, ringing out. Dong! At the top of the three obelisks, a beam of light suddenly shot out in unison, and the three beams of light converged together before transforming into a huge curtain. The curtain spread downward, like an invisible curtain that fell from the sky, no, more like a birdcage. I hang you, this place is evil, I'm not playing, I'm leaving. A man looked up and watched the white curtain of light spread down from the top of his head, and finally completely overlapped with the circle of light on the ground, and a large, half-oval birdcage that held 1,000 people was formed. That person wanted to leave this curtain of light, but the moment he touched it, his body was actually directly bounced back. Bang! The man directly fell to the ground, grimacing in pain, and the blood bar above his head, surprisingly, was missing a large portion at this moment. People froze at this time, they completely panicked. Many people tried to use their hands to touch the edge of the light curtain, but to no avail. As long as they touched the edge of the light, they were a powerful force to push back. Not only that, their blood, Shichi less than half. Can't touch this light. It's over, we can't get out. What will happen? There are so many people here, what are we afraid of? The bell fell silent, and a beeping sound came out from within the brains of everyone within the light screen at the moment, almost at the same time. Special event opened, you have entered the Zombie Monarch's territory. Please survive for a specified period of time, the event will open at the end of the countdown, 15, 14, 13. Chapter 33, Zombies. The Zombie Monarch's territory? The people almost froze violently, they had no idea what this beep represented. More than 1,000 people looked left and right, all of them beating their hearts. Lin Chen, however, appeared relatively calm. He recited the so-called Zombie King's territory several times in his heart, although it was said that every special event was random, but in Lin Chen's memories of his 2 lives, he had never heard of the name of this event. But although he had never heard of this event, there was a high probability that he knew the rules of this event. Survival. Lin Chen muttered. A countdown had already begun within his brain, and when the countdown ended, monsters would come from the 3 sides of the triangular light screen, and everyone within their presence would need to survive the onslaught of monsters within the stipulated time. It was an old event, he knew this kind of event like the back of his hand. Lin Chen glanced at his attributes. After the special event was opened, the status of everyone within the circle would be restored to full. Lin Chen's stamina value, which had been depleted, was also abnormally abundant, and he glanced at the moon bow within his backpack, only to find that, unfortunately, the equipment's durability wouldn't be automatically restored. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. The beep faded, and people only felt that the air around them dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant, and chills even appeared when they breathed in, while at the same time, fog rose around them, and in the fog, it seemed as if they could hear the hissing sound of some kind of creature. Roar! These 1,000 players came back to their senses almost instantly as they winced and revealed their fighting stance. Don't panic. All gather together, nurse. Protect nurse in the very center. Knights, where are the knights? Come out to resist damage. Mages, hunters, don't hesitate when you see a monster, greet it first. The levels of the players present lagged behind quite a bit compared to the 17 levels prevalent on the ladder list. Their average level was only around 14, however, these people still showed remarkable unity, even if their faces looked a bit fearful, within a short period of time. However, they assigned their professions in a well-organized manner. They stood in a tight formation, and more than 1,000 people did not make a single sound. Roar! The fog was smashed open, and a silhouette rushed over from the fog. People finally saw what this monster was. It was a zombie with a rotting body and retinas detached from its eyes. The zombies rushed through the fog from all directions, their running speed was extremely fast, the low roar from their throats made people's scalp numb. As these zombies ran in, the tops of their heads also lit up with blood bars. Ordinary zombie. Level, 10. Life value, 500. Attack power, 100. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense power, 10. This instant, facing the onslaught of zombies, the players also instantly roared. Attention! The knights then took a step forward as they placed the shields in their hands across their bodies, and almost at the same time, they turned on their level 5 skill, Perseverance Unyielding, as well as their level 10 skill, Bronze Sacred Shield. Dozens of bright lights emanated from the bodies of these knights. At this time, the zombies had already rushed over. The countless zombies formed a small tide of corpses. They went forward and backward, emitting roars in succession. Miso miso miso! The zombies' sharp claws fiercely grabbed onto the shield in the knight's hands, but the knights loomed large. These ordinary zombies belonged to the weaker class of level 10 monsters, and their attacks couldn't even create much damage when hitting the knights with their skill status on 5, 8, 6, 7, 5. This discovery boosted the knights' morale, and they laughed as if doubling the number of zombies didn't seem to matter. Ha, these zombies are tickling me. Scared me, I thought it was much exaggerated. The output at the back, over to you guys. Under the cheerful laughter of the knights, at this time, the attacks from the output professions came. The countless bright long-range skills were like dazzling fireworks. Fireball spells, arrows with flames and venom, charms, these skills came whistling from the back of the knights in a steady stream. Boom! The loud explosions immediately caused waves of shockwaves and wind waves, and those zombie figures were directly blown away just as they emerged from this saturation attack. Subsequently, warriors, fighters, assassins, and such short-armed professions stood out from the side of the knights' protective circle, and they directly killed the zombies in a hard fight. They had long since adapted to the grotesqueness of the god hunting ground, not to mention the zombies. Their morale was so high at this point that it was as if the so-called gods had appeared and they dared to do battle with them. Unlike the large group, Lin Chen stood alone in a corner, and naturally, there would be zombies who would discover his presence, but before the zombies could get close, a blackened sledgehammer whistled and swung over. AD. With a single blow of the hammer, the zombie was killed on the spot. Huang's sledgehammer put away the hammer. He coldly looked at the chaos around him. As time passed, the number of zombie tide began to gradually weaken. After another minute, the zombies that rushed over were completely wiped out. And on the side of the player camp, surprisingly, there was not a single death or injury. Lin Chen glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes had passed. Killing too quickly is rather not a good thing. It looks like stronger zombies are coming, he said indifferently. Sure enough, a few seconds after Lin Chen's words landed, in the fog, once again, a howling sound was emitted. Only this time, the screams were even creepier, and along with the strange hoarse roars in their throats, people could also feel an even stronger sense of crisis, and at the same time, the fog around them thickened some more. However, with the victory just now, the people present obviously had no fear. They rubbed their fists. Those knights at the head even waited impatiently for the monster to rush over. The next moment, the fog really rushed out a new round of zombies. However, compared to those ordinary zombies just now, the size of these zombies was obviously larger, and their speed was also faster. Many zombies ran at a speed comparable to some assassins with skills on. Holy, so fast! Everyone pay attention! Under the people's reminders, the crowd also finally saw a new phrase above the heads of these zombies. Adapter Zombie. Rank, 12. Life value, 800. Attack power, 150. Physical defense, 30. Magic defense, 30. The blood volume and double defense of these called adapter zombies had risen a notch compared to ordinary zombies, and their attack power was actually directly higher by 50 points, knowing that just this 50 points of attack was already enough to break the defense of a defense knight. Lin Chen chanted in a low voice, "Roaring brother." Then, an even larger figure slowly appeared on Huang's sledgehammer's side. The bandit leader, Roaring Brother, also appeared. Chapter 34 Adapters, Hunters. With these so-called adapters, zombies more and more, their more powerful force can even push the shield of the knight. Many zombies have been able to squeeze through the knight's shield deep inside the crowd. Brittle profession although high attack, but the defense cannot be compared with the knight. On the spot there are some mages, hunters and other output by the claw's scratch, a few or even a dozen zombies at the same time. Brittle profession's blood instantly reduced by half. The bloodstain of the brittle professions instantly decreased by half. And some knights' overhead blood bars were also gradually decreasing. Add blood. Add blood. The knights roared loudly, and then a beam of light was released from the hands of the nursemaids. The bodies of the injured people lurched, and the reduced blood bars above their heads were instantly replenished. Don't panic. There's a fight. A level 16 warrior roared loudly. From the beginning until now, he was the person with the highest activity amongst the 1,000 people. Although he wasn't a knight, his figure had always been in the same battle line as the knights, and his head level belonged to the highest batch amongst this group of people. The broadsword that he held in his hand steadily emitted a special light, on average, only needing to swing the blade 3 times. Basically, he could directly hack to death, and if one unleashed their skills, it was entirely possible to kill an adapter with 2 swipes. Lin Chen also saw this warrior with the head nickname, Wind Dust and Turbid Wine, but his attention was on the weapon in his hand. Monarch, the weapon in his hand is a level 15 pink equipment, the Artisan's Blazing Broadsword, which adds 200 points to attack power and has 20 points of armor break. Hearing this, it dawned on Lin Chen that a level 15 warrior's bare panel itself had almost 100 or so attacks, and if he put all of his free attribute points in strength, the highest attack could go up to almost 200, and with the pink equipment in his hand, he could indeed slash an 800 blooded zombie to death in 2 or 3 slashes. Worthy of being a physical profession, the attack power rises just as smoothly. Lin Chen nodded his head thoughtfully, but he suddenly thought of something, and somewhat puzzledly glanced back at Huang de Hammer who was speaking. HM? How do you know? Lin Chen still couldn't tell what kind of finished product the equipment in the warrior's hand was, but how did Yellow Sledgehammer, as an undead summoning unit, directly name the equipment? However, Yellow Sledgehammer scratched his head. Monarch, can't you see it? At this time, a zombie rushed over with a shrill whine, and Lin Chen held a broadsword in his hand and casually swung it. The zombie was instantly cut off at the waist and killed on the spot. I remember that you can only view a target's equipment if you've reached level 20, and you need to be in a non-combat state, Lin Chen said. However, Huang's Sledgehammer looked back at Brother Roar, who was standing on the other side of Lin Chen with some confusion. Lord Roar, can you see it? Brother Roaring hesitated for a moment, he nodded and said in a jarring voice, I can see it too. The top that this warrior is wearing is a level 15 blue suit, blacksmith's fine chest armor. This time, Lin Chen was nonplussed. It wasn't just Sledgehammer Huang, even Brother Roar could see it? He could be sure that a normal necromancer's skill couldn't have this kind of effect at all. It was worthy of being a skill obtained through a bug. It was a bit interesting. Right. That's it, keep up the tempo, and the nurse is careful to save her blue and not add blood indiscriminately. Wind Dust Turbid Wine continued. At this time, he was like the C-pin of this team, stabilizing the hearts and minds of the crowd. Indeed, despite the large number of zombies, as long as they cooperated well, they could still manage to pass the level without any injuries. Each player had their own unique skills and role positioning. As long as they could give full play to their own strengths and collaborate with each other, there was a chance to reach 0 casualties like the ordinary zombies that they had just fought against. Finally, after another 10 minutes, the last zombie was cut down. Lin Chen raised his head and glanced at the time prompt. 20 minutes had passed. Generally the time requirement for most of these types of special events was half an hour. If that was the case, there was probably another wave of zombies. The surroundings were strangely quiet for a few seconds. The crowd was looking left and right. They were surprised why the curtain of light around them hadn't disappeared by now. The warrior called Wind Dust and Turbid Wine took a dozen or so steps forward at the moment. He carefully observed the fog in front of him. Strange. The fog seems to be thicker. He reached out and waved his hand, the fog swayed, and the interior unexpectedly took on a bizarre dark green color. Dark green fog? Just when the warrior was a bit puzzled, a pitch-black arm suddenly poked out from the front. Gah! The sudden change made the warrior's pupils tighten. He retreated violently, the arm in front of him hollowed out, but the warrior saw very clearly at this moment, this was an extremely hard arm whose surface was covered with strange scales. 5 nails were like long blades, and similarly black skeleton-shaped spikes sprang out from various places of the arm, just like a shape-shifting general. Wind Dust Turbid Wine began to subconsciously retreat, and finally retreated directly to the side of the knights. Quick, get ready! He hastily tapped the shoulders of the knights around him, his tone surprisingly carrying a hint of panic. The people didn't know what he had gone through, but they still prepared their battle stance. Afterwards, almost everyone heard a low murmur that sounded like an evil spirit. Gah! The zombies of different shapes and forms appeared in unison from the fog at this moment. At this instant, not to mention the 1,000 or so people present, even Lin Chen couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. What are these things? People exclaimed. The monsters in front of them were still zombies, only that unlike the previous 2 groups of zombies, this one was obviously a bit special. The zombies' bodies were unusually strange, something similar to bones appeared on the surface of their bodies, their fingernails and claws were even sharper, and most of the surface of their bodies were covered in scales, and every time they approached one step closer, a feeling of fear that pierced their souls rose up inside people's hearts for a moment. Hunter Zombie. Grade, 15. Life value, 1200. Attack power, 200. Physical defense, 50. Magic defense power, 50. Passive ability, exoskeleton, can weaken physical attacks by 12%. At this instant, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. The base panels of these monsters in front of them, called Hunter Zombies, had even caught up with some of the players of the same level who were present, and if these zombies launched a charge, they would not be able to defend themselves at all. Even Wind Dust and Turbid Wine's heart was fuzzy at this time, and his hand holding the broadsword was shaking slightly. So many zombies, each with 200 attack power, this was no joke. At this moment, the zombies were ready to charge. The players were suddenly in a mess. It was also at this time that Lin Chen put away the level 10 blue broadsword in his hand and instead took out his rusty iron sword. He walked to the front of the group. He even walked directly into the fog. Chapter 35, Misery. It's the programmer god. When Lin Chen's figure appeared, the people immediately let out a cry of surprise. But without waiting for them to utter a second word, the howls from the hunter zombies were already like war cries, and the charge began. The speed of these evolved zombies was as fast as a cheetah. Subsequently, more and more zombies rushed out of the fog, and although there were more than 1,000 people gathered here, they were still like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the face of wolves. A moment ago, they were still taking some solace in Lin Chen's heart for the appearance of the number 1 god on the battle power list, but at this time, they completely threw the rest of their thoughts out of their minds, and all that was left was panic. Lin Chen gripped the rusty iron sword in his hand tightly, and then, he actually rushed over to meet the zombies under the gaze of the people. Great God! Behind him, Lin Chen could still hear someone shouting at him in panic. However, as Lin Chen rushed into the thick fog, the people behind him lost his vision completely. And along with Lin Chen's reverse charge, he was flanked by Huang's sledgehammer and Brother Roar. There's no need for me to go overboard. Lin Chen shouted lowly. Obey! Yellow Sledgehammer and Brother Growl spoke in unison. In the next moment, they were already in short contact with the zombies. Brother Roaring rushed into the group of corpses. He had Lin Chen's level 10 skill, Wind of Recovery, with him, and he didn't care about those zombies clawing at his body, and while the Wind of Recovery returned his blood little by little, he raised his head fiercely and roared at the sky. Roar! Roaring Brother's special skill, Howl of Rage, was activated. Howl of Rage effect, lets out a roar, causing a shocking effect on the surrounding enemies, dealing 200 points of magic damage while attaching a 1.5-second stun effect. A huge sound wave instantly swept out, and the bodies of at least 30 zombies in the surroundings violently trembled. It was also this instant that Huang Sledgehammer swung his hammer and directly rushed into these zombie groups that were still in the stun state. 44-14-14-10. Huang Sledgehammer's attack power was also 350 points because he had inherited half of Lin Chen's, and his attack range was so great that he practically patronized all of these zombies in 2 swings. Together with the 200 points of magic damage caused by Brother Growl's howl, each zombie's blood level was left at less than 700 points. And by special coincidence, Lin Chen was holding a rusty iron sword with an attack power of exactly 700. Miso! 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 Lin Chen quickly swung the rusty iron sword in his hand. The light of the blade swam back and forth across the bodies of these hunter zombies, and along with the rapid decline in the durability value of the rusty iron sword, one by one, the damage values fluttered above the heads of the zombies. 700. 1402. 701. 702. 703. 1408. Regardless of the bludgeoning or lack thereof, Lin Chen swung his sword one by one, and with Huang's Sledgehammer Roaring Brothers' padded sword, with every swing, a zombie would completely fall, and Lin Chen's attack power was methodically growing. There were more and more zombies, and Lin Chen sometimes needed to dodge back and forth, and match up with Yellow Sledgehammer and Roaring Brother to fight together in order to defend himself. Although his own blood volume and double defense were still relatively optimistic, he couldn't help but have too many zombies. If he was surrounded, Lin Chen would be in deep trouble. Tear. The 2 zombies opened their arms left and right, viciously grabbing onto Lin Chen's body, and one of them even struck a bludgeoning blow. Lin Chen retreated violently, at the same time Huang's Sledgehammer swept over with a hammer. 80. Lin Chen's eyes were quick, and 2 stabs ended them. However, the other 2 zombies rushed over again, and without waiting for Lin Chen to make a move, the huge machete in Roaring Brother's hand that was more than a person high swung over fiercely, raising a whistling stream of wind. Lin Chen raised his hand to make up 2 more slashes. However, soon after, his own rear was once again sneak attacked by a zombie. Lin Chen violently turned around and swung his sword, and after a bludgeoning blow, the zombie instantly went limp on the ground. It was too late to add blood to himself. The zombie directly in front of him broke through the defenses of Huang's Sledgehammer and Brother Roar, and took a bite on Lin Chen's shoulder blade. Lin Chen retreated violently, and his rusty iron sword slashed down from his head. 1440. After 2 minutes, the blood bar above Lin Chen's head had been reduced by half, but the number of zombies, however, hadn't decreased at all. Lin Chen was already sweating a bit. Cutting. Level 2 low is really troublesome. Looking at the huge herd of zombies in front of him, Lin Chen somewhat misses his 80-level warrior in his last life, then don't say put skills, casually swing a few times in the hands of the weapon, you can instantly clear the field. But now, Lin Chen even needed to fight carefully to ensure that he wasn't beaten to death by the swarm. The healing hands and wind of recovery floated back and forth between himself and the two undead units. Lin Chen was like an ape jumping between the forests. As the zombies came forward and back, Lin Chen kept using his combat experience and agility to pull back, and if there was a gap between the attacks, Lin Chen also used his own agility to pull back, and if there was a gap between the attacks, Lin Chen also used his own agility to pull back. When there was a gap, Lin Chen would also suddenly stop and stab out. After another period of time, Lin Chen had already slashed more than 80 zombies as he did. If someone saw Lin Chen's methods, he was afraid that he would be stunned. Each of these so-called hunter zombies attribute panels were not inferior to a level 15 player, but Lin Chen matched the two undead units with almost one slash, and at the same time, Lin Chen's defenses were exceptionally amazing. Even if some of the knights were hit by a few times, they would have to drink several pots of wine, but when they hit Lin Chen's body, it was completely painless. However, Lin Chen personally still felt that the efficiency was too low. He had already drank almost all of the life potions and magic potions in his backpack. Combined with the blitz rate, Lin Chen had grown from 700 attack points to 754. Raising his head and glancing at the time had stopped flowing. The number of zombies was starting to become sparse. The explosions and shots that had just come from that end of the fog were also slowly becoming weaker. The fog was so thick that Lin Chen had no idea what was going on the player's side. After all, there was only one person on his side, and there were always still a small number of zombies that saw him as a target. Miso. Lin Chen's hand rose and fell. The last zombie that rushed over lost its life. He breathed slightly. His stamina and magic values had completely bottomed out, while his life value was already only a third left, and the Huang Sledgehammer and Roaring Brother on his side had long since been knocked back into their bodies. If the monster continued to charge, Lin Chen estimated that it would be fatal. The fog around them began to fade. Lin Chen's line of sight then turned into a hell-like scene. There were less than 200 of the 1,000 or so players who could still stand in place today. Everywhere were people paralyzed on the ground in a state of near death, and some who still had resurrection coins in their backpacks began to disappear into place one after another via resurrection coins, while some players who didn't have resurrection coins could only wait for the nurse to resurrect them. However, although Heavenly Cloister was a level 12 skill, the way to obtain it was extremely harsh. Even in the previous generation, this low-level skill was an indispensable god-level skill in the entire god hunting ground, and within the exchange, a Paradise Corridor skill book could even be more expensive than the awakening skills of some professions. Of the 1,000 people present, not a single person had learned this skill. The surroundings were suddenly in mourning, and many people, even if they weren't on the verge of death, were lying on the ground on all fours, completely losing their will to fight. Lin Chen swept his sight over these people, then placed his eyes on the bottom of the 3 obelisks. There, on the black treasure chest, the chain slowly detached. A few seconds later, the treasure chest opened automatically. Chapter 36 Dusty Wine. At this moment, a beep suddenly appeared in the heads of Lin Chen and all the surviving players present. You have completed the special event and have received the event reward. The reward has been issued to your backpack. However, a moment later, Lin Chen heard another beep that only he could hear. You are the player with the highest activity level in this special event, and have received an additional experience bonus. You are the player with the highest number of personal kills in this special envoy event, and have gained the favor of the zombie monarch. Additional rewards have been issued to your backpack. You have been upgraded. You have been upgraded. A series of beeps popped up, and Lin Chen hastily opened his backpack. He first looked at the main reward for this event. What is this? It wasn't just him, everyone present froze. They looked at their backpacks and inexplicably added a key. No way, this is the reward for the special event? Just a ING key? Play with it. Yes, the reward item for the event was a key called Invitation from the King. There wasn't much to say about it, not even a decent description, just a lone word consumable and a hint that it could be used at level 30. Even if it's not clear, the result is that the level of use even needs to reach level 30? Even Lin Chen was a bit puzzled at this point. He had never heard of special event rewards being of this type. According to past memories and experiences, an event of similar difficulty like this would at least give some unimaginable treasures, but the surviving players around him had only this unexplained key in addition to having risen a level or two. Lin Chen was silent for a while. He still put the key away. Let's wait until after level 30. Ignoring the main reward of the event, Lin Chen rate one last look at the so-called extra reward. Ha, And equipment was given? I didn't expect the extra reward to be more reliable than the main reward. Lin Chen scrutinized the amulet called Blessing of the Zombie Monarch. Zombie Monarch's Blessing, unique. Type, amulet. Level requirement, none. Chi value plus 10. Strength plus 10. Intelligence plus 10. Skill, King's Domain, creates an area shrouded in mist. Within the area, your attack speed is plus 100%, your lifesteal recovery speed is plus 100%, the enemy's attack speed is reduced by 10%, and their movement speed is reduced by 10%. Requires manual release. Growth class equipment, every time the wearer kills one unit, he will gain 1 point of evolution value from it. Current evolution class, 1, evolution value, 0-100 inch. Lin Chen let out a low gasp. What surprised him wasn't this skill called King's Domain, but the fact that this equipment was actually a growable type of item. He had seen similar growth type equipment before, and had heard that this type of equipment could increase its attribute abilities through the wearer's leveling up, but he had never seen this type of growth direction. Evolution? Lin Chen recited, was it related to the name of this special event? Zombie Monarch. An event name that he had never heard of before. It's actually still a unique equipment, which means there's only one of these in the entire god hunting land. It's just as well, I could have killed to increase my attack power. With this amulet, 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Chen didn't even think about it and immediately changed this amulet on. After doing so, Lin Chen opened his attribute panel. His current self had arrived at level 17, and with the blessing of the zombie monarch this amulet, the increase in attributes was more intuitive compared to when he was level 15. Nickname, Programmer. Level, 17. Life value wearing all equipment status, 2,400-2,400. Magic value, 600-600. Strength, 41. Plus 4 plus 10. Intelligence, 55. Plus 4 plus 10. Agility, 42. Plus 4. Physical strength, 61. Plus 4. Chi, 10. Plus 10. Attack power with rusty iron sword, 766. Moonbow plus 165, 930. Spell attack, 165. Physical defense wearing 4 spirits soft armor, 108. Magic defense, 113. Free attribute points, 4. Lin Chen briefly glanced at his basic attributes and after closing them, he looked around again. As time passed, the players who had resurrection coins had already chosen to resurrect one after another, and now all that was left lying on the ground was a group of unlucky people waiting to die. He patted the dust on his body and stood up. However, at this time, a silhouette walked over. This person seemed to be a little hesitant, but he still called out when Lin Chen was ready to leave. Great! God, please wait. Lin Chen turned his head and realized that the warrior called Wind Dust Turbid Wine was currently looking at himself. Lin Chen carefully sized up this warrior whose body was bruised and battered. This person was burly, and although he hadn't reached level 20 yet, causing him to not be able to see the equipment that the other person was wearing, according to Huang's Sledgehammer and Brother Roar, this person was holding a pink broadsword in his hand at the very least. Moreover, after completing the event, this person's level had also come to level 18. On the ranking, Wind Dust Turbid Wine's rank was at the top, and on the battle power ranking, one after another, people started to appear, and this Wind Dust Turbid Wine was also ranked in the top 100. As for the number 1 in the battle power ranking, it was still Lin Chen. Something wrong? Lin Chen said indifferently. Wind Dust Turbid Wine scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. He looked back twice from time to time, then said, "Would a great god be interested in joining our regular team? You'll be the captain." Lin Chen had already guessed that this would be the outcome, and he waved his hand slightly, not interested. With that, Lin Chen turned his head. However, Wind Dust Turbid Wine hurriedly added, "Great God, I don't mean anything else, I just think that it would be much more convenient to form a fixed team if you're new to the world. The distribution of professions in the team is very reasonable, and I guarantee that everyone won't cause you any trouble. I'm a senior game geek, although I don't know what the hell is going on in this world is really what the hell, but I have a deep understanding of games," he said while carefully following Lin Chen's footsteps. Lin Chen stopped at this moment, and Wind Dust Turbid Wine immediately paused. He didn't know what this milkman in front of him was thinking, but he was right. He was a person with a special understanding of the game, and he would never be wrong. This milkman in front of him was definitely not an ordinary player, or at least fundamentally different from the likes of them. To put it bluntly, in Wind Dust Turbid Wine's eyes, Lin Chen's strength even made him come up with two terms. Outsider. Kryptonite bigot. To know that a nurse profession, a purely supportive role, was able to ascend to the top of the ladder-ranking battle power in the early stages of the Land of the Hunting God, this kind of near bull would never happen in any game, and the Land of the Hunting God was no exception. Lin Chen seemed to be thinking, and Wind Dust and Turbid Wine stopped talking, waiting for the following. After a few seconds, Lin Chen turned his head. It's possible. Upon hearing Lin Chen's reply, Wind Dust Turbid Wine's eyes instantly lit up. But, Lin Chen suddenly stretched out a finger. I have a question and some conditions. Wind Dust Turbid Wine gave a start, then hastily nodded, you say. Does everyone in your team have a powdered outfit just like you? Lin Chen pointed at the broadsword in Wind Dust Turbid Wine's hand. As soon as these words came out, Wind Dust Turbid Wine suddenly subconsciously tightened his grip on the broadsword in his hand. A hint of suspicion flickered through this warrior's pupils as he was a little surprised at how Lin Chen knew that the weapon in his hand was powdered. However, very quickly, Wind Dust Turbid Wine shook his head. I'm the only one who has a pink armor. Lin Chen lowered his finger as he said indifferently, since that's the case I'm going to make a condition. It's fine if you want me to form a fixed team with you, but I'll need to re-recruit someone. Wind Dust Turbid Wine froze. He looked back behind him. There, a few people were staring at themselves, obviously Wind Dust Turbid Wine's regular team now. What do you mean, great God? Other than you, I don't need any of your other teammates. As for the members of the fixed team, I have my own plans. With that, Lin Chen looked at the warrior and coldly said, think about it. Wind Dust Turbid Wine froze. Chapter 37 Fixed Teams. Wind Dust Turbid Wine fell into deep thought. As the captain of a fixed team, the rest of the team members were all recruited by him one by one, although the time they knew each other was less than 10 hours, but now they really want to abandon them. This is not a choice that can be made with a slap of the thigh. Not to mention the fact that the team members are now waiting for his good news with bated breath. The man's brows constantly stretched but constantly tightly knit. In front of the nanny has an extraordinary secret, and he formed a fixed team with him, but the price is to let himself betray his own teammates. He is obviously not too willing. After a while, Wind Dust Turbid Wine asked in a low voice. Great God, you are now asking me to betray my teammates. If I do so, are you not afraid that one day I will betray you? Wind Dust Turbid Wine tried his best to make this sentence as serious as possible, and at the same time, he was carefully gauging Lin Chen's expression, hoping to see any mood swings. However, Lin Chen was completely unfazed as he said indifferently. If you meet a better choice later, you can leave at any time. Likewise, if I feel that you have no value anymore, I will not hesitate to abandon you, so I hope that you will consider this carefully. After saying that, Lin Chen didn't hesitate much and threw a friend invitation at Wind Dust Turbid Wine. If Wind Dust Turbid Wine agreed, he would be able to pass the friend request. On the contrary, if he was unable to accept Lin Chen's request, he would just reject it directly. After doing this, Lin Chen left Wind Dust and Turbid Wine behind and looked around before finding a deserted place to recover his stamina and at the same time organize his backpack. The things in his backpack were too mixed up, so he needed to clean it up a bit. As for the fixed team, this thing is not a substantial benefit to him at all. In his last life, he had joined a fixed team with Zhao Yuding, but in the later stages of the fight, everyone's starting point is completely self-interest, but very delayed his time and energy. Once again, Lin Chen was similarly not too keen on the idea, which was why he threw out a condition to Wind Dust Turbid Wine that seemed basically unlikely to be accomplished, so that Wind Dust Turbid Wine would know that it was difficult to retreat. When Lin Chen thought like this, while organizing his backpack, he got up and prepared to leave. But right at this moment, Wind Dust Turbid Wine unexpectedly walked over. Captain, when are we leaving? Lin Chen gave a start as he subconsciously looked at his friends list, and he suddenly realized that there was one more friend. It was none other than this Wind Dust Turbid Wine. You promised? Lin Chen glanced at the distance with some surprise. There should have been 5 people there constantly looking towards this place, but now, those 5 people had disappeared. It looked like this warrior really intended to join himself. Risks and gains go hand in hand. I still understand this point. Wind Dust Turbid Wine said with a smile. Looking at this warrior, Lin Chen was a bit confused. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen also sighed. Alright, but I have to make it clear beforehand that the staffing of my group's team might not be quite the same as your understanding, and I hope you won't intervene with regards to the recruitment of new team members. Don't worry, I will never say a word more. Wind Dust Turbid Wine nodded. Also, don't ask more questions about whatever unreasonable abilities I display later on. Understood, I won't ask more. Lin Chen still wanted to say something, but looking at the man's gleaming eyes, he didn't know what to continue saying. Only after a short interval did he say quietly, "Enter the team." Programmer created a team. Programmer has sent you an invitation to join a team. You have joined the team. Lin Chen turned around and left, and Wind Dust Turbid Wine immediately followed. What's the captain's name? My last name is Lin, and you? My surname is Feng, and my name is Feng Chen. So the name is Wind Dust Turbid Wine? Lin Chen said. Yeah, that's what I've always been called when I play games. What about you, Brother Lin? Does the name Programmer have any symbolism? Lin Chen shook his head, casually. Saying that, the two of them slowly left the place. The flow of people around them was getting bigger and bigger. When they were carrying out the special event surrounded by the light screen, many other players had been staying outside to stop and watch, and now that the event of the light screen disappearing was complete, there were even more people gathering around them. However, when they saw that more than 1,000 people had suffered such heavy losses, there were still many who had a look of horror on their faces. After a few minutes, the two of them, Lin Chen and Feng Chen, had completely moved away from the area they had just been in, and they kept moving forward along a large road. At this point in time, it was getting late, and the number of people walking around was starting to gradually thin out. From time to time, wild monsters would suddenly appear. Without Lin Chen having to do anything, Feng Chen would take the pink broadsword in his hand and meet them. After another hour or so of walking, the sky was already completely dark. The two of them opened the sheepskin map in their hands. Because of the delay in upgrading and completing special events, they were still a distance away from the nearest main city, White Moon City, and according to the current speed, it was estimated that it would take 2 hours to get there. Lin Chen suddenly stopped at this time. Brother Lin, do you want to rest for a while? Feng Chen said as he wiped the broadsword in his hand. Lin Chen glanced at his level. Unlike Feng Chen, who was level 18, himself who had been killing low-level monsters to stack his attack power was one level lower, only 17, but he was preparing to level up to level 20 before entering the main city, and if he followed this speed, he was estimated to be level 18 by the time he reached the main city. Gotta find a place to level up to level 20. After all, only he knew that there was a hidden reward for entering the main city at level 20. Follow me. Lin Chen turned his route and walked directly to the right. Feng Chen, who was standing in place, glanced at the sheepskin map in his hand and looked at Lin Chen's back with some confusion, but he didn't say anything more and immediately followed behind with his sword. The two of them walked for a few minutes, and eventually their speed gradually slowed down. However, they hadn't encountered a swarm of wild monsters, but rather, they had encountered dying players. From just now, they had encountered several dying players along the way who were paralyzed and motionless on the ground. And this instant, there were a full 3 more near deaths lying on the ground in front of them, their heads displaying the message that they needed to be revived. What's going on with Ringo? There were no extremely threatening monsters seen in the vicinity, but these people were lying here all alone. It was really a bit strange. However, while Feng Chen was a little puzzled, Lin Chen on his side coldly laughed. He whispered to Feng Chen, "It's not monsters that did this, it's man-made." Man-made? Feng Chen suddenly winced, but he still asked in a low voice somewhat incredulously. What does man-made mean? Lin Chen laughed lowly at this time. Since you've played a lot of online games, you should have easily encountered this type of person, right? The name on top of their head is always red, and they enjoy killing players for fun. As he said that, right in front of the duo, 6 people suddenly walked out from the shadows. These 6 people had a sinister smile on their faces. Chapter 38 Red Name Players. These 6 people had a perfect combination of professions, with a knight as the captain, a healer, a hunter mage each, and an assassin and a beast master. They could fight or control, resist or milk. Their average level was 17, and the equipment in the hands of these 6 people looked good, basically all level 15 equipment, most of which were blue, with the least being green. With such a configuration of a full team, above everyone's head, other than the somewhat timid-looking milkmaid in the team, the remaining 5 people all had blood-red names. These 6 people stood directly in front of Lin Chen's duo, and under the bleak night sky, these 6 people were like impermanent ghosts that demanded their lives, and even when they stood still without saying a word, they made people's scalps numb. Feng Chen subconsciously stood in front of Lin Chen. He even used his hand to pull Lin Chen to signal him to stand behind him. However, after thinking about it, even though Lin Chen was a milkman, he was the actual number 1 in the battle list, so this kind of action on his part was undoubtedly a bit unnecessary. However, even if one's equipment was good, and there was still a battle ranking 1 Lin Chen beside him, facing a fully armed red name team, there was absolutely no chance of winning in Feng Chen's eyes. According to his own previous experience of playing the game, at high levels, some strong people could distance themselves greatly from other players of the same level through their values and equipment. But now everyone was within 20 levels, everyone's development and growth was limited, even if they were holding pink equipment in their hands, everyone's basic stats were similar, 2 versus 6, they didn't have half a chance of winning. Everyone, what do you guys mean by this? Fengchen subconsciously shouted in a low voice to the 6 people in front of him. At the same time, he was carefully observing the 6 people's every move, ready to flee at any time as long as there was a difference. However, when he saw the assassin amongst the 6, he could not help but feel his scalp tingle a little. Under this kind of assassination profession, even if he wanted to run, it was probably pointless. This is bad. At this moment, among the 6 people on the opposite side, the knight at the head of the group smiled slightly as he raised the short-handled axe in his hand to point at the 2 of them, grinning. No point, just want to see what nice equipment you guys have on you, if it's suitable, how about lending it to us? Saying that, the 6 people took a step forward. Faced with such an atmosphere, Fengchen also naturally remembered the kind of crowd he encountered when he used to play the game, the red name players who specialized in slaughtering small numbers for fun. It was just that he did not expect that nowadays, when he came to the god hunting ground, he would be able to encounter this kind of dog stuff as well. No wonder this crowd would appear in this sparsely populated deserted road, which would help them even more in killing scattered players. Impossible. Fengchen gave a low shout. It doesn't matter if you don't borrow at law. The knight hemmed and hawed. Anyway, in this game, when people die, their equipment will fall off, we'll just guard the corpses when the time comes. By the way, you guys shouldn't have any resurrection coins on you, right? With that, the knight raised an eyebrow at the hunter behind him. In the next moment, the hunter behind him instantly drew his bow, and an arrow carrying poison whistled. You have been threatened by another player's attack, please pay attention. The system's voice instantly resounded in Lin Feng's duo's heads, and at the same time, the arrow struck Fengchen squarely in his shoulder blade. 226. If Fengchen's armor wasn't quite passable, this arrow could have even dealt higher damage. The arrow was poisonous, it was the hunter's level 5 skill, Scorpion's Tail, and it would deal continuous damage to the target for a short period of time. After a few seconds passed, Fengchen's blood bar of only 1,900 points drained some at a rate visible to the naked eye. Grass, these mother airs. Fengchen also no longer hesitated, the broadsword in his hand fiercely lit up, he held the sword and slashed downwards, the warrior's level 5 skill, Ghost Chop, was unleashed, however, in the next moment, the Ghost Chop was instantly stopped by the leader's knight who rushed forward and raised his shield to defend himself. Clang! 256. The low-level shield didn't trigger a block, but Ghost Chop only dealt that damage out. Low-ranked knights, themselves, were the nemesis of physical professions of the same rank. At this moment, the knight's eyes lit up. Good guy, the sword in your hand is a powder suit, right, and it hurts so much to chop? Both of them briefly exchanged a few blows before they both began to pull away and retreat. In the absence of others interfering, even the knight with thick skin and flesh ended up not being a match for Fengchen, who was holding a powder suit warrior. This made them even more hostile towards Fengchen. Cool, actually letting us meet a pink suit. Those 6 people laughed in unison. Hunter cover, assassin and I will go together, the others stay put. The knight danced the short axe in his hand into the air, finished them off quickly in case any other fools come over and get in the way. Alright, Captain. The assassin quickly took out the dagger in his hand while turning on stealth. Fengchen hastily retreated, his hands gripping the broadsword in his hand as his eyes stared dead on the surroundings. It was good that the opposite side was gullible, not striking out together gave them enough room to maneuver, but even so, facing a thick-skinned knight with an unknown assassin on his side, Fengchen could not maneuver at all. Most of all, he needed to always be on guard against the hidden arrows that were always shooting over from afar. Grass, if only I had learned the level 15 skill, Penetrating Burst, I could easily break through this knight's defense. But just as he cursed while his mind raced, he only felt a chill appear on his side. It was the assassin's initial skill, Cutthroat, that was unleashed. Fengchen quickly turned around while releasing the warrior's initial skill, Stance, preparing to block the strike with his broadsword in a blocking stance. However, the stance was already in place, but the assassin's dagger was slow to stab out. Fengchen glanced at his side in some confusion. It was fine if he did not look, but when he did, Fengchen immediately froze. That assassin was now lying on the ground in a state of near death. What is the situation? Not only Fengchen, even the remaining 5 people on the opposite side of the room, all of them stared wide-eyed at this moment. In the next moment, everyone's eyes were all focused on Lin Chen, who had been standing on the side and was currently holding a bow and arrow in his hand. Lin Chen had just finished drawing his bow and shooting an arrow, and the target was, precisely, that assassin. In the distance, the hunter in the opposite team even subconsciously took a step back. This was because he saw that Lin Chen had shot an arrow at the assassin. It struck. 1760 points of bludgeoning damage. This was a ing damage dealt by a milkman? You have to know that an assassin, a profession with high offense and low defense, only had less than 1700 blood itself, plus most assassins pursued strength and agility. They didn't pay much attention to the defense piece at all, but even so, a level 17 assassin being a second by an arrow? Chapter 39, Breaking the Shield. At this time, the remaining 5 people on the opposite side finally realized something was wrong. The knight whose target was originally locked onto wind dust and turbid wine suddenly switched targets and aimed straight at Lin Chen. What the hell damage? This knight roared out, while subconsciously taking 2 or 3 steps back, looking at Lin Chen in horror. At this moment, Lin Chen redrew the moon bow in his hand and made an aiming gesture. Points of starlight converged into energy arrows, and that knight was violently startled. Shoo! The arrow suddenly whistled away. The knight was shocked, although he didn't believe that a healer who was only level 17 could kill the assassin with a single arrow from a level 10 bow. He didn't dare to gamble. In case this milkman really had some special item they didn't know about that could directly second someone, then he couldn't take this arrow hard. The arrow had already shot over, and the knight dodged violently as the arrow flew against the armor on his body. Snort! That energy arrow stuck directly into the ground. Missed. Lin Chen helplessly skimmed his mouth for a moment. After all, he wasn't a hunter who specialized in using bows and arrows. If his own hit rate wasn't high, it was indeed possible to miss when someone was on guard. Lin Chen was just about to draw his bow again, but looking at the remaining durability of the moon bow, he slowly put it down. This one move fell into the eyes of the knight and the others, and they raised their eyebrows at almost the same time. Captain! This guy can instantly kill an assassin with a single arrow. He probably has some special item in his body, but looking at his current appearance, that item should only be able to be used once. The hunter behind him said in a low voice, he shouldn't be a threat right now. Are you sure? Not particularly sure, but there shouldn't be any items at this level that can continuously inflict a spike status for a short period of time. That would be too perverse and directly affect the game balance. Makes sense. Being on the same team, their conversations used intra-team voice, and Lin Chen and Feng Chen couldn't hear them at all. However, although the knight also felt that what the hunter said made sense, he didn't dare to rush forward, and he took a heartfelt glance at the assassin who had fallen in front of him and was already on the verge of death. After hesitating for a moment, he turned his head to his team's members and said, "You two go on, use long-range attacks to get him." The knight said viciously, "If he and that warrior are going to get close, I'll stop them." Since he didn't quite dare to gamble with his life, he would snipe him remotely. As the knight's words fell, the hunter-mage duo behind him glanced at each other, then without hesitation, the hunter's scorpion tail and the mage's level 10 skill, ice cone technique, were thrown out at the same time. In the face of the flying green arrows and huge ice hammer, Lin Chen on the other hand did not dodge at all. He just took the bow and arrow in his hand back into his backpack and switched to his rusty iron sword. He wasn't prepared to use his level 10 broadsword, the Blackwood broadsword, because he realized that when he had just shot that assassin to the brink of death with an arrow, he had actually added 1 point to his attack power. This was interesting. Not only could he kill monsters to stack his attack power, but he could actually kill players as well. On his side, Feng Chen had just regained his senses at this moment from the scene where Lin Chen had just killed someone with an arrow, and at this moment, he saw the long-range attacks coming one after another, and he hurriedly shouted out trying to remind Lin Chen who hadn't moved a muscle. "Great God! Be careful!" However, Lin Chen turned a deaf ear as he allowed the poison arrow ice picks to hit him. Dang! Unlike the hunter's scorpion tail streaming fire, the mage level 10 skill ice cone technique was ranged damage. The instant the ice cone struck Lin Chen, it exploded into a snowy white ice flower and spread around. Feng Chen had just gotten to Lin Chen's side when he was forced to take a step back by the spreading cold air. If Lin Chen had a lower magic resistance value on him, this blow combined with the scorpion tail's continuous blood drop would have been enough to give him a pot to drink. After all, the healing of a milkman would be inhibited by this bleeding effect. However, the characters floating above Lin Chen's head as well as the amount of his blood strike decreasing caused the crowd to reveal expressions of having seen a ghost. 112, this was the damage from the scorpion tail hitting Lin Chen. 70, this was the damage caused by the ice cone blowing up. 2, this was the sustained damage caused by the scorpion tail's poison. In a few seconds, a total of less than 200 damage values were inflicted, and when he looked at the top of Lin Chen's head, just a little bit of blood skin had fallen off, not to mention allowing Lin Chen to release his blood boosting skills. he didn't even have the desire to raise his head to look at it. Lin Chen walked out from the cold ice flowers. He carried his rusty iron sword and walked forward step by step. Feng Chen, the warrior who was worried about Lin Chen's safety a moment ago, had completely lost the ability to organize his words at this time. When he and Lin Chen fought the zombies at the special event, because of the dense fog, they didn't see the process of Lin Chen's strikes. They only knew that it was a bit outrageous for him to have ascended to the #1 spot on the battle list as a milkman, and felt that Lin Chen should have a bit of something. But right now, Feng Chen only felt that he was outrageously wrong. Which is a bit of something. He only felt that abandoning his original fixed team to climb onto Lin Chen's thigh was such an important and correct decision. At this moment, Lin Chen slowly walked up, and the 5 of them only felt that what was walking towards them was not a milkman, but an evil ghost from hell. Grass. Playing God, come kill me if you're capable. The knight raised his shield, his level 5 skill and level 10 skill opening at the same time, while shouting behind him, "Don't hold back, throw skills at him." Before the players behind him could react, Lin Chen had already arrived in front of the knight. The rusty iron sword in Lin Chen's hand was slightly raised, and he slashed at the knight's shield. Dang! Block! A slash went down without dealing damage. Lin Chen did not hesitate and slashed again. Dang! Still no damage floated out. This slash was blocked again. The knight froze. His luck was somewhat good. He didn't expect that twice in a row, the shield would trigger 2 blocks. He immediately laughed out loud. Kid! This shield of mine is a level 15 blue armor. This weapon in your hand, if I'm not mistaken, should be a rusty iron sword. No one has ever used this thing when they opened their newbie packs in the newbie village, and you're actually holding this thing to cut me? He laughed harshly and was just about to raise the short axe in his hand when Lin Chen stabbed out a 3rd blade. Ka-ching! This time, although it didn't deal damage again, it wasn't the shield's blocking function. The knight looked down at the shattered iron shield in his hand in a daze, feeling a little off for a moment. Eh? The shield in his own hand was a level 15 blue equipment, exquisite magic iron shield, which could add 50 points of armor to the shield bearer and came with 200 points of magical extra life value, and he hadn't used it a few times, so as a matter of fact, the durability of the shield was basically full. But now, a prompt appeared in his head. Your equipment, exquisite magic iron shield, has 0 durability and has been damaged. The knight was completely confused. Chapter 40 The King's Domain. Lin Chen's face was grim as he yanked the wrist of the knight who was preparing to retreat, then yanked it towards his body. The knight's body was withdrawn by a huge force. At the same time, Lin Chen sent the iron sword in his hand over. Miso. In the next moment, numbers that made the knight's 3 senses explode emerged from his own sight. 1,340. Yes, there was an exclamation mark after the number. It had stormed. But that wasn't the point. The point was that this slash had almost stabbed himself in the aorta. The shield in his own hand had been damaged. Nowadays, the equipment he was wearing added 80 points of extra armor to himself, plus as a knight, his basic attributes added more to his armor than other professions, adding up to about 130 points of armor he should have. And he had turned on the 2 pre-existing shield god skills of Perseverance Unyielding and Bronze Sacred Shield, which was equivalent to adding another 70 points of armor and 50 points of magic resistance to himself. Even without the shield, this knight just had a full 200 points of physical defense. But this milkman slashed out more than 1,300 damage? Even if it was a bludgeon, this was too damn weird. If it wasn't for his armor resisting some of it, this slash would have seen nearly 1,540 points of damage? Uing hang. He had other thoughts there. He now had a total of 2,000 drops of blood. Lin Chen took the rusty iron sword, this level 1 equipment, and almost stabbed his own waist. He was completely in a state like a lost soul. However, when the knight broke free from Lin Chen's hand and ran backwards, Lin Chen didn't chase after him, he just stood in place in a faint manner. Sledgehammer, brother, roar. Lin Chen said indifferently. It was like he was calling out to someone. The rest of the team members saw that their captain as a knight had almost been seconded as well, where there was still some semblance of fighting spirit in them. It would be fine if this milkman really did have some special item that caused him to be high offense and low defense. But this person is even more meat than a knight. And he is also a milkman. Even if they are all together, even if they hit the person half a tube of blood down, it is estimated that Lin Chen a healing hand will be directly filled up. There's no way to fight, withdraw. These so-called red name players weren't outlaws themselves, they were contemptuous of other people's lives while at the same time caring very much about their own. However, very quickly, they hadn't even run out a few paces when the surrounding area suddenly became foggy. Dark green mist spread violently from where Lin Chen's body was to the surroundings, and the speed of the fog was as fast as a beam of light. The area around 10 meters in radius became suddenly cold. Even Feng Chen, who was Lin Chen's teammate, felt that there was some kind of force that suddenly strangled the temperature by the throat. Feng Chen glanced around. He only felt that these thick fogs looked somewhat familiar. Dark green. Isn't this the fog that appears when fighting zombies? Then, a sentence strangely popped up in the heads of everyone present. You have entered the king's domain. Feng Chen was unsure as he suddenly resumed his fighting stance, while looking around to watch out for something. He was a little confused. Hadn't they already completed the special event? The backpack had also obtained a mysterious key, but now they had entered this what the hell monarch's domain? In the mist, could there still be zombies running out? However, Lin Chen let out a faint laugh. Yes, Lin Chen had turned on the skill of the amulet blessing of the zombie monarch. Within this field, his attack speed was plus 100%, his life value recovery speed was plus 100%, while the enemy's attack speed was reduced by 10%, and their movement speed was reduced by 10%. Sure enough, after the field was released, the Night 5 only felt as if their feet were suddenly being pulled by something, and as if they were stepping on muddy ground. Their speed could not be fastened at all. What's going on? I feel so tired, I can't run anymore. Is that milkman messing up? Damn, don't turn around, run. At this time they also do not care about whether this ghost scene is that Milk Daddy messed up, they only feel that they have kicked the iron plate. Damn, this has just enjoyed the thrill of killing people to get rid of the goods not long ago, and then so soon encountered a hard point. The fog around them was getting thicker and thicker. The knight ran at the front of the group. Even if he was injured, the man exploded with a strong desire to survive. He used his hands to peel away the fog in front of him, breathing heavily as he ran. There was a bit of light in front of him, and he excitedly increased his speed. Just run out, just get out of here. Just. But the next moment, a whistling sound suddenly came out. AD. A black two-handed hammer whistled from the fog, and the storm it induced directly crashed through the surrounding fog, ruthlessly smashing into the knight who was bent on fleeing. The tremendous force made the knight only feel that all of his internal organs were hammered away. The only 700 drops of blood left at the top of his head was once again 350 points short at this moment. He flew backwards with a muffled grunt. But without waiting for him to fully react, a berserk roar erupted from the surrounding fog. Roar! The blood bar above the knight's head was once again reduced by 200. Not only that, he only felt that he was dizzy at this moment. He violently lowered his head to cover his swollen head, but this headache didn't last long. After just less than 2 seconds he came back to his senses, but his blood level was only left with a pitiful 100 plus points. 80, 80. Rhythmic sounds came from the front, like classic lines from a skit. He looked up at the fog in front of him, and at the same time, the figures of his other teammates flew backwards from the fog in unison, and just like him, these four were also sent flying by the hammer. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a bandit holding a two-handed hammer and a 2-meter-tall strong man carrying a huge machete came over from the fog in unison. These two people body pitch black, body around also flow like liquid black fog. If not, they still have the appearance of robbers, as well as that eyes gleaming. This is certainly two undead or ghosts and other monsters. This is encountering a boss? The four red-named players were huddled together at the moment. They had completely lost their intention to resist, each of them silently crouching on the ground, completely not daring to make any other movements. But the Captain Knight was different. He suddenly turned his head at this moment and violently kowtowed to Lin Chen. He could see that these two things weren't some kind of field boss, they were, definitely, made by Lin Chen. Great God! Great God! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's me who deserved to die. I shouldn't have hit you guys. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. He only had about 100 drops of blood left. All Lin Chen needed to do was blow his breath and he would die. He didn't want to die. Chapter 41, Killing Red Name Players. Feng Chen followed Lin Chen to the front. The 5 people in front of him were holding their heads and crouching on the ground. The leader of the knights was constantly kneeling down and kowtowing to the ground, his mouth constantly shouting words like "I'm sorry" and "Don't kill me." After Feng Chen approached, he looked up and glanced at Huang Sledgehammer and Brother Roar, who were standing on the other side of the 5. He gulped a mouthful of saliva, somewhat unable to understand looking at these two undead units. With Lin Chen's proximity, these two undead immediately made an extremely respectful attitude towards Lin Chen. If it was not for Lin Chen waving his hand to indicate that there was no need to overexpression, these two undead would probably have already knelt down on the ground. But why? Why would a milkman summon this kind of dependent unit? In his impression after entering the god hunting ground, only beast masters could summon some low-level magical creatures for their own use, such as goblins and the like. But these two tall humanoid units in front of them were more like some kind of undead units. Could it be that this programmer's daddy wasn't actually a healer, but a mysterious hidden profession? Undead mage? These 4 words flashed through Feng Chen's head, but Feng Chen had the good sense not to ask. He just stood to the side, looking at Lin Chen's next move with some anticipation. Lin Chen was holding an iron sword in his hand as he walked up to the 5 people, and without the slightest hesitation, he slashed down at that knight. The knight whose mouth had been chanting continuously a moment ago had his voice lashed out at the moment, and in the next moment, he directly collapsed. The near-death state appeared instantly. "Brother Lin!" Feng Chen subconsciously called out in a low voice. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so decisive in laying down his life. Lin Chen didn't answer him as he stared at the knight at his feet and said indifferently, "If I'm not wrong, this guy should have resurrection coins on him that he hasn't used. Normally a red name player like this who likes to kill for fun wouldn't make a move without a guarantee of survival." As Lin Chen said that, he walked to the other side, and by his side was the mage. Seeing Lin Chen walking towards him, the mage violently started to retreat. However, he didn't take more than a few steps back, and he directly crashed into Roaring Brother's body. Before the mage could react, Growler swung his sword violently, and along with the reduction of his bloodstain, a huge force also sent him to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen swung the rusty iron sword in his hand. This mage was instantly on the verge of death. Feng Chen stood to the side and was simply dumbfounded. Lin Chen arrived in front of that hunter again. "Don't worry, killing a red-named player won't increase the sin value, so I won't become a red-named player. On the contrary, I'll still potentially receive a reward. On the ground of the god of hunting, if one killed a red-named player, one would indeed have the chance to obtain the rewards given by the system." But unfortunately, he had already taken another swing at the hunter by this time, and together with the assassin from just now, Lin Chen had already put 4 people in a state of near death. Yet not a single reward had appeared. At this time, Lin Chen stood over the milkmaid who had a somewhat low presence in the group. Unlike the crowd, the name above this woman's head wasn't red, but green. On the god hunting ground, the color of every player's head had 3 statuses. The first was blue, which was the common color for the majority of players, for safety and peace. The second is red. Basically, as long as you turn on your personal status and successfully kill a player in the field, the sin value will color their name red. The third type, green, this kind of player has a certain amount of sin value, but the sin value is relatively low and hasn't reached the level of red name. The milkmaid in front of me is this kind of people. She did not kill people, but only in the red player's team is the difference between mastermind and accomplices. Rusty iron sword in this woman's eye swaying, milkmaid in the hands of the scepter fell directly to the ground. She sat on her but on the ground, so that her breasts shaking a quiver. "Big brother. I was forced to do it. They threatened me. If I don't participate, then..." Lin Chen put away his rusty iron sword, and after he coldly glanced at this milkmaid, he walked away. He came to the side of the last beast master and slashed down again. By now, everyone except the milkmaid was in a state of near death. After doing so, Lin Chen waved his hand as he revoked his skill, Monarch's Domain, and in the next moment, the thick fog around him began to gradually dissipate, and finally disappeared completely. Along with the dark green mist, there was also Yellow Sledgehammer and Brother Roaring. After killing 5 red names in a row, and as a result, he hadn't gotten any benefits at all, Lin Chen's complexion was clearly a bit unpleasant. However, Lin Chen subconsciously glanced at his amulet called Blessing of the Zombie Monarch, and the evolution value of this piece of equipment, surprisingly, had an extra 5 points, 5/100. Like stacking attack power, this equipment could also kill players to gain evolution value. While Lin Chen was checking his attributes, there was a sudden popping sound after a popping sound from the surroundings. Lin Chen didn't turn his head. He knew that this was the sound of resurrection coins shattering. Just as Lin Chen had expected, each of these 5 people were basically carrying resurrection coins. Soon, only Lin Chen and Feng Chen were left in this area, along with the milkmaid. Feng Chen quickly approached Lin Chen's side as he opened his mouth, wanting to ask about those exaggerated to creepy tactics that Lin Chen had just used. "Brother Lin." But the words reached his mouth and he swallowed them back. He remembered what Lin Chen had just said to him. Lin Chen had said that no matter how unreasonable an ability he saw Lin Chen perform, he couldn't ask more questions. "Let's go." Saying that, Lin Chen didn't talk much more as he took the lead and walked towards the front. Feng Chen didn't even think about it and hurriedly followed. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Feng Chen had already cleared all the monsters in the 3 surrounding areas. Feng Chen looked at his head level at this time. Level 19, still about the same amount of experience to get to level 20 himself. Looking at Lin Chen again, this great god had also reached level 19, but his experience value shouldn't be as high as his own. The surrounding area shouldn't have any monsters refreshing for a short while. Lin Chen picked through the ground, scavenging the equipment and coins that had exploded from the monster corpses for a while. At this time, Feng Chen came over. "Brother Lin." Lin Chen raised his head. "What's wrong?" Feng Chen pointed not far behind them. "Brother Lin, look." Lin Chen followed Feng Chen's pointing finger and looked over. It was discovered that the milkmaid who had not been killed by Lin Chen was currently following less than 20 meters away. When she realized that Lin Chen and his duo were looking at her, she hurriedly leaned to the side cautiously. "Feng Chen, she's been following us for half an hour." The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. "Well, I know." Actually, Lin Chen didn't choose not to kill her because she was a woman, nor was it because her name was green. Rather, this female healer with the head name, Gardenia, in her previous life, was a ruthless person on the ladder list, with a battle strength ranking of top 20. Yes, a milkmaid with a combat strength that ranked among the top 20 in the entire land of god hunting. She was a famous and downright violent nurse in the land of god hunting. Although he was a bit surprised to see her in this place, what Lin Chen was even more puzzled about was that this woman's personality was actually like this in the beginning. Interesting. Chapter 42, Gardenia. "Brother Lin, should we whisk her away?" Feng Chen asked. In fact, when saying this, Feng Chen himself was still a little hesitant. The girl behind her looked like she had just reached adulthood. She looked like she was not even 20 years old. Her face was delicate, not to mention that the main thing was that her figure was material enough. When she walked, even if she was so far away from each other, Feng Chen could see an up and a down jiggling around. A girl with this kind of looks and figure would never be safe to act alone, and if she were to encounter a team like that group of red-named players, her situation would be imaginable. However, on second thought, this girl had just been a member of the team of red-named players, and although she didn't make a move, she was also technically an accomplice. Feng Chen hesitated, but continued. "Brother Lin, why don't I go talk to her and let her leave?" However, when Feng Chen was just about to go and say something to that milkmaid, Lin Chen stopped him instead. "You call her over." Feng Chen froze. He didn't know what Lin Chen meant, and stood stumbling in place for a couple seconds before nodding his head in a hurry. "Oh. Okay." Feng Chen waved at the young girl. The milkmaid standing in the distance obviously had a bit of a beat. She looked around and realized that she was the only one around. The milkmaid stood in place and froze for a dozen or so seconds before she did any mental construction. She moved her feet and slowly and vigilantly walked over. But in the end, the young girl stopped some distance away from the Lin Chen duo, not continuing to get closer, but enough for them to hear each other speak. "Why are you following us?" Feng Chen asked. The young girl lowered her head, obviously a little terrified. I didn't know how to play games before. So I don't quite know how to use equipment and skills, and I don't know where to go." The young girl raised her eyes to look at the two people in front of her as she said this, but when Lin Chen's line of sight shifted over, she panicked and lowered her head again. Feng Chen was obviously a little confused after hearing this. Not quite knowing how to use equipment and skills? What was the meaning of this? In other words, this girl was a so-called noob? However, how did a white boy who knew nothing about the game appear in a team of red-named players? Feng Chen glanced at the young girl's face, then moved his eyes down a little, and he almost guessed what was going on. Just follow the quest prompts. The closest main city to this location is White Moon City. Just follow the large group to the main city first. If you were scared, you can continue to join a team. Feng Chen softly said. The young girl did not say anything. She had tried, but no team was really willing to accept her. Most people were going for her face. Imagine, who would really want a drag queen who couldn't do anything? Even if she was the same as a normal milkmaid. However, in the current god hunting ground, even though everyone's level was not high nowadays, they had discovered a law. That was that there were milkmaids everywhere. Out of 100 women, there were almost 70 people whose profession was healer. So nowadays, the one thing that is not lacking in every team is healers. Nowadays, nursemaids, which should be a sought-after profession, is a profession that is not very good at finding teams. Feng Chen seemed to have seen the woman's dilemma as well, and he turned his head to look at Lin Chen. Brother Lin, what should we do? There was no way for him to make any decisions. After all, he already had Lin Chen as a healer on his team. It was unlikely that there would be two nurse mothers on a fixed team, that would be too strange of an occupation configuration. Moreover, looking at this young girl's demeanor and the way she was holding the scepter, she shouldn't be lying, she really didn't know how to operate herself. However, Lin Chen gave a slight laugh at this time, and then, he said to the young girl. Gardenia, you said. You don't know how to operate skills? The young girl named Gardenia nodded somewhat timidly. Lin Chen was silent for a while. It looked like in her last life this girl should have experienced some kind of change, otherwise she wouldn't have become a ruthless character in the top 20 of the ladder list. So, do you know how to add blood? Lin Chen asked in a low voice. This shouldn't be difficult. The young girl froze, then nodded her head once more with some embarrassment. I will put healing hands. After hearing this from the young girl, Lin Chen nodded. That's fine then, you follow us. After saying that, Lin Chen threw a team-up invitation at her. Programmer launches a team-up invitation to you, Gardenia, to join the team. Thank you. Thank you. Gardenia was obviously a little excited. She had seen Lin Chen's ability, and since she knew that by forming a team with Lin Chen, her safety would be very much guaranteed. However, Feng Chen was somewhat muttering at this time. 2 healers in one team? Soon, Feng Chen also dispelled his concerns. Lin Chen could kill a knight with 2 arrows, so what was the point of caring so much? Unlike Lin Chen's duo, Gardenia's level was only 16, but for someone like her to be able to rise to this level was already an exaggeration. How on earth did this ninny come to this place? According to her abilities, it would be more appropriate for her to stay in the novice village right now. Feng Chen took another look at Gardenia's pretty face. Well, no matter where, a pretty face could still accomplish a lot of things. The 3 of them simply packed up, then started moving in the direction of White Moon City. The sky had gone straight into night, and everything around them began to become incredibly eerie, and aside from the roars of monsters emanating from the distance, they couldn't even hear the sounds of other players walking. Because in the land of the hunting god, the night in the wilderness was very dangerous, the vast majority of monsters would become even more dangerous at night, their attack power and movement speed would all increase drastically, monsters that could still be fought in the daytime could easily take a player's life at night. So most players chose to rest in place in a safe area. However, Lin Chen was completely unconcerned. As they walked through the night, if a monster rushed over, without Lin Chen having to do anything, Huang's sledgehammer would swing his own hammer and shout. AD. Gardenia, who was originally nervous and constantly tightening her grip on the scepter, ended up slowly relaxing. Originally, she had been paying constant attention to Lin Chen's blood level, thinking that if the captain was injured, she could release a healing hand on Lin Chen as much as she could. But now she realized that there was no need for it at all, as the monsters were basically unable to get close to Lin Chen. She and Feng Chen just walked peacefully on Lin Chen's side, only needing to follow him as he kept walking forward. At this moment, Feng Chen on his side looked at the young girl with interest as he suddenly asked, Sister Gardenia, how did you get all this equipment on you? The equipment on Gardenia's body is basically level 15, and the quality is not bad. The scepter in her hand and the blouse on her body are both blue equipment. A little white man who can only put in the healing hand, it is not possible to obtain this kind of equipment by himself. Gardenia let out a bitter smile. It was given to me by Mad Thunder. As a price, I'm going to move with them. Mad Thunder? Well, it's that night just now. Feng Chen let out an "oh," then did not ask any more questions. After walking for close to another bell, Feng Chen and Gardenia's stamina value had already bottomed out. Their walking speed had obviously slowed down. Not only that, they only felt sore all over their bodies, and their feet couldn't move an inch as if they were filled with lead. Lin brother. Can't walk anymore, take a break. Feng Chen propped his hands on his thighs and said weakly. Lin Chen, who stood at the forefront, at this moment the level above his head had come to level 20, just like Feng Chen. At this moment, he took out his sheepskin map, then took another look at the huge, all-white tone city in the distance. We've arrived, White Moon City. Chapter 43, Entering the Main City. White Moon City. A major human city nestled in the northern part of the Lost Coast. The city was immense. The huge high walls around the city alone had already warned the people that it was an incomparably lofty fortress that stood on the other end of the mountains, with the endless inland sea behind it. Lin Chen's trio walked slowly beneath the towering walls. Feng Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he raised his head to look at the 50 to 60 meter high city wall. The city wall was tall and sturdy, and it was covered with traces of age and scars of war. On the city wall, NPC soldiers could be seen distantly wearing bright armor and holding sharp weapons, vigilantly patrolling the surroundings. Holy! In the surrounding torches and fire pots on the walls, the dancing flames were like alternative lampshades, illuminating the surroundings with bright lights. The three of them slowly walked to the wide city gate. Their sight fell into it. Lin Chen was fine. Feng Chen and Gardenia immediately had their pupils clenched. Under the protection of the city walls, the buildings within the city were staggered, with styles ranging from classical Gothic buildings to stone castles and watchtowers filled with the flavor of war. When the moonlight and firelight converged at the same time, and the light poured down on the buildings of White Moon City, the golden light reflected with the gray stone bricks of the city walls, making the towering buildings inside White Moon City even more like a bright pearl, which was set in the dark earth, mysterious and solemn. Is this White Moon City? Even though he had not yet fully entered it, Feng Chen was severely stunned just by virtue of his peeking through the doorway. This architectural complex that could only be depicted in movies and television works fell into his eyes at this moment, and an extremely vague and unreal feeling stabbed straight to the sky. Standing in front of the Feng Chen duo, Lin Chen did not have much to say. A primary main city only, in addition to the Novice village. This scale of the main city is considered to be the smallest and poorest place on the land of the god of hunting. He has seen more than the White Moon City, luxurious, beautiful illusions, and even exaggerated countless times the city. For example, the level 40 main city, Dom Federation. A level 60 main city, Eternal Hollow. Level 80 main city, Ruins of the Gods. Follow me, Lin Chen said in a low voice. Lin Chen then walked into White Moon City, and the NPC soldiers standing on both sides of the city carefully sized them up, then didn't indicate anything, allowing the three of them to enter it. When the three of them had just stepped into the city, a beep sounded in their brains almost instantly. Congratulations, you have entered the main city. You have entered the safe zone. Ding. You have entered White Moon City. The main quest has been updated. Please head to the central quest hall of the main city to receive the new quest. Ding. You may create and join a guild. Lin Chen ignored these prompts that rang inside his head as he slowly moved according to the map's prompts. It was already nighttime, and the wide main street slowly blended into the night. This huge street must have been filled with people coming and going in the daytime, and they could even picture in their minds what it would be like to have the shouts of vendors going up and down. On both sides of the street, there was an array of stores and buildings of all kinds, from weapon stores to clothing stores, from skill bookstores to grocery stores. There was everything that should be there and nothing that shouldn't be there. In these stores, there were faint lights flickering. Weapon store. Feng Chen stopped in front of a signboard engraved in the shape of a weapon and shield, and he looked into the store. Lin Chen didn't even look back. On God Hunting Ground, the NPCs will also be resting. If you need to buy equipment, it's best to come during the day. Feng Chen froze, then nodded his head in a hurry. Oh. The three of them slowly moved through the streets, and as they went deeper, they could already see all sorts of players who were also moving through the night. These people were wandering around the city, many of them in twos and threes, and it was clear that most of them had already picked up new quests, but there were also people who had yet to find the quest hall with Lin Chen's trio. These people should have been the first to come here during the day. Gardenia, who was walking at the end, cautiously asked at this moment. Feng Chen shrugged and did not comment. After walking for a few more minutes. Under the night, the streets were getting more and more lively, there were more and more players, and there were even some places where they needed to squeeze through the crowd in order to continue on. Feng Chen and Gardenia both started to look around at this time. In addition to the lodging areas and NPC stores that they had just seen within the city, there were also many special public buildings such as the Town Hall, Yingling Monument, and Church. The Town Hall was the political center of White Moon City. In Feng Chen's previous memories of playing the game, there were often counselors discussing world events within grand buildings like this in the game. If not wrong, they would definitely need to come here to pick up or hand over quests someday. Wow! They were surprised again when they came under the huge stone monument, just as if they had entered the Grand View Garden. Yingling Monument. A place to commemorate those heroes who had made outstanding contributions to certain people and things, with their names and deeds engraved on the gravestones, witnessing their glory, which was something that every main city would have of their own, and Lin Chen had seen it time and time again. Then there was the church. Lin Chen stopped at the entrance to the church at the moment, and he glanced back at Nurse Gardenia. Lin Chen pointed at the church and said to Gardenia, "The church is our healer's exclusive building. After you've risen to level 20 and have completed your transfer quest, remember to come to this place to deliver it." Good. Gardenia froze, and regardless of whether she heard or not, she nodded her head in a hurry. Thank you. The church is the exclusive building belonging to the healer profession in White Moon City, and the various exclusive tasks of the healers will all be handed over in this place, similar to the nurse's master's door. Listening to Lin Chen and Gardenia's conversation, Feng Chen could not help but look at the church, the building around and inside the extremely beautiful murals and solemn altar. Do not need to go in, can feel the sacred and solemn. Feng Chen hesitated for a moment. Brother Lin, do you know what the exclusive building for our warriors is? Actually, what Feng Chen wanted to ask was why Lin Chen knew these things. But Lin Chen had cautioned himself not to ask superfluous questions, so Feng Chen changed his question. Lin Chen greeted the two of them as they continued on, while whispering, the exclusive building for warriors is called the Heroes Pavilion. Every player will automatically be told about it by the system after handing over a quest. Even if you're a hidden profession, you'll still get a hint. Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully. After a few minutes, the trio finally stopped. A huge oval-shaped building was clearly blocking them. This huge building had an incomparably huge hall, as if this hall was able to hold tens of thousands of people at the same time. And at this moment, the interior had long been crowded with people. Brother Lin. Here is. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, he only felt that this place was so familiar. Go in, this is the mission hall. Chapter 44 Bug Mission. Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to the noisy crowd around him, he followed his memory of a rough understanding of something and came directly to a counter where an NPC was located. There were countless small counters in this hall, and all sorts of receptionists like NPCs stood quietly behind them, and from time to time, a player would walk over and they would smile back at them. At this moment, Lin Chen's trio walked up to the counter of a sweet-looking girl. Welcome, Honorable Three Chosen, how can I help you all? This young girl hurriedly smiled sweetly, her eyes curved as if they were crescent moons. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and immediately returned. I want to take on a side quest. The young girl nodded politely. Alright, may I ask Chosen One, what quest do you or your team want to take? Saying that, this NPC sidestepped. At this time, Feng Chen and Gardenia duo suddenly realized that a huge blackboard appeared behind the young girl. On the blackboard, it was densely plastered with notices. At a rough glance, there were more than 30 of them. These are all missions? Feng Chen said incredulously. Lin Chen nodded his head as he came to the notice blackboard and pulled off a note without thinking, then said to the NPC, I want to take this quest. The two people behind him came over. Rapid upgrade. Task type, side quest. Mission description, please reach level 20 in the shortest possible time. Mission requirement, the receiver's level is no higher than level 18. Seeing the description of this quest, Feng Chen froze as he came over and whispered, Brother Lin, the requirement of this quest is that it can't be higher than level 18, but apart from Gardenia in our team, both of us are already level 20. However, Lin Chen didn't answer him and just looked at the NPC in front of him indifferently. The young girl-like NPC gave an extremely polite smile as she took the quest notice from Lin Chen's hand and said with a smile, of course, may I ask if you're taking it individually or in the name of the team? Feng Chen gave a start. Didn't the level requirement of the quest description say within level 18? Lin Chen, individual. With that, he glanced at Feng Chen. This warrior quickly understood, I'll take it as well. Okay. The NPC immediately replied back, but soon, she placed her sight on Gardenia at the very back. However, just as she was about to open her mouth, she was interrupted by Lin Chen. She doesn't need to pick it up, just the two of us will do. Gardenia had originally planned to refuse first, but at this time, she immediately nodded, I'll listen to the captain. The female NPC nodded, then gave a smile to the two of them. Alright, both of you, you've already taken the side quest, quick upgrade, please check it out in the quest panel of the two of you. Thanks. Lin Chen said back. After saying that, he immediately led Feng Chen and Gardenia out of the quest hall. Unlike Gardenia, who had wandered off somewhat, Feng Chen could be said to be confused, and he wanted to ask about the implausibility of this, but without waiting for him to say anything, Lin Chen once again led them back the way they came. Yes, they stood outside the quest hall for less than 10 seconds before they reappeared in front of the teenage girl NPC from just now. The NPC froze. Welcome, may I help you all? Lin Chen said indifferently, we've come to hand in our quest. The NPC glanced at the two of them, Lin Chen and Feng Chen, then she blinked somewhat suspiciously. This NPC seemed to be in doubt, and after freezing for a few more seconds, she still smiled and replied. Of course, the two of you have indeed completed the requirements of the quest, quick upgrade, the quest has been completed. As this young girl's words fell, a beep sounded within Lin Chen and Feng Chen's brains, almost at the same time. You have completed the side quest, rapid upgrade, the quest reward has been issued to your backpack, your completion time was 30 seconds, exceeding the average quest duration by 99%, additional rewards have been issued to your backpack. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth floated up in a smile. Sure enough. This quest that was like a loophole still existed. In his previous life, Lin Chen had heard of someone who had delayed after landing in the land of the hunting god from the Novice village, and didn't enter the main city very early, resulting in that person having risen to level 21 by the time he entered the main city in the end. By mistake, the first quest he picked up wasn't the main quest, but this branch line called Quick Upgrade, and he realized that this quest could actually be picked up. Feng Chen was like discovering a new continent as he lowered his voice in excitement. Brother Lin, is this a bug? The game has a bug? Seeing how excited Feng Chen was, Lin Chen shook his head. This isn't a bug, this is a mechanism issue. Feng Chen gave a start. Mechanics? Well, because the players who come to the main city are basically all within level 18, and very few people will enter after leveling up to level 20 like us, so the system will mistakenly think that the people who enter the main city are all around level 17 or 18. Lin Chen whispered, that's why the description of this quest says the receiver's level is no higher than level 18, but then, why are we able to take it? Feng Chen still didn't understand. Lin Chen opened his backpack to confirm the 2 new quest rewards that had come out, and said with a smile, on the god hunting ground, the first quest that every player takes after entering the main city for the first time will directly disregard the level requirement that's lower than their own level restriction, so let me put it this way, can you understand? Feng Chen was silent for a long time and finally nodded. Do you mean that we are able to take on this kind of quests, but not the ones with high level restrictions? Yes. For example, if a quest has a level restriction of 30, then we would not be able to take it. It's a long time coming. However, isn't this still a kind of bug, Brother Lin? How on earth do you know these things? Feng Chen still didn't hold back and asked. In his cognizance, everyone was entering the god hunting land for the first time, so why would Lin Chen know all these things as if? Let's go, it's time to collect the main quest. Lin Chen didn't answer him as he walked towards the center of the hall. Feng Chen gulped and hurriedly followed behind him. Soon, the 3 of them, Lin Chen, arrived at the main center area of the hall. There stood a person whose entire body was hunched over, and when they looked closer, Feng Chen and Gardenia were clearly stunned. That was not an accurate human, but a special creature that looked similar to a human, but he was short in stature, and could only reach the height of Gardenia's little girl's chest, and the skin on his body was as if it had been burnt, with a large swath of scarlet skin sticking to another piece of skin. Although they had already seen all sorts of monsters on the god hunting ground, but after facing this strange thing directly, Feng Chen and his duo still couldn't help but subconsciously take a step back. Chapter 45, Transfers. At this time, the gnome aka dwarf-like man lifted his head, and those bubbling green eyes immediately lit up. Good evening, 3 chosen ones, may you be unrivaled and the gods be terrified. With that, he held out his hand in a comical gesture. He held his head high, his right hand on his chest with his left hand held high, and below him, his legs were one in front of the other, with the front leg half bent and the back leg tautly straight. Feng Chen and Gardenia looked at each other in disbelief, completely at a loss as to how to respond. Lin Chen, however, was not surprised, and he gestured the same posture at the strange man before saying in a low voice, "Hello, we're here to collect our quest." When the man saw that Lin Chen had actually replied with a ceremonial pose, he was slightly stunned, then immediately laughed gleefully, and after a few seconds, he shook his head and said, Well. Honorable chosen one, I will deliver the main quest to you. However, when he fumbled for something from behind him, Lin Chen suddenly waved his hand. Wait, what we're going to receive isn't the main quest. The strange man blinked his own beaming green eyes, not receiving the main quest? But the main quests are the only ones you can receive from me. Players came and went in the surroundings, and from time to time, someone would walk up to this place, then pause for a moment before leaving. Every player, or every team, would see NPCs that belonged to the ones they could see in this place, which meant that there were countless of this strange person standing in the middle of the hall, and every player who came to this place could talk to it at the same time. An ordinary chosen one wouldn't stay in front of it for more than a minute, and people would only need to collect their quests and leave. However, Lin Chen didn't leave in a hurry, but instead smiled and said, "We're going to receive a transfer quest." The monstrous one was visibly stunned after hearing these words, and its neck shrank. Oh? Chosen one, the requirements for picking up a transfer quest require each chosen one to reach level 20 and pick up a completed quest before they can pick it up. With that, it looked up and glanced at the levels above Lin Chen and Feng Chen's heads. Although your level is enough, you still need to complete a mission before you can take it. I'm really sorry. With that, it reached out and held up 3 glowing golden quest commissions. As long as the 3 reached out their hands and took them, the details of that main quest would appear among their quest list. After all, the first quest that every player would take when they entered this hall was basically the golden-colored commission in his hand. But Lin Chen didn't move, he just stood still and slowly waited, as if he was oblivious to the strange person reaching out. The two people behind him, Feng Chen and Gardenia, didn't know what they should do, so they could only stand quietly behind Lin Chen, not saying a word. After half a minute had passed, the strange person suddenly retracted its hand. It grinned up with a hefty grin. So that's how it is, the two of you have just completed this quest of rapid upgrade once already. If that's the case, you can indeed receive the transfer quest. Please wait a moment. The strange man tucked the 3 commissions in his hand that emanated a golden glow back behind himself. Then after drumming for a while, he proceeded to take out 2 commissions that emanated a purple color. He held these 2 commissions up. I'm sorry, but there are only 2 here, as one of the chosen in your party has not met the requirements for receiving them. Lin Chen knew that the strange man was talking about Gardenia, and he didn't say much as he reached out and took one of the purple commissions that the strange man handed over. Feng Chen froze for a moment, then followed suit and took it as well. Thanks. Lin Chen was unwilling to say any more to the weird man, and he left the hall with Feng Chen and the 2 of them. The strange man faintly made another standard salute at the departing Lin Chen, then he rehunched his body and stood in place without a word, only. His eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, seemingly pondering. Leaving the mission hall, Lin Chen's brain rang with a prompt, and in his own line of sight, there were suddenly more images. Ding, you have received the transfer quest, Goblin Lair. Mission description, go solo to rescue the young girl in the Goblin Lair. Completion condition, rescue at least 4 maidens kidnapped by kobolds or kill 100 kobolds. After seeing this quest prompt, Lin Chen was visibly stunned. Goblin Lair. So the healer's transfer quest isn't Locust Plague. In his last life, as a warrior, the transfer quest he had received was to go and eliminate the locusts that were huge in number and infested villages, and his own self had suffered a lot when completing this quest, and the first time he had fallen into a near-death situation and consumed resurrection coins, it was in the middle of that quest. I just didn't realize that this time he had changed into a healer, and even the transfer quest had changed? Just as Lin Chen was sizing up the quest description for this so-called Goblin Lair, Feng Chen on his side spoke up with some difficulty. Brother Lin, the transfer quest can only be done alone? Lin Chen closed the quest panel in his vision as he nodded at Feng Chen. Yes, what is your quest? Locust Plague. Is it to kill bugs? Feng Chen asked with some confusion. Lin Chen let out he glanced at Feng Chen. Unlike himself in his last life, Feng Chen was holding pink equipment in his hand, and the defense equipment on his body was good. The chances of completing the quest wouldn't be too low. But just to be on the safe side, Lin Chen opened up his backpack and glanced at the 2 skill books in his backpack. Level 12 skill, Shield Breaking Slam. Level 15 skill, Penetrating Surge. Coincidentally, they were both warrior skills. Feng Chen, I'll trade with you. With that, Lin Chen launched a trade reminder to Feng Chen. Feng Chen was a little confused as he immediately accepted, and soon, 2 skill books were thrown over by Lin Chen. Upon seeing these 2 skills, Feng Chen's eyes instantly glistened. What he lacked nowadays were these 2 skills. Brother Lin. This. I can't use it, you take it and use it. Lin Chen said indifferently. Thank you, Brother Lin. Feng Chen said very seriously. After doing this, Lin Chen looked back at the somewhat confused Gardenia. This young girl with a beautiful face had an extremely high turnover rate. Even if they stood at the entrance of the hall, there were still many people casting gazes at it, and even more so, there were quite a lot of people looking up and down at it unabashedly. Looking around, it seemed that someone was already preparing to come over and talk to Gardenia. Gardenia. Lin Chen shouted, you go to the church first and wait for me, it's safer there. I'll go to the church first to find you after I finish my mission. Gardenia came back to her senses and nodded her head in a hurry. Good. Good. Lin Chen briefly explained a few things to Feng Chen before dismissing the team. After that, he walked alone into a blacksmith store. Feng Chen didn't know what Lin Chen was preparing to do. He stood in place and waited for a while, and it was only after a full 10 minutes that Lin Chen walked out of the blacksmith store. Lin, didn't you say not to bother the NPCs at night? Since I'm going to enter a copy, I need to buy some things. Lin Chen looked at his backpack full of rusty iron swords and then at the moon bow that had already been repaired. Let's go. After saying that, he and Feng Chen headed towards the White Jade City's quest portal. Chapter 46 Mission Portal. After a period of time, Feng Chen, who was following behind Lin Chen, realized that even though the night was already dark, and even though they were already some distance away from the quest hall, the number of pedestrians around them did not decrease, but instead gradually increased. From this moment onwards, they began to notice some players stopping their footsteps and talking while stopping to look ahead. Continuing forward, a high wall that was more than 10 meters high, no, it should be more than 20 meters high appeared in front of their eyes. Although this wall was considered small compared to the huge walls around White Moon City, the appearance of an aura of energy was enough to make Feng Chen feel that there was some numbness in his scalp. We're here. Up ahead is one of the teleportation portals that specializes in transfer quests. Lin Chen stopped his steps and said indifferently. Oh. Oh. Feng Chen replied with a hint of shock in his voice. As he faced this high wall straight on, a strong smell of blood poured out from beyond the high wall in the distance. The sky in the distance was very different from the other side of the high wall, where it was gray, giving off a depressing and unsettling feeling, and as the line of sight moved down from the top of the high wall, a huge vortex of energy was constantly swimming around. He knew that this portal was their key to the mission site. It wasn't the first time he had encountered a portal. When he had left the Novice village, all of them had stepped into the portal behind the village head of the Novice village before they were able to enter the god hunting ground. But he had never seen such a huge portal, so big that it was like it could swallow everything in. The portal seemed to be fused with the high wall at the moment, and everything around it seemed as if it had been scorched by a blazing fire. The closer they got, the stronger the smell of blood and burning became, and in front of the portal, the crowd was densely packed, and at a glance, there were thousands of people. The flames of the torches wavered, barely illuminating the area, but the clamor and noise of the crowd grew stronger. Among these people, some were dressed in magnificent equipment and appeared to be brimming with confidence. Some had a nervous look on their faces and were constantly exchanging words with their companions, while others stood silently on the sidelines, seemingly thinking about something. Feng Chen and Lin Chen both stood at the back of the crowd. Every single person who appeared here was of all kinds. They came in all shapes and sizes. There were old and young, male and female, but without exception, every single person who appeared here was all a player, that is, the heavenly chosen that the NPCs were talking about. Brother Lin. Why are there so many people here? Feng Chen squeezed forward along with Lin Chen, and the closer he got to the portal, the denser the crowd became. After 2 minutes of lifting his feet, he was able to follow Lin Chen to the front of the portal. Normal, everyone here has entered the main city during the day. At this time, they have basically completed the main quest. Everyone is basically level 20, and all of them have received their transfer quests. Lin Chen whispered back, it's estimated that quite a few people have already completed their transfers by now. Lin Chen glanced at the ladder ranking, and on the ranking list, someone had already ascended to level 25, far ahead. However, after glancing at the battle power ranking, Lin Chen was clearly still in first place. Then why don't they go in? Feng Chen asked. Even if it's a transfer quest, the level of danger isn't a joke. Besides, the quest requirement requires a single person to enter. No one wants to recklessly enter it. They should be waiting for professions like theirs to come out of it and ask about the experience of clearing it. Then we. Feng Chen was a little hesitant. No need, you can 100% complete it now, go in. After saying these words, Lin Chen didn't hesitate and immediately took a step forward. There were quite a few people around at this time who instantly came over, as it was Herculean to realize that Lin Chen, who was preparing to enter the portal, was a healer. Girls, a healer is planning to enter. A man's shout came from somewhere unknown, and then a large number of women present gathered around at once. It's a man. A milkman. I've been waiting for so long, from day to night, for so long. Is a healer finally going to enter it? It's not easy, eh? Wait a minute. Why does this person's name look a bit familiar? It kind of affects me when you say that. Isn't he the programmer god who is number 1 on the ladder battle rankings? Programmer god? Hearing these words, the surrounding discussion began to spread from the milkmaids, and in the end, everyone leaned over. Originally, there was just a group of milkmaids who were ready to expect that a healer would be the first to enter it, and then come out with some raiders. After all, milkmaids weren't much of a combat profession, and nobody was willing to take the risk of acting as a front runner. The Goblin's Lair, this name is not a safe task as soon as you hear it. A lot of people present have seen the goblin, this kind of monster. That kind of thing just looks as already enough to make these milkmaids guilty of nausea. Really want to fight against that kind of monster with the power of one person. They don't have that kind of guts. But now, as the ladder list of the first battle strength of the daddy programmer god appeared in front of the eyes, look at the situation seems to be ready to enter, which is present in all the nannies, is a very good news. This is a very good news for all the nannies present. This is the number 1 person in the battle list, and if he enters it, he can 100% pass the level and bring out a complete strategy. Great God! Go for it! Programmer God, I hope you can come out early. Programmer God is so handsome, can you add a friend after you come out? What do you mean by so handsome? Simply too handsome. As a healer who is actually number 1 in the ladder ranking battle power, it's really a great honor for us healers. The surrounding nursemaids waved their hands enchanted, and the surroundings were chattering for a while, as if it was a meeting of idols. Feng Chen, who was standing behind Lin Chen, was surprised by this enthusiastic atmosphere. He was even pushed aside by a few women as he revealed a touch of dismay. Good lord, Lin is really popular. To admire the strong was already the nature of some women, not to mention the fact that Lin Chen, who was the number 1 in terms of battle power, was a profession just like theirs. Even Lin Chen, who was the person in question, had never seen this kind of scene before, and as those milkmaids surged over like fervent fans, he actually began to back away in succession. What kind of situation was this? There were some milkmaids who were on the verge of reaching out and wrapping their arms around themselves. Lin Chen hurriedly took a big step back, but it was this step that caused Lin Chen's body to smoothly disappear directly into the portal. You have entered the portal, please select a location for teleportation. You have been detected as having a mission to complete. Are you traveling to the Goblin's Lair? You have confirmed that you are traveling to the Goblin Lair. You have confirmed that you are traveling to the Goblin Lair. You have been detected as a second weak player, and a special event is being opened for you. Chapter 47 Kobold Lair. The light in Lin Chen's vision began to dissipate. He looked in front of him, surrounded by a deep, dark forest, surrounded by dense trees and twisted vines. Behind himself there was originally an aura of a portal lingering, but when Lin Chen's figure fully appeared, the fog of light gradually dissipated. Inside his head, a system beep sounded. You have entered the replica, Goblin Lair, the quest has begun, and the relevant quest items have been distributed to your backpack. Please rescue at least 4 imprisoned maidens or kill 100 goblins. Rescued maidens, 04. Kobolds killed, 0100. As the tone fell, Lin Chen subconsciously took a step forward, but the next instant he smelled a pungent stench. The smell was exceptionally unpleasant, like it was mixed with the smell from food waste that had been rancid for months on a hot summer's day, as well as from rotting creature corpses, accompanied by some kind of shrill, strange cry coming out of nowhere, making one feel nothing but numbness in one's scalp. This is the healer's transfer quest? The difficulty seems a bit high. Lin Chen faintly muttered to himself. Looking ahead from a distance, there was a huge cave with a grotesque bulge at the entrance, a gigantic tumor made of stones and dead branches that was out of place in the surrounding natural environment. Lin Chen released Undead Resurrection, while softly shouting, "Yellow Sledgehammer, Roaring Brother." With these words, the 2 undead dependents were separated from his body as mist, which landed on the ground and then slowly rose and surged, eventually forming Huang Sledgehammer, who was holding a 2-handed giant hammer, as well as Roaring Brother, who was carrying a giant machete on his shoulder. Monarch! The 2 spoke in unison, but in the next moment, probably because they were affected by the ubiquitous aura within the copy, the 2 undead instantly assumed a fighting stance. Follow me. Lin Chen took out his moon bow in his hand and walked faintly at the forefront. The entrance to the lair in front of him was hidden behind a piece of low-hanging foliage, and only through careful searching could he discover the narrow and hidden entrance. Monarch, why don't you let us take the lead? Brother Roar said softly. Lin Chen shook his head. He reached out his hand and ripped off the coverings on both sides of the entrance. As he stepped into the lair, his vision suddenly darkened. Lin Chen took out the quest item torch from his backpack and lit it up. Under the light of the fire, the stone wall on his side was engraved with some kind of ancient totems and mysterious runes, which were emitting a faint glow at this time, as if warning off any beings that dared to approach. Just a few steps away, the echoing sound in his ears grew even louder. Ooh! Ha-chi! The sound was ear-piercing and reverberated with a bang inside the cave. Lin Chen wasn't affected. He and the 2 undead behind him had fully entered the interior of the lair at this point, and this huge cavern was even more massive and intricate than the spider cavern from the beginning of the Novice copy. And as they went deeper, some animal bones could be seen everywhere around them, and from time to time, they could also see a few wooden sticks stuck in place, and at the top of the sticks, human skulls were impaled. After a few more steps, Lin Chen saw a huge iron pot made of iron. The pot was bubbling with hot air, and the bottom seemed to have just had a fire, and as Lin Chen looked closer, there were actually some things with the appearance of human-formed cubs floating on the surface of the soup. Lin Chen was in a trance. Under this kind of atmosphere, how many women could carry on? From the moment he entered the lair, Lin Chen had already begun to feel sorry for those milkmaids who were about to enter it. Although he didn't know how difficult this copy was, just this kind of horrifying scene and the ubiquitous smell of those female milkmaids could definitely deter a large portion of people. At this moment, a low warning sound suddenly came out from one side. Alu! Lin Chen snapped back to his senses as he looked to his right front, where a creature covered in green suddenly popped out from underneath one of the stone steps. It was a short and misshapen creature, and in the firelight, the skin on his body took on a dark green color, with rotting leaves and moss rising up from its lower abdomen like a piece of extremely disgusting psoriasis. Lin Chen's torch went up. Under the firelight, the kobold's face was filled with hideous wrinkles, his teeth were sharp and jagged, like rows of sharp blades, the sparse hair on top of his head was greasy and stuck together. This ghostly thing was really wearing very scanty and shabby clothing. The clothing had already been eroded by time and stains, and there were only some tattered pieces of cloth left to hang on his scrawny body. At this moment, a line emerged from the top of this kobold's head. Ordinary Goblin. Level, 18. Life value, 1000. Attack power, 100. Physical defense, 20. Magic defense power, 15. Seeing these descriptions, Lin Chen visibly lurched. So weak. Yes, even amongst level 15 monsters, this kind of attribute was considered to be on the weaker end of the spectrum, but it was clearly a level 18 monster, and its basic attributes were actually this low? Not only was its attack power extremely low, even its blood bar was only 1000 points. Without waiting for Lin Chen to continue sizing it up, this kobold suddenly raised the stone blade in its hand and then screamed as it rushed over. The moon bow in Lin Chen's hand switched, and a rusty iron sword appeared. He allowed the kobold to slash at his body, then gently swung out a blade. 1624. Strike, one-hit kill. Before Lin Chen entered White Moon City, the party had taken Feng Chen and Gardenia along the way to kill a lot of monsters along the way, which had led to the fact that it was already late at night after entering the main city. But during this time, Lin Chen had also stacked his attack power to 812 points of naked attack power. Taking the rusty iron sword and slashing it down, as long as it blitzed, it could deal over 1600 points of damage. For small monsters like this, Lin Chen basically slashed them one by one. The kobold screamed miserably and fell to the ground, struggling for a few moments before it could no longer move. It was at this instant that Lin Chen suddenly heard a small scream from the distance. Lin Chen and the two undead behind him raised their heads at almost the same time to look to the side, there, in the direction where this kobold had just appeared. "Monarch, it sounds like a human voice," Huang Sledgehammer whispered. Lin Chen nodded as he quickly stepped forward, and sure enough, after circling around the dark tunnel a few times, Lin Chen saw a prisoner-like wooden cage with an almost naked woman curled up in it. Lin Chen froze as he probed the torch over, and the young girl immediately turned her head away, while her body began to shiver rapidly, as if she had been greatly frightened. "What's going on?" Lin Chen paused. He looked incredulously at the young girl in front of him and lowered his voice. "Is it a real human?" Chapter 48: The Rescued Maiden. I remember in my last life, as a warrior, when I first entered the transfer quest, Locust Plague. The so-called village and the quest NPC in other places are not the same. Copies of the people are all system set-up dummy. They are set up in accordance with the operating system of life, Lin Chen, and their communication, although it is also quite smooth, but it is clear to know that those who are not flesh and blood of the creatures. Not just the transfer quests, but in many of the quests to come, the vast majority of the NPCs were things that had no feelings. In the entire God Hunting Ground, only the NPCs in the main city were the natives that appeared after the God Hunting Ground descended, and only they possessed life and emotions. But now, Lin Chen could be 100% sure that the shivering girl in front of him was a living woman. But how was this possible? "Hey, how are you doing?" Lin Chen asked softly. "I'm here to save you." Hearing Lin Chen's voice, that young girl was obviously stunned. She turned her head incredulously to look at Lin Chen, and in those pupils, some sort of emotion that had been discarded for a long time was slowly appearing. Hope. The young girl also disregarded the fact that her body had long been in rags, as she clutched the wooden cage and let out a hoarse hiss. The young girl's entire body was stretched out. At this time, with the help of the firelight, Lin Chen could clearly see a large number of wounds covering all corners of her body, some blood scabs hanging from the wounds. There were also some fresh wounds that were bubbling with blood. At this moment, the girl didn't care about anything else. She violently shook the wooden cage, but although the cage wasn't hard enough, the young girl had long since lost much of her strength, and even if she shook the cage to a crunching sound, she couldn't destroy it. Lin Chen's eyes dimmed. "Sledgehammer." Huang Sledgehammer understood, and as soon as he stepped forward, he directly broke the wooden cage open with his bare hands, wood shavings scattered everywhere, and the young girl fell on her butt to the ground. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He took out a novice robe from his own backpack that he had worn when he first entered the novice village, and then draped it over the young girl's body. The moment the robe touched the young girl, it was stuck to the blood. Lin Chen carefully picked her up. The young girl's body was very light. Holding her was like holding a scarecrow. Even in her own arms, the girl was still trembling. At this moment, a beep came from within the brain. "Rescued Maiden, 1-4. Lin Chen's eyes went cold. This young girl is really going to be rescued by herself, but why? In addition to the spider cave in the Novice village, this is the second copy he has entered. According to common sense, similar to this kind of transfer task copy, even if the difficulty is not low, it is never possible to appear in this kind of situation, at least, in the arms of this need to be rescued by the young girl, should be a complete NPC is right, it is the kind of no consciousness, no feelings dummy. The kind of dummy that has no consciousness and no feelings. But now? The warmth in her arms was so real, the girl's faint breathing and nervous shivering body were so real, so where was the problem? Could it be my identity as a second weak player again? Lin Chen murmured in a low voice. When he had just entered the copy, apart from the cacophony of those fan-like masses of milkmaids, had Lin Chen overlooked any important points? Could it be that he had triggered some special events similar to the second weekly player? Just like the spider cave? Lin Chen shook his head. He only felt that he was now in a daze. He had absolutely no idea what was going on right now. Even if he were to live again, what he knew about this god-hunting land was still very little. Forget it, don't think about it. Lin Chen carefully handed the girl in his arms to Huang de Hammer, who was standing to the side. Huang de Hammer was originally standing vigilantly at Lin Chen's side, and when the young girl was handed over by Lin Chen, he was obviously a bit at a loss for words. Monarch. Monarch. Catch it. Lin Chen placed the young girl completely in Huang de Hammer's arms. With that, Lin Chen took out a bottle of inferior life potion from his backpack before pouring it into the young girl's mouth. After the potion was poured into her mouth, the young girl's complexion clearly improved. Not only that, the wounds on her body also started to stop bleeding, but the life potion in her hand was after all the lowest grade, and her recovery was limited. If only there was a nursemaid around. Lin Chen muttered. But the next moment, he suddenly remembered something. I'm not one myself. Lin Chen slapped his head. In the next moment, he waved his hand at the young girl, and the healer skill, Healing Hands, was unleashed. The beam of light violently exploded from the young girl's body, only to see that under the light, those scars on the young girl held in Huang Sledgehammer's arms were actually rapidly healing. Not only that, but the redness, swelling, and bruises on her body were also dissipating at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The young girl stopped shivering, her breathing eased down, and she actually fell asleep while lying in Huang de Hammer's arms. Monarch. Me. Now. The person who was so nervous that he was shivering started to turn into Huang de Hammer, this undead where he had met this kind of thing, and was instantly a bit at a loss for words. Lin Chen waved his hand. Sledgehammer, you first take her out and wait for me. Sledgehammer froze. Monarch, but Sledgehammer wants to guard your side. Lin Chen stood up. Do you think I need to? Brother Roar, let's continue forward. Yes. Brother Roaring first cast a sympathetic look at Huang de Hammer before following behind Lin Chen. Huang de Hammer glanced at the girl in his arms with some urgency, and finally sighed. After that, he carefully carried the young girl and walked out of the cave with very light footsteps. The torches began to gradually dim from this time. As they went deeper and deeper, a cold and damp air came over them. In the dim light, the narrow passage ahead meandered, sometimes uphill, sometimes downhill, as if it had no end. The surrounding cave walls were filled with greasy moss and fuzzy paw prints, reminding Lin Chen already of the kobolds living and thriving here. Faint moans and strange cries came from the depths, and Lin Chen quickly stepped forward. Only to see that at the end of the passage was a spacious cave hinterland, in the center of which was a simple altar made of stones, on which were placed some strange items and withered flowers and plants, and around which were scattered some broken weapons and tattered clothing. And above the altar, another young girl is kneeling there. Her state is obviously better than the girl just now, but it is more miserable. Yes, the young girl was naked, her body was shaking even more, her skin was covered with bloody wounds, and she was forced to kneel on the altar with her hands cuffed. A few kobolds were pouring some sort of animal's blood over her body, as if they were performing some sort of ritual. A kobold with a body tall enough to be an ordinary person was wearing a garland-like headdress on top of his head, and was holding a wooden scepter in his hand, which he was chanting at the moment. Around the altar, a full 20 kobolds stood below, all of them holding stone knives and wooden spears in their hands to a greater or lesser extent, and at this moment, they were jumping from one to the other with glee, the hoarse cries emanating from their throats resembling a cockerel that had been strangled. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but cluster his eyebrows. This was because at this instant, the priest-like kobold suddenly came to a screeching halt as it spotted Lin Chen. Haru! That priest pointed violently at Lin Chen with the scepter in his hand. In the next moment, all the kobolds looked back at him in unison. In the gloom, 20 to 30 pairs of green eyes, like laser lights shining straight over, were exceptionally horrifying. However, Lin Chen smiled coldly. Brother Roar, go over and roar. Got it. Chapter 49 Kobold Archers. In fact, after Lin Chen appeared, he could clearly see that around the top of the altar, there were huge fire pans one after another. At a cursory glance, there were a total of 7 of these huge fire pots that were blazing internally, and directly below the fire pots were the very kobolds that had gathered around the altar and cheered. Lin Chen raised his head and glanced at the fire pots. The top of that thing was a hollowed-out hole. The fire pot was burning with flames at the moment, and the smoke just came out and flowed into the hole above it. The average person might not really know why there was an abrupt fire pot in this place, but as a second-week player, Lin Chen knew that some of the scene interactions in the replica had a reason that belonged to its existence. This fire pots should be in order to allow players to enter. The player can use, as long as the player will use skills to hit these fire pots down, the internal flames and tar will fall directly. If the hit rate is high enough, these fire pots fall in unison, can be in a short period of time will be around the convergence of those 20 to 30 kobolds all eliminated. But Lin Chen couldn't use it. He couldn't afford to waste such a good opportunity. As Growl rushed forward, the surrounding kobolds instantly swarmed. Even many kobolds had already leaped high and hard onto Growl's body, but this tall undead completely disregarded it. He was like a tanker with soldiers hung all over his body, and in a mere 5 seconds, Growl had already arrived at the center of the field. This 2-meter-tall undead unit suddenly roared at the top of his voice. Roar! The skill was unleashed, and the kobolds that were approaching around them instantly stopped in their tracks, and they stumbled in place at the same time holding their heads and shaking their heads. Each kobold's blood level was only 1,000 points, and after this throwed magic damage, the vast majority of kobolds only had 800 out of their blood level remaining at this point. And Lin Chen didn't even need to switch the moon bow, just the attack power of the rusty iron sword in his hand was enough to slash one. However, at this time, Lin Chen walked slowly with the rusty iron sword in his hand. A goblin was the first to come back to his senses from his dizziness, and in his line of sight, he instantly saw a shadow like a devil arriving softly, and the rusty iron sword in his hand quietly swung at him. 1626. With a bludgeoning blow, before that kobold could react back, his own head was already separated from his body, and his vision was once more in a sideways trance. And in the trance, that demon with an iron sword in his hand stepped over his body and continued to walk towards the altar. Lin Chen indifferently swung his sword, each slash directly causing a kobold to die instantly and miserably, and before the screams in their throats could be fully emitted, Lin Chen had already switched to his next target. The goblin priest who was far away on the side of the altar was directly confused at this moment. The goblin priest, who was a third taller than an ordinary goblin, was completely unable to explain everything that was happening in front of him. Where did this man appear from? And how did he manage to kill his compatriots outright with a single slash? Yugora! The goblin priest instantly felt bad. He let out a low roar of uncertainty at Lin Chen, and then began to gradually retreat, although it was a little reluctant to look at the young girl on the altar who had fainted and fallen to the ground at the moment. Under the threat of its life, it had no other choice. After hesitating for a moment, it instantly dropped the scepter in its hand and violently ran deeper into the cave. At Lin Chen, after he finally stabbed his iron sword into the body of a goblin, all the monsters in this area died. There was also a new update on his own quest prompt. Kobolds killed, 28,100. Lin Chen ignored this message and turned to put away his iron sword and came to the altar. The state of the girl lying on the altar in front of him was a little bit better than the young girl just now, but it was only that much. The injuries on her body were not heavy, but they were even more appalling, and the surface of her skin was doused with the blood and water of some animal, which was sticky and fishy. The young girl froze slightly. She turned her head dully, her pupils exuding an unknown emotional fluctuation as she looked at Lin Chen with an almost stupefied look in her eyes. Who are you? After a full 5 seconds, the young girl actually spoke. Although he had prepared for it, hearing her speak to himself, Lin Chen still couldn't help but furrow his brows. It was true that what he had expected was correct. This feeling of dissonance was something that could not be felt at all on a copy NPC. This young girl in front of him was a living, breathing human being. Lin Chen didn't say anything as he unleashed a healing hand on this young girl as well. The light fell, and the injuries on the young girl's body were rapidly healing, but those eyes still carried some confusion. If these young girls were really living beings, then the healer's blood healing skill could only help them heal their physical injuries. As for their minds, Lin Chen couldn't do anything about it. Brother Roar, take her and go outside to find Sledgehammer. Brother Roar, like Huang Sledgehammer, immediately expressed his desire to stay, but the two clearly had different personalities, and this undead didn't hesitate too much after a moment of contemplation, and immediately put the woman in a somewhat trance-like state on the altar on his shoulders. However, Roaring Brother was just about to go out. Lin Chen thought of something. Wait a minute. Lin Chen looked at the way Roaring Brother was carrying the young girl. He sighed. Forget it, you can follow me for a little while longer. Brother Roar nodded. As you wish. With that, he carefully protected the young girl's body with his left hand before slowly following behind Lin Chen. Deep in the dark cave, Lin Chen expressionlessly went even deeper into the goblin's lair. The light coming out of the dim torch in his hand barely illuminated the narrow passageway, the cold wind accompanied by a sickening fishy stench pounding on his face. It seemed that because of the goblin priest that had just fled, Lin Chen could even hear a burst of low roars coming from a short distance in front of him. However, he didn't show anything else. The rusty iron sword in his hand was gripped tightly in his hand, and the rusted blade flashed with a cold light in the darkness. Monarch! Behind him, Brother Growl was blocked at the back of a narrow passageway. The undead unit's torso was too large, his height of more than 2 meters accompanied by the fact that he was carrying a young girl on his shoulder, leaving him no way to pass through the opening. If Roaring Brother was the only one, Lin Chen could have recalled it and then just waited until the open area before releasing him. But now that they still had a young girl with them, Lin Chen had no way to do so. Wait here, I'll be right there. Brother Roar could only nod his head. However, when Lin Chen had just stepped into the passageway, a bone arrow came whistling. Lin Chen subconsciously moved his body, and the bone arrow was nailed directly to the wall. Lin Chen silently looked ahead, and under the light of the fire, he was able to see several kobolds with bone bows and arrows in their hands, looking at him with an extremely grim gaze. Goblin Archer. Rank, 20. Life value, 1000. Attack power, 160. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense, 10. Chapter 50 Slaughter. Archer? Lin Chen froze, then muttered, a level 20 monster, its life value is actually still 1000 as well. However, the attack power has risen quite a bit. High attack and low defense was reasonable. Without waiting for Lin Chen to do anything else, another arrow made of bone shot over fiercely at Lin Chen, but this time Lin Chen was too lazy to dodge, throwing away his current 116 points of armor. Such an arrow could only shoot off his 44 drops of blood? Snort! The bone arrow hit his chest and was directly bounced off. Lin Chen looked above his line of sight, and sure enough, a line of words slowly floated. 40. Well, the attack hadn't even hit full, and only 40 drops of blood had fallen. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly as he put away his rusty iron sword and took out his moon bow instead. The attack power jumped from 778 to 943 all of a sudden. Lin Chen didn't speak nonsense, the energy arrow was instantly shot out by itself. Miso. The immense force directly penetrated one of the goblin archers. Not only that, the arrow also flew out with that goblin archer, and ended up viciously nailing it to the wall at the back. 1880. There were a total of 3 goblin archers standing in front, but this instant, the other 2 were obviously a bit stunned. They turned their heads to look at their companions behind them who were already dead and nailed to the wall, and then turned their heads to look at each other. In the next moment, without the slightest hesitation, they pulled out their legs and ran. This scene fell into Lin Chen's eyes once again, causing him to narrow his eyes. It looks like the imprisoned NPCs aren't just living human beings, even the monsters inside them have their own minds. Wannabe. Lin Chen whispered, wannabe that Spider Queen. He remembered the newbie copy of the Spider Cave that died in his hands, the cursed copy of the boss. Lin Chen thought for a moment, and after he turned back to make sure that Brother Roar was still standing in the same place, he directly dropped the torch in his hand. He was ready for a quick battle. Lin Chen rubbed his nose. That stench was getting thicker and thicker at this time. His footsteps firmly and powerfully echoed within the surrounding nest. Some of the kobolds that rushed out from the shadows fell one by one in front of him. Some were stabbed alive by rusty iron swords, while others were completely penetrated by the energy arrows of the moon bow, and their miserable cries echoed through the cavern like the evil ghosts of hell were wailing. Kobolds killed, 51-100. A few minutes later, Lin Chen stood in a wider field, while at the same time, the sight in front of him made him frown. He saw 2 other human maidens imprisoned by kobolds. But Lin Chen's pupils gradually widened. It wasn't just 2 young girls he saw here, it was a huge open area, like a huge event hall, and on both sides of the room, stood a dozen women. Yes, if you added the 2 in the very center, there were a total of 16 women. The skin on their bodies was dry and cracked and withered, and they were presenting themselves naked one after another in the dim light in front of them. The women's necks were covered with a rusty iron chain, and their skin was strangled red and purple under the chain. The women seemed like imprisoned beasts, completely unable to move a single bit. With Lin Chen's appearance, on the huge open space in front of them, there had long been close to 50 kobolds standing by. Their hands were holding weapons, stone knives, stones, wooden spears, bone bows or shovels. Although they were eyeing each other intently, none of the kobolds dared to rush forward, because just now Lin Chen's methods were extremely terrifying, and the kobold priest who fled back seemed to have been told by all the kobolds present about Lin Chen being able to kill kobolds in one blow, so much so that although they let out muffled warnings, none of them came forward. Lin Chen at this time did not pay attention to the kobolds. He just looked somewhat lost in thought at the 16 women in front of him. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, their souls seemed to have been extracted a long time ago, leaving only their shells to languish in this foul-smelling cavern. Lin Chen noticed that these women were heartbreakingly thin, their dried-up skin clinging to their bones, causing every rib under the skin to be clearly visible. Lin Chen slowly walked forward against the sickening stench. The kobolds immediately let out monkey-like screams. Aru! Shakakai! Aru! Beer clucks suck! These kobolds raised their weapons in their hands and aimed them threateningly at Lin Chen. But Lin Chen's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, as he looked around with his sight. Apart from the women on either side who had long since lost their human form and should still be alive, he could also see some girls who had long since died, their bodies lying on the ground but still being pulled by chains, like broken dolls, hanging from the walls like tethered domestic animals. Coagulated blood flowed from the girls' lower bodies, long ago staining the ground red. Lin Chen had already stood right in front of the kobold, and standing in front of himself was a burly kobold with a sharp wooden spear in its hand, its green eyes carrying a touch of ruthlessness like a prey ready to be hunted. Baboon. The animal Lin Chen hated the most was this kind of thing. The inexplicable emotion was ignited in an instant, like a blazing flame. In the next moment, the surroundings suddenly became suddenly cold. Monarch's domain, unleashed. An invisible circle was enveloping the entire cavern around him, and in no time at all, a dark green mist spread out in the direction Lin Chen was standing, filling the surrounding area. In less than a moment, the kobolds had completely lost Lin Chen's figure. Within the domain, your party's attack speed plus 100%, and your life value recovery speed plus 100%. The enemy's attack speed is reduced by 10%, and their movement speed is reduced by 10%. Lin Chen tightly gripped the long sword in his hand, the blade flashing with an even more powerful light as he disappeared into the thick fog. This instant, he would be transformed into a god of death that was even more terrifying and loathsome than something like a kobold. Hiss! Cold light flashed as a kobold turned back violently, but it didn't spot Lin Chen. Instead it saw a kobold beside itself suddenly cover its stomach and fall limply. That kobold didn't have time to shout out, it only felt a coldness in its chest. Looking down, the rusty iron sword violently drew out from its back. It no longer had half a strength, it also collapsed with a bang. One kobold after another quickly died in the thick fog, but none of the kobolds could see their targets. The surroundings were already gloomy, and although the kobolds' eyes had long been adapted to this environment, once this dark green fog appeared, they completely lost all orientation, and each kobold was almost as blind except for being able to see half a meter of the area around them. Miso. One sword chant after another came out, and then, all they could hear was the movement of something falling to the ground. Lin Chen moved quickly, while swinging his sword, sword falling, swinging his sword, sword falling. He just coldly and simply slaughtered all the kobolds in this line of sight, every action filled with ruthlessness and decisiveness. The kobolds were as vulnerable as straw under his sword. Each swing of his sword could almost take one away. Even that goblin priest had only lasted 2 slashes under Lin Chen's sword. However, at this time, a huge figure suddenly came barreling out from an unknown corner. Who is it? The huge hissing roar unexpectedly caused a storm that blew away everything around it, even the thick fog. The king of the kobolds appeared. What person dares to disturb me? Its huge figure was as sturdy as Roaring Brother, and it held a huge stone stick in its hand. Its voice was like a low thunder. Come out! With a final explosive cry, the surrounding fog finally disappeared completely. But what came into sight was a field of corpses. Yes, other than himself and the goblin priest who was standing close to him. There wasn't a single kobold standing. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was holding a rusty iron sword, standing indifferently and expressionlessly amidst the pool of blood, and beneath his feet, corpses were strewn everywhere. Chapter 51 Kobold Lords. Boss, Goblin Lord, Cursed. Life value, 4,000. Attack power, 230. Spell attack power, 150. Physical defense, 70. Magic defense, 70. Cursed aura, immunity to bludgeoning damage, immunity to frost damage, +2 to flame damage, chance to attach cursed damage when attacking. Skill, rotting spit, spits out rotting energy from its mouth, inflicts magic damage on targets in a line, and will definitely inflict a curse effect. Seeing the line of words above the Goblin Lord's head, Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. It was a curse again. Just like the spider copy that he had entered for the second time outside of the Novice village, this boss was also a so-called cursed one, but what exactly was a curse? But what exactly is a curse? What is it that curses them? However, Lin Chen didn't have time to think too much. The huge stone stick that this Goblin Lord was holding was slowly striking the ground, emitting a thud 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 sound as if it was a warning. Instead, its gaze was as if it was scrutinizing Lin Chen. Chosen one. These 3 words came out of its mouth without the slightest bit of frustration, fluent to the extreme. The iron sword in Lin Chen's hand was put away, and he turned to take out his moon bow. He didn't hesitate to draw his bow and aim directly at the boss. There was no need for him to consider the reasonableness of this matter, nor was there any need for him to talk to these monsters that could spit out human words. Right now for him, this goblin that was in front of him he had to kill. Even if the quest prompt now showed completion. Rescued maidens, 2-4. Kobolds killed, 100-100. Completed. The 2 conditions were actually completed with one of them already being able to leave the lair, and at the place where he had just entered, there would definitely be a teleportation portal that was opening at the moment, and Lin Chen would be able to return to within the White Moon City as soon as he stepped into it. Lin Chen didn't hesitate, and immediately let go of his hand. Shoo! The energy arrow whistled away, directly hitting the Goblin Lord's shoulder. 1005. Units under the cursed aura couldn't be hit with a bludgeoning attack, but Lin Chen's current attack power, with the Moonbow's boost, had completely broken 1,000 as well. Not only that, a stream of flame damage suddenly emerged from the top of the boss's head. Belonging to the ruby effect of the Moonbow's inlay was catalyzed, but this amount of damage belonged to scratching an itch, and a dozen or so drops or so of blood began to gradually drain away. The Kobold Lord was obviously stunned by this arrow. It reached out and raised a man-high stone club, then violently let out a howl. Howl! A huge wave of sound swept through once more. The women on both sides of the wall who were chained up immediately fell to the east and west, but their limbs were chained up in such a way that they simply couldn't fall down. They were like a withered wood blown straight up by the gusty winds, and would lose their vitality at any moment. The howl ended, and the Goblin Lord jumped up violently, and smashed hard at Lin Chen. After the stone club landed on the place where Lin Chen was originally located, a violent ringing sound came out and dust flew around, but the Goblin Lord didn't hit Lin Chen. It turned its head violently, only to realize that Lin Chen was standing not far away from himself, and was coldly pulling the moon bow in his hand to aim at his eyes. Scram! The Goblin Lord violently raised his body and ruffled his stick. The fierce storm broke the arrow Lin Chen was about to shoot. Not only that, this tall boss made a forward dash and ruthlessly slammed into the abdomen of Lin Chen, who was unable to dodge. The tremendous force caused Lin Chen to violently fly backwards, and he ruthlessly slammed into the wall behind him, chunks of debris falling from the edge of the shattered hole. Lin Chen glanced at his blood level. It was reduced by 600. Yes, although a normal attack could only deal 230 damage, this shoulder slam combined with the subsequent damage from hitting the wall added up to Lin Chen losing close to a fifth of his blood. Lin Chen suddenly let out a laugh. That's really strange. He slowly straightened up from the gap. His own armor was more than 100, but still would have lost so much blood after eating one of his strikes, so what if those ordinary milkmaid outside? This monster bug level of existence aside, this kind of exaggerated copy really have the healer can complete? Even if they can really save 4 girls, or kill 100 kobolds, but they can escape from the hands of this thing? Don't kid yourself, this thing, it wasn't something they could touch. Lin Chen shook off the rubble on his body. He was once again ready to draw his moon bow, but when he saw Lin Chen in this state, that Goblin Lord immediately rushed again. This time the attack was equally fierce. The stone club in his hand was slamming down on Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen could only put away his bow and arrow and retreated, not waiting for him to find the right opportunity to aim. The Kobold Lord began to swing the stone stick in his hand indiscriminately, dancing that was a tiger in wind. During this time, the Goblin Lord even opened his disgusting bloody mouth and spat out a rotting, strange liquid. Lin Chen violently dodged, and those liquids landed on the walls, surprisingly directly corroding the stones and walls. Are long-range attacks meaningless anymore? Seeing that he couldn't use his bow and arrow, Lin Chen simply gave up. This is what you forced me to do. The moon bow disappeared, and in its place was a pitch-black broadsword. Level 10 blue armor, Blackwood broadsword. At the same time, the king's domain was once again activated. Although the mist did not fill the area again, being within the domain, Lin Chen's attack speed and movement speed, on the other hand, completely increased by 100%. Miso. Lin Chen lowered his head to avoid the whistling of the stone club, while raising his sword upwards to directly stab the goblin lord in the armpit, but without waiting for the boss to wail, Lin Chen quickly stepped up to the back of the goblin lord, and he only felt that his feet were incomparably light, and the weight of the broadsword in his hand was also very light, and it was even more relaxed than normally holding a rusty iron sword. Bear. The broadsword in Lin Chen's hand once again ruthlessly stabbed the goblin lord in the back. 2 slashes, and the damage was very intuitive. 870. 870. The Blackwood broadsword didn't have any flashy phrases, but it was enough to add 100 points of attack power to the wearer, and now Lin Chen's attack power panel was showing 940 points, so after throwing in the 70 points of armor that were offset by the goblin lord's armor, Lin Chen still needed 2 more slashes. The goblin lord's blood level was down to just over 1,300 points. Lin Chen was right, he only needed 2 more slashes. However, the boss didn't give Lin Chen the chance to continue swinging, it moved around like a madman, and the stone club in its hand was out of order. The entire surroundings of the goblin lord had completely become an unapproachable special field. Within a radius of 2 meters, Lin Chen couldn't enter at all, and in between the moves, Lin Chen was directly struck twice by the stone club he was swinging. Why? Why did you have to come and kill me? A roar of incomprehension and indignation escaped from the goblin lord's mouth, and it tore its heart out as it swung its weapon haphazardly. Before Lin Chen could retreat to the side, this boss unexpectedly made a sudden acceleration, and the huge stone club actually swung hard above Lin Chen's head in a bizarre position. 500. With one blow, this boss actually dealt bludgeoning damage. Although it was blocked somewhat by his armor, Lin Chen still had to quickly retreat. The blood bar above his head was only half left. However, Lin Chen wasn't panicking at all, he released a healing hands on himself, and after recovering some of his blood, he charged up once more. The goblin lord's hands raised his stone club and was just about to slam down, but Lin Chen suddenly braked. His speed was more than a notch faster in his king's domain, so naturally, he was able to relax more freely. The giant stick smashed down with a roar. The goblin lord felt bad, it looked up sharply, but saw that Lin Chen was stepping on his own stone stick at this time. While drawing his bow and arrow, the energy arrow was aiming at his eyes. Chapter 52 Mission accomplished. No. The goblin lord was just about to say something when Lin Chen directly let go of his hand. Shooting an arrow from such a short distance, he didn't even hear the whistling sound of the arrow, and the energy-feathered arrow nailed directly onto the goblin lord's forehead. Goblin lord's life value, 270-4000. The boss's blood bar was instantly down to just a sliver at this time. With this amount of blood, an ordinary 20 player could almost kill it directly by releasing a single skill. Lin Chen didn't hesitate, he switched weapons once more, the weapon in his hand changed to a Blackwood broadsword, and then chopped down without delay. Wait! Wait! When the blade of the sword was only a few centimeters away from the goblin lord, this gigantic goblin suddenly knelt on the ground. Yes, Lin Chen was once again surprised by this almost absurd and bizarre scene before him. Another thing that had never been encountered before. A boss or monster in a copy was actually begging for mercy from a player? He had never, ever heard of such a thing in his last life after crawling around in the land of the hunting god for so much time, but now, this shivering goblin lord lowered his huge, ugly head down, his complexion looking extremely fearful. Don't kill. Kill me, don't kill me. What the goblin lord uttered was indeed a human language, and although it stumbled, Lin Chen could hear it clearly. Interesting, you're the second copy monster with autonomous feelings that I've seen on the god hunting ground so far, but compared to the last spider, you seem to be more human despite stumbling over your words. Speaking of which, Lin Chen intentionally or unintentionally looked at this kobold that had been creeping around with its head down. Yes, that's right, Lin Chen could feel a very strong emotional fluctuation in this big guy's body. It was in fear. The kobold lord buried its head very low, it smiled heatedly, and its fat body moved back imperceptibly. Chosen one. Honored. Noble. Chosen one, can you? Let go. It cautiously raised its head at this time and looked at Lin Chen like, release me. Lin Chen froze. The goblin lord continued, you've completed your quest. Can you release me? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, this ghostly thing in front of him actually knew that he had completed the quest? This was a bit interesting. One had indeed completed the quest by killing 100 goblins and thus completing the quest, but how did this goblin lord know about it? Seeing that Lin Chen was thinking things over, the goblin lord mistakenly thought that Lin Chen was hesitating, and it immediately struck while the iron was hot. I don't want to die. The goblin lord said, if you let me go, all the women here, just all of them are yours. Hearing these words, Lin Chen also raised his head at this time to look at the tragic situation around him. The chains on the walls were still locking 16 women who were no longer human, and they were even more alive than dead at this moment after the aftermath of the battle between Lin Chen and the goblin lords just now. Lin Chen's eyes gradually turned cold at this moment. Yes, if it wasn't for this kobold reminding him, Lin Chen almost forgot that there were still 16 women imprisoned here. He withdrew his king's domain. The negative statuses around him instantly disappeared, and the goblin lord was obviously delighted. As if it thought it had captured Lin Chen's preferences, it immediately continued. Did you promise? I can go now? The kobold lord slowly stood up. Women here are all yours, now. With that, the kobold slowly moved its body to prepare to leave. It possessed an extremely high level of intelligence, naturally knowing that it couldn't possibly be Lin Chen's opponent. Its own state was most clear to itself. Lin Chen only needed to gently wave a knife, and it would be completely dead. Only fortunately, took all the human women here and made a deal with him. Lin Chen seemed to accept his offer. The kobold slowly turned its head and walked, during which it hesitated to go back and get its stone stick back, but the stone stick was stepped on by Lin Chen. It shook its head and gave up. It was just a bit of a shame about those human women, but it didn't matter. As long as he survived, he could totally rise again. Human women? As long as he rushed to a certain human village and raided it for a while, there would be countless women. Then let those women become reproductive tools and give birth to more kobolds for itself, and in no time, it would build another kobold lair. But just as the goblin lord was about to walk to the entrance of this room, Lin Chen's low voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hey! The goblin lord lurched, then a flash of sinisterness flashed across its face, but it still turned around with a heap of smiles. Chosen one. You. But before the words were finished, the goblin lord suddenly saw Lin Chen make a gesture of drawing his bow and shooting an arrow in his direction. Something wasn't right. Was something wrong? The goblin lord could only feel that something was rapidly passing out of its body. It looked down, and on its bloated stomach was currently sticking an energy arrow that was gradually turning into dots of starlight. The goblin lord raised its head violently, but it didn't even have time to question why Lin Chen wanted to kill himself. The feeling of powerlessness instantly swept from its head to its feet. It had no more strength left, it could only fall down head first. Goblin lord life value, 04000. The blackwood broadsword in Lin Chen's hand swung, splitting the chains on the limbs of these women one after another. With a crisp sound, the women directly sat paralyzed on the ground. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. These girls in front of him were clearly in an incorrect state. They sat frozen on the ground as if they had lost their souls. Rescued maidens, 4-4. Rescued maidens, 6-4. Rescued maiden, 10-4. Rescued maiden, 16-4. Yes, when the chains on the hands of all the maidens were all cut off by Lin Chen, he could even see that the messages were still pulsing. Only this time Lin Chen didn't pay too much attention to it. For these tips, Lin Chen was even a little disgusted. You have upgraded. Lin Chen had reached level 21. But now he had been staring at the girls in front of him. They were all alive without exception, and at the moment they were shivering and huddling together. Even if Lin Chen had released the healing hand to all of these girls, they were still like walking corpses. Among them, there were two relatively beautiful-looking girls who still maintained some sense. They looked at Lin Chen blankly, seemingly wanting to say something, but with their mouths open, they could only let out a low hoarse sound in their throats. Lin Chen's face sank like water, and he let out a low gulp. Huang Sledgehammer, roaring brother, settle the girl in your arms and come to me. In his mind, Lin Chen quickly heard Yellow Sledgehammer and Roaring Brother respond. Got it. In the next moment, a beep once again came from Lin Chen's head. You have completed the transfer quest, Goblin Lair. Please deliver your quest at the churches in the major main cities. You have been detected as a second weekly player. The second weekly rewards have been issued to your backpack. Chapter 53 Wizard's Leg Armor. In less than half a minute, Roaring Brother and Yellow Sledgehammer came to Lin Chen's side in a slight panic. However, when these two undead units saw the tragic situation around them, they were surprisingly both a little disoriented. They stood frozen in place, and if it wasn't for Lin Chen's whispered reminder, they wouldn't even be able to come back to their senses for a moment. Is the monarch? These women all dead? Huang de Hammer asked carefully. Lin Chen shook his head. Shouldn't be yet, you and Brother Roar bring them out carefully. The two men looked at each other before answering, both walking forward carefully. Although the young girls had been treated by the healing hands, their minds had already suffered a great blow, and of the 16 people present, basically none of them were able to utter a single word. Their encounters were even more tragic than the two girls they met at the beginning. As time passed, the two of them, Huang Sledgehammer and Brother Roar, began to gradually assist these girls to slowly leave the cave. However, Lin Chen didn't move because a black treasure chest suddenly appeared in front of him at this time. The reward for killing the boss has finally arrived. The color of the treasure box is black and huge. Compared to the previous spider copy of the treasure box, this box is even bigger, and the closer you get, the more you can feel a special feeling. The girls around him began to be sent out in waves by the Huang Sledgehammer duo. Lin Chen slowly walked in front of the treasure chest. He gently placed his hand on it. Afterward, the treasure chest instantly exploded, and one after another, equipment sparkling with a different light tinkled as they fell out. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows as he took a closer look at the equipment on the ground. There was one item that was flickering with pink light. Demon Summoner's Leg Armor. Equipment type, pants. Level requirement, 20. Occupation requirement, intelligence class occupation. Life value plus 400. Physical defense plus 60. Magic defense plus 80. Intelligence plus 10. Physical strength plus 10. Mana recovery speed plus 8%. Inlayable hollow, 2. The first magic damage received has a chance to reduce it by 15%, cooldown time 30 minutes. Seeing this pink suit, Lin Chen's eyes obviously lit up. This could be too suitable for him. After all, the pants Lin Chen was wearing nowadays were the level 15 green suit, snake spirit leg armor, but it was different now. The transition from green suit to pink suit was like a bird in the hand. Lin Chen did not hesitate to immediately change it on the body. At this time, then look at the other equipment and items on the ground, basically some level 20 blue suit. The most is basically the weapons of other professions, but there are also one or two of their own can be used in the jewelry class equipment. Lin Chen, in which to pick and choose, will be primed a whole. Together with the moon bow in his hand, he had 4 pieces of pink equipment on his body at the moment: the moon bow, the 4 spirits armor, the imperial lawgiver's shin guards, and the demon summoner's leg armor that he had just obtained. After he finished wearing them, Lin Chen continued to look at the ground. However, when his eyes glanced at the other item, his eyes instantly widened. I'll go. When did my luck become so good? It actually exploded, this thing. Yes, before his eyes was a skill book. A skill book whose name was Heavenly Cloister. Lin Chen never expected to burst out this skill book. This was the most important divine skill that made healers incredibly popular. As a healer, one of the most important watersheds was this skill. Do not look at this skill as only a level 12 skill, but it is the real meaning of the market without price. Lin Chen remembers that in his last life, a copy of Heaven's Corridor could even be speculated to the sky, and at the same time, it was also the rarest skill in the entire god-hunting ground. But now, he had a copy right in front of him. He picked up this book of Paradise Cloister that made almost all healers red in the eyes, then fell into hesitation. Did he need to learn it now? Although the ability to be resurrected was really appealing, there was still a big difference between it and true resurrection. This skill can only resurrect people in a near-death state. Other than that, it has no ability. If the player does not get the Heavenly Corridor's healing during the near-death period, he will die completely, and after that, the Heavenly Corridor will lose its effect completely. And the most important point is that this skill cannot be used on yourself. It was this extremely fatal point that made Lin Chen fall into deep thought. It's better to keep it for now. Lin Chen put it into his backpack. However, at the same time that Lin Chen put the skill book into his backpack, he also noticed the 3 gift packs in his backpack that hadn't been opened. The first one was the reward for completing the Yi Fast upgrade mission. He and Feng Chen Gardenia had used a way that was almost like a card bug to complete the mission, and it only took 30 seconds. This mission was supposed to be awarded according to the time it took to complete, and the less time it took, the better the rewards were. The second one is the reward for the second weekly program that was just completed. Lin Chen glanced around at this time. The young girls trapped here had already been transferred one after another, and there were only 2 or 3 girls left in front of him, collapsing on the ground breathlessly. After thinking about it, Lin Chen opened the first gift bag. A burst of light dispersed, and the gift pack was opened. Seeing these new items that gradually appeared in the backpack, Lin Chen was clearly a little less than satisfied. Most of them were some low-grade life potions and magic potions, as well as some bits and pieces of props and stamina recovery consumables, and not a single piece of practical equipment was to be seen. But just when Lin Chen was a bit helpless, the last item poked out. Shadow escape mask. Ha! Lin Chen fixed his eyes on it. Special prop. Facial trinket, does not occupy the equipment bar, hides your attributes after use, and cannot be viewed by the rest of the players. Seeing this line, Lin Chen was visibly stunned, and his mouth couldn't help but mutter and repeat the name of this mask, Shadow Escape Mask? Was there actually this type of equipment on the god hunting ground? It could actually hide its own attributes? Without thinking, Lin Chen put this mask on top of his face. In the next moment, he could clearly notice that the names above his head seemed to change color, and they began to become transparent. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, his own attributes would not be viewable by players from this instant onwards. This was considered good news for himself. After all, it wasn't good for a milkman to be too flashy. Lin Chen no longer hesitated when he immediately opened the second gift pack. This is in addition to the original spider cave obtained after the second weekly rewards. Remember the last gift bag Lin Chen but obtained the word conversion potion, this kind of exaggerated props. At this moment, the gift bag was opened. And Lin Chen expected good. This time the second weekly item gift bag still has a relatively rare things. Team Teleportation Order, 5. Taunt Golem, 1. Word Increase Potion, X1. Chapter 54, The Sidekick Pathfinder. At the same time, White Moon City. In front of the huge teleportation gate, even though it was already late at night, people were still coming and going at the teleportation gate. Most of these people would look at the portal, hoping to wait for someone to come out of it. As time passed, people began to sparsely come out from inside. Someone is coming out. Quickly, go see what profession it is. People swarmed around. They seemed to have been repeating such a move. At this moment they looked at the person who came out of the portal in front of them. It was a fighter with many wounds on his body. After seeing this person and his profession, the vast majority of those present instantly lost interest. The only ones still surrounding him nowadays were the professions of the same fighters. "This brother, how is it?" a man asked in a hurry. "Did you complete your mission?" The others also looked at him with an eager face. The man in front of him coughed. His condition was not too good. The blood bar on top of his head had already bottomed out, and his breath was wandering as if he would fall into a near-death state at any time. After a while he reacted, nodded his head in a low voice and said, "Done, the task is a bit difficult. After you guys go in, don't be the first to kill the brat leading the way. When collecting the spirit stones, there is a brat there, it will help you." Saying this, he couldn't help but curse. "Damn, I thought that little brat was just a normal monster at first. I killed him with one punch, but I almost died at the hands of those spirit stone guards." As he kept complaining, the other fighters around him were listening with a serious face, and quite a few of them even took out small notebooks and recorded with unusual gravity. "So, is there a boss then?" someone asked. The fighter who completed the opening was obviously a bit puzzled as he shook his head. "Strange to say, there doesn't seem to be a boss in the transfer quest. I just picked 50 spirit stones under the interference of the spirit stone guards, counting me as a success in clearing the level." "There's no boss? That's great." The fighters began to murmur, and many of their faces had already surged with a look of determination as well. After briefly understanding the main points of the mission and the points to note, many fighters had already started entering the portal one after another. Seeing this scene, the rest of the players present were also a little nervous. The fighters had also completed the opening of the transfer quest copy. Except for the knights and hunters who had completed their respective transfer quests during the daytime, there were still 5 professions left within the 8 common professions that no one had come out of. However, just as someone was anxiously wiping the sweat from their hands, the portal lit up again. "Someone has come out." People once again surrounded over, many of them with glowing eyes. The one who walked out was a fighter. Compared to the fighter who had just stepped out, this warrior was obviously in pretty good shape. He still had a large portion of his blood bar left on his head, and he seemed to be wearing some equipment that he had just acquired from the copy. "This great god. Can you share a strategy? Brother, any notes?" However, in the face of the enthusiastic crowd, the warrior didn't bother with the surrounding, but instead directly pushed aside the other warriors on his side and came to a corner. What a person. Acting high and mighty? They didn't know what to do for a moment, and many warriors looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to do at all. But the next moment, someone else pointed at the portal and shouted, "Another warrior has come out." Subsequently, the crowd that had just stumbled upon a nosebleed rediscovered the savior as if they had frantically surged towards the newly emerged passer. The warrior from before glanced at the crowd behind him with his afterglow, coldly grunted, then also no longer hesitated and directly walked to a corner. In the corner, a woman had been waiting for a long time.
"Brother Tian? You came out?" The woman stood up straight as she surveyed the man's entire body. "Not hurt, right? Do you want me to add blood to you?"
The name above the warrior's head was called Solo Sky. He shook his head at this moment. "It doesn't matter, some locusts are just locusts, nothing to worry about." After a pause, he looked at the woman in front of him and said softly, "It's you, Ting. Did you see any healers open up successfully during the process?" The woman shook her head as she heard this. She looked at the distant portal and said softly, "No, but I heard that a healer entered it, but so far hasn't come out."
Doppelganger nodded. "Should we continue to wait then?"
The woman hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "No need, Brother Tian, it's getting late. Let's find a place to rest and replenish our strength first."
Dobu Tian also nodded. "Let's go."
On the other side, the second warrior who was surrounded by the crowd was suddenly at a loss for words. All kinds of players of the same profession were almost plastered on his body, making him unable to move at all.
"Oops, you guys don't crowd. Great God, share a strategy. Great God of wind, dust and turbid wine, I'm a girl, I'm a female warrior, can you talk to me? We can add a friend."
This warrior was not someone else, it was Fengchen of Wind Dust and Turbid Wine, but Fengchen had never seen this kind of momentum before, and was still envious of Linshen being surrounded by a bunch of players, but now it was his turn. Fengchen first looked at his friends list, and behind Lin Shen's name within the list, there was a line written.
"Copy in progress." It looked like Lin hadn't come out yet. Fengchen hesitated for a moment and could only helplessly raise his hand. Don't crowd, I'll just talk to you guys about the strategy." Hearing these words, the warriors immediately danced with excitement. Seeing that the people had retreated a distance, Fengchen then breathed a sigh of relief. He first combed through everything that had just happened in the replica before speaking. First of all, the locusts are divided into 4 waves. The first wave has the least amount of them. Everyone must not consume mana, just use flat A. The number of locusts will not hurt you. Second, wait until the second wave comes. The NPCs will come out to help you. Remember, let the NPCs guard the gate of the granary, don't let them run around. You'll be responsible for cleaning up the locusts that fly over from the main road. This time you can release your skills, but pay attention, don't consume too much mana if you don't have too many blue pills. As the crowd around him gathered more and more, Fengchen could not help but forcefully increase his volume. Third, at this time, you can use the quest props in your backpack, but don't use it randomly, you have to ignite it at the right time. After igniting it, the locusts will be attracted by the smell. At this time, you have to remember to use whatever skills together, don't keep your hands off. Finally, the fourth wave of locusts is the most numerous. The best way is to retreat to the granary with all the NPCs, and then block the doorway to fend off the locusts' attack, because if you follow the first 3 points of my advice, at this time, the locusts will only have the number left from the fourth wave and the second wave, and only need to guard it for 10 minutes, and it will pretty much hold out. After saying that, Fengchen clapped his hands, indicating that he had poured out his knowledge. People revealed exaggerated looks at this moment. Good detailed strategy. Yes, Fengchen's strategy was very detailed to every wave and every decision. However, while being surprised, someone raised their hand. Great God, is there a boss then? Fengchen shook his head. Boss? No. Chapter 55, Departure. Inside the goblin lair. Linshen had already walked out of the cave, and when his feet stepped back to the exit, a huge portal had appeared where he had just come from. Elect nowadays, as long as he entered it, Linshen would be able to return to White Moon City. But at this moment, in front of the portal, together with the 2 young girls that he had rescued at the beginning, a total of 18 young girls were sitting around each other, surrounded by Huang Sledgehammer and Brother Roar. At this moment, when they saw Linshen walk out of the cave, everyone present froze for a moment. At this moment, Linshen was wearing a mask on his face, and other than those deep eyes, his face couldn't be seen at all. Monarch! Huang Sledgehammer and Brother Roar hurriedly bowed their heads and nodded. They didn't determine their master by looking at Linshen's face. As these 2 undead units moved, 5 of the 18 young girls slowly stood up from the ground as well. Their bodies were very weak, and at the moment, they were all draped in the clothes Linshen had given them. Are you the chosen one from just now? A young girl slowly took a step forward. The fear on her face hadn't subsided, but her state was clearly too much better than before. Linshen's eyes picked up, then he nodded, sort of. What about you guys? We The 5 girls looked at each other, then the young girl who had just spoken continued, "We are ordinary residents of the village, taken captive by the kobolds." Speaking here, she couldn't help but reach out and tightly pinch the wide clothes on her body shivering imperceptibly. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and asked, "When were you all taken in?" Upon hearing these words, the several girls looked at each other in disbelief. They were just about to say something, but in the next moment, all of them had puzzled expressions on their faces. Yes, when were they taken captive by the kobolds? Or how did they appear here? The sense of dismay on the girls' faces began to grow deeper and deeper, as if they had forgotten some kind of very important thing, and no matter how much they tried to recall it, they couldn't recall it. Wait. The girl's speech broke off, and her eyes gradually became blank. "I don't remember. I seem to have realized that I appeared in the cave as soon as I opened my eyes. How did I get captured? How long has it been here?" Not only her, the other few girls behind her were also a bit flustered. Some of them were even pinching their arms with their hands, thinking that this was a dream. Looking at this scene, Lin Chen slowly furrowed his brows. The young girls in front of him kept opening their mouths to say something, but every time the words reached their mouths, they were swallowed back by themselves. The memories within their brains seemed to be strangely disconnected. They only remembered the memories of their previous lives within the village, as well as the memories of the present. As for how they appeared in the goblin lair, or when they appeared, there was absolutely no memory. The girl in the lead directly fell to her knees for a moment. She covered her head to try and think of something. Because it was too fast, the wide robe on her body even slipped right off her body, revealing the back that was covered in scars. Lin Chen knew that he couldn't keep asking. He only had to point to the portal on one side to try and divert their attention. "Don't think about it, the priority is to enter the door and hurry up and get out of here." As Lin Chen finished his sentence, a countdown appeared above the portal. If he hadn't stepped into the portal by the end of the countdown, the copy would automatically teleport him out compulsorily. The young girls turned their heads to look blankly at the direction Lin Chen was pointing in. "Enter the door?" The girl said. "What door?" Looking at the stunned and uncomprehending expressions on the young girls' faces, Lin Chen directly froze. "What do you mean?" Such a large teleportation door was now floating beside them, and was now still flashing with pure white light, so as long as they got up and moved 2 steps they could directly enter it. But it wasn't just one person and 2 people. All the young girls present didn't seem to see this portal. "You guys can't see this portal?" Lin Chen asked in a low voice. The girls kept shaking their heads, obviously somewhat unresponsive. Seeing the puzzled looks on these girls' faces, Lin Chen's brows under his mask knitted slightly. Could it be that these NPCs are unable to see or use the portal even though they are human? Only players, only the so-called chosen can? Thinking about it this way makes sense. After all, in his last life, even if he had risen to level 80, he had never seen a living person in a copy. In his previous impression, all the NPCs in the copy were creatures with no feelings. Even if there were people, they were a group of people who only acted according to the system, as in the case of the Plague of Locusts, a quest that could help players defend themselves against the locusts. Like the NPCs in the Locust Plague, quest that can help the player defend against the locusts, they are a group of things that can only understand the player's commands. But if they couldn't leave by entering the portal, what were they supposed to do? These girls were riddled with holes in their bodies, physically and mentally exhausted, and they wouldn't be able to survive for long if there wasn't some so-called village around here to leave them alone. At this moment, the countdown above the portal was already less than 10 seconds, and every second that passed by, a huge countdown motion resounded in their ears. 9, 8, 7. After a pause, Lin Chen ended up letting out a ghostly sigh as he explored from his backpack for a moment before pulling out the only remaining inferior life potion and placing it at his feet. "I won't be able to help you guys next. Take these potions, they'll save your lives if necessary." Lin Chen paused, dropping a few more items that he couldn't use, as well as some low-grade weapons for self-defense as well as defensive gear. That was all he could do right now. After doing this, the portal's countdown, too, ended. "The countdown is over. Forcible teleportation is in progress." A tone fell, that portal suddenly exploded all over, a burst of intense white light enveloped Lin Chen's body, and in an instant, the 2 undead, Lin Chen and Huang the Hammer, disappeared. What Lin Chen didn't know was that the next moment he left this heaven and earth, the entire world suddenly solidified. The sunlight was frozen in the air, refracting and interlacing light. The wind no longer blew, the leaves stopped swaying, and those leaves that were originally going to fall were now frozen in the air, each one maintaining its posture before it fell, elegantly and strangely, hanging in the air. The movements of the young girls present at this moment were also frozen in the strangest moment. The expressions on their faces were different, some were opening their mouths as if they were saying something, some were frowning tightly, and quite a few of them reached out their hands to cover their eyes as if they were avoiding the glare. Everything, at this moment, was stilled. Chapter 56 Churches. Fengchen outside the teleportation door had been waiting for some time, but Lin Chen was unexpectedly late in coming out. He kept looking at the time. Half an hour had passed since Lin Chen had entered it. Was the milkmaid's transfer quest so difficult? Even an existence like Lin Chen's had to be delayed for so long? As time passed, other people came out of the portal one after another, and most of them were warriors and fighters. Seeing these people walk out of the portal, there were no longer any onlookers coming over like before. What they were waiting for now was basically professions that hadn't been opened yet. For example, healers. After a few more minutes, people exclaimed again. Someone has come out again. People fixed their eyes and only saw a person with a black broadsword in his hand step out of the portal, and people's eyes froze as they scrutinized the person. The body armor this person wore was flowery and green, and the style looked like it should belong to the intelligence class, but he was oddly holding a warrior's broadsword, and what was most puzzling was the mask this person was wearing on his face. Another warrior? Strange, how can I not see the nickname on top of this person's head? Ugh, how much longer will it take for that programmer god to walk out? The people murmured and quickly lost interest in the masked man. They were now basically waiting for the openers belonging to their professions to walk out, with the healers being the most eager. Seeing that no one came forward, the masked man breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't say anything and silently walked in a direction. And in the distance, Fengchen, who had been waiting, suddenly revealed a puzzled expression. The mask on that man's face, he also had one. Fengchen hastily glanced at the identical mask in his backpack. Isn't this the gift pack item for that quest? He pushed aside the people around him who had been clamoring to add friends and hurriedly caught up with the masked man. Lin. Lin? Lin Chen's walking footsteps lurched, then he turned his head to look at the person with the name Wind Dust and Turbid Wine on his head. Aha! Lin Chen gave a low assent. Hearing Lin Chen's familiar voice, Fengchen also let out a sigh of relief. He first surveyed the equipment Lin Chen was wearing, and then glanced at Lin Chen's status. Brother Lin, why did you not come out until now? Was the healer's quest difficult? However, without waiting for Fengchen to ask, Lin Chen interrupted him. It's alright, what about you? How come you didn't go to the Warriors Hero Pavilion to complete the transfer quest? Ow, I'm waiting for you. When he said this he paused. Fengchen seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked after him, by the way Brother Lin, what exactly happened to you in there? How come your name can't be found on the ladder list? After saying that, Fengchen verified the names on the ladder battle list. As players' levels grew higher and higher, all sorts of people slowly made their way onto the battle power list. Previously, the number 1 in battle power had been Lin Chen, but now, the number 1 in battle power had changed hands. The name Cool Cloud Twilight Leaf was clearly written behind the first place on the battle power ranking. Liang Yun Muyi? Who is this? Battle ranking 1, Liang Yun Miryi. Newbie village codename 10325. Profession, Assassin. Current main city, Rainforest City. Battle power ranking 2, Absolute Shura. Novice village codename 354677. Occupation, Rune Envoy. Hidden profession. Current main city, Dragon Pulse City. Battle ranking 3, I wanna become immortal. Newbie village codename 26650. Profession, Warrior. Current main city, Golden Sand City. Fengchen looked carefully several times. Not only did he not see Lin Chen's name in the top 3 of the battle power ranking, but out of a total of 50 professions on the entire page, there was no Lin Chen. The only one whose main city was their White Jade City was a warrior called Doppelganger, ranked 48th. But how could this be possible? Before entering the portal, Fengchen had specially confirmed that Lin Chen was still number 1 in the battle power rankings, but now only half an hour or so had passed, and Lin Chen had actually been pushed out of the top 50? However, when Fengchen continued to turn the next page, Lin Chen interrupted him. It's normal that I can't find it. The shadow mask in our backpacks can hide our attributes. The fact that the ladder list can't find my name is probably due to it. Looking at Lin Chen talking while pointing at the mask on his face, Fengchen incredulously glanced at the mask inside his backpack as he muttered, I'll go, there's this function? Saying that, Fengchen also took the mask out and wore it on his face like Lin Chen did, and sure enough, the moment he put on the mask Fengchen could clearly feel that there was an unusually special sensation. He could see that the name on top of his head had actually become a little transparent. Holy! It's actually real. Fengchen staggered behind him, obviously somewhat not expecting to be able to obtain such a special prop. Lin Chen turned his head back at this time somewhat helplessly, as he pointed to the right side of the road and said to Fengchen, "Alright, I have to go to the church now, and it's time for you to go to the hero's pavilion to deliver the transfer task." As Lin Chen looked between his fingers, Fengchen also saw a huge building at the end of this road, and some warriors who had already completed their transfer quests began to walk within that building one after another. "Then Brother Lin, I'll meet you at the church when I finish my quest," Fengchen immediately said. Lin Chen shook his head. "After you finish, go to the center of the quest hall and wait for me at that gnome's place." "Got it." After saying that, Fengchen jogged away. After seeing Fengchen leave, Lin Chen didn't linger any longer. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen stopped at the entrance of the church. Because Lin Chen was the first person to successfully complete the Goblin's Lair in White Moon City nowadays, the healers inside the church were very sparse, and there were only a few sporadic people walking back and forth in the large church hall. Among them was the young girl within their regular team, Nurse Gardenia. "Team Captain." Gardenia hurriedly ran over and softly greeted Lin Chen. Seeing this young girl's breast swing as she ran, Lin Chen was clearly in a bit of a trance. How could he look at it and not be able to bind Gardenia with the violent milk that ranked in the top 20 of the battle list in his last life? Lin Chen nodded. "Wait for me." After regrouping with Gardenia, Lin Chen quickly walked to an NPC in the hall. Seeing that someone had come, this nun-like NPC immediately bent down slightly towards Lin Chen, her voice low and serious. "Honorable Chosen One, how may I help you?" Lin Chen didn't beat around the bush either. "I've come to deliver the transfer task." The nun's eyes flickered faintly for a while, then she actually hesitated for a moment before owing slightly to Lin Chen. "Noble Chosen One, please follow me." Lin Chen gave a start. He almost subconsciously locked eyes with Gardenia, and in Gardenia's somewhat uncomprehending gaze, Lin Chen almost undisguisedly furrowed his brows. Another scene that was completely different from his last life. He remembered that a similar situation wouldn't occur in any profession when completing a transfer quest. They would usually just deliver the quest and then the NPC would directly induce some sort of power to be instilled into the player's body, thus granting them new powers. Very brief, very quick. From the time the quest was handed over to the time it became the first transfer, it was estimated that it would only take a minute, without any delay. However, right now, the NPC in charge of the transfer quest in front of Lin Chen was actually maintaining a pleased posture, leaving Lin Chen completely at a loss as to what to do next. After freezing for more than 10 seconds, Lin Chen turned around and pacified Gardenia. "You continue to wait for me for a while," Lin Chen said in a low voice. Gardenia nodded her head in a hurry. "Okay, Captain." Lin Chen slowly turned his head to the NPC. "Please lead the way." Chapter 57 The Sage. Lin Chen had entered a church when he was a warrior, and although he didn't belong to the healers at first, there were quite a few commissions and quests that he could take within the church. However, he had never realized that there were such intricate passages and rooms within the church. Just like the internal structure of other buildings, shouldn't a church only have one hall? All NPCs stood within the hall, and to receive and deliver quests would be done within the hall. Lin Chen had never heard of these places within such a building that could be accessed by walking. Could it be that the Warriors' Heroes Pavilion was constructed in the same way? "What's the situation?" Lin Chen looked around, his expression gradually congealing. He followed the nun leading the way ahead through passage after passage, opening door after door. During this time he tried to speak to the nun in front of him, but no matter what he said or asked, the nun turned a deaf ear. The woman just walked quietly, her steps neither fast nor slow. Seeing the NPC in this state, Lin Chen simply gave up, and as time passed, he ended up following the nun and stopped in front of a huge double-opening door. "Chosen One, we have arrived." The nun reached out and pulled the doors open, then stepped back to the side. Lin Chen took his eyes off the nun and then placed them inside the door. On the other side of the door was a huge room. The furnishings within the room were quite European classical style, all sorts of medieval objects could be seen everywhere. In the center of the room stood an old man in a monk's robe. The old man stood with his hands on his head. Directly in front of him was a high table similar to a podium. 2 books were placed on top of the tabletop. A white book and a black book. Lin Chen glanced at the room in a bit of a trance before slowly stepping into it. At this instant, a smile instantly appeared on the face of the old man who had been standing in the center of the room. "Well. Good day, Honorable Chosen One." Lin Chen's footsteps stopped, and the door behind him was slowly closed by the nun at this moment, and at this moment there was only the 2 of him and the old man in the room. "Are you," Lin Chen asked tentatively, "a transfer NPC?" Lin Chen had never seen an NPC in charge of transferring that would stand exclusively in a specific room. His look and posture were equally different from the other NPCs, although it was said that all of these NPCs within the main city were aboriginals that had appeared along with the land of the hunting god. Lin Chen had rarely encountered such a situation. Hearing Lin Chen utter this term, the old man displayed a slight stunned look before smiling. NPC? The old man let out a laugh and said, Chosen One, I am indeed the person in charge of transferring the healer, only I'm different from the others. I specialize in second weekly chosen ones. Hearing the term second cycle come out of an NPC's mouth, Lin Chen was clearly a bit disoriented. What did you say? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he whispered, You know about the second weekly eye? The old man was undeniable, a smirk still on his face, then he reached out and pointed to the 2 books on the tabletop in front of him. Alright, Chosen One, please choose the new profession you want to become. Lin Chen followed the old man's hand to look at the similar speech table, where white and black books were reflected in Lin Chen's eyes. The old man continued, Do you wish to become a sage, or do you wish to become a holy religious? However, Lin Chen didn't focus too much on the book, but continued to look at the old man as he kept staring into his eyes, trying to find some important information. You just said that you specialize in the second chosen? Lin Chen intentionally emphasized the words specializing in. The old man nodded and didn't say anything. Lin Chen seemed to have caught something and continued to ask, You mean, besides me, could it be that there are other second chosen players on the god hunting ground? He had never imagined that an old man would say the word specialize in, as if there was in more than one similar NPC that existed on the land of the hunting god, or perhaps, the land of the hunting god had detected Lin Chen's specialness, and had set up a special NPC to come in just for him? However, no matter how Lin Chen inquired behind him, the old man in the process still didn't say a word, only looking at him with a smile on his face. Alas, Lin Chen sighed, Alright, let's pick a profession. Hearing these words, the old man instantly raised his eyebrows. Chosen One, may I ask which occupation you would like to choose? Sage, or holy religious? Lin Chen said softly, Then I'll be obliged if you help me explain it. While saying these words, Lin Chen had still been carefully staring at the old man's every move. Unfortunately, however, the old man seemed to have decided to stop mentioning the second cycled matter, and instead, he explained very responsibly. Sage, focusing on healing and assisting, by adding buffs of intelligence, strength, physical and magical attack power, physical strength, and blood recovery to teammates or oneself, it is the most indispensable existence in the team. The second turn occupation is Universalizer. The old man held up the white book. And the holy religious refers to maximizing one's damage, using the powerful judgment flow skills to give great damage to the opponent, possessing an output ability that is not inferior to other professions, and likewise has a notable self-protection ability, and although the auxiliary ability is drastically lowered, it has both offensive and defensive capabilities. The second turn occupation is Judgment Envoy. The book in his hand at this time appeared black. With that, the old man fell silent, quietly waiting for Lin Chen's choice. Lin Chen sighed as he slowly walked over to the old man, then stared at the 2 books in his hands. After pondering for a while, he had also made his choice. I've chosen. After saying that, Lin Chen was on the table and took the pure white book in his hands. Seeing the book in Lin Chen's hands, the old man slightly froze. Oh? Is the chosen one sure he wants to choose to become a sage? Lin Chen nodded. Nowadays, he had the stacked attack power bug. He didn't need to worry about his output ability at all. What he needed to care about instead was his range and survival ability. The sage, on the other hand, was the profession that specialized in focusing on support and range. Knowing that in his last life as a warrior, Lin Chen understood the importance of a nurse very well, and behind every powerful output, there was a specialized bound milk. As the name suggests, a milkmaid who specializes in adding blood to output professions. With a bound milk, in the case of not dealing with a milkmaid, unless the difference in output is too great, he is virtually immortal. So there was absolutely no need for Lin Chen to care about the paltry output of the holy religious. Yes. Lin Chen replied. Afterwards, that old man instantly put the black book down before raising the white transfer book with both hands. Only to see him chanting under his breath, and a few seconds later, a special light suddenly fell from the ceiling above his head, directly enveloping Lin Chen completely. Lin Chen only felt as if his body was being scorched at this moment, and an inexplicable pain instantly struck him. What the hell? Lin Chen only had time to cry out in a low voice, and the pain that had come so quickly had unexpectedly disappeared. He was currently bathed within the light, his face bewildered. After another 10 seconds or so, the light completely disappeared. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and glanced at his palm as he asked with some uncertainty. Already? The mode and style of the transfer was completely different from his last life, so Lin Chen simply couldn't figure out what situation he was in now. The old man in front of him had a kind face as he smiled and nodded. Exalted Chosen One, congratulations on having successfully transferred. You are now a sage. May you be invincible in the days to come, and be feared by the gods. Chapter 58 First Encounter with a Hidden Profession. Without fail, the gods are terrified. Lin Chen muttered this line in his mouth. This was a statement that the NPCs throughout the land of god hunting would often hang on to. They hoped that the chosen ones that appeared here would help them accomplish the feat of defeating or hunting the gods and be undefeated, so that the gods that were so high up in the sky would show their fear. From the mouth of this old man in front of him, such words seemed very reasonable. After all, he was also an NPC. But Lin Chen still stared at the old man's eyes for a long time, until the door to the room was opened once again. The nun who had sent Lin Chen here bowed slightly. Excuse me, Lord Bishop, I've come to escort the chosen one away. After saying that, she took a step back and made a pleased gesture towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen murmured slightly as he glanced, if at all, at the old man at his side, then silently walked out the door in the direction of the nuns. It was only before he left, that is, the moment Lin Chen's feet stepped out the door, that he suddenly heard the old man suddenly utter a sentence. Time is running out. I hope that you are the one who can save this. This voice was so faint that if it wasn't for the extraordinarily quiet surrounding, Lin Chen wouldn't have even been able to catch it. Lin Chen turned around violently, only to find that the door had already closed at that moment. When the nun saw that Lin Chen had stopped, she turned her head without saying a word, just waiting for Lin Chen to be able to continue following her. Lin Chen frowned and hesitated for a few seconds before continuing to leave after the nun. Back in the hall, there was still no one inside the church, and Gardenia, who had been waiting in the corner of the hall, stood up again in a panic when she saw Lin Chen appear. Captain. She was just about to step forward, but she realized that Lin Chen was still talking to that NPC. Seeing this scene, Gardenia could only slowly take a step back. Lin Chen turned his head to look at the somewhat flustered and embarrassed young girl at his side, and he waved his hand at Gardenia as a placating gesture before turning back to look at the nun in front of him. In other words, the question I just asked you can't even be answered with your authority? Lin Chen asked in a low voice. The nun in charge of the transfer shook her head regretfully. I'm sorry, Chosen One, other than the Lord Bishop, there is no one here who can answer your question. Then when can I see that bishop again? I'm sorry, I don't know. Lin Chen was ready to ask something again, but the nun in front of him always maintained a state and expression, and this appearance also made Lin Chen, who was ready to ask questions, give up. It looked like he was no longer able to pry any useful information from the mouth of the NPC in front of him. He was still puzzled. What did the old man mean when he said time is running out? How did he, as an NPC, know about the second weekly program? All of these things were of particular concern to Lin Chen, and after pondering for a while, he sighed. Never mind, since I'm now a sage, do you have any skill books here that sages use? Lin Chen asked. The nun's pious expression suddenly appeared on her face again at this time, and she instantly nodded her head in reply. Of course, Honorable Chosen One, I have skill books for sale here that sages can use, so feel free to take a look. After saying that, a page suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's line of sight. Within the page, all sorts of skill books were displayed in front of him, and Lin Chen glanced around. Are they basically all low-level ones? Skill books were not only traded through players and popped out by killing monsters, they could also be purchased at the transfer NPCs in the various main cities, but some very powerful and practical skills couldn't be bought at the NPCs, and the only way to get them was to put your mind to it on the monsters. However, in front of him, he was only level 21, and there were only 2 sage skills that he could learn, so he didn't have any other choice. After looking at them for a few moments, Lin Chen used the currency in his backpack to purchase 2 low-level skills. Bathe in holy light. Blessed sound. One was to summon a holy light, for a short period of time used to increase his own or his teammates' life value limit. Nowadays Lin Chen was level 21, thanks to the blessing of the 4 pink equipments, he now had a total of 3,400 points of blood, which was a lot more than a knight of the same level. According to the description of the skill and the intelligence bonus, Lin Chen could increase his blood volume by an additional 400 points within 5 minutes. The other, which was also a support skill, released a range-shaped soundwave, and teammates within the soundwave or himself could receive a 3-dimensional enhancement of strength, intelligence, and agility within 10 minutes, except that the levels were all relatively low nowadays, and the ones that could be added weren't that much. Lin Chen didn't hesitate too much, and immediately learned the 2 skills right where he was. After doing so, Lin Chen also stopped wasting too much time with the nun in front of him. he just gave the nun a meaningful look and then walked towards the direction where Gardenia was. Gardenia was a little nervous as she rubbed her hands together, a smirk on her face. "Captain. What do we do next?" Lin Chen looked at the dark sky outside the church, then whispered, "Do you need to take a break?" Gardenia froze, and immediately shook her head. "I don't know, Captain. If you want to do any missions, I can follow." Only then did Lin Chen nod. "Then let's return to the mission hall now." Saying this, Lin Chen walked off on his own towards the night outside the hall, Gardenia hurriedly following closely behind. After a period of time, Lin Chen and Gardenia had arrived at the huge mission hall from before. This place was now slowly starting to decrease in foot traffic, at least half as much as before, but even so, the cacophony still shook one's ears raw. Feng Chen at the doorway had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and now that he saw Lin Chen and Gardenia walking over, his eyes immediately lit up. "Brother Lin. Maisie." Lin Chen nodded at Feng Chen. "Let's go, let's grab the main quest." "Good." The duo replied. However, he was just about to lead the two to the center of the hall when his attention was suddenly drawn away by a line of people. Inside the hall towards the door were 6 people. It should be a fixed team. The staffing inside was perfect: knights, 1 nurse each, 2 fighters, 1 hunter, and 1. Surprisingly, it wasn't one of the 8 professions? Hidden profession? Lin Chen was stunned. The captain walking right in front of this team was none other than that hidden profession. Looking at the man's appearance, Lin Chen had some impression that it should be a witch doctor, if he remembered correctly. The man was walking at the very front, with an unusually haughty demeanor, and there was a woman right next to him. It was a woman with long, slender legs. Her occupation was a hunter, and she was holding a bow in her hand that was stylized to pull the wind. When Lin Chen saw this woman, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Tomato," he sneered, not expecting to see her here. Chapter 59, Grievance. Tomato was wearing a smirk on her face at the moment. The rest of her teammates around her were now coming together around herself and the witch doctor, with varying degrees of bashfulness on their faces to a greater or lesser extent. "Captain, you're really awesome. Not only are you the first person in White Moon City to complete a transfer quest, but you're also a hidden profession. The vice captain isn't weak either. She's also the first one among the hunters to complete the transfer, and she's also just obtained a level 20 pink bow. Yes, the captain and vice captain are really a match made in heaven. Not only are they strong, but they are also handsome and beautiful. Where can we reason with them?" Hearing these words, that witch doctor obviously didn't respond and just walked outside the hall with a slight smile. The huntress, however, rolled her eyes at the back and deliberately said angrily, "Stop kissing ass. Our brother Hai is a hidden profession with an unlimited future. How can I be worthy of him?" Saying that, this woman named Tomato didn't forget to intentionally both her head to one side. Sure enough, after she said such words, the witch doctor called Hai instantly reached over and wrapped Tomato in his arms. "Egu, what are you talking about, little tomato? You should know that my favorite fruit used to be tomatoes." With that, his arm moved down and imperceptibly pinched the tomato's upper buttocks. Although the tomato pouted on his face, a hint of smugness flowed in his eyes. But at this moment, the knight behind him scratched his hair. "Captain, tomatoes shouldn't be a fruit, it seems to be a vegetable." "Fart." The warrior at his side rolled his eyes. "The captain said a fruit is a fruit." "Oh yeah, fruit." They talked and laughed as they walked towards the main entrance. Along the way there would be many people casting their eyes over. After all, no one had ever really seen a hidden profession, and now that there was one here, it naturally attracted quite a few people over. Moreover, that female hunter called Tomato's long legs were too compelling, although it was dark around, but the hall was brightly lit, illuminating these legs, shaking people's eyes. At this time, this team of people had already arrived at the entrance. It looks like they had just taken some quests inside the hall and were preparing to leave. Witch Dr. Hai ignored the gazes of everyone around him and was just about to leave this place when the tomato under his arm suddenly stopped in its tracks. "What's wrong, little tomato?" Hai asked. The huntress glanced behind her with some suspicion. 2 men and a woman had just brushed past them, and even though 2 of the men were wearing masks, she still sensed that something was wrong. "Wait!" Tomato turned her head at once and snapped. "The one with the mask. You wait." Lin Chen stood still, the corner of his mouth under his mask coldly raised. He didn't want to bother with her, but now it was good that this woman had come to the door on her own. He turned around and looked indifferently at the 6 people in front of him. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this voice, the woman's eyes instantly widened. "It's really you." I don't know if it was because of the darkness or the light, but I couldn't see the nickname on top of the man's head, but the voice didn't lie. This person wearing a mask was that programmer's daddy. The programmer's father, the one who killed himself once. Tomato did not hide his killing intent. She took 2 steps forward, although up to now has been afraid of Lin Shen's almost exaggerated means, but now compared with the daytime has been a world of difference. She has now reached level 22, and has also completed the transfer task to become a real wind catcher. The actual wind catcher is a real wind catcher. Moreover, she now has a pink level 20 bow and arrow in her hand. Even if the person in front of her still has a weird card, now that she has a hidden profession behind her, she is not afraid at all. What a narrow road. I thought I wouldn't see you so soon, but I didn't expect to run into you after less than 10 hours. Tomato's face was gloomy, and her tone was thick with a murderous aura. Lin Shen did not reply to her, and Feng Chen, who was standing on his side, glanced at Lin Shen with a puzzled expression, and then looked at the opposite side of West Red Tomato. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Chen walked over to intercede with his words, is there some kind of misunderstanding in this? In Feng Chen's understanding, the aggressive, long-legged woman in front of him was probably someone similar to a red-named player. After all, Lin Shen had led him to almost destroy a red-named team in a group, and according to his own understanding of Lin Shen, if he was able to form a bond with someone else, it was probably this woman who was at fault first. But no matter what, it wasn't like this was in the wilderness, and besides, the other 6 people were eyeing each other, and among them there was also a hidden profession, so if they made a scene, it might be unfavorable to Lin Shen. But without waiting for Feng Chen to continue speaking, the tomato snapped, "What are you? Get lost." After a single word, the peacemaker's specific expression Feng Chen wore on his face began to gradually dissipate, and his tone began to grow cold. "This beautiful woman, I hope you pay attention to your attitude." Feng Chen was also a person who had completed his own transformation task at this moment, a genuine berserker. However, West Red Tomato didn't bother with him at all and just kept her gaze on Lin Shen. At this time, the team members behind her came forward. "Little Tomato, do you mean to say that this masked one is the guy who made you consume a resurrection coin earlier?" Witch Dr. Hai's tone also grew cold as he wrapped his arms around Tomato's thin waist, but his eyes were looking up and down at Lin Shen in front of him. "Yes, Brother Hai, that's him. I thought you were joking at first, but I didn't realize that this guy is really a milksop. Brother Hai, you have to stand up for me." The tomato almost this person was plastered on this witch doctor's body, his tone aggrieved. Hai immediately inhaled the flavor of the tomato's hair hard and said with a smile, "Don't worry little tomato, I told you, if someone messes with you, I won't be the first one to let him off the hook, but it's a little strange, why can't I check his attribute panel?" Soon, these people placed their sights on the masks of the Lin Shen and Feng Chen duo. Could it be the ability of this mask? Hai shrugged his shoulders, not bothering about it as he raised an eyebrow at Lin Shen. "Hey, you heard what we said, we shouldn't have wronged you." His tone was icy cold, and the provocation in his words spoke for itself. Seeing that things were starting to get a little out of control, Feng Chen could only slightly retreat to Lin Shen's side, following Gardenia and the 2 of them as they waited for Lin Shen to speak. Lin Shen also up and down roughly measured this witch doctor. According to their own previous memories, witch doctor this profession is the entire god hunting ground is one of the most disgusting profession, and has in beast master, necromancer can be summoned dependents of the same skills, and is also the god hunting ground is the most adept at the use of poison profession. The skills basically is to harvest, bleeding, negative status, curses and so on. If the healer was the most reassuring support profession on the land of the hunting god, then a profession like the witch doctor, who was good at using debuff statuses, was undoubtedly the opposite of the healer. "It's me, I did kill this woman beside you once." Lin Shen spoke bluntly, but this witch doctor wouldn't be able to straighten it out. "You?" The witch doctor froze, thinking to himself that this person actually won't even pretend a little bit. Cough cough. "Then there is nothing to say, now you have 2 choices, either come over to kneel in front of the little tomato to let her out a good while." But before he finished speaking, the tomato tugged at his clothes with some anxiety. "Hi, you can't let him get off so cheaply." The witch doctor smiled and patted the back of her hand. "I haven't finished yet." Then, he continued to look at Lin Shen and said word for word, "Either that, or leave one of your own lives behind." With that, this witch doctor held his head up with a smirk as he looked at Lin Shen. The surroundings were silent, and the number of people watching was increasing, but no one dared to speak at this time, as the crowd looked at the direction where Lin Shen was. And it was at this time that Lin Shen made a move. Only to see him suddenly let out a snort. "Interesting, then feel free to come and try." Chapter 60, The Duel. According to the rules of the land of the hunting god, it was impossible for players to have normal fights within the safety zone, but that didn't mean that there was absolutely nothing that could be done about it. "Oh? Could it be that you want to start a duel with me here?" The eyes of this witch doctor called Hai narrowed slightly. Lin Shen smiled slightly, Oh? You still understand duels? The witch doctor began to look at Lin Chen in front of him warily. He was a whole team of 6 people here, of which he was also a genuine hidden profession. Unlike the usual 8 professions, hidden professions possessed even more exaggerated attribute growth and skill applicability. And the witch doctor is the nemesis of the healer. But even so, the fact that this milk daddy still dared to face him like this could only mean 2 things. Either it was that this milk daddy didn't know these things at all. Either that, or he had absolute confidence. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose. Feel free, if you're willing, I wouldn't mind opening a duel with an entire fixed team of you at the same time. The moment these words came out, the surroundings were silent. It took several seconds before the opposite team came back to their senses, and then a warrior let out a ha-ha laugh. Vice Captain, you really didn't see it wrong, right? It's this person? That warrior suddenly snorted, looking at Lin Chen as if he was looking at a delirious cutie. However, no one paid any attention to him, so he was a little embarrassed and cleared his throat unnaturally. Right in front of the group, the vigilance in that witch doctor's eyes intensified. He didn't move and smiled, and was just about to whisper something when Lin Chen's words came out first. Take it or don't take it. If you don't take it, don't bother me. After saying that, Lin Chen slowly turned around and prepared to leave. At the witch doctor's place, the tomato was unusually agitated at this time, and she tugged on the witch doctor's sleeve in a deadly manner. Brother Hai. Can't just let him go. Seeing that Brother Hai was actually stumbling a bit at this moment, the woman was obviously a bit anxious. Brother Hai, if you help me kill him, I'll answer you for everything. The surrounding people gathered more and more. Many people gathered around with interest, hearing that there was a person here who was so arrogant as to be able to issue a duel invitation to a team at the same time by one person. They would naturally want to come and see what was going on. However, people came to take a look. This person wearing a mask was actually in the upper hand, but it was the team that was hesitating. The witch doctor immediately felt that his face had some nowhere to go. He coldly called out, "No need, it's just me and you." Once these words came out, the surrounding people immediately came to be interested. They also no longer cared about any quests or not, and they all talked about it. Seeing the extraordinarily lively surroundings, the young girl Gardenia was a little nervous. She kept leaning towards Lin Chen's back, a worried look in her eyes. On her side, Feng Chen, who was also wearing a mask, also had some trance in his eyes. However, unlike Gardenia, Feng Chen wanted to walk over to Lin Chen several times to stand beside him, but was stopped by Lin Chen. "Brother Lin?" Feng Chen shouted in a low voice. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth under his mask rose slightly, and then he didn't show too much, only to slowly raise his hand and launch a duel invitation to the witch doctor in front of him, as well as the other 5 people around the perimeter witch doctor, all of them. Programmer launches a duel invitation to you. Not only was Witch Doctor Hai, but the heads of the other people on his side also simultaneously rang with this beep, and could not help but all be slightly stunned. Is this Milkman serious? On the god hunting ground, is it really allowed to fight 1 against 6? But is this reasonable? No, now is not the time to dwell on the combination of unreasonable, but should dwell on whether or not to accept the invitation to duel. If all 6 people accept, they really want to fight a milkman with 6 people? But if they accepted, even if they won, it wouldn't be honorable to spread the word. But if they didn't accept it, they would be afraid of 1 person with 6 people. But without waiting for the crowd of them to think about it more, Tomato ruthlessly chose to confirm his acceptance at this moment. Brother Hai, since he seeks death, then accept to kill him. West Red Tomato said coldly. The witch doctor pondered for a while, seemingly pondering over the violation of this matter. He once again stared at the milkman in front of him intently. Could this person be crazy? How did he come up with the idea of fighting 1 against 6? After hesitating for a moment, the witch doctor sighed, and then his gaze gradually turned ice cold. In that case, don't blame us. He was not the only one. The rest of the team also clicked to confirm. In the next moment, everyone saw a light suddenly fall from the top of their heads, and then slowly spread out to the surrounding area, and then formed a semi-transparent gladiatorial arena, and the surrounding spectators were pushed farther away by an unseen force. At this moment, at the entrance of the mission hall, a field set up by a mysterious force was formed. It was the first time that people had seen this kind of field, and they couldn't help but murmur. In the middle of the field, Lin Chen stood alone at one end, and the 6 Witch Doctor Tomatoes stood at the other end, both sides with swords drawn. A hint of killing intent flashed across Lin Chen's face as he silently took out the moon bow. However, before the 2 sides exchanged hands, the gladiatorial arena that had just been formed was suddenly transformed into a bit of starlight. At this moment, it was as if a huge bubble formed with soapy water had suddenly burst. Not only the surrounding onlookers, even Lin Chen, who was inside the arena, gave a slight start. What's the situation? Tomato fiercely stretched out his finger to point at Lin Chen at this moment. What did you do? The proctor didn't dare to fight instead? Looking at this woman's aggressive appearance, Lin Chen completely ignored it, and in his afterglow, he caught sight of a silhouette that was slowly walking over. Aya, this is really hard to deal with. Why do all of you honorable chosen have to be so quick to fight with swords? The voice was heard as a man, but the timbre was sharp and slightly hoarse. People turned their heads at the same time, only to find that an NPC had actually walked to the center of the two sides at that moment. When the people saw this person, they couldn't help but stare. Wasn't this the NPC that should be standing in the hall handing out quests? How did something like this appear here? Lin Chen couldn't help but think of something when he looked at this NPC, and then he put away the moon bow. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned to Feng Chen and Gardenia and said, "Let's go." Seeing Lin Chen leave, that tomato immediately shouted, "Stop." But Lin Chen didn't hear it at all, generally walking towards the center of the hall on his own. The tomato still wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by the NPC. "Hey, this chosen one, if you want to duel with that chosen one, please wait a bit," the NPC said softly. Wait? Wait for what? Tomato asked after him. The NPC smiled slightly. "You all have already completed the first main quest to enter the main city, but that chosen one has not. According to the rules, if you want to have a duel in the safe zone, you need both sides to complete the first main quest altogether." After saying that, this NPC bowed slightly to the crowd and left. The remaining few people looked at each other in disbelief, completely confused. What? He didn't complete the main quest? How is it possible? Hasn't he already completed his transfer? Shouldn't everyone who wants to take on a transfer mission complete the mainline mission first? And his level is level 22, just like the captain. How could he not have done the mainline? The players were talking behind them, while the witch doctor was staring coldly at Lin Chen's back. After a short interval, he suddenly laughed grimly. "Follow him, since he didn't do the main line, then follow him to the quest location, and at that time, save the so-called duel and just kill him in the wild." Chapter 61 Physical Strength. Lin Chen brought Feng Chen Gardenia to the dwarf in the center of the hall. This short NPC instantly revealed a smirk as it made a familiar ceremonial gesture at the trio before respectfully saying, "Honorable chosen ones, how can I help you all?" Lin Chen didn't show too much, extending his hand and beckoning to the NPC, 3 mainline commissions. The gnome's eyes lit up, then it hastily drummed from behind for a while, and a few seconds later it handed over 3 shiny golden commissions. "Exalted Chosen One, please be careful, may you be invincible and the gods be terrified." It lowered its head, its tone devout. Receiving the commission, Lin Chen didn't look at it more than once and put it directly into his backpack before nodding at the gnome and leaving. The gnome raised its head at this time and looked at Lin Chen's back. It seemed like it wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a while it still didn't speak. Behind them, Feng Chen and the two of them hurriedly followed behind, but in the process, Feng Chen still glanced at this golden commission with some concern. "Brother Lin, aren't you going to take a look?" While saying that, Feng Chen flipped through the description of the mission on it. Mainline mission. Go to the Survivor Refuge and look for the Advanced Team Leader. Please help the Advanced Team destroy the servants of the gods. A simple paragraph of description, but it caused a chill to strike Feng Chen's back. Eliminate the servants of the gods? He knew the background of this so-called god-hunting ground, and that the main goal of their players, the so-called chosen, was surprisingly to slaughter the gods. But he did not expect, after entering the main city of the first main quest, but really want to enter this hunting god vortex, as if it will not take long to meet the so-called god. How ridiculous it is to think of gods as enemies. Lin Chen walked to the front, his tone seeming very calm. "It's getting late now, if you guys feel a little tired, you can rest for the night." Hearing these words, Feng Chen and Gardenia both looked at their stamina values. Both of them were basically nearing the bottom of their stamina. On the land of god hunting, the value of physical strength was very important, and its importance sometimes even far exceeded that of strength and intelligence. A player's health, stamina, hunger, thirst, and tiredness were all linked to this value, and if their stamina was depleted, they would even feel tired and lose a lot of their bodily functions at the same time. And under the empty stamina, killing monsters won't even give them experience, so in some ways, the stamina value is also equivalent to the fatigue value. In addition to the automatic turtle speed recovery and drinking stamina potion, the only way to recover stamina value is to eat and sleep. Even if they upgrade, the stamina value will not be as full as other values. If they had a full night's sleep, even if their physical strength was 0, they would be in full condition after a night's sleep. Brother, when you say it like this, although the two of us haven't reached the bottom of our stamina values, we don't have much left. Fengchen scratched his head and continued to ask. Then, how should we rest? They had now walked outside the building of the quest hall, and the darkness of the night around them suddenly enveloped them, and if it wasn't for the fact that people were still coming and going around them with some reflected light from their equipment, they wouldn't be able to see each other's faces. Lin Shen pointed to the distance at this time. There are inns within each main city, and you can sleep for a night if you have money in your pocket. How much does it cost? Fengchen was stumped for a moment. He looked at his account balance in his backpack, and there were only 2 silver coins. It depends on the situation. Just like the world we used to live in, each room is priced differently. Sleeping in a thatched hut is only 10 copper coins a night. Lin Chen said indifferently. Oh, that should be enough. Fengchen hemmed and hawed. What about you? Lin Chen turned his head to look at Gardenia. This young girl originally didn't have her own opinions, and at this moment, seeing Lin Chen, Fengchen and the two of them looking over, she immediately nodded her head carelessly. Me? I listened to the captain. Lin Chen hummed. In that case, let's rest for the night and talk about it in the morning. After saying that, the 3 of them headed towards the inn. Only when they had just left, which Dr. Tomato's group came out from within the hall, and as they looked in the direction that Lin Chen had left, the corner of the leading witch doctor's mouth lifted. Let's go, and get some sleep as well. After saying that, he then turned his head to look at the tomato in his arms beside him. Little tomato, I've already done this for you. Tonight, isn't it time to return the favor? The tomato paused, then blushed. Hi, why are you in such a hurry? Isn't that milkman still alive? The witch doctor pinched the tomato's ass. It's only a matter of time whether that kid dies or not. What? The little tomato wants to back out. Seeing that the witch doctor was so bold, the gazes of the others behind him all stared at the witch doctor's hand in unison. The witch doctor's hand kept traveling back and forth on the tomato's buttocks, looking at the few people behind him in a daze. However, in the next moment, West Red Tomato immediately turned her head and glared at them, and several people hurriedly turned their heads as if they hadn't seen anything. She then turned her head to look at the witch doctor and nodded after a moment's hesitation. Then, hi, you can say yes, that milkman must die. Hearing the woman agree, the witch doctor grinned. Don't worry, he's dead. Early the next morning, Fengchen walked out of the inn with a yawn. He somewhat unbelievably looked at his status bar and rubbed his hands back and forth again. Real. Too real. After a sleep, sure enough all the exhaustion in his body disappeared, and now that his stamina value was full, he only felt that his entire body was light and refreshed. Not long after, the young girl Gardenia also walked out. The young girl stood outside the inn and similarly stretched her body. Her delicate figure was instantly visible, and Fengchen on his side was somewhat stunned. It turns out that the girl who has been following around is so materialized in the early morning sunlight? Feng, good morning. Gardenia's voice was soft and smiled. Fengchen hemmed and hawed. Good morning, sister. The two of them briefly chatted for a while, and Lin Chen also walked out from the inn. Brother. Captain. The two had been waiting for a long time and greeted each other at the same time. Lin Chen nodded. Let's go. The 3 of them were fully loaded and ready to go, but before taking a few steps, Fengchen suddenly saw another 6 or 7 people come out of the inn behind him. Turning back to take a look, it was actually the same team that Lin Chen had been sword fighting with yesterday. Only to see them following behind Lin Chen's trio with a very strong purpose, their eyes carrying a smudge of undisguised killing intent. Brother, Fengchen reminded in a low voice. However, Lin Chen was completely unaffected. Since they want to die so badly, let them follow. Chapter 62, Ambush. After some time, Lin Chen's trio had arrived at another city gate of White Moon City. Completely different from the entrance gate in the direction of the Lost Coast, the gate in front of them appeared to be very dilapidated. The entire wall was full of sores and cracks, and there wasn't even a single NPC in the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were all some walking players. But even the speed of the players moving at this time also gradually slowed down. The vast majority of them also came to this place for the first time. Obviously some did not understand. Brother, why does this place feel strange? Somehow, Fengchen subconsciously held his broadsword in his hand as he spoke these words. Sure enough, the moment they stepped out of the city gates, a prompt instantly rang out within the trio's brains. You have entered the danger zone. The danger zone signaled that all monsters encountered were extremely aggressive, and there was also the possibility of being attacked from other players. Thinking of this, Fengchen let out a low curse, while he could not help but look back with some trepidation. He did remember that there was a team that had just been following them. However, after sweeping their eyes behind them, both Feng Chen and Gardenia did not find that team headed by the witch doctor, and after looking around for a while longer, the two of them then let out a sigh of relief. Lin Chen didn't have much of a reaction, he only whispered "follow me closely," and then walked straight towards the mission site. After walking for a while, they found that there were quite a few players moving towards the quest location, and as they looked around, the levels of these people were all above level 20, and basically all of them had received the first main quest in the main city, but hadn't completed the transfer. Those like Lin Chen and Feng Chen who still appeared here after completing their transfers were somewhat uncommon. And as time passed, after roughly another 10 or so minutes of walking, strange things began to appear in the surroundings. "Watch out!" A mage screamed and shouted, and people couldn't help but jolt as a huge figure appeared in the distance. Looking around, it was a huge humanoid monster covered in stone. It was 5 or 6 meters tall all over, and no one knew where it had appeared from. But by the time people reacted, the stone giant had already swung up its own huge arm and ruthlessly smashed onto a warrior in front of it. Boom! Smoke and dust immediately rose in all directions, and the blood bar on top of that warrior's head instantly went down by half, and before he could get up, the stone man raised his hand and smashed it again. A dull sound rang out once again, and that unlucky warrior directly fell into near death. This scene only happened in a gap of 3 or 4 seconds, and people were enough to see the warrior paralyzed on the ground before they went berserk and yelled, "It's a field boss! Quick, come over to fight the boss!" For a while, all sorts of teams and individuals around them ran over, with many knights leading the way, holding up the shields in their hands and meeting them. Lin Chen heard the distant shouting and killing sound. Feng Chen could not help but raise his feet to look at boss. So soon encountered the field boss? Sure enough, after fixing his eyes on it, Feng Chen spotted the huge stone man and the dozens and dozens of players surrounding it. The players were frantically pouring out their skills on it, and for a while the light splashed everywhere. "Brother, should we go over and take a look?" Feng Chen turned back to Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen was shaking his head. "There's no need, we need to deal with other things right now." Feng Chen froze. Other things? He clearly didn't understand what Lin Chen meant, but just as he was about to continue asking about something, an extremely disturbing emotion suddenly erupted from his brain, like there was suddenly a thread running from the right to the left side of his brain. Feng Chen turned around violently, and sure enough, he saw a feathered arrow of energy whistling and shooting towards Lin Chen's head. He was less than a meter away from Lin Chen, but he couldn't catch up when he reacted to it. The sound of the feathered arrow breaking through the air as well as the greenish glow of the arrow's body made Feng Chen's heart go cold. It was the hunter's skill, Scorpion Tail. In a flash of lightning, Lin Chen suddenly tilted his head back. Shoo! With a crisp ringing sound, the arrow that should have hit Lin Chen's temple at all unexpectedly grazed Lin Chen's head. This all happened so fast that Feng Chen didn't even react. Brother! Brother! Feng Chen took a step forward, but before he could stabilize himself, he was pushed away by Lin Chen. Yes, a fireball from a mage was whistling at this moment. As Feng Chen was pushed hustling backwards by Lin Chen, he only felt a baking hot stream coming from the front of his body, and then he saw a ball of flames the size of a basketball whistling past his body, and finally exploded on the ground to one side, and instantly the weeds under his feet instantly burst into flames. In a short instant, Lin Chen had dodged 2 skills. The 3 of them simultaneously looked at a short distance away. There, the team led by the witch doctor was currently looking at themselves with a smile on their faces. Feng Chen hurriedly climbed to his feet, his face grim. It's really them. Because all the other players around were now attracted away from their attention by that field boss, no one would even know that there was actually a fight between players in this place. Looking at the 6 people who were holding up their bows and making movements to shoot out arrows, as well as the mage behind her who still had a fire in her palm that had yet to be extinguished, Lin Chen's eyes flickered with a touch of undetectable killing intent. But West Red Persimmon at this moment was grimly shattering a bite. Actually missed, surnamed Lee, why did you miss as well? That mage shook his head in some confusion. I don't know, so far I also missed for the first time. That said, can skills also be dodged? And in the gap between their conversations, the witch doctor in the lead took a step forward on his own. He wore a smile on his face that was almost identical to the one he wore yesterday night. The tone, however, was even colder as he looked at Feng Chen, who was currently blocking Lin Chen's body, and said in a low voice, "Warrior, this matter has nothing to do with you, I only want the head of that milkman behind you." Hearing these words, Feng Chen coldly laughed, his broadsword changed to a 2-handed grip, and the Berserker, level 20 transformation skill, Berserk, was unleashed. Berserk enhances one's own attack power by 50 points for a short period of time, plus 5% chance of bludgeoning, cannot be interrupted when attacking, the rest of the skills will be strengthened when in the Berserk state. Seeing Feng Chen in this state, the people around him were clearly stunned. But before the witch doctor and the others could say anything, Fengchen was unexpectedly yanked back by the person behind him. "Back off," Lin Chen said in a low voice. Fengchen subconsciously deactivated his berserk state, and he glanced at Lin Chen, who had already walked in front of him, with some confusion. But he didn't notice that from this moment onwards, the temperature around him had suddenly cooled down by like a dozen degrees, and not only that, the dark green fog that made him somewhat familiar had suddenly appeared. Monarch's Domain, Unleashed. Chapter 63. My name is Huang Sledgehammer. The speed at which the mist filled the air was very fast, and almost within a short span of 3 seconds, Lin Chen and everyone present in the opposite team were all enveloped in it. Lin Chen took out his moon bow in his hand, the pair of eyes under his mask flashed with a cold light, and at this moment, he drew his bow and strung an arrow. Because of the thick fog obscuring their vision, the witch doctor and Tomato and the others could only see what seemed to be the outline of a silhouette in Lin Chen's direction, but they had to get closer in order to see it clearly. What the hell is the situation? A warrior waved his hand. He could sense something odd about the fog around him. Why is it fogging up? Not only him, the rest of them were also a bit unsure. An uneasy aura enveloped all of their heads. Because at this moment, they were able to feel that they were being targeted by something. Night. The witch doctor suddenly came back to his senses at this moment as he gave a low shout. The knight in the team walked to the front at this moment. He faced straight in the direction where Lin Chen was, then he slammed the iron shield in his hand hard on the ground, making a dull ringing sound. The knight's level 5 skill, Perseverance Unyielding, was activated, and the level 10 skill, Bronze Sacred Shield, was activated. They didn't know how that feeling just appeared, but just in case if the fog around them was something that Milkman had messed up, they would have to defend themselves. Hi, Tomato pulled on the witch doctor's coat. The witch doctor coldly hummed at this moment. It's fine, these fogs are probably caused by some special props, just pretending to be a god. After saying that, he was just about to release certain skills when a sound of breaking air suddenly came from the distance. Shoo! Listening to the commotion, it seemed like someone had shot an arrow at his place. Yes, it was indeed an energy arrow. It was translucent, and was not the streaming fire, nor the scorpion tail, shot by the hunter. It was just a separate flat A. However, it was such a flat arrow that directly dispersed all the fog along the way, while causing an exaggerated sonic boom in the surroundings. Eh? That knight felt something was wrong, and he hastily raised his shield and took a step forward. A huge force was then transmitted from his own shield, followed by the sound of a flooding crash. Clang! The huge force caused the knight to retract several steps in a row, and even directly hit the witch doctor behind him. If not for the witch doctor reaching out and probing him, he probably would have been directly knocked to the ground by the force. What the hell? The witch doctor was a bit stunned. He didn't even see what happened to the knight in front of him, and immediately his face changed. The knight quickly stood up and stabilized his body. It's fine. I'm fine. With that, he continued to walk a few steps forward, but it was these few steps that made him mutter in his heart. What's the situation? Who shot that arrow just now? And looking at the damage description, that arrow actually blitzed. Could it be that there were some wild bosses around that had attacked him? No. He had just clearly felt that the arrow was flying from directly in front of him, but there was only one person directly in front of him. That milkman? Impossible. His own mouth is still vaguely painful. Just that attack although triggered the hands of the shield's block, but because of the overflow of damage, block cannot even completely block the damage. The blood bar at the top of his head had already lost 1,400 points of blood. Holy! The knight's legs went weak on the spot. But how could this be possible? Knowing that the armor added by his own equipment was quite a lot, and the shield in his hand was a level 18 blue suit, if he triggered the blocking effect, he could directly immunize himself from a full 400 points of physical damage. That is to say, after this arrow blast, the saturation damage is more than 2,000? But although he was a knight, so far he only had 2,800 blood. This arrow after being blocked had taken half of his blood? Not right. Not right. This fog should be some kind of field boss to make out. I need to talk to the captain in them. Here, in addition to that milkman, there is also do not know the name of the field boss. The knight secretly thought in his heart, he simply would not believe that the arrow was shot by the milk daddy. Before he could tell the crowd about this discovery, another whistling sound came out. Shoo! The knight only felt his scalp tingle. He had no other choice but to clench his back teeth and fiercely meet it. Damn it, if he had completed the transfer quest to become a Holy Teaching Army, or Punish Evil Envoy, he would have had more means to fend off this cold arrow coming from nowhere. Clang! A loud ringing sound came once again, only compared to before. This time the sound was no longer dull, but extraordinarily crisp. It was like something had shattered. The knight glanced at his hands with some bewilderment. Strange. Just now there should be something in his hands, why is it empty now? Right, where's my shield? The knight thought. The knight stared blankly at his hands. Yes, the shield was damaged. At the same time, his own blood bar was once again 1200 less. 2 arrows, only 2 arrows. Not only did it leave only 200 blood left in his head, but it also destroyed his level 18 blue shield outright. He ghostly turned his head ready to look at the witch doctor and Tomato behind him. He wanted to report this bizarre situation. At the same time he also needed to get the team's nurse to hurry up and give himself a blood boost. He was about to die, his own blood level was at the bottom, the pain and disembodiment on his body had already struck him, and he could only feel aches and pains all over his body. But when he looked back, he saw an undead with a huge hammer in his hand, standing right behind him. The knight himself wasn't really tall, only 1.7 meters, but this undead holding a huge hammer was a full head taller than himself, and the knight needed to raise his head in order to see this undead with a black aura, and this thing was looking at himself with contemptuous eyes. What are you? Something, a wild field boss? The knight murmured and asked. After a word, the undead suddenly grinned. The old man is called Yellow Sledgehammer. The knight was stunned. Yellow Sledgehammer? His head gradually surfaced some memories of his youth, memories of the New Year's Eve dinner a long time ago. The TV set seems to have appeared a skit actor called Huang something, carrying a decoration hammer. His mouth beckoned people to laugh at the line. 44 14 14 14 10? Or 80? The undead suddenly whispered. The knight's eyes lit up. Yes, that was it. However, he only felt a chill on his back, then raised his head woodenly. It turned out that the undead wasn't reciting a line, but raised his hammer and aimed it at his head. No. Before the words could come out of the knight's mouth, the pitch-black surface of the hammer was reflected in his eyes. Chapter 64 The Witch Doctor's Tactics. Boom! The witch doctor and Tomato only felt a boom coming from their ears, and almost all of them subconsciously looked ahead of themselves. There, it should be where their shield-carrying knight stood. But the dense fog was too weird, and the dark green lining blocked their vision, and even if the knight was only 2 meters away from them just now, they couldn't see what was happening in front of them at all right now. Hey! Knight! The warrior in the group was in a bit of a trance as he called out. There was no answer. The warrior felt something was not quite right. He raised the broadsword in his hand and took a step forward, while his mouth chattered, "Are you deaf?" However, just as he was about to continue to step forward, he was pulled back by the witch doctor. The warrior turned around, only to find that this witch doctor had a frown on his face at that moment. "Captain?" The warrior was somewhat puzzled. The witch doctor's face was cloudy at this moment. He even looked back to the tomato on his side from time to time. At this moment, this woman was also obviously a bit flustered. The ubiquitous fog around them did not only obscure their vision, but also did not allow them to confirm the status of the other people in their team. They are not the first time to come to this place. Yesterday evening everyone in the team received that mainline quest to the Survivor Refuge, this road. They have already walked for the second time. "You first move back a little, let me meet him," the witch doctor said in a deep voice. Although he didn't know the knight's condition, the dense fog in front of him or the sudden roar just now, it must have nothing to do with that damned milkman. He now had some regrets. At that time, listening to Tomato's description, this milkman had killed a field boss alone, and indirectly exterminated 2 teams. Although at that time their level was only about 10 levels, but it also sounded very outrageous. He did not put this kind of statement in the heart at all. But now, things might not really be simple. Thinking of this, the witch doctor no longer hesitated too much. He raised his arm violently, and in the next moment, the witch doctor's skill, Plague Bat, was unleashed. Plague Bat. Summon 5 plague-carrying bats to fly towards the enemy, infecting enemies in their flight path and those they hit with plague. While in the plague state, the target will initially take damage slowly, but the damage will gradually increase over time, up to a maximum of 500 points of toxic damage. Then, 5 bats covered in dark green gas violently appeared from around the witch doctor's body, then flapped their wings and flew forward. Mute. These unknown bats unexpectedly let out a weird hissing sound and crashed headfirst into the fog. What followed was a 10-second-long silence. The witch doctor stared up with his eyes. He didn't even know if his skills had hit anyone or if he had captured his target. His bats seemed to be sinking into the sea as if they were stone. Not a single bit of feedback came back to his brain. "Hi, did you find that milkman?" The tomato at his side asked nervously. The witch doctor didn't say anything as he prepared to continue releasing his skills. Don't worry, he can't run away. With that, he released another skill. Corpse Eater Rats. At least 24 rats with grayish-white bodies emerged from all directions, and as soon as they appeared, they instantly dispersed in all directions, surging wildly in all directions. Skill, Corpse Eating Rats. Calls out a group of rats that specialize in gnawing on corpses. The rats will attack all nearby enemies and gain line of sight around them for the witch doctor. The rats will cause an explosion of decay when they attack. The explosion will deal a total of 120% intelligence damage with weakened healing attached. Each of these rats seemed to be the witch doctor's eyes as they rampaged through the fog, looking for every place they could land. But as time passed, the witch doctor only felt bizarre to the extreme. For a full 20 or so rats, surprisingly, were rapidly attenuating, and in less than half a minute, the rats were down to a smattering of 1 or 2. There was some kind of person who was rapidly cleaning up these rats, but this kind of cleaning speed was not at all like what one person could do. It would take at least 3 people to do it. But it was also this instant that the last rat captured the figure. Found you. The witch doctor's eyes snapped open, and he yelled low to the surrounding crowd, 9 o'clock, release skills. After this, except for short-handed professions like warriors, the rest of them threw their skills out without reservation. Roiling feathers and arrows, fireballs and ice picks, poisonous darts, even the healer's charms were flickering at the moment as they bombarded a certain place furiously. The chaos lasted for a full minute, and within that minute, almost half of the blue bars of everyone present were consumed, so much so that the roaring sound was unceasing. Captain, what's the situation? The team members asked with palpitating hearts. They didn't know where the sense of crisis that enveloped their surroundings came from, nor did they know where the hell that creepy milkman was. The question was a milkman. Why did he make such a big mess? And most concerning of all, where did that knight of theirs run off to? The witch doctor slowly raised his hand, and the team's long-range skills disappeared at that. The fog, it seems to have weakened. He looked around. The dark green fog seemed to be really receding, as if a gust of wind had swept these fogs away. Humph, it looks like these mists are really caused by that milkman. The witch doctor snorted coldly. In his perception, after eating those skills just now, not to mention a milk daddy, even a knight whose body armor was all pink equipment wouldn't be able to resist. With this thought in mind, the witch doctor was ready to go up and personally confirm whether the milk daddy was dead or not, and if he fell into a state of near death, he didn't mind sitting in front of him to send him on his last journey with cold eyes. But this instant, although the fog around him receded, an even more dense aura of death descended from somewhere. Stop! The witch doctor felt bad. His entire body was in a cold sweat, and he could only look straight ahead of himself. Less than 3 meters away, their knight was now collapsed on the ground in a state of near death, while pieces of his level 18 blue shield were still scattered on his side, and a line of words, a line suggesting the need for resurrection coins or heaven's cloister, was floating above the knight's body at the moment. However, it was impossible for the nurse in their team to have such a rare skill as heaven's reclamation, and the knight himself simply didn't have any extra resurrection coins enough for him to use. The other team members at their side stared with wide pupils as they moved forward in unison to check on the knight's condition, but the only ones who didn't move were the witch doctor and the tomato. This was because behind the knight stood a black figure holding a huge hammer in both hands. He. The silhouette seemed to grin and even raised an eyebrow at them. What kind of person was that? No, what was that thing? But without waiting for them to think more, the duo only felt a cool chill on their backs. The witch doctor's eyes snapped shut, and he turned his head furtively. A 2-meter-tall burly body was mortared behind his back. The huge machete he held in his hand was more than 1 person high, and it was currently being carried on his shoulder. At this moment, seeing the witch doctor turn his head to look at himself, this burly undead covered in bizarre black mist just gave him a low glance, and it was this light glance that made the witch doctor feel like he was in an ice cellar. In the next instant, this huge black shadow slammed the giant blade in his hand into the ground. At the same time he angled his neck at the sky. Roar! Yes, this undead was howling. Chapter 65, Extermination of the Team. Brother Roaring's skill, Howl of Rage, was unleashed. All 5 people present, including the witch doctor, all of them just felt dizzy, and they fell to their knees for a moment, with a nursemaid among them directly vomiting. Vomit! This woman even vomited a mouthful of blood. As her vision drifted off, she only felt a translucent energy arrow shoot right at her shoulder. Before Nanny could react, another arrow shot over, forming a very symmetrical angle with the one she had just stuck on the other shoulder. 2 arrows, just 2 arrows. The feeling of dizziness that the milkmaid had just experienced was gone, and in its place, there was a feeling of almost being powerless. She only felt that her body and limbs were completely out of her control, and she directly went limp, and this feeling also made her unable to use a bit of strength all over her body. and she didn't have any energy even to speak, and then she fell down head first. Yes, this state is near death. However, she did not know until she died why she was only hit by 2 arrows, but she directly fell into near death. To know that she is a healer, she is the most critical point in the entire team. He did not even add a drop of blood, but instead, he directly fell to the ground. The witch doctor also felt something was wrong. He shook his head and violently turned his head to look at the nurse on one side. Hey! How did you? But before the words were finished, a whistling wind suddenly came out, and his afterglow could clearly see that the undead with the giant hammer snapped forward at that moment, matching the huge undead with the machete and snapping at the warrior on his side. Ka! Thunk! The warrior hadn't even fully recovered from the stun state he had just been in, and at this moment, he was suddenly caught in a back-and-forth attack. 460. 455. The blood bar instantly went down by almost half. He felt bad. Just when he was about to release his skills, he only felt that his speed was much slower than before. He only felt like a rusted gear. His movement was very restricted. But the 2 undead on the other side were completely unaffected. Not only that, their attack speed was surprisingly very fast. 80. The giant hammer swung once again, and he couldn't even dodge in time. He could only be struck violently by the giant hammer, and after the huge force caused him to retreat a few steps, the giant blade behind him swung over. 462. 450. Over. The warrior finally yelled, and was just about to do something when an energy arrow shot out from the fog that hadn't completely dissipated in the distance. Poof. The arrow shot right into the small of his back. The warrior only felt that something within his body was suddenly being pulled out of him, as if his soul was dissipating. Worry your ass. He only had time to burst out a foul mouth. In the next instant he lost all bodily functions and couldn't utter a single word, directly on the verge of death. Milkmaid and warrior from alive and kicking to dying and collapsing happened too fast. Everything just happened in just 6 or 7 seconds. Everyone didn't react. Little tomato! Cover me! The witch doctor shouted at this time, and at the same time he himself danced his body violently, his hands reaching forward violently as a skill was silently unleashed. Old me is a hidden profession, and I've already completed my transformation. His ferocious appearance was completely revealed on his face. Nowadays, I am a evil spirit master, you, a milkman, although I don't know where you got this kind of undead unit from, but no matter what, you can't possibly be my opponent. Witch doctor is supposed to be the natural enemy of a healer like you. Saying that, he swung his hands violently. The evil spirit master's level 20 skill, evil spirit spell, was unleashed. A field-shaped circle of light quickly spread around. It grew larger and larger, moving and spreading to the point where it completely dispersed the fog along the way. Under the shroud of this purple field light, Lin Chen's body, at the moment, was visible. Found you! The witch doctor was currently staring dead ahead at Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen stood faintly in the distance, a smile on his face. The witch doctor's eyes staring at Lin Chen first froze for a moment, but the next moment immediately became sinister, and the corners of his mouth actually began to rise. To be so arrogant as to pestle in the middle of my formation, looking for death. Sure enough, in the next moment, a wave of tentacles gathered by mysterious power suddenly emerged from the ground where Lin Chen was, and these things violently crawled along Lin Chen's feet to his abdomen, and then sharp spikes emerged from the tips of the tentacles, ruthlessly stabbing down at Lin Chen. But Lin Chen completely disregarded it, letting these things stab at him. 20. 19. 16. The spikes attacked Lin Chen 3 times in a row in 10 seconds, but they only rained down a total of less than 60 points of blood, and as Lin Chen looked down at the things on his body, he waved his hand to disperse them. But soon, a new wave of things crawled up from under his feet. This time it was no longer tentacles, but a dense like ants and other bugs. They rustled towards Lin Chen's legs. The speed was very fast. Subsequently, a very large number of numbers began to appear above Lin Chen's head. 2. 1. 2. 1. 2. 1. After another 10 seconds or so, Lin Chen looked up and glanced at his blood bar. It hadn't moved much at all. He frowned. Honestly, it was the first time he had fought a hidden profession like the witch doctor, although he probably didn't have an exclusive weapon to take advantage of, so his damage wasn't too high for the time being. He couldn't help that these skills were truly disgusting. Toad lying on the top of the foot, not biting, disgusting. But this situation fell in the eyes of the witch doctor on the opposite side as if he had seen a ghost. What was going on? When did his own skills have such weak damage? Even if this person had more than 80 points of magical defense, it was impossible to only deal such a small amount of damage. He was completely confused. Lin Chen seemed to have seen the witch doctor's thoughts as he let out a laugh. Oh, according to the witch doctor's traits it should be an intelligence-type profession. I forgot to tell you that my magic resistance is 200 points, and you're level 22, between the fact that the hidden profession's exclusive weapon isn't good for explosions, so your spell attack power should only be about 300, I guessed correctly, didn't I? With that, Lin Chen took one step at a time, and in the witch doctor's eyes, he seemed like an evil spirit. You have 200 magic resistance? The witch doctor's face was ashen. What the hell? Even if you are a milkman, but how can you have such a high magic resistance? Murphy. Lin Chen shrugged. In addition to the bow and arrow in my hand, I have 3 more powder suits on me, plus the Sage S level 20 skill, Blessed Sound, so to be precise, my magic resistance right now is 235 points, so you can't break my defense at all. SH. What? The witch doctor couldn't believe his ears at all. Because Lin Chen was wearing a mask, the witch doctor had been unable to check his attributes since just now, so naturally he didn't know that this milkman had already switched professions. Sage. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and jerked back to look at the tomatoes behind him. Little tomato, physical output. Yes, in his thoughts, if he couldn't do any damage with his intellectual profession, then he would try the physical output of the hunter. After all, the bow and arrow in the hands of the tomato was a genuine level 20 powder outfit. That equipment, but they spent a lot of effort to help her burst out. After wearing it can increase 200 points of damage. Moreover, there were all sorts of phrases and attributes. As long as you can shoot a few arrows, you should still be able to cooperate with her to dodge the 2 undead and Lin Chen to fight the pulls. Without waiting for the witch doctor to say anything, the tomato had actually been ready for a long time, and at this time, as a wind catcher, she drew her bow and strung an arrow, with the level 20 skill, Rain of Arrows, ready to go. You go to hell. The woman revealed an unusually vicious expression. But Lin Chen didn't give her a chance to release it. An energy arrow then hit the tomato squarely in the chest. In the king's domain, his own movement speed and attack speed had doubled, and there was no way he could be slower than someone like West Red Tomato, who had his attack speed reduced. West Red Tomato only felt that this arrow almost directly shot her to the brink of death, and was immediately forced to revoke her skill. Looking up, she glanced at her blood bar. There was still 300 left? A touch of extreme fear suddenly reappeared on her from all sides. Just like last time, this man was not on the same level as her at all. At this time, Huang's sledgehammer and roaring brother had also taken care of the others, and were now eyeing her and the witch doctor intently. A team with 2 internal fixed teams that had completed their transitions, this instantly was on the verge of disintegration. Finished, dying. Tomato the woman completely lost the ability to think. The vicious cold wrapped her from head to toe, she was even shivering. She no longer has resurrection coins. If she dies here, she will really be hopeless. At this moment, she thought of something and jerked her head up to look at Lin Chen. She then tried to squeeze out an ugly smile, and actually gave a low, delicate cry in a slightly fearful voice. Brother! Brother, can you not kill me? Her tone trembled, yet she pretended to be enchanting. If you don't kill me, I can. Promise you anything. Chapter 66 Tomatoes of Death. Tomato's face was very bad, pale with a thick fear. Her slender thighs began to shake uncontrollably, like 2 wobbly chopsticks, at this time completely lost its beauty. Despite this, she still looked like she had thought of something and hurriedly said, Brother! As long as you don't kill me, I can really promise you anything. Anything you want to do is fine. She even stepped forward to try and pull Lin Chen's hand. However, Lin Chen slightly retreated a step back, and he wore an icy smile on his face before speaking with interest. Oh? You can promise anything? Hearing Lin Chen say this, that tomato's eyes lit up almost instantly. There was a game. It looked like this milkman in front of her was also along the same line as the witch doctor. Since this was the case, she would need to use her advantages to gain the leverage to survive in a short period of time, even if this person was someone she hated very much. And her advantage she herself knew best. Thinking of this, Tomato subconsciously lifted the lower half of her shin guards in an attempt to make her proud long legs more visible. Yes. Yes, I can do anything. I can promise anything. The tomato revealed a smile, trying her best to make it as flirtatious as possible. However, the next moment Lin Chen's words caused her to freeze directly in place, even the smile on her face froze. Then promise me to die, okay? These words were like a needle, directly piercing her heart. The woman was like a deflated ball. She stumbled back a few steps, but the next moment she directly hit the roaring brother behind her, as if she had hit a wall. Tomato's face was dumbfounded as she glanced back at this killing god with a huge blade on his shoulder. She remembered this undead. If she wasn't mistaken, he was the leader of the bandits in the Forsaken Village, near the Lost Coast back then. But now he had appeared here for some reason and was fighting for Lin Chen. No. No. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Tomato completely lost the ability to think and directly sat on her butt on the ground. However, in the time she mumbled, that witch doctor was not idle. He violently stormed up to frantically unleash his skills on Lin Chen. The blue bar above his head was constantly missing, and he even drank a large bottle of magic potion in the process. The witch doctor's skills, poisonous flying dagger, voodoo trap, corrosive light, create weakness, and so on. Then came the acid rain and evil spell formation of his switching profession, evil spirit master, which also followed. The skills that could be used and could not be used were released by him in a brainstorm. This kind of indiscriminate bombardment, if Lin Chen were to harden down, he would have to take off layers of skin even if he didn't die. But Lin Chen really didn't move. He let these skills fall on his body. I think you're really looking for death. The witch doctor roared lowly. Lin Chen's blood bar did indeed start to gradually drop as the witch doctor had predicted, but because Lin Chen's blood bar was so thick, why did this goddamned milkman have a full 3,400 blood while having such a high magic resistance? But it doesn't matter. As long as I keep releasing skills, as long as I keep releasing them, he will definitely die. The witch doctor thought in his heart, while opening another bottle of blue pill and drinking it. After the second wave of skills were released haphazardly, Lin Chen's blood bar had literally gone down by a third. But just as the witch doctor was about to continue, he realized that his blue bar had been emptied once more, and when he was about to drink another potion, the number of potions in his backpack had already been emptied. And at this moment, Lin Chen slightly waved his arm. The three skills, Healing Hands, Wind of Recovery, Bathing Holy Light, were released by him almost within 2 seconds. And the young girl Gardenia, who was standing not far behind Lin Chen, realized something at this moment and added a wave of blood to Lin Chen at the same time. In the next moment, Lin Chen's blood level was instantly replenished. The witch doctor's movements to release his skills began to lag, and he was so jolted that he even forgot what he was going to do next. No. No way, this isn't scientific. He seemed to have finally thought of something, violently raising his head then pointing at Lin Chen's nose and cursing. Your mom, you're open. Why can this place have people like you? You're not right, you're open. The worldview he seemed to have just built up in this world completely collapsed after seeing Lin Chen, and all he could do was hiss continuously. During this time, he didn't even forget to glance back at the tomatoes before turning his spearhead towards this paralyzed woman. And you. It's all because of you. If it wasn't because of you, how could I, a rare hidden profession, come to wade through this mess? It's all you. It's all you. Tomato's eyes that had been completely dulled at this time did not know where a touch of viciousness came out from, and at the same time, he also pointed at the witch doctor and cursed. Zhang Hai. You shameless dog thing, old lady white by you sleep? You swore to me yourself that everything is wrapped up in you, but you turned out to be a piece of trash. You can't beat someone else, and now you come over here and get mad at me? The witch doctor called Zhang Hai was obviously dumbfounded by the voice of the tomato, and was just about to shout back when the tomato screamed and yelled once more. Still talking about being a noble hidden profession, but it turns out to be a complete shriveled man. It's just that he's trash in bed, but as a result, he's not even a match for a milkman, and he's also claiming that he's the natural enemy of healers. I poo. This woman was now transformed into a scolding shrew, and had completely lost her mind. The only thing that could be heard in the surroundings now was her shrill voice. But Lin Chen no longer had the desire to continue watching, and he waved his hand at Huang De Hammer and Brother Roar. The two undead understood and then raised their butcher knives. No. In the next moment, all that could be heard around them was the heartbreaking wails of the two men echoing. Then, everything went quiet. Lin Chen turned around and completely withdrew the monarch's domain, the mist gradually dissipating in this instant until the surrounding scene was completely revealed. Feng Chen and Gardenia walked over, and Lin Chen also turned his head to look behind him at that moment. As Lin Chen had expected, of the two people behind him, one was on the verge of death, and one had directly disappeared. The one on the verge of death was the hunter tomato, while the witch doctor who should have appeared by her side had disappeared. Oof. Lin Chen coldly grunted. I didn't expect that this guy actually kept the resurrection coins and didn't use them. Come to think of it, this kind of profession that has a higher foundation than other professions has a much better growth rate and bottom line, and keeping the resurrection coins is also considered normal. At this moment, there were 5 dying people collapsed around, none of them disappeared. These people, who had basically lost their qualifications for resurrection, could only wait for death. Brother! Captain! Feng Chen and Gardenia called out, then walked to Lin Chen's side. They looked around, although they had already known about Lin Chen's ability, but it was still exceptionally shocking to see it again. This was something that a milkman could do? What was the difference between this and a boss-level monster? No, even a boss of this level wouldn't be able to deal the damage of 2 arrows that killed a level 20 player in seconds. As the fog completely disappeared, the sound of distant shouts of murder came to his ears. Looking back, he realized that the huge field boss Stone Man actually hadn't died yet. I'll go, fighting until now? Feng Chen glanced at that boss's overhead blood bar. There was still close to 2,000 blood, although the surrounding players kept attacking, but the boss entered the second stage. At this point, the blood bar was at the bottom, and it seemed to have some kind of wide-range attack, making even some long-range professions not dare to stand still. They could only keep moving, thus wasting the best moments to attack. And around the knights in 2s and 3s is not too much. At this time the boss went berserk. The damage is surprisingly high, even they do not dare to go over to the hard resistance. For a while, actually no one can not take anyone. Feng Chen was just about to say something. Lin Chen moved forward a few steps at this time. He drew his bow and arrow and tried to aim. This distance, it should be just right, Lin Chen said indifferently. Afterward, he loosened his fingers, and that energy feather arrow instantly soared out. Shoo! A few seconds later, the boss suddenly stopped moving, only to see a line with the end of an exclamation mark floating strangely above its head. 2002. With a roar, the stone man instantly turned into a piece of rubble and fell to the ground. Chapter 67. Does it awaken the player's soul? Seeing this scene, Feng Chen and Gardenia both froze again. They could only swallow their saliva and looked at Lin Chen somewhat blankly. Lin Chen at this moment put away his moon-repelling bow and stood in place, seemingly waiting for something. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, a prompt appeared in the heads of the 3 of them. Your team has killed a field boss, gaining an experience bonus. And a separate prompt popped up in Lin Chen's brain. You have dealt the final blow to the wild boss, and have received an additional experience bonus. You have leveled up. Lin Chen watched his level come to level 23, and nodded with satisfaction. Not only him, Feng Chen on his side had also reached level 23 at this moment, and Gardenia, who had only been level 17, had also come to level 18 at this moment. In the distance, the players who had been attacking the wild boss also more or less got experience, but they didn't get the final kill. The reward they got was simply not enough for the exhausting performance they had just done, and the equipment that popped out on the ground, they couldn't pick up either. What kind of person robs a boss? Immediately, someone shouted and cursed. We formed a team in advance in order to kill the boss. Now it's good. What kind of person robbed it? In the end, which motherer? Give the old man out. How could they not scream and curse? After spending so much time, the blue bar of the nurse in each team was empty several times. The equipment durability on their bodies was also hammered to the bottom by the boss. There were injuries everywhere on their bodies, and their stamina value had dropped quite a bit. But after half a day's work, in the end it was cheaper for others? They couldn't even pick up the equipment that exploded on the ground. Because of the rules of the god of hunting ground, killing monsters dropped equipment within 10 minutes is in a protective state. In this state only allows the player or team that killed the monster can pick up, others cannot. Unless, after 10 minutes, the protection status is eliminated, the equipment on the ground is in the state of no master. At that time, you can see the share of the people. The group of people began to surround the equipment on the ground, preparing to wait hard for the 10 minutes to pass. Keep an eye on these equipments. You guys see, there is a level 20 pink broadsword here. It just so happens that I'm a warrior. I can't give it to someone else to touch it. Let's wait for 10 minutes. I think the mother who grabbed the boss's head won't dare to come. Yeah, we can take it after 10 minutes. The shouting and cursing voices there gradually weakened. In their eyes, even if they didn't get a better experience bonus, as long as they could guard their equipment, it was also considered to be earned. Seeing the crowd guarding the perimeter of the equipment like wild beasts guarding their food, Feng Chen turned his head to look at Lin Chen. Brother! But Lin Chen didn't answer. Instead he was looking up at his name. Yes, Lin Chen was feeling a little troubled. His name, Red. Lin Chen muttered helplessly. Unlike before, none of the team in this reunion was in a red name state, killing 6 people in a row. Even though that witch doctor had used resurrection coins, Lin Chen had still accumulated quite a lot of sin value. Right now, the word programmer was red above his head, making it particularly conspicuous. Captain, your name is. Gardenia noticed the change in Lin Chen's nickname. After all, she had dealt with that group of red-named players before. and had even been forced to join a team that specialized in killing players for fun, so of course she was a bit concerned about red-colored names. Fengchen also looked up at this moment, and immediately his face changed slightly. Red-colored player. It's fine. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested expression. But brother. Fengchen was still a little worried. Didn't you say before that there's a chance that you'll get a reward for killing a red-named player, in case if someone were to turn on you? However, when he said this, Fengchen himself swallowed the next words he was going to say. Lin Chen with the strength of one person could regiment a team with exquisite strength, which also had a hidden profession. His worries were completely superfluous. Lin Chen's eyes moved away from his nickname, but there was another thing that started to make him a little concerned. Yes, from this time onwards, the knight that was first killed by himself had already passed his near-death state, and he had directly died and collapsed in a pool of blood. It was also at this time that Lin Chen bizarrely saw, above his corpse, that Lin Chen's eyes widened violently. He unexpectedly saw a line on the player's corpse. Whether or not to awaken this soul. What was this? Lin Chen had never thought that he would one day see this line on a player's corpse. Wasn't this his own bug skill, Undead Resurrection? Awakening the souls of slain monsters for his own use, just like Huang's sledgehammer, just like Brother Roar. But now, he could clearly see that the knight who had first died under his own hands had this line of words floating above his head as well. Really? Fake? Lin Chen opened his skill bar and looked at it, and saw that the skill, Undead Resurrection, had changed. Undead Resurrection. The maximum number of undead you can store, 3. After coming to level 20, Lin Chen hadn't looked closely at this skill, and he didn't realize that the skill had been upgraded so that he could summon an additional one. But this wasn't the point was that himself could actually wake up dead players' corpses? Thinking of this, Lin Chen beckoned to the duo at his side. Little Feng Gardenia, come over and help me block. Feng Chen and Gardenia looked at each other and froze, then hurriedly ran to Lin Chen's side to protect him behind them. Crouching on the ground, Lin Chen was at the moment like he was in the wilderness for convenience. The two people around him were blocking him in order to cover him up. However, Lin Chen didn't think about this at all. He breathed slightly, and then grabbed the white soul floating on the knight's body with his hand below that line. The next moment, a new line popped up before his eyes. Please ask if you want to awaken. Yes. A moment later, a strange black mist suddenly appeared underneath that knight's body, and then a black aura accompanied by the smoke suddenly flickered for a moment, and that white soul began to sway and start changing, and a body crawled out from the ground. And the original knight's body, at this moment has completely disappeared. When he saw this knight standing in front of his eyes, Lin Chen even subconsciously took a step back. It's 2ing ripped. Undead favorite, knight. Unnamed. Life value, 3000. Attack power, 643. Base, 213 additional inheritance, 430. Spell attack, 165. Base, 50 extra inheritance, 115. Physical defense, 240. Base, 150 extra inheritance, 90. Spell defense, 215. Base, 112 extra inheritance, 103. Skill. Seeing these descriptions, Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded. Is this a joke? Yes, not only could players be turned into undead, but their attributes, actually inheriting 50% of themselves, would automatically carry their original base attributes? For example, this knight himself had 213 attack power, and now after being turned into an undead he inherited an additional half of his own attack power, which amounted to over 600 points? Even more terrifying was his double defense, adding up to even more than himself already. The damage that he couldn't carry himself, he would be swimming in it. Gulp. Lin Chen could completely hear himself swallowing his saliva. If all of these attributes were real, then there was one more thing that Lin Chen had to confirm. It can't be that you guys can even wear equipment right. Lin Chen checked the detailed status of this undead unit. Without looking, it was a shock. Yes, players could really wear equipment after becoming undead. Damn, I'm invincible. Please name this dependent. A line popped up in front of his eyes. Chapter 68 Shield Mountain. Lin Chen stared blankly at the line. Please name that favor. He muttered. Yes, he was a bit flustered right now. He had never heard of a player being resurrected by the undead resurrection skill. He had dealt with the so-called necromancers quite a few times before, and there wasn't a single precedent of being able to resurrect a player's corpse into an undead. But why was he able to do so? Could it be that this skill had appeared because of a bug? But if that was the case, what would happen when a name was given to this undead? Whether it was Spider, Yellow Sledgehammer, and Roaring Brother, as long as they were given names, it was like pouring their souls into them. But what about this knight? He and other monsters are different. He was born as a real person. If you give him a name, whether it will also. Thinking of this, Lin Chen exhaled slightly, then wrote down a few words on top of this undead knight's head. Shield Mountain. In the next moment, when the name Shield Mountain appeared above the knight's head, Lin Chen could clearly notice that this undead's eyes moved for a moment. Then a few short seconds later, a powerful life breath suddenly appeared on Shield Mountain's body. He was like a machine that had instantly gained a soul, and obviously hadn't recovered from the shock. It was only after a long time that he coughed violently, and then fell to his knees and retched violently, as if vomiting out all the blood and flesh in his body. Including Lin Chen, the three people around him didn't say anything, just looked at the undead called Shield Mountain with different expressions on their faces. Feng Chen Gardenia, two people, although is not the first time to see Lin Chen's undead dependence, but has never seen Lin Chen, is how to wake them up. Now, this freshly baked knight in front of their own eyes by Lin Chen with a nearly bizarre technique to say back, as if it was as if. It's as if he was pulled back from hell. Feng Chen muttered, swallowing his saliva at the same time, as they looked at Lin Chen's eyes, growing more and more fearful, but also more and more fervent. After a full 10 seconds or so, the undead, Shield Mountain, came back to his senses. He first glanced at his hands, a black mist constantly lingering from around his limbs. After this, his gaze gathered on Lin Chen's body. In his eyes, fear, doubt, and finally, piety immediately appeared. Afterward, Shield Mountain then suddenly crouched down before kneeling directly at Lin Chen. Monarch, he said in a deep voice, and his posture was even more standardized than that of Yellow Sledgehammer and Brother Roaring. Facing Shield Mountain's curtsy, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Stand up. As soon as the words fell, Shield Mountain immediately straightened up, and there were some obvious differences between his body and before, such as his height. Originally only about 1.7 meters, he was now quite a bit taller, and then after that, there was the sense of power that emanated from all around his body. Lin Chen looked up and down at this new partner. He pondered for a while, then softly asked, "Are your current memories still from your previous body?" Lin Chen was more concerned about this matter, because unlike Yellow Sledgehammer and Brother Roar, Shield Mountain was a living, breathing person, a player. After being turned into an undead favored by himself, Lin Chen wanted to know if he still possessed memories that belonged to his previous body. Hearing Lin Chen inquire in this manner, Shield Mountain pondered for a moment, as if he was seriously digging into his memories. After another few seconds, Shield Mountain nodded seriously. "Monarch, I do remember my previous memories." He turned his head to look around at the people around him who hadn't completely died, including that tomato, and said, "I can remember everything about teaming up with them." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows again. "Oh? What about the memories before coming to the god-hunting land? For example, on Earth?" Although the chosen that appeared on the entire god-hunting land came from endless worlds, of which Earthlings only accounted for a very small portion, as they leveled up, when they entered higher-leveled main towns and regions, they could both discover that there were many, many people from other worlds, or creatures. Some of them had pointed ears, some had mouths full of fangs, and some even had inhuman body shapes and strange looks. But right now, the lost coast they were in was only an area of around 20, and with such a low level, it was impossible for people from other worlds to appear. This Shield Mountain, naturally, was also from Earth. Shield Mountain then suddenly looked a bit out of place at this time. He shook his head hard and looked at his expression as if he was very puzzled. "June. Sovereign, I, indeed, am able to remember everything from before, including everything about the Earth I'm on. But I just..." Seeing that he was somewhat at a loss for words, Lin Chen seemed to understand something in his heart, and immediately asked after him. "You just? What's wrong?" Shield Mountain had just died. After his near death he was in a state of complete death. The just now that Shield Mountain spoke of, could it be that something had happened between the brief moments of death? After all, there was a few minutes of vacuum between death and being awakened by Lin Chen. Could it be that? "Monarch." Shield Mountain was somewhat in a trance as he said, "Just before I was summoned by you, I seemed returned to Earth." When these words came out, not only Lin Chen, even Gardenia Feng Chen on his side was violently stunned. "But..." Shield Mountain continued to cover his head and said, "But there's nothing on Earth. Streets, buildings, squares, it's empty, just as if the whole world was dead. I thought I was dreaming, I thought I was going to hell after I died, but it was too real. That's where I used to live. I was still at work. I remembered everything there. There can't be a mistake. I'm really going back. But why is there no one? Shield Mountain continued to reminisce, but within just a few seconds, it was as if he had endured immense pain, constantly pulling at his head with both hands. Lin Chen immediately spoke out and interrupted him. Alright, no need to reminisce. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Shield Mountain was as if he had heard a commanding instruction, and quickly recovered from that previous state as he stood in place waiting to be sentenced. During the process, Sledgehammer Huang and Brother Roar glanced at each other, then cautiously walked over to Shield Mountain's side, looking a little constricted in their expressions. Shield Mountain glanced at them sideways, a very polite smile on his face. Greetings. Yellow Sledgehammer and Brother Roar hurriedly waved their hands. Lord Shield Mountain, how are you? Although they were both undead dependents, it seemed that they were also hierarchically separated, and the undead formed by these monsters or bosses looked like they held a great deal of respect for the player undead. However, Lin Chen didn't pay them any mind at this time, and instead fell into a moment of contemplation. Back on Earth? What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Shield Mountain, like himself, would return to the day before God Hunter's Earth descended after completely dying on God Hunter's Earth? Nope. Lin Chen quickly rejected this idea. If Shield Mountain was like himself, there was no way he could say something like there was not a single person in the entire world. With an encounter like Shield Mountain's, it was more likely that he had truly returned to the Earth at the current point in time, and since the entire world had descended to the land of the God Hunters, it was normal for there to be no one on Earth. But, would people really return to Earth after death? Or, did Earth really still exist? It looks like I've got a few more things I have to get to know. Lin Chen murmured in a low voice. Chapter 69 Wearable Undead Attachment. After 2 minutes, Lin Chen was no longer bothered about whether or not he would return to Earth after death. Instead, Lin Chen was more curious about the resurrection of the undead, skilled in this matter that he couldn't get his head around for a short period of time. He probably understood some of the characteristics of this bug skill now. Unlike the necromancer, the undead resurrection in Lin Chen's hands was not only able to store the souls of dead monsters for summoning, but surprisingly could also wake up dead players, and after a player became an undead dependent, not only did he retain the memories of his body, but surprisingly he could also inherit his original attributes, and can wear equipment. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly opened his backpack, then handed over an equipment inside. See if you can equip it. What Lin Chen gave to Shield Mountain was a shield. Pink shield, Wall of Storms. Grade, 12. Occupation requirement, Knight. Physical defense, plus 50. Magical defense, plus 45. Plus 10.0% 15% block rate. Extra attribute, damage taken from melee attacks is reduced by 25%. Special ability, 35% increase in the effect of the Knight skill, Perseverance Unyielding. This shield was obtained from killing Brother Roar in the first place, and according to the profession requirements, this thing could only be worn by knights. Could Shield Mountain use it? And in the next moment, after Shield Mountain took the Wall of Storms from Lin Chen and placed it in his hands, Lin Chen's breath caught directly. Yes, Shield Mountain could really wear it. It wasn't just the shield, he could wear all of the knight's equipment. It was just like a real and true knight, a knight that could inherit half of his attributes. Pink equipment? Shield Mountain's eyes lit up as he revealed a joyful expression and immediately knelt on one knee. Thank you, Monarch. With Shield Mountain equipped with the Wall of Storms, Lin Chen could clearly see that both of Shield Mountain's dual defenses had increased by about 50 points, and now his bare physical defense had reached the point where it was close to 300. Knowing that Lin Chen's current bare state was only 180 points, Shield Mountain had directly doubled himself. Now, Lin Chen wasn't worried about his high offense and low defense at all. On one side, seeing these scenes, Feng Chen, two people have been completely speechless. Two people seem to want to say something to Lin Chen, but are somewhat hesitant. The matter in front of them was too exaggerated, although everyone had entered this god-hunting ground for only 2 days, but this matter in front of them couldn't be explained in just a few words. Captain. Aren't you a healer? Gardenia finally gathered her courage and asked in a small voice. Lin Chen turned back. Yes, why? That. Gardenia swallowed her saliva. Then if I reach level 22, will I be able to summon these things as well? Lin Chen froze, then helplessly shook his head. No, these things can only be done by me. Hearing these words, Gardenia then nodded thoughtfully, and at the same time, she also let out a sigh of relief. After all, in this little girl's mind, she couldn't manage this kind of exaggerated skill herself, so she would just be quiet as a milkmaid who added blood to people. With the passage of time, around the other dying people also died one by one. When the long-legged beauty Tomato's body is also completely limp and motionless, Lin Chen just coldly glanced at her. At this moment Tomato's body also emerged a line of words called whether to wake up the soul. However, Lin Chen didn't even bother to take care of her. Even if compared to the player's soul, the yellow sledgehammer roarer's positioning was too weak, but he still didn't have the slightest interest in this woman. You two come back first. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the two of them, Yellow Sledgehammer and Roaring Brother, instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared into place. However, Shield Mountain was not recalled, and he stood quietly at Lin Chen's side with a shield in his hand. Lin Chen beckoned to Shield Mountain again and threw out a rusty iron sword, as well as a trinket equipment called a lucky ring. Put these two pieces of equipment on. As you command. Shield Mountain respectfully received the rusty iron sword and the finger ring, and without half a word of retort immediately put them on. Lin Chen nodded before continuing forward. The few people behind him followed closely behind. In the distance, the group of people were still guarding the place where the field boss had died. The ground of that place was strewn with equipment. There was even a level 20 pink broadsword amongst them. They were lying quietly on the ground with a special glow on them. It's almost time. In 2 more minutes, these equipments will belong to the ownerless. I'm telling you guys, this broadsword is a must-have for me. Let go of your mother's ass. Lousy was just almost beaten to death by the boss. You son of a have been obeying on the side. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Don't argue, don't argue. I was even beaten to death by the boss in the beginning. If I didn't have resurrection coins, I would have been hiccuped. What do you mean this sword is mine? You guys argue. I want this blue belt. People were talking and talking, looking at the equipment on the ground and talking, but soon, a few more people walked over from a distance, which immediately attracted people's attention. But as these people walked closer, people suddenly realized something. I go. Red name? The crowd surrounding the equipment began to unconsciously stand up, and many of them gradually took a few steps back, with a touch of vigilance in their eyes. The head of a person's head nickname is indeed red, but out of the strange, many people even if carefully staring at the top of the head of that person to see, surprisingly, it is difficult to see what he is called. Although the top of the head a touch of red, the handwriting is exceptionally blurred, as if it has been processed. People could only see that this person was wearing a mask, and the eyes underneath the mask were like snakes and scorpions. There are 3 other people beside the masked man, 2 men and 1 woman. Among them there is also a man with a mask, but he is holding a broadsword in his hand. It looks like he should be a warrior. The other woman. No, should not be said to be a woman. It was a young girl with an extremely well-developed body, and the sights of many people present were unnaturally lingering on her for a long time, and the part that lingered the longest was naturally the chest. But the last person is a little strange. The top of his head, there is no word. Yes, this is a little unbelievable. No matter what equipment those 2 men are wearing to cause can hide their names and attributes, but also can more or less see some. And why was the head of this guy with a shield, holding a rusty iron sword in his hand, empty? What's the situation? There were some people who didn't know the current situation, and they were staring at the masked man walking at the front. Only to see that man come to the front of the equipment, then directly half-crouched and picked up one piece of equipment after another as much as he could. In a matter of 10 seconds or so, he loaded all the equipment scattered all over the place into his backpack, with none left. After doing so, they unexpectedly prepared to leave as if no one else was there. The people came back to their senses, and they immediately yelled at the top of their lungs. Stop right there! The 2 warriors had even shown the broadswords in their hands. Who the hell are you, actually strutting around so much? But before the words were finished, in the next moment, the masked man turned his head slightly, and the pair of eyes that were revealed from the mask carried a strong killing intent. Just. The tone of that person suddenly softened, and unexpectedly did not know what to continue to say next. Chapter 70, Murder and Crossing of Goods. Lin Chen turned his head back and continued to leave without a word. The name above his head was already red. For a player's sin value to reach the point of staining his name red, it meant that he had at least participated in, if not personally killed, an entire team of people. Although killing a player with a red name would have a chance of obtaining a kill reward, but the people present were not in a good state nowadays, and it was obvious that no one was prepared to fight for their lives with this kind of person in the first place. But that was a pink broadsword, a level 20 broadsword, much better than the rags in their hands. If they took that thing, it was like a birdshot. As expected, when these thoughts surfaced in people's minds, many people directly blocked Lin Chen and the others' path. Among them, the warrior players were the most active. Friend, that means that you grabbed the head of that boss just now? A warrior was currently blocking Lin Chen directly in front of him. He was less than 2 meters away from him, and at this moment, he had his hands clasped on his chest with a displeased expression. Lin Chen gave him a faint look, then stopped in his tracks. Yes. Hearing Lin Chen admit it so painfully, that warrior immediately sneered, "Ooh, you're really not polite. Do you know how long we fought that boss? How much effort was wasted?" As he spoke, he slowly stepped forward, the broadsword in his hand already hitching up on the ground. However, Lin Chen didn't show too much and just shrugged. So? That warrior whispered, "Tell you what, you keep the rest of the equipment, leave that pink sword behind, and I'll let you go." As he said this, the warrior pointed to the top of Lin Chen's head, as if to make Lin Chen recognize the red name above his head. "You're a red-named player, and although I don't know how you kill people, if you don't agree, I don't mind having the people around me come together and chop you up." He deliberately said the word chopped extraordinarily heavily, wanting to use this to force Lin Chen to give in. However, Lin Chen remained unmoved. The atmosphere around him became a bit strange for a while, and just as the warrior's face gradually distorted, the shield-wielding man standing behind Lin Chen slowly walked over. The warrior froze. He had just naturally seen this man with a trace of strange black mist on his body. He held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. By the looks of it, he should be a knight. The knight walked in front of Lin Chen and blocked the warrior. This instant, because of Lin Chen and the knight's attitude, this warrior was clearly enraged, coupled with the fact that the people around him were all casting their eyes over. This made him a little bit unable to get down, but he was a little bit less daring to be the first one to make a move, and things were strangely frozen. This warrior's eyes twitched, then he surprisingly suddenly raised his hands high, then moved a step to the side with an indifferent face. "Aya, since none of the brothers around us have any intention of stopping you, then for me to be the first one to step forward would seem like I'm too that way. Forget it, just leave. How could I possibly beat the 4 of you by myself?" After saying that, he literally stepped to the side, then sneered as Lin Chen and the others crossed over to him and prepared to leave. This time, the surrounding people were not calm, although the onlookers did have a dash of watching the show. But if they really had to let Lin Chen leave with a pink broadsword and such a large pile of equipment items, wouldn't they have just exhausted themselves and fed the dog? "No, he can't leave. Stand there for me. Don't move." Finally, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and all kinds of people came over. Seeing all the people around them coming over, that warrior also revealed a smirk at this moment, before reapproaching as well. "Ah, friend, it looks like you can only leave your stuff behind," he said with a smirk. "There are a total of 13 of us here, and there are only 4 of you here plus you, so you're going to take your equipment and just waltz off like that?" As he spoke, he even directly stopped Lin Chen's shoulder with his hand, completely not feeling as if he had any sense of boundaries. However, when he was just about to continue saying something, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. "Say, how many points of physical attack do you have right now?" At these words, the warrior was slightly stunned, but he didn't hide it, pointing at the broadsword in his hand and saying, "Me? I'm now level 21, all of my attribute points have been added to my strength, my base panel has 222 points of attack, the sword in my hand is a level 18 blue suit, the added attack is not too much, nowadays, it adds up to a total, there are 386 points of attack, what, you're going to let me slash a few times?" But after he finished speaking, Lin Chen shook his head. He turned his head to look around. "Do any of you here have a higher attack than him?" As the words fell, people were completely at a loss as to what medicine Lin Chen was selling, but naturally, some people snorted coldly. "What for? What method of death are you choosing? Don't worry, if you're still prepared to strut away, we don't mind making a few more holes in your body." Lin Chen sighed as he turned his head to look at the undead Shield Mountain at his side. "Shield Mountain, over to you." Shield Mountain immediately understood. In the next moment, he walked to the center of the crowd and placed his shield in front of him. Lin Chen pushed his hand away from his shoulder, then pointed at Shield Mountain and said, "You guys can all go together, as long as you can kill him, not to mention that pink broadsword, all the equipment on my body is yours." As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen flicked his wrist. The sage's level 20 skill, Voice of Blessing, was unleashed. Voice of Blessing releases a ranged shaped sound wave. Teammates within the sound wave or yourself can gain a 3-dimensional enhancement of strength, intelligence, and agility within 10 minutes. The current Lin Chen's intelligence was 77 points, which could simultaneously augment both the friends within the range and himself with 8 points of 3-dimensionality. Don't underestimate this measly 8 points of strength. Shield Mountain itself had more than 300 points of armor, and at this moment, his armor was even directly increased by 24 points. However, the people around him were oblivious to this, and immediately, some people laughed out loud with disdain. "A knight? To resist everyone's attacks? Yo! How did this person start selling his teammates? What kind of crooked idea is this kid playing? Borrowing a sword to kill someone? Who cares, kill that knight first, then kill him, the equipment will definitely fall off after the red name player dies. In the midst of the people's murmurings, the warrior that started it all immediately came to be interested. Is what you said true? Lin Chen nodded non-committally. The warrior hemmed and hawed, then I'll make an offering. With that, he drew his broadsword and instantly slashed fiercely at the top of Shield Mountain's head. Ding! A strange sound came from him, a huge trembling sound spread around him, and the warrior only felt his hands trembling a little, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Before his eyes, some words emerged from the top of Shield Mountain's head. 42. This instant, that warrior's pupils gradually widened, and his mouth spat out a few words almost instantly. I'll gripe your old mother. Chapter 71 Undead, Blitz. He felt like he was blinded, and even forgot what he was supposed to do next after the slash. Only after a long interval did he come back to his senses. SH. What's the situation? The touch coming from his hand was extremely real, and the red damage numbers floating up under the knife were exceptionally eye-catching. Just as the warrior was a bit dazed, another person on his side came with quick steps, and he very sharply raised his hand to drop the knife, only this time, Shield Mountain turned back to block the blow with the shield in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal colliding came out, and compared to just now, this time no damage numbers even appeared. Blocked. This time, people began to show strange colors, their eyes gathered on Shield Mountain's body in unison, and quite a few people actually began to take a step back. If the first slash couldn't be explained, but from the second slash onwards, it was even more strange. The first warrior was in a trance for a moment, he and the other person on his side exchanged a glance, then the two of them raised their swords to slash at almost the same time. Shield Mountain remained motionless, allowing the knives of these two men to fall on his body. Ding, ding. 40. Block. Yes, with the consecutive strikes, the blood bar above the knight's head didn't even move much. This knight is odd. Everyone, why don't we go on together? Go on a hair, directly chop up this red name kid. After a word, an assassin on the side had silently bypassed Shield Mountain and turned towards Lin Chen. However, just as his dagger was about to slice into Lin Chen's body, Shield Mountain suddenly turned around at this moment, his pupils glaring violently as he shouted lowly at the assassin, "Hey! You!" After the low drink, the knight's skill, Provoke, was unleashed. The assassin, who had been swinging his sword at Lin Chen a moment before, unexpectedly twisted his waist at this moment, and stabbed fiercely at Shield Mountain. This stab still stabbed at the shield. Ding! It did not trigger a block, and the damage numbers floated out in response. 42. At this moment, the murmur among the people around began to gradually become louder. They looked at each other in dismay, and surprisingly, they didn't know what to do next. What the hell is the situation of this knight? To know just fight that field of stone man boss, also never heard of, can only hit so low. But this knight in front of him with black mist floating around his body, could it be that his defense was even higher than the field boss? What? Lin Chen looked around at this time. Still want to continue? That most active warrior's eyes were slightly rolling again at this time, and he was just about to say something, but the next moment, an extremely dangerous feeling flowed out from Lin Chen's body, and he only felt as if an on was at his back, as if there was a 10,000-foot abyss behind him. He turned around violently, just in time to meet the pair of eyes under Lin Chen's mask. What else are you going to do? Lin Chen asked in a low voice. He seemed a little unpleasant, as if he had gotten up a killing intent, and the name on top of his head became a little more reddish. The warrior paused, a hint of a purr escaping from his open mouth, but he didn't say much. Go! Lin Chen frowned and beckoned to the Fengchen duo. They then squeezed through the crowd and prepared to leave. But just as Lin Chen had just taken a few steps out, that warrior unexpectedly opened his mouth and yelled again. Who told you guys to leave? But this time Lin Chen didn't stop. He didn't even turn his head. Instead he harshly shouted down to Shield Mountain, "Shield Mountain, do it!" At these words Shield Mountain suddenly moved. He moved his shield out of his hand and the rusty iron sword he held in his other hand emitted a low sound. Without a single moment's hesitation, he immediately slashed fiercely at that warrior. The warrior was stunned, and then also hastily used stance, facing physical attacks. The skill stance was like a block, which would resist part of the damage. Afterwards, the rusty iron sword landed on the warrior's broadsword without any fancy. Clang! A huge force came from the rusty sword in Shield Mountain's hand. The warrior only felt as if he had been hit by a siege apparatus. His whole person even kept retreating. His tiger's mouth was shocked to the point of raw pain. But this wasn't the main thing. What made him most concerned was the line of numbers floating out above his head. 463. The warrior's eyes almost fell out of their sockets at this moment. He should have stabilized himself after retreating 3 or 4 steps, but when he saw this line, he subconsciously retreated another 7 or 8 steps. Because the armor-type equipment on his body was not very good, so his armor was only 150 plus points. With the skill, stance, he was still cut 463 damage, which means this thing cut out more than 600 damage out of the hard life? Taking the rusty iron sword, cut out more than 600? The warrior hastily stretched out his hands and swung them continuously. Brother, I'm not going to fight anymore. You can have the equipment. But Shield Mountain didn't stop. As long as Lin Chen didn't give the order, he would never stop. I admit defeat. The warrior hastily backed away. But what killed him was that this knight was actually unusually fast as well. He couldn't dodge and was once again slashed by Shield Mountain, but this time the damage wasn't 463, it was 920. Yes, the number was followed by an exclamation mark. Strike! The people present all froze. They looked at the knight with the rusty iron sword like they had seen a ghost. This guy actually slashed out a bludgeon? At this time, the blood bar on the top of that warrior's head had already gone down by more than half. If he took a few more hits he would surely die. He first shouted to the surroundings, "Help! You guys are watching the show." But no one came forward. If this knight was just thick-skinned, they could still possibly aid. But with a sword that could slash out nearly 1,000 damage, who dared to go? It was obvious that whoever went would die. Seeing that no one around him came forward to help, this warrior's face was ashen, and then he hurriedly clasped his fists at Lin Chen. Brother! Brother! I was wrong, let your friend not continue to cut. But Lin Chen didn't say a word. He was wearing a mask. No one knew what expression he had under the mask. At this time, Shield Mountain once again bullied his way forward, holding his iron sword without any frills and violently stabbing forward. The warrior couldn't dodge in time and was instantly hit by another sword. 918. Another bludgeon. Seeing this, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise. He had gambled correctly. It wasn't just him, even the undead he had summoned could actually trigger the rusty iron sword's bludgeon effect. He just didn't know if Shield Mountain would increase his own attack power when he killed an enemy with a bludgeon. At this moment, that warrior had already sat on his butt on the ground. He had already lost all power to resist. His own blood bar had already bottomed out. There was a burst of powerless weakness coming from his body. As long as the knight swung his sword again, regardless of whether it was a bludgeon or not, he would be on the verge of dying directly. Shield Mountain raised his rusty iron sword high and was just about to fall. Lin Chen called out to him, "All right." Chapter 72 Survivors Gathering. The iron sword in Shield Mountain's hand stopped only a few centimeters away from the warrior's head. Then, the iron sword slowly moved away. The warrior only felt that what moved away from his head was not a rusty sword, but a mountain hanging over his head that could kill him at any time. Bean-sized beads of sweat couldn't stop hitting the ground. The warrior swallowed continuously in shock, unable to say a word. He felt that if he said one more word now, he would be dead beyond death. Right. Right, no. Sorry. Don't kill. Kill me. As the blood bar flushed red, he had been able to feel the threat of death close at hand, and this feeling was not empty. If he fell into near death, it was estimated that he would really die completely. Seeing this warrior in such a state, Lin Chen waved his hand at the front, signaling Shield Mountain to come back. As Shield Mountain respectfully walked to his side, Lin Chen faintly glanced at the others around him, then without further ado, he turned around and left. This time, no one dared to continue blocking, and could only look dryly at the distant backs of Lin Chen's few people. During this time, some people wanted to reach out and obstruct a bit, but once they thought of that scene just now, people glanced at the knight beside Lin Chen with some fear. Was this thing really a player? Sure it wasn't a field boss? In the end, no one dared to go forward. Until Lin Chen's back walked further and further away, no one said a single word more. And that warrior, who was shivering at the moment, finally let out a sigh of relief at this point and sat down limply on the ground. However, no one noticed Lin Chen's expression under his mask in the distance at this moment. He appeared a bit frenzied, as if he had discovered the door to some new world. If a player turned undead like Shield Mountain can also activate bugs, that could be so interesting. Yes, Lin Chen had never imagined that one day he would be so excited over an undead favorite. If the player undead he had summoned to hold the lucky ring and rusty iron sword could also stack attack power, who would it stack to? To Shield Mountain? Or himself? Originally, Lin Chen had planned to let Shield Mountain directly kill that warrior to test it out, but he thought that his name was already red, and if he continued to kill people, his sin value would get higher and higher, and it would be a bit of a hassle to get rid of the red status, and he didn't want to be overly flashy, so he let it go. Since this is the case, he needs to hurry to find the monster, so as to test it. Thinking of this, he didn't say a single word and walked quickly at his own pace. Other than Shield Mountain, Feng Chen and Gardenia behind him simply didn't understand what Lin Chen was trying to do, but it wasn't good to ask in detail and could only follow closely behind. With the fast pace of time, close to 10 minutes later, Lin Chen's group had arrived at a huge human gathering place. According to the quest hints, this place was the so-called survivor gathering place. However, after arriving at this place, Feng Chen and Gardenia obviously felt a bit uncomfortable, the young girl even needing to cover her mouth and nose. Yes, a fishy odor was constantly emanating out in the surroundings, and there were all sorts of players walking around, but basically all of them revealed the exact same expression as Gardenia. The sky above the head of this dilapidated gathering place was shrouded in a thick layer of gray haze, dimly lit. There were crumbling stone buildings scattered around, with rusted wooden equipment and broken vehicles interspersed between the broken walls. The mottled stone walls in all directions were crawling with vines and moss, an old tent was softly set up, and in addition to that disgusting fishy smell, the air was filled with dampness and decay, and occasionally a hint of smoke could be smelled. What is this place? Could it be some kind of gathering place that the main quest wants us to come to? Feng Chen pinched his nose and asked in a low voice. It should be. Lin Chen replied. The duo followed Lin Chen as he passed by one dilapidated tent after another, and one by one, those NPCs around him seemed to have lost their souls, holding rotting and moldy food in their hands, with no light in their eyes, as if they were dry corpses. Knowing that this place is only a few minutes away from White Moon City, these people are so can't help but make Feng Chen and Gardenia a little surprised. As they went deeper, they could even see images of some players being in conflict with the NPCs. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. A glossy milkmaid pushed away a survivor who came up to beg, then frowned and wiped the corners of her coat with an unpleasant face. Off. A warrior could even be seen punching and kicking the NPCs. But Lin Chen was oblivious to everything around him, he just walked at a fast pace, and if any of the NPCs around him suddenly ran over to them to beg for something, Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a second and instantly threw out a few copper coins. Honorable Chosen One, may you be invincible and the gods be terrified. The NPCs who had received the reward immediately fell to their knees and kowtowed to Lin Chen's back. Everything around them was too strange. Feng Chen looked around while walking behind Lin Chen, he held back for a long time before finally asking. Brother, is something happening here? Although in his eyes, both himself and Lin Chen had come to this place for the first time, he naturally knew that Lin Chen was unaware of it. But he was still a little curious, in case Lin Chen knew something. As if Lin Chen did know something, he opened his mouth to explain. White Moon City is the first time I've come here. I'm not quite sure about the structure and mission here, but if I'm not wrong, this place shouldn't be far from the battlefield. There are quite a few similar survivors gatherings on the land of the hunting god. The travelers and the human resistance army jointly established this gathering place on the ruins of this area, and they used the remnants of their supplies to build up rudimentary dwellings in order to defend themselves from the encroachment. Hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully before asking after him, infestation? Fending off what kind of thing from an infestation? The followers of a deity. Lin Chen said indifferently. As these words fell into his ears, Feng Chen visibly lurched. The followers of a deity? Feng Chen subconsciously pronounced these words. Before he could continue saying anything, Lin Chen had already stopped. Arrived. Lin Chen said indifferently. At this moment, Feng Chen and Gardenia raised their heads, they had already arrived at the place. In front, the NPC standing was no longer a refugee-looking survivor, but a soldier in armor. He was holding a sharp blade, and the heavy armor on his body was mottled, but it looked silver against the several suns overhead. There were very many players around, and quite a few of them came over to talk to this soldier. At this moment, he turned his head to look at Lin Chen, and those eyes unexpectedly jumped. You are. He was the first to speak. Honorable Chosen, you have finally arrived. Chapter 73. Although Lin Chen was entering the god-hunting ground for the second time, unlike the last time, the place he was descending to was called the Lost Coast, and the NPCs and main quests he encountered at each descent point were all different. For example, this was the first time Lin Chen had ever seen an officer with melon written on his head. After carefully sizing up this NPC, Lin Chen nodded to him and said right to the point, what is the mission? Melon didn't hesitate much, and hurriedly pulled out a small piece of shiny stone in his arms before saying to Lin Chen's trio. 5 minutes north from here is the battlefield where the first advance team is defending against the God's Angels. I hope that the 3 chosen can bring this demon-breaking stone to the warriors of the advance team. With that, he handed the 3 stones to Lin Chen and the others in turn. Receiving the stone in his hand, he immediately felt a slight chill, and looking down, he found that the glowing green stone was only the size of an egg, and was covered with bizarre patterns, flashing different colors from time to time under the sunlight. Broken. Magic-breaking stone? Fengchen subconsciously chanted. Yes. Mei Long nodded. This kind of stone can effectively prevent the gods' ambassadors from using their magic shields, and with the loss of the shields, the warriors will be able to potentially launch a counterattack. Speaking here, he raised his head somewhat eagerly. Exalted Chosen One, I hope that at that time, the 3 of you will also lend a helping hand to our warriors fighting on the front lines. As Mei Long's words fell, a beep sounded within Lin Chen's trio's brains at almost the same time. Ding! You have picked up a new mainline quest. Mission description: head to the battlefield of the first advance team and help the warriors eliminate at least 20 God's Angels. With everything accounted for, Melon quickly talked to the other players. Lin Chen's trio glanced at each other, then they all put away the stones in their hands. Let's go. Lin Chen took the lead and walked towards the quest location. And as they walked, the 3 of them could clearly see that everything around them had changed slightly. The human population gradually thinned out, and in its place were some sores that had appeared due to the battle. Corpses and flesh were everywhere, and the smell of fire-burnt paste stimulated the nostrils. After a few minutes, there were even a lot of sounds of killing and shouting coming from the ears. Almost there. Lin Chen, who was walking at the very front, said softly. Behind him, Fengchen Gardenia's 2 footsteps gradually slowed down. Yes, from this time onwards, there were more and more corpses around their feet, and if they looked carefully, they could even see 1 or 2 players lying on the ground on the verge of death. It was also from this time that Fengchen took out his broadsword, while carefully blocking Gardenia behind him. In his heart, he was a bit worried. After all, from this moment onwards, he would be dealing with the so-called god, who knows what enemies he would encounter next. After walking for some time, the tragic situation around him became even more horrifying, and what met his eyes was a mountain of corpses, among which there were humans, players, and some. Holy, these are the God Angels? Fengchen exclaimed. In front of him was a corpse lying on the ground on all fours. It has a body similar to the size of a human body. Height seems to be between 2 meters 5 to 3 meters. The face on the 5 senses seem particularly bizarre. They seem to be upside down mixed together. There are 4 eyes on the top of the forehead. At this time is slowly dripping down with bright red blood. So the blood of these servants of the gods was also red. There were 2 spears and a broken sword stuck in the chest of this god's ambassador, but the real cause of death should be the wooden stake stuck in his chest. Raising his head, the chaotic scene not far ahead could already be seen in his sight. A large number of human soldiers were frantically fighting with these things with the blades in their hands, but nay, the height and strength of the human soldiers were far below that of these divine messengers, and it would almost take 3 to 4 soldiers to engage with a single divine messenger. However, when the swords in their hands touched the skin of these creatures, a fluorescent light would suddenly appear, and the sword blades cutting on them surprisingly did not have the slightest effect. If there was no mistake, this shield was the magical shield that Officer Melon had just spoken of. Gulp! Fengchen swallowed the sound of saliva, although in the shouting and killing on the battlefield also appeared exceptionally clear, although has long been accustomed to this so-called hunting god's land, but the scene in front of him he has never seen. Even if back to the ancient battlefield on top of the battlefield, the tragic scene is estimated to be no more than this. Looking at Fengchen and Gardenia's face white look, Lin Chen faintly laughed. Don't worry, it won't be as dangerous as you guys think. After all, it's a mainline quest. If it's too difficult it loses the meaning of its existence. After saying that, Lin Chen stepped within the battle. Immediately, there was a divine messenger in the distance that suddenly sensed something. It had violently torn a human soldier in half one moment, and in the next instant, it was charging towards Lin Chen's aspect at a fast pace. Its speed unexpectedly carried a gust of wind. Brother, be careful. Fengchen hastily warned. Only then did they see how terrifying these so-called gods' envoys were. It was running in a strange and grotesque posture. Its hands and feet were like a cheetah in a 4-legged state, and the distorted features on its face were actually becoming constantly writhing as it impacted. Just like an octopus. Fengchen behind the shivering Gardenia at this time murmured. Yes, Fengchen also noticed, this kind of unknown monster can also be called God's ambassador? The servants of the gods in this world were all this kind of thing? It was too late to think about it, but the god's envoy had already arrived right in front of Lin Chen, and it let out an ear-piercing scream as it fiercely waved its arms at Lin Chen. The arms fell like sharp blades. However, Lin Chen did not dodge and took a solid hit from this attack. Miso. The shadow of the blade slashed through, and Lin Chen's blood bar moved. 60. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. His own current physical defense was 183 points, and if the damage from the opponent's strike knuckled down and hadn't yet bludgeoned, then it meant that this thing's attack power was only. Is it around 245 points? Lin Chen whispered. Before he could react, the God Emperor unexpectedly swung his arm once more, and its speed actually caused Lin Chen to raise his eyebrows. Hiss. 61. The attack power wasn't weak and the attack speed was fast. Amongst the monsters around level 22, this thing was considered a novice's nightmare. However, this time, Lin Chen no longer gave the God Emperor time to attack otherwise, as he fiercely drew out his rusty iron sword and slashed at this tall monster. After the slash, it didn't storm. 840. Lin Chen subconsciously looked up at the top of the God Envoy monster's head. The blood bar was instantly missing by more than half, with less than 600 blood remaining. Lin Chen had a bottom in his heart. With a flick of his wrist, he directly slashed again, instantly killing this God Envoy, then called out, "All come out." Subsequently, 3 undead, which emitted a silky black mist around their bodies, appeared. Chapter 74 Successful Experiment. After a single word, in an instant, Huang the Hammer, Roaring Brother, and Shield Mountain had appeared by Lin Chen's side. They were like ghosts, and Feng Chen and his duo didn't even realize how they had appeared. However, they did not pause for a moment after they appeared, and immediately nodded at Lin Chen. Monarch. The 3 of them chanted in unison, while Shield Mountain even directly half-kneeled on the ground. Behind them, Huang Sledgehammer and Brother Roar glanced at each other, and then also hurriedly followed suit, kneeling down one after another. Facing such a scene, Lin Chen did not show too much. He first extended his hand to the 2 Feng Chen Gardenia on one side. "Brother?" Feng Chen froze. "Stone." Lin Chen said, "You two give me the stone." The 2 of them thug. HT of something and hurriedly took out that demon-breaking stone that Mei Long had given them, then quickly threw it over. Lin Chen grabbed it in his hand and turned to hand it directly to the 3 of them from Shield Mountain. Together with Lin Chen's own demon-breaking stone in his hand, the undead had one in each hand, and they didn't know what Lin Chen was planning to do. At that moment, Lin Chen pointed around, then said to the duo of Sledgehammer Huang and Roaring Brother. "Sledgehammer, Roaring Brother, the 2 of you take the stone and are responsible for consuming the monster's blood. Stay until you stop at 1,200 blood, then hand it over to Shield Mountain." The 2 undead answered at almost the same time. They then dashed into the battlefield. Lin Chen then said to Shield Mountain, "Shield Mountain, you're also holding the stone, but your mission is to take the rusty iron sword and go give the monster the final blow. Remember, bludgeon or no bludgeon, don't do anything extra." After hearing this, Shield Mountain immediately nodded his head fiercely. Subordinate obeys. Then, he also quickly ran forward. After doing so, Lin Chen then directly sat down, completely ignoring the chaos on the battlefield around him, but instead immediately opened his attribute panel. This meal operation down, but directly Feng Chen and Gardenia 2 people to the whole blind. "Brother." "That?" The 2 walked up and obviously wanted to inquire for a while, but Lin Chen reached out and signaled them not to speak. The 2 looked at each other in disbelief, but they could only stand silently to the side. In the distance, the 3 undead had already begun to encounter the ubiquitous divine ambassadors on the battlefield. Just as Lin Chen had expected, the coordination between Yellow Sledgehammer and Brother Roar was simply perfect. They only needed the simplest of attacks, changing targets, and for the rest, they left it to Shield Mountain. Lin Chen stared at his attribute panel. 1 second. 2 seconds. At this moment, the number behind his attack power jumped. Attack power, 867 plus 1. After seeing this character, Lin Chen unexpectedly let out a somewhat incredulous laugh. Yes, although he had long thought that it would be this kind of result, when it really appeared in front of his eyes, Lin Chen surprisingly somewhat didn't quite dare to believe it himself. It's too far-fetched. It's just too far-fetched. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva, barely bothering to hide the corners of his mouth that had already raised to the sky. Not only could he himself use bug means to increase his attack power, but the undead that he had summoned could actually stack for himself as well. If that's the case, then wouldn't I be? Lin Chen already had some sort of picture in his head, and he only felt his mouth drying up as his eyes became glazed over. And as time went on, many divine ambassadors within the battlefield had realized that something was wrong, and they began to move away from the human soldiers, instead charging towards Shield Mountain Yellow Sledgehammer's direction where they were. But no matter how their numbers increased, the three of them were completely at ease, and as time went on, the three of them even became more and more in tune with each other. Lin Chen could only see his attack power rising. 868, 869, 870. However, there were more and more divine ambassadors, and the three of them were ultimately a bit unable to cope. Shield Mountain, whose armor was even higher than Lin Chen's, was fine, but Yellow Sledgehammer and Brother Roar weren't so optimistic. The duo's blood was rapidly draining away, and if they took a few more hits, they would probably have to disappear. However, it was at this time that a white light suddenly landed on top of the duo's heads, and the blood they had lost began to gradually recover at this moment. It was the healer's blood-boosting skill. The Huang Sledgehammer duo turned their heads to look, and they saw that Lin Chen had extended his hand towards them. "Many thanks, Monarch." The duo was like chicken blood at this moment, even more energized than just now. For a time, the entire battlefield was chaotic. The other players who were roaming within the battlefield were at a bit of a loss for words at this moment, as they looked around with a bewildered expression. The God's envoy who had been killing them a moment ago had unexpectedly lost interest in them at this instant, and instead began to chase after the unknown three figures on the field. What are those? 3? A person still maintains the posture of holding a sword and slashing, but the blade is slow to fall, and there is nothing in front of him. No. Don't know those monsters were all lured over by them. The other man also drew his bow and strung an arrow, but the target was gone, and the arrow was on the string but couldn't be sent. They were completely dumbfounded and could only watch as those three people divided their labor, two attracting the monster tide and retreating as they fought. And the last one holding a shield with an iron sword knight is responsible for fill in the knife on the line, tacit understanding as if a person. During the period there are players want to go over to find out, but the speed of this three people is too fast, they simply cannot catch up. The farce lasted for 10 minutes, until the surrounding area of a divine messenger cannot be seen. I rely on monsters. I've only killed one so far? Looking at the corpses on the ground around them, the players were completely stupefied. And those three culprits at this time also completed some kind of purpose. They come fast and go fast, when the players want to find their traces, but found that those monsters disappeared even more completely. Add Lin Chen. The three undead led by Shield Mountain had already been summoned back by Lin Chen, and at this time, there were only Feng Chen and Gardenia on Lin Chen's side. The two of them were looking at Lin Chen's back and their throats were a little dry as they looked up and glanced at their quest list. The quest to kill 20 God's envoys had already been completed 10 minutes ago, and now they had risen another level just by rubbing their experience. Feng Chen and Lin Chen had both reached level 23, while Gardenia originally needed less experience to upgrade than the other two, so she had directly reached level 20 at this moment. They hadn't done anything at all, they had not only completed the quest while standing still, they had also gained a large amount of experience. Feng Chen looked at Lin Chen's back at this moment, he swallowed his saliva and felt more and more that following this man was a very wise decision. Only. The mist on Lin Chen's body was also getting more and more, so much so that he had a kind of coldness in his backbone. Chapter 75, The Apostles. Lin Chen didn't have the heart to care about what Feng Chen Gardenia was thinking in her mind, he just stared at his attribute panel for a long time before finally turning it off with satisfaction. Comfortable. The corners of his mouth rose as he softly chanted. Now that he had risen to level 23, and the attack power he had gained through Shield Mountain had stacked up to a full 900 points, if he struck a bludgeon he could directly deal 1,800 points of damage. A knife down, in addition to the boss, within the same level of the monster is absolutely impossible to survive. As for the player, that is just one more knife thing. Go back and deliver the quest. Lin Chen stood up and stretched, completely ignoring the players scratching their ears and looking up to the sky on the battlefield in front of him. Feng Chen did point to the area ahead with some concern. Brother. These people. Don't worry. Lin Chen didn't look back, the monsters will basically refresh after half an hour, they won't worry about not completing the mission as long as they're willing to wait. Hearing this, Feng Chen then nodded, then quickly followed behind Lin Chen with Gardenia. In a short while, the three of them returned to the side of the officer called Mei Long just now. Seeing Lin Chen and the others walk over, Mei Long's complexion obviously changed a little. He bowed deeply in the direction of the trio, may the chosen one be unrivaled. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen reached out and interrupted him before saying, let's deliver the mission. Mei Long nodded slightly, naturally. This officer seemed to make some sort of tally on the note-like paper in his hand before nodding thoughtfully. After a while, he fumbled around in his arms and once again pulled out 3 stones. However, unlike the so-called demon-breaking stones, these 3 stones were oddly shaped, with an uneven surface that at first glance looked like irregular runes, and wisps of wandering grain luster flowing in the grooves on the surface. Mei Long handed the stones over. "Thank you for the Chosen's contribution to our first advance team. This is some small gift, I hope you don't mind." The 3 returned stones. The Chosen only need to pour magic power into it after. It will teleport you back to White Moon City. Seeing this stone, Lin Chen accepted it with an expressionless face, but it was the Feng Chen duo who looked a little surprised. "I know this." Feng Chen immediately picked up and said, "This kind of prop is often used in RPGs, such as the Scroll of Return or something like that." While speaking, Feng Chen carefully looked at the city return stone in his hand, then proceeded to follow up with, "By the way, is there a limit to the use of this stone?" "No." Seemingly knowing what Feng Chen was going to say, Mei Long replied, "As long as the Chosen One activates the city return stone and it is not interrupted within 5 seconds, you can return to White Moon City at any time, but it is only limited to White Moon City." "Understood, big help." Feng Chen hemmed and hawed. A city return stone with unlimited usage was sometimes even an excellent means to save one's life. And the next moment, the young girl Gardenia unexpectedly asked abruptly, "That thing, can it be used in a copy?" The moment these words came out, not only Mei Long and Feng Chen, even Lin Chen turned his head towards her with a raised eyebrow. Didn't this girl previously say that she hadn't played the game at all, and that she would only be able to use blood-boosting skills, but now she could even ask such a crucial question? It looked like it wasn't a mirage that Gardenia was able to become a top 20 in the battle list in her last life. This young girl had an extremely strong growth rate and she was adapting to the rules of the god hunting ground. Mei Long nodded without thinking. "Except for some specific copies, general copies are available, but once used, the quest corresponding to that copy will automatically fail and need to be picked up again." After Mei Long finished speaking, Gardenia said a very polite thank you and then put the stone into her backpack. Immediately afterward, Mei Long suddenly sighed. Ugh. The gazes of the 3 people looked over in unison. They knew that this was Mei Long laying the groundwork for the next main quest. "Sure enough," Mei Long said quietly after sighing. "Chosen One, although you helped our advance team stop the first wave of attacks from the God's angels, but treating the symptoms is not the root cause. As long as the Yi apostles still exist, we will never have peace." After saying that, he looked at Lin Chen's trio with slight eagerness. He was waiting for someone to strike up a conversation. And unsurprisingly, Feng Chen gave a very knowledgeable "oh." He let out a cry, "Apostle? What's that?" Having received a chime from someone else, Mei Long's complexion instantly dimmed. Every god is supported by countless divine messengers, and the powerful individuals that are born out of these divine messengers, we call them apostles. All the way north from here, you'll be able to see a teleportation portal, and by entering it, you'll be able to encounter the apostles, so please, Chosen One, help us. The pathos of his words was so great that he was on the verge of tears. However, when he heard the word portal, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. "A copy?" Mei Long raised his eyes. "Yes, this quest is a duplicate quest, so we recommend that the Chosen level up to level 25 before attempting it, and try to form a team with a full complement of members." The 3 looked at each other. Melon added, "May I ask whether to take it?" "You can enter the copy only after taking it." As Mei Long finished speaking, Feng Chen whispered into Lin Chen's ear, "Brother, what do you say?" "We'll listen to you." According to Lin Chen's means, the so-called level 25 or not, or forming a full match team was somewhat redundant. Feng Chen now had long had an extremely exaggerated perception of Lin Chen, at least in the current encounter. There should be nothing that could be difficult for Lin Chen to appear. Although he didn't know how Lin Chen did it, Feng Chen was willing to look after Lin Chen. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and said to Mei Long, "Take it." There was no reason not to take the main quest. Then, a prompt appeared in the trio's minds once more. Ding! You have taken on the mainline quest, Crusade against the Apostles. Enter the replica, Apostles Feast, and kill the replica boss, Apostle, Star Prayer. When he saw the word Star Prayer fall into his mind, Lin Chen's pupils clearly widened. His memories from his last life had the impression of this monster. It looks like the quests are starting to overlap. Lin Chen smiled slightly. In his last life, his own login point was called Ghost Wasteland Road, and because the login points were different, the main quests weren't quite the same, but as time went on, players would gradually unify the quests, and the opportunity to do so could possibly be this main quest called Apostles Feast. In his previous life, he himself had entered a similar copy and killed the boss, which was likewise called the Star Prayer. Chapter 76 Mainline Copy Portal. Little Feng, Gardenia. Lin Chen greeted. Feng Chen Gardenia hurriedly walked over to Lin Chen's side. "Brother, what's wrong?" Feng Chen asked. Lin Chen spoke to Feng Chen, but his line of sight was always on Gardenia. "Little Feng, you first take Gardenia back to the main city with a return stone, so that she can do the transfer quest first, and then come back here afterward, and then go to the Apostles' Copy entrance to find me." The duo froze after hearing this. But before they could say anything, Lin Chen continued. "Gardenia." He looked completely at the young girl this time. "Although we're both healers, I'm not quite sure if the transfer quests we're entering are exactly the same. Regardless, I'm still going to ding you." Lin Chen then told Gardenia about the notes of this copy of the Goblin's Lair, blended into a few key points, including how to quickly rescue the young girl, including the skill that could be used to knock down the fire pots overhead to smash the goblins, and so on. However, when it came to the boss Goblin Lord, Lin Chen was still a little hesitant. Because no matter what, if Gardenia encountered that thing, she would surely die. Not to mention her, even if it was some experienced healer, there was no way she could last more than 2 minutes in the hands of that kind of boss. "So, your first priority is to just rescue enough hostage girls. I'm not asking you to kill enough 100 goblins, because you won't be able to handle the final boss at all," Lin Chen said in a low voice. Hearing such a detailed strategy, Gardenia was obviously a little nervous, her white hands gripping the scepter in her own hand with a death grip, her palms sweating. "Understood?" Lin Chen asked. Here, Captain." Gardenia nodded haphazardly. Lin Chen stared at her for a few seconds, then initiated a transaction on her. "Eh?" Gardenia froze. "Captain, this is." "Accept," Lin Chen just said indifferently. Gardenia didn't dare to slack off and hastily accepted Lin Chen's trade invitation. Afterwards, Lin Chen organized the items in his backpack that healers could use, and then put the miscellaneous things that he couldn't use into the trade bar, and gave them all to Gardenia. After all, he was a complete milkman, and he had a lot of equipment that could be used by healers. These included the level 20 blue suit dropped by the field boss Stoneman that he had killed earlier, and there were also other equipment that he had been carrying in his backpack, although they were not particularly top-of-the-line things, but compared to what Gardenia was wearing nowadays, it was undoubtedly a qualitative leap forward. "Thank you, Captain." Gardenia looked at so many extra things in her backpack, and for a moment didn't know how to express herself. "All right, go." Lin Chen turned his head to look at Feng Chen again. Feng Chen understood and nodded at Lin Chen. "Then brother, we'll go back first. As soon as Gardenia transitions, we'll be right back." After a brief conversation, the two of them held the city return stones in their hands, and with a flash of light, they disappeared into thin air. In the end, Lin Chen was the only one standing in place. After standing there for a few seconds, Lin Chen suddenly turned his head to look at Mei Long. This NPC had just finished talking to the other players at this moment, and was clearly a bit at a loss when he met Lin Chen's gaze. He glanced around before cautiously inquiring, "This chosen one, is there anything else?" Lin Chen stared into his eyes for half a day, then suddenly said something bizarrely. "Mei Long, have you seen me before?" This sentence was asked without a clue, and even NPCs would rarely understand its meaning. But Lin Chen had been watching Mei Long's expression change after he said it, wanting to catch any information on his face. Sure enough, though there was only a hint of it, after Lin Chen said this, Mei Long's eyes blinked imperceptibly. "Chosen one, truth be told, just now up until now, this is the first time we've met," Mei Long said. Although he said this, he lowered his head, and had previously been raising his head to look at Lin Chen, but now he was instead unwilling to look too much into Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen shrugged. "Alright, maybe my eyes were blurry, sorry." After saying that, Lin Chen turned around and left. Mei Long's voice came from behind him. "It's alright, chosen one, I wish you all the best, no harm, and the gods are terrified." Lin Chen didn't say anything, and his back quickly disappeared. Some time later, Lin Chen had arrived at the teleportation portal that Mei Long had spoken of. However, what Lin Chen hadn't expected was that just as he stepped into the area, a beep sounded in his head. "You have entered the safe zone." Lin Chen shrugged and raised his eyes. As expected, even in a place like this, there were players everywhere around. These people were the first step Lin Chen took the lead in yesterday's daytime to come to the main city. They more or less have not completed the transfer. The level is also between level 22 and 24, is now waiting in front of the portal pacing back and forth, do not know what to think about. At a cursory glance, there were nearly 110 people. Compared to other places where there was a sea of people in front of the teleportation gate, this place was obviously stretched a bit thin. And the reason why they didn't enter the teleportation gate was that out of the nearly 100 people present, they couldn't even afford to form a team. Mother, how come there isn't a single nurse by now? A knight had nothing to do, sitting on the ground and picking his teeth with a toothpick, spitting on the ground after drumming for a few moments. Yuck, it's really annoying. If I knew that I would have gone to do the transfer quests first by now, it's delaying the time. Not only was one person complaining, as Lin Chen got closer, the complaints grew. Who says it isn't? I don't know how those little girls are so slow to upgrade. There isn't even a single one who has risen to level 23 by now. It's really convincing. Some people sighed. But there were also people who retorted. Hey, that hunter, what are you talking about? Who are you looking down on? Listening to the voice, it was a woman. Aren't I level 23 right now? People turned around to look, but after seeing her profession, people shook their heads helplessly again. You're not a milkmaid. Then can you make it clearer, steamed shrimp head? The man was choked up a bit and turned away from arguing, instead looking away as if nothing had happened. However, when his line of sight was placed on Lin Chen, he couldn't help but give a start. Lin Chen was wearing a mask, in his hand was a rusty iron sword, the nickname on his head was a little blurry, and his exact occupation was unrecognizable. However, that person recognized the equipment Lin Chen was wearing, 1,000 strange collocations although somewhat side-splitting, but without exception, all of them were only worn by intelligence-type professions. The players that appeared here that belonged to the intelligence type were none other than mages, but he could clearly determine that this person was by no means a mage. Man, what occupation are you? The man raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked around for a moment and replied. Sage. Chapter 77 Walking Alone in the Sky, Cold Pavilion in the Smoke and Rain. Sage? The man visibly froze, briefly pondering the somewhat obscure term within his brain before his eyes suddenly lit up. Milk. Milkman? He originally wanted to say milkmaid, but the masked man in front of him was clearly a man, so he naturally changed his mouth. A man chooses a healer? Although no one had stipulated that a healer had to be a woman, in the minds of ordinary people, compared to a nanny was still a very rare existence. As the man uttered the words milkman, the people around him suddenly stirred. They approached in twos and threes, then surrounded Lin Chen. Holy, it's really, still level 23. People had been waiting here for the milkmaid to enter the team. At this time, there came a milkmaid who had already changed professions. This was something that no one had expected. For a while, Lin Chen completely turned into a meat and potatoes. Brother, come to my team, our team is missing you, and there are 2 knights, absolutely keep you safe. Come on you, 2 knights in the team? Where's the output? You're going to let this brother help you guys fight monsters? Another person hurriedly took over the conversation. Brothers, don't listen to him, come to my team, our team's occupation configuration is perfect, 5 = 1, full directly send. Save your breath, how many of your team have changed occupations? Another person came forward, come to me, there are 3 people in our team who have changed occupations, it's right to come. In the face of these people's chatter, Lin Chen was used to it. Originally at the entrance of some high-level copies, one could often see the scene of a group of people grabbing for the milkmaid. Although the number of milkmaids is very large, but the early stage of the descent of the land of the hunting god, there are only a few that can be fitted with high-level copies. This was what caused Lin Chen to be so popular. However, Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to anyone, he just blandly squeezed through the crowd, preparing to pick a place to rest for a while and wait for someone in the meantime. But within a few minutes of finding a place to sit down, before his butt was even warm, he was suddenly stunned. The eyes under his mask were even trembling slightly. No one noticed this, and some of the players who were gathered around him were still praising their team to Lin Chen, as if they were the king's wife selling melons. But Lin Chen's line of sight was always placed not far ahead. There, 2 figures were slowly walking. A warrior and a milkmaid. Doppelganger had a smirk on his face, and every now and then he turned his head to speak to the woman holding his arm at his side. The milkmaid was similarly smiling, and didn't forget to hit the man's shoulder with her pink fist in a cooperative style during Doppelganger's speech. Don't talk nonsense, I'm ignoring you. The woman said in mock anger. Fine, I won't joke with you anymore. Doppelganger Tian revealed a pained expression, then hemmed and hawed. By the way, Yu Ting, now that you've also switched over and become a sage, we just need to find a few random people to clear the copy. Casually? The nurse named Smoke and Rain Cold Pavilion frowned slightly. It's better to find some suitable professions, just in case. However, Doppelganger Heaven was not impressed. Don't worry Yu Ting, I now have a full 3 pink suits on me, and I even have a level 20 pink sword in my hand. With you by my side to add support, I'm not worried about not having enough output. But Smoke and Rain Cold Pavilion was still ready to say something when Doppelganger Sky wrapped his arms around her thin waist. Have some faith in me, when did Brother Tian put you in danger? Seeing debution like this, Smoke Rain Hanting could only nod her head. Brother Tian, although I believe in you, but I'm still a little worried, with you, and although the output is not worried, but I'm afraid that I'm alone in the speed of blood recovery. Then what does Ru Ting mean? Doppelganger Tian said with a slight smile. Either recruit an additional knight that can resist damage, or recruit an additional healer that will help me share the work of adding blood. Hearing Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion say so, Doppelganger Heaven hesitated for a moment. After an interval of a few seconds, he then sighed, all right, all according to you. Well, Brother Tian, then I'll leave the matter of recruiting players to you. I'll take care of everything. As they spoke, the two of them had arrived right in front of the portal. In front of them, 100 or so people were talking in place, and when they saw that someone had appeared, they first took a cursory glance, but when they saw Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion's occupation, they immediately let out another shocked gasp. It's another nurse. And it's also one that has changed occupations. Quick, grab someone. Subsequently, the many professions once again replicated what they had just done to Lin Chen, and at this moment, they surrounded the new duo again. Beauty, join. However, before the surrounding players who were inviting people into the team could finish speaking, Doppelganger Sky suddenly raised his hands high. Everyone, are there any milkmaids present? As soon as these words came out, the voices of the people around them gradually diminished quite a bit. They looked at this warrior named Dopu Tian, not knowing what he was going to do. Someone frowned and asked, don't you have a nursemaid by your side already? Doppelganger Sky immediately grinned, although that's what the words say, no one knows how dangerous this copy will be, so just in case, I'm going to invite another nursemaid into the team so that it's foolproof. Speaking here, he looked around for a while and continued, instead of being scared in these straggling teams, why don't you enter my team, with two milkmaids taking care of it together, it's absolutely safe. He spoke in a loud voice, completely ignoring the expressions on the faces of those around him. Soon, everyone present subconsciously turned their heads to look at the masked man who sat in the distance without saying a word. This was because other than Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion, he was the only one present who was a healer. Doppelganger Heaven and Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion naturally also noticed where people's gazes were gathered, and the two of them subconsciously looked over. It was a somewhat withdrawn figure who was sitting alone on a stone seat where the crowd was sparse, and even though there were people around who kept walking over to talk to him, he completely ignored them. Moreover, that person was wearing a mask, and the name on the top of his head was unreadable, only a splash of blood red could be seen. Ha! Solo Sky froze. Still a red-named player? A red-named milkman? Just when the atmosphere around him was a bit strange, that masked milkman stood up. Solo Sky consciously shouted at the man, friend, together? After a long interval, that person moved. Good. His voice was a bit hoarse, sounding as if his vocal cords were damaged, and as if he did it on purpose. However, Doppelganger Heaven didn't care about this at all. The only person around was this person who was a healer, and he didn't care if this person had an odd personality, as long as he could help Yu Ting share some of the work. Chapter 78 The Apostles' Feast. Soon, the milkman with the mask entered the team. Only what made Doppelganger Heaven and Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion a little concerned was that even after entering the team, they were surprisingly unable to see the man's nickname. That kind of blurring effect that had been specially processed was always present. It should be an effect caused by some special props that the man had on him. The duo stared at the man and quickly placed their eyes on his mask. After exchanging glances, they both had a heart-to-heart as well. Are there any unused and unwanted knights around? Doppelganger Sky had shouted with his hands raised. 7 or 8 knights soon came over. Me. Doppelganger Heaven picked one of these candidates whose equipment looked the most reliable, and then randomly picked a few more wrongdoers to form a very weird makeshift squad. A knight, a warrior, 2 milkmaids, a beast master as well as a mage. The only output in the whole team was the warrior doppelganger, because the last mage to come in was a young girl who looked like she had just reached adulthood, with a childish look on her face, and even though the people who could come to this place now weren't any kind of good people, the equipment on this young mage was really not to be complimented. It was estimated that in the real world it was also an internet-addicted girl who liked to play games, only with some gaming experience that normal people didn't have, but the luck really couldn't be said to be good. Alright, everyone make way, we're ready to enter the copy. Doppelganger Sky made a bow to the surroundings, then deliberately raised his voice, don't whine or anything else, it's better to keep waiting for the milkmaid if you have this kind of effort, come on, make way. Although the surrounding people had a belly full of grievances, they really didn't have much of a choice. After all, that masked milkmaid they had invited themselves, and it was no one's fault if people weren't willing to enter the team. Grass, 2 milkmaids in one team, what a ing waste. A hunter viciously crushed a mouthful of saliva. Alright, stop it, keep waiting, just so we can also see what happens after this team goes in. It's good to let them be the wrongdoer for once. After these words came out from the crowd, the surrounding players calmed down slightly. Although this copy of Apostles' Feast had already been cleared, the people surrounding this place were basically people who didn't know the strategy at all, and so far, this team was technically considered to be a team of pioneers. With this in mind, people can only stand still and watch the 6 people walk to the bottom of the portal. At this moment, Debution was standing right in front of the portal, and as long as he stretched out his hand, he could touch the energy vortex of the portal. However, at this time, he turned his head and glanced with some concern at the masked milkman at the very back of the group. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke up. "Hey buddy, are you alright?" It was very necessary for him to inquire. Because from just now, there was something not quite right about this milkman. Because he was wearing a mask, no one could see his face or his expression clearly, but doppelganger Tian could always detect that someone was looking at him, and that feeling was like... It was like a mantis catching a cicada with a yellow finch at its back, and himself, the yellow finch that was being stared at by a poisonous snake at its back. He turned his head, but he could only see Milkman's pupils that were hidden under the mask, eerie and chilling. "Me?" Lin Shen's low, hoarse voice sounded out, "I'm fine." Doppelganger Tian paused for a few seconds, then exchanged a glance with Smoke Rain Chilling Pavilion on his side. "You better really be fine." Before moving his eyes away, Doppelganger Tian glanced at the weapon held in Milkman's hand. A rusty iron sword? What kind of milkman held this? However, there was no time to think about this, as Doppelganger tilted his palm forward and touched the surface of the portal directly. In the next moment, the light shone brightly, and a burst of strong light directly enveloped the 6 people. In less than 5 seconds, the bodies of the 6 people directly disappeared in place. Your team has entered the teleportation portal, please select the location of teleportation. Your team has been detected to have a mission to complete, are we heading to the Apostles' Feast? The captain has been confirmed and is heading to the Apostles' Feast. Ding, we've detected a second weekly player in our team. We're starting a special event. Ding, we've detected a second weekly player in our team. The blurred scene in the line of sight was gradually recovering, and the original grotesque sky overhead disappeared, replaced by an incomparably bright moon. Around the moonlight, there seemed to be scattered points of light. The line of sight shifted downward, and the first thing that came into view was the entrance to a deserted ruin. Between the broken walls, weeds grew wildly, vines twisted, the air was filled with a large amount of pungent odor like sulfur, and everywhere around were the remains of buildings, with earth-colored rubble echoing the dust floating around. Subsequently, above the ruins of a collapsed temple-like monument, the void moved slightly, as if an opening had been torn in the air, and then, 6 people appeared in the void at the same time. However, they just appeared in this heaven and earth, an extremely uncomfortable feeling made everyone give a start. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. The not-so-young teenage mage in the group covered her mouth and nose and coughed violently. The others also covered their mouths and noses at almost the same time. Attention, there is a large amount of dust in the air here, be careful not to inhale too much into your lungs. Doppelganger Tian looked around and hurriedly turned his head to the crowd. It was only after this that the crowd looked ahead through the moonlight that was like a blazing sun. Ruins, there were ruins everywhere. And amidst the rubble and ruins, they could already see something approaching. Oh! A hiss suddenly came from the distance, and as people fixed their eyes on it, they realized that a God's envoy was rapidly rushing over. In the midst of the roiling yellow sand, it was as fast as a sandstorm. Captain! The beast master in the team was a bit nervous as he hastily summoned a forest wolf. However, as the captain, Doppelganger Sky was smiling lowly, "Don't worry, you guys can just watch from afar, just leave it to me next." Afterwards, with a flick of his wrist, a broadsword with a gorgeous shape appeared in his hand. He turned his head to look at Smoke and Rain Cold Pavilion, and then at the masked milkman who was still standing at the back of the group. "You Ting, I'm counting on you later," he said. "Well, you be careful." Smoke Rain chanting returned. After that, the God Emperor had already rushed to the front, and Doppelganger Heaven no longer hesitated, charging out violently. At this instant, the masked Lin Shen shifted his sight away from Doppelganger and instead placed it on Smoky Rain Hanting to the side. At this moment, Smoky Rain Hanting was looking at Doppelganger's back with a serious and earnest face, her eyes filled with worry, while the milky white light in her hand was flickering slightly, as long as Doppelganger's blood level dropped, she would be ready to add blood to it. Lin Chen only felt a bit dazed. Once upon a time, he himself had had this kind of treatment? Lin Chen coldly hummed in a low voice. It was also at this time that he suddenly heard someone speaking in his ear. Monarch, are you going to make a move? Lin Chen froze. Huang's sledgehammer? Yes, Monarch, we're standing by. Yellow Sledgehammer's voice came from his ear. Chapter 79 The Colosseum, Boss Appearance. Just as Lin Chen was in a bit of a trance. The god envoy in front of him that was charging over had already cleared its blood bar. It wobbled and moved back and forth, but in the end, it was unable to support its stumbling body and fell down with a plop. Doppelganger Heaven spat a mouthful of saliva on the ground, then flung his wrist. Strange, this guy feels a little different from the other god envoys outside the copy. Although he said so on his lips, exactly where it was different, Doppelganger was rather bad at describing it. With the corpse of the dead god envoy on the ground no longer twitching, Doppelganger Tian waved his hand at the crowd behind him, signaling them to follow him. Keep looking forward, follow me and don't run around. After saying that, he picked up his steps and went forward. Behind them, apart from Smoke and Rain-Cold Pavilion and Lin Chen, the rest of them looked a little flustered as they nodded their heads in succession and followed closely behind. However, although that young mage girl among them was also following closely behind Doppelganger, she would intentionally or unintentionally glance back at Lin Chen. This masked man appeared to be very mysterious. No one could see his face, but at a closer distance, the young girl could detect what seemed to be a pair of eyes sizing her up under the mask. You? What are you doing? The young girl hurriedly covered her collar and couldn't help but flinch. Soon, Lin Chen's gaze moved away from this half-grown young girl. The mage maiden was a little concerned, and unconsciously leaned towards where Doppelganger Tian was again. After this, a group of people walked for a few more minutes. They came to an area surrounded by many stone pillars. These stone pillars will be a certain area of open space surrounded, looking at this appearance, like a very ancient open-air coliseum. Only that it had long been deserted and dilapidated. During the period there are 7 or 8 god make one by one hissed and rushed over, but basically can't get close to the body. One person can rush over to deal with them. In the case of one-on-one, the warrior can basically a skill with 3 attacks can kill a. Calculating like this, Doppo Tian's attack power with the level 20 pink broadsword in his hand was at least 400 points, and with the other miscellaneous unknown equipment on his body, it was estimated that it could barely reach about 450. It wasn't often that physical professions of the same level, whether they were assassins or hunters, had such a high attack power as his. But right now, even Doppelganger Sky was starting to feel a little off. He was slowly retreating, and finally retreated to the middle of the group, right next to Smoke Rain-Cold Pavilion. Captain, what's wrong? The beast master at his side froze. Debuchin suddenly stretched out his hand to signal him not to continue talking, then he lowered his voice and whispered, "Listen." Listen? People all gave a start, then they also followed Debuchin's example of bending down and sidling their ears to listen carefully to something. The surrounding, because from time to time there is wind and sand sweeping through, the movement heard in the ears is slightly messy, but if you carefully discern, in the wind and sand sound, it seems to be mixed with the hissing sound of similar unknown creatures. But the hearing is not real, and people are also a little guilty. Brother Tian, found what? Smoky Rain-Cold Pavilion came over and pasted on Doppelganger Heaven's ear, asking softly. I always have an ominous premonition. Doppo Tian said. And after he said this, everyone present heard some sort of rustling sound. They fiercely widened their eyes, then quickly looked around. Unconsciously, the place where they were standing at the moment was already the center of the Colosseum, and although the surrounding area had long since been reduced to debris and ruins, there were still quite a number of spectator seats that could be seen, and those seats that were covered by debris and rubble looked as if something was drilling out from underneath. Rustling. The sound grew louder and louder, coming from all directions. Then, as a ghastly white arm snapped out of one of the seats, arm after arm pivoted away from the rubble and reached out, reaching outward as hard as they could, probing, and finally toppling over the rubble that had been in the way of their bodies. 1, 2, 10, 20. One after another, the god ambassadors revealed themselves from the rubble, then simultaneously shook off the dust from their bodies before roaring in a low voice at the place where the 6 were. Roar! It was like a warning. Crap! At this time, not only the rest of the people, even Doppelganger Sky was completely confused. He turned around in a trance. In his sight there were 50 to 60 god envoys surrounding them. They howled loudly, they danced with their hands and feet, like a group of enthusiastic spectators who were watching a beast fight. Attention! Attention! Doppelganger roared with realization. Subsequently, the other 5 people present, apart from Lin Chen, leaned back to back, their gazes alertly looking around, fearing that those monsters would swarm over them. Facing this kind of monster, Dapo Tiani one-on-one came to kill as many as possible. In the Milkmaid Smoke Rain Cold Pavilion's blood-boosting guarantee, he even had the confidence to face 3 God's Angels at the same time, but now it's different. The surrounding God's Angels are more than 50, if they rush over together, they will almost instantly perish in this. However, the scene of swarming didn't happen. On the contrary, these God's Angels who gathered around and roared madly didn't even intend to leave the seats they stood on, but just watched from afar. What's going on here? Just as the crowd was confused, 3 or 4 huge figures suddenly walked out from a certain corner in the distance. Doppelganger Heaven and the others almost instantly noticed the silhouettes that were walking slowly amidst the sand and dust. It was only when a few people came closer that they finally saw those figures. It was still the God Envoys, only. The guy at the head was 5 meters tall. He was more than twice as tall as the rest of the God Envoys, and his enormous size was like a giant. As soon as this behemoth appeared, the chaotic hissing sounds from the surroundings came to an abrupt halt. At this time, the crowd also saw a line of characters above the giant's head. Boss, Apostle Star Prayer, Cursed. Life value, 8,000. Attack power, 500. Spell attack power, 280. Physical defense, 150. Spell defense, 150. Cursed aura, immunity to bludgeoning damage, immunity to frost damage, +5 to flame damage, chance of attaching cursed damage when attacking. Skill, Bone Thorn, stabs sharp bone thorns from various parts of the body, inflicting physical damage on surrounding targets and has a chance to inflict a curse effect. Yes, unsurprisingly, this damn thing was the so-called Apostle, the final boss of this copy, the Star Prayer. Only who would have thought that this boss actually had such an exaggerated size. It was extremely oppressive just standing there. People had raised their heads to look at the dozen or so differently shaped eyeballs on the boss's face, and at this point, they all didn't dare to take out the atmosphere. Prayer to the Star slowly walked to the front of the arena at the stone platform and sat down. It sat as if it was a king. The atmosphere steeply became somewhat strange, and no one knew what would happen next. To go over and fight this kind of thing? Or did one need to wait for some opportunity? Gulp. Someone could be heard gulping in the crowd. How can this thing fight? The knight was shaking a bit as he spoke. You guys look at the blood bar above its head, it looks like a ING barcode. Chapter 80, One-on-One. The knight was right. This Star Prayer didn't just have a shocking amount of blood, those other values were even more numbing to look at. With an attack of 500, and a double defense of 150, along with its exaggerated size of more than 5 meters tall, people lost a large portion of their will to fight the moment they saw it. Fighting with this thing? Purely looking for death. We should have listened to the words of that NPC called Melon. He told us to come over at level 25 and form a perfectly configured team. The Beast Master in the team began to tremble as he spoke. They were now in a dilemma. The way they came had been blocked by the many, and the way they came had been blocked by many divine messengers, and now they were like turtles in a jar. In addition to Lin Chen and Smoke and Rain, the rest of them are only level 22, and their attributes are even weaker, and under such pressure, they already have a feeling that their legs are weak. Looking at the 5 people in such a state, Lin Chen did not move and took a few steps back, pulling away from these people. Seeing that Lin Chen was acting a little strangely, Doppelganger Heaven violently turned his head to look at him. Hey! What are you doing? He coldly shouted down, don't run around, if you trigger something because of you. But before he could finish his words, a strange sound came from the front. Doppelganger Tian and the rest of the people all turned their eyes and shot towards the Star Prayer in unison. At that moment, the huge apostle sitting on the stone platform was suddenly seen opening his arms. Then, the mouth spat out human words. Welcome the entrance of the 6 challengers. Do you need to pick your own dueling warriors? The voice was like thunder, directly bombarding people's hearts. The mage girl in the crowd directly covered her mouth, and the rest of the people's faces turned pale. He's talking to us? The Beast Master kept covering his ears as if he had heard something unclean. Although it was possible to hear some humanoid monsters in the wilderness that would speak only a few words of human language, they spoke a similar set language and would not interact with people. But now, the crowd, who had never heard monsters speak in their copies, were able to clearly hear the boss in front of them as if he were questioning himself. Pick your own dueling warriors? What was the meaning of this? No one dared to chime in. They only felt that there was something wrong with this copy, and that what was happening far exceeded their expectations. Seeing that no one responded, the star prayer lowered his arms down before adding, "In that case, it will be up to me to select suitable warriors for all of you." After saying that, it waved its hand. In the next moment, a divine messenger suddenly jumped down from the seating bench around them. It arrived right in front of the people under the cheers of the other divine messengers. Then, it stretched out its arm and pointed at the 6 people. The 5 people looked at each other in disbelief, and after a while, Doppelganger Sky stepped forward with a gloomy face. "What do you mean, one-on-one?" he asked in a cold voice. As he spoke, Doppelganger's eyes stayed fixed on Star Prayer. Sure enough, the Star Prayer, who was a boss, nodded, "Yes, all 6 people present will need to fight a one-on-one duel with my warriors, and if the winners reach 4, all of them will be able to leave this place." It suddenly changed its words, "But if the number of losers reaches 3, you won't be able to leave." After saying this, the warrior god envoy in front of him reached out his hand to Doputian and made a pleased gesture. At this instant, Debution coldly grunted, and without saying a word, he rushed over with his broadsword. Roar! The warrior god envoy hissed, his hands instantly transforming into blades as he slashed his head. Unlike the previous kills of ordinary god envoys, this time, Debution only felt that the speed of this warrior in front of him was very fast, and 2 of his consecutive swings were actually dodged by this monster, while the 3rd attack was even blocked by the monster's limbs. Doppelganger Heaven's pupils tightened, internally reflecting the God Emperor's almost bizarre attack method. Only to see it suddenly backflip, replacing its feet with its hands, while its lower body transformed into barbs and fell hard against Doppelganger's head. Doppelganger Tian retreated a step back while releasing stance, and then it collided hard with the limb spikes. 200. The stance was broken and still dealt 200 points of damage, and Doppelganger Sky needed to retreat several steps to unload. However, without waiting for him to react, the God Envoy quickly arrived again. Its speed was like that of a ghost. Doppelganger Tian gritted his teeth and drank lowly, releasing his skills at the same time. Penetrating burst. Only to see him draw the broadsword and put it on his shoulder, while the body of the God Envoy appeared in front of his eyes for a split second to stab out. Its speed is as fast as a cannonball shot out. The huge kinetic energy even led to the surrounding wind and sand by a strong wind to the direction of the sword pointed out wildly. However, such a vicious attack only hit the arm of the God Envoy, but Debution was clearly aiming at the God Envoy's chest. Miso. The damaged sword and blood-red characters popped up. 180. Although Doppelganger Sky's attack power was not bad, this strike did not hit the vitals, plus the defense of the God Envoy in front of him wasn't low, yet it only hit less than 200 blood going down, and when he looked up at its blood bar, there was still 1,820 life value. Grass. Solo Sky's face was a bit gloomy. This fellow participating in the duel wasn't comparable to the other God Emperor. Its base panel was much stronger, not just its attack power and speed, even its combat attacks had changed. It was too late to think too much, the God Emperor had already repounced, and this guy's attack speed wasn't even low either. Solo Sky took a deep breath, then violently swung the broadsword in his hand, drawing it into a circle. The blade flashed violently, and an even more ruthless skill was unleashed. The Warrior Transformation, Sword Saint, level 20 skill, Battling Slash, was launched. Luster like water suddenly flashed from Doppelganger Sky's wrist, silver light lightly sprinkled on the blade. The moment he drew his sword, the air was filled with a touch of stern wind whistle. He swung his sword into a circle. The movement was so swift that even the Divine Envoy didn't react to it. Zah! Immediately afterward, the air seemed to be split in two, emitting a sharp wind-breaking sound. This time, the Batusai chop knife through the God Envoy's body, and the red numbers floated out once again. 405. Yes, throwing away the God Envoy's armor, the damage of this strike was undoubtedly maximized. The huge kinetic energy caused the God Envoy to go into a strange hard straight. Doppelganger Heaven did not hesitate, quickly stepping forward. One skill after another was released by its madness. Ghost Slash, Earth-Splitting Slash, Shield-Breaking Slam, Penetrating Surge, and in the end, he even drank a bottle of blue potion to release another, Sword Saint, skill. Moonlight Triple Slash. In the short gap he used the skills he used to slash all over again. While a continuous bar of red characters appeared one after the other above the God Envoy's head, after Doppelganger threw out his last skill, the God Envoy also finally stopped moving at this instant. As the God Envoy went limp on the ground, Dopputian took a deep breath somewhat unconsciously. Then he glared viciously at the boss Star Prayer. "I'm the one who won, right?" From afar, Praying Stargazer extended his big hand and clapped. "Of course, then next, please invite the next warrior to participate in the duel." With that, the second warrior God Envoy appeared. It was a bit larger than the one that had just died under his sword, and was clearly a being with less speed but more power. It also bowed to the crowd just like the god's envoy, and then made a pleased gesture. Seeing such an appearance, Debution was obviously a bit lost in thought, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Next I may not. However, the star prayer suddenly spoke. Regulations are regulations, you have already won, you cannot continue the duel, instead, other people need to participate. As the words fell, Doppelganger Tian violently turned his head to look at the several people in the crowd whose faces were pale. No, to be precise, what he was looking at was Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion. A nurse who was not good at fighting. Is going to fight this kind of thing? Stop farting! Doppelganger Tian roared. But it was already too late. This warrior god envoy pointed at Smoke Rain Hanting in the crowd and made a gesture of asking for guidance. Chapter 81, A Touching Love Story. And Doppelganger Heaven also moved at this time. He was ready to step forward to stop both sides of this duel. However, just as he took half a step forward, a dozen or so divine ambassadors suddenly appeared around him to surround him. Almost every single one of these divine ambassadors had the strength of the one who had just died under his own sword, and if he hadn't guessed wrongly, they were all the so-called warrior divine ambassadors. Debution was in a dilemma. If he continued to approach, the dozen or so god angels around him would swarm around him, and he would surely die at that time. Killing one of them had already taken a lot of effort. If the dozen or so of them came together, he wouldn't be able to hold out for more than 10 seconds and would have to be accounted for here. But if he doesn't go to block, the warrior god envoy in the center of the ring will fight with the Smoke Rain Cold Pavilion. Solo Sky looked at the other side with unusual anxiety. There, Smoke Rain Cold Pavilion was shivering slightly. She unconsciously turned her head and locked eyes with Doputian, the corners of her mouth whitening, and at this moment, she was chanting something in a low voice. Tian. Tian, what should I do? Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion's blood quantity was not less than that of Doppelganger Tian, because nowadays she was a sage who had changed her profession, and her basic attributes were all still quite good, but she had almost no ability to fight. The only means of attack was just a light talisman. If she knew that she would encounter this kind of thing one day, it was possible that she would have chosen to become a different profession, wholly religious. At least this profession had quite a few offensive skills, and some sort of aspect did allow her to cross paths with the God Emperor. But it was too late to say anything now, only to see that the burly and strangely shaped warrior god emperor in front of her had already set up his stance and would charge over at any time. Brother Tian. Tian. Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion's face suddenly changed as she screamed loudly. Then, amidst the woman's feeble hissing, the opposite warrior god envoy moved, and it impacted, its state resembling that of a speeding automobile. Smoke Rain Hanting finally came back to her senses in panic. She subconsciously released a Sage's level 20 skill, Blessing Sound, on herself, and then her three-dimensional values gained an increase, but these were completely useless. She stood hand and foot, and could only take one of the God Envoy's impacts hard. Dang! The huge impact caused the petite woman to violently fly backwards, and a red character floated above her head. 265. The nursemaid's armor wasn't low, and the damage dealt under one impact was quite acceptable. Watching the damage value appear, the distant doppelganger Sky's hanging heart gradually put down. He suddenly felt that Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion was not necessarily going to lose, although she had a single attack, but her defense wasn't weak. Together with her blood quantity of 3150, it was impossible to say that she was able to wear down this monster. However, before Doppelganger Heaven could react, Smoke Rain Hanting's body ruthlessly slammed into a stone pillar behind her. Boom! The dull ringing sound resounded once again, and this time, another splash of bright red numbers flew up from the ruins and smoke. 1000. What is this? Doppelganger Sky instantly shouted. He had never seen this before so far, and it turned out that crashing into the wall of an object would actually result in a second scene interaction damage. If that's the case, then it's bad. Yu Ting! Yu Ting, are you alright? Doppelganger Tian shouted at the top of his voice. In the line of sight, the Smoke and Rain Cold Pavilion had remained motionless in the smoke, but beyond the smoke, the 2-meter-tall god's envoy had been gradually approaching, and it approached step by step, with a great deal of aura. Yu Ting! Quickly stand up and add blood to yourself. Hurry! He shouted with heartbreaking, incomparable anxiety. Thanks to his hoarse roar, the Smoky Rain Hanting in the smoke was slowly climbing up. The impact damage just now seemed to have caused a short-lived stun effect. Smoky Rain Hanting covered his head and kept on shaking, obviously not coming back to his senses for a while. Even the divine envoy had already come into sight without noticing. Yu Ting! Doppelganger Heaven's voice came out, looking incomparably hoarse and anxious. Pay attention. Pay attention. Smoky Rain Hanting was violently stunned. She didn't dare to raise her head at all, and could only subconsciously dodge backwards. In the next instant, a sharp limb fell from the top down, even cutting through the air and smoke in front of her, and finally nailed hard on the ground, picking up roiling stone chips. One blow fell short. The god envoy repeated the same trick. It re-raised another limb, like a praying mantis catching Cicada's body leaning forward. Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion was quick on his feet and hastily threw out a dark purple talisman. Level 5 skill, Silence Charm. This spell was quickly affixed to the god envoy's head, and the original action of raising a limb to slash was stalled and did not slash down. With such a window of opportunity, Smoky Rain Hanting quickly ran to the side and then hurriedly bloodied himself. The Healing Hands, Wind of Recovery, and Bathing Holy Light were released at the same time, and the amount of blood that had just been knocked down was being restored at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Doppelganger Heaven from afar finally let out a sigh of relief. That's it, you Ting, don't be in a hurry, take your time, from now on, try to attack it with light talismans. Dopo Tian tried to guide her. But he didn't notice that at this time, Smoke Rain Hanting's legs were shaking uncontrollably. Whether it was her or Debution, it wasn't the first time they had experienced death, and they no longer had any resurrection coins in their backpacks, so it would be a disaster if they died here this time. They can't die, she can't die, she hasn't found Lin Chen the wrongdoer, this world must be Lin Chen participated in the development of the game God Hunting Land, as long as we find Lin Chen, with Lin Chen's insights and experience for the game, he and his brother Tian will be like a fish out of water. Therefore, she can't die. She doesn't want to die. Seeing Smoky Rain Hanting in such a state, Doppelganger Tian felt bad. He patiently kept comforting. You Ting, look at me. You listen to me, don't be afraid, you just need to do what I say, you can definitely win. Absolutely. I know you until now, no matter when, I have never lied to you, right? But... Smoke and Rain Chanting still trembled a little when he spoke, but I'll die. I'll really die. You Ting. Debution's sight traveled back and forth between her and the god envoy's body. The silence charm still had a few more seconds before it would lose its effect. He had to get Smoke Rain Hanting's fighting spirit up as soon as possible. You Ting. Don't worry, have you forgotten, we've been through this before, haven't we? Hearing this sentence, Smoke Rain Hanting obviously had a bit of a beat. Have we? There is Doppelganger Heaven hurriedly said, have you forgotten about that white Valentine's Day last year? We almost got caught in adultery by that Lin Chen kid? At this time, he also did not bother to care about the gazes projected by other teammates around him, but said to himself, at that time, if he was caught by him, with that kid's character, I was estimated to be killed by him at that time, but don't forget, at that time, it was me who gave you the idea to turn the danger into peace. Not only did he dispel his suspicions, but even let that gave you some money. Did you forget about it? Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion also seemed to have thought of something at this time. She first hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, signaling that she hadn't forgotten. So, it's the same this time, you just need to do as I say, absolutely nothing will happen. As Doppelganger Tian continued to pacify, Smoky Rain Hanting really seemed to have some peace of mind, as she continued to take deep breaths, then her gaze unexpectedly became resolute. Brother Tian, I'll listen to you. But the duo didn't notice that the milkman wearing a mask in a faraway place was giving a weird laugh at this moment. White Valentine's Day? Oh yes, there was such a thing. At that time himself. Forget it. Lin Chen shook his head, it didn't matter anymore, he just felt a little funny now. Ugh. What a singable love story, what a plot scene of surviving for love, listening to it makes me vomit. Lin Chen's hoarse voice came out and fell into the ears of Doppelganger Heaven and Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion without any concealment. Chapter 82 2 Ways to Pass a Copy. Doppelganger Heaven jerked his head sideways to glance at the masked man. He originally wanted to say something to that shifty milksop, but now was not the time. The duel between Smoke Rain Hanting and the god envoy in front of him was more important. Doppelganger Heaven didn't bother with Lin Chen, but continued to speak to Smoky Rain Hanting within the battle. You Ting, try to get to an open area, don't get close to the walls and stone pillars, then make sure that your blood-boosting skill CD is free. Doppelganger Heaven pointed at the divine envoy opposite the woman who had already broken free of the silence charm, and bellowed out in a low voice, hurry. Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion understood and hurriedly ran to a more open area, a place that was surrounded by no rubble or stone pillars, and even the air didn't have much flying sand shimmer in it. The woman breathed in sharply, and she seized the opportunity to throw a light talisman at the God Emperor while he was charging over once more. Immediately, a talisman that shimmered with white light exploded directly on the God Emperor's body. Crack! 140. The God Emperor appeared briefly hardened, which gave Smoke Rain Hanting the time to shift the field as she quickly ran behind the God Emperor and threw out a new light talisman again. Snap. 135. Doppelganger Sky, who was surrounded by the God envoys inside, was instantly ecstatic. Right. That's it. Light Talisman, as a healer, as a sage's initial skill, consumed less blue, had a fast CD, and although the damage was touchy, every time it was released, there would be a chance that the target would have a hardened attack, so as long as they seized this opportunity, Smoke and Rain Hidden Pavilion would definitely have a chance to win. Because, the God Envoy will not return blood, but the nurse will. Sure enough, as time passed, Smoke Rain Hanting seemed to have found the rhythm of the battle, although she was a woman, because of the constant encouragement and comfort of Doppelstadt from afar, she was getting better and better, and even dodged 2 of the Divine Emissary's attacks consecutively during the hardening gaps. Even though she was knocked away by the God Envoy once again during that time, because there was no stone pillar behind her, it did not trigger the second scene interaction damage. In the end, after a full 5 more minutes, the God Envoy finally collapsed to the ground powerlessly. And Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion also sat down on her, but at this time, her blue bar was depleted and half of her blood bar was left. At this time, she was breathing heavily, and it seemed that she had consumed quite a lot of stamina. In the distance, came the ecstatic voice of Doppelganger Sky, Yu Ting. You're awesome. I love you. While cheering happily, Doppelganger Heaven could not help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, it is a power-type God Envoy, this thing is powerful, but the speed of movement and attack speed are not fast. If Yu Ting is facing a speed-type God Envoy who is fighting with himself, then the consequences cannot be known. But no matter what, Yu Ting managed to win his opponent, which naturally made him incomparably happy. Seeing this man's hand-waving appearance, the paralyzed Smoke Rain Hanting immediately had a warm current surging through her heart, and it was only at this moment that she realized that her feelings for this man had become a little deeper. Brother Tian, thank you. She climbed up, her tone extremely gentle. But they didn't wait for them to celebrate too much. A third wave of duels followed. The corners of Doppelganger Tian's mouth that had just been raised instantly disappeared, and he looked at the remaining 4 in renewed panic. The masked milkman is standing at the far end of the room with his hands on his chest, just as if he is not concerned. From the beginning to now, Debution has never known what this milkman actually means or what the motives are. He is just like a bystander, making a gesture as if he is telling the crowd that everything that happens here won't affect him. A madman, thought Debution in his heart. As for the remaining 3, he was somewhat flooded with mutterings. That knight was the one he had carefully selected out of the 7 or 8 similar professions, with thick skin and flesh. If he could meet the right opponent, he would use his defense to his advantage, and the chances of winning would be about the same as Yu Ting's. Although tough, it was not impossible. But what about the remaining Beastmaster and that little girl who looked like she had just reached adulthood? Those 2 didn't even talk about winning against the God Emperor. Right now they were shivering and had no desire to fight at all, and that little girl even had purple lips and had already crouched down with her hands clasping her legs, as if a little more movement around her could cause her to go into shock. These 2 had absolutely no hope. But according to the rules, the ring must need 4 people to win the opponent to be able to do so. Himself and Yu Ting have already won. The young girl mage and the Beastmaster don't need to consider that they will definitely lose, then even if the knight can win. In the end, that milkman was also needed. What would be the strength? Can he also win like Yu Ting? It was too late to think about it. The divine messenger had already pointed at the Beastmaster in the crowd. The Beastmaster was instantly and fiercely shocked, then he suddenly raised his hands high. I admit defeat. Doppelganger Heaven and the others violently clustered their eyebrows while turning their heads to look at the boss Star Prayer. Sure enough, after he announced that he conceded, the Star Prayer waved his hand and directly declared the winner of this duel. This is okay? Doppelganger Sky was a bit nervous. This was because the next moment, the 4th divine messenger picked the young girl as expected. Unsurprisingly, the young girl announced her admission of defeat even faster than the Beastmaster. The winners and losers were divided again. 2 people had already lost. All the remaining hopes were placed on the knight and the masked milkman. A few seconds later, another divine messenger walked to the center of the ring, and after hesitating for a while, it reached out and pointed at Lin Chen. With that, everyone's eyes were placed on Lin Chen. Seeing that he had become the duelist for this challenge, Lin Chen stood up straight without haste. He moved his body forward, then suddenly shouted at the distant boss. Please. The Star Prayer looked at Lin Chen indifferently. Lin Chen asked, if we lose the fight, will we never get out? People didn't know why this milkman was asking such things, but they all subconsciously turned their heads to look at the boss as well. That star prayer sat on the stone platform and suddenly grinned. Of course not, there is another way for you guys to get out of here, and that is... It suddenly opened its own arms, and it was only then that people realized that underneath its armpits, it had stretched out its other 2 arms. A full 4 hands spread out, like some kind of weird wings, kill all the god envoys here, including me. People's hearts were startled. The line of sight shifted upwards, and they once again saw the blood bar that was as high as 8,000 points, as well as an attack power of 500. Not to mention the 6 people here, even if they reached level 25, they would never be a match for this damn thing. Besides, there were more than 50 brave god envoys here, so the second option was undoubtedly a pie in the sky. Oh? Lin Chen suddenly nodded thoughtfully at this time. That's so, then I see. People were unsure, and Doppelganger Sky even lowered his voice to a whisper. Hey, what the hell do you want? The lives of the 6 people present are now tied to his hands, if he... But before they could react, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hands high. This duel, I admit defeat. Yes, Lin Chen chose the second way to leave this place. He chose. I choose to kill you. Although the words were addressed to the star prayer, the bizarre thing was that Doppelganger felt that the person this masked man was looking at was himself. Chapter 83, I'll be in pain. The atmosphere steeply became somewhat strange. An unknown cold current rose from the soles of their feet, directly freezing the hearts of the crowd in a complete package. Doppelganger Tian instantly showed fear on his face after he froze, and he pointed at Lin Chen and directly cursed. Are you crazy? You're ing looking for death yourself, don't drag us down. With that, he hurriedly ran forward and screamed at the boss, this kind of rule is bull, we've already won our opponents in the gladiator arena, so by all rights we should have been qualified to leave, and the loser. Doppelganger Heaven seemed to have thought of something. Right, let the loser die here, that's only fair. That's only fair. However, no matter how much Dopu Tian yelled, the boss completely ignored it. Not only that, after Lin Chen admitted defeat, the star supplicant even slowly stood up from the stone platform at this moment, the sense of oppression brought about by his huge body suddenly rising to a higher level. Doppelganger Tian, who was still trying to negotiate with the boss a moment ago, couldn't help but take a step back at this moment. All he could feel was some dryness in his mouth, and his tone of voice began to weaken, to the point that in the end he no longer spoke, but just stared tightly in front of him. The star prayer's body gradually trembled, and then the amplitude became larger and larger, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be laughing. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. It laughed deafeningly, the whole body is accompanied by laughter and constantly shaking. A few seconds later its laughter came to an abrupt end, and then the boss stretched out one of his arms to make a holding something posture, whispered. Warrior defeat has reached 3 people, from now on, buy me to be your opponent, want to leave here. It paused, said eerily, kill me. As the words fell, a huge energy turned into ripples that spread violently in all directions, while the blood bar above the star prayer's head began to explode brightly. It wasn't just it, the 50-odd god ambassadors around them were also leaping off the stands at this moment, and the blood bar above each of their heads also lit up. Killing intent rose up in all directions, desperate to survive. Seeing such a scene, the people once again clung to each other, their fear had turned into an entity squeezing the crowd out of breath. Doppelganger now had no more of the anger he had just felt, he even tried begging for mercy with the boss, but to no avail. The star prayer raised his 2 to 3 meter long arm and slammed it hard into the ground where the crowd was. Knight. Doppelganger viciously pulled the shivering knight behind him and pushed him in front of him. The knight didn't even have time to prepare himself, didn't have time to fire out any skills before he was slapped solidly on his body by the large hand, the tremendous force causing his body to sink directly into the ground and a character to emerge from the top of his head. 860. Doppelganger Sky's eyes jumped fiercely, he clearly saw an exclamation mark behind the number. Strike! Actually struck. The knight's face was white at this time, a strike down he only felt his organs were all writhing madly in his body, this sense of pain and discomfort accompanied by the reduction of the blood bar was especially obvious. Damn! Why can he feel the pain? In the past, he had even died in the hands of a monster once, and apart from falling into a near-death situation where he would be off his feet, unable to move and unable to speak, he hadn't felt any pain even when his blood strip was at the bottom. But now, as soon as the slap went down, the knight even spat out blood from his mouth, only feeling that he had been hit in the heart by a siege hammer. No. No. I can't carry it. I'll carry it. The knight mumbled and was just about to retreat, but was viciously pulled back by Doppelganger Sky. Don't worry, my Yuting will add blood for you. No. Not this problem, this boss hit me. He hit me. I'll be in pain, I really can't. I'll die. Hearing the words from the knight's mouth, Solo Sky froze. What do you mean? It will hurt? But it was too late to think about it. This time the star prayer had even raised his leg high and was ready to kick directly over. The knight's dead soul was just about to flee, but he was deadlocked in place by Doppelganger. What are you doing? You let go of me. But no matter how much he struggled, the power of this warrior called Dopu Tian was able to choke him to death, and he couldn't go anywhere. At this time, the big foot had already stepped over, and the knight could only stiffly open all the skills that could increase his defense. The huge foot then stepped on the knight's raised shield. Thud! A dull ringing sound came out. The knight only felt that his body was traumatized even more this time. He directly knelt on one knee on the ground. The moment his head was lowered, a mouthful of bright red blood fell into the sandy dust on the ground, and then merged with the sandy shimmer. Above his head, the blood bar went down another part. This time there was no blitz, but it didn't make the knight feel too good. Then, a white light lit up from around the knight's body, and the blood-boosting skill Healing Hands from Smoke and Rain-Cold Pavilion was unleashed. The blood bar above the knight's head was slowly increasing. According to previous knowledge, the knight should have come alive soon. But he didn't. This knight was still wheezing and coughing non-stop. The blood in his mouth was dripping down piece by piece. His breath was wandering as if he was really heavily injured. How? What's going on? Seeing this appearance, Smoky Rain-Cold Pavilion immediately released 2 more blood restoration skills. It had even returned the knight's blood bar to full, but his state was still very weak. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Chen in the distance let out a hoarse voice. Although the blood-boosting skill can restore the bloodstain, it can't cure his curse state. Lin Chen's cold words instantly drew the attention of the people around him, and Doppelganger Sky also turned around violently and let out a low growl. Hey! Son of a... What's a curse status? Lin Chen coldly grunted, are you all blind? Can't you see the boss's skills? Hearing Lin Chen say this, people then looked back up at Praying Stargazer's status bar. Sure enough, behind the star supplicant's name, they saw 3 words. Cursed. And he also had a weird skill, Cursed Aura, and behind this skill was clearly written the words, attacks have a chance of attaching cursed damage. Could this be it? Meaning that this knight had a curse attached to it? What is going to do? Smoky Rain-Cold Pavilion was a bit flustered at this point, and hurriedly asked Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen didn't answer and just maintained a cold-eyed look. Not only was it a grudge between them, but even saying it wouldn't help. If you wanted to remove the negative status, you needed the Sage to reach level 30, and after learning that you could purify at level 30, it was only possible to do so. It was just that even Lin Chen hadn't thought that someone under a cursed state would be in this state. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't take care of himself, Smoke and Rain-Cold Pavilion was just about to continue to say something, but the boss didn't give them a chance. It was currently holding its hands up high and was holding its fists in the shape of a hammer, ready to slam down hard. Oh no! Everyone's face was like ashes. Chapter 84 Cursed State. Boom! A huge tremor accompanied by a roar echoed throughout the arena. The boss prayer star revoked the state of 2 fists smashed slowly stood up straight. At this time, the knight has been completely lying on the ground, cannot move. Even though he still had almost half of his blood, his face was pale, his mouth was constantly spitting blood, and his body fell to the ground twitching, just like a vegetable. Under the cursed state, the knight was already considered dead. And just now the indiscriminate attack also let the remaining a few people not too good. Huge shockwave let originally stick together. A few people were forced to separate. The girl mage even stumbled and fell down, eyes full of panic. She turned around in a hurry and wanted to leave, but the surrounding god ambassadors had already surrounded them, and they had nowhere to go. It's over. This time, they would all die here. But soon, the beast master who had been shivering suddenly thought of something, and he suddenly took out a stone when the others weren't paying attention. Lin Chen saw this scene. The stone in the beast master's hand was none other than the city return stone. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he also realized what this person was planning to do. However, what happened next also made Lin Chen a little concerned, because no matter how much the beast harnesser urged it, that city return stone had even been flickering for a short period of time, but it couldn't teleport him back to White Moon City at all. Failed. How is it possible? How is it possible? That beast master seemed to have suffered some kind of blow, and had been murmuring in a low voice. I asked that NPC called Melon, and he said that it could be used in the copy as well. How come it didn't work? Where did it go wrong? Why did? He prodded the city return stone over and over again, but not once did it work. Why? Why? He was already with a crying voice. Just by urging the city return stone he had already exhausted his blue bar. As he spoke, the 3 divine messengers had already come up to him, and they raised their grotesque and extremely long arms high, sharp as if they were blades. The beast master raised his head woodenly, his eyes netted with panic. No. Don't. But before the words were finished, the divine messengers struck out in unison. Several scarlet characters floated out from the Beastmaster's head, and in less than a few seconds, he fell into a state of near death, and the return stone in his hand rolled on the ground in a bone-jarring manner. It rolled all the way to Ling Chen's feet to be stepped on by him. Ling Chen sighed and turned his head to look at Doppelganger and Smoky Rain-Cold Pavilion again, who were surprisingly attempting to engage the boss prayer to the stars at the moment. Debution frantically pushed his blue bar, skill after skill was thrown out by him, skills like Ghost Slash, Earth Splitting Slash, and the like had even replaced the Pulse Flat A, and every now and then there would be a flash of a sword, and Battling Slash would be interspersed amongst the skills as well. But the boss is a boss after all. The speed at which its blood bar decreases is almost negligible, with a life value of 8,000 and a double resistance of 150, even if he stands and lets Doppelganger slash, he can still die of exhaustion. Doppelganger's attacks didn't work, but it didn't mean that the boss's attacks did as well. Only to see that every swing of the star prayer could make Doppelganger try his best to dodge. He didn't dare to block. Even if his armor and lifesteal could support the boss's attacks, he didn't dare to, in case he was subjected to the same cursed status as the knight. That would be troublesome. After all, no one knew what the chances were that the boss's attack would cause a cursed status, and in case his luck was bad, he would surely die. But fleeing will always reduce one's stamina value. As time goes by, Doppelganger Tion's speed has gradually slowed down, and a few times he has almost been hit by the star prayer. Brother Tion. Behind him, Smoky Rain-Cold Pavilion anxiously shouted, while at the same time keeping an eye out for the warrior god envoy who suddenly appeared from his side. Leave me alone. Doppelganger Tion shouted at Smoky Rain, hinting, watch out for the god envoys around you. However, it was in this short moment that Doppelganger Heaven suddenly felt that something was wrong. A white bone suddenly pierced his abdomen. He was moving at high speed a moment ago, but at this moment, he suddenly looked down at his stomach in a wooden manner. There, a spike made of bone almost penetrated him, and all of a sudden, a mouthful of blood was spat out of Dopu Tian's mouth. Something suddenly occurred to Doppelganger. This boss didn't just have the skill, Cursed Aura, but also another one, called Bone Spur. He cursed. It hurts. It hurts. Doppelganger realized to cover his stomach, this kind of feeling he has never experienced. Since the appearance in this weird hunting god's ground, he has not felt pain for a long time. This world seems to have what power to isolate the player's sense of pain, only cold blood to measure a person's life. In addition to being in a state of near death, there will be some special feelings. Only the loss of physical strength makes people unusually weak. But now, debution is like returning to the real world, like returning to the earth. Mom. Dog Day. Things. He raised his head fiercely and looked at the star prayer. It was obvious that he had been hit by the same cursed state as the knight. Now he would feel the pain even if his blood bar was healthy. If he took a boss's attack in this state, it wasn't a joke. It was also at this time, when Doppelganger Sky was fully focused on the star prayer, a divine messenger suddenly flashed by his side and slashed viciously at his shoulder. Miso. The damage figure wasn't too high, but a flash of fiery pain instantly caused Doppelganger Sky to be violently startled. Roll. He immediately drew his sword and forced the God Emperor back, then quickly retreated. Blood continued to flow onto the ground from his abdomen and shoulder, and the sticky blood became a strange solid the moment it touched the yellow sand. The sense of detachment hit. Doppelganger Sky lips have already turned white. In the distance, Smoky Rain-Cold Pavilion seemed to have sensed something. She shifted her line of sight downward, and was instantly deathly gray. Brother Tion? At this time, Dopu Tion turned his head to look at Smoke Rain Hanting, and he grinned, Yuting, it looks like we're really going to die here today. After hearing these words, Smoke Rain Hanting was like a deflated ball, at this time, even directly paralyzed and sat on the ground, as if losing the desire to resist. Seeing this woman in such a state, debution also showed a difficult color. Yes, now there is no other way, the night blood healthy but like a dead man lying on the ground spitting blood. The distant beast master is also into near death, that just adult girl mage is huddled in the corner shivering. Debution's line of sight shifted and finally rested on the milkman with the mask. Upon seeing this milkman, Doppelganger Sky's eyes immediately flashed with a touch of sinister. Yes, it was this guy. If he hadn't admitted defeat, things wouldn't have developed to such a state. If he could choose to be like Yu Ting, he could definitely win over his opponent. A girl's family could do it, why couldn't he do it? It was all his fault. A wave of extreme anger rushed up to his head. Debushan's eyes were wide with rage. He faced Lin Chen, ready to say all his most vicious words before he was on the verge of death. If he didn't die this time, he would personally flay this damned milkman alive. However, when the words reached his mouth, Debushan froze. Beside that milk daddy, there were actually 7 or 8 corpses of god envoys lying around. Doppelganger Sky froze. These god envoys were all warrior level. Why were they all dead? Could it be that the milkman did this? He raised his head, and his sight rested on the weapon in the milkman's hand. A rusty iron sword. No. Holding this thing, he will not be able to hit a bit of damage. This milk daddy is a sage like Yu Ting. The only means of attack is the light talisman, but the light talisman eats spell bonuses, and holding a rusty iron sword in his hand, his damage is almost negligible. But just as he was thinking a little wildly, a divine messenger lunged at the milkman. And that milkman just stood still and took a swing at the god emperor. 1812. Doppelganger Sky felt like his eyes were blurry. Chapter 85. Come on, hit me. As Lin Chen slashed down, that god emperor's blood stripe was directly emptied, and then it collapsed straight onto the bodies of the other god emperors in a stacked fashion. Doppelganger Tian completely froze. Not caring about the pain in his abdomen and shoulders, he reached out and rubbed his eyes. Was there a mistake somewhere? How much damage did one slash do? 1018? Although Doppelganger saw the exclamation mark, he still felt like he was hallucinating. Yes, even if it was a bludgeon, that was a damage value of 1018. A warrior god envoy's blood quantity was more than 300 points higher than a normal god envoy, which was 1750 points, but a single slash even owed that milkman more than 60 points? Doppelganger Sky was already convinced that he was hallucinating because he was about to bleed too much, and he even laughed bitterly and helplessly. However, when he looked down and saw the corpses of the god's ambassadors at the milkman's feet, he drifted off for a moment. Could this be a ING hallucination as well? He wasn't the only one. The other god envoys around him seemed to have noticed Lin Chen at this moment, and they abandoned the rest of them and began to gradually surround Lin Chen's neighborhood. As Doppelganger Tian glanced around, he realized that the noise caused by that masked milkman had even attracted the attention of the god envoys and bosses. Seeing that the monsters around him were being attracted away by Lin Chen, Doppelganger Sky plopped down on his knees. The immense pain made it difficult for him to stand still. He only felt that his body's temperature was rapidly draining away, and he couldn't use any strength. Cough, cough, cough. Debushan coughed violently. At this time he can be sure that he should really hallucinate. The distant smoke and rain-cold pavilion saw the situation back to God, and then quickly ran over a hand to help Debushan. Brother Tian. Tian, how are you? Smoky rain-cold pavilion looked incomparably flustered. I'll add blood to you here. But although the words were said so, when she glanced at Dobu Tian's life value she froze. Dobu Tian's blood bar was full. The woman was at a loss for words. She could only use her hand to press Debushan's abdomen, where blood was gurgling out. But at this moment, Debushan was oblivious, always staring dead on at that masked milkman surrounded by God's angels. Could that really be an illusion? Brother Tian? Smoky rain-cold pavilion called out in a small voice. Solo Sky didn't respond, and the women could only follow his gaze as they looked over together. In the encircling circle, Lin Chen's side had 3 more silhouettes at some point. Smoky rain-cold pavilion thought that she had misread the situation. She even looked back at the knight and beastmaster lying in the distance, and then sized up the teenage mage whose entire body was shivering crazily, and after confirming that all of them were there, she returned her sight to the side of the milkman. But there were indeed 3 extra people. The bodies of the 3 people took on a dark tone, and from a bit of a distance, Smoky rain-cold pavilion could only feel as if there was some kind of black smoke drifting from the bodies of the 3 people. One of them carried a huge 2-handed hammer and was about 1 meter 9 in height, facing the surroundings of more than 40 divine ambassadors. His face unexpectedly carried a touch of disdainful arrogance. Another person's body was very tall, although it was a bit weaker compared to the god envoys, but it was also more than 2 meters tall, carrying a huge mountain opening sword on his shoulder, just like a humanoid engineering tool that was as horrifying as it was. The last person was shorter in height, but he held a shield in one hand and a rusty iron sword in the other. Among the 3, this person who looked like a knight seemed to have a more noble status. But no matter what, all 3 of them bowed their heads in unison to the masked milkman, just like a subject facing a king. Shield Mountain saluted Lin Chen. Monarch, are we going to use the same tactics as before? The three of them had used a cooperative tactic to kill a lot of ordinary god envoys outside of the replica, and even though the base attributes of the god envoys here were a bit higher, it didn't make much difference to them. Lin Chen shook his head after hearing this as he whispered to the three of them. There's no shortage of these few 3 melons and 2 dates, Sledgehammer, the two of you and Brother Roar deal with these god ambassadors, don't keep your hands off, kill them all. After saying that, he then turned his head to Shield Mountain and said, Shield Mountain, go, meet with the boss. The three of them had a clear division of labor and immediately nodded their heads. Got it. But when Shield Mountain was just about to leave, Lin Chen called out to him, wait a moment. Shield Mountain turned around, suddenly realizing that Lin Chen had handed over a one-handed hammer with a densely spiked head. Change your weapon, this is the one that exploded from that field boss Stone Man, a level 20 green suit that adds 185 points of damage and comes with 20 points of armor break. Shield Mountain froze, then immediately took the one-handed hammer, thank you for the reward, Sovereign. With that, he put away his rusty iron sword and replaced it with a green one-handed hammer, then lifted his pink giant shield, the Storm Shield, onto his shoulder, and took a big step to walk right in front of the Star Prayer. Shield Mountain needed to raise his head to see the pupils of the eyes on the Stargazer's face. Then, the knight-like man raised his shield facing the Stargazer, as if waiting for the boss to attack him. At the same time, the Perseverance Unyielding and Bronze Holy Shield, belonging to the knight, were released at the same time. Not only were Doppelganger Heaven and Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion present, even Praying Stargazer himself froze. It looked towards Shield Mountain in confusion and whispered. What do you mean? Shield Mountain was stunned, then replied seriously, come, hit me. Lin Chen, who was standing at the back, looked helpless and could only interject, Shield Mountain, there's no need to talk to it. It was only then that Shield Mountain responded, oh. However, without waiting for him to return to his senses, the Star Prayer seemed to have been provoked in some way as it violently raised its hand and slapped down hard. Shield Mountain was not the least bit afraid, and the shield in his hand slightly toppled upwards. Then, a huge tremor came out, and shockwaves scattered in all directions, splashing a gust of wind and sand. Doppelganger Heaven and Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion hastily shielded their eyes, and a few seconds later they looked over again. A line of characters also appeared above Shield Mountain's head. 136. The blood bar moved slightly, and Shield Mountain loomed large. However, this scene in number fell into Doppelganger's eyes, but it directly made him open his mouth wide. He shouldn't have completely lost consciousness by now, but what the hell was 136 points of damage? One should know that this Star Prayer had a full 500 points of basic attack power alone, and with the other miscellaneous damage, just now with a slap, even the knight in his own team was directly under 860 blood. How did it get to this knight's body with only this much? Where did this person come from? Why is the defense so high? Without waiting for Doppelganger Tian to figure it out, that Shield Mountain suddenly moved, only to see him detach himself from under Praying Stargazer's giant hand, and the one-handed hammer in his hand ruthlessly smashed into Praying Stargazer's calf. Ka! The damage then floated out. 690. As soon as the damage came out, Doppelganger Sky felt as if he had gone crazy. It was too damn exciting, and he felt in this instant that he didn't understand the rules of this god-hunting land at all. Chapter 86 Close Encounters with Bosses. Debution had originally classified this unknown Shield Mountain as a hidden profession in his heart, a profession that could be very similar to that of a knight, but whose defense was even more exaggerated, and which could even take on the attacks of bosses. But in the next moment, when he saw the damage dealt by Shield Mountain, Debution was confused again. No, this is not a hidden profession, this completely belongs to the category of open-hanging players. With the passage of time, Praying for the Stars and Shield Mountain's kill has also entered a white-hot stage, the two head of the blood bar, although the difference is more than 5,000, but from the proportion, Shield Mountain reduced the amount of even less than the boss. What's the situation, meaning that if the fight continues according to this situation, the boss will be killed by him alone in a single battle? And let Debution shock more than that, the two in just 2 minutes has killed each other countless times, shields, huge hands and feet, one-handed hammer, bone spikes, so many attacks and defense means one after another, both sides each other and each other's body constantly leave damage figures. But that Shield Mountain, however, never suffered the cursed status. How? Possible. Doppelganger Heaven was somewhat incomprehensible. He had contracted the curse in less than a moment of fighting with the Star Prayer, and so had that knight, who had left him deep in the cursed state with just a slap. But what the hell was this black-colored knight in front of him? He had already been attacked by the boss more than 20 times, but he was still alive and well as if he was fine. Couldn't it be that he was just too lucky and the Star Prayer hadn't triggered the curse all along? Or was He's simply unable to be cursed? At the Shield Mountain. The huge bone spikes ruthlessly impacted the storm wall in Shield Mountain's hand, and both of them retreated some distance at the same time. The boss prayer stargazer suddenly raised its head to the sky and growled something strange under its breath. It then violently lowered its head to look at Shield Mountain and spat out, "I am going to kill all of you." It had clearly suffered an unspeakable provocation, and at the pace it had just been going, if it continued to fight with this knight, it was possible that it would be killed by him. This is how humiliating it is. A chosen of this level cannot be defeated even if 2 or 3 full teams appear at the same time, but now there is only one person in front of him. He completely ignored his curse, and even took his shield and fought himself face to face in a physical fight, and this knight's defense is so hard and terrifying, that he is completely incapable of breaking his defense. "Death to all of you." The star prayer howled again. After saying that, its body began to change rapidly at this instant, only to see that it began to prostrate its body down, and the 5 or 6 meter behemoth began to touch all of its limbs to the ground, and then the bottom of its ghastly white skin was writhing continuously, and then a piece of white bone pierced out from the subcutaneous tissue. The tips of these bones were incomparably sharp and even emitted a cold light, and the bone spikes started from its lower jaw and spread all the way, finally covering the entire body. Densely packed, like a huge hedgehog. Lin Chen stood in place, his eyebrows raised beneath his mask. Has it entered the second stage? Yes, with the star prayer having completely changed into a different form, it was only that the blood bar on top of its head was unexpectedly recovering rapidly, and in less than 10 seconds, the blood bar that had been cut down by the Shield Mountain was completely back to full strength. Facing such a state, if it were any other player, they would probably be scared silly, but Shield Mountain was not afraid at all. He posed himself and put the storm wall in his hand in front of him, and at the same time, he used a one-handed hammer to hit the shield surface, making a dun-dun-dun-dun sound. Knight's initial skill, Provoke, activated. People looked at the blood bar above Shield Mountain's head. His 3,200 points of blood were still left at the moment, and if he resumed the fight, he would be in a dangerous situation. However, he acted as if he was deliberately provoking the boss, as if he was fighting for his life. In the next instant, a white light descended from the sky and landed directly on Shield Mountain's body, followed by a stream of wind interspersed with dots of green starlight enveloping Shield Mountain's body. And the blood bar above his head began to recover rapidly. 1850 3,200. 1988 3,200. 2,340 3,200. Shield Mountain didn't turn around as he hemmed and hawed at the praying stargazer in front of him. "You've got stage 2 and I've got Monarch's favor, so I'm still not afraid of you?" The praying stargazer's head, which was currently prostrate, slightly sidestepped for a moment, and then his vision crossed over Shield Mountain to look at Lin Chen, who was behind him. Shield Mountain moved his body, blocking Lin Chen's body. "Is the sovereign's valor not something you can pry into?" As the words fell, the two fought once again. The yellow sand splashed once again, and the surrounding stone pillars and ruins were constantly being affected by the battle between the two. Looking at this terrifying scene in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but smack his lips. He was still marveling at the awesomeness of the Undead Resurrection skill. The undead familiars obtained after awakening a player's soul could be far too powerful compared to ordinary monsters, and their own attributes combined with the 50% they had inherited from themselves allowed Shield Mountain to have an almost exaggerated combat ability. Lin Chen could be 100% sure that if he were to replace the Shield Mountain below him, he wouldn't be able to completely disregard the boss's attacks and fight it hard and close like he did. The two didn't have the slightest bit of discipline. "You hit me and I slashed you." Boom! Just as Lin Chen was marveling, he saw Shield Mountain's body suddenly shoot out from afar, finally smashing hard on top of a ruin, splashing up dust all over the sky after the booming sound. Only then did Lin Chen take a closer look at the surrounding gladiatorial arena. After the battle between Shield Mountain and the boss, Yellow Sledgehammer Roaring Brother and the surrounding God's Angels, this place had already been destroyed beyond recognition. There were debris and stones everywhere. The already tattered wreckage was now completely in ruins. The stone pillars were broken off inch by inch and scattered all over the place, and the monster corpses that could be seen everywhere were also buried by the dust and disappeared. Lin Chen's line of sight moved and finally rested on Doppelganger Heaven and Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion on the side. The two were in a very poor state. Debution was already tainted with the Yu curse, and was currently injured in this state. Even though Smoke Rain and Cold Pavilion had been adding blood to him, his face was gradually paling as he lost too much blood from his abdomen and shoulders. As long as the Yu curse state wasn't lifted, Debution might even become a full-blooded near-death person. Coupled with the fact that the battle between Shield Mountain and the boss had just been too exaggerated and overbearing, the two of them were not far from the battle and suffered at least 3 or 4 waves. At this moment, not only Doppelganger Heaven, even Smoke Rain Cold Pavilion was filled with weakness. Yu Ting. How? Are you? Debushan's tone was weak and his lips had already started to turn purple. The woman at his side panicked and reached out to hold his trembling palm. Brother Tian, I'm fine. How are you? Do you feel better? However, without waiting for them to say more, they only heard an explosive cry in the distance, and Shield Mountain, who had just been sent flying by praying stargazer, suddenly rushed out of the smoke and dust in a violent rage, and he pushed his shield completely against his elbow, and then shrunk his body completely inside the shield, and crashed fiercely against praying stargazer. Knight's level 15 skill, Fearless Charge. The speed of his impact was so fast that there was barely the slightest deviation, and he ruthlessly slammed into the boss's bulky body. Instantly, the ubiquitous spikes were completely shattered by the shield, and Shield Mountain's wall of storm slammed impartially onto Prayer to the star's body. A huge tremor was felt, and Doppelganger Heaven and Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion could only subconsciously embrace each other tightly in order to withstand the impact. After being hit, the boss fell into a 3-second stun state. Shield Mountain took advantage of the situation and raised his hand, raising his one-handed hammer to smash down. However, as the hammer fell from his hand, a transparent energy arrow whizzed past Shield Mountain's ear, and together with the hammer, it struck Stargazer's forehead. Lin Chen had struck. Chapter 87 Blessing of the Zombie Monarch. Shoo. 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 The 3-second stun that Stargazer had fallen into was enough for Lin Chen to shoot 3 arrows in succession. Nowadays, Lin Chen's attack power with the moon bow reached a terrifying 1065 points, and every arrow shot could directly make the Stargazer's 900+ blood directly disappear. Combined with Shield Mountain's one-handed hammer and the 20 points of armor breaking that came with this hammer, the combination of the two had directly caused the praying Stargazer's blood bar to see red. No! The boss recovered from its stun state, and it suddenly stood up tall, the bone spikes on its body completely falling off at this time. It retreated step by step, and finally came to the stone platform that it had just sat on. The stone seat that was originally like a throne now became a stumbling block for it to retreat, and its body stumbled and fell directly on its head. After a period of struggle, the Star Prayer struggled to get up from the ground, and strange emotional fluctuations shot out from the countless eyes on its gigantic head. It looked slightly wary at Shield Mountain, and then at Lin Chen, who was holding a bow and arrow behind Shield Mountain. After a short silence, it seemed to have thought of something, and said somewhat incredulously, "Could it be, could you? Be too." However, the words did not finish. The blood bar above its head unexpectedly ghosted and rapidly flowed away at this moment. Lin Chen originally heard this boss said the word too when the eyebrows raised, immediately to ask, "Hey, do you know something?" But at this time, he realized that the boss's body was actually imperceptibly burning. Lin Chen froze, suddenly remembered that his moon bow was inlaid with rubies. The effect of the ruby is that when it is embedded in the weapon, there is a chance of triggering the burning state when attacking. However, the value of the burn damage was linked to Lin Chen's intelligence, although Lin Chen was an intelligence-type profession, but compared to his own attack power, his intelligence wasn't outstanding, so how could he make the Stargazer's remaining blood drop so quickly? The Star Supplicant fell to its knees with a plop. It needed to brace all 4 of its arms in unison on the ground in order to not fall down easily. Along with its bloodstain rapidly draining away, it seemed to want to say something else. But to their kind of special physique that is, cursed, in itself, as the blood bar disappears, their pain then accumulates completely and then explodes at the same time. You. It pointed at Lin Chen, and its speech began to be unusually difficult. Too good. Lin Chen was a bit anxious, he even took a few steps forward. To what? Could it be the second weekly program? This boss really did know something, just like the bishop he encountered at the time when he was transferring in the church. Did this copy boss also know something about being reborn and starting over once more? However, when he was just about to inquire, the Star Prayer's huge body finally collapsed. It could no longer utter a single word and collapsed powerlessly. The blood bar cleared to 0, and the boss died. Lin Chen cursed, "Old me hates Riddler the most." Despite saying this, Lin Chen couldn't change the fact that the boss had really died completely. He was just a little annoyed. These cursed monsters couldn't even be awakened with Undead Resurrection. Moreover, he hadn't been able to figure out what kind of damage this guy had suffered, and although his attack with the Shield Mountain had quickly caused it to lose nearly 90% of its blood, in the end it had at least 500 points left, and the damage from his Ruby Scorch could only burn off a dozen or so points of his blood per second on average, so it was impossible that he could have let it die in such a short period of time. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately stepped forward without saying a word. And as he approached the corpse of the Star Supplicant, a special, familiar energy fluctuation appeared in Lin Chen's brain. This energy is blessing of the zombie monarch?
Lin Chen froze, and he realized that he had forgotten a very important piece of equipment. Thinking of this, he hastily glanced at his personal panel. Then he ignored all the equipment phrases and went straight to his amulet. In the amulet column was the blessing of the zombie monarch that had the word unique written on it. He remembered that this equipment was evolvable, and for every unit he killed, the evolution value would increase by 1 point. In the 23 levels since Lin Chen had gotten it until now, the ones he had killed, including those killed by Shield Mountain and Sledgehammer Growler, added up to no less than 500 monsters, and his own attack power, which was just over 700 at the beginning, was now 1,000 or so. Lin Chen's line of sight shifted down, and sure enough, he saw something more on this equipment phrase.
Zombie Monarch's Blessing, unique. Type, amulet. Level requirement, none. Chi value plus 15, plus 5. Strength plus 15. Plus 5. Intelligence plus 15. Plus 5.
Skill, King's Domain, creates an area shrouded in mist. Within the area, your attack speed is plus 105% plus 5, your lifesteal recovery speed is plus 105% plus 5, and the enemy's attack speed is reduced by 10% can't be increased, and movement speed is reduced by 10% can't be increased.
Requires manual release.
Growth class equipment, every time the wearer kills 1 unit, he will gain 1 point of evolution value from it.
Current evolution level, 6 plus 5. Evolution value, 23,100. New evolution bonus, chance to inflict sustained lethal damage on units with less than 10% life value.
These words and phrases appeared before Lin Chen's eyes, causing him to freeze. Yes, compared to the last time, this time the word descriptions had quite a few more points that he cared about greatly. First of all is the evolution level. When the evolution level is only level 1, with each kill a unit to increase the evolution value of 1 point to speak, regardless of the player or monster, Lin Chen has killed a total of 523 units. More than 500 kills had allowed this equipment to rise to level 6. It also allowed Lin Chen's 3 attribute points of chi value, strength, and intelligence to be increased by 5 points in succession, which wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the following changes.
Monarch's Domain, this skill was actually enhanced by the evolution value as well? As the evolution level rose, one's attack speed and life value recovery speed could actually continue to rise as well? Gulp. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva, then looked at the end of the word entry. This new entry was the culprit for the boss's death just now, dealing lethal damage to units with less than 10% of their life value? Similar to execution?
Lin Chen muttered.
After that, Lin Chen took a closer look at the amulet and couldn't help but breathe heavily.
Worthy of being the only equipment, worthy of being the only one of its kind in the entire god hunting ground, even Lin Chen couldn't help but be secretly shocked by its terror.
What exactly is the zombie monarch?
Lin Chen mumbled the name, then imperceptibly glanced at a prop in his backpack.
It was a key called Monarch's Invitation. Chapter 88, Long time no see, Yu Ting.
Lin Chen closed all the pages in front of him.
A reward clearing began to appear in his head. You have been upgraded. You have upgraded.
As the tone of 2 consecutive upgrades rang out, Lin Chen didn't wait for any other prompts. But thinking about it, they weren't the first pass team for this copy, so they didn't have any first kill rewards or achievement rewards. Lin Chen didn't care about this though, as he turned his head to look at his side. Yellow Sledgehammer and Brother Roaring had also almost finished their fight, and the only one God Emperor left on their side was still hissing and preparing to flail its limbs at Yellow Sledgehammer. However, Huang's Sledgehammer was completely unfazed as he let this God Envoy continuously strike his body, not dodging at all.
Not only that, he didn't even fight back either.
But Yellow Sledgehammer's defense wasn't too high, and as the God Envoy continued to strike, his blood bar began to slowly drop.
Yellow Sledgehammer furrowed his brows in some helplessness. Dude, can you fight someone else? After saying that, Yellow Sledgehammer walked over to Roaring Brother's side and signaled for the Divine Envoy to attack Roaring Brother.
Roaring Brother also did not refuse, and he stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Huang Sledgehammer's body. However, the Divine Messenger ignored it, and still chased after Huang's Sledgehammer and swung his limbs.
Yellow Sledgehammer was a bit unsettled. Damn you.
If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't kill you, I would have chopped you up long ago. Despite saying that, Yellow Sledgehammer still kept looking at the top of his head. His blood bar had almost been chopped up continuously by the God Envoy.
Do you want to run?
The growling brother at his side said in a jarred voice.
Yellow Sledgehammer froze. It'll have to do.
He then prepared to scatter and run up,
but in the next moment, Shield Mountain, who was holding a shield, walked over. He beckoned to the only god's envoy left in the entire field, "Come here." The knight skill, Provoke, was activated. After a single word, that god emperor even ghostly stopped his attack on Yellow Sledgehammer and instead turned around fiercely, stabbing Shield Mountain with a blade. Ding! The sound of metal colliding came out, and a line of words emerged from the top of Shield Mountain's head. 1. Yes, the God Emperor's attack power wasn't even as high as Shield Mountain's armor, and according to the rules of the God Hunting Ground, Shield Mountain would only lose a maximum of 1 drop of blood. Shield Mountain let this God Emperor keep attacking himself while he himself looked into the distance with his hands clasped over his chest in boredom. The 3 undead familiars had stuck the last God Emperor, causing the portal to not open even though the boss was dead. Only then did Lin Chen slowly walk over to Doppelganger Heaven and Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion. At this moment, these two people obviously weren't doing too well, especially Debution. This man had already lost the ability to move, he could only lie motionless with his head back. At this moment, he only felt that his body had been hollowed out by some kind of power. Lin Chen glanced at Doppelganger's status bar. The curse status had 2 minutes left before it would disappear, and after it disappeared, he would return to normal. But in the curse state, he only felt pain. At this moment, when she saw Lin Chen appear, Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion was violently stunned for a moment, and then she was unusually vigilant as she shielded Dopu Tian behind her, her tone unkind. "What are you doing?" In her and Debution's eyes, this masked milkman in front of her was incomparably mysterious, yet also very dangerous, and at this moment, as he walked over, he was no less terrifying than the boss prayer to the stars just now. In the face of Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion's questioning, Lin Chen didn't answer the first time. He just walked slowly to the side, found a rock to put under his but then sat down. He then crossed his legs, his eyes under the mask staring tightly at a man and a woman. His voice was no longer concealed and the hoarseness completely disappeared. "Long time no see, Yu Ting." Hearing these words, Smoky Rain Cold Pavilion was violently stunned. Before the vigilance in her eyes had completely dissipated, a new emotion quickly surfaced from her eyes. She recognized this voice. No, rather than recognizing it, it was too familiar. "You." Zhao Yuting violently climbed to her feet. At this moment she actually forgot to go and protect Debution behind her. She took a step forward somewhat unbelievably. "You are Lin." Words stuck in her mouth. The milkman in front of her slowly stretched out his hand before gently removing the mask on his face. A face that Zhao Yuting and Doppelganger Tian had not expected at all yet was incomparably familiar appeared in front of their eyes. Lin Chen had an unknown smile on his face, and he didn't put on the mask in a hurry after removing it, he just raised his eyebrows. "It's me." The atmosphere around him became weird and ambiguous in an instant. Zhao Yuting had simulated the scene of an unexpected encounter with Lin Chen many times in her head over the past 2 days. After all, she had been with her own brother Tian, and in case she suddenly bumped into Lin Chen while snuggling in brother Tian's arms, she had thought of a perfect set of words to say. After all, in her own impression, Lin Chen was someone who was obedient to her, and as long as she was a little bit mad at him, he would have to spend a long time to make amends to apologize to her. But nowadays, Zhao Yuting was unable to speak to Lin Chen as condescendingly as she had imagined in the first place. It was because the scene of everything between her and Tian just now had all been seen by Lin Chen. She couldn't even weasel her way out of it. Thinking about this, Zhao Yuting's face was cloudy and uncertain. What should I do? Just now, when brother Tian shouted "I love you" to himself like that, Lin Chen was watching the whole time? So what should we do now to deal with this damn scene? In just a few seconds, she was frantically thinking about something in her head. But soon, she calmed down. Yeah, so what if Lin Chen saw it? Even if she had just said those words to Tian, so what? Lin Chen was Lin Chen, he could be held by himself for so long, this time he could naturally be the first to stand on the moral high ground. She, Zhao Yuting, knew Lin Chen too well. In less than half a second, 7 or 8 new sets of words had already appeared in Zhao Yuting's head. Sure enough, Zhao Yuting almost didn't hesitate a bit, and on the spot, she let out a low, angry voice to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, what do you mean? You originally knew that I was acting with Li Tianhua a long time ago? As a result, you've been hiding it from me?" This woman's aura suddenly took a 180-degree turn, even causing Lin Chen to raise his eyebrows. Worthy of being Zhao Yuting, he had dated this woman for 3 years in his original world, and protected her for another 3 years on the land of the hunting god, 6 whole years, and Lin Chen had almost forgotten Zhao Yuting's character. Yeah, how could he forget? This girlfriend, who liked to package herself as a strong, bratty woman in front of Lin Chen, was so righteous even when she was caught by Lin Chen on the spot. She recognized Lin Chen did not dare to make her angry. So many years are so over, as long as she finds some reasons to excuse the past, Lin Chen is unlikely to make things difficult for her. And moreover, Li Tianhua was still Lin Chen's best friend. She and Li Tianhua had long since matched words in order to deal with this kind of scene, and now it just came in handy. Why don't you say anything? Do you know that you're going overboard? Zhao Yuting crossed her arms. You obviously recognized me a long time ago, but as a result, you keep wearing a broken mask and pretending that you don't know me. Is it fun? Chapter 89, Catching an Adulterer. Zhao Yuting more and more excited, and even put himself as a cheater title are forgotten. In the relationship between the sexes, who can take the lead, who can be more powerful, who can occupy the dominant position in the battlefield, this trick Zhao Yuting has been tried and true. But according to the past, Lin Chen should quickly come over to persuade himself not to be angry. But now, Lin Chen has been faintly smiling, even did not intend to move his ass away from the stone below. You? Surnamed Lin, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Zhao Yuting frowned. Do you know that I almost died here? But seeing that Lin Chen still didn't say anything, Zhao Yuting pointed at Lin Chen's nose and continued, you should say something. Didn't you say that you love me? Is this how you love me? Seeing Zhao Yuting's aggressive demeanor, Lin Chen only felt very amused. So it turned out that he had been ruled to death by this kind of person before? So it turned out that he cared so much about other people? Even if the other person was riding on top of his head, he still had to lick his face to care if she was angry. After dying once, Lin Chen only felt that he had unique tastes. Lin Chen put down his legs and turned to cross his other one. Zhao Yuting was still accusing herself, but as Lin Chen didn't move, her tone gradually eased down, and in the end, accusing also began to turn into complaining. In the end, accusation began to turn into complaint. Bean-sized teardrops had begun to fall from Zhao Yuting's face. She sniffled, you don't love me at all, you only have yourself in your eyes, what do I count as I'm just as silly, for a man from a city to another city of stupid woman just. With that, she forced herself to sob. However, Lin Chen completely ignored him and instead looked with interest at Li Tianhua, who was lying on Zhao Yuting's side. This man whose head was called Doppelganger Heaven was currently grinning shyly at Lin Chen. Lin. Darlin, I didn't expect to be able to see you here. Lin was Li Tianhua's name for Lin Chen. The two were university classmates. At the same time, he was also Lin Chen's best friend. Because of Lin Chen's unsociable character, he only had Li Tianhua as a friend who got along. Only. Lin Chen didn't want to dwell on the past now, he just raised his head at Li Tianhua. How do you feel? Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuting froze at the same time. After an interval of 2 seconds, Li Tianhua laughed helplessly, not too good. I'm not. All over the place. No. Lin Chen shook his head, that's not what I'm talking about, what I'm asking is, how does it feel to cheat with Yuting? When these words came out, the two of them were instantly speechless. As for Zhao Yuting, her face was almost instantly pale at this moment, but she soon came back to her senses and practically clutched Lin Chen's sleeve. Honey, it's not what you think, listen to my explanation. Lin Chen turned his head to look at this woman with an incredibly flustered face. He shrugged, fine, you explain and I'll listen. Zhao Yuting froze again. This instant she just made out of the momentum instantly dissipated, in front of Lin Chen as if a person, the face of their own party continuous persecution questioning deaf, but if he character change, how to explain themselves? I. Zhao Yuting's eyes flickered, completely at a loss as to what to say. At this moment, Zhao Yuting suddenly saw a few silhouettes in the distance. Huang Sledgehammer, Brother Roar, and the three people who had been struck by the God's Envoy, Shield Mountain, were looking at this place with interest. Zhao Yuting didn't know where these three people had appeared from, and naturally, she wouldn't associate them with Lin Chen. Zhao Yuting only felt extremely humiliated that he was being stared at by outsiders. He reacted as if he had reacted, and instantly broke down a bit. Lin Chen. Are you now here to catch an adulterer? She pointed to where Shield Mountain was. Are you sure you want to bring me down in front of these people? She once again reverted to her previous appearance with a hint of displeasure on her face, even though there were still teardrops hanging on her face. Lin Chen let out a cry, also looking at this woman with slight interest. Catching an adulterer? He repeated these two words, and instantly felt that there was some truth to it. In that case, it's really quite similar. Lin Chen, almost done. Zhao Yuting's face sank like water. Let's talk about what's going on after we go out. There are still outsiders here. If you don't mind being humiliated, I still mind being humiliated. With that, Zhao Yuting pointed at the last god envoy that struck Shield Mountain. Her meaning was obvious. She wanted Lin Chen to hurry up and kill this monster before the copy could open the portal. Regardless of the mentality, she didn't want to stay in this hellish place for even a moment. However, Lin Chen's next words caused her to freeze hard in place. Going out? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Isn't this place the most suitable as a grave for the two of you to martyr yourselves? Chilliness. A chill that swept from head to toe surged out from Lin Chen in front of him, and ended up stabbing straight through Zhao Yuting's heavenly aura. She was not the only one. Li Tianhua, who was lying on the ground, also froze. Dalin, you say this is a bit serious, huh? What I just said is all fake. What White Valentine's Day is also for boss to hear. Don't take it to heart. Yuting and I are innocent. The 2 minutes were already almost over. The cursed status that fell on Li Tianhua was gradually weakening. He had even felt his power begin to regain itself again, and at the same time, a touch of sinister evil appeared from the bottom of his eyes. He added, Dalin, we've been brothers for so many years, you still don't believe in my character? A friend's wife cannot be deceived, can I not understand this? Don't get any ideas, you're a programmer and often work overtime. If I take advantage of the situation at this time, I'm still a human being. He was slowly getting up at this time, and it looked like the curse state had completely dissipated. His face looked serious, as if he was really explaining something seriously. Dalin, I happened to have a chance encounter with Yuting when we entered the land of the hunting god, so when we descended, we appeared together in the same novice village, and nothing else happened. He moved his neck slightly before picking up the level 20 pink broadsword on the ground, and when logging in was also lucky, actually appeared together with Yuting at the same landing point again. Do you think it's coincidental? With that, he gradually stepped forward with a smile on his face, appearing amiable to the extreme. So in order to be able to take care of each other, I propose to team up with Yuting. You also know that the danger of a girl's family acting alone on the hunting god's ground. She is your fiancé, as your brother, I have the obligation to help you to protect her safety well, don't you think so? Lin Chen didn't reply, he just looked at the approaching Li Tianhua indifferently. During the process, Zhao Yuting gently tugged on the corner of Li Tianhua's coat and murmured in a small voice, Brother Tian. What to do? Li Tianhua signaled with his hand that she shouldn't worry, then he faced Lin Chen straight on and heatedly smiled. By the way, Dalin, these people behind you are the ones you brought? Lin Chen looked back at the Shield Mountain trio, he thought for a moment and shook his head, no, I don't recognize them. Ah, that's right. Li Tianhua nodded thoughtfully, in that case, I'll see you off? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, send me off? A flash of blade light flashed fiercely, and the broadsword was held high above Li Tianhua's head before it ruthlessly slashed down hard from Lin Chen's head. Send you on your way. However, he didn't notice that Lin Chen's smirk was even bigger at this time. Chapter 90 Sudden appearance of number 1 in the battle rankings. At the same time, White Moon City, outside the teleportation gate of the transfer copy. Fengchen looked at the time, almost 20 minutes had passed, but Gardenia still hadn't come out of the copy. Could something have gone wrong? The square around the teleportation door is still crowded with people. After such a long time, there are still many players who come here. They stand at the teleportation door in some panic, and then look around blankly. These people belong to the second batch of explorers among the players. Unlike Lin Chen and Fengchen, this group of people, as well as the third and fourth batch after them, are in fact the largest and most diverse group of people on the entire god hunting ground, and they are not the first to walk out of the newbie village and log on to the god hunting ground. They were not the first players to leave the novice village and log into the god hunting ground. They would hesitate, they would be afraid, and they would not choose to step in until they had fully adapted to the basic rules of the god hunting ground. Therefore, their level is generally not too high, basically within 20 levels, and even lower. These people basically cannot participate in the transfer mission, can only first come to this place to step on the spot, and then try to find a career change senior to explain to their own copy of the precautions. As the crowd grew larger and larger, Fengchen also became a little visibly irritated. However, as he began to pace back and forth, a young girl suddenly appeared behind him and gently tapped Fengchen's shoulder. Fengchen was startled into a shiver, then turned around violently, and suddenly realized that Gardenia was looking at herself with a smile on her face. Sister Gardenia. Fengchen was delighted, scared me, right, how's it going? Did it pass? Gardenia naturally nodded happily, well, according to the captain, I successfully rescued the imprisoned maiden and did not choose to kill 100 kobolds. Fengchen let out an "oh, that's good. That's good, I was afraid that you encountered some boss and had an accident. After all, Lin has always emphasized for you not to mess with bosses and such." Listening to Fengchen's words, Gardenia was also a little concerned. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly opened her mouth. Feng brother. Actually, I didn't see any bosses in the copy.
When these words came out, Fengchen froze for an unknown reason.
Not waiting for Fengchen to speak, Gardenia continued, until the completion of the mission, I didn't see a boss appear, and the mission was also very simple. The place where those imprisoned maidens appeared was also very safe. I originally thought that they would be tormented by the goblins, but the goblins just locked them in a wooden cage, and they weren't as miserable as what the captain said. Yes, after Gardenia entered the replica, she didn't encounter the miserable conditions as Lin Chen had said. The so-called imprisoned girls were only 4 in total. They were all imprisoned within the wooden cage, and there were no particularly exaggerated injuries on their bodies, and those goblins, although there were many of them, the danger was justified, and did not have the goblin archers and goblin priests that Lin Chen had spoken of. As for the boss, Goblin Lord, that Lin Chen had spoken of, it had not even appeared until the end of the final copy. Don't think about it, maybe everyone's copy is different too. Fengchen smiled. For example, my transfer quest, called Locust Plague, also has no boss, it's safe. Well, Gardenia hesitated, then, Brother Feng, what are we going to do next? Fengchen jabbed his own thumb in the direction of where the church was, of course letting you transfer. Brother Lin specifically instructed to wait until you fully transferred before going to him. Gardenia didn't hesitate either, let's hurry then. Fengchen nodded and took the lead in leading Gardenia towards the church. However, during the process, Fengchen suddenly heard a loud discussion coming from the surroundings. Turning his head to look, he only saw quite a few people looking at the ladder ranking with stunned faces. Holy! What's the situation? When did this person appear on the battle ranking? Wait, wasn't this person the number 1 in the battle power ranking before? There was a period of time when he suddenly disappeared. Why is he now? The sound of their discussion grew louder and louder, and word spread from one to the other. Fengchen also looked at Gardenia with some concern, and the two of them looked at each other. Afterward, they both detected something in each other's eyes. The two hurriedly opened the heavenly ladder ranking to take a look. And they were also surprised to see that at the top of the battle power ranking, there was a name written that had disappeared for a long time. Battle power ranking 1, Programmer. Novice village code name, 9527. Current main city, White Moon City. Occupation, Sage. Fengchen jerked his head up and muttered. Lin took off his mask? Inside the star prayer copy. Lin Chen stood indifferently without moving, but he extended his hand behind him to make a movement that signaled the people behind him not to come forward. It was this action that prevented Huang the Hammer and Roaring Brother behind him from rushing forward. They could only stand on both sides of Lin Chen, looking at Li Tianhua in front of them with a murderous intent. At this moment, Li Tianhua looked at the top of his head like he had seen a ghost. Yes, he had just slashed a skill at Lin Chen, but only made Lin Chen lose less than 200 blood on his head, and with Lin Chen's nearly 4,000 life value cap, this amount of blood didn't hurt. Damn it! Where did he get such high armor? Where did he get such a high amount of blood? But this wasn't the main thing. After his own skills had just disappeared, Lin Chen seemed to have raised his hand and poked himself. A simple flat A made the blood bar above his head was missing by a large amount. Li Tianhua began to stumble back, his eyes wide with disbelief, and in order to prove that he hadn't been in the cursed state all along, he even retreated to Zhao Yuting's side. Rain. Yuting, my blood. But Zhao Yuting didn't speak, while the expression on her face completely betrayed her. It was true. It was also at this time that Li Tianhua then noticed the name above Lin Chen's head. Because of the removal of the mask, the originally blurred nickname gradually became clear, and the blood-red 3 words, Programmer, appeared in the sight of the two of them. Program. Sequencer. The two chanted almost at the same time. Both were then stunned. That person who had dominated the number 1 spot on the battle ranking a while ago? You're the programmer? Li Tianhua almost roared out the words. But Lin Chen didn't answer him. He lazily stood up straight. The rusty iron sword held in his hand was shaken back and forth in his hand, and then, under Li Tianhua's horrified gaze, Lin Chen had already arrived right in front of him. Dalin, have a word, have a word. However, Lin Chen faintly fended off another knife to Li Tianhua's stomach. The blood bar emptied. Chapter 91. The sense of dislocation instantly covered his entire body. Li Tianhua's vision began to blur. His body at this moment suddenly flowed out a large amount of blood. At this instant, not only vision, hearing, sense of touch is also rapidly lost. Li Tianhua only feel that there is something is being pulled out of his body. Before he could think about it, he directly collapsed to the ground. Yes, Li Tianhua. Fell into near death. 2 slashes, just 2 slashes, /blitz, let a full life value of the warrior directly near death. Is this something that a milk daddy can do? No. This is no longer half relevant to whether it is a milk daddy or not. It should be said that this is something that a player can do. At this moment, all Li Tianhua could hear in his head was an icy cold tone. Attention, you are on the verge of death, please use resurrection coins, or wait for healer to heal you, or you will die in 5 minutes. Attention, you are on the verge of death, it has been detected that there are no more resurrection coins in your backpack, please wait for healer to heal you, otherwise after 5 minutes, you will die. As the death countdown appeared, Li Tianhua's last sanity began to run out. Resurrection? At this time, who had the ability to resurrect him? A skill like Heaven's Cloister was only limited to level 12, but he had never seen even one nurse who could learn it. He will definitely die. Damn it ah! Why did he die so abruptly, and still died in Lin Chen's hands? No. This shouldn't be his Li Tianhua's final destination, he, unwillingly. Zhao Yuting had been stunned. She still hadn't come back to her senses from Li Tianhua's descent into near death. At the moment, she raised her head woodenly and looked at the strange Lin Chen in front of her, not knowing what to say for a moment. This man had actually killed Brother Tian in front of him? This bitter overtime dog who was usually obedient to himself had actually killed the full-blooded Brother Tian with just 2 slashes of push attack? Lin! Zhao Yuting trembled, she finally reacted at this time and hastily took a step back. But a moment later she thought of something else and hurriedly stepped forward, pulling on Lin Chen's coat. My dear, it's all because of Brother Tian. No, it's all because Li Tianhua forced me, because you've been working overtime on weekdays, he's been stalking me this asshole, and if I don't agree, he'll. But as the words came out, Zhao Yuting suddenly saw Lin Chen's pair of eyes. The interior was filled with an icy chill. You do believe in me, right? Zhao Yuting squeezed out a very ugly smile, her face had long been covered with tears. Lin Chen, you must believe in me, I've never been exclusive to you, I haven't betrayed you before. Lin Chen, listen. Before the words finished, Lin Chen let out a laugh. Zhao Yuting ah Zhao Yuting. He said in a low voice, what a pity, if you could admit it righteously, I would still be able to think highly of you, you're really disappointing me now. Lin Chen continuously shook his head, then pulled his coat back from Zhao Yuting's hands. Honey. Don't, what I said is true. Zhao Yuting was like a crazy person who had lost her mind, and hurriedly roared hoarsely, what I said is all true. Seeing that Lin Chen was still looking at himself with a smile, Zhao Yuting's inner defenses completely collapsed. Her legs went soft and she immediately fell to her knees. Yes. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Zhao Yuting was ready to reach out and continue to pull Lin Chen. I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do in the future, Lin Chen. I'm really sorry. Under Zhao Yuting's bitter plea, Lin Chen sighed as he slowly put away the rusty iron sword in his hand. Seeing this action of Lin Chen, Zhao Yuting was obviously a little excited. Lin Chen. Thanks. But before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen changed to another bow and arrow. She was a bit bewildered and looked up at Lin Chen in disbelief. Only to see Lin Chen slightly retreat to a more suitable distance, then draw his bow and arrow at Zhao Yuting. You still have 1700 blood right now, I'm holding a moon by moon bow and I can shoot 1080 damage with one arrow, even if your armor can resist some of it, but you can still die with one arrow if you get a blitz attack. Don't worry, there's a 50% chance that you won't feel any pain, we've been in this relationship for so many years I'm naturally not going to let you die so miserably. Listening to Lin Chen's indifferent words, Zhao Yuting felt as if she had misheard. What did you say? Zhao Yuting was completely confused. However, after she saw that Lin Chen had already drawn the bowstring full, her face also finally changed completely. She knew that there was no chance of her surviving now. Immediately, she cursed, son of a Lin Chen, you shall not die, I curse you. Swoosh. The energy arrow nailed straight onto the head of this woman with a twisted face. 2002. Strike. With one arrow, the world went silent. Zhao Yuting's voice came to an abrupt end and she also fell straight down. Her eyes stared deathly at where Lin Chen was, as if she had endless resentment. Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to this, only after doing so, he faintly put away his bow and arrow. Then he pulled out a shiny scroll-type item from his backpack, and with this item in hand, he walked over to Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuting and crouched down in front of them. He knew that when one fell into near death, 5 minutes was not counted as complete death, and although all the senses began to rapidly lose their working functions, for a short time they could still hear Lin Chen speak, and could see Lin Chen's movements. Just the person himself can't do anything. It was just as if he had fallen into a pool of blood and could see the two of them looking at him with cold eyes. Lin Chen shook the scroll in his hand and said to the two of them with a smile. "Know what this is?" Lin Chen said, "This is a skill book, the name well." Lin Chen smiled, "It's called Heavenly Cloister." After saying this, Lin Chen could clearly notice that the eyes of the two seemed to tremble. Lin Chen didn't say much, and immediately learned this skill in front of the two. A beam of light descended from the sky, and Lin Chen could only feel a warm current surging through his body's limbs. Yes, from this moment onwards, he had acquired what was technically the most important skill in the entire god hunting ground. The Heavenly Cloister, that could bring players back from a near-death state. After doing so, Lin Chen resumed crouching his body. "Is this the Heavenly Cloister? It's said to be able to resurrect a person. I don't know if it's true or not." The two of them, Zhao Yutang, clearly had some emotional fluctuations even in their near-death state, and those two pairs of eyes carried an almost pleading gaze. But the next moment, with Lin Chen's words, they completely lost their luster. "Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm just letting you guys take a look at this skill. The two of you go on your way, don't see me off." Chapter 92 Armor of Secret Silver. After Lin Chen had said this, he no longer paid any attention to the two of them, but directly turned his head away. At this point in time, to him, this pair had already lost the meaning of survival. Lin Chen's goal had already been achieved, and the revenge that he should have avenged had also been avenged, so it was completely unnecessary to continue wasting time on them. "Shield Mountain, do it." Lin Chen spoke coldly, oblivious to the two people collapsing in a pool of blood behind him. "Yes." Seeing the monarch in such a state, Shield Mountain barely hesitated at all as he responded, his hand rising and hammering down, accurately smashing into the only remaining divine envoy by his side. Ka-ching! With just one blow, this god envoy directly fell limply to the ground, motionless. At this point, all the monsters within the entire copy died, and a large portal suddenly appeared right above the corpse of the Star Prayer. Along with the portal's appearance, a dark, twisted and broken treasure chest descended from the sky. The reward for clearing the duplicate had finally appeared. The moment the treasure chest touched the ground, it automatically opened, and the props and equipment inside fell to the ground with a crash. The rewards were the same as the copy rewards from the previous encounters, but this was a level 25 copy after all, and the internal rewards were naturally more than anything Lin Chen had obtained in the past. Ding! 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 The sounds of equipment dropping were endless. One after another shimmering equipment gradually bubbled through those props, and Lin Chen walked to the front of the treasure chest and looked at his feet, where a dozen or so pieces of equipment were lying on the ground. And what made his eyes gradually widen was the luster emanating from one of the equipment. Ooh, looks like good luck. Although this color of equipment was common in his last life, this was the first time he had seen it now. Purple equipment. Lin Chen picked it up, because he had quit the team on his own before he struck out at Li Tianhua and Zhao Yutang, that is, when he killed the boss, so there wouldn't be any limitations or team voting on equipment pickups nowadays, and Lin Chen glanced at this item that glowed with a purple color. Armor of Secret Silver. Item type, Upper Class Heavy Armor Class. Item level, 25. Profession requirement, Knight, Weapon Master. Plus 600 life value limit. Plus 8% life recovery speed. Plus 165 physical defense. Plus 125 spell defense. Number of holes, 3. Plus 4 random attributes. Effect, it will coalesce into a magical shield when out of combat, and that magical shield can resist 500 points of magical damage. Seeing the attributes and words of this equipment, Lin Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Good lord, it was worthy of being a heavy armor class. Tops for knight class professions. The armor it added was actually 165 points, and there was also a passive shield that could resist 500 points of magic damage. Unfortunately, I can't wear it. Lin Chen muttered, but in the next moment, he beckoned to Shield Mountain at his side. Shield Mountain froze and hurriedly walked forward, Monarch. Lin Chen casually handed over the secret silver armor in his hand. Seeing a purple piece of equipment being handed over by Lin Chen, Shield Mountain was obviously a little startled. Monarch! This is... Here. He stumbled a little as he spoke. Don't talk nonsense, put it on, there's no difference between you wearing it and me wearing it. Shield Mountain thought carefully and realized that what Lin Chen said wasn't unreasonable, so he immediately took it with both hands and then put this equipment on. In the next moment, Shield Mountain's attribute panel immediately went up a notch. At this moment, his life value reached 3,800 points, only 200 points less than Lin Chen, while his armor magic resistance. Lin Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Shield Mountain's armor at this moment, which was also known as physical defense, was a full 400. If Shield Mountain unleashed his defense skills, he would really be able to do the whole thing without any injuries even if he stood still. After doing this, Lin Chen picked through the ground again. There were a total of 15 pieces of equipment, of which there were 2 other pink ones in addition to the purple equipment secret silver armor, but basically none of them were things that Lin Chen could use. A fist gloves, used by a fighter, and a beast taming whip, used by a beastmaster. As for the others, Lin Chen also borrowed a donkey and primed the equipment on Shield Mountain. In the end, this undead tank's body was also fully armed with all sorts of colorful equipment. Many thanks to the monarch for the reward. Shield Mountain roared to his knees. Without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, he continued, "From now on, if the premise of Shield Mountain's presence allows the monarch to receive the slightest bit of harm, it will be considered a dereliction of duty on Shield Mountain's part." These words were so forceful that Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and curse. You can pull that off. However, it was no wonder that Shield Mountain was so confident. Because after all the equipment was armed, his armor on the bear panel nowadays had come to 485 points. Likely Tianhua, who was holding a pink broadsword, he could only deal 1 damage to Shield Mountain's body now. After greeting Shield Mountain, Lin Chen inadvertently glanced at Huang's sledgehammer and Brother Roar. These 2 undead were clearly a little lost. Yes, although they didn't show anything on their faces, as their monarch, Lin Chen could still detect this emotion hovering above the duo's heads. Come to think of it, they were souls awakened from the bodies of monsters, and didn't have the means to wear equipment, and their own panels were only 1/2 of what they had inherited from Lin Chen, and they simply couldn't reach the level of Lord Shield Mountain. As Lin Chen grew stronger, their role would gradually become smaller. Seeing the 2 of them in such a state, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, wanting to say something to comfort the 2 of them, but realizing that whatever he said wasn't quite appropriate. He simply did not say anything. He paused and called back the 3 undead in front of him. At this point, the only person left standing within the copy was Lin Chen. A countdown began to appear on the portal. There was still 1 minute left before the players present would be mandatorily teleported out. Lin Chen turned his head to look around. Besides Li Tianhua Jia Yuding, who was on the verge of death, there was still a young girl mage and a knight lying on the ground shivering who were still alive. That knight was the first unlucky person to suffer from the cursed status, and as a matter of fact, the status should have been lifted a long time ago, but he seemed to have suffered a considerable blow, and was already lying on the ground, not moving at all. Other than that, there were no living people around, and that beast master had fallen into near death early on, and had now lost the opportunity to be revived, turning into a corpse. Lin Chen didn't move. He just sat on top of the treasure chest indifferently, turning his head to look at Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuding with interest. In his last life, he himself had been lying in a pool of blood watching the 2 of them like this. Now, it was exactly reversed. I don't know if it was a coincidence or otherwise, but when the portal's countdown ended, it also happened to be the moment of their complete death. Lin Chen wanted to see them off. The 2 of them were unable to move, the time had come to the end, and all kinds of sensations in their bodies were completely lost, and in the end, whether it was vision or hearing, they all disappeared, and in their blurred vision, the 2 of them seemed to only be able to see a pitch-black silhouette sitting in the distance with its back to the sunlight looking at them. Other than that, they couldn't see anything. After a minute passed, the world around them began to change, and 3 beams of white light descended from the sky, landing on that knight, the young girl mage, and Lin Chen respectively. Under Lin Chen's indifferent expression, in the next moment, he directly disappeared into the world. At the same time, Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuding directly lost all movement. Above their heads, a sentence was written. Whether or not to awaken that soul. Chapter 93, Second Weekly Reward. When his sight returned again, Lin Chen had reappeared in front of the portal. Along with him, there was also that young girl mage, and the trembling knight. Seeing the duo come out, some people immediately greeted them around them. These people who wanted to obtain the copy guide seemed to have been waiting for them to come out, and now that the copy had ended, they naturally wanted to go over and find out. And as time went on, the crowd standing around waiting seemed to be a bit more numerous, although it wasn't as spectacular as the one outside the transfer portal in White Moon City. It was still a rare scene in this kind of mainline copy. It's out, it's out. Quick, go over and ask what's going on inside. Strange. How only 3 people came out? People hurriedly walked over to Lin Chen's trio, but by this time Lin Chen had long since re-worn his mask and left from the crowd with a flash. Some people noticed Lin Chen, but they simply couldn't see the man's name, and wanted to stop and ask about it, but realized that there were simply too many people around, and Lin Chen had long since lost track of where he was going. With no choice but to surround the only two people left, they could only keep asking. "Little girl. What's this copy like? Is it dangerous?" A middle-aged uncle carried a broadsword and kept shaking the pale-faced little girl in front of him. But no matter how much they asked, this young girl just curled up, clearly not having recovered from the scene just now. And as for the remaining knight, is he really still alive? His face is white as a corpse, his entire body is constantly convulsing, and if you look closely, there is even a residue of white foam in his mouth. I go. What is the situation of this person? This time, people were completely dumbfounded. Those present knew that the one who had entered it was clearly a team of 6, the captain of which was a warrior named Doppelganger Sky who looked confident. But in the end only 3 people came out, 1 person disappeared, the remaining 2. Holy! It's too dangerous. Can't enter, everyone, let's just upgrade first, rise to level 25. Damn, fortunately didn't go in. People began to gradually retreat. The people who were gathered here a moment ago reduced by half in just 5 minutes. Some of the remaining part of the people remained around the maiden mages and knights, and there were also some who were hesitating. Lin Chen didn't stay, but instead traveled alone to the location of the NPC Melon. After a few minutes, Lin Chen stood in front of Mei Long. Seeing Lin Chen approaching, Mei Long's expression remained intriguing as he was first slightly stunned, then quickly concealed his panic before bowing deeply to Lin Chen. Exalted Chosen One, congratulations on your triumphant return. You seem to be, well, in a good mood. Hearing Mei Long's sudden words, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Oh? Why do you say that? Lin Chen glanced down at his body. I don't seem to have shown any body language, and I'm wearing a mask, so how do you know that I'm in a good mood? Mei Long raised his body and smiled slightly. Naturally, it is from your eyes, Chosen One. Unlike the last time we met, although it is only a few minutes apart, I can clearly feel that there is less confusion in your eyes, this emotion. He paused, it's as if a great revenge has been avenged. He remained standing unmoving as he spoke, a standard NPC-style smile always on his face. Lin Chen froze for a dozen seconds or so before letting out an incredulous low laugh. I almost forgot that you people aren't those monsters on the god-hunting ground, you're people of flesh and blood. The Chosen One is mistaken. Mei Long said, you've come over now, have you already completed the copy commission? Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders undeniably, yes, it's time for you to settle the quest rewards to me. Mei Long stared at Lin Chen's eyes under his mask at this point, pausing for a moment before nodding. Alright Chosen One, wait a moment. He turned around and entered the garrison tent behind him, returning half a minute later. Mei Long walked over with a package-like object in his hands. He said to Lin Chen, Chosen One, this is your reward. Lin Chen took the heavy cloth bag behind him and then put it into his backpack, thanks. However, Lin Chen did not directly leave, but remained standing in place looking at him in an unclear sense. Mei Long squeezed out a smile, Chosen One, is there anything else? Lin Chen, you don't have anything to say to me? Mei Long froze, then actually did think for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, you're referring to the next main quest, right? That requires you to return to the main city's quest hall to receive it. You've already completed the main quest for our survivor gathering place. Here, if you're still prepared to stay here and explore, you can also receive some side quests from me, or NPCs within the gathering place. With these quests, you can obtain experience and reputation rewards. Hearing Mei Long's meticulous explanation, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Reputation? No, I mean, aren't you going to talk to me about the second weekly program? When these words came out, Mei Long instantly narrowed his eyes. Seeing such a micro-expression from Melon, Lin Chen knew that he had asked the right person. After returning here for the second time, aside from those NPCs in the Novice village, the NPCs that he had encountered after entering White Moon City seemed to be a little bit different. The gnome within the quest hall, the church's transmigrating nuns and mysterious bishop, as well as this mainline NPC in front of him. It was hard for their behavior to keep Lin Chen from suspecting that they knew something. However, when he heard Lin Chen say this, a standard professional fake smile reappeared on Mei Long's face. Exalted Chosen One, I can't understand what you're saying. Oh? Can't understand? Lin Chen laughed lowly as he opened his backpack in front of Mei Long and looked at the gift pack that he had just obtained from Mei Long, which was clearly written as second weekly pass reward. If you can't understand it, what's with the second weekly pass reward? Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. During this time, there were some players who passed by and would cast a puzzled gaze. After all, Lin Chen had stopped in front of Mei Long for a bit too long, and quite a few people had already conversed with Mei Long several times, and Lin Chen was still here. Mei Long smiled. Chosen one, please don't be offended, all of your reward distribution is the arrangements of the land of the hunting god itself, we have no right to ask. As for what you said, I am indeed not too sure. After saying that, he bowed again to Lin Chen. Then he lowered his head and looked at the ground, not saying a word. You. Lin Chen was clearly choked by this attitude of Mei Long's. This NPC in front of him was clearly lying, he must know something. Yet it was as if they were deliberately hiding something and didn't intend to discuss this with Lin Chen. In this way, Lin Chen looked a little unpleasant. Do you really not have anything to say to me? Lin Chen asked one last time. But this time, Mei Long kept his head down and didn't even answer. Ugh. Okay. Lin Chen sighed as he stood still for a while before finally turning his head and leaving. It was about time. Feng Chen and Gardenia should have already completed their transfers and headed back. Lin Chen needed to go back to the portal, he had just been waiting for them. Seeing Lin Chen's back getting farther and farther away, Mei Long slowly raised his head. In his eyes, there was a hint of sadness. Chapter 94, Going in Again. Some time later, Lin Chen re-entered the vicinity of the portal. The surrounding crowd didn't completely leave, they were obviously a little less than willing. These people's levels were basically all at level 21 to 23, and they had originally planned to enter the copy to find out what was going on, but for some reason there had just been a team of 6 people who had entered, and there were only 3 who had come out, and 2 of them were obviously a little delirious. It can only mean that the interior is extremely dangerous. Most of the people gathered here have basically lost their resurrection coins in their backpacks, and they can't afford to gamble in case they die inside. They will really die completely. This led to the fact that although they were gathered here, none of the teams dared to enter it. Lin Chen didn't bother with them, and after waiting for a while longer, he finally saw 2 silhouettes in his line of sight. Brother Lin. Feng Chen started to greet Lin Chen from a long distance away. He was followed by Gardenia on his side. The 2 of them jogged all the way, ignoring the gazes of the surrounding crowds to come directly to Lin Chen's side. Coming. Lin Chen nodded, then glanced at the girl beside him. Transfers done? Aha! Gardenia nodded somewhat less favorably. Transfers are done. However, Lin Chen's eyebrows raised slightly at this instant, because Gardenia's transfer direction wasn't sage, but the more violent, wholly religious. Just like in her last life, this girl really did have a unique insight into the land of god hunting. Seeing Lin Chen staring at Gardenia, Feng Chen on his side also cooperated and let out a laugh. Huh, sis, I told you that Lin would be surprised at your choice, you're a game whitener, but you ended up choosing violet milk. Gardenia's shell teeth bit her lower lip and didn't speak, but raised her eyelids somewhat timidly to look down at Lin Chen. Captain. Am I picking the wrong one? But Lin Chen did not care. Wrong? No, it's quite good. After the Saint Religious level up in the later stages, the output ability isn't even weaker than first-tier professions. Since this girl had chosen Saint Religious twice in a row, so much so that her own appearance hadn't made her switch to a different choice, it was enough to show that Gardenia had her own intentions. Only then did Gardenia let out a sigh of relief. After a brief conversation, Feng Chen suddenly raised his head and looked around as he asked in a somewhat bewildered manner. Brother Lin, why are there so many people here? Why aren't they entering the copy? At this moment, Gardenia also looked around and realized that quite a few of them were looking at themselves. Gardenia only felt some sense of dissonance, but didn't know where this strange feeling appeared. But after a few seconds, Gardenia finally knew where the problem appeared. There don't seem to be many healers here. Gardenia said softly. Yes, amongst the large number of people around, there were all sorts of professions, but the only thing that could not be seen were a few nursemaids. Other than the 2 of themselves and Lin Chen, they couldn't even find a third. Could it be that they didn't enter the copy because there were no milkmaids present? But without waiting for her to think more, Lin Chen interrupted the 2 as he said. Forget about them, let's go, I'll take you guys into the copy once more. With that, he came directly to the front of the portal. Gardenia Feng Chen hurriedly followed. Feng Chen caught something in the process and asked, Brother? Again? What does that mean? You just entered a copy once. Lin Chen didn't hide it, he nodded. Well, I've already cleared it once, this time just get 3 more random people to go in, leave the monsters inside to me. Speaking of this, Lin Chen's eyes also grew serious, and in a low voice, he continued to speak to himself. It just so happens that I need to re-ask that star prayer some questions. This time, it was Fengchen who raised his hands and called out to the surroundings. Everyone, have any of you entered the copy? Third class 3 2 healers in the party, feel free to come, feel free to come. This warrior's shout caused quite a few people around to gather around. But no one was the first to send in a team request. Yes, quite a few people present had seen this scene. That is, less than an hour ago, a warrior called Solo Sky had called out for teammates in such a high-profile manner, and said the same thing as this warrior. Only this warrior's head was no longer Solo Sky, but had been replaced with wind dust and turbid wine. These people crazy? Don't they know that just now there was a team that spoke out loud like him and ended up losing 3 people? I guess it's the new ones. Let's just watch the show. Guess how many people will die in it this time? I'm guessing the whole army is wiped out. The surrounding voices gradually became louder, which confused Fengchen. Originally, in a scene like this where a team was organizing to conquer a copy, even if there weren't people squeezing their heads to get into the team, it would still be an endless stream of people. But now, people were all looking at themselves as if they were little cuties. This caused Fengchen to completely lose it. He turned his head to look at Lin Chen, only Lin Chen didn't say anything more, just faintly returned 2 words. Shout again. Fengchen nodded his head, then continued to yell at the surroundings. Time passed by, the people gathered around began to gradually increase, and finally, only after 5 minutes had passed did the team list receive a request to enter the team. Fengchen turned his head to see that it was a hunter standing by his side. This youngster who didn't look too old raised his hand with some hesitation and asked, "That? What do you mean when you say, feel free to come?" Fengchen heatedly smiled, literally, there is no requirement, into the copy of us together at the entrance to guard nothing to go on, the rest of someone to deal with, you will not have any danger. This sentence did not cover up, so that everyone around them heard it. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and most of them directly let out a giggle. That teenage hunter's eyes lit up after hearing this, obviously not expecting such a good thing. Then I'll join. Welcome, welcome. Fengchen clicked OK, and this teenager entered the team. After that, he raised his hands high again, 4th class 2 now 2 more random people, directly sent. Although Fengchen's action drew a lot of laughs, there were also some unknown people who tried to get closer. These people had obviously just arrived not long ago, and didn't even know why all these people stopped to watch instead of choosing to enter the queue. Immediately, another warrior raised his hand, count me in. A voice also sounded from the back of the crowd, I'll come too. At this point, it was a full 10 minutes before this team was finally paired up. 2 warriors, 2 milkmaids, 1 hunter and 1 mage. The unorthodox occupational configuration, not even a knight, was even more anticlimactic than the previous staffing that entered it. See, surely all of you will die, you guys hurry up and give me the money first, I'm sure to win. Don't say so early, I guess. At least one person can survive. I guess I can survive too. Amidst the laughter of the surrounding crowd, Fengchen as the captain directly touched his hand on the portal. In the next moment, 6 beams of light instantly descended from the sky, directly enveloping him. Chapter 95. Lin Chen was entering the copy for the second time. However, the moment he had just stepped into the area, he felt an unusually incongruous feeling. So much so that he stood frozen in place for several seconds, and in the end, it was only after Fengchen reminded him that Lin Chen came out of his disorientation. Brother? What's wrong with you? Fengchen was puzzled and waved his palm in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen blinked for a moment to look at Fengchen. He then took a step forward and turned back to the crowd. You guys stand here and don't run around, leave it to me next. Aside from Fengchen and Gardenia, the remaining 3 people immediately looked at each other. Immediately, someone let out a laugh. Dude, aren't you a milkman? In their eyes, this team, even if there were any great god-level characters, it should be Fengchen who was the captain, but they really didn't think that the so-called big brother was actually a milkmaid. Oh no, it's a milk daddy. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Fengchen turned his head and stared at the person who had spoken. He looked the mage up and down and asked, "What's wrong?" That mage froze. What? What? He looked around. A milkman wants to pass the copy alone. Alone? Fengchen was also a bit puzzled. He asked again, "Is there a problem?" This time, it was the turn of the other 3 people led by the mage to not know how to answer. They were just about to continue saying something when Lin Chen waved his hand at the crowd. Alright, the way of obtaining equipment is determined by casting dice, so if you encounter pink equipment and above, please make sure to give up on casting points. After saying that, he also stopped talking nonsense, and with a flick of his wrist, the rusty iron sword appeared in his hand, and he turned around and left. Seeing this scene, the mage who had just spoken froze. The milkman who was holding a white plate iron sword? He covered his forehead and suddenly turned his head in a ghostly manner, looking around for something. Brother. Fengchen froze. What are you looking for? The portal. The mage looked around nervously. Old me wants to get out. Fengchen and Gardenia glanced at each other, both smiled slightly and did not explain. As Lin Chen walked, he drank in a low voice. Shield Mountain. In the next instant, a flash of black light was suddenly detached from Lin Chen's body, followed by a pitch-black silhouette appearing at Lin Chen's side. Monarch. As Lin Chen's level and attributes increased, Shield Mountain's heaviness rose as well, and nowadays, he gave people an almost exaggerated sense of security just by standing in place. It's a bit strange. Lin Chen reached out and felt the air of this place. Shield Mountain, do you feel anything different? Shield Mountain was stunned, then immediately stood up straight and carefully felt the difference around him. After a while, Shield Mountain's eyes gradually widened. Monarch, there seems to be some special aura missing. Hearing Shield Mountain say this, Lin Chen nodded as well. It's not just the aura and atmosphere, even the flavor of the air has changed. He didn't really know why this change had occurred here. Could it be that only the first time he entered this kind of copy would have the same effect as before? Thinking about it this way, it did seem like Lin Chen didn't have the so-called second weekly reminder when he entered the copy this time. Could it be that Lin Chen was suddenly stunned, and then immediately summoned out Yellow Sledgehammer and Brother Roar? The duo had just shown up before they had the chance to kneel down and worship, when Lin Chen coldly said, "No need." He pointed at Shield Mountain. Shield Mountain, you're in charge of clearing the field and killing all the monsters in the copy. Remember, use a rusty iron sword. Shield Mountain answered. Lin Chen turned back to look at the Huang Sledgehammer duo. You two, follow me. As the words fell, Lin Chen instantly released the Monarch's domain. A mist emanated from his side from the inside out. Lin Chen's movement speed instantly increased by 106% at this moment, and with almost no hesitation, he rushed over towards the depths of the copy. Along the way, he encountered some gods' ambassadors who blocked his way, but Lin Chen didn't even bother. His speed was so fast that those gods' ambassadors couldn't touch him at all. After a few minutes, Lin Chen arrived at the familiar gladiatorial arena. When his feet had just stepped into the arena, a large number of divine ambassadors appeared around him, and at a cursory glance, there were more than 50 of them. Lin Chen looked around at these cheering god envoys, and his eyes gradually narrowed. It's not right. It's very wrong. Yes, these god ambassadors are not at all the same thing as the ones he encountered before. They were just ordinary god ambassadors that couldn't be any more ordinary, not a bit different from the god ambassadors in the wilderness, without the slightest hint of the so-called warrior feeling. Moving his line of sight forward, Lin Chen took another look at the boss that came out of the shadows. What's the situation? Lin Chen muttered. The boss with the word Star Prayer written on its head was only about 3 meters tall. In his impression, shouldn't this guy's size be twice as tall? Moreover, this stargazer's attributes made Lin Chen even more concerned. Boss, Apostle Star Prayer. Life value, 4,500. Attack power, 280. Spell attack power, 160. Physical defense, 100. Spell defense, 100. Skill, Bone Thorn, stabbing out sharp bone thorns from various parts of the body, inflicting physical damage on surrounding targets and having a chance to inflict a bludgeoning effect. After seeing these words, Lin Chen finally realized what the sense of defiance was. It's not a cursed status? The problem was here. Whether it was the Spider Queen that he had met in the newbie copy of the Spider Cave, or the Ye Goblin Lord within the transformation quest, or the Star Prayer from before, they all had one thing in common. That was that the word cursed would be written at the back of the names of these bosses. They could spit out human words, possessed human-like feelings, and almost all of them had a skill. Cursed aura. However, this Star Prayer in front of him did not. This big guy with only 4,500 points of blood and a mere 280 points of attack power was just an ordinary copy boss. He stood dumbly in place without saying a word. If it was this type of boss, it was no wonder that Li Tianhua, also known as Doppelganger Heaven, had so much self-confidence. Perhaps in conjunction with Zhao Yuting adding blood behind him, he could really stand to jack this boss with just one person. Where exactly is the problem? Lin Chen was completely confused. He originally had quite a few questions that he wanted to come over and ask the star prayer. After all, last time, because of the zombie monarch's blessing amulet, Lin Chen had slipped up and killed it, resulting in some questions that he hadn't gotten around to asking. But after coming in again, everything had changed. Lin Chen bowed his head in thought, oblivious to the changes around him. At this moment, the star prayer boss was enraged, and he let out a loud roar, followed by the surrounding divine ambassadors jumping down from the stone platform, all of them grimacing at Lin Chen. Lin Chen also finally gave up at this time. He sighed, his eyes cold. Sledgehammer, brother Roar, I'll leave the boss to the two of you. As for the surrounding god envoys, let Shield Mountain take care of it. As soon as the words fell, Sledgehammer Huang and brother Roar boomed in unison. As you command. Chapter 96, Separation. After only a few minutes, not a single god envoy within the copy was left standing, and as Shield Mountain's hand rose and fell, the last god envoy fell to the ground trembling. As luck would have it, Shield Mountain had killed a total of over 80 god envoys all the way from the entrance of the replica, and his bludgeon kills amounted to 46. The attack power that was fed back to Lin Chen had also naturally increased by 46 points. Shield Mountain put away his rusty iron sword and walked over to Lin Chen's side respectfully. Monarch, all the monsters within the copy have been taken care of by me. Lin Chen nodded expressionlessly and continued to look ahead. Not far away, the giant blade in Brother Roaring's hand was violently plunged into the boss's lower body, while Sledgehammer Huang suddenly leapt high into the air, and the huge two-handed hammer in his hand swung up in an unusually exaggerated parabola. AD. With an explosive cry, the giant hammer smashed solidly into the boss's skull. The huge body of the star prayer stumbled backward, crashing through a few rocks before collapsing to the ground with a loud bang, splashing up a person-high layer of yellow sand and dust. Since the beginning, this so-called star prayer did not say a word. It was just a usual copy of the bottom boss, without any other titles. So much so that it didn't even need Lin Chen to make a move. The two of them, Huang Sledgehammer and Brother Roar, were able to take care of it without any problems. All the way up until the treasure chest fell from the sky, Lin Chen hadn't moved even the slightest bit. He was only frowning slightly, obviously somewhat unable to think straight. Why had everything changed when he entered the copy this time? Not only was the strength of the boss prayer stargazer strong, but even the environment in the copy and the level of the ordinary monsters were all vastly different. Is it possible that only the first time you enter these copies, you will encounter the so-called cursed boss? Or perhaps, as long as you kill the boss, and then enter this copy again, they will not be resurrected? It's getting weirder and weirder. Lin Chen muttered to himself in a low voice, and at that moment, he also glanced at the treasure chest in front of him. The treasure chest dropped a lot of equipment, but Lin Chen simply scanned a glance and lost interest. Are some mediocre props items, of which there are 4 pieces of equipment, there is only a pink, or a piece of amulet. The rest, was a large amount of coins and potion consumables, basically nothing too useful. Aside from the pink amulet, all the other equipment had been acquired by the other people in the party casting points at this point, and Lin Chen silently clicked on the pink piece of equipment. After doing so, he was ready to step into the portal. However, at this instant, Lin Chen's afterimage suddenly caught sight of the star prayer's gigantic corpse. There was a line of small letters floating there. Does it awaken the unit's soul? One of Lin Chen's feet had already disappeared within the portal, and at this moment, he unexpectedly ghostly retracted. He let out an eep, then squinted his eyes and motionlessly moved closer. As the distance shortened, Lin Chen saw 2 other lines underneath this small line of words. Currently the maximum number of souls you can store, 3. Currently the number of souls white you have stored, 1-3. Current number of souls black you have stored, 2-3. Yes, Lin Chen had never seen these descriptions before, and he even raised his head uncertainly to look at Huang's Sledgehammer and Shield Mountain. However, these 3 undead dependents clearly didn't react either. The 3 of them looked at each other, simply not knowing why Lin Chen was suddenly looking at them. Monarch! Monarch? Shield Mountain tried to ask. Lin Chen's eyes gradually brightened, and he unbelievably lowered his head again to take another look at this boss's corpse. White? Black? Lin Chen suddenly lost his voice. Could it be like this? Looking at the black soul floating above the corpse in front of him, Lin Chen didn't half hesitate as he stretched out his hand and beckoned in the direction of the huge corpse. Climb up! A moment later, something that caused everyone present to catch their breath happened. The 3-meter-tall star prayer in front of him was rapidly being wrapped in some sort of black energy at that moment, and they quickly converged together, wrapping its huge corpse into a sphere. Afterwards, the black sphere shattered, and a black figure crawled up from the ground. It was pitch black, 3 meters tall, and its entire body was surrounded by the same mist as Huang's sledgehammer and the others. After this new undead dependent appeared, it directly half-kneeled on the ground and lowered its huge head towards Lin Chen. At this moment, along with Shield Mountain, the 3 undead froze. Monarch! You are! Shield Mountain's pupils widened. However, Lin Chen waved his hand to signal the 3 to leave him alone for now, as he had already seen a familiar line appear above the head of this star supplicant. Please name this favorite. Lin Chen looked at this star supplicant with 4 hands and 7 or 8 pairs of eyes on his face and pondered for a moment before typing in a name. She. After the name was inputted, inside those eyes of Yu, an emotional fluctuation suddenly flickered, and it opened its huge mouth almost instantly, emitting a dull sound. C. Monarch. After saying that, she had slowly got up and walked to the side of the yellow sledgehammer, and Roaring Brother respectfully stood. 3 meters high body is extremely appalling. Huang Sledgehammer swallowed his saliva. He raised his head and looked at this just died in his hammer under the colleagues, some embarrassed smile. Brother Qi, nice to meet you. Qi looked down at Huang's sledgehammer. Huang, you are a senior. Yellow Sledgehammer blinked, heard this sentence also seems to think of something, just a bit, said also. Qi's line of sight moved and took one last look at Shield Mountain. At this moment, Shield Mountain happens to also be measuring himself. She did not hesitate for a moment, immediately lowered his head, respectfully said. Greetings to Lord Shield Mountain. Yes, in the undead dependents, Shield Mountain this white player dependents, the status is to be higher than these black monsters of their dependents. Hello. Shield Mountain nodded at him. However, Lin Chen didn't care about the pleasantries of these favors, but instead hastily glanced at the skill, Undead Resurrection. It was found that on its description, something like this was written. Current maximum number of souls that can be stored, 3. Number of souls white you have stored, 1-3. The number of souls black you have stored, 3-3. Lin Chen didn't hold back for a moment and laughed outright. Good guy. It turns out that the souls of players and the souls of monsters are actually counted ing separately. That is to say, in addition to Yellow Sledgehammer, Roaring Brother, and this new Qiyu, Lin Chen could create 2 more, the same player dependents as Shield Mountain. Lin Chen this moment, only feel that he is living in a dream. Chapter 97, Re-exploring the duplicates. It's a pity. If I knew that this bug skill was so exaggerated, I would have taken Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuding to try it out before. Lin Chen whispered. However, soon after, he shook his head to interrupt the idea himself. No way. Leaving the 2 of them around always feels a little creepy. But although he said this with his mouth, Lin Chen really did want to test if he could actually continue to summon 2-player souls. Now that he was already able to summon Shield Mountain, if there were 2 more players, wouldn't he? Lin Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Just as Lin Chen fell into deep thought, the countdown on the portal was already coming to an end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Subsequently, a beam of light landed on top of Lin Chen's head and compulsorily teleported him out, and in this instant, the 4 undead around him were also summoned back by Lin Chen with it. After opening his eyes again, Lin Chen's 6 reappeared outside the teleportation gate in the wilderness. The crowd outside the portal was still surrounding the area, and as Lin Chen's 6 reappeared, the people were obviously a bit stunned. They stood up in unison almost at the same time, with a touch of shock on their faces. I'm going to. How did they get here so fast this time? Yes, unlike the first time that team called Doppelganger Sky led the team, this team entered it and walked out in less than 15 minutes. What's going on? And looking at the way all of them were unharmed, people were again puzzled. That team of Doppo Heavens was the one that had 3 people dead. The captain and the milkmaid all died inside. The surviving girl mage and a disoriented knight were lying not far away, shivering, and they had seen it with their own eyes, so it couldn't possibly be false. But what the hell is the situation now? The crowd looked at each other in dismay, and a bizarre thought bubbled up from within them. Could it be that this portal didn't just lead to 1 copy? Couldn't it also lead to other copies? The one they entered wasn't the Star Prayer? Not only the crowd of onlookers, the 3 people who were party to the incident were also a bit lost in thought. The mage in the team remembered that he was still arguing with Fengchen within the duplicate, when suddenly a line of text appeared in front of his eyes. Experience value plus 155. Experience value plus 162. Experience value. Before he had time to react, information panel after information panel of equipment cast points came into his eyes. According to the rules, except for the pink and above equipment that could not be picked up by casting points, the rest of any props could be casted. So within their short 15 minutes, in addition to freezing in place, they were just woodenly clicking the cast point button. All the time. Until they were teleported out, they hadn't killed a single monster. The three were just about to turn around and say something when a beep appeared in their heads. You have been kicked out of the team. The trio swallowed back their words as they reached their mouths. After woodenly spitting out a sentence, they tried to search for the others again and realized that Lin Chen's trio had already disappeared. In the next moment, a large number of people surrounded them. Next, Lin Chen brought Feng Chen Gardenia to the NPC Mei Long to hand over the quest. During this time, Lin Chen had also tried to continue to ask Mei Long about some things, but regardless of whether Lin Chen was directly asking or sidetracking, Mei Long had always kept his mouth shut. Lin Chen sighed and immediately stopped talking. It wasn't until the two of them had delivered all of their tasks that Feng Chen turned his head to look at Lin Chen. Brother, what about back there? Are we going back to the main city? Lin Chen glanced at the sky. It was still early. Lin Chen also checked his stamina value. His stamina was also quite abundant. He pondered for a while, then shook his head. I'm going to continue with my copy. At these words, Feng Chen and Gardenia glanced at each other, then the two of them asked with some confusion. Brother, why do you want to continue with the copy? I heard that after clearing the copy and delivering the quest, if you continue to kill monsters within the same copy, the experience value will be reduced by 50%. This news was also what Feng Chen heard while waiting for Gardenia to complete her transfer quest in the main city. If the same player crusaded the same copy multiple times, the experience value would cumulatively decrease with the number of times they crusade. If you continue to crusade after passing, the experience value of the monsters will drop by 50%. If you enter for the third time, the experience value will become 25%. By analogy, in the end, only a few points of experience will be added. In addition to wasting physical strength, it is definitely not a wise choice to go down the same copy many times. Hearing Feng Chen's words, Lin Chen smiled slightly. How could he not know about this matter in his two lives, only that he was not interested in the experience value at all. What he was interested in was the 80 monsters in the copy. The number of those monsters could be much more than the monsters that piled up in the wild, but they were real treasures that allowed him to stack his attack power. Moreover, the copy was level 25, and the level of the god's envoys inside was also the same as his own, so Lin Chen's current stamina value was still pretty good, so he could enter the copy a few more times if time permitted. After all, under firepower, he and Shield Mountain together could even quickly clear the copy within 10 minutes. I know. Lin Chen smiled and said, you guys don't have to follow me, little Feng. You're leveled at 23 while Gardenia is only leveled at 20, neither of your levels are too high, so go do some side quests first. Feng Chen froze. Oh. Lin Chen paused and continued, I remember that the level requirement for the next main quest is level 28, so don't be in a hurry, let's take our time. With that, he patted Feng Chen and Gardenia's shoulders and turned around to continue walking in the direction of the portal. Looking at Lin Chen's back, Feng Chen subconsciously glanced at the ladder ranking. In addition to the battle ranking, on the ranking list, the highest ranked person had now risen to level 32. Sister, what do you think? Brother Lin is in the end? Ha? Feng, you ask me? Gardenia was stunned after hearing this. I don't know what to say. Feng Chen smiled helplessly. Lin Chen was only level 25 now, a full 7 levels away from the highest Hepatic Emperor player level in the land of the hunting gods, but when Lin Chen took off his mask, he could still top the battle rankings. What kind of exaggeration is this? A milkman with a rusty iron sword in his hand, with a battle power value that was now number 1 in the entire god hunting ground, was this possible? After standing in place for a while, Feng Chen slowly glanced sideways at Gardenia as he seemed to have made some sort of determination. Go sister, brother will take you to upgrade. Feng Chen turned around and left. His and Gardenia's levels had already pulled Lin Chen quite a bit, and although he didn't know Lin Chen's true intentions, he was undoubtedly also waiting for the two of them to catch up with him, so that he and Gardenia couldn't fail Lin Chen. Gardenia hurriedly caught up, not waiting for the captain? Feng Chen shook his head, you're thinking wrong, it's Lin who's waiting for us, we have to hurry up, let's contact Lin when we've risen to level 28, hopefully we'll be able to rise this evening. Chapter 98, Upgrading. The rest of the day passed exceptionally long. Feng Chen and Gardenia had already drank several bottles of stamina potion almost in the afternoon, but the path to obtaining this recovery potion was a bit harsh, causing them to have to be finicky in the end. After completing 2 more side quests, the two were still some distance away from level 28. At this moment, the two were standing in the White Moon City's mission hall. After delivering the last mission, the color of the sky outside was already evening. A sense of fatigue gradually surfaced on the young girl Gardenia's face. Her stamina value had dropped so much that it caused this young girl's fatigue to have reached a threshold. Fengchen noticed this and immediately inquired. "Sister, are you alright? Should we rest for a while?" Gardenia was stunned after hearing this, then shook her head repeatedly. "No need, no need. I'm still okay." Saying that, this girl also didn't forget to raise her head and glance at her level. Level 24. The Fengchen in front of her was now level 26, and now that the sky was gradually getting darker, she didn't know if she would be able to reach level 28 on the next day. However, as soon as they opened their friends list, they could still find Lin Chen in the middle of a copy status. Fengchen and Gardenia glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of bitterness in the other's eyes. Compared to them, Lin Chen was truly an exceptionally terrifying person. However, I don't know if it was a side effect of repeatedly entering the same copy, but nowadays, the highest level of the ladder list had already come to level 35, while Lin Chen was only one level up from the morning, coming to level 26. "Sister, then don't be overly heroic. I still have a bottle of stamina potion here, how about you?" I also have another bottle." Fengchen nodded. "Then let's take on another quest." However, Fengchen had just turned his head to pick up a quest from a certain NPC when he suddenly saw a line of people walking over nearby. At first Fengchen Gardenia did not care, but in the end when these people stood beside Gardenia, Fengchen realized that things were not quite right. He was still talking to the NPC a moment ago, and the next moment he immediately moved his body to block Gardenia in front of him. "Sister, what's wrong?" Fengchen asked vigilantly. Gardenia shook her head somewhat blankly. "I don't know. I don't recognize them." Standing at the forefront of the line of people in front of them was a very gloomy man. The man was wearing a strange costume with a cape-like accessory behind him, and on top of his head, he wore a somewhat strange headdress that looked like a twisted crown, similar to the mask that Fengchen wore on his face. Fengchen was somewhat unable to see through this person's occupation, and when he tried to view this person's attributes, some sort of power would block it completely. This discovery made Fengchen a little wary as he stared at the group and whispered, "Is there something wrong?" The people on the opposite side did not answer. The man at the head of the group had a low voice, and after a slight pause, he then spoke. "May I ask if this girl has a guild?" When these words came out, not only Gardenia herself, even Fengchen was slightly stunned. He hurriedly turned his head and exchanged a look with Gardenia, then replied instead, "Sorry, we don't have a guild, but..." However, before the words were finished, the man directly interrupted Fengchen's words. "In that case, would you like to join our guild?" Fengchen's words were still choking in his throat, and at this time, he unexpectedly swallowed back completely. A guild? Someone had established a good guild so quickly? According to the rules of the Land of the Hunting God, although the initial establishment of a guild did not have overly exaggerated requirements, it was by no means an easy task. The founder, that is, the guild's president, had to reach level 35 himself, and needed to have a starting capital of at least 1 gold coin, and also had to have a minimum of 12 initial members, and lastly, needed to pass through a special copy. All 4 conditions were missing. However, right now, everyone was in a fumbling state, although there was no level restriction for joining a guild, but to have a guild established so quickly, it really did take Fengchen by surprise. This time, without waiting for Fengchen to speak, Gardenia hastily shook her head and waved her hand. "Sorry. I don't intend to join any guild for the time being, or don't really want to for the time being. If our captain wants to join, I can join together." Hearing Gardenia's polite refusal, the man wasn't annoyed either, but just mouthed a faint, "Captain?" "Yes." Gardenia replied, still somewhat timidly, "It's the captain of our stationary team." After an interval of a few seconds, the man nodded, then glanced meaningfully at Fengchen on Gardenia's side. After a pause, he owed a slight bow to Gardenia. "Is that so?" "Then excuse me." The man waved his hand behind him, then led the crowd away. Their behavior seemed a bit strange, coming abruptly and leaving swiftly, but it was enough to make Fengchen's eyes narrow slightly as he made a salute. "I didn't realize that someone from our White Moon City had also reached level 35? He opened the ladder list and glanced at it. Nowadays the level list had a clear brow of level 35s. With all sorts of main cities to look at, but Fengchen flipped down the page several times, but he did not see anyone from White Moon City on the list. He flipped a few more times and simply gave up. The players on the god hunting ground are as numerous as drops of water in the sea, and although the highest level is 35, the number of players at this level 35 is high enough to be several hundred pages. If so, there is no excuse for someone within the tiny white moon city to reach level 35, it's just that he didn't expect these people to just reach level 35 and couldn't wait to establish a guild? Just as Fengchen was a little surprised, Gardenia behind him asked in a small voice. Feng brother. She stared at the back of those people who had just gone away. What is a guild? Fengchen was just about to open his mouth to explain, but he didn't know where to start explaining to a game whitener, and after thinking for a while, he could only say an ambiguous sentence. It's just a large organization that will have a lot of benefits by joining in. Gardenia nodded thoughtfully after listening. Oh. So that's what it is. In her heart, she also almost knew why the other party wanted to pull her into the group. After all, at this time now, the nurse who had changed her profession and had reached level 24 was not easy to find. No matter if it was a copy of the opening or a group quest, the nurse was an indispensable and important profession. Soon, the two of them put this little episode behind them and continued to pick up quests. Night. Fengchen Gardenia dragged her tired body back into the quest hall. Their stamina values had been completely depleted. Not just stamina, Gardenia's blue bar also emptied out. The Fengchen on her side's blood wasn't too healthy either, obviously experiencing a not-so-good vicious battle. But even so, Gardenia's level is still a gap from 28. Although Fengchen had already reached level 28, Gardenia was still stuck at level 26. Can't do it. Fengchen handed over the quest and then sat down on the hall floor. There were still quite a few people walking around the hall as they came and went around. Although the number of people was a large portion less than during the day, there were quite a few night owls and raiding groups moving around. Gardenia was also exhausted. She crouched down obediently, her face was covered in bean-sized beads of sweat. Leveling up is too difficult, sister. Today it is impossible for you to get to level 28 as well, sorry. Fengchen muttered. Gardenia waved her hand back and forth, seemingly tired and not really wanting to chime in, but after a while she suddenly thought of something and followed Fengchen's example during the day and opened her friends list. When she saw that Lin Chen was still within the copy, she only felt like she was blinking. How's it going? Is Lin out of his copy? Fengchen moved her head to look at Gardenia, or did he enter the copy again? Gardenia was just about to say something, but the next moment, after Lin Chen's name, it changed from the in copy status to the idle status. Lin Chen, out of the copy. Chapter 99 Second Invitation. Gardenia hurriedly stood up. Captain seems to be over. Fengchen was a bit surprised, not necessarily. During the day we also saw that Lin's status was idle, but that was only when he just came out of the copy. Maybe in a couple minutes he'll be back in. But Gardenia shook her head repeatedly. No, the captain sent me a message. When these words came out, Fengchen raised his eyebrows, and he didn't know where the strength came from. He stood up with a carp and came over. What did it say? Fengchen asked. Gardenia was a little rusty as she clicked on her chat list. It was the first time she had seen that there was this kind of page when she entered the land of the hunting god. If it wasn't for Fengchen teaching him, she wouldn't even know that people could still talk remotely here. On the page, there was a line written behind the name, Programmer. Gardenia, where are you and little Feng right now? Gardenia hesitated for a moment as she turned her head to look at Fengchen before carefully replying. We're in the White Moon City Quest Hall. After an interval of a few seconds, the programmer resent a paragraph. Then you guys wait for me at the same place for a while, I'll go find you now. After saying that, Gardenia's dialogue box automatically closed. The young girl was a bit stunned, and only after her sight was restored did she realize that Fengchen was blinking and looking at himself, and with an eager face, he kept asking Lin Chen and Gardenia what they had said. Ah. Captain said he was coming to find us. Gardenia said in a hurry. However, it was at this time that Gardenia's expression changed again, her gaze crossing over Fengchen to look ahead. What? Fengchen froze and followed Gardenia's line of sight to find that the group of people that he had seen in the evening had actually appeared once again. At the head of the group was still the gloomy man with the twisted wooden crown, who first stood frozen in place at first, but finally brought a few people behind him to come over. They had never imagined that in just a few hours, this teenage milkmaid's level had already come to level 26. You guys? Fengchen was the same as just now, the same subconscious blocking in front of the crowd. Why are you here again? Didn't I say it? However, this time, Fengchen and Gardenia discovered that there was something not quite right. On the side of the gloomy man in front of them, there stood a person that they had not seen before in the evening. This person had a shallow scar on his face that stretched from his upper eyebrow to his lower jaw, and under the special light of the quest hall at night, it looked particularly lurid. Behind the man's back was a shimmering pink bow and arrow, which swayed slightly as he walked. Scarface looked Gardenia up and down for a moment, then gave an interested laugh and turned his head to the gloomy man. "That's her?" The gloomy man nodded and did not speak. After receiving an affirmative reply from the other party, the scarred man then turned his head back to look at Fengchen, or to be precise, looked at the young girl behind him through Fengchen. "Beauty, are you interested in joining our guild? Our guild has just been established, and now we are just short of a high-level milkmaid. If you join now, I can make a decision for the president and give you a good position." Facing this scarred man, Gardenia was obviously a little uncomfortable. She subconsciously moved behind Fengchen. Fengchen also understood and directly blocked Gardenia completely behind himself. "Buddy, my sister said before, temporarily not consider joining the guild, you guys still find another person." If Lin Shen hadn't explained that he would let the two wait in the mission hall, he estimated that he would have pulled Gardenia out of here by now. Fengchen always felt that these people in front of him were a bit unusual, and the breath on them was very gloomy. In addition to the gloomy man on one side, this newly appeared Scarface also exuded an extremely dangerous breath. Raising his head to look at the top of the duo's heads, Fengchen's face was also decidedly a bit cold down. Previously, he did not care about it, but now when he looked, the nickname colors of the gloomy man and the scarred face were actually both red. Up to this point, Fengchen even subconsciously pushed Gardenia behind him. Scarface at this time was also finally noticing Fengchen as well. He shifted his line of sight upwards and moved to Fengchen's face. "Oh?" He smiled coldly. "I heard that you guys are a fixed team?" Fengchen did not say anything, only nodding coldly. Scarface added, "In that case, you are the captain?" Fengchen was a bit unpleasant. "I'm not obligated to tell you, am I?" Scarface shrugged his shoulders and looked afresh at the young girl behind Fengchen. "Beauty, how about this? I will spar with the captain of your fixed team. If I win, you will join our guild, feasible?" After saying that, he glanced at Fengchen again. "Of course, if the beautiful girl is willing at that time, your fixed team members can also join us together." As the words fell, a very provocative hint filled his eyes. His meaning was obvious. He was bound to get this level 26 nurse in front of him. After all, the guild had just been established, there was a copy that had to be entered that needed to be rated, and what was missing was a high-level nurse. They had been wandering around the quest hall for a night and had only seen one suitable person, so of course they couldn't let it go easily. If the other party was a person with eyesight, they would inevitably retreat under their own pressure. Because his own level is as high as 32. In front of him, this warrior called Wind Dust and Turbid Wine. Even if the equipment was good, it was only level 28, a person who hadn't even reached level 30, he didn't need to put it in his eyes at all. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Scarface said with a smile on his face, "What? Want to have a fight with me? Or just admit defeat?" Fengchen and Gardenia glanced at each other, and their expressions were somewhat strange. Scarface seemed to feel like he had misread the situation at this moment. The warrior in front of him Wind Dust Turbid Wine. He seemed to show a look of contempt. "Kid, your eyes are dangerous nah," Scarface said in a deep voice while removing his bow from his back. Level 32, Ranger, one of the hunter transitions, nickname, Sea and Sky. With that, he was ready to launch a duel invitation on this level 28 warrior in front of him. However, just as he was about to do so, Fengchen waved his hand. "This buddy, you should have misunderstood. We are indeed a fixed team, but I am not the captain." After thinking about it, he continued, "If you really intend to do so, then you should accompany us here for a while. Our captain should come over very soon. If you still want to spar with him at that time, we will never stop you. If you can win him, not to mention joining you guys, I would be happy for you to ask me to call you Dad." At these words, Scarface suddenly grinned. "Oh? Really? 1,000 times true." Fengchen also gave a wry smile. Chapter 100, Faustus Guild. What made Fengchen somewhat unexpected was the team led by Scarface and the Gloomy Man actually really accompanied them and waited. This scene seemed a little strange. Fengchen and Gardenia looked at each other and could only stop talking and move to one side in tacit agreement, only to see Scarface directly sit down in place with an impatient expression. "How long do we have to wait?" "I don't know," Fengchen said honestly. After the words were spoken, the atmosphere around them became a little uncomfortable. Even though the player figures around them were walking back and forth, the few people at the moment felt a little awkward. After a few minutes, the man with a scarred face was really a bit unable to sit still. "Hey, is your captain lost? How come it hasn't come by now?" Feng Chen also seems to be somewhat anxious, intentionally or unintentionally poked the side of the Gardenia. Sister, you ask Lin brother when can arrive. But Gardenia likewise reveals some difficult look, she whispered back, still. Don't it. Gardenia originally belongs to the type of social fear, plus Lin Chen's means is too exaggerated. Gardenia usually do not quite dare to talk to Lin Chen. Let her go to ask Lin Chen. She really dare not. Okay, I'll ask. Feng Chen opened his friends list. He was just about to contact Lin Chen when he suddenly saw a familiar silhouette slowly walking towards here from outside the hall. Feng Chen hurriedly closed the page, then stood up with a prancing voice and called out, coming. Brother Lin is here. At this moment, everyone present subconsciously shifted their gazes over. However, after they saw the masked man gradually approaching in front of them, they obviously froze. If it wasn't wrong. This person should be a healer, right? Although they couldn't see the nickname on top of this person's head, but the equipment type of a healer, together with the profession icon with a vague name prefix, if it wasn't for the fact that this person was carrying an unorthodox iron sword in his hand, they still felt that they had misread it. Scarface named C and Sky turned his head to look at Feng Chen with some confusion. Kid, are you kidding me? Your captain is a baby daddy? Feng Chen naturally knew what Scarface was talking about. He heatedly smiled and said, juggling you? Do I have to? Lin Chen had already walked in front of him, and Feng Chen and Gardenia hurriedly greeted him. Brother Lin. Team. Captain. The duo called out at the same time. At the same time, the crowd led by Scarface and the gloomy man slowly approached, and they all gathered in front of Lin Chen, looking up and down at the masked man's body. Really fake. What a milkmaid, no, I should say a milk daddy. A level 27 milkmaid? Scarface turned around and exchanged a look with the gloomy man. Their mission was originally to find a high-level healer, and they originally thought Gardenia was a good choice, but now. Scarface's face was a bit unnatural, he cleared his throat awkwardly, but in his heart he had already begun to calculate. If he and Gardenia are pulled into the guild together, how much feasibility is there? But apart from Scarface and Gloomy Man, the other players they had brought behind them did not see Lin Chen's occupation. These people's gazes were very offensive and did not carry any semblance of politeness, sizing up Lin Chen from top to bottom without any concealment, and there was gradually more than a hint of disdain in their eyes. Yes, although they couldn't see Lin Chen's occupation, nor could they check his attributes and name, and while they were somewhat puzzled, they could still visualize the level that was reflected on the top of this person's head. Level 27. One level lower than Feng Chen. A level 27 person with a level 28 team member underneath? Then how was he going to be the captain of a fixed team? How was he going to duke it out with a level 32 hunter who had changed jobs? Hey kid, our vice president is ready to spar with you, give a face? A member said with his head held high. Hearing someone behind him speak for himself, Scarface turned around and glared at him with some embarrassment. He then turned his head, but his tone remained low as he stared into the eyes within his mask. So what? Are you the captain of this beauty? He said as he pointed at Gardenia. Although he didn't know the specifics, Lin Chen should have guessed something. He turned his head to look at Gardenia who didn't speak, and then looked at Feng Chen. Feng Chen understood and came over and whispered, Brother Lin, this group of people had to clamor and force Gardenia to join their guild, and said that if they agreed, they would arrange a good position for Gardenia. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyebrows raised under his mask, and he almost blurted out, Oh? A guild? Has Gardenia agreed then? Without waiting for Feng Chen to speak, Gardenia hastily shook her head. No. No. Scarface tisk a sound, what nonsense. This is not waiting for you to come. But you. He actually wanted to say something to pull Lin Chen in, but when the words came to his mouth, he swallowed them back. Just now and Feng Chen put out harsh words through the ground, now suddenly backtracked. Would not it be a defeat of the reputation? Hearing the words of Scarface, Lin Chen felt that there was some meaning. It was now the third day of descending into the land of god hunting. According to the memories of his last life, the guilds that took the lead seemed to have indeed been established one after another on this day. White Moon City. Lin Chen thought of something when the prime giant, Faustian Guild, that reigned over the entire land of the hunting god, was established from White Moon City. Its Faustian Guild's president, called Worldly State of Mind, a hidden profession named Weapon Master. Murphy. Lin Chen turned his head to look at the crowd in front of him, and suddenly gave a heartfelt laugh and asked, What's the name of your guild? Scarface immediately returned, "Don't you ask this first, I've spoken to the people on your side, I'm going to prepare you for a duel. If you can beat me, I'll immediately leave with my people, but if I..." "No need." Lin Chen interrupted, "Gardenia can join you." When these words came out, not only Scarface, even Feng Chen Gardenia froze. Scarface blinked, obviously not reacting. However, he quickly thought of something and was just about to speak when the gloomy man behind him stood over at this moment. Although this man's voice was not as raspy as Scarface's, it was much less comfortable to listen to. "May I ask, in addition to this girl, can you also join?" Ghostly, Feng Chen and Gardenia seemed to be able to hear in this person's tone a hint of request. Lin Chen stared at the crowd in front of him and suddenly smiled slightly. "You guys haven't answered the question I just asked. The name of your guild, what is it called?" The man and Scarface looked at each other, then whispered back. "The name of our guild hasn't been fully finalized yet, because we still need to complete a copy quest that must be completed before we can do so, but our president has said that when the quest is completed, it will be called Faust Guild," Scarface said before him. Chapter 101. After hearing the words, Faust Guild, Lin Chen couldn't help but subconsciously let out a laugh. This time is interesting. His own luck wasn't bad, the Faustus Guild. In the last life, throughout the god-hunting land countless players within, this guild had a powerful strength that was nearly as strong as letting people hear it. But this time, in the early stages of its establishment, it was actually pulling itself into the fold. However, Lin Chen also followed the example of the crowd in front of him at this moment, and looked up and down at the Scarface in front of him, and the gloomy man behind him. Scarface was called Sea and Sky, a level 32 hunter. His body was stout and tall, his age looked like he should be over 30, and his face, in addition to the horrifying scars, also had a broken stubble on his chin. Behind him stood a gloomy man wearing an intelligence-type robe. Like Lin Chen, he wasn't able to view the details of this gloomy man himself, and Lin Chen placed his sight on the wooden crown on top of the gloomy man's head. Apparently, it was a prop similar to a mask on one's face, which could also hide one's attributes. However, Lin Chen was in a bit of a trance. In his last life, the president and vice president within the floating guild were ruthless characters that had shaken the land of the hunting god. Among other things, their president was called Worldly Condition, and their vice president was called Settle Down, and the two of them even honored the top 30 on the battle power ranking for their single battle power. He had never heard of a vice president called Haiquan Tian Tian. Could it be that when the Faust Guild was first established, the vice president was this hunter? Lin Chen murmured in his heart, and it was only after some changes that it was replaced with Ansatsuki? However, in order to prove something, while Scarface and Gloomy Man were somewhat happy, Lin Chen still asked, "By the way, isn't your president called Worldly Condition?" Hearing those words, Scarface's expression changed. "Ha? How do you know our president's name? Have you probably seen him before?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Chen didn't have too many concerns. "It's fine, let's go, take me to meet your president." The scarred face named Hai Guang Tian nodded. "It's definitely no problem to meet the president, but..." He looked at the dark night outside the hall. "It's too late now, let's do it tomorrow morning. I'll take you there first thing in the morning." Lin Chen, however, smiled slightly. "Oh? Are you sure?" "Sure." Scarface froze. "What? What do you mean?" Instead, Lin Chen stopped looking at this big and burly hunter and turned his head towards the gloomy man. "If I'm not mistaken, the guild is now in the preliminary stage, right? The reason why you guys are searching around for a suitable healer should be that you're going to go on an incredibly dangerous duplicate quest." The gloomy man raised his head, his brows furrowing slightly. The eyes in the mask seemed to be staring at him during the time this masked man was speaking, making him a little uncomfortable. Lin Chen added, "Only after clearing this copy and obtaining the props that exploded from the copy boss, can you be considered to have completely established a guild. Otherwise, the guild is just in vain, not to mention some of the guild's perks and rewards, and there isn't even a guild's venue. Am I right?" The surrounding crowd quieted down as they stared straight at Lin Chen. "How do you?" The gloomy man's voice was low. "You seem to know quite a lot, but looking at your rank, there shouldn't be a way to get access to the establishment of a guild news, right?" Lin Chen shrugged non-committally. "So take me to your president. About this copy, I have something to say to him." "If there's something, just say it here." The gloomy man asked in a low voice. "I'm the president." Hearing this, Lin Chen was completely unfazed and just shook his head without moving. "I'm just a healer, and my level is only 27. What, are you guys still worried that I'm up to something?" Lin Chen reached out his hand and patted the shoulders of Scarface and the gloomy man, but his sight kept looking at the gloomy man. It's true that I can't see your name, but worldly mantle is a hidden profession, and not a mage. At these words, the gloomy man was instantly on guard. From the very beginning, he felt that there was something not quite right about this masked man. He seemed to know a little too much. Not only did he know that his president was called Worldly State, but he even knew that he was a hidden profession? He wanted to say something. But once he thought about this man's profession, coupled with his rank, there really was no need to worry. Since he was going to pull him in, it wasn't wise to be overly vigilant. After a dozen seconds or so, the gloomy man nodded slightly. All right. In that case, you guys come with me. After saying that, the group of people walked slowly towards the outside of the hall. Lin Chen waved at Feng Chen Gardenia and the two of them followed closely behind. After 10 minutes or so, the group stopped at a deserted place on the outskirts of White Moon City. This place was a street full of ruins. Because there were no complete buildings around, this place in the night also appeared to have some obstructed vision. They could only see a few small tents around them, with sleeping NPCs lying inside them. This is... Feng Chen could not help but look around. They had never been to this place before, the surroundings were silent, and if it wasn't for the rubble and ruins that could be seen everywhere, Feng Chen only felt that he had come to an uninhabited wilderness. Here, this is where the guild will soon be situated. Lin Chen said, after all the quests are ready to continue, you can choose a place in this wilderness to set up a guild building, but right now, there isn't a single guild in the entire main city, so this place is deserted. Hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully. However, the gloomy man and Haigua Tiankong who were walking ahead were really a bit puzzled, and they became more and more curious as to how on earth this milkman who was only level 27 knew about all these things that even they weren't aware of. They turned their heads to look at Lin Chen, and there seemed to be words in their mouths all the time that they wanted to ask. But before the words could be asked, Lin Chen met their gaze and spoke. Are we here yet? Scarface Haikao Tiankong froze, and could only resentfully return, we're here. The crowd looked ahead, where there was a small tent, and two figures were talking in front of the tent. A player and an NPC. Brother! Someone wants to see you. Haikao called out. The man who was talking to the NPC gave a start, then overturned back. This was a mediocre-looking man, probably about the same age as Scarface, not too impressive-looking and not too tall. However, Lin Chen also raised an eyebrow after looking at a long stick tucked behind his back. It looked like he was just worldly. Hidden profession, weapon master. Chapter 102. The man named Worldly Man glanced at the crowd and quickly realized what was going on. He first nodded with the NPC, and the other party didn't say anything more before turning around and burrowing into the tent. After doing so, he came straight up and looked at Lin Chen's trio before extending his hand to them with a smile on his face. Hello you guys, I'm the prospective president of the Faust Guild, Worldly State. I'm not at liberty to say the name of reality, I should all be older than you guys, you can also call me Brother Chu. Lin Chen did not extend his hand, Feng Chen who just wanted to be polite also retracted his hand, he stood behind Lin Chen and did not say a word. Lin Chen looked down at the man's arm and suddenly let out a laugh. Is the person standing here all the members of the Faust Guild? Seeing that Lin Chen didn't shake his hand, the other man didn't get annoyed, he just stretched out his other hand and dusted off his sleeve. Yes, the guild has just started, it's not even established now, the people here are all the patriarchs of the guild in the beginning. Scarface, who had just brought Lin Chen's trio over, was a little less pleasant at this point. He pointed at Lin Chen and whispered. Hey kid, don't give your face away, our president shook hands with you, what kind of attitude is that? Is this how your parents taught you in real life? His tone was a little angry, and a look of expression became ferocious. Feng Chen who stood with Lin Chen behind him was just about to go up and retort a sentence, but when the words came to his mouth he didn't know how to say it. After all, joining the Floating Pillars Guild was something that Lin Chen himself had just said. That Lin Chen was indeed a little bit less than courteous right now. Feng Chen dryly coughed and resentfully did not speak. However, Lin Chen didn't care, and directly opened the door and said to the person in front of him. Alright, President Chu, I won't hide it from you, this time, I can help you pass the copy, but I have a request. The world was stunned as he stared at Lin Chen with interest and asked. What request? If you promise, Lin Chen clasped his hands to his chest, I'll only tell you. The other party pondered for a moment, then suddenly let out a laugh. My friend, although it's said that it's harder to find high-level healers nowadays, it's not like you're the only one who can't do it, and it's not even known what the copy we're going to enter is, so why would I want to make a deal with you? Yeah, he was a level 35 weapon master, not only was he in the top tier of the current leveling charts, but he was also a hidden profession, and even if he did want a rope and a high-level healer to break through the copies nowadays, if he was faced with a condescending milkmaid like Lin Chen, he didn't intend to be led around by the other party's nose. What's more, he wasn't even level 30. Lin Chen unexpectedly let out an untimely laugh at this moment. I think you've misunderstood President Chu. What I said about help you pass is the real literal meaning. After entering the copy, you guys just need to stand at the entrance of the copy and wait. According to the rules of the marketplace, you guys can throw in any piece of equipment that is pink or below. Other than that, no matter if it's a pink outfit or a purple equipment, as long as it appears, it's all mine. Lin Chen's tone was flat, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. I'll guarantee with you that there won't be any dangers for those who enter the copy, and after it's accomplished, I'll personally place the quest props needed to establish the guild in your hands. Under the strange gazes of the people around him, Lin Chen added, deal? The surroundings suddenly became even quieter. It wasn't known how long it had been before a strange voice suddenly came out. It was like the sound of a person who had been holding back laughter for a long time and finally couldn't hold it in. Then after that, there was laughter. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Scarface's laughter was the most intense. He and the team members around him who laughed in a ball supported each other, as if at any time, they would laugh and go out of breath. Ouch. Ouch, my stomach hurts, laugh me to death. Scarface unabashedly held his stomach. I feel that this kid has a brain problem. President, my fault, if I know that this kid is not normal in his sanity, I absolutely will not bring him here. Not only him and the other team members around him, even the gloomy man who had been silent all this time could not help but sneer at this time. They only felt absurd to the extreme. Although that copy did not have a minimum level restriction, it was a genuine level 35, difficulty level copy, and unlike all the copies they had encountered before, as long as it was labeled with the word, difficulty, it would at the very least require the most elite and reasonable team configuration. Even a team of level 35s could be killed in the process. But this level 27 milkman in front of him, but he made a big fuss, saying that he wanted to pass the level 35 difficult copy by himself? Daydreaming. Oh no, it's nighttime now. That means that he should still be in a dream right now. As the surrounding laughter rose and fell, Gardenia and Feng Chen were the ones who turned pale. Hey, I say you guys stop at the right time. As he spoke, Feng Chen even pulled out his broadsword. Pink light flickered, and although Feng Chen was only level 28, a pink broadsword still made people lurch. The crowd present, other than Scarface, Gloomy Man and Chairman Chu, the rest of them rarely had pink clothing on them, let alone the even rarer pink weapons. They belonged to the attacking team, and their main objective was to quickly upgrade, compared to their own equipment, which was somewhat lacking. However, the laughter around them was only a little weaker, and that Scarface still had tears in his eyes, that were from laughing. Dude, not me ha, this captain of yours. He really has no problem with his brain, right? Scarface pointed at Lin Chen and said, or is your brain not too good either? Can't hear what he just blurted out? Feng Chen lowered his voice. Of all the people present, only he and Gardenia knew Lin Chen's ability. Naturally, one wouldn't pay attention to the exaggerated behavior of the others around him. But he couldn't bear Lin Chen being ridiculed by these people. Feng Chen was just about to say something when Lin Chen reached out and pressed the broadsword in his hand. Brother, Feng Chen froze. It's fine. Lin Chen nodded at Feng Chen, then turned his head to look at the worldly state again. President Chu, what do you say? Going to be like your vice president and laugh for a while first? Worldly style didn't laugh. To be able to become the president of a guild, even if this guild only had one stroke in 8, his city was definitely deep enough. At this moment, he kept staring at Lin Chen's eyes under his mask, as if he wanted to see something in them. It was only after half a day's interval that he sighed helplessly. Tell me what the request is first. He still couldn't understand what Lin Chen's motives were for saying those words just now. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to believe. It was just that. Was truly unable to believe it. He is now level 35, players reach level 30, enter the copy in the previous different, 30 levels. After each copy of the pass, there will be a new difficulty selection. The default difficulty is normal, normal after the difficult, and then after the nightmare, and finally, is the hell. Although it is said that entering the same copy will reduce the experience, but it is also limited to the same difficulty. For example, in the case of the Star Prayers copy, if you pass the normal difficulty, as long as you select the difficulty mode, then there will be no lowering of experience. Options such as these, however, were only available after level 30. The milkman in front of me is only level 27, he can't even touch this thing, yet he is so. Loud and clear, even if he is worldly, he can't go on to understand Lin Chen's motivation. Lin Chen pondered for a while and opened his mouth. The requirement is that I come to be the vice president. When these words came out, not only Worldly, but Scarface, who was still laughing by his side, also froze violently. His face changed. What the hell did you say? Chapter 103, Invitation to the Duel. However, no matter how much Scarface shouted, Lin Chen just stared silently at President Chu in front of him. At this moment, the worldly man was finally a little less different, his brows slightly knitted as he looked up and down at the masked man in front of him. Listening to the voice, this person's age shouldn't be too big, and indeed there was no mistake that he was a healer, but would those words just now be something that a level 27 milkman could say? Arrogance, and even mixed with some stupidity. After a long time, the world shook its head and smiled. You said you want to be the vice president? Friend, your appetite is not too big. His face gradually stared, but you let me on what basis to believe you? By the rusty iron sword you're holding in your hand? However, Lin Chen seemed to have known that the other party would say this, as he spread out his hands and said softly. Don't worry, I'll prove my skill, even if you guys come to verify it now, I don't have any objections. As he said these words, before Worldly Man could reply, the scarred face on one side of the room, Hai Kwang Tiankong, directly stood over, he faced Lin Chen straight on, his nose almost pressed against the mask on Lin Chen's face. Little Tisk TSK. I think you've lost your head, you actually want to replace me. Since this is the case, then we'll have a single practice. If you win, I don't need the president to agree, I'll give up the vice president position to you myself. With that, he pulled out his bow and arrow from his back. Behind him, President Chu called out in a low voice. Oldly, forget it. But Scarface was clearly a bit agitated and shook his head repeatedly, no way. I have to give a little lesson to these brats who don't know the sky. These brats rely on their young age to like to play the game with no one in sight, thinking that they can go up to the sky in the god-hunting ground as if they were in the sky. Grandma, when you brats were playing with mud, I've already knocked out how many spacebars in the internet cafes in the dance. With that, he threw a duel invitation at Lin Chen. Since you have the balls to say those words you just said, then accept the invitation, and I'll let you know what it means to be outside the sky. President Chu should have stepped in to stop him, but after he placed his eyes on Lin Chen, he swallowed his words. It was as if this young milkman had some sort of backhand. Even though Scarface had already issued a duel, he surprisingly didn't have the slightest bit of cowardice and didn't show anything else. Could it be that he really intended to meet the battle? Just as the people around him were looking at Lin Chen with teasing faces, Lin Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Although no one will die in the duel, if I really kill you, you might wake up at the resurrection point, in the main city, and I remember that place isn't too close to here, are you sure? Hearing Lin Chen say this, Scarface suddenly smiled coldly. I'm sure, if I lose, I'll run over here, and then kneel in front of you and respectfully offer up the title of vice president with both hands. Only then did Lin Chen nod his head, and then, under the gaze of the crowd, he reached out and tapped, accept. A few moments later, people suddenly saw a ray of light pouring down from the pitch-black canopy, and this pillar of light landed on top of people's heads and then slowly spread out to the surroundings, and then formed a semi-transparent gladiatorial arena that enveloped Lin Chen and Scarface. The other people around them were pushed to the periphery of the arena by an invisible force. The other people present were like a group of spectators surrounding the ring. I'm going. Is this a duel? No, I'm a bit confused. How did this kid come to level 27? According to his kind of character, I guess he can't even get out of the novice village. Who cares, just watch the joke. Kind of interesting, huh? Someone reached out and touched the light screen in front of them, as if touching the water, creating a ripple. Many of the people present were seeing this kind of scene for the first time and couldn't help but murmur. As for President Chu, he was somewhat unable to comprehend at this time. He really didn't expect Lin Chen to actually accept the invitation to a duel. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his head to look to the side. There stood Feng Chen and Gardenia, who had followed Lin Chen here, but what he hadn't expected was that after seeing Lin Chen enter inside the gladiatorial arena, they actually let out a sigh of relief. Yes, the warrior called Wind Dust and Turbid Wine even put away his broadsword before turning his head and chatting idly with the teenage milkmaid. They seemed to be completely unconcerned about what was about to happen inside the gladiatorial arena. Or rather, they had an almost exaggerated confidence in that milkmaid. Inside the gladiatorial arena, Lin Chen stretched his shins as he took the rusty iron sword in his hand back into his backpack and stood in place with his bare hands. Seeing Lin Chen in such a state, the other party's scarred face suddenly let out a weird laugh as he said, "What? You just accepted the invitation to a duel, and you admit defeat so quickly? With that, he raised his bow and arrows high, then drew his bow and strung an arrow. But I'm sorry, even if you admit defeat, I've decided that I'm going to give you a little bit of color, so that you'll remember a little bit. But without waiting for him to shoot his arrow, Lin Chen suddenly shouted at him. Hey, can I ask you a question here first? Scarface raised his eyebrows, and the scar on his face throbbed at that moment. He smiled skinlessly. Oh? You ask. Lin Chen asked, how many attack points do you have right now? The blood bar above the head of this level 32 hunter had completely fallen into Lin Chen's eyes. The amount of blood was 3,850 points. In a brittle profession such as a hunter wearing leather armor, this amount of blood already belonged to an exaggerated level, but Lin Chen still wanted to ask how high this guy's attack power was. After all, he was a hunter, belonging to a profession that catalyzed the strength attribute bonus to the extreme. Scarface didn't hide it, and laughed. Old me's attack power? Alright, it's no big deal to tell you, so that you can die with a clearer mind. Laozi is now holding a level 25 pink bow with a total of 551 points and has 50 points of armor breaking. To deal with you, Laozi only needs 2 skills. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. 551 points of attack, amongst level 32 hunters, it was mediocre, but it wasn't his fault. In order to quickly upgrade, he hadn't deliberately integrated his other equipment apart from the weapon in his hand, so that his attack wasn't too high. I see, Lin Chen muttered. At the same time, he silently opened his attribute panel. There, on the line of his physical attack power, a line was clearly written. Physical attack power, 1556. Yes, right now, Lin Chen's naked attack was as high as 1,456 points. Compared to him at level 25 early in the morning, his attack power had risen by more than 600. Good luck, Lin Chen muttered to himself indifferently. 12 copies and the attack is already at 1,556 points? Chapter 104 2 Fists, 1 Arrow. Hey! Scarface, whose name was Haikao Tiankong, shouted at Lin Chen, what are you muttering about? As he said this, he gradually drew his bow to full strength, and a turquoise-colored energy arrow converged. Lin Chen closed the attribute page and waved his hand in front of him. It's fine, just counting how many punches I can beat you with. At these words, Scarface suddenly froze. He originally wanted to mock a sentence, but the words also swallowed back when they reached his mouth. Forget it, there is no need for this, there is no need for him to continue to wrestle with this arrogant and cocky kid, but he also does not want to let this kid lose so painfully. He intends to use only flat A, to see how many arrows he can catch. Thinking of this, Scarface's face sank, then violently loosened his fingers. Shoo! The arrow whistled out and shot towards Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen still stood still without moving. At this moment, a gust of wind whistled his hair back violently. Before the arrow arrived, the fierce wind had already arrived. However, just when the arrow was about to hit Lin Chen's mask, Lin Chen slightly moved his feet. The arrow suddenly brushed past his face before nailing the light curtain at his back. For a moment, the huge light screen splashed with layers of ripples, as if a stone had fallen into a calm lake, stirring. Scarface raised his eyebrows before knocking his arrow once more. Yo, good luck, huh? As the words fell, he shot another arrow. The sound of this arrow was similarly not small, and the sound of breaking air was mixed with wind currents surging wildly. However, Lin Chen remained unperturbed. His feet moved at this time, his figure suddenly took several steps forward, and he actually rushed forward to meet the arrow. When he was only a few tens of centimeters away from the flying feathered arrow, Lin Chen suddenly took an arrow step, then exaggeratedly sidestepped and dodged the arrow again. Scarface was stunned. If the first dodge was a fluke, how can this second time be explained? Your kid's agility is not low. It's a bit interesting. As a milkman, you can actually make my attack miss twice in a row? He put away the smile he had just been putting on his face and activated one of his skills. Then try dodging this skill? Ranger, level 20 skill, rush shot. Shoot 5 arrows in succession at the same time. Each arrow will deal 55% of its own attack power damage as physical damage to the enemy it hits. This skill cannot be dodged. Yes, this skill would shoot out 5 arrows in a split second, with an attack power of over 500 of its own. If it hit Lin Chen, it was estimated that just this one skill would cause Lin Chen's blood bar to bottom out. This wasn't a hunter's minor skill, but the skill of a ranger after switching professions. When a high-level player fought a low-level player, the winner would be decided in an instant. Not to mention that Lin Chen was a full 5 levels below himself. Swoosh 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 swoosh. The 5 arrows were like 5 small streams of light, shooting at Lin Chen's body in all directions. Their speed was a notch faster than the normal attack just now. The description of the skill clearly stated unavoidable, so Lin Chen naturally didn't need to dodge anymore. and simply gave up resisting, but suddenly rushed forward a few more steps, and he was only 2 meters away from Scarface. Do. Without the slightest pause, the 5 arrows consecutively nailed Lin Chen's body. A single character floated from Lin Chen's head. 159. 154. 146. 154. 151. The damage accumulated, and with his 50 points of broken armor, it reached over 760. Scarface was stunned. Something wasn't right. How did he only deal this much damage? Could it be that his armor wasn't low either? Scarface couldn't help but freeze when he raised his head and looked at the blood bar above Lin Chen's head. It seemed like Lin Chen's blood bar had dropped by just about 1/5. What the hell? He somewhat didn't quite understand why a milkman who was 5 levels lower than himself had such a high blood count. He had 50 points of broken armor left, though. Hey! Scarface was a bit unresponsive and was just about to open his mouth to say something, but he suddenly realized that Lin Chen was already close to him. I'm going to. Scarface was taken by surprise and hurriedly raised his bow and arrow high, preparing to continue releasing his skills. Ranger, level 25 skill, Shadow Flying Dagger. But Lin Chen didn't give Scarface a chance to release his skills. He raised his fist while his right foot retreated, his shoulder followed his waist, and he swung out a vicious punch. On the land of the hunting god, any profession could fight with their own weapons, but they could also lose their weapons and fight the monsters with their own fists. Only losing the attack power of the equipment or the bonus of the spells, the fist, would only be able to deal the damage of a naked attack, and basically no one would make such a move. Not to mention a healer. Scarface stared blankly at this soft-looking fist hitting his abdomen. Thud. The force seemed not small. Scarface only felt that his body was constantly retreating at this moment, 1 step, 2 steps. He retreated a full 7 or 8 steps before stopping. Although he could not perceive the pain, but what is this force? Why did he himself retreat so many steps? He violently raised his head to look at the top of his head. Don't be in a hurry if you don't look. This time he looked, his face was as if he was dead. His own 3850 blood bar, at this moment, only 2,450 remained. Scarface didn't react, and he incredulously scratched the top of his head with his hand, as if he was checking to see if something was wrong with his blood bar. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly realized that the milkman with the mask, who was bullying his way again at this moment, bent down and threw a solid uppercut. Dang! This time, he finally saw the red font floating out above his head. 1,402. And his own blood level, only 1,000 points remained. His body was viciously thrown into the sky by this force. Although he couldn't feel any pain, he only felt that his jaw was struck from below by some kind of siege hammer, and his body left the ground by a full 3 meters, and then viciously smashed down. 130. Yes, after crashing to the ground, it was surprising that the scene interactive damage had been reduced again. Scarface was completely confused this time. So much so that he forgot to run as Lin Chen slowly walked over. But it was at this time that Scarface suddenly heard a low roar from outside the gladiatorial arena. Run! The voice was very faint. After the gladiatorial arena was formed, it had a very excellent means of soundproofing. There was almost no communication between the inside and outside of the arena, but he himself had been forced into a corner by Lin Chen's 2 fists, and outside happened to be the gloomy man who had been watching the battle. At this moment, the gloomy man slapped the light screen and seemed to be saying something to himself. You're a hunter, fight and pull. Run! The voice was small, but Scarface still heard it. Right. Although he didn't know what the hell this milkman was, but he was a hunter himself, his skill just now obviously dealt him not bad damage. As long as he pulled and kite, he could still win. Thinking of this, he hurriedly climbed up, then sent his feet running wildly. At the same time, he cast another level 20 skill of Ranger. Sprint. Increases one's movement speed by 150% and attack speed by 50% for 30 seconds. His speed increased by a step at this point, and he was ready to run to a safe distance and then use his bow and arrow to properly take care of that milkman. He had just been gullible. But not anymore. He was ready to maximize the output of the hunter profession. A few moments later, he found a corner with a very suitable distance from Lin Chen, then viciously turned his head and drew his bow. But at this time, Scarface froze again. Because Lin Chen was also holding a bow in his hand, aiming right at himself. Scarface blinked, clearly not understanding what was going on right now. What? Means? Before the words were finished, an arrow shot over from the opposite direction. It hit his own chest squarely. Subsequently, a red bludgeon character emerged from the top of one's head. 3150. Chapter 105, A Not-So-Reasonable Plan? Scarface completely froze. If there is no mistake. Just that attack, it seems to be a blitz attack? But the problem is not this, even if it is a blitz attack. But kill 1,000 daggers of their own, how to foot down more than 3,000 blood? I only less than 4,000 life value. A mere arrow, combined with the 2 punches that Lin Chen had just thrown, Scarface's vision instantly blurred. He only felt that his body was floating lightly, and after a moment of trance, the scene around him completely changed. All around was no longer the pitch-black night, the milkman who had dueled with himself, or the guild members watching the battle around him. All of these people had disappeared. What was replaced in the line of sight was an altar hall that he was somewhat familiar with. This is the resurrection point? A beam of light flickered around them, and as the light pillars dispersed, the same resurrection people as Scarface appeared from all over the place. Because he had lost in the main city's gladiator arena, this death would not consume resurrection coins, but even so, his resurrection would still be at this altar. Just as other players consumed resurrection coins. As time passed, Scarface's face was uncertain. He felt that even after spending more time, he couldn't comprehend how he had lost. 2 punches, plus an arrow. Opening his eyes again, he appeared in this place. Damn! Isn't this evil? Just as he was puzzled, a message appeared out of sight. Someone sent a private chat. Worldly, how are you doing? Scarface scratched his head and replied helplessly. Sea and Sky, still confused for the time being, brother, let me calm down for a while. The world is cool, what about the bat? Scarface sighed. The sea is wide open to the sky, well. The title of vice president will be given to him. The old man is not a person who cannot afford to lose. After a few seconds, the other party sent again. The world is cool, but this kid let you run over and kneel in front of him. Scarface stood up with a flourish. What the hell? He yelled, causing the people around him to look sideways. The group of people who had been mocking Lin Chen were silent at this moment. Some of them even retreated several steps back in unison. At this time, the light curtain of the gladiatorial arena that was shrouded overhead had already turned into starlight and drifted away, and Lin Chen put away his moon bow and reappeared in front of President Chu. The eyes under the mask looked exceptionally cold and handsome as Lin Chen said, President, can you consider thinking about my unreliable plan now? The way the world looked at Lin Chen changed. He seemed to be really considering the plan that Lin Chen had said. After a few seconds, he said in a low voice, My friend, although I now know some of your abilities. But after all, who knows what type of copy that is? As you can see, there are also guild rankings within the ladder list, but nowadays there isn't a single guild on the guild list, which means that the difficulty of this copy is very high, and the whole of the land of the hunting god's endless players, not a single person has ever completed it. Worldly Ranger gestured something with his hand. In case something goes wrong, I'm not good. However, before he finished his words, Lin Chen interrupted him. What are you worried about? After hearing these words, Worldly Yanliang was visibly stunned. I said, what are you worried about? Lin Chen asked again. I'm worried about, Worldly State Yanliang wanted to say something, but he also really didn't know the point he was worried about. Do not wait for him to continue to say. Lin Chen added, you are still in accordance with the original team to enter the copy is good, but first in accordance with my method of implementation, you start to stay in the copy of the door. Nothing to do, if worried, you can always pay attention to my blood bar. Worldly lowered his head and pondered something. If you guys feel that my blood bar fluctuates too quickly, or if I take the initiative to ask for help in the team voice, then you guys will abandon my plan and thus join the fight. Lin Chen continued, at that point, I'll naturally know that my abilities aren't suitable for solo combat, so I'll automatically cooperate with you guys to give you blood assistance. But, Worldly was still ready to say something. Don't worry, I don't have any extra resurrection coins on me, I'm much more life-thirsty than you guys, I don't want to die. Lin Chen added. After saying that, Lin Chen stopped talking and waited for the other party to reply. The Worldly Maniac ran his hand over the long stick behind his back, then nodded his head. Okay, but I'll say it in advance, although I don't know what you're planning to do, please be careful and don't die in the copy. He said, in order to prevent other unnecessary things from happening, I'll work out a perfect team configuration. There will only be one healer in the team. If you die in there, we'll be in trouble. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders. It's fine, you guys can use the city return stone to come out of the copy at any time. This type of copy won't restrict you from returning to the city midway. And don't worry, I won't die. After a short conversation, the Worldly Wonders then struck an alternative deal with Lin Chen. Although there were still quite a few people who had muttered in their hearts, after all, no one had ever entered a difficulty level copy, no one knew exactly what was inside this copy, everything was unknown, and the team's milkman also had to be the one who chose to solo through the copy. The crowd only felt that the more they thought about it, the more unreliable it became. But things seemed to have been decided. They couldn't say anything. They could only pray that everything would go well on tomorrow's copy trip. The Worldly State briefly arranged the work, then dismissed the crowd present. Everyone disperse and come gather here early tomorrow morning. He waved his hand at the people around him. By the way, tell Oldly not to come over, we'll talk about the bet tomorrow. The people who were here also began to gradually disperse. Lin Chen was also ready to take Fengchen Gardenia to leave. It was too late in the day, the three of them had almost drank all the stamina potions in their backpacks. Right now, none of them were in a good state. It was still very necessary for them to go and have a good night's sleep. As for Lin Chen, he also needed to go and repurchase some rusty iron swords. The whole day's copies had caused him to consume all of the durability of the iron swords in his backpack. However, just as Lin Chen was about to leave, Worldly Wonders called out to him. Friend, what's your name? Lin Chen stopped and looked back at him, and along with Worldly Gloom's perspective, Lin Chen also raised his head in an attempt to look above his head. Because of the mask, his name appeared blurry, only a splash of red characters could be seen. Lin Chen didn't choose to take off his mask. He didn't really want to make too much of a high profile. If he took off his mask, his name would probably top the ladder list instantly. My surname is Lin. Lin Chen returned. The world was stunned for a moment, and then he didn't ask any more questions as he nodded his head and smiled. Elder brother Lin, can I ask how? You are, he pointed at Lin Chen's body. The meaning was self-evident. As a level 27 milkman who was able to cleanly defeat a level 32 hunter, this kind of thing would not be believed by anyone who said it. Lin Chen faintly returned, sorry, I can't say anything about this matter. Any other questions? The world was embarrassed and scratched his head. So, can I ask why you chose to solo the copy alone? Hearing this, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, and only after a few seconds did he slowly open his mouth. Honestly with you, because for tomorrow's copy, I don't want anyone to steal monsters from me. Chapter 106, Difficult Copies. Early the next morning. The people who had gathered at this place last night once again converged in full force. Many of them were sleepy-eyed, and some were even yawning continuously. Good morning everyone. Scarface was the last to arrive, and he stretched as he walked. However, when he opened his eyes and looked at so many people in front of him, he also hurriedly came back to his senses. Good lord, everyone came so early? Ahead of them, led by the duo of Worldly and Lin Chen, everyone had already stood in front of an NPC. At this moment, they had already formed a team and were currently waiting for him to enter the team. Sorry, got up late. Scarface hurriedly applied to enter the team, and it was only then that he realized that there was not only himself, Gloomy Man, Lin Chen, and President Chu in the team, but there was also a not-so-familiar face. Turning his head, he realized that the level 28 warrior, Wind Dust Turbid Wine, was raising an eyebrow at him at that moment. You? Scarface rubbed his eyes in some confusion. Why did you come in as well? Feng Chen shrugged his shoulders. What? Am I not allowed to come in? What kind of mess are you adding here as a level 28 warrior? Scarface frowned. Aren't you looking for death if you don't reach level 30 to enter a difficult copy? However, Feng Chen didn't mind at all. He clasped his hands on his chest. This doesn't need to be your concern. The vice president personally named me to enter. What do you care? Scarface froze. When did I like you? But as the words came out, he suddenly thought of something. Yeah, he wasn't the vice president anymore. Scarface's face turned blue, and he suddenly silenced himself, not saying a word. What? Feng Chen had a strange smile on his face. Why don't you say anything? Seeing that Scarface still did not pay attention to him, Feng Chen followed up with a question. Right buddy, you lost to my family's captain yesterday, corresponding to the betting. How to say? Scarface's face turned green, then quickly turned his face to the side and no longer ignored Feng Chen. Lin Chen and Worldly Gloom glanced at each other. The team members are already together, we can enter. Worldly Style exhaled a faint breath of turbid air before saying to the NPC in front of him, "Alright, we're ready." Hearing these words, that NPC silently nodded as he stretched out his hand, 1 gold coin. Worldly Reality reached out and placed a golden gold coin in the NPC's hand. After receiving the gold coin, the NPC in front of him suddenly took a step back and said to the crowd present, "In that case, everyone, good luck with your horses." As the words fell, a huge portal suddenly appeared out of thin air. It seemed to have twisted from the void, as if it was a huge crack, and strange movements could be heard from within. Is this the difficult copy? The people in the team steeled their spirits, then silently took a step forward. The rest of the remaining members around the room, except for the 6-member team, began to gradually retreat, and an extremely strong wind pressure began to appear around them from an unknown time, and the clothes and hair of those who were a little bit closer to them were blown around and flailed. This is the first time to see outside the portal, but it is this kind of movement. Gardenia stood in the distance and kept looking. She always wanted to open her mouth to say some cheering words, but every time the words came to her mouth, she didn't know how to say it. Until the end, the 6 people's bodies completely entered the teleportation door. She did not utter a single word. A feeling of dizziness hit them. The crowd only felt that their skin felt some strange touch at this moment. The first time they opened their eyes, they suddenly realized that their surroundings were pitch black. Holy! Scarface let out a low cry. Why is it so dark? A moment later, a ball of fire suddenly appeared from the gloomy man's hand. And the next moment, as the light fell into the scene, one fire after another emerged one by one from the fire pots on the walls, and they were like scared cats that kept swaying. This movement startled the crowd, and as the fires grew more and more bright, the surrounding scene finally fell into the eyes of the crowd. This is a gloomy, like a labyrinth-like underground building interior. Everywhere you can see strange walls and dark doors. Put your hand on these walls, a coldness will invade, stabbing people's palms cold. At this time, if one lifts their head, people can also see that the top of their head are all pitch black domes. Here. Looks like some kind of underground prison? Don't know who said a sound. The crowd only then realized what these one after another dark door means, door, corresponding to the room. And inside the room, there was one very strange low roar after another. The monsters are all within the doors of the room. At this time, people looked at each other. Since they had already entered the copy, how were they going to distribute it next? That worldly man pulled out the long stick behind his back and looked at Lin Chen. What do you say? Lin Chen took a step forward without any extra expression as he held out his hand in a stop gesture to the 5 people around him. You guys stay where you are for now, leave the rest to me. Among the crowd, other than Feng Chen, the others began to look at each other again. Unexpectedly, having already entered the copy, this milk daddy was actually still really calculating his plans. Is he not afraid of it? Scarface turned his head to look at World State Yenliang and asked in a low voice, "Brother, should we let him be?" Worldly Stance stared at Lin Chen's back as he turned his head to leave, and after a 2-second interval, he sighed, "Forget it, let's wait and see what happens first." People also finally dropped their hands, ready to see what Lin Chen was capable of. The silence around them was terrifying. Lin Chen had been walking for some time, and at this point, turning around, he could no longer even see the remaining 5 people. And it was this instant that he stopped himself at a place like an aisle. In front of him was a very long passageway, and on both sides of the passageway there was a fan of iron doors, and at a rough glance, there were at least a dozen of them on each side. Standing at the end of the passageway at this moment, Lin Chen could clearly hear the monsters emitting low cries. What a nostalgic ah! Lin Chen suddenly let out a laugh. Ever since he had entered the land of the hunting god for the second time, apart from the spider cave and the novice village at the beginning, the monsters he had encountered in the copies he had entered so far were basically all different from his last life. After all, the landing points were different. But now, Lin Chen can be 100% sure that this copy in front of him, he passed through in his last life. If remembered correctly, in this copy, there was a room in which the monster, grotesque demon, was locked. And it was this monster that made Lin Chen participate in this copy crusade no matter what. This kind of monster, as long as he was given enough time, it would summon countless, lesser grotesque demon. Lin Chen called out in a low voice a few times. Shield Mountain, Sledgehammer, Roaring Brother, She. A moment later, the black mist dissipated, and Shield Mountain, who was holding a shield, as well as the other 3 undead dependents appeared on Lin Chen's side. Monarch. It wasn't just Shield Mountain, who was holding a rusty iron sword tightly in his hand, but the remaining 3 were also poised at this moment. Lin Chen pointed at the passageway in front of him and said coldly, "Open all the doors, kill the monsters when you see them, but pay attention, as before, save the last hit." Lin Chen continued, and Shield Mountain and I take charge of mending. After saying that, he also drew out his rusty iron sword. From this point onwards, he needed to get involved as well. Chapter 107 Weird Demon. Ordered. The undead dependents droned in unison. Subsequently, with the Roaring Chi as the leader, this behemoth took the lead and rushed out, the body Thursday arm constantly swinging. Each swing would open the doors of the rooms on both sides of the passageway directly. Knock knock knock. When the cell doors of these cells were opened, those low roars unexpectedly and strangely disappeared. A few seconds later, among the room doors, instantly rushed out crows of monsters. Coming. Lin Chen released his skills almost instantly after he gave a low shout. Sage level 20 skill, Blessed Sound, was launched. The special skill, King's Domain, was unleashed. With a burst of mist spreading, not only Lin Chen himself, but the rest of the undead standing inside the domain also instantly felt a powerful force surging from their bodies, the most obvious of which was their speed. Not only was it their movement speed, even their attack speed had received an almost exaggerated boost. After Lin Chen's killings throughout the day yesterday, entering the Star Prayer copy 12 times in a row and killing almost 1,000 monsters, the skill level of the Monarch's Domain had also risen from level 6 to level 15. At this time, all the friendly units within the field of mist, the movement speed and attack speed would be greatly increased to an appalling 115%. And right in front of them, the monsters were so densely populated that the passageway with a diameter of less than 5 meters was currently filled with countless black demons, who hissed and squirmed, attacking everything around them in a near frenzy. Small monster grotesque demon. Monster level, 30. Life value, 2000. Attack power, 250. Physical defense, 1. Spell defense, 1. Seeing the descriptions of these monsters, Lin Chen had also long since become accustomed to them. In his last life, he had dealt with these things. These little grotesque devils belonged to the vanguard, and could also be said to be the children of the grotesque devil. They were large in number and did not fear death, and amongst the level 30 monsters, their bloodstains and attack strengths were also mediocre, and their armor and magic resistance was extremely low. The two are only a mere 1 point, and it is very easy to deal with them if they are one-on-one. But they are not monolithic active monsters. As long as there is a small grotesque devil appearing, there are at least hundreds of them in its vicinity. What a glutton for punishment! A rusty iron sword instantly appeared in Lin Chen's hand. This was the reason why he needed to definitely enter this copy. Monsters like the grotesque demon weren't rare, but coincidentally, in the copy of the quest that had to be done to establish a guild, it just so happened that they could be encountered. At this moment, Lin Chen turned his head and exchanged a glance with Shield Mountain at his side. Shield Mountain understood, and the shield in his hand, Wall of Storms, flashed out, after which he turned on his defense skill and crashed headlong into the tide of monsters. At the same time, Lin Chen followed closely behind, the iron sword in his hand swinging up continuously. And after Lin Chen also charged into the wave of monsters, Wang Sledgehammer and Roaring Brother also completely joined the battle. As more and more little monstrous bizarre demons poured out of the cell, the damage they were able to inflict was enough to make the crowd drink a pot of water. But just as they were about to attack Lin Chen and the others, Shield Mountain, who was blocking at the very front, suddenly roared out. Hit me! After a cry, those short monsters would suddenly turn around and claw at Shield Mountain's body with their own sharp claws. 1. 1. 1. As Lin Chen's level increased, Shield Mountain's double defense at this moment was even more exaggerated, and unlike the three of them, Huang the Hammer, Shield Mountain would not only be able to inherit 50% of Lin Chen's attributes at any given time, but he would even have his own growth attributes as well. At this moment in time, Shield Mountain's physical defense was as high as 510 points. The attacks of these monsters could only cause 250 points of damage, and if it wasn't for the rules on the god hunting ground, otherwise he wouldn't even lose a single drop of blood. In the King's Domain, the life value recovery speed of the crowd was a direct plus 115%, causing these damages to be like flies, hitting not as much as adding up. With this layer of surge, Huang Sledgehammer, Roaring Brother and Chi Yu were like fish out of water. They completely let go of their hands, swinging their knives, hammers, and limbs, and frantically killing in the midst of the wave of monsters. As for Lin Chen, his task was much simpler. At the moment, he was carrying the rusty iron sword in his hand, raising and dropping the blade one by one. With Huang Sledgehammer and the rest of them patting their swords, regardless of whether Lin Chen had a blitz or not, he would cleanly kill one in seconds, as he advanced step by step, his attack speed getting faster and faster, idly walking as if he was walking in his own family's back garden. Attack power plus 1. Attack power plus 1. Attack power plus 1. The entrance to the replica. After putting away his broadsword, Fengchen squatted on the ground in boredom as he picked up a stone that looked like a pigeon's egg and carefully examined it. His actions seemed to be completely outside of the situation, while the others standing around were completely confused. What was wrong with this man? Shouldn't that milkman be his friend? Why were they all so baffling one by one? Scarface slowly came over. Dude, what are you doing? Fengchen looked up at him slightly. Me? I'm waiting for the pitch. Pitching? Scarface raised his head and exchanged glances with the others again. After a pause, he lowered his head again and asked, casting. What point? Fengchen blew the stone in his hand and then wiped it on his body again, contentedly placing it in his clothes. After doing this he shrugged his shoulders. Of course it's ready to cast some points for equipment. Although it's said that all the equipment above pink quality is my lens, but the rest of the equipment and props we can cast points. Wait a moment, we can distribute them. If there is a suitable one for me, keep it for me. Fengchen looked unusually calm as he spoke, not at all like he was pretending to be calm. Scarface is completely speechless. He now only feels a little annoyed. The copy has officially begun, but there is something not quite right. As to where it is not quite right, Scarface cannot say. Until the end, he sighed to the world and said, Chew, I feel that we still go to see it. Don't let that kid die. We just have him on milk. But he hadn't even finished his words, and even Worldly State didn't have time to reply to him. A fluttering character floated up from above the heads of everyone present. After seeing this small line of characters, Fengchen's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, it's starting, everyone, get ready to cast your points. That line of words, called experience value plus 200. People looked at each other in dismay. If this kind of prompt appeared, then it meant that milkman had already made his move? But without waiting for them to react, the prompts were like a tidal wave, wave after wave. Experience value plus 201. Experience value plus 200. Experience value plus 202. Experience value plus 198. Experience value. Chapter 108 Brush Attack Power. Everyone was confused at this instant. The speed of the experience value prompts was too fast, and they could only see them constantly floating above their heads, and before one prompt was fully visible, a new one appeared from below and topped the previous one. This scene was too bizarre, as if there were countless souls exiting their shells. 5 seconds later, a prompt appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Please cast your vote on the Devil's Tooth Cloak. When this line appeared, the remaining 4 people, including Worldly Manifestation, all turned their heads in unison to look at Fengchen. However, Fengchen acted as if he didn't see the stunned expressions on the faces of several people. He just clicked on this Devil's Tooth Cloak and looked at it, and in the middle of the day, he shook his head. TSK. Intelligence type shoulder gator. Forget it, I can't use it. After saying this, he only noticed the strange look on people's faces. Fengchen froze. What are you guys looking at me for? Casting points? Yes, when Fengchen finished speaking, another prompt appeared. Please cast points on the heavy artillery machine crossbow. Fengchen hastily patted Scarface on his side. You're a hunter, right? You can use this equipment. Crossbow, no cast? Scarface, who was named Haikao Tiankong, snapped back to his senses, then subconsciously nodded his head repeatedly. Oh. He dully clicked the casting point. The dice bounced around in his line of sight for a bit, finally displaying 5 points on it. After doing so, Fengchen turned his head to look at the others. If you guys don't need these equipment, cancel your cast points. Fengchen seemed like a game veteran teaching a novice how to play the game. But how did he know that everyone present was higher leveled than him, and their knowledge of the god hunting ground was not less than his at all? They were just completely dumbfounded. Worldly Ghost looked back at the passageway where Lingshen had disappeared before moving his feet. However, he had just taken a few steps out when Fengchen's low voice came to his ears. President. I suggest that you don't go over there. Worldly Man turned around, just in time to meet those eyes of Fengchen. Fengchen shook his head at him, as if he was really scoping something out. Chairman, I don't know if you've played similar games in the real world before, but there is an unwritten game rule that it's best not to do anything extra while the big brother is leading the map. Worldly's foot that had stepped out literally paused for a moment. He then shrank back and stood in place without a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Brother Roaring leapt into the midst of the strange tide and let out a long roar to the sky. Roar! The skill that belonged to him unleashed, howl of anger, a wave of sound swept through, and the small monstrous dystopian devils around him stumbled instantly as they clutched their heads and spun in place. It was also at this time that Huang Sledgehammer, who shouted 80. Huang Sledgehammer wheeled his two-handed hammer in a 360-degree rotation. The hammer was like a whirlwind in his hands, raising a burst of damage numbers wherever he went. The Undead's coordination was seamless. Shield Mountain was responsible for resisting damage, and the main purpose of the remaining three was to consume as much blood as possible from the monsters on the field. The rest was left to Lin Chen and Shield Mountain, as they swung out slash after slash, and the little monster dystopian demons fell one after another. Miso. With another slash, the bodies of the little monstrous dystopia demons fell limp to the ground. Lin Chen paid attention to his attack power as he hacked and slashed. 1501. 1502. 1503. As his chi luck value rose, the chance of a blitz attack was quite a bit higher than it was at the beginning. 15 minutes had passed, and his own attack power had also come to 1550 points. During this time, Lin Chen had even risen to level 28 and was less than a fifth of his experience value away from level 29. With the last of the little monsters, the bizarre demon, in the end, the field had already been bloodied. Lin Chen waved his wrist, during which time he had exhausted the durability of 5 rusty iron swords. After all, it was a level 1 white armor, used to cut down level 30 monsters, or too difficult for it. If only I could get diamond. Lin Chen muttered as he looked at the rusty iron sword in his hand. The so-called diamond was a gemstone similar to a ruby that could be set on top of weapons and defenses. This kind of gemstone had a special effect, which was that after being inlaid, it would change the durability of that equipment. Inferior diamond can reduce the durability wear of equipment by 30%. Ordinary diamond can reduce the equipment's durability wear by 50%. Perfect diamond reduces it by 70%. The flawless diamond reduces it by 80%. And the highest level, brilliant diamond, will directly make the equipment wear 0. Yes, as long as the highest level of diamonds are set, the equipment will never wear out. However, those gemstone items were extremely rare items, and diamond was one of the rarer gemstones, so it was a bit impractical to think about that now. Lin Chen raised his head and looked towards the end of the passage. It was pitch black there, but even so, Lin Chen could still see a huge iron door. Shield Mountain walked over to Lin Chen's side at this moment. Sovereign, are you going to open that door? After saying these words, Shield Mountain could clearly feel Lin Chen's aura changing, only to see that he slightly put away the rusty iron sword in his hand, and instead took out his moon bow. Lin Chen drew his bow and aimed at the iron door directly in front of him. Yu heard this and stepped forward. His huge body was like a beast. It responded in a deep voice. Yu was in. Lin Chen whispered, "Open the door." She, without the slightest hesitation, 3 or 2 steps across the ground as gradually disappearing corpses, and then put his hand on the iron door. It yanked hard, and the huge iron door instantly fell apart. "Get out of the way!" Lin Chen shouted lowly. Yu understood and instantly dodged to one side, and at the same time, a huge figure broke through the black haze from the cell. Roar! Its shout is more domineering than the angry howl of the roaring brother. The sound wave sweeps away, shocking human ears, and drums rise. If it is closer, the unusual players are estimated to rupture the liver and gallbladder. It was also this instant that the monster, which looked like a combination of a black bear and a hound, suddenly froze in place. It was because an arrow was nailed onto its brow without any frills. Do. 3230. An arrow strike caused this copy of the bottom boss to directly arrive at stage 2 before it even had a chance to make a complete appearance. Lin Chen also pulled out his rusty iron sword at this moment. What he was waiting for was the second stage of the grotesque demon. After entering the second stage, the boss grotesque demon would continue to summon lesser grotesque demons to fight for it, and although the number wouldn't be as exaggerated as it was just now, but given enough time, it would probably be able to make Lin Chen eat his fill. Shield Mountain, how's the durability on you? Lin Chen said as he handed over a rusty iron sword. Shield Mountain respectfully received the iron sword before replying in a low voice. Monarch, the durability of the shield in Shield Mountain's hand has already bottomed out. There should still be half of the durability of the defense gear on your body. Lin Chen nodded, got it. As the words fell, the boss had already unleashed some sort of passive skill, and one after another of the little monster dystopian demons suddenly surfaced from behind it. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Very well, let's have another round. Chapter 109 Magic Crystal Stones. Time passed little by little. Standing at the entrance of the copy of the crowd has completely accepted this seemingly absurd fact. They numbly cast points to obtain equipment, numbly watched their respective head on the top of the emergence of the word, experience value plus XX. In the meantime, the warrior called wind dust and turbid wine, even from level 28 to level 29, but they simply did not do anything, just stand in place. Gags, experience value cannot stop the surge over. If only upgrading were all this easy. How good would it be? In addition to Fengchen, the remaining people present were a bit unable to hold back. Many people could not sit still and wanted to come over to find out what was going on. However, Fengchen's words just now still caused the crowd to dismiss the idea of going over to watch. After another period of time, a few of them had even updated the equipment on their respective bodies by casting points to obtain equipment. Afterwards, a huge word appeared from above everyone's heads. Experience value plus 1000. People were violently stunned. Such a high experience value could only mean that the boss had been killed. People looked at each other in disbelief, and in the next moment, Fengchen was the first to move. His level had officially stepped into 30 at this moment, but he couldn't wait to think about it, and his entire body quickly rushed towards the depths of the copy. The remaining few people glanced at each other, and then also followed closely after. A moment later, the crowd stopped in their tracks. Their pupils gradually dilated, and in front of them, the long and claustrophobic passageway already had various kinds of cell doors reflected in their vision, and right after that, there were countless monster corpses. These, small monster demon, corpses had not yet had time to be cleaned up by the system, and were still piled up in the surrounding area, one pile after another, resembling a bizarre dark mountain. The line of sight was raised, and people saw a huge monster collapsed in the corner with its head tilted back, and everything around it that could be destroyed had long been broken and tattered, and the huge head that resembled a canine or a bear was slightly lowered, and on top of its head, a line of words was written. Boss, grotesque demon, dead. Level, 35. Life value, 09,000. Attack power, 520. Spell attack, 350. Physical defense, 300. Spell defense, 200. As for the rest, people no longer needed to look. They stared horrifiedly at the boss's blood bar and couldn't help but swallow their saliva continuously. 9,000? Scarface's voice was a bit hoarse, and he looked at the monster's armor after saying those two words. 300 armor. As a physical profession, he could clearly know what 9,000 blood and 300 armor meant. But nowadays, this huge monster, its blood bar was completely cleared. It was lying in place, as if it was a defeated general who had lost the battle, and the bodies of the small monster dystopian demons around it were the skeletons of soldiers piled up in mountains. Lin Chen was sitting alone on the piled up corpses of a few little monstrous demons, and he was rubbing the rusty iron sword in his hand without moving. Seeing the crowd approaching, he subconsciously raised his head and glanced at a few people. It was this ordinary glance that caused the 5 people to instantly freeze in place. At this moment, Lin Chen was covered in pitch black liquid, and if he hadn't guessed wrongly, that black liquid should be the monster's blood. Normally, these so-called bloodstains wouldn't leave obvious traces on the players' bodies, and even if the bloodstains stained their bodies, they would automatically be cleaned up by the system over time. But the number of dead monsters here is too much. The blood spattered out after their deaths coated Lin Chen's entire body, layer after layer, making him look like an evil ghost that had just crawled out of hell, polishing the man-eating knives and forks in his hands. Seeing such a horrifying scene, everyone was speechless. Even Fengchen was stunned by the scene in front of him. He was not too willing to continue to approach, because the entire field in front of him had been completely enveloped by a pungent odor, which irritated one's sinuses with a raw pain, and the rotting, fishy stench was mixed with what seemed to be the smell of sulfur, which was hair-raising. Fengchen could only tentatively stand in place and shouted, "Brother?" Lin Chen slowly stood up, and it was at this time that something with a flickering light suddenly fell down from above his head. It gently landed in front of Lin Chen and was cupped by Lin Chen's outstretched hand. It was a stylized hexagonal stone, and the surface was emitting a bit of fluorescence. Lin Chen recognized this item. This prop named Magic Crystal Stone was the last key item for establishing a guild. Lin Chen didn't say anything, he just slowly walked over to the worldly man, then reached out his hand and handed over the item in his hand. Light seeped out from Lin Chen's fingertips to shine on Shisho Yanliang's face, making his ever-changing expression look particularly comical. This. In the middle of his stammering, Lin Chen had already shoved the item directly into Seiya Yanliang's hands. "Just take the stone and go back and give it to that NPC." Lin Chen said indifferently. Worldly Yanliang hurriedly turned to take the cupping with both hands. Feeling the weight and touch in his hands, he stared somewhat dumbfounded at Lin Chen's pupils under his mask. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth and said, "Peer. Friend, why don't you let the president be you?" After saying this, the people around him were silenced as well. None of them spoke out in rebuttal, they just stared at Lin Chen in a stupefied manner. These people's attitudes were almost worlds apart from before they entered the copy. Among them, the scarred-faced Haigua Tiankong was the most pious. At this moment, he was like a little girl who had done something wrong and stood on the side without saying a word, and when Lin Chen's mask was facing him, he even took a step back. When he thought about the duel with him last night, he only felt creeped out. Luckily, it was only a duel within the main city and not in the wild. Upon hearing Worldly Man's words, Lin Chen, however, let out a helpless laugh before reaching out his blood-stained hand and patting Worldly Man's shoulder. President Chu, as I said, I only intend to be the vice president and am not considering the position of president. After saying that, he waved at Fengchen, let's go little Feng. Fengchen hurriedly looked back, oh. However, as Fengchen followed behind Lin Chen, he would still look back behind him from time to time. He seemed to be waiting for something to appear. Weird. Fengchen muttered in a small voice, why isn't there a past treasure chest? Lin Chen, who was walking ahead, spoke. This kind of special copy can only be entered once per player, there isn't going to be a pass reward, and after completing the copy, you need to return to the copy entrance in order to get out. Hearing this, Fengchen's face was filled with pity. So stingy. However, once he thought about the fact that he had already reached level 30 and had obtained quite a few suitable equipment and skill books, Fengchen did not continue to complain. He looked at Lin Chen and asked in a low voice, brother, how many levels are you now? 29, Lin Chen replied, go out and do a random quest, and you should also reach 30. Chapter 1 10 Reasons to Join the Guild. As they spoke, Lin Feng and his duo had arrived at the entrance to the replica. A tiny crack was gradually appearing in the sky above the place where they came from, and it wouldn't take too long before a portal would be torn open around here. But before that, Fengchen thought of something else and asked in a small voice. Brother, do we really want to join this guild? Lin Chen turned his head to look at him. What? You're not willing? No. Fengchen shook his head hurriedly, of course I'm willing, it's just that. There's some confusion. When I was in the real world I've played quite a few games, only that most of the games I played belonged to the ancient style category, and the G Guild was basically called the Club. To be honest, joining this kind of organization is actually quite troublesome, sometimes it even makes me physically and mentally exhausted. Oh? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, tell me about it. Fengchen scratched his head and let out an awkward laugh. Brother, this is also just my family's opinion, haha. He said, how can I say this, guilds like this will more or less have some specific, guild activities, right, just like in the game I play, every Saturday and Sunday for 2 days, one has to participate in the Yi Gang War, all the gangs in the entire server will match their opponents based on their level, and then come to a gang war about lifting and lowering the level. Fengchen spoke eloquently, in addition to the gang war, is some very large break-type activities, these activities are boring, and also need to participate in the majority of people in the club, brother, you do not know, I was off duty back home to turn on the computer, to participate in these club activities without stopping. I just felt that it was even more tiring than going to work. Speaking here, Fengchen shrugged his shoulders and changed his words, but coming back, joining this kind of organization is also inevitably beneficial, such as there are club rewards, club titles or titles and so on, and there are usually all sorts of club benefits as well. After saying so much, Fengchen reached out and scratched his head again. What I'm saying is also just from those games I've played, it doesn't represent the land of the hunting god, this place is a living reality, and I'm not quite sure how the guilds here work. After saying that, Fengchen looked at Lin Chen. Well, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, he was now truly convinced that this Fengchen in front of him was a senior gaming nerd, to give you a shot in the arm, regardless of whether it's the game you're playing in the real world or the land of the hunting god, the guild's laws of functioning are similar, their core functioning is artificial no matter what, the difference won't be too great. Fengchen froze, then skimmed his lips, hey, it's fine, I'm just spitballing, anyway, I don't have to go to work now, and I won't be in a physically or mentally exhausted condition. Lin Chen waved his hand, then said, but there's quite a bit of difference between the guild here and the game you're playing I guess, do you know why I must join the guild and become the vice president? Fengchen quickly turned his head to look behind him after hearing this. He only felt that what Lin Chen said next was somewhat important, and just in case he could only make sure that there was no one around. Brother, you say. Fengchen whispered, it's just the two of us here, they haven't come over yet. Lin Chen was amused by Fengchen's state, but he didn't show too much, instead he spoke. On the god hunting ground, there are some skills that can only be learned by entering the guild. Skills that can only be learned by entering a guild? Fengchen gave a start, and in the next moment, he pondered in his mind, as if there was a similar setting in the game he was playing. Right. Lin Chen nodded, or some very practical skills that, if you want to learn them, you need to spend guild contribution value, and only by becoming a manager of a guild will it be easier to obtain a large amount of contribution value. Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully. I almost understand. Not only that. Lin Chen continued to add, after joining a guild, the same guild will break the maximum number of people in a 6-person team, which means that to enter some specific replicas, as long as they are members of the same guild, even a dozen or more. Or dozens of people can enter at the same time, and this is a great way to crusade against nightmare or hell difficulty copies, but it's a very good news. This will work? Feng Chen's eyes lit up. Lin Chen nodded and told Feng Chen some more about the special characteristics of the Hunting Gods Ground Guild. Feng Chen was stunned by what he said. Then, brother, will there be gang wars here as well? Feng Chen hurriedly asked, I mean, guild wars. Lin Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately nodded his head. There are, and they are very frequent. After receiving Lin Chen's affirmative reply, Feng Chen couldn't help but gulp. Those games he played were just that, but now that he was on the land of the hunting god, he really couldn't conjure up that kind of picture in his mind. Countless players were like two armies fighting, and then urging the weapons and skills in their hands, madly rushing together. 2 minutes later, where the two of them were, the portal had completely formed. Feng Chen also saw the world behind him and others walking over in some confusion. As they got closer, Feng Chen could also clearly hear their doubts. Weird. Why isn't the treasure chest exploding? Listening to the voice, it should be Scarface Haikwa Tiankong. Maybe. The nature of the copy is different. This copy is used to obtain magic crystal stones, after all. The voice came from the gloomy man. Feng Chen wanted to hear more, so Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Let's go back. Feng Chen returned to his senses and nodded his head. He then followed Lin Chen as he stepped through the portal. Nickname, Programmer. Level, 29. Life value, 5,100 5,100. Magic value, 2,000 2,000. Strength, 109. Plus 29. Intelligence, 133, plus 29. Agility, 66. Physical strength, 102. Chi, 17. Attack power holding rusty iron sword, unblasted state, 1679. Moonbow plus 165, 1844. Spell attack, 312. Physical defense, 212. Magic defense, 233. Free attribute points, 37. 2 points per level after level 10. Equipment, Blessing of the Zombie Monarch, unique. Type, Amulet. Level requirement, none. Chi value plus 11. Strength plus 29. Intelligence plus 29. King's Domain creates an area shrouded in mist. Within the area, your attack speed is plus 119%, your lifesteal recovery speed is plus 119%, and the enemy's attack speed is reduced by 10%, cannot be increased, and movement speed is reduced by 10%, cannot be increased. Requires manual release. Growth class equipment, every time the wearer kills one unit, he will gain 1 point of evolution value from it. Current evolution level, 19. Evolution value, 6100. Evolution bonus, chance to deal sustained to death damage to units with less than 10% life value. Chapter 111, The First Establishment of the Guild. By the time Worldly and the others stepped out of the portal, the other quasi-guild members who had been waiting around for a long time rushed over. They weren't the only ones, this place even had quite a few other people wandering around as time went on. At this moment, when the crowd walked out from the portal, it naturally attracted some players to stop and stare. As the worldly man looked at the crowd in front of them, these were the other guild members who had watched the crowd enter the replica earlier, and at this moment, they all came up, staring at the crowd with an eager face. President, how's it going? Is the quest completed? I'll go. I'm a little excited what to do. These people anxiously inquired. However, Worldly did not answer the first time, but instead looked through the crowd at Lin Chen, who was not far away. This mysterious man wearing a mask was currently sitting on a rock and drawing with his hand in mid-air. If he wasn't wrong, he was currently viewing one of his attributes. To tell the truth, Worldly State actually has quite a few words that he wants to go and ask him about, but he thinks about it without being in a hurry. Yes, since that person is now the vice president of his guild, since he joined the guild, naturally he won't be afraid of him running away. Thinking of this, worldly wonders glanced at Lin Chen again. While Feng Chen and Maiden Gardenia were quietly standing at his side, at this time, seeing worldly Yanlian look over, Feng Chen happened to raise his eyebrows at him. Worldly Yanlian withdrew his gaze somewhat awkwardly, then glanced at each other with the people around him. Everyone, good news, the props for establishing a guild, the magic crystal stones, have arrived. Worldly Yanlian took out the peculiarly shaped stone from his backpack and raised it high above his head. Light emanated, and the surrounding onlookers immediately stared in amazement. Only compared to the astonished expressions of these people, the expressions of the parties, such as worldwide cool and sea-wide sky, were somewhat intriguing. Because only they know how this piece of stone came to be. However, no matter what, the magic crystal stone is indeed obtained. The next is the most important point. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Worldly Gloom walked slowly to the NPC's body. He spread out his hand and lit up the stone that glowed with a bright light. Props fetched, let's begin. As Worldly said those words, that NPC's imperceptible eyes lit up, and he carefully cupped the stone from the other party's hands before slowly retreating a few steps back. Incredible! The NPC's lips trembled slightly. It's too incredible, you guys actually took the magic crystal stone from the hands of those demons. These words were like his own lines, except that it was the first time he had ever uttered them, and they seemed a bit unnatural. Then, he raised his hands high into the air, and that smudge of light emanating from the magic crystal stone just happened to mingle with the sunlight spilling down from the canopy, and in the next moment, an even more blinding pillar of light rose up into the sky. Very good. I have witnessed the courage and strength of all of you. You are indeed qualified to establish a guild. With that, the NPC took back the magic crystal stone, and he seemed to be performing some kind of special ceremony. Now, I will summon the guild building that belongs to you all. At these words, the people present were all confused. Even Feng Chen gave a slight start. Summon? Feng Chen looked down at Lin Chen. Brother, what does summoning mean? Isn't it building? How can a building be summoned? Lin Chen closed his attribute panel, then smiled and said in a low voice. The guild buildings in the land of the hunting god aren't ready-made, they exist within another separate space. Do you want to know how many people there are in the land of the hunting god? And how many guilds would appear with so many people? If every guild building was constructed in the main city, how could the main city still get down? Hearing these words, Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully. Another space? Good fellow, then if we enter the guild, how do we get there? Don't rush. Lin Chen angled his head at the front. You'll know soon enough. Ahead. The NPC seemed to have completed a whole weird dance under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as he moved comically high on his legs and unnaturally lowered his waist. After a full minute of work, the NPC returned to his usual appearance. But what makes people somewhat concerned is the light of the magic crystal stone disappeared. The stone that the NPC was holding tightly in his hand became dull at this moment, and at a cursory glance, it was no different from an ordinary stone on the side of the road. Just as one was puzzled, the NPC suddenly spoke dully to the world. I'm here to check if the 15 people present are all members of your guild? Worldly Yanlian turned his head and scanned the room, then nodded at the NPC, yes. After receiving an affirmative reply from Worldly Styles, the NPC suddenly waved his hand violently at the crowd in front of him. Drink! He shouted in a high-pitched voice, causing the unknown people to subconsciously take a step back. Afterward, a prompt appeared in the minds of everyone present, including Lin Chen himself. Congratulations, you have become a member of the Faustus Guild. In less than 2 seconds, a prompt sounded out. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new achievement, guild? Is this a guild? Congratulations, you have unlocked a new achievement, the first guild, the guild I'm in. The achievement reward will be issued in your backpack. The people present looked at each other with a look of excitement and thrill showing on their faces. However, there were also people who were more concerned about what the so-called achievement actually was, and for a while, the people present instantly discussed it. Are we even guild members like this? Should we be? But I feel like nothing has changed. What about the guild building? Isn't this place still in ruins? I'm going. It's not like he's going to let us build our own house, right? However, just as the crowd was talking, Feng Chen in the distance suddenly shouted. Holy! Really, brother, there really is a skill appearing. Looking at Feng Chen's startled appearance, the crowd subconsciously glanced at their skill bar. It didn't matter if they didn't look, the crowd instantly saw that there was a special skill icon that had appeared on the skill bar at some unknown time. This skill icon was a bit strange. It looked like a huge ancient-style building with an open door in the middle of the building. Murphy. People seemed to have realized something as they clicked on that skill icon. The next moment, these people disappeared one after another. Seeing such an appearance, Lin Chen also stood up as he said to Feng Chen and Gardenia on his side. Let's go in as well. As the words fell, with a breeze, the figures of the three of them also directly disappeared into place. Chapter 112 Guild Elves. Opening their eyes again. In front of them was a huge and magnificent structure that was situated on top of a lofty and magnificent-looking mountain. At this moment, the crowd was standing in a huge square in front of the building. As they looked up, this huge castle-like structure was exuding a unique charm. From a distance, it stood on top of the mountains, overlooking the entire world. Scarface even stopped breathing at this time. He really didn't expect this place, this building, to be their guild. Bewildered, he raised his head, and surprisingly, there was a strangely shaped white bird of prey swooping down from the clouds, and finally resting steadily on the tip of the bough behind Scarface. We at the top of the mountain? The others reached out their hands as if they could touch the clouds. A dozen seconds later, all of the guild's reserve members, including Lin Chen, were present. Seeing Lin Chen appear, as the president of the worldly state, he seemed to have guessed something. He looked around. Although the mountains were in the distance, while at the end of the square, there was a huge trestle bridge. The trestle bridge was hundreds of meters long, its body was pitch black, the material used to construct the bridge was chains, yet it didn't seem to be ordinary iron chains either. The giant bridge was connected to the tops of two mountains, and as the wind blew through it, it was slowly swinging. What is this bridge? For? Someone also noticed the trestle bridge behind him. Can we go over? But just as he was about to walk up, he was stopped by Lin Chen reaching out. It's not possible to pass there. The man gave a start. Huh? How do you know? Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. That bridge, it will only let you use it when it's a guild war. Right now, even if you go over there, there will be a wall of air blocking you. Guild war? The worldly manifestation clearly caught these three words from Lin Chen's mouth. His eyes widened violently. Could it be that this trestle bridge be a passageway for guild engagements? When guild wars were fought, the two guilds would rush to each other's base camps through this kind of trestle bridge? But how did Lin Chen know about this kind of thing? Just as the worldly state was somewhat puzzled, Lin Chen had already stepped onto the building steps with Gardenia Fengchen. The crowd came back to their senses and hurriedly followed closely behind. From the time they stepped onto the building's stone steps until they pushed open the building's door, everyone was stunned speechless. The building's appearance was dominated by ancient stone, but every stone and every layer of the walls were beautifully carved, and towering towers stood on both sides of the tallest building. The towers fluttered with the guild's flag, which was embroidered with the guild's default insignia, which was a bit comical but not lacking in solemnity. Walking into the guild building, the first thing that caught my eyes was the wide hall. If that was right, this was the so-called guild activity hall. A huge crystal chandelier hung in the center of the hall, illuminating the entire space, and the surrounding walls were inlaid with various gems and magic runes. On both sides of the hall were several passages that led to different areas. One of the passages led to the guild's meeting room, where the guild members discussed strategies and made plans. The other side led to the quest room, which was decorated in a simple and generous manner, with empty picture frames hanging on the walls. Another passage led to the guild's training ground, where guild members learned special skills and improved their strength. Lin Chen didn't hesitate for half a second and directly walked towards the training ground. The Fengchen Gardenia duo on his side were still marveling at the subtlety of the guild's architecture, just like the crowd, and at this moment, when they saw Lin Chen walking towards a place, they also immediately returned to their senses. Brother, wait for me. The duo hurriedly chased after him. However, Worldly and the others did not follow Lin Chen. They just had their mouths wide open as they continuously explored the interior of this luxurious, solemn building. Holy, Scarface had been letting out exclamations so far. He seemed to have seen the most exaggerated scenes in his life from the moment he pushed the door in until now. Even descending into the land of the hunting god hadn't shocked him this much. Look guys, there's a ring here. There's also a pool. Really? This place can still swim? I found the library. What a huge warehouse. Multiple areas unfolded one by one as the crowd explored, each with unique functions and features. But just as people wanted to continue poking around, within the guild hall, a crisp sound came from within. It was as if something had fallen from the sky. People paused, then rushed over. However, they saw that in the middle of the hall that had just been empty, that was covered in incandescent light appeared. Angel? Yes, this thing had the silhouette of a human, but with a pair of wings clearly growing from its back, it flipped up and down as if it were a fish swimming in the water. However, on top of the thing's head, there was a phrase. Please activate. What is this? This thing? Scarface blinked. Is it a monster? Not only him, everyone present didn't know what this object was, and many people even took a slight step back. Just as people were puzzled, Lin Chen walked over from the training ground. In a low voice, he said, "This is a guild elf. Every guild has one, and it is responsible for handling matters related to the guild." After saying that, he arrived right in front of the elf under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The next moment, he spoke. Activate. The two words were like a key, and the light around that elf's body instantly disappeared. It was only this time that people finally got a good look at this thing. An elf that was only the size of a palm was floating in midair with the wings behind it, and at this moment, because the light disappeared, it opened its eyes. In just a few seconds, it seemed to be activated as if it had been activated for something, and suddenly flew back and forth in the sky. Lin Chen took a step back and came to the side of the worldly state. Brother Chu. Lin Chen glanced at worldly style. The next thing this elf inquires about, you'll need to answer. Ah. Worldly Yenliang clearly didn't react. In the next moment, that elf suddenly let out a very nice sound. May I ask? Who is the president? The voice was like a child who had just learned to speak, sounding very soothing. The worldly wonders glanced at Lin Chen with a slightly deeper meaning, then walked up and stretched out his hand. I am. Please confirm the guild name. The elf added. Faust. The worldly man immediately replied, Faustus Guild. In the time that followed, the guild elf asked several more questions, basically about the do's and don'ts of guild establishment and checking information. The two asked and answered questions, looking very much in tune with each other. While the others around them looked very serious, that Scarface even stood straight, living as a student waiting to be lectured by the principal. Next question, may I ask who will be the vice president? The elf asked. The worldly man didn't hesitate for half a second this time, and hurriedly pointed at Lin Chen. Him. The guild elf turned its body to look at Lin Chen before nodding. The identity of the vice president has been confirmed, programmer. As it spoke Lin Chen's name, everyone froze. The world was even frowning, because the mask had caused them to not be able to see Lin Chen's name from the beginning to the end. Now that it was being called out by the guild elf, it caused worldly styles to be a little concerned. Programmer? He muttered, why does that ring a bit of a bell? That said, what was the name of the person who topped the battle rankings a while ago? Chapter 113, The 8 Heads of Halls. A total of 10 management positions were needed for the establishment and construction of the Hunting Gods Ground Guild. Including the president and vice president, there were another 8 hall masters. Green Dragon Hall, White Tiger Hall, Vermilion Bird Hall, and Xianwu Hall. Each of these halls also contained both the head and vice head of the hall. Adding up to a total of 10 management seats, an entire guild would be under the complete jurisdiction of the guild. Lin Chen naturally knew all of this already, and when the guild elf explained this, he didn't say too much, but rather was silent as he calculated something. As for the rest of the people, they all revealed expressions of astonishment. But aside from being surprised, people also looked unusually excited. Because the people present were all elder-level characters, they were the members of the early stage of the guild's establishment, and in order for a guild to be fully established, all 10 management positions would have to be allocated. There was a high probability that they would get their turn anyway. Sure enough, after explaining the positions, the guild elf spoke up again and asked. May I ask, Green Dragon Hall, Hallmaster, who among those present will assume the role? As soon as these words were uttered, Scarface Haikuku subconsciously took a step forward, while raising an eyebrow at the president Saishu on one side. In Scarface's cognizance, since his position as vice president as well as being occupied by Lin Chen, then the position of the Green Dragon Hallmaster would be his. After all, after reading the vice president was this Green Dragon Hallmaster, which naturally meant that it was second only to the main vice president. However, as the president, the worldly state of the world was ghostly glancing at Lin Chen, seemingly asking for instructions. 2 seconds later, Lin Chen actually did slowly stretch out his hand before extending his index finger and pointing it at a man with a silly grin on his face. Feng Dusty Turbid Wine. Feng Chen was a little dazed, the smile on his face hadn't completely disappeared yet, and at this moment, he simply froze. It wasn't until all the gazes of everyone around him were placed on his body that he reacted, and then unbelievably pointed at himself. The guild elf then continued, is it confirmed that wind dust and turbid wine will serve as the green dragon hall master? Confirmed. Lin Chen said indifferently. Afterwards, a ray of light fell from the sky, directly enveloping Feng Chen. The floating guild's green dragon hall master would be named Feng Chen Turbid Wine at this moment. The surrounding atmosphere was a bit quiet for a while. Scarface blinked his eyes several times, obviously not accepting this fact for a moment, during which he even pinched the gloomy man on his side who hadn't said anything. Hey, what's the situation now? The gloomy man didn't answer, only staring ahead in thought. Next, the guild elf continued to ask questions. Then, may I ask, who is the head of the White Tiger Hall again? Scarface was a bit flustered. Qinglong didn't fight for it, and the White Tiger, which was second only to Qinglong, was always his, right? But something that made him unexpectedly happen again. Lin Chen continued to stretch out his finger, pointing to the young girl at the end of the crowd, Gardenia. The surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. At this moment on the field, the expression of the most dismayed is not Scarface nor anyone else, but Gardenia herself. This girl seemed to use a long time to react, and then her face flushed for a while as she took several steps backward. Me? I can't. Before the words were even finished, the guild elf inquired for confirmation as per usual. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen immediately nodded and replied, confirmed. The hall masters of the Green Dragon Hall and the White Tiger Hall were so simply confirmed by Lin Chen, and this kind of scene really made the people around them look confused. Among the crowd present, apart from those who had teamed up with Lin Chen, there were also some people who were completely out of the situation who were at the moment in a daze. As expected, someone soon came forward and raised an objection. I say buddy, said a warrior with his hand raised, it's not right, that wind dust and turbid wine can be the Green Dragon Hallmaster just fine, but which one of the people present is not higher ranked than this ninny? He pointed at the stammering Gardenia and said, you let her be the White Tiger Hallmaster? Just because she's on your regular team? As he said this, he could visibly see Lin Chen turn his head to look at himself, his eyes under the mask cold and frightening. Yes. Lin Chen said in a low voice. The man obviously didn't react and couldn't help but go huh? Gave a cry. I said, Lin Chen continued coldly, it's because she's on my team, what's wrong? The scene became awkward again. The man really did not expect Lin Chen to be so honest. He still wanted to say something, only to see Scarface even ghostly walk to his side and pulled him. Ah. Hey, all your own people, mind these for what? He heatedly smiled, I see nah, White Tiger Hallmaster just give Gardenia's sister is quite good, you say right, chairman. Scarface even gave a look at Seishu Yenliang. Worldly Yenliang also responded, Yes, I have no objections anyway. These two were singing in unison, which really made the others a bit confused. But with the president's agreement, the man had no choice but to call it quits, only to have his furrowed brows grow tighter and tighter. As if he had missed something very important. Next. The guild elf read out the other positions one by one, just as he had done in the past. In a few minutes' time, all the management positions of the entire guild were all titled. Congratulations! The guild elf circled in midair, all members are in position, from now on, the Faustus Guild is officially established. As the words fell, in the minds of everyone present, another prompt came out. You have obtained the title, Faustus Guild member. A few minutes later. Inside the guild's training ground. The guild elf was floating right in front of Lin Chen, and had spoken in a childishly soft tone. Your current guild contribution value is 30 points, please ask if you want to learn a guild skill. Lin Chen nodded, learn. As the words fell, a special page appeared abruptly from Lin Chen's site. On the page were densely packed special skill icons, at least dozens of them from left to right. These skills were the only place in the entire god-hunting land where they could be learned, and no profession could learn them any other way. But in Lin Chen's field of vision, only the two skills in the upper left corner were emanating light, the rest all appeared grayish-black, signifying that he didn't have enough contribution value. However, Lin Chen didn't care, and instead naturally looked at the two skill icons that were radiating light. No, to be precise, it was the second skill that he was staring at dead on. Bloodlust. Skill description, passive skill. After learning this skill, increase the lifesteal cap equal to 50% of your maximum physical attack power spell attack. Yes, this was the skill that Lin Chen had to get nowadays. There wasn't one. Chapter 114 Bloodlust. Bloodlust. This skill wasn't very powerful for normal people. 50% of the maximum physical attack or spell attack converted into one's life value cap wasn't as much as one would think. Imagine a level 30 warrior with an attack power of around 500 points after equipping the best weapon, then after learning this skill, he would only increase his blood volume by 250 points. This increase in blood quantity was a drop in the bucket, and it would not be half as useful as their thousands of blood points. As the player's level gets higher and higher, their blood will also grow exponentially, but in contrast, the growth rate of the attack power is not so rapid. The more this skill to the later, the more chicken ribs. Belonging to the lack of taste and abandonment of the state. However, Lin Chen is different. Lin Chen was different. His physical attack power is strictly speaking no upper limit. This kind of one half of their own attack power into the blood, for his current high attack and low defense state, is undoubtedly the icing on the cake. For example, the physical attack power of his naked panel is 1677, then it will feed back to his own life value limit of 839 points. Adding the 5100 he already had, he was even pushing 6000 blood. Let alone a level 29 milkman, even a knight several levels higher than himself wouldn't be able to catch up with such a blood bar. Thinking of this, Lin Chen barely hesitated for a second and instantly learned this skill. And when his 30 points of guild contribution value were emptied, his blood level quickly changed from 5100 to 5939, just as he had expected. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and in the next moment, with a turn of his wrist, the moon bow was taken out by him. And looking at the top of his head again, the blood bar became 6022 at this point. Sure enough, this skill changes according to the change in one's attack power. As long as my attack power is high enough, my life value will also benefit along with it. With this skill, it was even more necessary for Lin Chen to hunt monsters. May I help you with anything else? The guild elf asked as it spun around in the air. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Are there any quests that increase the guild contribution value? Quests, well. The guild elf's tone suddenly became a little difficult. I'm sorry, the guild has just been established. The quest function is still in the development stage. It will take the next day before there are quests available for members to take. Is that so? Lin Chen nodded. What about guild activities? Guild activities require the number of guilds in the entire land of the hunting god to reach a certain level before they can be opened. Unfortunately, the current land of the hunting god, along with our Faustian guild, there are only a total of 300 guilds that have completed their establishment, which is far from enough to open up the number of guild activities. At these words, Lin Chen's eyes snapped open a little wider. 300? He vaguely remembered that his Faustian guild was the first guild to be established in the entire god hunting land, but this was only after only 10 minutes had passed and another 300 guilds had risen up? However, Lin Chen was soon relieved. Yes, the number of players in the land of the god of hunting is not to say as many as the hair of the ox, or even a drop in the ocean is not impossible, has reached the point where it is impossible to summarize with numbers. 10 minutes to establish 300 is not a rare thing indeed. It's not a rare thing. Thank you, nothing else. Lin Chen said. See you then, I wish you nothing but fear from the gods. With that, the guild elf then suddenly made a flash and disappeared abruptly from Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen stood in place and pondered for a while. For him, although part of the purpose of joining the guild was to learn this blood desire skill, it wasn't quite the same though. Lin Chen vaguely remembered that there were still a few guild exclusive skills he had to learn. At the moment, they were all black and gray, and the contribution value required was even more expensive, with the lowest requiring at least 500 points. Knowing that he had only been rewarded a total of 30 points of contribution value after clearing the grotesque demon copy, it wasn't really easy to reach 500 points. It looks like we still can't be in a hurry, Lin Chen muttered faintly to himself. Compared to doing guild quests, it's still the rewards from guild wars that are richer. Yes, to quickly obtain guild contribution value, besides doing guild quests, there was another very fast method. That was to participate in guild battles. If he came out on top in a guild war, he could exchange his battle merit for a very exaggerated contribution value. He remembered that in his previous life, some powerful guilds had guild wars, and the contribution value that could be exchanged for a guild war could reach at least 1,000 points for some of the strongest people. However, nowadays the guild has just started, and his own Faustus guild is now the first guild to be established in the entire land of the god of hunting, and everything is not in a hurry. However, according to the huge number of players on the god hunting ground, it was estimated that it wouldn't take much time for the guild to reach maturity. Lin Chen sighed, then walked out of the training ground. At this time, the guild hall was a little lively. Everyone including Worldly Cold was there. Even Gardenia was standing in the crowd somewhat restrained. At this moment, when the crowd saw Lin Chen come out, they immediately looked at him. What's wrong? Lin Chen froze. Ah, it's little Lin who's here, huh? The worldly manifestation hesitated for a moment before speaking. Just now, we inquired about when that little elf could open the Guild Wars, and it told us that we don't have enough people right now to open the Guild War signups. Oh? Lin Chen was slightly stunned after hearing this, then let out a laugh. You guys are in such a hurry to open Guild Wars? Neither. Worldly Yanliang said, it's just that the elf said that there would be very generous rewards if we win the Guild War, not to mention that we're the first guild to be established, so the rewards would be even better if we win in the Guild War. What Worldly was saying was a bit conservative, causing Scarface Haikwa's Sky at his side to become a bit anxious. He stepped forward and said, hey, that elf said that if we win the Guild War, there might be a purple suit reward. Yes, it looked like it was those two words that made the crowd rush for them. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't say anything, Worldly Cold went on to say, and we're pretty confident in our own strength, so as long as we find some members of the right level to round up the numbers, winning a guild war shouldn't be a problem. Besides, there's still you. Lin Chen didn't retort, nor did he feel disgusted because of the calculations the world was playing, he just nodded lightly. Then he said, if I'm not mistaken, a guild war requires a minimum of 50 people? Worldly Styles nodded, yes, the elf told you that as well, right? But soon, he was in trouble again, except we don't really know how to recruit people, so we just waltz around the main city pulling people in? As he said this, he glanced at the 5 large members at his side, who suddenly laughed awkwardly. It was good that they didn't scare people away. Lin Chen opened his mouth. Simple. He pointed at the top of his head, change your titles to guild titles, then just stand in the quest hall without doing anything. The crowd froze. Don't do anything? Yes. Lin Chen laughed, don't worry about how fierce your faces are, the title is the best indication, trust me, it's estimated that the guild will come in with at least 100 people before noon. Chapter 115 Mysterious Key, Invitation to a Copy. People seemed to understand, glanced at each other, but the expression on the other's face made them a little puzzled, and after a while, they could only nod ambiguously. Then we go out and try? Someone proposed. Okay. With that, the crowd changed their titles to guild titles. In the next few moments, the crowd continued to loiter inside the guild for a while longer, and after almost 15 minutes or so, they pulled out their city return stones and disappeared into thin air in 2s and 3s. The worldly state was also holding the city return stone at the moment, but when he was about to activate it, he noticed Lin Chen on the side, and after hesitating for a moment, he still said to Lin Chen, Little Lin, what are you going to do next? I'm going to continue upgrading. Lin Chen also pulled out his city return stone. The 3 of us are going to do some quests, at least I need to get myself up to level 30. After Lin Chen said this, Feng Chen and Gardenia also very silently came over. Seeing this scene, Worldly Wonders nodded thoughtfully. Then, he said, if the guild war starts. Don't worry. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Lin Chen interrupted, I'll be the first to rush back. Ah, that's good then. The worldly man let out a sigh of relief. He then urged the city return stone in his hand and disappeared as well. In the end, only the 3 of them, Lin Chen, stood within the guild hall. Seeing that there were no more people around, Feng Chen then turned back to Lin Chen before asking in a low voice. Brother, what quest are we planning to go on? Lin Chen didn't answer at first, but instead opened his backpack and looked at it. Afterward, his gaze skimmed over the other miscellaneous equipment and props, staring straight at a pitch-black key. This key had a name. Monarch's Invitation. I remember when I first met Feng Chen, Lin Chen was caught up in a special event, facing waves of zombies. Lin Chen obtained the only equipment that could evolve and grow, Zombie Monarch's Blessing, and then he obtained this mysterious prop called Monarch's Invitation. If he wasn't wrong, this key should be an invitation to open a copy. Anyone who passed the special event would receive such a key. Not only Lin Chen, but Feng Chen on his side also had one. However, this key had a level of use, which meant that the player had to be level 30 to be able to use it. Feng Chen was already enough, but he himself was still a bit short for the time being. Thinking of this, Lin Chen closed the page. Let's all level up to 30 first. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Gardenia. Gardenia, how much experience are you still short of 27 now? Gardenia froze, then hurriedly returned, still missing. Almost a 5th. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, well, then you can't do the mainline, follow me and brush a few copies. Hearing this, Feng Chen didn't have much of an opinion. He knew that as long as Lin Chen was leading the team, no matter what the copy was, they only needed to lie down towards the entrance, and the only thing they had to do was to stretch out their hands and cast their points. However, Gardenia was clearly in some difficulty. She squirmed for a while, like she was having trouble speaking. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen paused and asked. "Actually, don't really need to think about me in particular." Gardenia buried her head very low. "Captain, phone, if you guys have plans." Before the words were finished, Lin Chen waved his hand. "It's fine, compared to completing the main quest, it just so happens that I'm going to make a copy as well, bringing you along is just by the way." As expected, when these words fell into his ears, the young girl's face then slightly eased. The three of them briefly talked for a couple of sentences, and they all injected their magic power into the city return stone, and then, there was no one else in this space. In the following time, Lin Chen, Feng Chen and Gardenia had been in the Star Prayer copy. Entering the copy had a mandatory requirement. The minimum number of entrants needed to be 3, as a matter of fact they didn't need to find other people to join the team, but there was a rule on the ground of the god of hunting, which was that a full team entering the copy would have an extra experience bonus. This led to Lin Chen needing to use the gimmick of bring a copy, just come in, to keep Feng Chen standing outside the teleportation door yelling. When the people who came in hadn't fully understood how to distribute the work, Lin Chen took the lead and left with the rusty iron sword, leaving the remaining 5 people in the starting area of the duplicates looking at each other in disbelief. What about him alone? There was no shortage of people voicing such a question in the process. However, what they got were all smiles from Feng Chen showing his big white teeth. "Yes, you guys just stay where you are and don't go anywhere." Immediately after that, it was a quick pass of almost 10 minutes. While people were still caught up in the disoriented feeling of constantly casting points, the copy had unexpectedly ended. Did this copy turn out to be this easy? Although it was said that it was a level 25 copy, and that person holding a rusty iron sword was level 30, but this was too much. Could it be that when they rose to level 30, they could also pass similar copies so dashingly and quickly? Holy crap! I can't wait to upgrade quickly. People thought so. It was noon. Lin Chen's trio finally stopped after clearing a dozen copies. At this time, Lin Chen had reached level 32, Feng Chen 33, and Gardenia, too, had finally come to 30. However, the crowd's stamina value also bottomed out. After all, entering the copy is required to consume stamina. Want to recover so much stamina, they estimate that they have to sleep for most of the day before they can do so. Just as Feng Chen Gardenia was about to say something, Lin Chen launched a trade request to them respectively. The duo froze. Then Lin Chen threw them 2 bottles of stamina potions. "Drink up," Lin Chen said indifferently. Feng Chen and Gardenia looked at each other without the slightest hesitation and immediately drank a bottle. Physical strength instantly recovered most of it, and the two of them also only felt that the fatigue on their bodies was swept away, and at this time, it was the right time to be in the right state. Phew! The feeling of being refreshed is so good. Feng Chen moved his neck and said, "Brother, what's next?" Lin Chen took out a black key almost the instant Feng Chen spoke. Upon seeing this key, Feng Chen was slightly stunned. He remembered this thing. After drumming in his backpack for a while, Feng Chen also fished out an identical one. Monarch's Invitation. Feng Chen's eyes lit up. Yeah. If Lin Chen hadn't taken out this thing, he would have even forgotten about it. When he thought of the hordes of zombies that came out of the fog at that time, Feng Chen would still have some chills on his back. This thing, and what did it have to do with those zombies? Lowering his head, Feng Chen could also clearly see the description of the key, which had changed. Level is met. Do you accept the invitation of the king? Chapter 116, you have accepted the king's invitation. Raising his head, Feng Chen realized that Lin Chen was looking at him, and in those eyes under the mask, there seemed to be a hint of inquiry. After hesitating for a few seconds, Feng Chen nodded his head as well. Brother, I'll listen to you. As he spoke, Feng Chen even touched the broadsword in his hand and made preparations to kill at any time. Lin Chen nodded, then he glanced at Gardenia. This young girl was obviously somewhat outside of her state. Unlike them, Gardenia hadn't experienced the zombies' special event, so naturally she wouldn't possess this key. Facing the two men's gaze, Gardenia couldn't help but be a little flustered. She asked in a small voice. How? What's wrong? Feng Chen coughed, then organized his language. Maisie, if I'm not wrong, Brother Lin probably wants to try to see if he can take you along into a special copy. Gardenia blinked, as if she had understood. Feng Chen continued, however, since you don't have the special props on you to enter the copy, there's a chance that there's no way for you to enter with us. Saying this, Feng Chen turned his head to look at Lin Chen, as if asking Lin Chen if there were any mistakes in what he had said. Lin Chen reciprocated and nodded honestly. Well, what little Feng said is already clear, Gardenia. If you enter the copy with us, then it's just a matter of time, if we go in and you stay behind. To this, Gardenia automatically raised her hand. Don't worry, I will work hard to become stronger by myself. Won't drag you guys down. Looking at the young girl with such a confident appearance, Feng Chen was pleased to pat her shoulder. But Lin Chen shook his head a little. Brother? Feng Chen froze. What's wrong? Lin Chen stared at Gardenia. If you stay behind, don't act alone, go find World State. Find the President? Gardenia hesitated for a moment, reacting to who, Worldly State, was. Right. Lin Chen said, nowadays, we're both administrators of the Faust Guild, and as you're the head of the White Tiger Hall, following him is enough to ensure your safety, and although they don't look like good people, according to my observations, they're not bad people, and since Worldly Yanliang himself is a level 35 hidden occupation, no one will go to hit on him. This. Gardenia whispered, Captain. You are worried about me? Lin Chen nodded ambiguously, sort of, you are my team member after all, I don't want anything to happen to you. Feng Chen, who had been standing on the side, scratched his head. Brother, Gardenia's sister is now level 30. Apart from you, the entire White Moon City probably doesn't have a few milkmaids with this level, right, who can bully her. Lin Chen whispered, anyway, it's better not to risk it, not to mention Gardenia's level, just her looks are enough to put her in danger. When these words came out, Feng Chen and Gardenia froze at the same time. The young girl's face even carried some embarrassment and shyness. That's right. Feng Chen slapped his head. Sister, listen to the captain, if you don't follow us into the duplicate, you'll immediately go find that President Chu. Looking at the two of them saying this, Gardenia could only nod her head thoughtfully. No. Begin. After doing so, Lin Chen and Feng Chen did not hesitate any longer. They injected their magic power into the key in their hands at the same time, as if they were catalyzing the city return stone. A few moments later, the key shone brightly, and a line of words, too, suddenly appeared in the sight of both Lin Chen and Feng Chen. You have accepted the king's invitation. The current number of people who have accepted the invitation is 988. There are still 12 people left to be teleported. The current number of acceptances is 989. Note that you can cancel the acceptance status at any time before teleportation. After these two lines appeared, Lin Chen and Feng Chen visibly glanced at each other. 1,000 people? What kind of copy needed 1,000 players to enter in order to be opened? Another 1,000 people. Feng Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as if he was carefully recalling something. That's not right, isn't it? There weren't 1,000 people who survived at that time. I remember that less than 200 people survived in the end. Not only Feng Chen, even Lin Chen remembered the scene 2 days ago when he first entered this special event. Under the onslaught of several waves of zombies, of the 1,000 players who participated in it, the ones who ended up alive and standing in the same place were less than 200 at all, which meant that only these people managed to obtain the invitation qualification. But why were there so many people accepting the invitation now? It was already up to 992 people. And without exception, these people were all level 30. That means that special event, it's not unique. Lin Chen whispered, it's not just us, it's estimated that this mysterious event has appeared near many different landing points. Feng Chen nodded cooperatively, it can only be explained this way. After a few seconds, he suddenly thought of something, then is it possible to meet people from other main cities in the copy? Hard to say. Lin Chen said, if this special event of some zombie really randomly appears in multiple landing points in the land of the hunting god as I expected, we might even. Saying this, he paused and glanced meaningfully at Feng Chen. We might even meet players other than humans. Hearing this sentence, Feng Chen clearly did not understand its meaning, but for some reason, he only felt a chill on his back. Players? Outside of humans? Feng Chen pursued, brother, what does this mean? But without waiting for him to finish, in his field of vision, the line suddenly changed. Current number of acceptances, 1,000, teleportation in progress, note that you are no longer able to cancel your acceptance status. Lin Chen and his duo only felt that their eyes suddenly couldn't see anything at this instant, everything in their vision was blurred at this moment, followed by the dark green fog that came from all directions. Foggy. This feeling was very strange, and Gardenia, who was standing on the side of the duo, saw it especially clearly. Only to see a large amount of fog suddenly emerge from Lin Chen and Feng Chen's bodies, and if one looked closely, the color of this fog was somewhat bizarre, it appeared between white and dark green, and soon completely shrouded the two's bodies. A cold aura spread out, Gardenia only felt that the temperature around them dropped by tens of degrees. The young girl hastily took several steps back. The three of them were originally in the same team, and according to reasoning, if it was some sort of teleportation, she should have been teleported away together as well. However, after she waved away the fog in front of her, she suddenly realized that she was the only one left in the surroundings. The young girl subconsciously took a step forward. Phone. She turned around. Captain? Yes, without even disbanding the team, the two simply disappeared. Chapter 117 Various Races. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him caused Lin Chen to furrow his brows slightly. It was pitch black in his vision, and it was as if he was in a confined space with no light at all around him, but Lin Chen could clearly feel that there were people everywhere around him. Within a few short seconds, clutter, discussion, and friction ensued, from the rustling sound of talking, and finally transformed into deafeningly loud conversations. These people had obviously been teleported by the key just like themselves, and as soon as they opened their eyes and realized that there were people in the middle of the pitch-black scene around them, everyone was a little less than adapted. Up! What the is this place? Wasn't it some monarch who invited me? Whose monarch invited me to this whole place? A loud voice was the first to open its mouth and roar. The noise resounded throughout the hall for a moment. Yes, this was a strange hall that accommodated 1,000 people, surrounded by walls that were dark green in color, and other than that, it was a flat, huge doorway right in front of them. The only light was coming in from the outside through the doorway of that giant door. They were gathered together, and the hall seemed to be some sort of special waiting room. People unanimously looked at the door in front of them, and somehow, a bloody odor drilled through the cracks of the door, stimulating every player's brain. What a disgusting smell! Brother! What's outside the door? In the midst of the surrounding chatter and discussion, Fengchen finally found Lin Chen, who came over and inquired in a low voice while he looked around. Lin Chen also shook his head solemnly at this moment. I don't know, just wait and see what happens. Lin Chen replied. Got it. Afterwards, the two of them began to move forward slightly along with the crowd. This huge team seemed to have subconsciously made the same move, that is, it was slowly approaching that huge door. In the process of walking, a ball of firelight emerged from the hands of the mages, acting as torches and lights. With the help of this light, Lin Chen also tried to observe the people around him from left to right, or to be precise, observe the protective gear and weapons on them. Everyone was at level 30 or even above, and most of them were output-oriented professions, mainly warriors and hunters, and the rest also had quite a few knights, and if you looked closely, there were some people holding some uncommon weapons in their hands. These people were probably hidden professions, just like the world's coolest. I don't know if I will encounter a necromancer here. After all, Lin Chen, who has the bug skill of undead resurrection, cares a lot about this profession. As for healers, there were very few of them. It looked like no matter where in the land of the god hunters, high-level nursemaids were a scarce commodity. As the crowd continued to walk slowly forward, a woman's cry of alarm came out when the people at the very front of them almost arrived in front of the giant door. There's a monster! The moment these words came out, it was almost as if a stone had stirred up 1,000 waves, and the vast majority of the people present took out their weapons in unison, simultaneously switching to combat form. Nearly 1,000 people entered combat mode at the same time. Such a spectacular scene was really uncommon. However, when people looked at the woman who let out a cry of surprise, they really saw a human with fangs and iron blue skin. But at this time, this monster was also holding a warrior's broadsword, looking around vigilantly. What was even more bizarre was that this monster's mouth was constantly chanting. Monster? Where are the monsters? When it saw a face around it, it yelled out in surprise as well. Holy! What the hell? It was only at this time that people realized. Looking around by the light of the fire, every human face was strangely shaped. Some are normal, human, but there are also some long green fangs, head of the hair as if the tentacles are still wriggling. There are also some people tall, their faces have 3 eyes, in addition to the normal parts of their brain, also erected a blinking eyeball. There are also those who have never encountered strange shapes. But there are also some individuals who are extremely beautiful. And ears pointed, like some movie and television works in the elf family. Various kinds of players, miscellaneous types of players gathered together, so that everyone present constantly burst out foul language. For a while, the entire room. Mom content is extremely thick. Even Fengchen at this time also startled. Not far from his side, there is a mage lit up the hands of the fireball, but when the firelight spread, people only realized that this casting fireball mage himself is a foreigner. It had a face that looked like a feline, and a pair of ears on its furry head that stood up and flickered with the sounds of the surrounding shouts. At this moment, it also happened to notice Lin Chen and the two of them, and couldn't help but retreat slightly, and the fireball in its hand went out. Losing its vision, Fengchen ghostly glanced back at Lin Chen. "Brother!" Fengchen took a deep breath, as if he was somewhat unable to accept these things. What is this situation? However, when he said this, Fengchen suddenly remembered the words that Lin Chen had just said. Humans other than players? So that's what it meant? These strange things were not monsters. But players? Fengchen muttered word for word, they are all players like us? Without waiting for him to continue saying something, Lin Chen seemed to have accepted this setup a long time ago, as he expressionlessly pushed through the noisy crowd and straightly rushed towards the giant door. Fengchen came back to his senses and hurriedly chased after him. Brother! Brother, wait for me! The entire hall was already in chaos, each race had never seen the other, they were constantly yelling and shouting, some had even gotten into a huge fight. It was funny to think that according to the original leveling plan of the Land of God Hunting, they would only have the opportunity to leave the low-level main city and head to the intermediate main city when they reached level 40, and in the intermediate main city, they would encounter races that had come from all over the place. Humans, orcs, half-orcs, elves, three-eyed races, many-faced races, fishmen, psionic races. These races from all worlds would be thoroughly aware of each other's existence. At that time, it would also be the most lively time in the entire god-hunting land. As if remembering his last life, Lin Chen's face was no less dismayed than Fengchen's when he saw a fishman. Don't look, follow me closely. While walking, Lin Chen said to Fengchen, who was looking around on his side. Fengchen constantly nodded his head, afraid that he would lose him if he didn't pay attention. Lin Chen and Fengchen were like a boat swimming against the current in such a riotous scene. Although they stumbled, they did not receive any substantial obstruction along the way. They quickly arrived at the front of the giant door. Chapter 118, Cities? Coming to the door. Lin Chen placed his hand on the door. An extreme cold was immediately transmitted from his hand, followed by a fishy odor mixed with the smell of rust, which entered his nostrils from the doorway. How should I describe this smell? Although it is said that the local flavor of the land of the god of hunting is also a little strange, but it is only strange, but the smell coming through the door is much stronger. However, the smell coming through the door was much stronger. Not only that, it contained the fishy smell of rotting meat that had been left out for a long time, as well as the pungent rusty smell unique to human blood. All of these smells were mixed together, and it even caused Lin Chen to furrow his brows. After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen still decided to push open the door. With a slight force from his own hand, the huge doorway issued a creak sound at that moment. The originally noisy hall became incredibly quiet after the sound of the door opening. Everyone stared at the door that was pushed open. A bright light spread in from the gradually widening doorway. It was midday in the outside world, and the bright light emitted by the blazing sun immediately caused the players to subconsciously stretch out their hands to cover their eyes. However, the next thing one would do was to put their other hand directly over their nose. The rushing stench almost burrowed into the brain. Fengchen also immediately covered his mouth and nose while blocking his eyes with his hand. Only after realizing that they were gradually adapting did they move the arm in front of their eyes away, and the crowd maintained their pinched noses as they looked out the door. Lin Chen's pupils gradually dilated, he only felt as if he had briefly returned to the real world at this moment. Fengchen also froze at this moment, he even took away the hand that pinched his mouth and nose. Grass. It wasn't just the two of them, Lin Chen, there were quite a few humans among the 1,000 people present, and these people subconsciously took a step forward, all with very strange expressions on their faces. What is this situation? A warrior swallowed his saliva, completely at a loss as to how to describe the scene in front of him. The strong light of midday poured down from the top of his head, and in front of him was a piece of city ruins that looked like it had long since fallen into a state of devastation. Tall buildings, streets, green belts, traffic lights. These scenes that were originally very familiar to them were at this moment very abrupt. Is this us returning to the original world? A person's voice slightly trembled. We are back in the real world? But no one responded. The city in front of them was indeed a modern city, but it was very different from the world they lived in. The once prosperous streets were now only barren and dead. Dilapidated pavement, cracks interlaced, the file of time will be here, every piece of brick and mortar torn beyond recognition. On both sides of the street, the walls of the modeled buildings were full of sores, the walls falling off, revealing the gray masonry inside. The windows were shattered and blackened, as if they were eyes gazing into the desolation. A cold wind blew through, swirling up the dust and debris in the streets, bringing with it a gust of bleakness. People looked around at this time. The door is gone. I don't know what kind of person shouted. The crowd only then reacted to the fact that the door that had just been pushed open by Lin Chen had disappeared. No, not only the door, that hall had also disappeared. At this moment, the 1,000 people were standing abruptly in a square, surrounded by rotting fruits and vegetables everywhere, as well as confetti and plastic bags floating in mid-air. The air was filled with an unnameable dullness and depression, as if even time had frozen. Is this a copy? But why is the copy map such a modernized city? What is the mission of the copy? Next. What are the 1,000 of them going to do next? Just when people were completely puzzled, a strange hissing sound came from the street in front of them. Ah! Roar! Everyone raised their heads to look ahead. At the end of the desolate street, a zombie in tattered clothes appeared. He roamed expressionlessly, his figure thin and stiff, his skin gray and rough, as if he was a ghost crawling out of hell. Although far away, people can still feel the void and stagnation in the zombie's gaze. He just mechanically strides, wandering in the ruins of the city. However, the next moment, he seemed to notice something, and actually twisted his head strangely and turned 180 degrees, then stared straight at the players. I'm going. Fengchen subconsciously took a step back. Because he was now standing at the front of the crowd with Lin Chen, this backing up on his part also caused the nearly 1,000 people behind him to subconsciously take a step back. The army of 1,000 people retreated at the same time, in a neat and tidy manner, which was quite strange. The front of the zombie originally gray-white eyes unexpectedly became red at this time. He let out an ear-piercing scream, the speed of movement unexpectedly faster by several steps. Only to see him using his hands and feet, frantically charging towards the place where the 1,000 people were standing. Roar! Roar! While charging, he howled loudly as if he shouldn't be summoning something, right? Someone swallowed their saliva. Sure enough, in the midst of the zombies' roar, the complexes on both sides of the street unexpectedly sprung up, densely packed with figures at this instant. 10, 100, 1,000. In the end, tens of thousands of zombies charged at the players in an exaggerated zombie tide. The sound of the zombies' footsteps and the sound of the wind intertwined together, forming a bizarre and terrifying melody. The sound of their running made this already desolate city even more desperate, as if even the last of its vitality had been devoured by them. Where did people have time to think about anything else at this time? Under the sense of oppression, many people's first reaction was to turn their heads and run for their lives. In an instant, 1,000 people were in chaos. They had even forgotten that they were players who had reached level 30 on the god-hunting ground, and they had also forgotten that they were now holding weapons of different colors in their hands. They were just urged on by a sense of unexplained fear, and then scattered in all directions. Among these people, only Lin Chen did not move a muscle. He stared at the approaching zombie army in front of him and slowly took out his iron sword. On his side, Fengchen only felt his body trembling, although he also wanted to stand still without changing his face or his heart like Lin Chen. Deep down inside he kept telling him to hurry up and get out of here. That unknown feeling of fear almost filled his brain. Brother! Brother! Fengchen retreated slowly while shouting at Lin Chen, "It's dangerous! Brother!" He had his sword in his hand, but he could only retreat step by step. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Lin Chen was standing right next to him. Why was he so scared? Lin Chen turned his head to look at Fengchen and said indifferently, "You guys should have been hit by some sort of negative state. If I'm not wrong, it should be frightened." Fengchen froze. Frightened? Those who have been hit by this state will lose all their battle spirit. It's useless, unless the state is lifted. You guys are no different from ordinary people. Fengchen's face was like ashes. Then, what about that? This state usually lasts for 30 minutes, either wait for the time to expire, or Little Phone, go find the sages, and have them cast a level 30 skill, purification, on you. Lin Chen said and stepped forward, surprisingly facing those corpse tides against the current. Sage? Sage? Fengchen froze. No. Lin Chen himself was a genuine level 30 sage, but unfortunately he hadn't had the time to learn purification, so he could only ask Fengchen to go to the players present to find a sage who had learned this skill to remove the negative status. With Fengchen leaving, Lin Chen was the only one left in this place. He breathed slightly, and as his skill, Undead Resurrection, icon lit up steeply, he let out a fierce low roar. Come out and receive. Chapter 119, Zombie Swarm. As soon as the words fell, Several pitch-black figures immediately appeared around Lin Chen. Among them were Shield Mountain, who was holding a shield, and the trio of Yellow Sledgehammer Roaring Brother and Chi Yu, who also stood lined up not far behind Lin Chen. All four of them belonged to the undead state, and were completely immune to any of the so-called negative states. Monarch. The four spoke in unison. Immunity. Taking advantage of them lowering their heads, Lin Chen pointed at the herd of zombies charging ahead and said indifferently, "Let go and kill. How many can you kill?" The four of them looked ahead in unison. The tide of nearly 10,000 zombies was already close at hand, and they could even already feel a fishy wind pounding at their faces, mixed with the stinking smell of blood. A little closer, they could even see the attribute bars above the heads of these zombies. "Monarch, no matter what, we will definitely go all out," Shield Mountain said in a deep voice. Lin Chen nodded. While Huang Sledgehammer asked cautiously at this time, "Monarch? Or is it the same as before, we'll only be responsible for consuming his blood, and then let you and Lord Shield Mountain?" But before the words were finished, Lin Chen waved his hand. "There's no need this time." Lin Chen said, "Kill as you yourselves like, let go." As soon as these words came out, Huang the Hammer subconsciously exchanged a look with Brother Roar and Chi Yu, and then the three of them looked exceptionally excited. "Obey!" The words fell, led by Shield Mountain, followed by the three undead behind them. Facing the tide of corpses, they actually dove in headfirst. It was also at this time that the attributes above the heads of these zombies finally appeared completely. Ordinary Zombie. Level, 10. Life value, 500. Attack power, 100. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense power, 10. There was no difference from the first wave of zombies that they had met in the special event for the first time. Their levels were all around level 10, their attack and defense were negligible, and even their life values were pitifully low. The only scary thing about them was their nearly exaggeratedly large numbers, and with the Yafir state that this heaven and earth bestowed on the players, even these ordinary zombies that couldn't pose any substantial threat would take their lives within 30 minutes. Speaking of which, why didn't I get hit? Lin Chen frowned as he took a closer look at his body. It was true that it wasn't affected by the negative status, fear. But why? The number of people who had entered this place with him was as many as 1,000, and even Fengchen had been affected, so why was he the only one who had nothing happen to him? Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly came back to his senses, and he almost instantly focused on his equipment bar. There was an amulet that was faintly glowing. Zombie Monarch's Blessing. Could it be this thing? He looked at it with a slightly deeper meaning, then closed the page. In front of them, Shield Mountain and the others had completely charged into the horde of corpses, and because these corpses were too low-leveled, Shield Mountain didn't even need to perform any skills, as the attacks from these corpses only caused one to constantly float above his head. The knight's own life value recovery speed is higher than other professions by a large margin, the zombies forward and backward, a few minutes of biting and scratching, Shield Mountain's blood was full since the beginning. In the end, surrounded by countless zombies, Shield Mountain even put away the shield in his hand and turned to constantly swing the short-handed hammer in his hand. With each swing, Shield Mountain would kill 7 or 8 zombies at the same time, and these things that only had a measly 500 life points simply couldn't last a second strike from the undead. As for the other 3, that was even more exaggerated. Although their defense and functionality was not as good as a player undead like Shield Mountain, their attacks were even more pure. The two-handed hammer in the hands of the Yellow Sledgehammer was the most eye-catching. He constantly rotated his body, his mouth reciting 44, 14, 14, 14, 14, 10. Like a noisy repeater. Undeniably, under the swing of the hammer, the zombies are like ears of wheat falling, one after another. And the rest of the Roaring Brother and Chi 2 people, it is more direct. Both of them were party bosses before they became undead dependents, and had skills of their own. The broadsword in Brother Roar's hand flashed with a cold light, and then his entire body rushed up to the sky, and finally landed hard on the place where the zombies were even denser, and immediately after that, he raised his head way up to the sky. As soon as the voice went down, the zombies in a large area around him were suddenly stunned in place. At least 100 zombies sat on their asses at that moment, and before he could react, the broadsword drew an arc in the air clockwise. The heads fell off in response. Chi's attack belongs to the most direct one. He is huge, there is no need for too much show, only need to casually swing the limbs, those as sharp as the blade of the arm and bone spurs, will be rushing over the zombie directly cut into 2. Under the massacre of these 4 undead dependents who didn't know fatigue or fear, not to mention the zombie tide of 10,000 zombies, even if it was 100,000, it was only a matter of time before they were slaughtered. It's just a pity that Lin Chen sighed and said with slight regret, the level of these zombies is too low, or else how much of my attack power could be stacked. It wasn't just that he couldn't stack his attack power through these zombies, because the difference in level was so great that killing these, ordinary zombies, couldn't even add experience value to himself. After a full 10 minutes or so, an entire street was completely cleared. There were broken corpses everywhere as far as the eye could see, and the blood even dyed the surrounding buildings completely red. The street that was already exceptionally horrifying was now really like a corner of the infernal hell. Lin Chen walked on those uneven roads piled up by corpses, letting the soles of his feet soak in the pools of blood, the sticky blood causing the soles of his shoes to pull into bloody threads. He did not stop, and the 4 undead led by Shield Mountain followed close behind. Monarch, look. Shield Mountain said as he pointed ahead. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. He had already reached the end of the street. Raising his eyes, this place was the front plaza of a building. The plaza was huge in all directions, and at the other end of the plaza was a whitish building that was 100 meters tall. However, what made Lin Chen somewhat concerned was that the square was very clean. Above the large area, there was not a single zombie, not even some garbage and blood. It was spotless, and the outermost stone steps stretched out at the end of the street, as if they were waiting for something. After looking around and realizing that only the area in front could be waded through, Lin Chen was just about to walk up. However, at this time, Lin Chen noticed a number of people walking behind him. Chapter 120 Triangular-Headed Monster. What the hell is this place? Someone's voice came from behind. Lin Chen slightly sidestepped his head and realized that there were quite a few people who were approaching this place. Among them, aside from humans, there were even some orcs and elves, who seemed to have accepted the existence of other races, and there were also some players of different races talking about something together. At this moment, a pair of teams that seemed to have been temporarily formed came to Lin Chen's side, and they stood in place, side by side, looking towards the huge square in front of them. Meaning for us to walk up? A man asked. I don't know, one of the orcs shook his head and said in a deep voice, this place is evil, there are zombie corpses everywhere along the way, we don't even know how those zombies died, and now we don't know what we should do next. What we should do next? In the middle of the conversation, one of them noticed Lin Chen and the undead familiars on his side. He hesitated for a moment and immediately asked. Everyone, are you also a temporary team? Lin Chen glanced at him and did not answer. Seeing that none of these 5 people chimed in, the man could only shrug his shoulders resentfully. In addition to Shield Mountain and Yellow Sledgehammer Roaring Brother 3 people, although people showed great curiosity towards Qiyu, no one suspected his irrationality. After all, the players present had already seen all sorts of races, so naturally they wouldn't question Qiyu. Only some people seemed to think of something. They look at Qi's eyes some strange, as if pondering something. This big guy, how with a copy of the boss a bit like it? But just as the crowd around them gathered more and more, a warrior panted and ran over, then stopped at Lin Chen's side. Looking sideways, the person who came was none other than Feng Chen. How is brother doing? Feng Chen calmed his breathing and asked. Lin Chen angled his head, signaling Feng Chen to look ahead, then said indifferently. Not too clear, but next, we probably need to walk up to this square. Feng Chen also looked at this huge square in front of him with some hesitation at this moment, then he lifted his sight and placed it on top of the building on the opposite side. Savior. Building? Feng Chen recited word for word. What does it mean? Feng Chen read out the words at the top of that building's head, but no one knew what it meant. Savior, what did it mean? Was it the name of the building that came with this copy space? After another period of time, the number of players coming out of the negative state, fear, was increasing, and all sorts of people had come together. They soon surrounded this square, with all sorts of professions and very different races gradually increasing. But even though the surrounding conversations were getting louder and louder, not a single person was prepared to pick up the steps. No one knew what would happen if they stepped onto this platform. But just as the crowd was at a loss, something suddenly fell from the sky above the square. Boom! A huge shockwave swept through the air, silencing the surrounding players instantly. Because the square was exceptionally clean, the shockwave barely splattered any dust after it passed, and the players present all subconsciously looked ahead at the moment. In the center of the square, there was a person standing. Someone. No. That's a person? People were staring wide-eyed at this moment, and many people even gripped the weapons in their hands. That was clearly a humanoid monster. He was tall enough to be more than 2 meters tall, but all the players present at the moment had their sights all on top of his head. How should I describe this monster's head? That is a triangular body of pitch black head. Also do not know that the bottom edge of the hexagonal in the end is worn on the head of the iron object, or his head itself is so strange. He was wearing a pitch black color of the tattered coat, standing in place motionless, although only he was a mortar and pestle in the middle of the plaza, but it seems to have a kind of unbeatable, domineering aura. Gulp. In the crowd, the sound of swallowing saliva was very crisp. Brother, have you seen a horror movie called Silent Hill? Feng Chen asked in a low voice. Lin Chen, who was on his side, nodded ambiguously. It kind of rings a bell. Isn't it? Feng Chen continued, isn't this guy in the movie something called Triangle Head? Saying this, he pointed to the arm of the strange figure. Brother, look. Sure enough, on the monster's arm, a huge, pitch-black colored machete dragged on the ground, but what was concerning was that the machete wasn't being held by him, but rather an entire blade, all in his right hand. No one knew what the appearance of such a thing meant, and immediately someone shouted at the triangular-headed monster. Hey! It was an orc knight, who held a shield in his hand and struck it with a one-handed hammer in his other hand, making clanging sounds. Now what does that mean? The orc knight yelled, is it a fight? At these words, almost everyone present froze for a moment. Including Lin Chen. A ring? Yeah, Lin Chen really hadn't thought about that. Could it be that some sort of ring battle was next? And right after that orc knight finished shouting, the triangular-headed monster in the square actually did react. Only to see that he slightly retreated a few steps back, making way. Afterward, his free left hand pointed at the crowd and made a, please, gesture. This action caused everyone present to be stunned. Really? Want to fight? People looked at each other, but shouldn't this be a copy? If this triangular-headed-looking monster in front of them was the boss of the copy, and he was going to prepare for a one-on-one ring match with the players, why would he choose a full 1,000 players to participate in it? It's not right. Lin Chen frowned, always feeling that something was out of place. But exactly where it was wrong, he couldn't say. Without waiting for Lin Chen to think about it in detail, that orc knight had already gotten on stage. Under the gaze of the crowd, this burly orc who looked like he had green skin shook his head and arrived right in front of the triangular-headed monster in a few steps. This person's height was no less than that of the triangle head, and the explosive muscles on his body gave him an almost terrifying visual impact. His thick nostrils were spewing out hot air as he looked at the triangle head with abnormal defiance. Hey, light up the blood bar. The orc knight drank in a deep voice. In the next moment, people's eyes were on the boss-looking triangle head. Only for something that people hadn't expected to happen again. The triangular-headed monster didn't make any half-hearted movements, and even the blood bar above his head didn't show up. What do you mean? The orc knight was clearly a bit displeased as he took up his battle stance, looking down on me. Before his words fell, two zombies suddenly appeared on the side of the triangle-headed monster. No one saw where these two zombies appeared from. It was as if they had been standing beside the triangle head for a long time. But when they saw the inscription on the zombie's head, their faces couldn't help but change color slightly. Lin Chen also furrowed his brows. It read, Destroyer Zombie. Chapter 121, The Destroyer. Destroyer. Lin Chen gave a start as he carefully searched his mind for memories of zombie titles. As if remembering the first time he entered the special event of the zombies did indeed have rank titles that belonged to their respective ranks to come. Something like Ordinary Zombie, Adapter, Hunter, and so on. But now, in front of the eyes of the two zombies appeared at the top of the head, clearly written, Destroyer, 3 words, if according to the strength of the level planning, this destroyer should be more powerful individuals. I only wonder how different they are from level 30 players. On the square. The orc knight was slightly stunned. He unconsciously passed the shield in his hand upwards, and then took a fighting stance. Even so, he didn't forget to continue taunting the triangular-headed monster at the back of the zombie. Hey, if I'm not mistaken you should be the boss, isn't it true that after killing you, this copy is over? The triangle-head monster did not react half-heartedly, he was still standing still. In that case, what should I call you? The orc knight continued to grin with fangs and said, could it be that you are the so-called Zombie Monarch? At this moment, the triangular head seemed to have a little movement. He twisted his extremely strange head, as if looking at the orc knight. This action made the orc knight unconsciously take a step back. Somehow, a chill flowed up from the tailbone behind his back, making him a bit panicked. Then, under everyone's gaze, the triangular-headed monster raised its own left hand, extended its pitch-black fingers, and pointed at the Orc Knight. As if they had received some kind of order, the two destroyer walkers standing on the side of the triangle-headed monster moved. They moved their feet and walked step by step right in front of the Beastman Knight, and after they were only about 3 meters away from the Beastman Knight, their speed suddenly increased by several steps. Shoo! Their bodies unexpectedly disappeared out of thin air. Under the stage, some players whose profession was assassin were violently stunned, because in that instant just now, they only felt that their speed was not even comparable to those two zombies. The Orc Knight was shocked. Since he had risen to level 30, he had never encountered a monster with this kind of speed. Even bosses shouldn't have this kind of speed, but these two zombies seemed to be nothing more than elite monsters that were slightly more powerful than normal monsters. Why? Too late to react, he could only subconsciously raise his shield to resist. But he was still slow. The two zombies came together on both sides of the shield one after the other, and his fingers skyrocketed at the moment. Their nails transformed into sharp blades, and solidly slashed on top of the Orc Knight's body. Hiss. 1,200. It was unknown whether the Orc Knight's defense was too low or because the zombies' attack power was too high. The two zombies' attacks stacked up surprisingly drained a quarter of the Knight's blood strip hard at this moment. The Knight reacted, his huge body at this moment steadily hid behind the shield. At the same time he swung the one-handed hammer in his hand, and swung out the moment one of the zombies lunged. This blow was powerful and heavy. It should have released some kind of skill, plus he was an orc's relationship. The hammer swinging process actually caused a whistling wind sound, and the zombie also flew out in response to the sound. However, the zombie's blood bar at the top of its head was only reduced by a sliver. It was only then that people saw the attribute values above the zombies' heads clearly. Destroyer Zombie. Level, 30. Life value, 5,000. Physical attack power, 680. Spell attack power, 320. Physical defense, 200. Spell defense, 200. Passive ability, Exoskeleton, can weaken physical attacks by 12%. Limb morphing, Destroyer and above zombies can gain 50% extra thorn damage by changing the shape of their limbs as a form of attack. Upon seeing these words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A 680 attack? Someone directly called out. This kind of monster that looked pressurized and irrelevant to a boss actually had an attack power of almost 700? Without even giving the crowd time to be surprised, the zombie that had been knocked away unexpectedly climbed up quickly from the ground in a bizarre stance, and then moved in a hurry as if it were a spider. Together with the other zombie, the Orc Knight could only keep retreating. However, the Knights were originally tank-type professions, and they didn't have enough qualified agility attributes, resulting in them being chased by the zombies in almost just 2 breaths. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Half a minute later, the Orc Knights fell helplessly to their knees. Gulp. Under the stage, some people swallowed their saliva. They looked at each other in disbelief, completely unsure of how things would go next. Even a thick-skinned knight had fallen directly into near death in such a short period of time. For anyone else present to go on stage would be looking for death. Even if the attack power of the others was too high, but they didn't have the slightest confidence that they could kill 2 zombies in a short period of time. If they couldn't do it instantly, the 2 zombies with exaggerated attack power would kill them very easily. This ring match, there was absolutely no way to fight. Even if we can kill those 2 zombies, Feng Chen also frowned as he glanced at the triangular-headed monster. This boss is by no means possible. Just as people were talking. On the stage. The triangular-headed monster slowly walked in front of the Orc Knight, and then, under the gaze of the crowd, he suddenly raised his arm high. There seemed to be a movement around him, a rustling sound like the sound of leaves being blown by the wind, but if one listened carefully, it was like the sound of certain stones sliding down a steep slope. The people present began to look around, and an uneasy thought was gathering in their minds. I don't know what person shouted. Everyone noticed that the periphery of the square, that is, not far behind these players, I don't know when there are many more zombies. Entering the copy of the player has 1,000 people, but appeared in this square players are not many, less than 200 people. But behind these 200 people, there were almost always 2 zombies standing. Looking up, one could clearly see a few words written on top of the zombie's head. Destroyer Walkers. Yes, 400 destroyer walkers completely surrounded the 200 people present. At this instant, all of the players froze, and they couldn't help but retreat slightly before each leaning back to back. If these zombies are all real saboteurs, then if they swarmed up. Brother! Feng Chen hurriedly ran to Lin Chen's side. What should we do? However, when Feng Chen turned his head to look at Lin Chen, he realized that he didn't show anything, but in his eyes seemed to carry some delight. Chapter 122, The Six. There's no rush. Lin Chen reared his eyes and glanced at the center of the square. There, the triangular-headed monster slowly lowered its raised arm before continuing to take a few steps back. It was just like the player who had greeted the fight at the beginning. What is he preparing to do again? Feng Chen was now a little backed up. Could it be that he's going to continue to fight? The difficulty of this copy had exceeded their expectations. They had thought about the level of danger of this special event, but they hadn't expected it to be so exaggerated. Everyone here was around level 30, but even so, just the small monsters here alone would be able to kill a level 30 blood bull with 2 of them. Now 400 of them have appeared. How can this be fought? Unlike just now, in front of the triangular-headed monster at this time, 6 empty spaces for people to stand appeared. Above the empty spaces, it was written 06. This boss-like monster with a triangular head was slightly making a pleased gesture, as if waiting for a new challenger. Because the 400 destroyer zombies standing behind the crowd gave too much pressure, the players present didn't make too many rash moves, and at this moment, they all looked towards the ring. Hey! What to do? A warrior wiped the sweat stains on his face. See, the position in front of this boss is just right for a full team to get in the ring. You mean he's ready to do it himself? Can't say for sure. Has anyone volunteered? Someone shouted, we might be directly fighting this monster head-on next, so it's best to have absolute confidence in yourself or something might go wrong. Yeah, I suggest we all confer now to see who has the highest attack power or spell attack. A touch of unknown fear spread amongst the crowd. Something going wrong? To put it nicely, no one knew if they stood up, would they end up in the same near-death situation as that orc knight. Even if they went up to a team of 6, but if the opponent was this very scary-looking triangular-headed boss, who was sure that they could win? Who knew how many blood bars this damn thing had? And how can one know how high his attack power is? Would the rest of them be in danger if they couldn't win? The number of those destroyer walkers has reached 400, will it continue to increase? No. Some female players had already gone a little weak in the knees. I told you we shouldn't have come in, dying. This is really dying. When people were in a short panic, someone finally took the lead and volunteered. An assassin turned human, Shadow, slowly stood on the square. A trace of contempt flashed across his face, and he even spat on the ground after stepping onto the stage. The lettering changed slightly to read, 1-6. Seeing that someone had taken the lead and stood up, the surrounding murmurs had indeed diminished a bit. But even so, it was always a very difficult thing to have a very high confidence to ascend to the square. After another 10 seconds or so after this, the second person appeared. It was a warrior turned berserker. This person was a half-orc. He carried a broadsword on his shoulder, and after he stepped onto the stage, he first looked up and down at the shadow on his side, and then stood on the empty seat without saying a word. Next, a third person followed. A human female, Sage. Seeing such a high-leveled nurse walk onto the square, that Shadow and Berserker were slightly relieved at this time. No matter what kind of enemy they faced next, it was always a good thing to have a nurse sitting in the center. However, in the following 2 minutes, apart from the 3 people on the field, there was no fourth person who came forward. This kind of scene really made that orc coldly let out a low hum. A bunch of straw men. At the bottom, Feng Chen instantly glared. He was just about to step forward, but he was pulled back by Lin Chen. Brother? Feng Chen froze. Lin Chen just returned a look as he signaled Feng Chen not to act rashly. Feng Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. As the crowd moved differently, a fourth person slowly walked up at this time. Elf. Upon seeing this female elf, the eyes of the various players around them subconsciously moved after her. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but take a look at her. In his last life, he had dealt with elf players, and the female players of this race had an exceptionally stunning appearance and body shape, a unique advantage that no other race could match. On the stage, this female elf, who looked to be 1.8 meters in height, was walking on long and slender legs, wearing leather armor that was glistening, and should have a pink gauntlet on her body. Looking at her hands again, her slender 5 fingers tightly gripped a bow with a drawn shape. Compared to Scarface Haikal, the bow and arrows in this female elf's hands had more obvious characteristics. I'm going to. Feng Chen stared at the female elf's face for half a day, half suffocating a few words. It's so beautiful. Yes, Lin Chen also placed his sight on this elf's face at this time. Her fair skin was actually somewhat reflective against the sunlight above her head at the moment, and within those extremely cold eyes were slightly violet pupils, and the most concerning thing was the pointed ears on both sides of her head. Her long hair moved slightly, exposing her pointed ears. Fengchen sighed in admiration again. Absolute. Just like what it looks like in the movie and TV drama. He said, "Brother, how do you think those directors know that elves look like this? Could it be that they've been to the god-hunting land?" Lin Chen opened his mouth and realized that he didn't have a way to answer this question, so he simply didn't say anything. And within the next minute, the fifth person also walked onto the field. This was a beastmaster, and his name, after his transformation, was named Druid. If there wasn't this special hidden profession of necromancer, then the entire god-hunting ground, Druid, would be the best person to quickly pass through the copies with just a summon. At this moment, there were 6 short of 1, and the aperture on the square showed the words 5-6. The chatter grew louder. Who else is going to be on it? I suggest a knight. Yeah, these 5 have output and recovery, and now that the controls are filled in, they're missing an anti-damage one. However, when they placed their eyes on the knights in the crowd, they found that these knights, who usually gave the crowd enough security, were all retreating slightly. Yes, after seeing that orc knight just now being killed so sharply by 2 destroyer walkers, no one was willing to go up and take the risk. But without the knight, how should this team fight? Just as people were hesitating, Lin Chen suddenly beckoned to Shield Mountain behind him. Monarch? Shield Mountain came over and lowered his head. Shield Mountain. Lin Chen whispered, "Go up and try." At these words, Shield Mountain visibly froze for a moment, and he came close to Lin Chen's ear. "Is it okay for the monarch Shield Mountain to be an undead unit?" Lin Chen shrugged, "I don't know, so I'll let you try. If it doesn't work, down it is." Shield Mountain nodded, "As you command." He took out the shield in his hand, and amidst the crowd's gasps, Shield Mountain walked up the square steps. Someone is a knight. The people saw Shield Mountain and immediately cheered. But soon there were also people who noticed that something wasn't quite the same. This knight with a pitch-black body had no level labeling or profession icon on top of his head. There were just 2 words written alone. Shield Mountain. Chapter 123 Destroyer, Boss Battle. Lin Chen had also been observing Shield Mountain, as well as the changes above the square. Only to see Shield Mountain slowly walk to the side of the druid who had just stopped under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A few seconds later, the words on the square suddenly changed. 6-6. There was a play. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth gradually rose. He really didn't expect that Shield Mountain, which was an undead-dependent unit, could also be a part of this rule. If that was the case, then it would be somewhat interesting. On the stage. Seeing that the crowd was ready, the triangular-headed monster took another step back. This action fell into Lin Chen's eyes, and also made him a bit surprised. Could it be that, at this stage, the enemy that the 6 people of Shield Mountain are facing is still not this triangle head boss? Sure enough, when the triangular-headed monster retreated a certain distance, only to see his body began to gradually wriggle up, some flesh and blood-like material in his abdomen, shoulders at the same time, and then large chunks of falling on the ground. Such a disgusting scene directly made the 6 people on the stage, except for Shield Mountain, subconsciously retreated a few steps. How should one describe this grotesque and absurd scene? Those falling on the ground flesh and blood, even in the next moment gradually converge and mingle together, and then in just a few seconds, these dark matter, turned into a person. Nema. Fengchen covered his mouth repeatedly, he almost dry-heaved. Lin Chen's pupils dilated. In the line of sight from the triangular head of the monster fell down. The monster is indeed a humanoid thing, his entire body around the emanation of dark green fog, as if there is still a black liquid in the flow of the body. Moving his line of sight upwards, Lin Chen saw a brand new name above the head of this newly appeared monster. Destroyer Walker. Level, 35. Life value, 10,000. Physical attack power, 850. Spell attack power, 560. Physical defense, 300. Spell defense, 300. Passive ability, Exoskeleton, can weaken physical attacks by 12%. Limb morphing, Destroyer and above zombies can gain 50% extra thorn damage by changing the shape of their limbs as a form of attack. Corrosive Aura, when attacking, there is a chance to cause the enemy to develop a negative status, and the movement speed and attack speed of units under the status will be drastically reduced. These attribute values appeared unobtrusively in everyone's line of sight. For a moment there was silence on and off the stage. 10,000 blood, 850 attack, this kind of value is still not a boss? Above ordinary zombies is adaptation, above that is hunting, then destruction, and now is it destruction? Lin Chen muttered, like a very well-developed setting, above this so-called destroyer, will there be a stronger one? Thinking of this, Lin Chen subconsciously glanced at the back of the destroyer zombie, that is, the triangular-headed monster that stood motionless. What level would he be? Was he really the so-called zombie monarch, as the orc knight from before had said? Without waiting for Lin Chen to think too much, the destroyer zombie on the stage first lowered its head to the triangle-headed monster, as if it was saluting. The triangular-headed monster didn't say a word, only waving its hand at the other party. Having received permission, the destroyer zombie opened its arms and raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. Roar! This roar was like a demonic sound of extermination, directly causing the hairs of the crowd to rise up and sweat after it swept through. Attention! Among the 6 people on the stage, that orc warrior directly set up a state, and at the same time began to channel one of their skills. Since this destroyer zombie's attribute panel was so exaggerated, they needed to strike out without leaving any room for error, and it was best to use whatever skills and killing moves they had together. There was no need to think about anything else, regardless of whether this destroyer corpse was a boss or not, and regardless of whether or not killing him would clear the level. Right now they had no other choice but to meet it head-on. Not only him, the rest of the participants around them also thought of this. That elf huntress drew the longbow in her hand to full strength, and a perfect circle was formed thereupon. Restrict his movement. If he's as fast as those 2 walkers just now, I can't aim well. The female elf's voice was very nice, but it carried an irrefutable majesty and coldness. At the same time, the zombies moved. Gulp! The moment the eerie sound from his throat fell, the zombies ran over like a madman, with an aura that seemed like a mountain. People were startled, but they quickly calmed down. Yes. This zombie's speed was not fast. There's a chance. Milkmaid seemed to have discovered some kind of break, and immediately poked out her palms violently at the place where the zombie was, and then a strange spell formation pattern suddenly appeared under the feet of the moving zombie, and the move pattern grew bigger and bigger, and finally became a spell formation that resembled a disc totem, and inside, strong light rushed to the sky, and then these rays of light suddenly transformed into a solid body, and fiercely stabbed on top of the zombie's body. Sage, level 30 skill, Holy Light Convergence Formation. This was one of the few attack-type skills that the nurse had after she had been transformed into a sage, and this skill came with an extremely strong control effect. As long as one was within the formation, no matter how many enemies would be bound by the light. But the damage was unsatisfactory. Looking at the blood bar above the destroyer's zombie's head barely moving, the milkmaid didn't complain much, but hurriedly turned her head to look at the female elf. The female elf didn't turn around to look at her. The side face of this inhuman race was so beautiful that it made one's heart palpitate, and even the sage, who was also a woman, froze for a moment at that moment. But she was just about to shout something when the bowstring in the elfess's hand had been loosened and swung into a shaking motion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of arrows flying out came one after another. Just by listening to the movement, it seemed as if the female archer had shot out dozens of arrows, but when one fixed their eyes on it, there was only one arrow that flew out. And when the arrow was halfway through its flight, it unexpectedly disintegrated suddenly in mid-air, with countless pieces of rapidly flying debris shooting rapidly at the zombies within the light formation. Do. Those shards were not half obstructed, continuously blooming endless blood flowers on the bodies of the zombies. Windcatcher, level 25 skill, Cracking Rain. At this instant, people once again silently raised their heads to look at the top of the zombie's head. The blood bar moved. However, it was only moving, and in order to effectively deal damage, these single occupational skills simply couldn't do it. At the same time, the nanny shifted her sight, thus placing it on the others. Where are you guys? Hurry up! My skills won't be able to control him for too long. At these words, that orc warrior who had been waiting for an opportunity to do something, roared violently at this moment. My turn! His body skyrocketed at this moment. His originally very tall size was even more so at this moment that one would need to look up with their head held high, and the surface of his skin seemed as if it was being burned by something, with unknown and bizarre vapors bubbling up from the surface of his reddish skin. It looked like a branding iron in contact with water droplets. Feng Chen under the stage couldn't hold it in and expressed an emotion. Oh. Second gear Luffy. However, Lin Chen was smiling slightly. He was a genuine level 80 warrior in his last life, and the current appearance of this orc was exactly the most important skill that Berserker relied on to survive. Level 30 skill, Rage. Under the state of Rage, all of the Berserker's means of attack changed. From level 1 to level 30, all of his skills had a more exaggerated damage and release method, at the same time the berserker's attack method under that state would change drastically. Yes, the orc warrior on the stage even changed the broadsword in his hand to a reverse grip at the moment. If one were to look closely, the broadsword seemed to be different as well. It was a bit longer and the blade was glowing red, and seemed to have been affected by that berserker state as well. Although this skill was very powerful, it also had a fatal drawback. Like the berserkers in some games, on the land of the hunting god, the berserker's rage status is consuming life value. Lin Chen muttered. This powerful double-edged sword skill that was like suicide would be the greatest drain on the berserker himself if he didn't achieve his goal in a short period of time. Cover me. On the stage, the entire pupil of the orc's eyes became reddish and incomparable. His speed suddenly went up a notch at this moment. The arm that gripped the hilt of the sword in reverse rippled with veins, and in almost half a breath, the berserker had already arrived in front of the zombie's body. Huffing, he exhaled a breath, but it was as if he was spewing out sulfur. Berserker, level 25 skill, Berserker Slash. The red broadsword in his hand drew countless scarlet incomparable blood crosses at this moment. The orc's entire body was moving and chopping drastically, thus becoming very exaggerated, and the blood marks on the zombie's body appeared one after another. Overhead, the zombie's blood slowly drained away a bit. Behind the crowd to strike while the iron is hot, female elf's arrows at this time without reservation, they are like the sky raining, have shot to kill, and finally skimmed through the orc warrior's ear, accurately hit the body of the zombie. And at the back, the level 30 summoned beast summoned by the Beastmaster also rushed over at this moment. Roar-oh! It was a huge white bear with a snow-white body. The giant bear ran frantically on all fours to the orc's side. It raised its claws high, its entire body leaned forward, and slapped hard on the zombie's body. Boom! For a while, this entire square that seemed like a ring was filled with sword and arrow-light charms, accompanied by the hissing and roaring of the giant bears and summoned beasts. These 6 people were forced to team up together for the first time, and it was also the first time that they raided a boss, but they had a good tacit understanding. Oh no! Should say 5 people. Yes, there is a person on the field obviously outside the situation. That was the knight called Shield Mountain. This meat shield that should have been at the front, but at this moment, he stood mute, as if everything that happened in front of him had nothing to do with him. However, not many people noticed him. After all, most people's attention was attracted by the remaining 5 people in the Destroyer zombie battle. In the midst of the chaos, Shield Mountain turned his head furtively to look down at the stage. There stood a man with a mask, and the man was reaching out and placing a finger at the mask's mouth in a shushing motion. It was this action that Shield Mountain did not make any further moves from the beginning to the end, and could only press on as Lin Chen had said. Inside the battle circle. The light array had long since shattered, and the sword that the orc warrior had swung out was actually dodged by the zombie. Not only that, an incomparably sharp exoskeleton spike suddenly sprang out from the top of the zombie's arm, and stabbed viciously at the orc warrior's shoulder. The zombie was still preparing to attack further, but a special arrow that flashed with white light hit him squarely on the shoulder, directly interrupting his pursuit. However, that strike just now was also enough to make the orc warrior drink a pot of water. The orc retreated back and forth, the vapor on his body also weakened quite a bit at that moment, and above his head, the blood bar was already only a quarter left. Not only was it the zombie's attack, but also his own rage state continued to deduct blood. If he took another attack or two from the zombie, he would have stepped into the dust of the orc knight before. He gritted his teeth, just about to say something. A soft white light fell from the sky, completely covering his body. The blood bar also gradually recovered at that moment. The orc turned around and realized that the nursemaid was reaching out to himself. Don't worry, you can't die. That sage's chest was heaving at this moment, and it was obvious that it had also consumed a lot of blue bars. Hey! The orc grinned, thanks, strange-looking race. To be called strange-looking by an orc. The female sage froze, I can't thank you enough. The orc's blood had returned to shoulder health, and he regained his reverse grip on the hilt of his sword, shouting lowly, I'm an orc. With that, he charged up again. This time, with the degree of cooperation just now, it was obvious that the favorable battle situation began to tilt towards the challenger, also known as the player's side. The zombie's attack was somewhat one-dimensional, and although the corrosive aura existed that could cause people to fall into a special state, the nanny present had learned purification, and the negative state that had just been caused was instantly lifted. Moreover, the speed of the crowd's blood increase was obviously faster than the blood flow, and under the sustained output of the orcs and the female elves, the zombie's blood was already almost consumed to half. It was only at this instant that the people present finally realized how important the role of the team's nursemaid, what an important role it was. If it wasn't for her, the rest of the people would probably be dead by now. But just when people thought that the next 6 people on the field would logically win this boss battle, a vision suddenly appeared. That is, when the blood level of the destroyer zombie fell to exactly 49%. The second stage began. Only to see countless pitch-black tentacles and spikes suddenly shoot out from the body of the zombie, forcing everyone present back in a short period of time. The orc warriors didn't dare to go for a hard catch even in the midst of their fury, and could only retreat in a hurry. Under the people's gaze, the zombie's body size skyrocketed more than double. His body was completely shrouded by the pitch-black exoskeleton, spikes and scales covered the whole body, the dark green mist that was previously shrouded in the surroundings gradually spread, and actually covered the entire plaza completely, and the people under the plaza's line of sight was even obstructed as a result. Roar! The zombie began to roar low. That unprecedented sense of oppression is quietly rising. Damn! The orc's cold sweat flowed. I didn't expect this thing to have a second stage. However, at this time, no one saw that underneath the square, Lin Chen, who had been making booing motions, slightly lowered his arm at this moment. At this instant, Shield Mountain, who was standing frozen in place, moved. Chapter 124 Shield Mountain makes a move. Shield Mountain pulled the one-handed hammer out of his pocket as he walked. He shook his neck like he was moving his muscles, and the one-handed hammer in his hand turned back and forth with the shaking of his wrist. Walking in such a manner, he looked like a street gangster who was always ready to fight with his opponents. After a few steps, he arrived at the side of the remaining 5, and regardless of how the 5 people around him looked at him, Shield Mountain began to unleash his own skills on his own. Fortitude Unbreakable, Bronze Holy Shield, Holy Light Armor. The 3 rays of light flickered one by one, and Shield Mountain's body even began to be changing, his skin and armor flickering with a dangerous luminescence. Huffing, Shield Mountain exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and suddenly grinned. I'll meet him. Because Shield Mountain was only level 20 when he became an undead favorite, there was only a small portion of the skills he could use, but even so, as Lin Chen continued to grow stronger, today's Shield Mountain had an almost exaggerated attack power and double defense. Lin Chen was now level 32, and before entering this copy he and Feng Chen Gardenia had gone down the Star Prayers copy several more times, causing his attack power to stack up a few hundred more points. Without taking any equipment, which was the base attack of the bear armor, Lin Chen's panel was as high as 2008 points. The life value, which had been boosted by the special skill, Blood Desire, had also increased along with the attack power, reaching 6,187 points. Dual defense was moderate, some of the equipment on his body was rare, and there was even a purple piece of equipment. But nay, the level was a bit on the low side, causing Lin Chen's dual defense to only be around 250 points. Through the inheritance of these attributes, along with Shield Mountain's own life value growth, Shield Mountain's current life value came to 7,500 or so, a short time higher than Lin Chen. Shield Mountain's attack power, too, had a full 1,325 points. As for Shield Mountain's double defense, after being boosted by his own 3 body protection skills, they had all now reached between 480 and 500 points. That meant that when Lin Chen hadn't leveled up too high yet, Shield Mountain's panels, other than its attack power, were all higher than Monarch Lin Chen's. The zombie's second stage was completely finished. The low roar that emanated from his throat turned into a hoarse howl, and black matter wriggled up from his shoulders, which then instantly transformed into a hard and unparalleled sword blade upon contact with the air. Miso. Without the slightest lag, this 5 or 6 meter long black spike stabbed fiercely at the female nanny among the 6. It seemed that the zombie also knew that the toughest one in this team was this woman. Danger! The orc's eyes were quick, and he was directly going to block this attack for the milkmaid. But the speed of the spikes was very fast, so fast that the orc was simply too late to block the pitch-black spikes. And the milkmaid was also ready. She put up a 12-point spirit, ready to replenish herself with the most appropriate status and skills. Just this instant, the sweat on the woman's forehead was still unconsciously flowing down. The zombies after the second stage could no longer see the attributes above their heads, and no one knew how many attacks the zombies at this time had, and whether or not they had any unknown attack effects attached to them. If one were to take a hit, it wouldn't be a joke. Just as the milkmaid was fully focused, a black shadow suddenly appeared at her side, and at the moment before the spikes were about to hit the woman, the person stretched out a pitch-black palm and yanked the milkmaid's body over with one hand. As the milkmaid's body stumbled, the spikes directly lunged into the air. However, this pitch-black thing was like a living thing. After losing its target, it rotated in mid-air for a bit, and then even turned its spearhead to stab at the nanny again. In the nick of time, the milkmaid only felt that the black shadow protecting her side suddenly raised her shield. Wait a minute. Shield? Milkmaid finally remembered something. This black shadow is the knight in their makeshift team that has never made a move? Without waiting for her to think more, the spikes had already clashed solidly with the shield in the knight's hand. Clang! The tremendous shaking sensation made the milkmaid just feel like the sky was about to be lifted off the ground. She could clearly feel that the warrior holding the shield was also backing up at this moment, and if she looked closely, Milkmaid could clearly see that the shield was imperceptibly trembling slightly under this strike. What would happen if this strike hit herself? How much blood will be lost? Will directly die? Nurse subconsciously glanced at the top of the head of this shield mountain beside her. Above it floated a line of tiny, inconspicuous words. 330. This blow is powerful. Only hit this much blood? Could it be that the boss's second stage wasn't as terrifying as before? Phew. Another spike shot from where the zombie was. Shield Mountain didn't pause for half a second. Flipping his wrist, his shield directly met it. Clang. This time, the milkmaid could still feel her eardrum membranes being torn, but the damage value above Shield Mountain's head was only 300. This discovery directly made the onlookers below the square look confused. SH. What's the situation? 300, that's not right, isn't it? Didn't the attack power above this boss's head just now say it had 850 points? This knight has over 500 armor? Don't fart, now how can anyone's armor be this high? 300 is the top of the sky. Hey, your focus seems to be missing a ring. A sharp-eyed player said with a slightly trembling voice. People looked over, only to see that person raise his head tremblingly and point at the top of Shield Mountain's head on the stage. Look at this man's blood bar. 2 consecutive attacks have consumed a full 630 points of blood, but look at his blood bar. Only then did people react and turn their heads to look. Sure enough, the lack of 630 points of blood hadn't even decreased by 0.1%. At this instant, everyone couldn't understand. On the stage, the 2 spikes retracted one after the other, and Shield Mountain didn't hesitate for a second as he dropped the milkmaid on his side and arrow stepped over. When the last spike was about to return to the zombie's body, Shield Mountain yanked on the spike, and then yanked hard. The powerful force caused the zombie's entire body to fly towards where Shield Mountain was. Because the zombie was now in its second stage, its size and body structure were vastly different from that of just now, and at this moment, it flew towards Shield Mountain like a wrecked truck crashing into pedestrians. The scene looked bizarre to the extreme. The remaining 5 people at his side all subconsciously retreated. However, in the next moment, the one-handed hammer in Shield Mountain's hand struck the zombie's jaw without any frills. Screw your grandmother. Ka-ching. The moment the head of the hammer made contact with the jaw, a scarlet font emerged from the top of the zombie's head. 1102. Chapter 125. Yes, a flat A hit. Not a skill or any special means, just an unfancy one-handed hammer blow to the zombie's jaw. The line of damage numbers seemed unusually bizarre and unreal. In order to prevent themselves from not being blinded, many people even rubbed their eyes. Shield Mountain, on the other hand, didn't have too much leisure. He sank his hand down violently, and the zombie that had just been knocked back by his own strike was once again ripped back, and Shield Mountain swung his hammer again as he had done. This time, however, the hammer didn't hit the jaw, and with the force of the walker's struggle being too massive, the hammer missed the jaw and hit the walker's shoulder instead. Thunk! The damage appeared once again. 980. When the damage value that appeared after the second attack fell into people's eyes, it finally made people a little less calm. If it was possible that the knight had just struck the jaw, it could be that the knight had found this boss's weakness or door. But what about the damage value of that appeared after hitting the shoulder for the second time? Shield Mountain raised his hammer for the third time, but this time the zombie didn't give him a chance to hit himself, and the surface of the spike that came out of his body suddenly sprouted countless tiny needles, which were so densely packed that they seemed to cut through Shield Mountain's palm. The spike retracted back into its body, and the zombie also hastily took a step back, and the one-handed hammer staggered the zombie's face from above. Miss up! But Shield Mountain wasn't one to be messed with. Seeing that the zombie was starting to actively distance itself, he instantly turned on the knight's level 15 skill, Fearless Charge. Just 2 steps away, Shield Mountain stuck to the zombie's face like a Tarsus maggot, and the hammer in his hand was changed to a shield. Knight skill, Shield Strike. Only Shield Mountain was seen hiding his shield underneath his body, then swinging it upwards fiercely. The huge surface of the shield solidly made contact with the zombie's jaws. Duong. Unlike the hammer that had just struck the jaws, this time, the zombie's body instantly raised high, like a kite with a broken string. 1011. Shield Mountain rushed out a few more steps and yanked on the ankle of the zombie that hadn't fallen yet. The one-handed hammer in his hand came down hard. In just 1 or 2 shots, it was as if Shield Mountain was going to beat the destroyer walker in front of him to death. Roar! The zombie seemed to have reacted. His grabbed feet unexpectedly turned into sticky liquid at this moment. After breaking free from Shield Mountain's hands, the zombie quickly rolled on the ground and then stomped hard. As if he were a bull, he slammed into Shield Mountain's chest. Boom! Under the huge impact, Shield Mountain's body flew out backwards, farther than the sandbags that shot out. At this moment, the rest of the others who had been wandering away from the situation came back to their senses. The druid standing on one side did not continue to lose his concentration. He moved his mind, and in the next moment, that white giant bear quickly came into the path of Shield Mountain's backward flight, and reached out his hand to hold Shield Mountain directly in his arms. At this moment, the crowd looked into the distance in unison. That zombie boss's head blood bar still had a third of its blood remaining. A brief, death-like silence appeared around them. They just 5 people together shot, which that assassin in the key point also hides up to cause several times of backstab, so long group beating but also only let the zombie missing half of the blood. And this knight, in just 2 shots, let the boss only 1/3 of the blood left. According to this unknown knight's attack power. As long as he cooperated with him to fight, killing this boss was easy. Everyone! That orc warrior said in a deep voice, although it's a bit humiliating to say it. But as you can all see, the attack power of this knight standing in front of us is potentially the sum of all of us. The people did not retort. The only physical professions present outside of the orc warrior and the female elf was that assassin. The rest weren't just milkmaids or druids, their attack power was negligible. But right now, this black knight, with a flat A damage could hit the walker with over 1,000 blood. With such an exaggerated attack power, as long as he was allowed to continue hitting that walker, the battle would be over very quickly. So I have a plan. The orc berserker continued, wait for us to act as bait to attract that boss's attention. The nurse and summoner are responsible for assisting on the side. Your job is only to keep the zombie under control, the rest. Saying this, the orc turned his head to look at Shield Mountain. Shield Mountain didn't answer directly, but just shrugged. For him, whether there were these people present or not actually didn't make a difference. He himself could single jerk the so-called destroyer zombie. Just the other party is too flexible, rely on their own, really also have no way to quickly take down the opposite side. If their own level before becoming undead is level 30, then it would be good. One of the knight's transitions is called Punish Evil Envoy, and his level 30 skill is called Soul Chain. Shield Mountain muttered, units locked by this skill will be hit head-on by the Punishing Evil Envoy's attack no matter how much they dodge. It was a pity that he couldn't transfer and learn this skill. Just as Shield Mountain was still sighing, the orc had already moved. Elf! Let's go! He yelled to the female elf behind him, then rushed out with an arrow step. The female elf continued to draw her bow and then fired continuously, raining down arrows from the sky once more. Windcatcher, level 30 skill, Rain of Arrows. The zombie let out a low roar and then moved quickly. Those arrows rained down one by one but rarely managed to hit him. Not only that, he was able to swing his arm while dodging the arrows. The side-like black substance was thrown out from the arm, and as if it was a chain, it was thrown directly onto the assassin who had just emerged from the void. That assassin stifled a grunt and could only hide into the darkness once more. But in the blink of an eye, the orc had already closed in, the broadsword in his hand slashing from top to bottom with a scarlet wind of blood. The zombie naturally took a step back subconsciously, and it was with this step back that the sage's level 30 skill, Holy Light Convergence Formation, was unleashed once again. I've trapped him! Nurse shouted behind her. The attack didn't end there. The white bear that had just been active on the field was gone, and in its place was a green-colored python, which swam near the light formation, then climbed up the body of the zombie, and ended up trapping him directly in it. Hurry! The druid also roared loudly. By now, everyone's eyes were gathered on Shield Mountain. This black knight took large strides to walk in front of the zombie's body. He first coldly glanced at the immobile zombie, and then raised his eyes to look at the triangular-headed shaped monster not far away. Then, Shield Mountain raised the one-handed hammer in his hand. Knight level 12 skill, Holy Light Verdict. A blazing light suddenly emerged from the hammer, and Shield Mountain swung it violently. Dang! This time, the body of the hammer struck above the zombie's head without any concealment. 1111. Shield Mountain didn't pause. As the zombie was about to break free, he flipped his shield and unleashed another skill, Shield Strike. It wasn't just him, the orc berserker on his side also swung out a slash. A blue arrow also came between Shield Mountain and the orc. Ka! Shoo! Hiss! The three people's attacks landed on the zombie in synchronization. A moment later. Destroyer Zombie's blood level cleared to 0. Chapter 126. People looked at each other in dismay. Although the boss in front of them had been successfully destroyed by the 6 people on the field, what they were discussing at the moment was basically Shield Mountain. The words that came out of their mouths were, "Why does a knight deal so much damage, and how much blood do I have left if he goes down with this hammer?" And so on and so forth. It wasn't until the boss called the destroyer zombie completely went limp and disappeared that people reacted. This level, it should have passed safely, right? However, after waiting for more than 2 minutes, nothing still happened around them. A death-like silence spread around. According to reason, now should not happen something right, such as in people's minds appear some beeps to inform them that the level passed, or appear some kind of next level of prompts. But no matter how much they talked, nothing happened around them. After another minute or so, someone in the crowd finally couldn't hold back, and right away, someone pointed at the triangle-headed monster in the square. "Hey! What's the situation now?" Seeing that the triangular head didn't respond, that person even raised his foot and took a step towards the stone steps in the square. "I'm asking you, the boss has already been defeated, right? What's next?" He really stepped onto the steps at this moment. "If you have any other hints, hurry up and say it. I still have things to do when I go out." He did not continue to speak anymore. Because after both of his feet completely stepped onto the steps, a dark green light suddenly cut through from somewhere, and the blood bar above that person's head instantly cleared to 0. Not only that, his entire body began to split from the center, as if an unknown blade had cut it flush, scarlet blood spilling out onto the ground. The other players who were close to him subconsciously retreated many steps. They were also full of complaints a moment ago, but now all of them were staring at the body on the ground that had been split in two in astonishment. What is the situation? The triangular-headed monster finally made a move. He shook his body for a moment, and then retreated 2 steps once more. This action made people's hearts stutter. It can't be. Still coming? Previously, every time this monster with a triangular head retreated, monsters as well as ring styles would appear, such as Wrecker and Destroyer. And now? Will there be an even more powerful boss? However, instead of a new boss appearing in this retreat, a prompt appeared out of nowhere. It was a line of blood-red words, bright and shiny, looking regal. Mission 1, kill 1,000 ordinary zombies. Completed. Task 2, kill the destroyer zombies. Failed. Task 3, kill the destroyer zombies. Completed. You have gained 67% extra attack power and physical defense power bonus. Please survive the attack of 2,000 destroyer walkers. Completed. People were stunned when they saw these prompts. Many people's cold sweat flowed from the top of their heads to their chins as they trembled and turned their heads to look at those destroyer zombies standing not far behind them. There were a total of around 200 people standing around the square today, and for these 200 people, there were 2 destroyer zombies standing not far behind each of them. These saboteurs were the ones that appeared after the orc knights lost in the ring just now. This kind of zombie can kill a level 30 knight in a short period of time with the cooperation of 2 or 2 of these zombies. Not only do they have an exaggerated attack power, but they also have an appalling amount of double defense and blood volume. In other words, there were a total of 2,000 of these zombies? Aside from behind these 200 players near the plaza, each of the 1,000 people in the entire copy had their own corresponding 2 destroyers? What kind of international joke is this? Fengchen couldn't help but chime in as well. 2,000 of them? Without waiting for him to continue speaking, new words appeared in the prompt. Extra reward mission, kill all the zombies. The zombies are counting down to their attack, 100, 99, 98, 97. People immediately exploded. They were onlookers a moment ago, now directly to the point of life-threatening? Quite a few people were so flustered that they couldn't even hold their weapons in their hands, and some of them even started to scatter in a panic. Not only these onlookers, even the 6 fighters in the square, at this time also pale. A rare panic also appeared on that female elf's originally ice-cold face. She held her bow in both hands, her slender legs ran quickly, and after a few steps, she rolled over and got off the stage, and then came directly to the side of another female elf. That was a female elf with slightly shorter hair. She was likewise an archer with a bow and arrow, and that stunningly beautiful face that was not inferior to the other side was deathly white. Eleanor. What to do? The short-haired female elf hurriedly pulled Elena's hand, but from the feedback of the touch, this Elena who had only just survived the ring was likewise a bit tense. She first looked around, then hurriedly pulled the short-haired elf's hand. Go. Run. Soon, in the chaotic crowd, the two elves also quickly disappeared. Under the square. Shield Mountain came to Lin Chen's side after leaping down. Not only him, but the three of them, Huang Sledgehammer, were also tightly next to Lin Chen's side, waiting to be dispatched at any time. Monarch. Shield Mountain said, "What do we do?" Hearing Shield Mountain say this, before Lin Chen could speak, Feng Chen leaned towards his side. Huang Sledgehammer subconsciously took a step back, allowing Feng Chen to squeeze in. Excuse me, Feng Chen held out his hand in an apologetic gesture at Huang de Hammer. Huang de Hammer hurriedly waved his hand. Please go ahead, Lord Feng. When Feng Chen heard Huang de Hammer actually address himself as Lord Feng, he was slightly stunned, then waved his hand up in an even more exaggerated manner. I don't dare to do so. No. You are a friend of the monarch, so naturally you are Lord. Huang Sledgehammer made an even more reverent gesture. Please don't be polite with us. Ouch, no. Listening to Feng Chen and Huang de Hammer's conversation, Lin Chen didn't care. He first quickly opened his attribute panel. On the column of his own attack power, it was clearly written. Physical attack power, 3356, plus 1346. When he saw this line, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. The prompt was right, everyone present should have gotten a 67% bonus to their attack power, only. I wonder if the owner of this land had expected that there was someone with such a high attack power hiding here. Lin Chen closed his attribute panel and turned to check Shield Mountain's. Shield Mountain's attack power amounted to 1,988 points. If you did the math carefully, Shield Mountain hadn't eaten this so-called 67% bonus, but had changed in synchronization with his own attack power. If that was the case, get ready. Lin Chen turned his head to look at the undead around him. Huang Sledgehammer, who was still humbling each other with Feng Chen, immediately stood up straight and waited for his release. As before, Sledgehammer, Roar, the three of you are responsible for consuming the monster's blood. Stop when these zombies reach the point where they can be killed in one hit, do you hear me? Lin Chen said. Huang Sledgehammer, Brother Roar and Yu nodded at once, as you command. After saying this, Lin Chen turned his head to look at Shield Mountain. Without Lin Chen having to elaborate too much, Shield Mountain directly put away the one-handed hammer in his hand and instead took out a rusty iron sword. Monarch, leave it to us. Chapter 127, Chasing Souls. After a single word, the red Q in people's view had begun its final countdown. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Hunting begins. The prompt completely disappeared from everyone's sight at this moment. In its place, a lengthy air defense siren tore through the sky. This sound was like a life-altering demonic voice pulling at people's ears, and quite a few people only felt cold, as if they were in an ice cellar. After that, the zombies that were still standing still a moment before, under the appearance of this air raid alarm, they were shaking their bodies, and they seemed to be injected with souls. Aw! Roar! The next moment, the zombies named Destroyer ran madly. They turned into a dark-colored torrent. Wherever they went they carried a pungent smell of blood. Their speed was extremely fast. Their destructive power was exceptionally strong. When they were moving, just the exoskeleton poking out from outside of their bodies could plow deep furrows in the ground. The zombies didn't have a so-called division of labor. They would attack any player that appeared in their line of sight. Inside the brain, only one voice resounded. Kill. Moving. The zombies are moving. Grass, run. No. Not fight with them? We teamed up separately. Can actually fight. Did not say that 67% of the fight your mom. Those commission is of no use? So many zombies, stopping is purely looking for death. People screamed. Roar. The zombies hissed. For a while, the hissing of the zombies, the screams of the players, and the sounds and explosions of skill releases filled every corner of this dilapidated city. Yes, it wasn't just around this square, but other places within this copy. Wherever there were players, there would be zombies chasing after them. At this moment, a zombie rushed over to where Lin Chen and the others were. He grinned his almost sturgeon-like mouth, revealing that mouthful of sharp, white teeth. Shield Mountain and the others turned back in unison, and an unknown sense of oppression rose up from underneath the four of them. Scum, how dare you disturb the monarch? Huang Sledgehammer changed his appearance from the humble appearance he had just shared with Feng Chen. His face was solemn, and the two-handed hammer in his hand was swung out fiercely by him. 80. The zombie that rushed over hadn't even rushed in front of him before it was directly knocked out by this hammer. 1,500. Without waiting for him to land, Chi, who had a huge body, instantly came to the zombie's fall right underneath with his huge strides, and he raised his forearms and ruthlessly smashed them on the zombie's body. 1,486. 1,488. By now, this destroyer with 5,000 blood was left with just over 500 blood. Lord Shield Mountain. Huang's sledgehammer and Chi Yu spoke in unison. Without hesitation, Shield Mountain rushed forward in a few steps, and the rusty iron sword in his hand slashed out with a mischievous sound. As his hand rose and fell, the red light of a bludgeoning attack flashed, and the saboteur was instantly killed. Lin Chen glanced at his attribute panel. On the attack power, it read 3,357 plus 1. Having received a positive result, Lin Chen did not hesitate and waved his hand at the undead dependents. The four of them received the order, then traveled in the opposite direction, plunging headlong into the tide of zombies. The four of them, Shield Mountain, already had a very tacit cooperation, and they had a clear division of labor, forming their own faction in the chaotic heaven and earth, because the zombies didn't gather together in a swarm. Instead, they were dispersed in all directions to fight with the players, so the undead could kill them more quickly and effectively. Fengchen couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the means of the undead in front of him. At this time, he carefully glanced at Lin Chen on his side, only feeling that this person was becoming more and more mysterious. It was as if he was in an unknown fog. Every time Fengchen felt that he was able to peek a little bit, he realized that what he saw were just shadows that Lin Chen had left in the fog. A zombie suddenly circled around strangely from behind. Fengchen turned his head back and was just about to raise his broadsword. Swoosh! A transparent energy arrow whizzed right past his own ear before nailing it straight onto the zombie's head. Fengchen's already wide-eyed eyes became even brighter. Because that zombie named Destroyer with a full 5,000 blood, died. The blood-red bludgeoning words also appeared in Fengchen's line of sight. 6,712. Fengchen ghostly glanced at Lin Chen, only to see Lin Chen slowly put down the moon bow in his hand, then waved at Fengchen. Brother, what is it? Fengchen's mouth was dry, and he felt breathless when he spoke in anger. Just follow me. Lin Chen continued to pull up his bow and arrow and shot it at the zombies rushing over from the other side. Killing these zombies doesn't seem to add experience, there's no need to fight him. After a pause, Lin Chen added, just leave it all to me. Fengchen nodded sluggishly. He was able to hear what Lin Chen was saying. Lin Chen was signaling him not to steal monsters from himself. But Fengchen had no intention of doing so. Because he had been mixing copies with Lin Chen, he was in the same class, except for having less skills, but his equipment and attributes were considered to be the best. But even so, he wasn't arrogant enough to take the initiative to kill these saboteurs. It was important to know that these things could kill a level 30 knight alive with just 2 of them. Good. Fengchen hurriedly put away his own broadsword, then got a little closer to Lin Chen. As time passed, the four of Shield Mountain had already disappeared from the duo's line of sight, to which Lin Chen didn't care, no matter how far away they were from him. As long as Shield Mountain killed a zombie with a bludgeoning attack with his rusty iron sword, he himself would be subjected to the stacking effect of the attack power no matter when or where he was. So Lin Chen himself wasn't idle, relying on Shield Mountain alone. The attack power stacking speed was too slow. Thinking of this, Lin Chen decided to do it himself. But when he pulled up his bow and arrow and prepared to hunt, the silence around him was terrifying, and Lin Chen's bow and arrow circled around, but he didn't know who to aim at. Convinced, Lin Chen sighed, what are these people running for? Lin Chen and his duo stood around the square, and a moment ago the place was abuzz with people, but now there wasn't a single living person around. Everyone was scattered in all directions. They were drilling into the surrounding alleys and running inside the entrances of some of the buildings. So much so that this place was empty. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Fengchen carefully asked, Brother, why don't we go to the zombies? While saying this sentence, Fengchen only felt that he was crazy. Other people avoided these killing gods in order to avoid them, but he himself wanted to bring Lin Chen to actively look for zombies? Lin Chen sighed, it'll have to be this way. Chapter 128, Waiting for the Rabbit. Sometime later. Inside a certain residential area in a dilapidated city. Lin Chen and Fengchen were walking on top of the ruins of the houses. The broken walls around them were covered with dried blood. Some of the blood traces had already become crusted and hardened by the sunlight, they were like a piece of red tiles pasted on the outer wall of the building. As the wind blew, the blood clots crumbled and fell off bit by bit. At this moment, Lin Chen's feet stepped on a zombie's corpse. He felt that the touch under his feet was very real, and when he looked down, the zombie that he was stepping on was a female, and the place that he was stepping on was also the softest place on a woman's body. Oh. Sorry. Lin Chen retracted his foot, then bent down with interest to rub it on the zombie's body. His fingers were stained with this corpse's blood, and his thumb and forefinger rubbed against each other, only to find that this blood was unusually real. His nose went over to smell it, and he could still smell the fishy odor of the blood that hadn't completely evaporated. This feeling was strange, as if he was now in a real world. Everything around him was a real place, the broken ground, the collapsed building. There were also the bodies of zombies lying on the ground. In his previous life, Lin Chen had never experienced anything like this. He had experienced countless copies as a level 80 warrior and killed countless monsters, but none of them had been as memorable as this. The copies he had entered before were all system-designed worlds, and Lin Chen was certain that all the monsters and NPCs he had encountered in those copies were all cold robots or AI beings, with no autonomous thoughts, and based entirely on his own persona and rules. They act according to their own persona and rules. The scene in the copy also seems very random. All kinds of building splicing. Donkey's head is not to the horse's mouth, at the same time can even see countless worlds in different buildings at the same time. The situation. But here is not. No. Not just here. Upon careful consideration, it seemed as if some of the curse copies that he had experienced after returning as a second week player this time around were all like this. They were so real that Lin Chen thought for a moment that he was in another world. The Spider Cave in the Novice Village, the Goblin Lair in the Transformation Quest, the Star Prayers Palace in the Yellow Sands. Plus this current zombie country set in a modern city. Lin Chen chanted in a low voice, is there something in common? Frowning slightly, Lin Chen shook his hand, wiping away the blood stained on his fingertips, and said softly, could it be that the triangular head in the square just now is also in the accursed state? Yes, if you have to find out the common point in these places. That was the cursed aura skill. There weren't many monsters he had encountered so far that possessed this skill, but without exception, they all made Lin Chen memorize it. Lin Chen scratched his head, only feeling that things were increasingly eluding him. This time when he went out, if he had the chance, he would definitely catch an NPC who was in the know and ask him properly. Who? He slowly stood up and clapped his hands. At this moment, a dull voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey! The voice was somewhat familiar. You two, do you want to team up together? Lin Chen and Feng Chen first glanced at each other before turning their heads. Sure enough, they found a familiar face standing not far behind them. An orc was holding a broadsword with a reddish glow. On the side of the orc was a human beast master who had been converted into a druid. These two were no one else but two of the 6 people who had just fought the Destroyer Walkers, together with Shield Mountain, and at this time, the two of them were more or less injured, and they had lost some of the blood bars on their heads. The worst thing was that both of their blue bars were basically empty, and it looked like the two of them had just had a fight with the zombies. It looked like they were in a sorry state, but it was within the acceptable range. Seeing that Lin Chen and the two of them didn't say anything, the orc asked again. Forming a team? There's strength in numbers. Hearing the orc ask a second time, Feng Chen turned his head to look at Lin Chen. Seeing that Lin Chen still didn't answer, Feng Chen didn't say a word either. The orc shrugged helplessly. Since the other party had no intention of forming a team, he didn't dwell on it too much. He looked Lin Chen and the two of them up and down, and finally beckoned to the druid at his side. Two strange people. Go away, ugly guy. The druid froze. You can shut up. Who exactly do you think is ugly, me or you? As he spoke, the druid also naturally followed behind the orc. Crap. The orc rolled his eyes. I, Monka, am one of the most handsome men in our race, and there are more females who like me than I can count. Okay, you're pretty, and you're the most handsome, I'm really convinced. Said the druid. But they hadn't completely left yet, when a creepy hiss suddenly came out from not far away. Roar. The 4 people present turned their heads in unison to look. Hurricane saw that there were 2 destroyer zombies appearing on top of the ruins in the distance, and he seemed to have found their prey, first letting out an excited howl, and then using their hands and feet, they came storming in like a madman. Grass. That druid cursed, then prepared to release his skills. However, he forgot that his blue bar was simply not enough for him to summon a powerful summon, and after holding it back for half a day, he summoned a stone-wielding kobold. This greenish monster held the stone and then stood in front of its master. only to see it let out a low roar, and surprisingly, it charged at the zombies. Halfway through its charge, it fought to throw the stone in its hand. The zombie let the stone hit its body, his speed was completely unaffected, but became faster. Beautiful man. The druid turned his head and shouted viciously, "I'm out of blue." A beast master without blue is a ing waste. The orc standing to the side was gripping the broadsword in his hand at this moment. His blue bar wasn't much more, but as a berserker, as long as he could turn on fury, it wouldn't hurt if he put on a skill or not. The orc berserker named Monka didn't hesitate. The two zombies were already close at hand. After they rushed in front of the goblin and easily tore the summoned beast into pieces, Monka also instantly opened his rage state. Red aura flames rose once again from the surface of his skin. However, compared to before in the square, the current Monka appeared somewhat gloominess. Yes, right now there was no nurse beside him to add blood to him, and he would continue to lose his life value under the rage state, and with the 67% attack power and double defense, even if he could kill the two destroyer walkers in a limited time, he himself would definitely die because his blood bar was emptied. That was why he needed to be smart about it. Pay attention. The druid shouted anxiously, "He's coming." Monkal snapped his head up and realized that the nearest zombie was already only 2 meters away from him. One could only go in hard. Monka gripped the broadsword in his hand backwards, and just as he raised his arm to swing, he only felt a coldness in his ear. After that, there was a sound of a broken whistle against his eardrums into his ear cavity. Shoo! Monka subconsciously stopped his movements, and before he could react, a second cracking sound passed by his other ear. Shoo! Underneath the two strange sounds that tore through the air were two transparent arrows visible to the naked eye. These two arrows, one after the other, each swept past one's ear and then accurately shot at the bodies of the two zombies. 6,725. 6,712. The zombie's rushing steps instantly stopped, and he kept his teeth and claws open, but could no longer come the slightest bit closer. A moment later, his body collapsed straight down, fresh blood covering the hair-dried bloodstains, coloring the ruins on the ground red. The G-Fury status on Monka's body disappeared without a trace in this instant, and he turned his head somewhat dumbfounded before placing his sight on Lin Chen, who was wearing a mask behind him. Lin Chen maintained his posture of drawing his bow and arrow, and at this moment, he happened to put down the raised moon bow. Monica only felt that the things that had happened within this short hour were just too hard to digest. After entering this weird copy, first was the Yefir status that suddenly appeared on his body. This damned negative status could even affect people's emotions. He only felt like a mourning dog. He didn't have the slightest desire to fight at all. Facing the thousands of ordinary zombies charging, he only felt that if he were to charge up, he would surely die. It was not easy for a nurse to use purification to remove his negative status, and the next thing he encountered was that so-called ring. A total of 6 people went to fight a boss that wasn't a boss, and if it wasn't for that mysterious Black Knight, he himself would probably have died at the hands of that destroyer zombie. Right. Speaking of that Black Knight, Munker still remembered it vividly even now, a knight, a tank profession that could be found everywhere on the god hunting ground. How could this kind of person deal that much damage with a single hammer blow? A plain flat A that dealt enough damage value to slash out a set of skills with one's rage status. He still hadn't recovered from the strange and exaggerated methods of the Black Knight called Shield Mountain, but now there was something that made him even more skeptical. A masked man, whose occupation could not be seen, shot out 2 arrows from his hand and directly killed the destroyer. Seconds. Munker fell into a self-doubt that he couldn't name. He had worked hard to crawl through this world, thinking that he was in the middle and upper echelon among the players nowadays, but now he estimated that he hadn't even touched the tip of the iceberg of the god hunting ground. Lin Chen didn't care what this orc was thinking. He walked over to the place where the zombies had just appeared. He had come to this place to look for zombies, and at this point in time, almost 20 minutes had passed, and according to the number and attributes of the destroyer zombies, that was enough time for them to kill enough players. And as the number of players decreased, Lin Chen would see the zombies more and more frequently. Since this was the case, Lin Chen needed to change his strategy. He didn't need to actively search for zombies like he had just done, and continuing to scurry around would only cause the zombies to lose touch with him. He needed to go to a more open place to keep watch. Should I go back to the plaza? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. There are Shield Mountain and Sledgehammer moving around in that area of the plaza. There's no need for me to go back. He kicked away a piece of rubble, then leapt down the steps. In front of him was the open-air activity spot of this residential area, and right in front of it was a long scrapped basketball court, the basketball boards having long since collapsed to the ground. with nothing but blood on it but some air-dried gore, sticky, and reeking of a foul odor. Aside from some deserted recreational equipment around it, it was empty in all directions. Well, it's quite suitable as a place to wait for a rabbit. Lin Chen thought so. Afterward, he found a rock and sat down. Not long after, Feng Chen came over with the other two. It was understandable that Feng Chen came after them, but Lin Chen spared a glance at the orc monker and the druid whose face was a little white. The two's line of sight just happened to collide with Lin Chen's eyes underneath his mask. Sorry, the orc hastily waved his hand, please. Please don't mind, we don't mean anything else, if it's okay. Could you pretend we don't exist? Speaking of which, Monka didn't forget to poke the druid. In his opinion, the druid beside him was a human being just like Lin Chen, so he could at least negotiate with Lin Chen and the two of them. The druid understood and hurriedly piled up a smile, saying, "This friend, we are not in a good state, if it is convenient, you are busy with your own, we will rest beside you for a while, you see?" Lin Chen suddenly raised his bow and arrow and shot an arrow in the direction of the druid. The other party hadn't finished speaking and immediately froze in place. The wind caused by the breaking sound ruffled the tresses of his own ears back, the druid's pupils tightened, he didn't need to turn around, but he could feel a zombie collapsing on his back. Gulp! He swallowed his saliva, beads of sweat falling directly to the ground. On the opposite side, Lin Chen put down his bow and arrow, "Feel free, just don't bother me." Hearing these words, the two of them were like amnesties, and then hurriedly came together not far behind Lin Chen. Feng Chen somewhat uncomfortably moved his butt, allowing these two to sit over. Friend, sorry, make a seat," the orc clasped his fist at Feng Chen. "May I ask what your name is?" "My name is Monka." Feng Chen did not have the good sense to point to the top of his head and said, "I'm not wearing a mask, my name is written on the top of my head." "Ha?" The orc raised his head and looked at it, "But I don't know what your name means. What does wind, dust, turbid, wine mean?" Feng Chen was just about to say something, but he quickly captured what the point was. "Wait," he asked in a small voice, "you are an orc, right? As an orc, why are you speaking the same language as us?" Once these words came out, the druid on his side also realized what was going on, and he also hesitantly stared at Monka. "Yeah, I also just reacted, how come you speak Chinese as well, and by the looks of you just now? Could it be possible that you also recognize our writing?" Monka blinked. "Chinese? What Chinese? I speak the authentic tribal language of our orcs. I still wonder why you guys speak our Orcish language." For a while, the three people present were confused. However, at this time, Lin Chen, who was sitting in the front, spoke up. "On the land of the hunting god, the languages and words of all the races have been assimilated by some kind of power. We are humans, so what we hear in the mouths of any of the races is the language of the humans, and on the contrary, the other races that listen to us also feel that we are speaking their language." Chapter 129, Battle Royale? The three people present all felt that there was some meaning in what Lin Chen had said, and they glanced at each other before starting the verification. "You guys come together a bit." Orc Monka waved at Feng Chen and the druid, then he took out the broadsword in his hand and wrote a word on the ground. "Look, what did I write?" If one considered it according to normal thinking, the words written by this race that did not belong to humans at all must be a font that they had not seen at all. But the duo lowered their heads, but they plainly saw a written crookedly on the ground. "Handsome?" Feng Chen and the druid duo said in unison. The orc froze. "Yo-ho? You guys can really read our orc's writing?" "Stop bolting, you yourself wrote the word handsome. Look, isn't this the radical? Put a scarf on the side." The druid hurriedly pointed at the font on the ground. Feng Chen nodded his head repeatedly on the side as well. Although the character written by the orc was really ugly, like a child who had just learned to write, but from the strokes, this character was indeed shui, without any mistake. However, the orc was a bit confused. "What are you talking about?" He pointed to the ground, just wrote out the font himself. "This is handsome, right? What scarf?" "I wrote as clearly the totem pattern created by the great orc leader, a big circle with a small circle placed inside a circle?" The two humans were confused again. They stared carefully at the word handsome on the ground, unable to compare it with the circle. After almost 2 or 3 more minutes of arguing, the three of them could only end up helplessly staring at each other wide-eyed. It looked like Lin Chen was right, this world had removed the communication barrier between each race. No matter what type of words the other person wrote, in the eyes of the other person, they would turn into a message for the other person to understand. No matter the language, or the words. This is damn rare. The orc slapped his thigh. I was wondering at first, I said, why you ugly guys can not only understand our orc language, but also speak it, so it's like this. The two just wanted to strike up a conversation, but once they thought of Monka calling them ugly guys, the two didn't want to ignore him when the words came out of their mouths. At Lin Chen's place, he had already sat down and shot 8 arrows with his bow and arrow, and except for the last zombie, which didn't hit hard, the remaining 6 arrows all killed him in one hit. Lin Chen opened his attribute panel at this moment. Under the influence of this copy's 67% attack power bonus, he now had 3,500 attacks while holding the moon bow. It looks like Shield Mountain and their speeds have been limited as well. Lin Chen sighed. Although the number of zombies in this copy was very high, they were spread out too far, and such a killing speed was too low, too low. As he spoke, a zombie suddenly scurried out from the blind spot of Lin Chen's field of vision. His speed was extremely fast, almost instantly arriving at Lin Chen's side. Sharp limbs slashed down from above, the moment they were about to touch Lin Chen's head. A rusty iron sword emitted a low sound. The zombie was instantly dismembered. Lin Chen held a bow in his right hand and a sword in his left, and the pupils under his mask were as silent as water, causing the 3 people not far away to swallow their saliva. That orc tugged on Feng Chen's sleeve. Friend, what is your relationship with this great god? Feng Chen frowned and turned his head to ask, doing what? Ah. Don't have any other meaning, just want to ask. The orc hemmed and hawed, does the great god still lack a little brother? Feng Chen did not have the slightest hesitation and shook his head nonchalantly. Don't think about it, having a little brother is enough, a handsome guy like you, it's better to find another way out. The orc froze, what does this have to do with my looks? Another period of time passed. The vicinity of this basketball court was already littered with the corpses of the zombies. The blood that flowed out of his body stained the surrounding stone pathway with a sticky consistency, and at a cursory glance, the corpses lying around the perimeter had already reached about 40. These destroyer zombies, whose single body strength had reached about the same attributes as a level 30 player, could at most only take 2 flat A's at Lin Chen's hands. The vast majority of the time, Lin Chen only needed an arrow, or a sword, and the zombies would instantly have their bloodlines cleared, and would not be able to rise again. The orcs and druids who were originally still surprised were now completely used to it. They and Feng Chen chatted idly with each other in a safe place, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. My friend, I'm really serious, if the great god can accept me as a member of your regular team, when we get out, no matter how far away we are, I'll come over to you. The orc still didn't want to give up and kept goading Feng Chen. However, Feng Chen's thoughts were exceptionally simple. There was already a warrior of his own in the fixed team, and although he didn't know Lin Chen's configuration requirements for recruiting a fixed team member, the orc being the second warrior, it's not suitable, so don't even think about it. Why The orc looked a little agitated, I'm very strong. Feng Chen remained unmoved. Seeing the other party's lack of oil and salt, the orc glanced at the druid again. This fellow human druid lowered his head without saying a word and seemed to be calculating something as well. Alas! The orc monker sighed, as if giving up. He raised his head in boredom and looked at where Lin Chen was. The zombies around him seemed to have gotten more numerous, and there were constantly zombies that would emerge from all directions or nooks and crannies, but they couldn't even get close to Lin Chen, and they would be shot to death with an arrow from a long distance away. That's so cool, the orc muttered. However, just as Lin Chen shot a zombie to death again, a beep suddenly sounded in their heads. Ding! The crowd snapped, and immediately shot up their spirits. Lin Chen also faced straight ahead, waiting for the beep in his head to continue ringing. A moment later. Attention, the safe zone is being divided. As soon as these words came out, the crowd could clearly see something falling from the sky. Looking fixedly, what was falling from the sky was an invisible, reddish curtain of light. In just a few short breaths, these curtains of light were like an inverted bowl over the city, completely enveloping an area tens of kilometers in size. And coincidentally, this basketball court that Lin Chen and the others were on happened to be very close to the edge of the light curtain. Only needing to get a few dozen meters closer, they would be able to touch this translucent red glass-like curtain of light. What happened? The orc somewhat did not quite understand what was happening right now. What is this red, opaque thing? Turning his head to look at Feng Chen and the druid, the orc suddenly realized that these two humans were both silent. Feng Chen and the druid silently glanced at each other. The ghosts chanted at the same time. Great Escape. Chapter 130. Battle Royale? The orc froze for a moment, his mouth repeating these 3 awkward words, what does it mean? As a Fae, although he could understand what the other party was saying, he did not understand the meaning at all. These 3 words were like some sort of cryptic language and had no beginning or end. But Feng Chen and his duo didn't have any desire to explain to Monka at all. They hurriedly stood up and quickly ran to Lin Chen's side. "Brother! This red light!" Feng Chen spoke while unconsciously looking back to where the red light curtain was. If he didn't look at it, it instantly gave him a jolt. Yes, that curtain of light was slowly moving. To be precise, it was shrinking. That curtain of light was like a virtual shadow of light, passing through the ruins of the building, and then slowly rushing in the direction of the basketball court to move closer. "Brother, have you ever played chicken?" Feng Chen pondered for a while, wanting to explain the scene in front of him to Lin Chen. "If I'm not wrong, this red light is poison circle?" Lin Chen picked up the conversation. "Poison?" Feng Chen's eyes lit up. "Right. Brother, you know?" Lin Chen silently stood up. He withdrew his iron sword and only held the moon bow in his hand. "It's not strange for me to know this. I usually eat a couple of chickens when I have nothing to do, and I'm quite good at running poison circles." As he spoke, Lin Chen arrived in front of a corpse of a zombie. Seeing that the curtain of light was getting closer and closer, he hesitated for a moment, holding the ankle of the corpse in front of him in his hand before throwing it with force. The corpse of this destroyer zombie instantly flew high into the air, then drew an irregular parabola towards the moving curtain of light. But the next moment, the people present almost subconsciously took a step back. Because the moment that corpse touched the light curtain, it unexpectedly turned into powder in an instant. Hissing. It was as if it was a moth that had crashed into the magma within. Feng Chen was startled. "This thing cannot be touched?" If this light curtain could not be touched, then it was not the same type of thing as the so-called poison circle. It was even more dangerous, and the only thing that could be done was to escape as much as possible. "Go!" Lin Chen didn't hold back, and immediately beckoned to Feng Chen. The remaining 3 hurriedly followed Lin Chen. The current red light wasn't moving very fast, converted to about the same speed as a normal person walking, but no one could guarantee whether it would accelerate behind it or not, nor could they guarantee exactly what the pattern of its movement was. Now, apart from Lin Chen and the others, the rest of the people within this city were much more dangerous. Not only did they have to dodge the zombies, but they also had to be constantly on guard against this bizarre red light-shaped poison circle. However, although Lin Chen's few people were moving in the opposite direction of the red light, they also maintained a speed similar to the red light. During the process, they also made a cursory study of the red light behind them. The light curtain didn't affect any of the rest of the things besides wiping out the zombies and players that touched it. Whether it was buildings, grass, trees, ruins, or quest objects within this city, the red light would directly penetrate them, but if it encountered zombies as well as players in the process of moving, then the latter would instantly turn into powder. What a strange thing. What exactly is this copy preparing to make us do? While moving, Orc Monka launched a whine, letting us fight again, and now this what? What? Battle Royale. It's a mess. The crowd tumbled over a pile of rubble and leapt down from the top of a collapsed wall. Feng Chen patted the dust on his body and returned, "I'm not sure, this copy is indeed a bit strange, but there's no point in dwelling on this now, getting out alive is the main thing." "Well." The orc nodded, "That's true." In the middle of the conversation, another destroyer emerged ghostly from the shadows. Lin Chen, who hadn't participated in the discussion along the way, indifferently shot an arrow, directly nailing the walker to the far wall. Attack power +1. The crowd had long since treated Lin Chen's tactics as extremely commonplace. They were not surprised, and there were even times when they would subconsciously move their positions to make it easier for Lin Chen to be able to find a better angle to shoot his arrow. Along the way, Lin Chen moved forward at a constant speed. At the same time, he was not idle. His bow and arrows shot continuously in his hands, and several zombies died under the energy arrows one after another. After 10 minutes or so, Lin Chen's footsteps, unconsciously, accelerated. "Brother, is this red light getting faster?" Feng Chen turned his head to look at the curtain of light approaching behind him and said. Not only him, but Monica and the druid also discovered the end. "It seems to have gotten faster, just now we only had to use walking speed." The druid began to trot, "Now we need to use a run." Lin Chen turned his head to look behind him as well, and immediately nodded. "Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time, let's speed up our pace and head to the very center of the city." "Good." The 3 of them agreed and then sped up at the same time. However, they were also a bit concerned that the huge square where they had fought before was not the center of the city. If that was the case, was the huge building at the back of the plaza with the Savior Building written on it just a decoration? The irrationality of this copy was too much, and they simply couldn't figure out the logical relationship here. After running for some time, Lin Chen and the others could no longer see the red light behind them, and if they were to go at full speed, their speed would far exceed the red light by too much. But the crowd still didn't know if they had arrived at the central section of the city. They didn't even know how big the area enveloped by the red light was. Although there was some confusion, there was one thing that made Lin Chen a little happy. That was that it wasn't just them, the players, who were all approaching the center of the city. Following the players over, there were also those densely packed zombies. Roar! At this moment, Lin Chen and the others were standing at the top of a tall building that was still intact, and as they looked down, on the ground in their line of sight, there were clearly dozens of zombies chasing after a person. The speed of the zombies was not inferior compared to an ordinary player, but the speed of the person being chased was kept at a safe distance from the zombies. Ha! The orc stared down and suddenly said, "Isn't that the ninny with the long ears?" At these words, the remaining three turned their heads to look at him. Long ears? Fengchen seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked, "Elf?" The orc hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yeah, it's that ninny who participated in the ring with me, only her blood level is a bit unhealthy." Lin Chen looked at the half-orc Monica with interest and suddenly opened his mouth to ask. "To be honest, although I've dealt with orcs, I haven't gotten to know your race in depth, but now it seems that you have a good sight?" Hearing that it was Lin Chen who was talking to him, Monka immediately heatedly smiled. "Yeah. I can not only see that ninny, I can also see that she's holding a corpse right now." The people around them froze again. Holding. Lin Chen also whispered, "A corpse?" "Yeah." The orc pointed downwards. "The one she's holding in her arms is also an elf, with a bit of short hair, already dead." Chapter 131, The End of the Line. Hearing Monica say this, the rest of them seemed to remember something. At that time, when the destroyer walkers started to prey on the players when they were near the plaza, Fengchen witnessed that female elf jumping out of the ring and walking to the side of another elf, if memory serves me correctly. The other party was indeed an elf with slightly shorter hair. Since this was the first time Fengchen had seen this magical race with his own eyes, coupled with their stunningly beautiful faces, Fengchen naturally focused on them. "Is that short-haired girl dead?" Fengchen whispered. The crowd continued to look down. As the female elf continued to run away, the zombies chasing after her behind her grew more and more, and there were some zombies from other places that even began to give up their original target of the chase, and turned to join the team that hunted the female elf. It's over. Fengchen looked a little anxious. The elf's speed is starting to weaken. If it continues like this, she will definitely die. Not only him, the sight of the druid at this time also sweaty palms. The same man already have love for beautiful things, let alone this thing. Is their fantasy many times the elfit? Seeing the two of them in such a manner, the orc is really some not quite understand. In his mind, the female elf below who kept fleeing for her life, although she was good with herself in the ring, but like the other parties kind of look. You guys seem to be hurting for an ugly race. But before the words were finished, Fengchen and the druid turned around and chided at the same time. Shut up. The orc gave a lurch, then took a step back resentfully. During the process, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Lin Chen, who hadn't spoken at his side. This masked human seemed to be a less talkative master, but it was normal. If he also had this kind of exaggerated and heaven-defying strength, he might also be as cold as an iceberg like Lin Chen. As time passed, the female elf below seemed to have discovered Lin Chen and the others high above, and her movement trajectory changed abruptly, only to see her take a long, slender stride and flip over a fence made up of ruins, then quickly run over towards where they were. Although the ground where they were standing was too high, the collapsed buildings around them had formed a strange staircase, so as long as they moved up and climbed at the right angle, the female elf could quickly come to the roof of the building where they were standing. When the female elf was getting closer and closer to them, the three orcs obviously realized that something was not quite right. I will go. Fengchen also put away the expression of pity that he had just shown as he had a jolt. This elf is leading the ghosts to us. Fengchen subconsciously took a step back and directly crashed into the orc. Monka held him up and asked with some confusion, Ghost? Ghosts? Isn't it a zombie? Without waiting for Fengchen to explain, the druid on his side instantly released a skill. A moment later, a huge white giant bear appeared on his side. Roar! The giant bear let out a roar. Its body was huge, and it instantly blocked the only opening at the very front. As long as this gap was blocked, it would be difficult for the zombies to rush over. Lin Chen suddenly asked, What are you doing? The druid was directing the giant bear to use his body as a fence, and obviously didn't react when asked by Lin Chen. He shivered for a moment, then said, "Block this opening to keep the zombies from." "No need." Lin Chen interrupted him, while taking out the moon bow in his hand. He quickly stepped to the side of the giant bear, and the huge white bear that was originally standing in front of the opening couldn't help but move to one side, leaving a place to stand. The three people behind him subconsciously came over. They knew that Lin Chen was ready to strike. They were all ready to come over and see Lin Chen's methods. Even though Lin Chen had already demonstrated it quite a few times, they were still happy to do so. Lin Chen stood in the middle of the opening. This piece of passageway that was more than 2 meters wide could actually only be used for one person to pass through at the same time. If one were to forcefully squeeze over, it was likely that they would fall straight down. This place was more than 20 meters from the bottom, and even if they were in the land of the hunting god, the body of a level 30 player would still be in danger of falling damage. At this time, directly in front of the ruins and debris, Lin Chen could clearly see the panicked expression on the face of the female elf who was holding the body and moving quickly. Her face, which was originally astonishingly beautiful, was covered in dust and blood. The hair on both sides was wet with sweat and stuck to her skin. Her long pointed ears were even completely covered by her hair, and due to the excessive speed at which she was running, the long hair on her back was constantly fluttering around, making her look wretched and poignant. And behind the female elf, there was another chilling scene. Countless zombies formed a dark torrent. They were like a group of aphids crawling on the ears of rice, frantically moving at the same time, also scratched out deep scratches on the body of their own kind. From time to time, you could see some zombies would be squeezed by their own kind to fall down from the ruins of the passageway. At a rough look, there were 200 zombies, crouching a big groove. Fengchen swallowed his saliva. This beautiful woman in the end did what hurtful things? Why are so many zombies chasing after her? No wonder Fengchen was so surprised to realize that from the beginning of the zombie chase until now, a full hour had passed, and they had only seen some sparse zombies. At the same time, there are 200 destroyer zombies chasing the situation. Is still the first time to see. It's possible. The orc suddenly popped up. The walkers don't like her looks? Fengchen subconsciously exchanged a glance with the druid, and then the two of them sighed at the same time. They were completely unable to converse with this completely aesthetically deformed fae, and could only try as much as possible not to keep up with this half-orc's jumpy thoughts. Right in front of them, the female elf leapt up so violently that she jumped up a full 3 meters before landing in front of Lin Chen a short distance ahead of her. As long as she continued to take a few steps forward, the elf would be able to enter the opening. The female elf stood up with great effort and raised her head, just in time to meet Lin Chen's eyes beneath his mask. Without waiting for the two to talk, Lin Chen suddenly raised his bow and arrow and aimed it at the elf. This action caused the female elf to be stunned. Shoo! The energy arrow whistled past the woman's pointed ears and nailed a zombie in the head without any fancy moves. The female elf couldn't even make out the red damage characters rising from the zombie's head. She just felt the fishy odor suddenly disappear from her pale neck. The elf raised her head in a bit of a daze, only to realize that there were still 3 people standing behind Lin Chen. She recognized 2 of them, and those were the orc warrior and beast master that had been in the ring with him earlier. At this moment, the orc didn't show too much, but the beast master and the other man on his side were waving anxiously at themselves. "Come here." Listening more closely, she could hear the other man whispering to her. The female elf hesitantly glanced at the Fengchen duo, and then turned her head to look at Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen had already shot his second arrow. This arrow similarly flew past his own ear. One could only hear a strange hissing of a zombie from behind, followed by the plopping sound of a zombie falling to the ground. The female elf breathed heavily and took a tentative step. The next moment, Lin Chen's pupils under the mask suddenly looked at her. The female elf was instantly alert and ready to take a step back, but with the zombies behind her, she could only subconsciously make a ready-to-fight stance. Soon, however, Lin Chen's voice came out from behind the mask. "Come over."